On the day my family went bankrupt, everyone thought the princess of the Beijing circle would break off our engagement, but she took out 100 million to help me make a comeback. If I failed, she would let me wait for her. 4 years later, I appeared in the entertainment industry and encountered Yu Yanchen again, only to find that she was surrounded by men and no longer needed me. Outside the bathroom, I heard the boss scolding an employee. I thought it was just a mistake by the employee, but then I heard Yu Yanchen's name. The boss said, "I just accidentally bumped into Yu Yanchen. I really didn't mean to. Please don't fire me. She's Yu Yanchen. Who wouldn't want to get close to her? Actually, I think Yu Yanchen is already interested in me. I specifically wore clothes that look a lot like Ito Makoto's today, and she glanced at me several times." Ito Makoto, the person who didn't exist when I left 4 years ago. Yu Yanchen's new love? I paused. It's normal if it's a new love. It's been 4 years. My lack of women doesn't mean she doesn't have men. Once the man's voice quieted down, I walked out. Suddenly, the man glanced at me sharply and said, "Listening at the wall has become an addiction." I coldly replied, "Ears are on a person. Your shouting is just short of letting Yu Yanchen herself hear it. Are you trying to see if she is interested in you or not?" The man's expression changed, and he said, "Of course Yu Yanchen is not interested in me. Do you know Yu Yanchen too?" After a moment, he snorted, "Yu Yanchen looks down on me, and even more so on you. Her beloved has gone abroad for treatment. She is keeping herself for her beloved." My expression shifted slightly, and I ignored the man and left. It seems that Yu Yanchen really likes Ito Makoto. Now everyone knows each other, but I, the real one, am unknown. Just now, I drank quite a bit for resources, and when I took out my phone to call Ruan Yen, just as I unlocked it, a hand snatched my phone away. "Handsome." I squinted at the unexpected guest in front of me. An acquaintance, Miss Xiang Xinshin, who was called by name, was taken aback and said, "You know me?" I suddenly laughed. "Not just know, we are old acquaintances. Have you forgotten?" Xiang Xinshin stared at me blankly. "Could it be that I have some unresolved connection with you?" It's possible that Xiang Xinshin has forgotten about some man she had a past with, but the man in front of her is definitely not the type that can be easily forgotten. I raised my hand, and under Xiang Xinshin's expectant gaze, I held up the cold phone screen and snapped it towards her face twice, saying, "This face of yours has dirted my hands twice. Don't you remember?" Xiang Xinshin froze in place, and suddenly thought of something. "Xu Zhe, weren't you in prison? Are you still alive?" I laughed mockingly as if I had heard a joke. "Look at me. I'm living just fine. Are you upset?" Xiang Xinshin clenched her fists. Memories surged in her mind like a tide. 4 years ago, I was the young master of the Chu family. I would take action against anyone I disliked, and everyone in the circle had suffered my wrath. Then I suddenly disappeared, and everyone thought I had gone to prison with my dad. Who would have thought? I am still alive. Xiang Xinshin bit down hard on her back molars and said, "Dead man. 4 years ago someone protected you, but not anymore." Xiang Xinshin smirked. "Yu Yanchen's man, he was my dream guy during puberty. You didn't know that, did you?" I frowned and suddenly saw a familiar figure, saying, "Xiang Xinshin, I see you can only dream for the rest of your life. You really are unfortunate." Xiang Xinshin trembled as she looked at the other person. Yu Yanchen, the memories of 4 years ago and 4 years later overlapping. It seemed she could never outdo me and Yu Yanchen. Yu Yanchen sneered. "What are you trembling for?" Xiang Xinshin's pores stood on end. Mr. Yu, I know I was wrong. I really didn't know this man was still yours. In these years, Yu Yanchen has been decisive in his actions, and everyone in the circle knows what he has done. Offending Yu Yanchen means you can neither live nor die." Yu Yanchen said expressionlessly, "He is not my man. I just find you unpleasant." Xiang Xinshin fled in a panic, and I looked at the side profile of Yu Yanchen. This woman was even more beautiful, as if these 4 years had gilded her entire being. How coincidental. My gaze was burning, yet Yu Yanchen never looked at me once. Suddenly, the woman I had been staring at spoke up. "Mr. Chu, it's been 4 years, and you still know to come back." I lowered my head, and Yu Yanchen couldn't see my expression. I said, "I studied abroad for 4 years, graduated from university, and of course, I need to come back to serve my country." The woman's voice was mocking. "Come here to serve?" I frowned subtly. "What do you want to say? I saved you, and this is your attitude?" I sneered. "President Yu, if a man disagrees, what can a woman do? I should still thank President Yu for being willing to save me from peril. Do you need me to send a banner?" Yu Yanshin's voice was indifferent. "No need. It is only right to lend a hand when seeing an ex-boyfriend in distress." Ex-boyfriend? A memory suddenly flashed through my mind. I maintained my expression but loosened my clenched hand and said, "It's impressive that President Yu still remembers me. This ex-boyfriend." I pointed to Yu Yanshin who was gripping my arm and said, "It's understandable to save an ex-boyfriend, but it's really not right to trap him. Shouldn't you let go of me, President Yu?" Before Yu Yanshin could think it over, I pulled her hand away and slipped away. Yu Yenshin strode after me. Since you're using the title of my ex-boyfriend, you should dress properly. If you wear that, it's better not to wear anything at all. Who do you want to embarrass? I suddenly wanted to laugh. I already said he's my ex-boyfriend. What do I have to lose? President Yu is so concerned about your ex-boyfriend. Aren't you afraid that your white moonlight in your heart will find trouble with you? I still remember the name that male model mentioned. What was it? Ito Makoto. President Yu even kept herself pure for him. I certainly didn't have that treatment back then. Yu Yenshin didn't say anything. My emotions were rolling around inexplicably in my heart. I thought that after 4 years of transition, I had no hatred for Yu Yenshin, and certainly no love. Even if we met, I could greet her casually and say it's been a long time. However, Yu Yenshin's appearance could easily stir my emotions, making it impossible for me to treat her with a calm attitude. I got on the elevator and ran into an acquaintance. The elevator door opened, and Fu Qianqian was standing inside. Our eyes met, and neither of us moved. After 2 seconds, Fu Qianqian smiled. Isn't this young Master Chu? You still know how to come back? I replied irritably. You and Yu Yenshin really are good friends. Even your lines are exactly the same. Fu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. Has young Master Chu already seen Ru Yen? I frowned. What are you trying to say? Fu Qianqian walked out of the elevator and said, just now in the private room, Ruyan received a call saying that Ito Makoto was having trouble upstairs. Ruyan went up to find him, but unexpectedly ran into Mr. Chu. Fu Qianqian's words suddenly reminded me of something. Yu Yenshin's private room is downstairs, and each floor is equipped with a restroom. So the reason she came up was that she was afraid something would happen to Ito Makoto, and running into me was purely coincidental. But didn't that man in the restroom say he was abroad for treatment? Or did Yu Yenshin hear about Ito Makoto's situation and rush up without thinking? I suddenly scoffed, and Fu Qianqian stood at a distance watching me, her expression unchanged as she entered the elevator. Her brows furrowed even tighter, thinking that this man had no emotions at all. Yu Yenshin's voice came from behind. What are you lying to him for? Fu Qianqian turned to look at Yu Yenshin and said, I just don't like him. 4 years ago, because of power and benefits, he quietly went abroad with another woman. Even though he was still in a passionate relationship with Yu Yenshin at the time, he shamelessly cheated on Yu Yenshin, then returned to the country after spending 4 years abroad with another woman, still with an air of superiority, leaving without even saying a word about breaking up. Acting as if Yu Yenshin owed him something. Fu Qianqian looked at me with displeasure, very displeased. Yu Yenshin did not respond to her words and said, that woman from the Xiang family tied up Chu Zhe in senior year. Fu Qianqian nodded. Is that true? After all, Chu Zhe was the school hunk and a model student. Who would have thought he would turn out to be such a scumbag later? Just look at how he is now. Really a different person. I got off the elevator, ready to find a car to leave, when a car stopped in front of me. Fu Qianqian's teasing voice came. Mr. Chu, why are you standing here? No woman to pick you up? I sneered. What's it to you? I remembered that 4 years ago, Fu Qianqian was still very kind to herself, calling me brother-in-law all the time. But now, clearly it was Yu Yenshin who was toying with my feelings, so why did she have the face to mock me? Isn't it just that the Chu family went bankrupt? Mr. Chu has fallen to the point of looking for a sugar daddy in a bar, and now he's left out in the cold after finding one. Seeing that I was silent, Fu Qianqian's smile grew wider. Did I hit a sore spot and make you speechless? If it weren't for 4 years ago, you wouldn't know what was good for you. Fu Qianqian hadn't finished speaking when the car was suddenly pushed forward a few meters. Fu Qianqian scolded. The road is so wide, can't you see? Her words were abruptly cut off because the car behind was Yu Yenshin's. Yu Yenshin calmly got out of the car and said, I couldn't see clearly at night. I didn't realize I hit your car. After a moment, Fu Qianqian reluctantly replied, you hit it twice. Yu Yenshin's face was cold, so you need to compensate. Fu Qianqian didn't dare to refute, hurriedly saying, that's not what I meant. The atmosphere instantly froze, and Fu Qianqian thought about leaving. I'll go get the car repaired. Yu Yenshin's car drove up to me, asking, Mr. Chu, is no one here to pick you up? I sneered. It seems like President Yu's eyesight isn't very good. If someone were here to pick me up, would I still be standing here in the cold wind? Yu Yenshin smiled. It seems you've been doing well these past 4 years. Your temperament has become fiercer. I calmly replied. President Yu has also been doing well these past 4 years. You can afford a Maybach now. Yu Yenshin suddenly retorted. Just being able to afford a Maybach means you've been doing well? Being fiercer means you've been doing well? Yu Yenshin squinted at me, and after a while, his deep voice sounded, where are you going? I'll see you off. I said coldly and distantly. No need. I'll just wait for the car here. Yu Yenshin looked at me. There are no buses in this area, and there are no taxis either. Plus this area is under control. What Yu Yenshin said was a threat, and I replied, is that so? I'm so scared, but I still don't plan to get in her car. Yu Yenshin frowned deeply. The Chu family went bankrupt, and I lost my strongest support. However, it seems that this did not wear down my edges. Instead, being too strong made me appear pitifully stubborn in her eyes, clearly unable to compete with her. What was I still struggling for? She then threatened me, if I block this road and don't let any cars in, you'll have to walk home step by step tonight. Choose A. Don't regret it. A surge of unnamed emotions rose in my heart. I didn't understand why this woman, who had already wronged me 4 years ago, could still threaten me so excessively 4 years later. I retorted, do you really want me to get in your car that much? Yu Yenshin's answer was without any hesitation, I don't like it when people go against my wishes. I scoffed inwardly, thinking, what if I just don't? A fleeting obsession crossed the woman's eyes as she said, you can try. I didn't say anything more. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. When I looked at the message, my expression relaxed a bit. Someone came to pick me up. I said, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yu. Yu Yenshin hadn't replied to me yet when a Hummer drove up. Yu Qing's gaze fell on the man coming down from the tall model, and the corner of his lips curled into a smile. There seemed to be light in his eyes for an instant, probably mapped out by the street lamp behind Fengyi. Kazuno, please. Well, I'm late. The man's voice was husky as he stepped toward her in the light. The heavy shawl fell over her shoulders and the weight of it made her hanging heart sink. Yu Qing looked up at the man in front of him. Bronzed skin, flared with firm muscles taut under a black shirt. There was a scar from the corner of his eye to the high bridge of his nose, which he covered with a black line tattoo, continuing his arrogant but not outwardly domineering nature. Ruanqiu shouted for me to pick you up. Do you want to go back to the hotel now? Fengyi approached Yu Qing, but always stayed a few steps away. He lowered his head and spoke towards Yu Qing, looking not far away and somewhat inexplicably ambiguous. Yu Qing nodded, her gaze never falling in Yu Yenshin's direction again from the beginning to the end, as if even looking at him felt redundant. Fengyi naturally didn't strike up a conversation with Yu Yenshin. The tall, 6'8" man and the 6'7" petite woman were standing right in front of them. This image fell in Yu Yenshin's eyes. How it looked so incongruous and unpleasant. But he didn't open his mouth, nor did he stop Fengyi's movement to take Yu Qing away. Fengyi glanced in Yu Yenshin's direction before getting into the car. The dull voice was clearly transmitted to Yu Yenshin's ears. No matter who you are, bullying a woman is always disgraceful. Please behave yourself. Yu Yenshin didn't say anything, nor did he respond to any of the movements. There was just a fine, unnoticeable narrowing of the eyes. Take care of yourself? Fingers tapping the steering wheel, eyes ghostly, like a layer of fog that cannot be blown. It wasn't until the woman's figure disappeared from view along with the Hummer that he slowly picked up his cell phone and dialed. Are you calling me now to pay for the car repair? Fu Moyi's complaining voice soon sounded. Dream on. Yu Yenshin spat out a few words in an ice-cold and wave-free manner. Check Fengyi for me. Within an hour. I want to know all about him. Fengyi? Fu Moi felt that this name sounded familiar, but after thinking for half a day, he couldn't remember who this person was. Chapter 13. What an unpleasant enough situation. Why are you asking me to check this person in the middle of the night? Fu Moi couldn't figure it out. Yu Yenshin seldom used this kind of tone to ask him to check a person's details. Obviously this person called Fengyi was a dangerous character in his eyes. Yu Yenshin leaned back. From his angle he could just see the obscure twinkling stars in the sky, like the gleam in Yu Qing's eyes when she saw that man. Yu Yenshin snorted disdainfully, withdrew his eyes, and spoke towards the phone with a bit of coldness. I'm going to send Yu Qing home, and I'll be cut off halfway. Understand? Is this the one called Fengyi stopping? Who doesn't know that Yu Yenshin can't be messed with in remote city? And where is Fengyi a little bratty brat from? Fu Moi instant anger on the head ready to go to check the bottom of the wind wild. Want to go to teach this little brat, and instantly brain a flash of light. The action and all of a sudden stopped in place. Nope. What do you mean you're sending Yu Qing home? Don't you tell me you wanna make up with her? You still have your heart set on Yu Qing? She got on a plane hand in hand with another man 4 years ago. Are you a cuckold slave still wanting to be cuckolded by her again? Fu Moi has always treated Yu Yenshin as his closest relative, and watching his brother going into the fire pit again, he instantly couldn't hold back his emotions, and gave a wild blast on the other end of the phone. Yu Yenshin quietly listened to the rant on the other end of the phone, indifferently looking at the road ahead, without a trace of emotion on his face. When Fu Moi's emotions smoothed out a bit, he opened his mouth faintly. You family bankruptcy. She cannot accept the reality from the golden girl into an ordinary person, and thus go to look for a better life is not wrong. Weighing the pros and cons and then choose to profit, this is human nature. Besides, I really couldn't give her anything better at that point, or even protect her. It was my incompetence, and she wasn't wrong to choose someone else. A man has no money and no power. This is his incompetence, not a woman's fault. Yu Yenshin thought so, but it's different now. He has power, money, and no one in the whole remote city can shake him. He was going to send Yu Qing home, and he was upset when he was cut off by a strange man. Fu Moi even laughed in anger as he listened to Yu Yenshin's words. The Yu family going bankrupt is not a reason for Yu Qing to betray Yu Yenshin and go abroad with another man, okay? She's just a dash. The insults were interrupted by the man before they could quite get out of his mouth. Fu Moe. Yu Yenshin calmly called out his name, but it contained a threat and bottom line that only the two brothers could understand. Fu Moe fell silent. It took half a second before he spoke again. You're a. Yu Yenshin directly cut off the phone. Just because he tolerated his anger over and over again didn't mean he could get away with it. He won't allow it. A burst of emotions burned and rose in his chest, and Yu Yenshin suddenly experienced emotions that he hadn't experienced again in the past few years. The way Yu Qing tilted her head to look at him as she draped herself in the clothes Feng Yi had brought was reflected back in her mind. It's really upsetting enough. In front of the MK Business Hotel, the Hummer was huge, and Yu Qing received a lot of attention from bystanders just as he got down. But she didn't care, and neither did Kazuno. It's the middle of the night, so I'm sorry for the trouble, Senior. Yu Qing got out of the car and thanked towards Feng Yi. She met Feng Yi when she was studying abroad. She studied directing. Feng Yi was her senior. Ruan Xiu was her classmate. After she returned home, she heard news that Kazuno seemed to have returned home as well. Chapter 14, She's not alone anymore. The message she had just received was from Kazuno. It should be that Ruan Xiu thought that it was not good for her to take a taxi after she came out, so she bothered Feng Yi to pick her up. In the foreign country, besides that person, she only had two friends, Feng Yi and Ruan Xiu. I was already at Beauty Village, and Ruan Xiu also asked me to pick you up because she saw the location I sent. Feng Yi glanced at Yu Qing, holding the steering wheel with one hand. By the way, that man just now, ex-boyfriend. Yu Qing thought it was nothing to hide. Who didn't have an ex-boyfriend anymore? Feng Yi wordlessly held his breath, the tip of his tongue resting against his cheek, and his eyebrows flickered when he heard the words ex-boyfriend. It's an ex-boyfriend who wants to get back together, right? Yu Qing was silent for a few seconds before she said in a low voice, getting back together with him? I might as well go fall in love with the great king, the Maharaja, a strangely ugly toad in the back garden of their school. Feng Yi couldn't help but laugh and wanted to say something, but Yu Qing had already made a move to leave. It's very late. Senior brother should go back to rest early as well. Thanks for today. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Feng Yi nodded, looking at Yu Qing's slender back as she walked into the hotel. His eyes deepened, pulled out his cell phone and made a call. The hoarse voice was coarse but not greasy. Check Yu Qing's ex-boyfriend for me. When Yu Qing returned to the hotel, Ruan Xiu had already waited for her until she fell asleep. Looking at the time, it was already 2 in the morning. Covering Ruan Xiu with the quilt, Yu Qing eased his movements and went to take a shower. After a shower, I put on my bathrobe and headed out to the outdoor terrace. There's not much to see at night on a winter's day, except the Han River not far away, sparkling in the moonlight. She drew a carton of ladies' cigarettes out of her bathrobe and lit them familiarly. It's better to smoke a cigarette when you're in a bad mood than to hold it in and not let it out. Fiddling with my phone, the Twitter interface was a picture of an actress. Yu Qing stared at the woman's face, her pitch-black eyes even darker. A cigarette was already mostly lit when he put out his cell phone. The events that happened today floated before his eyes, from the director, to Feng Yi, and finally paused on Yu Yenshin's face. The matter between her and Yu Yenshin wasn't really complicated, and it wasn't much of a luxury family secret. Yu Yenshin was the school bully in high school. The universal is his little brother kind of tug. As an adolescent she liked those kinds of boys and felt safe. Talked with Yu Yenshin for 2 months. Then her family went bankrupt and her dad went to jail. Her dad was afraid that she would be bullied in Yaochang, so he asked his friend to take her out to get away from the storm and go to college on the way. Yu Qing went to Yu Yenshin to discuss this matter. She couldn't bear to leave him like this. However, while Yu Qing was sinking in pain, Yu Yenshin was having fun night after night. By the time she stood outside his box, she heard him talking to the group of foxes. Yu Qing? That woman is quite annoying. It's none of my business if her family goes bankrupt. She keeps putting a dead fish face in front of my eyes. It's disturbing to look at her. Then Yu Qing left, and she was gone for 4 years. During this time, there was no contact with Yu Yenshin, because she changed her cell phone card and broke all connections with Yao Chang. The teenager's brash voice echoed in his ears as if it were yesterday. Yu Qing realized from that time that the sizzling love she thought she had in her youth was nothing more than a playfulness on his whim. Her family was bankrupt, she didn't even have the right to be upset. He had been her only hope. The memories ended and the cigarette burned to the end, burning his hands a little. In fact, she didn't have any resentment or love for Yu Yenshin now, and the reason why she lost control of her emotions at Beauty Village today was still because she heard about Tang Yi. Her heartfelt love in exchange for only Yu Yenshin merciless ridicule, and heard him treat other women as if they were treasures. There is always some upset, but these have nothing to do with love. She doesn't love Yu Yenshin and never will again. She returned home and had her own things to do. When the smell of smoke cleared from his body, Yu Qing returned to the room. looking at Wan Xiu's extremely unattractive sleeping position, but she felt some warmth in her heart after a long time. She wasn't alone anymore. At least she had Nguyen Nguyen by her side. It's nice to be alone. Chapter 15. Rotten people have big faces? After exhausting his physical and mental energy during the day, Yu Qing just fell asleep at night. This night, there were more than enough people in the remote city to sleep around the clock. Yu Qing didn't know this, and even if she did, what did it have to do with her? Her sleep was set to be jet-lagged until the afternoon, but she was awakened by a phone call at 5 or 6 in the morning. She woke up very seriously. Pampered more than 10 years cannot be changed. Coldly woken up, looking at the cell phone, the bottom of her eyes are unable to hold down the fire. Excuse me, is this Yu Qing? Ms. You? The woman on the other end of the phone was speaking proper Mandarin, and her clear bite made Yu Qing's grumpy emotions after being woken up slightly calm down. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly sat up from the bed. What is it? The person on the other end of the phone continued to speak, but it caused Yu Qing to furrow his brows tightly. The phone hung up and she casually changed into her clothes, all manic and ready to take care of this. As she stood in the doorway, she thought about it and sent a message to someone. The Yu family was investigated back then and all their assets were confiscated, leaving them with a villa nestled in a wealthy neighborhood. Yu Qing hadn't returned to China in the past few years, and she had always assumed that the Yu family villa was lying fallow. After all, her father only had her as a daughter, and the Yu family only had her as an heir. Yu family villa, only she has the right to live there. However, she just got a call from the neighborhood management saying that her house was a daily nuisance and had seriously affected other people's lives, and that she would call the police if she kept it up. Yu Qing really couldn't figure it out. Her Yu family had no one left, and the villa could still be a nuisance when it was empty? Is there a ghost living inside? It was only when she arrived at the entrance of the Yu family villa and looked at the group of people standing at the entrance looking in, that she realized, the people who live in her house are not a bunch of living ghosts. Inside the villa, the filth and stench. Outside the villa, on the walls, all sorts of dirty words, strange patterns spread all over the villa. This was the last witness to the splendor of the Yu family, the former top gentry, which had also become a wreck at this moment. What's the matter? What's the matter with me calling for a party in the morning? This is my villa. I can do whatever I want. Who are you to stop me? A bunch of dead security guards, the lowest level of society's waste. You are worthy to control me? In the villa, the girl was dressed in a lolita. She was quite cute and her makeup was exquisite. It was just that her vulgar speech and demeanor almost pulled down the beauty of her entire person. She was followed by a group of little girls also dressed up in pretty dresses. A large group standing just inside her family's villa, treating the security guards who came to negotiate like a shrew. He spoke in a conspiratorial manner about the owners of the villas around the next door. Security simply did not expect a seemingly 18 or 19-year-old girl cursed up actually so vicious. What is called the lowest level of society. Without them, so upscale neighborhoods are afraid of thieves or patronized thousands of times. Little girl, you can't talk like that. The security guard was still holding back, but his face was already red. No one said you can't party, but you guys are dancing in karaoke in the villa, and you threw beer bottles out of the inside of the window, almost hitting the grandma of the family next door. You're breaking the law by doing that. I shucks. The girl spat on the guard's face. Morality? Where are you stinky old men talking to me about ing morals? Her movements and words were really indecent, and the people outside the villa were somewhat unable to bear it. The security guard hesitantly tried to call the police, and the girl's quick eyes grabbed him before she was about to snatch his cell phone. Only halfway through that maneuver was he caught off guard and had his arm pinched in the air. Chapter 16. Do you think you're Yu Qing? The woman's voice was ethereal, cold and imperial in this winter day. Every word was as cold and hard and sharp as a razor blade. Okay, don't go too far. Yu Qing's sudden appearance. A few short words, but caused the scene to have a moment of tranquility. Yu Qing looked at the person in front of her with cold eyes. The bottom of her eyes were temperatureless and indifferent. She recognized who it was at first glance. This girl is her aunt's daughter, Yang Manya. The two of them didn't know each other well, and 4 years ago, they were only in the relationship of meeting each other on New Year's Day to pay their respects. She had just been over there to get a rough idea of what was going on, and had been annoyed at not having slept well. And seeing her family's villa tossed around like this almost spread a sense of humiliation in the back of her mind. She didn't know where the feeling came from, probably the anger of not even guarding her last glory. It was the last glory that turned out to be so unappealing. Father in prison, if he knew, would he blame her? A slight chill seeped out from the bottom of Yu Qing's eyes. Who are you? Who the are you cursing at? Before Yu Qing came, Yang Manya had been making a fool of herself in this neighborhood for a while. She felt that no one dared to mess with her because she was a member of the Yu family. She lived here under the name of Yu Qing, and even if the Yu family had fallen into disrepair, it was still one of the most powerful families in the remote city before. At this moment, caught off guard by this woman in front of her, Her entire body was enraged. Yu Qing looked at the sharp-tongued little girl in front of her with a clear, cold brow and threw her arm out of her hands. Doesn't a foul mouth stink? Apologize to the security guard. Yang Menya looked at her with wide eyes, as if she had heard something funny. His eyebrows were arrogantly raised, full of disdain and arrogance. Gu, what kind of a thing are you to order me around? Where's the little cousin from? She glanced back at her sisters behind her, and her little sisters snickered. She's looking for a fight. Look at her nose. It's so fake. Did you do it? A slap in the face is probably going to be crooked. Dare to provoke our Miss Dreama. Looking for death? The world is supposed to be all about people. Garbage to garbage. The provocative and sarcastic words didn't make her face fluctuate. A faint chill surfaced on her delicate white face, lifting her eyes and sweeping the group of people in a circle, eventually reframing them on Yang Mengya's body. I'll say it again. Apologize, clean up, and get out. Yang Mengya seems to have heard a big joke. Where's the hick? Want to come out and get attention, is it? Don't look at who you're talking to. The security guard shook his head inside. He knew that the one in front of him meant well, but the unruly rich girl, where would she reason with you? She might get herself in trouble if she continued. Miss, thank you for your kindness. This is the Yu family's young lady, not to be messed with. The security guard stepped forward and advised in a small voice. Vaguely hearing the words Miss Yu family, the meanness on Yang Mengya's face became even more intense, mixed with a few points of dejection. Do you hear me? Do you know who I am? Apologize, clean up, and get out. She used Yu Qing's words to satirize Yu Qing with an arrogant face. That's right, dare to talk to our Miss Yu like that. What are you? A few of Yang Menya's little sisters cooperated and went over, blocking Yu Qing's path, lest she escape. Yu Qing glanced at the security guard, roughly signaling him to feel at ease. The tone of her voice was calm to the end. The opportunity was given to you. For the sake of her relatives, she had given her the chance. Yu Qing's nature had become more and more apathetic over the years, and she had always disliked dealing with these teenage girls. Watching them with their foul mouths made her even more impatient. Chapter 17, Yang Mengya, your family's crop is not good this year, is it? Adolescent rebellious children. She wasn't interested in being a saintly mother to bring them back to the journey. If you have been given a chance and can't grasp it, you can't blame it on others. Oh yo, what a big bully. It's really going to scare the old man to tears. Whoever in the crowd muttered conspiratorially. I've been crying, oinking, Missy is so royal, does she think she's a bully? Ah, and most give a chance. I'll give you a chance to lick my shoes. The language is so foul that it's hard to hear, and it's a play they use all the time. The average girl should be crying by this point, and that's what they want to see. But, Yu Qing did not. She didn't even look at them with any volatility, like looking at a bunch of lifeless flowers and trees. Then calmly, he took out his cell phone and pressed a number. You may come in. Can you guys come in now? The security guards, Yang Moya, and the group of killer men and women were stunned. This woman had a companion with her? Almost instantly, the sound of footsteps came and went. The crowd gathered at the entrance of the villa suddenly parted, and a group of people rushed in unawares. These people looked well trained, and when they entered the villa, they started to take pictures of Yang Mengya's group, and some of them were videotaping. What's this about? Yang Mengya was a bit flustered. She looked at Yu Qing helplessly, only to find a man standing beside her. Shouting concubines is shameless enough. The elegant and gentle man nodded slightly in front of Yu Qing's eyes. His words calm. Eldest Miss. Miss Big. Big? This group of people's battlefield was not something that could be compared to these killjoy men and women of Yang Mengya. Invisibly, the woman's originally noble aura was even more intense. It dawned on the guard that no wonder the woman had been square when she came in. In retrospect, it was a plan to have everything in hand. She'd arranged for someone to be waiting. What kind of young lady is this? He hasn't seen such a character since Miss Yu left the country. The small group that had been so high and mighty all of a sudden caved in quite a bit. If you can't understand what I'm saying, then I'll say it straight. Yu Qing was a little sleepy. Her eyebrows were weary. The Yu family villa has nothing to do with the surname Yang. The purchaser is Mr. Yu, who is now in prison. You all know that. The heir is the direct line Yu Qing. I am Yu Qing. The man took out a piece of identification and cleared his throat. I'm lawyer Du Honghua from Zhangyang Law Firm. You're suspected of destroying other people's property, breaking and entering, and trespassing, which already constitutes a criminal liability, and we've retained the evidence. The name came out, causing a commotion outside the villa. Zhangyang, one of the 4 top law firms in China. The man called Du Honghua is even a gold medal lawyer with an almost 100% win rate. Big name in the country. How many people want to invite him can't? Nowadays, all Honghua lawyers have to owe it to themselves to call that woman Missy. Yang Mengya's group of villains kicked the iron plate. Yu Qing born beautiful, tall, temperament good. Features are not sharp, that kind, but is the kind of softer beauty but that didn't take away from her suppressive power when she was angry at all. The small group was almost instantly quiet. Criminal liability? The color of fear spread in the eyes of everyone in the small group. Were they going to jail? The timid ones, even more so, went straight to red. They were scared, and all their previous arrogance had vanished. Yang Manya looked straight at the beautifully stunning woman in front of her, dying to recall who she really was inside her head. Yu Qing? No, that woman died abroad long ago. Chapter 18, Yu Qing is back. The Yu Qing she remembered was gentle and quiet and cowardly, wearing designer labels all over her body and looking like a clean little princess. Looking at the woman in front of her, dressed in all trashy goods, although it was a bit familiar, but don't all pretty women look the same? And her temperament was completely different from the Yu Qing in her memory. Such immovable pressure was something that could be emitted by a woman like Yu Qing who never spoke out loud and didn't even blush in anger? Could she be Uncle's lover? Yes, that must be it. She's impersonating Yu Qing. Ha, I see. She scoffed out as if she was grasping the last straw. I thought, who is she? My uncle's mistress, right? No one left in the Yu family. Come to rob the house? Only. The small group behind her didn't second her. But anything that isn't a cutie. How can she be a cutie when she's so full of subdued elegance and calmness? Yu Qing had truly never seen such a little girl before, refreshing her distaste for children even more. She didn't say anything, but just gave a light laugh that was as mocking as it could be. This mocking laugh of hers made Yang Menya's body tense up. Who the hell are you? Yu Qing Cheng died abroad early in the morning. You're less of a liar. Yu Qing glanced at her with cold eyes. Oh, if I'm dead or not, won't you know when your mom comes? When I was on the phone just now, I sent a text message to my aunt in passing, and counting the time, I should be there soon. Yang Menya was stunned for a moment when she heard what she said. Her mother should be hoeing in the countryside right now. She didn't know about her living in the Yu family villa. Of course, her friends don't know that her family is a farmer, and she keeps packaging herself as a rich white girl. She figured the woman was trying to scare her and tried to retort with a stiff upper lip. Just before her words were out of her mouth, she saw a woman on a worn-out tricycle pull up in front of the villa. Yang Menya's eyes widened in horror, and her lips were a white quiver. Her mom? Can't let my friends see. Dreama. The woman was panting and managed to stop in front of the crowd. She could hardly breathe, and her face was the ill color of overwork. You, Missy, did you just come back? Menya, did it cause you any trouble? The boiling within the clique is a contained frenzy, with Missy suddenly becoming a country bumpkin, and the heat is comparable to a classroom teacher and principal engaging in a clandestine affair. Yu Qing watched all of this with a clear brow, except for the slight huff when she first arrived. The rest of the time, it seemed as if she had stayed out of it from start to finish. Take her home, Auntie. She had thought that it was someone who was forcibly occupying her family's villa, but she had never imagined that it would be Yang Menya. Otherwise there would have been no need to contact a lawyer. Yuing carefully glanced at Yu Qing and tremblingly entered the villa, walking towards the strange daughter in front of her. In fact, she knew her daughter had been a bit erratic lately. She just didn't expect. The voice quivered a bit. Manya, how did you make a mess? You so angry? What are you doing here in her house? What kind of clothes are you wearing? 3 questions in a row. Yang Manya couldn't answer, her brain almost becoming mush inside. She smacked her hand away. You, go, get out. Yu Ying's eyes widened in shock, and a breath almost came out. Monya said she didn't have money to eat, and she was still going down in the winter just for her living expenses. Now that she doesn't look like she lacks money to eat at all, she actually tells her to get lost. Chapter 19, Sickening. The breath she was holding was stuck in her chest and she couldn't get it up, so she covered her chest. Yu Qing realized that Yu Ying's situation was not right. Her eyebrows slightly frowned and she tried to go up to assist her, but she was pushed backward by Yang Menya fiercely while Yuing fell to the ground like this. Asterisk. Off. It's none of your business. Yang Menya stared at Yu Qing in death, and her remaining light looked at her mother, who had fallen to the ground. Yu Qing. It's all because of Yu Qing. From her school bag, she fished out a small knife, which they had prepared for the night's fight. Taking advantage of Yu Qing being pushed away, she pulled out her pocket knife and charged straight towards Yu Qing. Yu Qing didn't expect her to come up with this, and his thoughts were momentarily disorganized. She had learned self-defense, but it was too late to dodge such a distance. The knife was almost close at hand, and the security guard immediately rushed up to try to grab Yang Menya. Only his body was hit hard, and the black silhouette that rushed out from nowhere directly carried Yu Qing into his arms. Consistent movement, amazingly smooth and quick. Yang Menya didn't dare to poke through after all and stopped at the last step. She looked at the man holding Yu Qing, her face pale. Yu Qing raised her eyes in some dismay. His breath was a little ragged as he scraped against her ear, and was caught off guard as he slammed into those dark pupils that were tense, grim, and thick with emotion she couldn't read. Yu Qing was disoriented for a moment. She was all too familiar with that look. There was a time when she was held dear by this man. Without waiting for the man to speak, she quickly snapped back to her senses. "You Yenshin, save my aunt." She called her aunt over. If something happened to her aunt here, she shuddered to think, she can no longer. Center Hospital, Department of Cardiology. Yu Qing looked at the inspection report in his hands. His face was not considered nice and somewhat serious. Heart attack. Need to be hospitalized. Any later delivery of the person will not be able to. How in the world are you family members? The doctor removed the mask, looked at the woman's slender figure in front of him, and felt more and more that the current generation of young people is not as good as the current generation. They only care about their own beauty, and they are afraid that no one cares about their family's old people when they are sick and die. Yu Qing didn't explain and stood quietly. I know. The doctor still wanted to reprimand something. Yu Qing suddenly looked up. His eyes met, and what the doctor wanted to say suddenly choked in his throat. He turned in silence and entered the hospital room. Yu Qing organized the inspection report in his hand and swept his afterglow at young Manga, who was sitting on the bench in a wooden and bemused manner. Your mom is dying and you don't care. You want to come stab me. Are you sick? She has always been happy and angry, rarely show her color, but at this moment, her tone is mixed with a bright and harsh color. Yang Mengya clenched the grooves of her back teeth, her face pale, probably realizing the magnitude of the mistake she had made only after the incident had passed. She surprisingly did not argue for a while, but just sat on the stool with her head lowered, not knowing what she was thinking. Yu Qing's heart was a bit stuffy, looking at Yang Mengya's face. It was actually more diabolical than her previous vain appearance. She was the one who had called her aunt there anyway, and if something did happen to her aunt, she would be guilty as long as she had some humanity, even if they don't know each other well. They're close relatives, aunts they've been calling out since they were kids. It should be said that it was fortunate that Yu Yenshin unblocked the road to urgently take his aunt to the hospital. I'll let the matter of you trying to stab me with a knife go for now. I can also let you off the hook for the home invasion thing. Not your group of friends. Auntie is away in remote city, and I want you to have to take care of her at all times. And if I catch you taking a step away from her, I don't mind sending you to stay with that group of friends of yours. She is not so saintly. Just Yang Mengya in the end, the last minute to let go of the hand did not stab over. Even if the Public Security Bureau she did not adult cannot be sentenced to a few days. Might as well let her keep a good eye on her aunt. Besides, I don't know how my aunt would feel if she woke up and found out she'd sent her daughter to prison. She pitted half of her life, just for Yang Mengya. She looked coldly at the little girl who had been scared out of her wits only after the fact, and thought of the mother who had given everything, and for a moment unspoken emotions flooded her mind. Feeling in his pocket, he came out in a hurry and didn't bring any cigarettes. Chapter 20 Human nature is so strange. She dropped the report next to Yang Moya and turned to walk away. Yang Mengya raised her head at this time, and looking at Yu Qing as she was about to leave, she hurriedly opened her mouth. Medical expenses. Yu Qing's pace stopped. His side-eye coldly swept her a glance. I'll pay. Don't you make a demon out of me. Her voice had no temperature, and Yang Mengya didn't feel comfortable at all in her heart when she listened to it. Coldly, she grunted. If you hadn't called my mom over, she wouldn't have had a heart attack. You don't have no mom yourself. On purpose, do you? Yu Qing looked at Yang Mengya's still tender face, and that anger immediately surged to his throat. And then the words she uttered caused Yang Mengya's entire body to fall into a daze and panic. Go to the restroom and look in the mirror in a while, and see your own vicious and cold-blooded face now. And look at the cottage dress and fake shoes you're wearing. Don't you feel disgustingly hypocritical? And leave the key to my house that you stole from your aunt. I'll get it later. Where can Yang Mengya still bother about the key or something? Only the word cottage is left in her mind. How did Yu Qing know that the Lolita she was wearing was a cottage? Why didn't you say anything before? In front of her friends? Indescribable anger surged to her heart. Yang Mengya stood up and wanted to say something. Yu Qing had already stepped away. She kicked several times toward the ground in indignation. Looking at the delicate and beautiful dress, the idea of tearing it apart suddenly sprang up, a redundancy of emotions, but not a hint of remorse, both to his mother and to his own previously unentangled cousin. Half a dozen times, she pulled out her cell phone and grimly made a call. Didn't you say that Yu Qing would never come back? She was abroad and you didn't screw her over. She's back now, you know? Buying a box of cigarettes from the store downstairs in the hospital, Yu Qing went up to the hospital rooftop in a smooth manner. The little store here didn't have her usual cigarettes, only men's, which smelled full and strong, but weren't that pleasant to smoke. The cold wind whistled, and Yu Qing looked downstairs from above. People turned into ants, and the silence around them was nothing but the sound of breathing. The morning's wake-up call was long gone, and my heart was suddenly a little unspeakably empty. You don't have a mom yourself. She didn't take most of what young Moya said to heart, but this sentence was the only one that made her choke violently. She thinks she's bulletproof, and affection is still a soft spot. It has always been the case on this earth that mothers love their children and are willing to give everything. For example, the aunt who has been suffering for half her life. A bratty child like Yang Mengya had a mother who loved her, and she grew up well behaved and didn't get anything. Shouldn't you be responsible to the end when you have a child? Like your aunt. Why was her mother able to leave so decisively? Able to kick her hand away mercilessly? Maybe it was all the things that had been entangled lately, but she was actually sensitive and depressed again. Smoke in the lungs, loose and depressing and tight. She closed her eyes and leaned uncontrollably close to the rooftop. Underneath was a crowd of ants lining the streets and an even deeper abyss. A handsome, icy face suddenly came to her mind. Along with the complex thoughts hidden in those eyes like a raging storm, Yu Yenshin sent them to the hospital and left. He was very busy. He was Mr. Yu, the notorious general manager of Remote City. The wind whistled in his ears, but Yu Qing found this relaxing. As if to lean down and embrace the abyss for relief. Inch by inch, the body leaned forward more and more. Suddenly, the rooftop's not completely closed door was suddenly slammed open, and before Yu Qing's hand could just touch the rooftop's cold railing, she was clamped by a force of gravity on her shoulder bones, and thrown backward viciously. Chapter 21, Yu Yenshin is really stingy. Her eyes snapped open. The light was blinding and the man's figure stung as if he were caged in light. Yu Yenshin looked at Yu Qing with shadowy eyebrows, his eyes bursting out coldly. Yu Qing, what did you want to do just now? Was he right? This woman was trying to jump? Because of that cousin and aunt of hers, she actually tried to kill herself? What's in this woman's head? Yu Qing rubbed his shoulder, which was torn raw, and frowned, looking at Yu Yenshin's posture. Does he think she wants to die? She wanted to kill herself, and had 1,000 chances to do so abroad, and since she didn't die, she'll live well. I'm just blowing cold air. You're thinking too much. Yu Yenshin hadn't been wrong. Her expression at that time was by no means as simple as blowing cold air. Thinking about her previous posturing when she was dealing with the delinquent girls, how did she become such a character? Ice-cold eyebrows gazed deeply at Yu Qing, and Yu Qing met his eyes just like that. Half a dozen times, she managed to withdraw her gaze first, reaching up to rub her eyes, which were a little windblown. Mr. You misunderstood. I didn't want to kill myself. I just feel kind of comfortable that way. I'm only in my early 20s. There's so much more to do. Why would I kill myself? Yu Qing's expression was serious and his eyes were frank and clear. Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes. That's me being nosy. Yu Qing laughed softly and took a few steps back to distance herself from Yu Yenshin. Between the flecks of her thoughts, she said, how can I? Today, I also have to thank Mr. Yu for being nosy. If it wasn't for you, my aunt might have really lost it. Oh, and thanks for rushing out to help me block it, even though I knew she didn't have the guts to stab over. I'm wondering though, how did Mr. Yu show up at my place? That old villa area that has long since ceased to be a central location. Yu Yenshin's appearance there was too strange. A rekindling of an old flame. A horse that's been eating its way back to the pasture? She doesn't want to. The man gazed at her with a clear brow. A few moments of hidden fire bubbling up in his eyes, as if he had read her mind. An acquaintance lives there, and I happened to go looking for her today. Meeting you was purely coincidental. It did happen. He just didn't say that he had been witnessing and spying on her abuse the whole time. He didn't show up until there was danger at the end. That's a reasonable explanation. Yu Qing nodded thoughtfully. Then why did you appear on the rooftop? Quite a coincidence. Unluckily, Yu Yenshin looked at her thin figure battered by the wind. I followed you up here. Yu Qing raised his eyebrows. Follow me up? Yu Yenshin said frankly, curious about what Miss Yu was doing on the rooftop without taking care of her own aunt, and holding a pack of men's cigarettes. I thought that a man was waiting for you up there and was curious to come and see. Like that top barrister in the country that rich people can't afford to hire. What I didn't realize was that the smoking was just her. She was the only one who went up to the rooftop, gazing at the woman's clear, cold brow. She had grown prettier and more feminine in 4 years, but stranger. This explanation was reasonable, and Yu Qing let out a light laugh. She thought the man was approaching him with an ulterior motive. She was still overthinking it, smoking a cigarette and handing it to him. Mr. Yu is so curious. Do you want to smoke? Yu Yenshin took it, and with an icy gaze, threw it into the wastebasket on one side in front of Yu Qing. Yu Qing's face remained unchanged, and the corners of his lips pursed slightly. Yu Yenshin indifferently said, girls should still smoke less. It's not good for the body. Mr. Yu is so much in charge, taking care of his ex-girlfriend's body. Miss Yu is also quite arrogant. I saved your aunt's life to protect you, and you dislike me for advising you to smoke less. Yu Qing licked her very dry lips and slightly raised her jaw to look at him. It's me who's being careful. Then thank you Mr. Yu for saving my aunt's life. Do you need me to give you money to repay your kindness? No sooner had her words fallen than she saw the wealthy man return a quick reply. Needed. Yu Qing, he was really dry back there. Chapter 22, he's not my boyfriend. She remembered that he was ranked first on the list of the richest people in the remote city, and the last two together were not even half as rich as he was. Give me your cell phone number. I'll have my secretary contact you. Yu Yenshin saw that Yu Qing didn't reply for half a day and opened his mouth faintly. Yu Qing frowned, gazing at the man's handsome side face. She pondered for a few seconds, but still read out her cell phone number. Yu Yenshin wrote it down from memory, and asked as if he had no intention of doing so. I remember that your cell phone number wasn't this one before. Why did you change it? Yu Qing sniffed the residual smoke from his fingers, sneered mentally, because I want to draw a line with you. With Yao Chang. What else could it be? However, her face did not show the slightest bit, but only smiled quietly, on the face that had always been as plain as water, as if it were a flash in the pan, stunning and fleeting. Changed carriers? This one gives away more traffic. I can't afford to buy traffic. The previous one was too expensive. Yu Yenshin's expression paused. No money to buy traffic? You're poor? Hearing the word no money from Yu Qing's mouth, he felt extraordinarily strange. Back then, the Yu family had monopolized the financial sector for several years, and the last thing they lacked was money. And now the little princess of the Yu family is saying that she's so poor that she can't even afford traffic. Who goes to Beauty Village if not the poor? Yu Qing's tone was casual, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Yu Yenshin gazed at Yu Qing's face, smooth and flawless like white jade, cool and indifferent. He looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end it didn't come out, because Yu Qing had already gathered his clothes and walked towards the exit. Her back was slim and her waist was filled to the brim, fragile as if she could be crushed with one hand. Yu Yenshin frowned. He suddenly remembered last night, the way she wore a delicate fishtail dress and stepped up to another man's car. A certain displeasure spilled over at the back of his mind as he took a few steps forward and tried to put his suit over her shoulders. However, Yu Qing's pace was fast, and not waiting for him to walk up, the rooftop iron door just clanged. The man stood still for half a second and suddenly snorted coldly. He dialed the secretary's number. Check Yu Qing's 4 years abroad for me. What you can find out. Report it all. After Yu Qing left, he almost compulsorily made himself forget this woman. And over time it seemed that he had really forgotten, because he was too busy to care about the past. But now, suddenly, he wondered how she had spent the last 4 years. What 4 years had turned a good girl who would only hide behind him and pinch the corners of her coat into something cold and sharp. Yu Qing went down to the rooftop, a small episode that soothed her sadness. Life goes on, and you get happy by looking back less. She went down and sat in the flower bed for a while, sending a message over to Hirohazu, something along the lines of thanking him for his help and buying him dinner next time. Hirofumi returned quickly. I wouldn't be where I am now without mess. I'm at your service anytime. You don't have to be polite. See, lawyers just talk. Putting away her cell phone, Yu Qing went down and took the payment slip to pay the bill. But the nurse told her that the fee had already been paid. That one just now should be your boyfriend, right? The nurse is not very old. Looks like she should have just graduated and come to internship. And she can't hide anything in her heart, so she says it out. She looked at Yu Qing, a slightly envious smile piling up on her face. Your boyfriend has enough money pre-saved to stay in this hospital for the rest of his life. I don't mean that, haha. It's just that he's already paid it, so you don't have to. Being able to stay inside a hospital for the rest of your life. How much is it? Hadn't he just been stingy and asked her for money, and now he'd prepaid so much? What was Yu Yenshin thinking? Yu Qing didn't know and couldn't see through it. Okay, thanks. Putting away her redundant thoughts, Yu Qing looked at the envious nurse in front of her and hooked her lips to pull a faint smile. What the nurse said next, on the other hand, caused the smile on Yu Qing's face to fade a few points. Nothing. Your boyfriend is really handsome. Oh, I grew up so big, the first time to see so handsome man, and it seems to be the kind of very gentle and love his wife. It's fine for her to say he's well born, but to say he's gentle, does that word have anything to do with Yu Yenshin? Yu Qing subconsciously wanted to ask a rhetorical question, but come to think of it, he did seem to be gentle when they were together. It was by succumbing to his tenderness that she loved him to death, thinking he was the same. At that time, Yu Yenshin, arrogant without hiding the slightest, such a boy, but on the contrary, the most gentle and considerate facer. She wanted not to be moved or difficult. Maybe, Yu Qing faintly returned, and then picked up at the end. But he's not my boyfriend, and he won't be. You've got it all wrong. The nurse stared blankly at Yu Qing's departing back, carefully recalling the man's appearance when he came to pay the bill. I can't believe they're not a couple. Yu Qing went down to the restroom and then came out of the payment hall. Looking around, Yu Yenshin's figure was no longer to be found. Water where the king's crown must bear the weight of the saying is not for nothing. He stood at the top at a young age. Must have borne 100 times more than ordinary people, 10,000 times more to pay, especially since his time, minute by minute, is in the millions. Thinking that he should have returned to the company, Yu Qing didn't think hard about it. He helped him, presumably out of the goodness of his heart. Or maybe he's getting up there in age now and feels that it was really wrong of him to toy with her feelings back then, so he's thinking of helping her out. Chapter 23, I want your contact information. Thoughts falling, Yu Qing got on the elevator and went back to the hospital room. She could no longer find Yang Mengya's shadow, and didn't want to get angry. She thought the girl was hopeless. Yu Ying's body is full of tubes. Lying in the hospital room has not yet awakened. Yang Mengya had a sentence right. If she hadn't shouted for Yu Ying to come, perhaps she really wouldn't be lying here right now. Guilt? There was still a little bit of it. Or she wouldn't be here right now. And she was pressed for time. At that time, she was only thinking of letting Yu Ying come and take Yang Mengya away. She didn't think about anything else. After looking at nothing else for a while, I talked to the attending physician. When the attending doctor saw her, his first words took Yu Qing by surprise. I'm sorry, I thought you were MS. Yu's daughter and misunderstood you with what I said before. Yu Qing frowned. How do you know I'm not? A man just came in. I thought he was a family member as well and couldn't help but say a few more words. He told me that you are not MS. Yu's daughter, and that it's a matter of love if you help, but a matter of duty if you don't. So I'm very sorry. The doctor's expression blushed a little. Yu Qing flinched for a moment as he listened, and then quickly came back to his senses. A man? Is it Yu Yenshin again? This man was really meticulous about everything. Yu Qing's mind popped out this sentence. She looked at the doctor in front of her and dropped her eyes. It's fine. Coming out of the hospital, Yu Qing received a call from Ruan Xiao. After inquiring where she was now, she was about to come to her for dinner. Yu Qing sent a locator over. It was already ringing noon, and indeed she was a bit hungry. However, she had just stepped out of the hospital door when she met someone familiar and unexpected. The little nurse was standing on the hospital's front steps. Her face flushed and her ears so bright red they looked like they could drip blood. She tilted her head and looked shyly at the man in front of her. The man was tall, his shoulders shadowed by the sparse shadows of the trees, and he looked at the delicate nurse in front of him with deep and earnest brows, like a pair of boarding couples. Yu Qing thought this way, and the line of sight looking at Yu Yenshin quickly retracted. She walked forward without looking away when someone behind her called out to her. Yu Qing, a familiar voice. Yu Qing paused for a moment before continuing on as if he hadn't heard. However, the slender man quickly caught up with her. Yu Yenshin was still breathing steadily as he caught up, and he gazed at Yu Qing. From his deeply knowing eyes, Yu Qing saw his own reflection. Run for what? The man inquired in a low voice, seemingly slightly offended. I ran away? Yu Qing frowned. Did she run? No, She clearly ignored him then continued to walk forward. Okay. Yu Yenshin was displeased. I just called out your name. Oh, Yu Qing said lazily, probably didn't hear it. The nurse was not very tall and barely caught up with her, breathing a little unevenly. She looked at Yu Qing and seemed to be a little embarrassed as she quickly withdrew her eyes, and quietly looking towards Yu Yenshin, as if she had made a big decision. She took a deep breath. You still haven't told me what your name is, and your contact information, and you haven't given it to me. She felt that she fell in love with this man at first sight. Her heart swam for a long time, and when she saw him again at the end of her shift, she felt that it should be destiny, so she boldly chased after him to ask for contact information. Of course, it was on the grounds of Yu Ying's condition that he accosted him. Yu Qing listened from the sidelines and raised his eyebrows in a subtle and unnoticeable manner, turning a deaf ear and acting as a piece of background with a very high sense of presence. She was tempted to leave, but it was never good to interrupt, and it would look like she had something else in mind. I'll have the secretary contact you. Yu Yenshin looked at the nurse standing at Yu Qing's side and dropped a sentence with a calm expression. Nurses want more than a secretary's contact. Of course. She gritted her teeth. I want your contact information. Chapter 24, Hitchhiking? There were a few seconds of silence. Yu Yenshin was silent. Yu Qing was indifferent, and the nurse was too nervous to speak even more. My contact information? The man's tone suddenly sank when he was caught off guard, repeating the nurse's question but like a veiled threat. Yu Qing glanced at him, only to feel that the atmosphere around him had gone a few degrees colder. The little nurse was shocked, but she really had never seen such a handsome man before, and she had even brainstormed a small book of words, a combination of a soft and cute girl and a tall and reserved man. Since the beautiful woman next to him had nothing to do with him, it wasn't unreasonable for her to take the initiative. Why? Yes, let me know if there's anything I can do to help you. Yu Qing only thought that she was simply adorable. He was Yu Yenshin. What could she do to help him? Yu Qing's thoughts were fluttering around. Her face was without any fluctuation. However, she suddenly realized that the man who was originally supposed to solve his own personal problems had landed his gaze on her face, with an impenetrable depth. The bottom of his eyes looked like they were covered in a cold fog. Why don't you ask this MS? If she agrees, it's not impossible for me to give it to you. His voice was calm, seeming to have a few intentions to make things difficult. The eyes gazing at Yu Qing did not dodge in the slightest. Yu Qing subconsciously furrowed her brows, looking into the impenetrable eyes of the man in front of her. Yu Yanchen, what do you mean? It's between them, but they have to ask someone else. The little nurse figured out what was going on, and her face suddenly went as pale as paper. If she didn't understand what Yu Yanchen meant now, she really was the world's #1 dumbass. Didn't you tell me that you're not boyfriend and girlfriend with him? Nor will you be. Then why would this gentleman, this Mr. Yu, say something like that? She stared straight at Yu Qing. The emotion under her eyes could not be said to be shame or anger, but they were all directed at Yu Qing. Yu Qing was inexplicably dumped by Yu Yanchen, and then this one-sided nurse clearly meant to vent her anger at being rejected towards her. She felt really unlucky for no reason. Is it because you're too good-tempered? You said this to her like this? Yu Yanchen looked at her, no emotion mixed in his tone, just a calm inquiry. Before she could say anything, the man came to question her first. Or else. Yu Qing looked at Yu Yanchen with cold eyes. Which word did I say has a problem? Yu Yanchen's complexion sank. It was impossible to argue his emotions in obscurity, just that it could be clearly felt that he was not in a very good mood. Yu Qing snorted coldly in the bottom of her heart and faintly lifted her jaw to look at the nurse staring at her side. Hear me? Not one word of what I said to you was a lie. You want to go after him. That's your business. Leave me out of it. Understand? The nurse gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. As the words fell, Yu Qing missed Yu Yanchen's shoulder and walked over. Yu Yanchen was bumped on the shoulder by her and looked back at the woman's slender figure. He remembered the suit he'd draped over her shoulders. Lost again? Women who don't know black from white. Mr. Yu, contact information. Seeing Yu Qing leave, the little nurse silently breathed a sigh of relief and gathered her courage to speak again. Only in this moment, the man whose attitude was not quite cold and shoddy just now was now looking at her with an extremely indifferent and icy look. Want contact information? His voice was full of manly magnetism, and even if what he said wasn't lovey-dovey, it still made one's ears feel inexplicably hot. The nurse nodded. The man haughtily straightened his cufflinks. The sharpness of his eyes was revealed between his lowered eyebrows. So, do you think you're prettier than the one you just saw? Or do you think your personality will conquer me? If neither, leave me alone. Understandably? Chapter 25, Is Mr. Yu also a poor man who can't love? Yu Yanchen has never had much patience with women, probably because he is a businessman and understands the trade-offs in a person's heart, knowing that most women like him for nothing more than his money or face. Over time, he'd lost patience with women who threw themselves at him. He'd never felt like a gentleman, and it was better to refuse outright than to drag it out. Perhaps it never occurred to the nurse that her bravery and fearlessness was not only not half appreciated by the man, but even taunted by his words. She had come to talk to him out of the beauty of her imagination, and now that her fantasy was shattered, she looked at the man in front of her and felt nothing but shame. That young lady just told me plainly that she won't be with you, much less have half a relationship with you, so why should I compare myself to her? Or is it that you like her? Mr. Yu? Yu Yanchen raised his eyes to look at her. His eyes paused on her face for a moment, seemingly a little surprised at the speed with which she changed her face, but the nurse felt that it was because she had mentioned that young lady. Realizing this, she suddenly realized that the only way to gain a man's attention was to mention the lady, so she continued to sneer, her words sharp. What? Is Mr. Yu also a poor man who can't love? Also, love is not enough? The man's low voice repeated the words, and then, unexpectedly, he pulled out a few smiles. It's unashamed to bring up love after meeting me once. Yu Yanchen did not feel sorry for himself, nor did he feel that he was in love. He and Yu Qing hadn't seen each other for 4 years, and rustiness was inevitable. It's reasonable for him to see her in trouble and help her, and it's reasonable for him to say those things to her, probably because he was upset the woman he once loved the most was responding to another man. Yu Qing took a detour to come out from inside the hospital, and Ruanqiu was already waiting anxiously. Only when she saw Yu Qing come out did she rush up. Hey, guess what I just got in the parking spot? Yu Qing glanced at her faintly, a little distracted, and followed her casual reply. What? That luxury car with a license plate number of all 8s. Ruanqiu was all excited. At that time when I went over, there were people taking selfies around the car. I don't know who the owner is. I guess it must be a greasy middle-aged thug, the kind that doesn't know how many beautiful women have sat on the passenger side. Yu Qing silently raised his eyebrows. Greasy middle-aged thugs and Yu Yanchen couldn't be connected, and as for the co-pilot, she remembered the woman in the box earlier, and the nurse who had just taken the initiative. 4 years ago Yu Yanchen had no one around him but her, and everyone else was afraid of him. Now that he's curbed his grim and violent side, are the women who welcome him like a river? Dirty man. Yu Qing commented on this in his mind. Yeah, well, maybe there's still a disease. Ruanqiu knew that Yu Qing had always disliked gossiping about others behind their backs, and seeing her suddenly being sarcastic about it, she couldn't help but look at her in shock. However, Just as her line of sight glanced towards Yu Qing's side, her entire body was stunned in place. Yu Qing glanced at Ruan Xiao. Tongue cramp? The hospital is right behind. Want to go? Ruan Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pointed to the spot on Yu Qing's shoulder. Behind you, Yu Qing. She followed Nguyen's gaze back and crashed into a pair of deep, dangerous eyes. That's why she's never been one to say anything bad about people that would be retributive. She said that just once and was hit hard with reality. I'm sick? Yu Yanchen silently raised the peak of his eyebrows. He couldn't see any anger in his eyes as he looked at Yu Qing. It was just that he was staring at her like that, making Yu Qing inexplicably feel a little weak. Chapter 26 I'm what you call a thug. Ruan Xiao saw Yu Qing in a daze and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. That, she wasn't talking about you. It's the thug in the car with all 8s on the license plate. She had recognized the man as the young and ruthless general manager Yu. When I was abroad, I often watched the domestic news, and Yu Yanchen's figure always appeared in all kinds of business daily newspapers and headlines. Now that she really saw this man, Nguyen just wanted to scream that God was unfair. Why is such an excellent man still so handsome? This face, even if he enters the entertainment industry, he will definitely be able to mix to the top of the pyramid. It was only then that Yu Yanchen noticed Ruan Xiao, and he narrowed his eyes minutely and unnoticeably. And then, in a low, clear voice, I'm what you call a thug. It was Nguyen's turn to freeze in panic. Yu Qing's mood is not as big as her fluctuations. 1 because she knows that Yu Yanchen is in the hospital and it's normal to come across. And 2 because she feels that what she said is not a big mistake. Isn't it possible to be sick with that many women? But there was no way she could say what was in her heart in front of Yu Yanchen. He just calmly said, it's just a joke. Is Mr. You still serious? I only blame Miss Yu for her words when she said those words. Yu Yanchen faintly hooked his lips. The bottom of his eyes didn't have any smile, but had another kind of deep meaning that was hard to understand. I almost thought that Miss You had slept with me and that's why she was so sure I was sick. Yu Yanchen 188 was born tall, so Yu Qing could only raise his head slightly to meet his line of sight. Her pair of eyes born good-looking, usually look at people when it is like holding water mist, just 2 in different nature and tall figure. Go on not youth but mature partial sexy type, so give a person a kind of soft and cold feeling. Only Yu Qing, after listening to Yu Yanchen's words, blinked as if she was very puzzled and innocent, ruffling people's feathers. The man's breathing tightened slightly. The next second, her confused voice came in slow motion. No? Yu Yanchen's eyes suddenly went deep into the abyss, and he didn't answer. Nguyen, who was standing to one side of the room, said to this, WOC, who could tell her when her precious artist and this reserved big shot had had such a relationship? Why she doesn't know? Was it in the morning when she was sleeping? Is it just in the hospital? No, it's in that car. Ruan Xiao looked at the car in shock, and at the moment had already brainstormed about Yu Qing being bullied. She subconsciously looked at Yu Yanchen, wanting to say something. However, looking at that perfect face and his eyes that always if anything held a cold and wary look, Ruan Xiao still wimped out. Yu Qing just looked at Yu Yanchen like that, quietly waiting for his answer. Yu Yanchen's silence was about half a minute or so. He withdrew his eyes from looking at Yu Qing, his indifferent voice slightly hoarse. It's not good to talk about such topics here. I'll buy you guys dinner. Something flickered past Yu Qing's eyes, and soon, no one caught it. Yu Yanchen is pulling away from the topic. Was he the one who, in those 4 years, had forgotten that she had slept with him before? And that's why he pulled away from the conversation when she said it. No need. I'm not used to eating with outsiders. Yu Qing didn't have any special emotions in her heart, and she said in a light voice. The man's gaze swept over her face. I mean, we can talk about money during lunch. He meant the money for the so-called thank you. Yu Qing frowned and was just about to continue refusing when he saw Ruan Xiao suddenly open his mouth. Okay, fine. Where are we going? Chapter 27, Tang Yi. Yu Qing cast a displeased and puzzled look towards Ruan Xiao. Was it not obvious enough that she rejected the intent? Ruan Xiao returned a firm look to Yu Qing. Mr. Yu, where are we going? Ruan Xiao, must, today, figure out what's going on between Yu Qing and Yu Yanchen. Yu Yanchen had a few shallow smiles stored in the bottom of his eyes, so thin that they were almost invisible. Wherever Yu wants to go, that's where. Yu Qing didn't want to eat with Yu Yanchen, but now it seemed like there was something writing on the tiger. Besides, this one did her a favor not too long ago. She hesitated for a moment, and her eyes fell on the far sister and brother on potato flour. Mr. Yu, are you used to eating potato flour? Yu Qing looked at the man in front of her with a smile in her eyes. Ruan Xiao subconsciously glanced at Yu Qing, and suddenly realized that this black-hearted one in her family was letting General Manager Yu know what to do. What kind of person is Yu Yanchen to let him go eat street-side potato noodles? Qing, let's just go over there. Ruanxiu tried to open her mouth to reverse Yu Qing's mind. Anyway, eating with Yu Yanchen couldn't have been at their expense, so why bother with the potato noodles? Could be. The man's low voice interrupted Nguyen's words. Ruanxiu looked at Yu Yanchen in shock and silently closed her mouth. Yu Qing faintly swept Yu Yanchen a glance. Then go. Yu Yanchen's gaze was deep, and his voice was low. I'll go get the car first. Wait for me. Ha? Yu Qing didn't say anything, just nodded. She didn't actually want to eat the tater tots. The reason she said that, probably a little bit of wanting him to know what to do, and a little bit of the irritation left over from him flinging problems at her in front of the nurse earlier. But now that he's promised, let's eat. Yu Yanchen fetched the car quickly. In the blink of an eye, the Maybach is still an eye-catcher in the remote city, especially with that license plate. Yu Qing clearly noticed the burning eyes of the people around him as he walked over. Nguyen was happy, and went to pull the door of the car with his ass in the air. It turned out not to pull away at all, and the burning eyes of the people around them seemed to change their meaning. Yu Yanchen slowly pulled the window open and looked at Ruanxiu's eyes in a widowed manner. Don't sit in the passenger side, sit in the back. Nguyen then realized, the co-pilot is usually for the woman you love. She hurriedly turned around to pull Yu Qing to sit behind her when she heard Yu Yanchen's low voice ring out again. Yu Qing, come sit in front. Nguyen, she's not human? She glanced back at Yu Qing, and saw that the woman's expression remained the same as usual, only lightly glancing at Yu Yanchen. Calmly, he spoke. I don't want it. Yu Yanchen actually didn't have the intention of her having to sit in the co-pilot's seat, but only out of certain. Seeing that she didn't want to, she let it go. Ruanxiu pulled Yu Qing into the car, and before Yu Qing could sit down, she heard Yu Yanchen's cell phone ring. The man glanced at Yu Qing's face through the rearview mirror before his gaze fell faintly on the cell phone. What is it? I'm outside. Got it. The phone hung up and Yu Yanchen tapped his finger twice on the dark screen. He didn't say anything, but Yu Qing already knew in her heart that this meal would not be eaten, because she saw the caller on his cell phone screen. Tang Yi. Yu Qing retracted her movements to get into the car, her dark pupils gazing at the man's back. Since Mr. Yu has something to do, Ruanxiu and I will leave first. Chapter 28. Is he also the reason why you have depression and anxiety? Yu Yanchen met Yu Qing's line of sight through the rearview mirror, and between his eyes, he nodded slightly. A low voice rang out in the car. I owe you a meal. Double next time. Yu Qing withdrew his gaze, his eyelids drooping slightly. A meal of potato noodles and what double payback? Is she really rare? The ethereal voice spat out a few low words. No need. Nguyen got out of the car before he realized what was going on. Why can't you eat after one phone call? Looking at the far departing silhouette of the black Maybach, her intuition told her that there was something going on here. Did you just hear what was inside Mr. Yu's phone call? Ruanxiu looked at Yu Qing suspiciously. If you didn't hear it, then why did you suddenly get out of the car? No. Yu Qing walked forward slowly, the expression on her face still as calm and indifferent as usual, so much so that Ruanxiu could not even guess what she was thinking right now. Then why did you suddenly get off? Ruanxiu still didn't understand. And Mr. Yu actually agreed? Wasn't he very insistent on having dinner with you? It was too troublesome to explain the twists and turns, and Yu Qing was really too lazy to open his mouth. And is there any reason that must be given for explaining or not explaining the matter? No. I probably wouldn't see that man again anyway, and even if I happened to see him a few times, I'd say hello at most. She also didn't really want Yu Yanchen to infiltrate her circle of friends. There's no reason. I just suddenly didn't feel like eating, so I got off. Yu cleared the black hair behind his ears, the slightly curly hair falling all the way down to his waistline, swaying slightly in the breeze. She didn't have much of an expression when she said those words. Nguyen bristled a bit. So tell me, what did you mean by what you said to him earlier? It's the same thing you said about the two of you sleeping together. Only when she saw Yu Qing's eyes cast over, did she coldly lower her face in a serious manner? As your manager, I have the right to know your relationship history. Yu Qing absently retracted his eyes, and with what Ruanxiu said, his mind uncontrollably reflected deep memories of the past. It was such a young and wild time, and there's something forbidden and exciting about remembering it now. She sighed. Sleeping is sleeping. I was in his car the day of my 18th bar mitzvah. And then she added as if she was afraid that Ruanxiu would mess up her thoughts. It's not this car of his. It's a pretty Thai Maserati. Nguyen is still really in the car. She wanted to go on to ask about some childish topics, but when she saw Yu Qing's calm side face with her sideways glance, it was as if she suddenly thought of something. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth carefully. So the reason why you had depression and anxiety before, when you were abroad, was also because of him? There was a momentary hesitation in Yu Qing's pace towards the front. Just a moment. Not even Ruanxiu noticed. Her hand skimmed in front of her heart. The heart always tightens when I think of that dark phase, mostly because the pain was real. Yu Qing's voice was a bit dull. Whether it's because of him or not is in the past. Right now I just want to do what I need to do, then wait for Dad to get out of jail and leave Yaochang. Ruan Xiao already had 7 or 8 guesses in his mind and didn't open his mouth anymore insensitively. Looking at the potato noodle store close by, she braced herself for a few smiles. Eat first, you'll be full before you can work on what needs to be done. Chapter 29. You're the one she cares about most. Top villa area on the riverside of the remote city. When Yu Yenshin returned to the villa, the door was self-sensing and automatically opened to welcome the owner's return. The villa was empty. The upper, middle and lower floors were luxurious, but they were all for show. Empty, ghostly and cold. Yu Yenshin seemed to have gotten used to this. He reached up and loosened his tie, his bony palms undoing the top 2 buttons of his shirt in one smooth motion, exposing his delicate collarbone, the knot in his throat rolling slightly the moment he angled his head. Taking a sip of the cold water on the table, he placed the computer casually on the table. Open up, soon. The voice of a strange man came from within the computer. Mr. Yu Yenshin hummed, his voice tone cold. Speak. On the computer screen, the man in the white coat, a doctor, was reflected. He frowned slightly as he looked at his hand, not knowing if it was a case or something else. Recently, Ms. Tang's condition has a tendency to get worse. His words had just popped up when he saw Yu Yenshin on the other end of the screen furrow his brows in a fine, unnoticeable frown, causing him to subconsciously hold his breath, not daring to continue. It wasn't until Yu Yenshin's displeased eyes faintly swept over that he continued. 1 week, she was out of control 4 times. When you reported to me last month, it was twice a month. Yu Yenshin lightly tapped the desktop with a puzzled expression. Yes. Even through the screen the doctor detected a suffocating sense of oppression. He gritted his teeth. And, Miss Tang has been having a lot of dreams lately, and in her dreams she reads your name. The doctor thought that Yu Yenshin would more or less fluctuate when he heard this. What I didn't realize was that he was just as calm as he was before, as if what he said didn't attract the slightest bit of interest, or care, to him. Why would you read my name? The man snapped faintly. Probably because, you are the person she cares about the most. The doctor answered honestly. The people who care the most. Is that why you call him when you are not in control? A hidden darkness swept under his eyes, his voice low. What would it take for this condition of hers to ease? The doctor hesitated for a moment, but opened his mouth carefully. Why don't you come here in person? Perhaps Miss Tang will be much relieved after seeing you. It's psychologically sound and could be very helpful to her. Yu Yenshin was silent for a few minutes, which were extraordinarily long in the doctor's eyes. Finally, his indifferent voice said without waves, I know. Keep a good eye on her. If necessary, you can use extraordinary means, and absolutely can't let her touch what she shouldn't touch again. Understand? The doctor immediately nodded his head. Mr. Yu, I have all these in my heart. No sooner had his words left his mouth than the computer in front of him popped up with something else. Mr. Yu is hanging up now? He hasn't answered him yet. If he wants to come see Ms. Tang. The doctor looked at the chart book in his hand, then angled his head to the small white building standing alone not far away. It was as if he saw a single figure, slumped on the windowsill. A silent sigh. Being a doctor, I've seen all kinds of suffering on earth. Hanging up the video call, Yu Yenshin smoothly drew out the red wine in the compartment and poured a full glass. The bright red liquid rolled down his throat, and the corners of his lips were tinted with a slight crimson color, setting off his already reserved posture in a more mysterious manner. His eyes were deep as he gazed out the window a little, more like he wasn't looking at anything, pondering something intently. Half a dozen times, he fumbled for his cell phone and tapped the screen. Chapter 30, The Noble and Arrogant Little Princess Yu. Familiarly, he typed in a string of cell phone numbers, hesitated, and dialed. Before it could ring, he pressed the red end button, drinking the rest of the red wine down in one smooth motion before he lowered his eyes again. The cell phone number is deposited into the empty cell phone book as the only contact. The man's gaze faded to the line of remarks. His remaining light swept over the harsh light from the window, and his mind reflected the way the woman looked at him with a light and unfamiliar frown. Kind of like a ragdoll cat he'd stumbled across earlier. Noble and beautiful, yet arrogant and cool, as if born with the elegant bloodline of nobility in his bones. Soft when pampered, and clear and cold in the past, especially those eyes. Soulful and seductive, though he couldn't remember what she looked like when she was pampered, only what it felt like, trying to leave no stone unturned and bully her until she cries. He looked at his cell phone and rubbed his temples slowly with his fingertips, finally knocked down a few words. Little Princess Yu. Little Princess, isn't it? Even if the downtrodden do not know what happened to the nature of the cold, but to give men a more want to spoil her to let her return to the old days wantonly pampered anger of the mind. It's the kind of treatment that only a little princess deserves. Poor little princess, makes you kinda want to protect. Note well, he tapped on the information screen, sent a message to little Princess Yu. then turned off the screen and went up the stairs as usual. Yu Qing and Wan Xiu were already at the entrance of the Yu family villa when she received Yu Yanshan's message. She thought that it was not good to stay in a hotel with Wan Xiu all the time, and the hotel was quite expensive, and she could not afford this kind of consumption as her current savings lasted only $70,000 to $80,000, so he was ready to go back to the Yu family villa to live. This place is now not the center of the remote city, but the house is not bad, living quite good. Standing in the doorway before he could enter, he heard his cell phone ring. She clicked on it, and when she saw the contents, her hand squeezing the cell phone handset tightened before she grunted and shoved it back into her pocket without even returning it. Gwyn looked over at her. Who sent you that message? No one. Just a boring man. Yu Yanshan sent him a picture of him and then attached a sentence. My private cell phone number. Photo saved as an avatar. I don't want you to ask who I am when you answer the phone. She didn't want to answer his calls, much less look at his pictures, though that picture was indeed quite handsome. Her first thought when she looked at it was, which boy band is this coming out of? It's going to explode when it looks like this for sure. He was wearing an ink-colored suit, sitting in the car. Bony hands fell on the steering wheel, slightly angled jaw looking at the road ahead. The bottom of the eyes bright seems to have a fire. A closer look but like dusty 10,000 years of ice. The lens is pulled very close. The nose is high and three-dimensional. There is a kind of arrogant juvenile sense, but also not less that a mature man's mystery and maturity. No wonder there are so many peach blossoms around. With such a woeful face, she was pulling her suitcase to walk into the villa when her cell phone rang again. Yu Qing didn't want to look at it, and Wan Xiu coughed twice from the side as if he had sensed something. The message still needs to be returned in seconds. It's an attitude. In case the other party is some big shot, we can't afford to offend them now. It is indeed a big deal, and it is also true that you can't afford to offend. Yu Qing hesitated for a moment, but still took out her cell phone. She had already thought about how to dismiss Yu Yanshan's words and how to confront him with cold words. However, the person who came with the message was not Yu Yanshan. From Mr. Wang, M.S. You, if you don't want to be the second female role, it's fine if you don't want to act anymore. What I don't lack here is hardworking and progressive female artists. Don't put a face on it for me here. Chapter 31, Pulling Yu Yanshan's Blackout. Yu Qing furrowed his brows, a little puzzled. She turned her phone sideways to show Gwyn. Director Wang? Wan Xiu didn't understand either and looked puzzled. Have we messed with Director Wang lately? What does Mr. Wang mean by this? If she knew, would she have to show her who's the manager and who's the artist? Yu Qing skimmed Wan Xiu and put the phone back. She was about to message Director Wang back when she saw another message pop up on her phone. This time, it's the big guy Gwyn's talking about. Yu Yanshan sent her a picture. This time not of him. Instead, a pink love letter. As soon as the picture loaded out, Yu Qing's hand shook all of a sudden. She subconsciously clicked the picture open to take a look at it, and then extremely quickly deleted it from the chat log, as if she was afraid of who would see it. She did fear being seen, and neither could Gwyn. Before Yu Qing could reply, another message popped up from Yu Yanshan's side. There are 100 of my virtues hidden in here. M.S. You, remember who wrote it? Yu Qing, this shameless dead scum. Qing, why are your ears so red? Wan Xiu looked at her suspiciously. Yu Qing tucked the phone down and touched her somewhat hot earlobe. It's nothing, blown by the wind. She dropped her eyes in a blush. She had written this to him after she had been with him and she hadn't realized that he still had it. There were 100 of his virtues written in it, and Yu Qing's scalp felt numb with flesh even thinking about it now. Like what is there? You have eyes I love. Eyelashes I love. Every bone I love. She gritted her teeth and edited a sentence in the chat box to send it. Roll. Can you be any more shameless? After the message was sent over, Yu Qing directly pressed out the cell phone screen with force. She pulled up her suitcase and was just about to move on when this time the person on the other end of the phone called directly. Yu Qing took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Without good humor, he directly taunted over. Are you out of your mind? You're also overturning old scores from hundreds of years ago? It seems that Mr. Yu doesn't love the white moonlight in his heart that much, and he still has time to humiliate me after flirting with others? Yes, she blames Yu Yanshan's behavior as a form of humiliation for her. The stupidity of her treating scumbags like the perfect man back then, liking them so much that she thought she'd come across someone she could white-knuckle her way through, would be an insult to her in the present day. Yu Qing waited for a while, but the person on the other end of the phone didn't reply. She was just about to hang up straight away when she heard a loud roar coming from Yu Qing. I think you're the one with a brain problem. Who are you calling shameless and who are you telling to get lost? I think you don't want to do this drama anymore, right? It's been 2 hours since we started shooting and you're still not here, so why don't you call me names? Well, I can't afford a big shot like you on my crew. Get the hell out of here. Yu Qing. She had heard who the furious voice on the other end of the line belonged to, but isn't it Wang Wan's? Director Wang hung up the phone directly after some outbursts of anger. and Yu Qing looked at the message interface on his cell phone and silently calmed down. She sent the message she sent to Yu Yenshin to Director Wang. Director Wang got angry and called her, and she went straight at him. Although he was thinking of him as Yu Yenshin, but it's not like Wang Guan could think differently. He only felt that she was scolding him. But Director Wang said filming has already started for 2 hours? Didn't Wing Guin tell her filming wouldn't start until tomorrow? This agent, Yu Qing, had a bit of a headache. Looking at Ruan Xiao, who was standing with a dumbfounded look on his face, Yu Qing dragged his suitcase into the villa. The villa was a bit cluttered and it took a lot of effort for her to organize it. The outside walls are ready to be repainted later and restored to their former appearance. After coming down from the bedroom, she sat quietly on the sofa, her dark hair softly draped over her shoulders, lending a slim and dusty appearance. Her spine straightened as she looked out the window at the blue sky and smoked a lady's cigarette out. The slender cigarette was clamped on her slender fingers, and Yu Qing picked up the cell phone again as the smoke curled up. First thing, pulled the blackout on Yu Yenshin and didn't say another word. This obscure man didn't need to live in her cell phone. The second thing. Chapter 32, the heart is easy to get but hard to keep. She had an appointment with Wang Guan at the Imperial Palace. Just the two of them. Tonight, at 12 o'clock. I won't see you there. The Imperial Palace is not the same as the Beauty Palace. The latter is a meal and banquet, while the former is a hotel. After Yu Qing sent the message to Wang Dong did not reply in seconds. Even he replied after a long time. But Yu Qing was in no hurry at all. What she knew, Director Wang must return. Just as Director Wang knew that she must not lose the role. Yu Qing absolutely cannot lose this role. Absolutely not. The cigarette had long since burned out, but she pinched it for a long time. A very faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she looked at Director Wang's promised reply. Opened Baidu and typed in a woman's name. Soon, hundreds of millions of messages and topics about women popped up below. She seems to have picked up a new movie recently. A marketing number on Weibo said that after she finished this movie, she would probably be at the top of the entertainment industry and no one could shake her. Can no one shake it? Yu Qing rubbed the woman's beautiful and delicate face on the cell phone screen. His gaze slightly straightened, as if he was thinking about something through the woman's face. Ruan Xiao came afterward and asked Yu Qing why Director Wang was angry, and Yu Qing just blandly said that she had gotten the wrong start date. Guin rushed to check his memo, and when he saw it, he had really gotten it wrong. She was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying, and Yu Qing didn't coax her, but just drew her eyebrows in front of the mirror with an expressionless face, until Ruan Xiao looked at her back with tears in her eyes and softly said, I swear I'll never get something like this wrong next time. She knows Yu Qing takes this role very seriously, though she doesn't know why I do. But getting something so important wrong and even making Director Wang angry was her sole responsibility. It was clear that she was the agent, and she was even 3 years older than Yu Qing. But everything seemed to be handled by Yu Qing in silence, as if she was just a troublemaker for her. Realizing this, Guin's eyes brushed with tears. She held out a couple fingers to her ear. Next time I make a mistake, I'll jump off the building myself. The woman in the mirror with pure features but cool and obscure temperament faintly turned her eyes. The villa has 2 floors. You can't die even if you stand on the roof and jump off. Guin bit his lip. Yu Qing was really angry. Then before she could finish her words, Yu Qing stood up, slowly painting the last color on her lips. Her innocent features were suddenly dyed with a bit of richness, living like a small fox that had just cultivated into an adult. I don't need you to die. Yu Qing's gaze fell pensively on the tears on Ruan Xiao's face. Much less do I want to see your tears. I'm just trying to remind you of your beginnings. Who told me in the beginning that she wanted to be the best agent and produce the best and brightest stars? And who pleaded with me in the dead of night to trust her, to choose her? I believe it, I choose it. But she forgot her beginnings in the day-to-day life and became someone who went against her own beginnings. The cold wind whistled up and blew the veil around the window. Yu Qing just stood quietly in front of the mirror, which reflected her back. She wore a black backless dress with delicate lifelike butterfly bones, like a perfect painting. Taking a few steps forward, Yu Qing stroked down the tears on Ruan Xiao's face. I'm leaving, don't cry, it's ugly. Guin stood frozen in place until the sound of the door closing sounded. She snapped back as if from a dream and looked at the already closed door with a dazed expression. Yu Qing, just by his own determined initial thoughts did he get out of his horrible depression? Her original intention, what was it? So many years later, Guin could still recall this scene from his youth as he sat in his office. His eyebrows arched as he watched the woman on the screen. Not everyone can meet Yu Qing. She's too lucky. Chapter 33, This Girl's Gold Master. A physical function problem? The Imperial Mansion was situated in the center of the remote city. If the Beauty Mansion was a place used by the upper-class nobles to socialize and spend their time, then the Imperial Mansion would be a deeper level of pastime. The deeper meaning of this is in everyone's mind. Yu Qing made a decision in his mind as he got out of the cab. She's going to buy a car. Whatever it is, for sure. I haven't been back to remote city in a few years, and the fare for a cab ride has doubled. Drawing a few red ones for the driver. The driver quietly glanced at Yuqing the moment he took the money. As a result, she was caught by Yuqing, who looked at the driver spying on her with a detached brow. There are counterfeit bills? The driver rubbed his nose and shook his head a little blushingly. Girl, I just think that if you're so pretty, there's actually a way out if you don't go to Imperial Manor. To come to Dijuang in the middle of the night dressed like this. The driver is treating Yuqing as a woman for sale. The driver was actually not a good person, but he inexplicably wanted to say this to Yuqing when he saw him. It's in a man's nature to possibly persuade prostitutes to go over to the good side. Yuqing also guessed from the driver's words and expression what he was thinking right now, but she didn't go out of her way to explain, just gently stroking his somewhat messy hair. Thank you. Wait here for me for about 15 minutes if you can. Taizhou isn't good for cabs and I have to get back. 15 minutes? The driver twitched his lips. This girl's gold digger, a physically challenged one? Yuqing was too lazy to explain and nodded. Is that okay? Give you a raise. The driver allowed it to go down, watching the woman's distant back, the lines of her back perfect and mysterious in the obscurity of the night. He felt the bills in his hand and was about to stuff them in his wallet when he heard a knock on the car window. He subconsciously assumed it was the young lady who had just left, and when he looked up, it was a male. What is your relationship with the woman who just went to the Imperial Mansion? The man's voice was icy cold, and there was a clear question in his tone. The driver froze. Is this the second gold master coming to arrest someone? Or the woman's husband or boyfriend? Looking at the man dressed in a way that was not to be messed with, the driver rushed to clear the air. I have nothing to do with her at all. She just asked me to wait for her here, and in a while she'll come out with a bad taxi and have to take my car back. The man frowned. Did she tell you what she went in for? The driver smiled awkwardly. This is Dijuang. It's late at night. Why ask knowingly not? The man gritted his teeth fiercely. Then surely she didn't tell you which compartment she went to? As the words fell from his lips, he straightened his slightly bent body and was about to head towards Dijuang. Instead, the driver pulled away and squeezed the man's shoulder. I just overheard a message on her cell phone. The room number she booked should be 607. When the man didn't say anything, he coughed blushingly. Are you her husband or boyfriend? Your watch is worth $1 million. Why let her come out and run around again? Such a beautiful girl should be hidden at home in a proper place. Fu Moe looked at the driver's somewhat embarrassed face and snorted disdainfully in his heart. This Yuqing is really a restless goblin. She can hook up with the driver even when she's riding in a car. What do you care if she's out running around or sleeping at home? Drive your car. As the words fell, he turned straight toward Imperial Palace, leaving the driver to touch his face in embarrassment. Yeah, what's he talking about? Chapter 34, Going to the Banquet Alone. Yuqing entered the Imperial Mansion and couldn't wait to appreciate the luxury of the Imperial Mansion before hurriedly taking her room card and getting on the elevator. The elevator closed, and she looked at herself in the mirror inside the elevator, her black hair falling to her waist, the hair on the side of her face curled slightly, and her positive red lipstick was extraordinarily vibrant. The black, backless dress and tight, silver-white heels were like exquisite works of art. Deepen your breath in the silence. Squeezing the handle of her handbag, she reached down to feel its contents. The fingertips were cold and the eyes were temperatureless. Ding dash. The doors to the elevator opened. Yuqing glanced down at the door number on her cell phone and familiarly found the room she had booked. The door was opened with the room card and the room was pitch black, but there was a very light scent coming from it, barely audible, probably from the air freshener in the room. Hasn't Mr. Wang come yet? She took a few steps forward, trying to find the switch to turn on the light. Just behind him was a click and the door to the room was closed. The strong smell of alcohol swept through the room. Yuqing subconsciously frowned and took a few steps back towards the back, but her body was pressed against the cold wall. The evening gown she wore today was empty from the waistline up, her back completely against the wall, and a chill spread throughout her body. MS. You? It was the voice of the king's director. A little drunkenly slurred. She was wearing such a seductive long dress, but she didn't realize that Director Wang didn't turn on the lights. Without the lights on, she couldn't take control of the initiative. The king's guide stepped forward, her instincts telling her the man's obese body was just around the corner. Subconsciously, he reached out his hand, just in time to block Director Wang's approaching movements. She came in from outside, her hands cold, but the place where her hands were against them was scorching hot and made her feel a little sick. Suppressing the rejection in her heart, Yuqing was expressionless in the darkness, but softened her voice. Director Wang, how long have you been waiting for me? As soon as Wang Guan heard this voice, he simply felt that his soul was plunged into extreme bliss. Beauty, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You have to make it up to me. I don't think he's lying. He's been here a long time, so he's bored and drinking. So drunk, you're slurring your words. Yuqing clutched her handbag a little tighter, and her hand against Wang Guan slowly loosened its strength. In fact, It does not matter if you do not turn on the light. To deal with a man like Director Wang, who has no intelligence or reasoning when the word color is on his head, do you still need to use color? Director Wang, what's your hurry? Yu Qing's voice was soft, deriving a seductive/humanizing meaning in the closed and quiet room. When Wang Guan heard her voice now, he felt that he could even give him his life. At that previous banquet, he was not able to get his way after being drunk by Yu Qing, and his heart was angry for a long time. So yesterday he deliberately made a big deal out of it, with the aim of making Yu Qing desperate and actively looking for him. Who would have thought? This woman is really capable of sacrificing everything for her role and did contact him. He couldn't wait all day today. The dusty and high-flying beauty did everything she could to flatter him. And well, Director Wang enjoyed it. Beauty, let's not waste time, shall we? Wang Guan laughed lowly. His laughter was extraordinarily nasty. Director Wang, I don't want to be here. Chapter 35, The Little White Lotus Yume. Where did Wang Guan have the brain to think about why Yu Qing was so obedient? He seemed to have completely forgotten how he had gotten himself drunk earlier at the beauty village. It extended to the interview a long time ago, and how he embarrassed Yu Qing and was made to lose face by Yu Qing. The only thing that's probably going through his head right now is, I'm going to be in heaven today. Okay, wherever you say go then. Be good and I promise to make you happy. Well, and that too role of the second female. As long as you make me happy too, then it's yours for sure and no one can take it away from you. Really? But what if you lie to me? In the darkness, Yu Qing's face was expressionless, the tone of the rippers, but the temperature under his eyes was cold and piercing. As soon as Wang Guan clutched Yu Qing's hand, the latter's slippery hand was like a fish inside the water, cunningly fleeing away. He was on fire but had no choice but to reach for his own cell phone. Baby, you can tweet from my phone right now and tell everyone that you're the second female. Is that okay? The words fell out of his mouth and he was about to kiss it. Yu Qing wordlessly took a few steps to the side, and Wang Guan's kisses, which smelled of strong alcohol, immediately fell short. He was already a bit annoyed, but because he hadn't reached his goal yet, he kept a bit of peace with Yu Qing. What else do you want? As long as I can do it, I will promise you as much as I can. Okay? Director Wang is angry at this? Did you just want to ignore me after? With me? Yu Qing's voice inexplicably tickled one's bones, feigning anger as she pushed Wang Guan with a hard push. The man who was older and still all fat was instantly pushed backward, not knowing where he had hit, and let out a grunt of pain. Yeah, I didn't mean to. What happened to you, Director Wang? Yu Qing rushed forward and pressed the light while he was still in pain. The lights came on at first, and the king's guide turned out to have been impatiently stripping himself barefoot long ago. He painfully covered his back waist. In fact, Yu Qing did not know what part of it was in the end. All the fat, she really could not really see. When the intense pain disappeared, Wang Guan gritted his teeth and was about to find Yu Qing in trouble. The latter, however, had behaved himself and sat down on a sofa to one side. Beautiful woman, with a long black delicate dress, she seemed to be exquisitely perfumed even to the tips of her hair. She was looking at him with pity and tears in her eyes. Her cherry red lips pursed slightly. Yu Qing performed her own harmful and unaware little white lotus persona to the fullest. Director Wang, you're so mean. Director Wang, I don't know why, but the anger inside his chest was gone in a flash. He even tried to comfort Yu Qing so that she wouldn't feel aggrieved. When did he become such a spoiled woman? Forget it, you didn't mean it. Director Wang rubbed his waist and stood up. He was about to say something when he saw Yu Qing take out a document from inside the bag he was carrying. Mr. Wang, let's sign the contract first before we talk about anything else. Well, it's not another document. It's a contract for the role to go to me. Of course, there's something else mixed in there. Wang Guan had a feeling at the moment that he seemed to have fallen into a pit, but looking at Yu Qing's innocent and pure face, he couldn't imagine that she would have other thoughts. Going up and taking a brief look at the document, Director Wang signed his name after a moment of contemplation. Good girl, just do as you're told and I'll give you anything you want. Leader Wang's voice was low, and the words that came out of his mouth made Yu Qing get goosebumps. If Yu Yenshin had said this in his place, well, it was very provocative. It's just a shame that even a flirt is a scumbag. What does she want with him? Yu Qing touched Wang Guide's dragon-filled name on the document and smiled towards him with narrowed eyes. Director Wang, have a glass of water first? The fun is all behind us in a while. Wang Guan raised his eyebrows, seemingly surprised that Yu Qing was so relaxed. There's still fun to be had? Turn off the lights first. I have a surprise for you. Leader Wang beautifully drank a large glass of water, and ran ass-kickingly to turn off the lights. Yu Qing watched his running movements and snorted silently. All these rich men don't pay attention to body management. They are full of fat and still think they are attractive. I don't know where they get their big faces. Just can't be as. Yu Qing's thoughts suddenly stopped, as if she had thought of something she shouldn't have, and frowned unhappily. Just can't be like Kazuno. Director Wang turned off the lights and they dimmed abruptly. She swept the darkness around her and silently pulled the last item from her handbag. Well, it was the same thing that she had just added to the inside of Guide Wang's water cup that Kazuno had given her earlier. Previously, she still resented Feng Yi for giving her so many messy things. Was she thinking that she was not entering the entertainment industry but the espionage industry? But now she was immensely glad that she had not thrown away the things Feng Yi had given her as scraps. When this is over, thank him. Director Wang had already trotted all the way over with joyful extra anticipation. He reached out to touch Yu Qing's face, but the cold iron suddenly landed on his wrist. What's this? There was some weight on his wrist, and Wang Guan's mind moved slightly. You guess. Yu Qing's voice was so cheerful. And then there was a crisp thud as she locked the chain onto Wang Guan's hand with superbly unexpected ease. Luckily the chains are extended. Wang Guide interpreted the cheerfulness in Yu Qing's tone as another meaning, and at that moment, his entire body rolled. Chains? He had guessed what was on his hand and associated it with another play. You? I can't imagine that you're so innocent and pretty on the surface, but you're so good at playing behind your back? Wang Guan's body was filled with hot blood flowing against the current, and he was completely unable to control his excitement. Probably. Yu Qing shallowly hooked his lips in the darkness. Then hurry up baby, I'll match you. Presumably the medicine had taken effect, and Wang Guan didn't know it. He only felt that his head was in a trance, obviously in the dark, but he seemed to see the hazy look of Yu Qing's tearful eyes. Wang Guan is a man who really doesn't have much of a brain, provided it's in front of a woman. The long sex dress that Yu Qing had specially worn in order to perform her beauty trick didn't seem to be doing much good, and she sighed a little regretfully. Looking at the time on my cell phone, it was already 12 in the morning. Sent a message to an unfamiliar number. Still not here. Don't tell me it's a traffic jam in the middle of the night. Received a quick reply. Here it is. Sorry, just got something. This thing was intriguing. Yu Qing didn't know what it was, but she doubted that Wang Guan would be able to stand it. After all, it wasn't just anyone she called out to. Soon there was a knock on the door. Taking advantage of the cell phone light, Yu Qing saw that Director Wan was already covered in sweaty insanity, and what Feng Yi had given her was pretty strong. She walked slowly up to the door, which had just opened. Blinding lights, crowds of restless people, the piercing screams of men and women, and the burning eyes of people falling on her. Yu Qing's mind went blank for a moment, just a moment, and she immediately reacted to close the door for her. But the people outside the door looked like they were going crazy trying to push their way inside, and her hand closing the door was pressed back so hard that the pain made her face go white. Chapter 36. The harsh light from the camera taking pictures made it impossible to open one's eyes, and Director Wang vaguely snapped out of his daze and struggled, only to fall under the table. Yu Qing was stabbed by the flash and subconsciously closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, a large crowd of people appeared in front of him. The microphone was held up in front of her eyes, and a strange but sarcastic face filled with sarcasm emerged. We received a tip-off that a woman and Director Wang met at a hotel late at night. Are you Director Wang's girlfriend? But Director Wang just said in an interview last month that he has no intention of wanting to date a girlfriend in the near future. So are you an artist under Director Wang? I've heard that it's stopping popular to have a luminous script now. Before Yu Qing could come back to his senses, a series of hair-raising questions were thrown at him pointedly. The reporter holding the microphone of the Entertainment Daily sign spoke with sarcasm mixed in subtlety, ruffled his short clean hair, and looked at Yu Qing with a smile on his face. Oh, the luminous script. It's the act of being inside a hotel in the middle of the night without any clothes on for the lines. It's a very dedicated behavior. As if he didn't see Yu Qing slowly changing eyes and expression, the reporter continued without mercy. Who told you to come? Yu Qing did not move and draped the bathrobe from the hotel over his body. His face was a lot uglier than just now, but it was not yet in a state to say that he was in a state of anger. She blinked slightly at her eyes, which were a little dry from the burning light, and gazed pensively at the sharp-tongued reporter in front of her. The reporter seems to be the first time to see caught in the subterranean rules still so calm girls. Usually they shoot all or hiding inside the nest dare not come out, or is splashing and rolling and making a fuss. In front of this calm and rational questioning, is indeed very rare. It's just a shame that what good does it do to be rare, and what good does it do to have character? Still not a cousin who easily sells her body for roles for money? The reporter snorted coldly. We are the messengers of justice. Exposing the dirty behavior inside the entertainment circle. This is our responsibility as reporters. You only have one choice now. Give a good account of your improper relationship with Mr. Wang. If you don't tell me honestly, I might hand you over to the police/cops. After all, this kind of behavior of yours can probably already constitute an illegal transaction, right? What a nice phrase about a messenger of justice. Yu Qing was almost about to believe it. If she hadn't seen on the news before that an actress who had just made her debut not long ago had been made to jump out of a building by them with these "we say it's true." You have to admit it even if you haven't done it words. What kind of a thing are you to make me be honest with you? Thinking about this matter, Yu Qing's eyes instantly lost patience when he looked at this female reporter. She stood almost on her toes, with countless reporters in front of her, each with cameras and recorders in their hands, obviously prepared. The flash never stopped in the room, which was cramped by the crowd. Obviously it should be an awkward scene. Yu Qing's calm and collected stance, as well as her beautiful dress and perfect makeup, made it seem as if these reporters were not here to take pictures of the scandal, but as if they were here to take magazine portraits of her. Realizing this, the media, who already looked down on these women in the entertainment industry, cajoled. There has to be an explanation for dressing so beautifully and demurely in the middle of the night for the public. Do you think she can explain it? On the surface calm, probably in the heart has long been panicked to death, looks face to face, is probably a want to rely on the backdoor debut of the shameless. Notice so right. I want to let her before the debut of the stink of it. Chapter 37, False News from Mr. Yu. Come on, maybe they're not stars. They're room service provided by a hotel. A jumble of jeers filled the room, and a smile spread across the eyes of the sharp, clean-looking reporter. Even if you don't tell us who you are, soon we will find out. Of course, not only your identity, but also your ancestors. For example, if your father is a thief, and if your mother is a sellout. When she said this, she seemed to have some ruthlessness, so obediently get out of the way. We want to shoot the king director, not you, a not red, not black ordinary citizen who strips naked and no one looks at you. The obvious sarcasm behind her didn't make Yu Qing angry. It was only the first half of her sentence that made Yu Qing frown in a fine, unnoticeable way. Her father certainly wasn't a thief, and even if he hadn't lost his identity, flinging it out would still scare the hell out of people. But the father was still in prison, and if it did come to light, the hacks who had nothing better to do all day would surely massively pull a bunch of talking points, like the son born of a rat makes holes and other foul-smelling remarks. She hadn't forgotten the purpose of her return. Yu Qing's brows furrowed tightly. She definitely couldn't let her photos be exposed. The people you're looking for aren't here. She lifted her eyes lightly and swept a circle around her. So now get out one by one while I don't care about your unqualified bashing. As the words fell, Yu Qing's remaining light swept a glance at the unconscious wine guide who had fallen under the table, and he took a step forward without moving. The long black dress wound around, just enough to hide the light under the table. Luckily, this dumbass can fall, and fell under the table before the media came in. So in fact, none of these media actually noticed Director Wang. Impossible. A cold snort came from the crowd. We received exact information. We definitely didn't make a mistake. So, Yu Qing calmly picked up a bottle of water from the table and mildly unscrewed it, his gaze falling on the crowd rather than on a particular person's face. Did you see a second person inside my room? There wasn't a second person other than you maggots. Was there? There was hidden anger on the faces of the group called maggots. Even more have gone into the bathroom to try and find something, but of course to no avail. Even the quilt on the bed hadn't been moved, and there was only Yu Qing's handbag and a document on the table. It's like it's really just a room for a woman who lives alone. Is it hard to believe that we're really going the wrong way? Impossible. Who was the one who gave us the news you forgot? How could he give us false news? Yu Qing knew that someone had given them information. Otherwise, how could so many well-prepared media reporters have appeared? Get to the real place while it's still early. I'm happy tonight and I'll let you guys off the hook for going to the wrong room. Yu Qing elegantly and calmly stroked the delicate silver flower earrings on the side of her ear. Someone with sharp eyes saw what her earrings looked like and gasped. And then the words that came out of his mouth were like flat-out thunder. Have you guys seen her earrings? 10 years ago Mr.'s out-of-print model. There's only one pair, and it was rumored to have been auctioned off for $10 million 10 years ago. $10 million? A pair of earrings? Holy, isn't it really the wrong place to go? Would such a rich woman even look at Director Wang? Just by looking at this woman's demeanor and looks I thought she must have a background. Damn it, Yu Yenshin actually gave us fake news? Why? Chapter 38. She returned a smile. Do you deserve it? Maybe he has a grudge against this woman, so he's using us to make her uncomfortable. I'm kind of convinced. Simply did not expect Yu Yenshin's secretary to call us for what? In the middle of the night for nothing. Damn. Still can't write Yu Yenshin's black material. Wu Ji mackerel. The reporters' voices were not small, and Yu Qing listened quietly with a clear brow. When he heard the 3 words Yu Yenshin, he just pinched the water as if it was tightened, but did not show the slightest in front of the media door. Someone had already gone quietly. The crowd was still a ravenous mass, and the short-haired woman standing in front of her still stood upright. What? Still all stuck around? Want to take a set of HD portraits of my earrings? Sorry, not allowed. A clear trace of mockery swept under Yu Qing's eyes, and he just locked eyes with the woman. The latter's face was unsightly, and she had certainly heard the voices of the reporters talking behind her, especially the $10 million earrings. Yu Qing had been positioned as a shameless 18th line, but now she suddenly reversed her position and became a rich white beauty with power and influence. All she felt was a burning pain in her face, and she clenched the microphone in her hand in shame and irritation. I'm familiar with all of the famous women in Yaochang. When have I ever seen someone like you? Do you really think you're a princess just because you're wearing an inferior imitation? Yu Qing had left remote city for 4 years, and the circle of rich people back then and the circle of rich people now had long since changed waves after waves. Besides, she had kept a low profile before, and it was normal for reporters not to recognize her. Speaking as if you've seen the real thing, Yu Qing narrowed her eyes and hooked her lips in mockery. What if what I'm carrying is real? How about suing you for libel? Or, the offensive insult is fine. This reporter friend, what do you think? The short-haired woman's face paled for a moment. The staff following her behind had already gone up to pull her. Even if she had no shame in arguing with people here, they still wanted it. Obviously is jealous to death, but also here mouth hard. Not just cannot see 18 line suddenly become a rich girl, not to mention that people are not 18 line. This temperament of this family background, for fear of not which hermit family's big lady. The short-haired woman glared unwillingly at the staff behind her, but took the step they gave her and prepared to turn and leave. Don't let me catch you in the act. As she turned around, she made a mock threat. Yu Qing doesn't care. It's just a reporter on an acid trip. She returned a smile. Do you deserve it? The implication was that she had a handle on her that she didn't deserve to grab in her current position. The reporter's breath almost came out in exasperation. The woman had always had a light brow and looked uncontested, but every word that came out poked her in the heart. It's true that she doesn't like her status as an entertainment reporter and is bent on squeezing her way up to the level of a political and business journalist. A subtle sound came from under the table, and Yu Qing ruffled the black hair on the side of her ear with her face unchanged. Subtly pulling the hem of her skirt, she covered the table thoroughly. The reporter didn't notice Yu Qing's small movements, and was pulled by the person beside him towards the door with great displeasure. Seeing that the leaders were leaving, the crowd made a gesture to disperse. The moment the door to the room opened, a woman ran panting, reaching for the doorframe. He held a black bag inside his hand. As she caught her breath and looked up, she looked over her shoulder and saw the big scene in front of her, and the black bag in her hand fell to the ground in a flash. The contents, too, were scattered all over the place. Chapter 39, Disgust. Yu Qing stood at the innermost part of the room and could not actually see what was happening outside. These people were covered in layers and she couldn't see them. Besides, she had no choice but to stand where she was now. At the moment, she heard the popping and clamor of the crowd, and even if she was guessing, she guessed that something was happening again. What else could be going on? What a disaster. Rubbing his temples with some headache, he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, flashing lights, microphones, and women with disdain and mockery clear on their faces swept over him again. I can't see that you are actually a changed TAI on the surface? Yu Qing felt a raw pain inside her brain. None of your business? The short-haired woman wasn't angry. She just laughed. She picked up the black bag that the woman had left on the floor earlier. There's not really much stuff in there. Rope, some kind of dirty oil, little boxes of contraceptives, and little business cards? The short-haired daughter looked at Yu Qing with a smile and shook her hand as she cupped the business card. Not only are you but you're calling out for a lady. Do you know that's against the law? Yu Qing didn't say anything with an ironic expression on his face. She had called out for the young lady to serve Wang Guan, and now, although she had tossed Wang Guan's sanity unclear with what Feng Yi had given her, how could this easily fool Wang Guan? Get the lady, have the lady replace her, and she'll sleep next to him the next day. So the role is there and there's less hassle on the set. Originally, this was the safest way to go. Yu Yenshin's appearance disrupted all of this. Yu Qing's face was unattractive and remained silent, so the short-haired woman naturally thought that she was irrefutable. She looked at Yu Qing with disdain. A vindictive pleasure derived in her heart, looking at Yu Qing as if she was looking at something dirty. I just told you, don't let me catch you in the act, and you got all high and mighty and said something like, that I'm not worthy? Oh, I am indeed unworthy. Unworthy to touch your nasty ass. The flashbulbs were blinding, and the woman's expression was grim as she commanded the men behind her. If we can't shoot Director Wan's material today, we can't go home empty-handed, can we? A rich young lady who can afford 10 million earrings, shouting for a lady in the middle of the night in Imperial Palace. Ha! It's really funny. Probably no man wants her, or she was abandoned by a man and only dares to look for a woman. Women can't look at her either, so they can only look for a lady. Shoot, and after you're done, find out properly what kind of big lady she is. Yu Qing took a deep breath. The flashing lights she could get used to. This short-haired woman was unbearably annoying, but it was all, indeed, hard to explain, and even if it were explained it would not take her out of it altogether. It was an irritating feeling she rarely had anymore. Why? Is this the way to get your identity exposed and put all your affairs on hold and involve your father? Yu Qing took a deep breath as a strange emotion welled up in his heart. She remembered what her psychiatrist, Pete, had told her before she returned home. You are the strongest woman I have ever met. And as a doctor I did nothing to help your condition. You saved yourself. However, the rescue is only temporary. You've only suppressed the pain in your heart and suicidal tendencies with rationality. You're not completely cured, and the collapse emotion may cage you into the abyss at any time. MS. Do you really want to return to China? Yu Qing replied with, yes. Now this feeling, was the abyss calling her? Yu Qing narrowed his eyes. His body was as if he had no bones, soft but powerful. His clothes and skirt hung thinly on his body, but he looked out of this world, sweeping a circle with his gaze at the despised, disgusted, and repulsed eyes of the people around him. He leered and snorted. The abyss was nothing. How could she, Yu Qing, fall here? You've got 3 seconds to delete what's in the camera and forget about it and get out. Those who don't, I'll remember all of your faces, and this incident today will be the beginning of your miserable lives. Chapter 40. Never in this life will you live in the light with a straight face. Her threats fell on everyone's ears as an impotent rage after a moment of irritation. There are so many people here. You can't pursue them one by one. Even if you want to pursue one by one, with this financial strength and manpower and arrogance, the whole remote city is only Yu Yanchen. But Yu Yanchen was the one who framed her. So how could he be willing to help her? Chuckle. Made me laugh out loud. Middlebrow rhetoric. A simpleton with a brain that hasn't grown up. If she's good in the head, how can she find a lady? And not afraid of getting a disease. Little girls nowadays are really. The short-haired woman just looked at Yu Qing with a smile this time, quietly listening to the reporters behind her. Hear that? Everyone thinks you're not in your right mind. And yeah, how can someone in their right mind say something so brain-dead? You're the one who made the mistake. And you're the one who threatened people. Didn't you have to sue me before? Can I also sue you for threatening? Why don't you say anything? Mute. A strong feeling of exhilaration stretched through her, a mood that only arose every time she caught the darkness behind the ostensibly glamorous and beautiful star. Cynical about wealth, she admits. These are people who don't deserve wealth and status and looks. The flash burned and the sound of the shutter being pressed resonated through the room. Yu Qing lowered her head, not being able to see her complexion too clearly. Half a dozen times, she fumbled with her cell phone. The short-haired woman had been watching her, and now that she saw this action, alarm bells went off in her mind. Subconsciously, she was about to reach out and snatch her cell phone. What she didn't expect was that one of her hands had only just cupped the upper part of the phone, and in the next second, her wrist was clutched fiercely by someone. The pain caused her to instantly blanch, and Yu Qing expressionlessly squeezed her arm until her entire body showed a tendency to tilt sideways. You let go of me. Yu Qing coldly swept her a glance and let go of her hand. She's a clean freak. Yu Qing's sudden release caused the woman's body, which was already tilted sideways due to the pain, to lose its fulcrum and all of a sudden fell face first to the ground. There was a momentary silence in the crowd before a louder clamor erupted. Shocker! A rich girl hurt a righteous reporter out of irritation. Topics like this tend to be a favorite of their entertainment journalists. They don't need to know the truth. They just need the hot heat. The short-haired woman had taken a nasty fall, and her nose hurt so much that her features twisted up. Ken got up from the floor with the microphone, but then he looked over his shoulder and saw the dark figure under the table. Because of the shock, pupils contracted slightly, but then a wry smile appeared because of another emotion. That's what she said. Why was there contraception in that bag? 2 women. Still need birth control? So that's it, 3 people? If this topic is blown out, that young lady is not even a problem. But Director Wang and this woman. This life will not want to live in the light in a dignified manner. The woman rose from the ground, her body askew. The smile at the corners of his lips, however, was grim and oozing. She sneered as if she had already seen the saddest end of the condescending woman in front of her. Yu Qing looked at her with cold eyes, his jaw slightly raised. The cell phone rubbing in his hand had tapped on a person's number and still hadn't called. I just heard the woman say, guys, wait a minute and listen to me. This woman isn't a lesbian at all. On the contrary, both she and that lady are here to accompany someone. Director Wang. Just before the woman could finish her words, a large group of black-clothed men suddenly poured in outside the door. Vegetarian fast action, consistent black suits and weapons in hand. The entire room was, in an instant, surrounded. Chapter 41. The atmosphere in the room was weird to the extreme. The short-haired woman looked at the scene in front of her in shock, and she didn't know whether the words that came to her mouth had been forgotten by the shock or she was too stunned by the scene to speak. Covering his nose, which hurt so much that he couldn't breathe, he stared blankly at the man in black in front of him. Who are you? The commotion in the crowd was always caused by one person. She opened her mouth and after that everyone started to dry up. Yu Qing looked at the scene in front of him and skimmed down at his cell phone. The phone didn't dial out, which meant that the person in front of her was not the one she had called out to. So who are these people in front of us? She looked calmly at the people in front of her. The situation wasn't going to get any worse for her with these people coming. The situation was already more chaotic anyway, but by this time, someone had remembered the threat she had just made to them. And then look at this moment when she's on cloud 9 and strategizing. Can it be that they really messed with someone big today? Someone tried to apologize for escaping, only to have the camera snatched out of their hands before they could execute their actions. As we all know, the camera is the life of a journalist. Even if they are gossip reporters, cameras are expensive. At this moment, he watched the camera being taken away from him, and no longer had the same authority and condescension that he had when he was mocking Yuqing before. All that was left was fear, and a stoic whisper of questioning. Who the hell are you guys? The words of the person questioning in the crowd had just fallen when the expressionless man in black directly knocked him out with his elbow. There was an outcry all around. No one dared to speak again, except for the short-haired woman with a grim and indignant face. She used her afterglow to look at Yuqing, who seemed to be so calm and bland throughout. A nameless anger surged through her, and she covered her nose and raised her voice abruptly, like he was going to announce something that would reverse the situation. She raised her arms in justice, more like she was making some kind of brilliant speech. I'm telling you, Director Wang, right under the table next to her. She is a person who will sell her soul for money and fame, and there is no way these people are here for her. The words fell, and the full house of scorn and the reversal of the man in black she had imagined didn't happen. Even before that, her fellow officers were looking at her like she was a psychopath. Lives may be lost, and an existential crisis, and you're talking about a king's guide and a woman? Truly a retarded person who was willing to give up his life for the sake of a news sensation. The short-haired woman got anxious, dropping her hand to reveal a reddish nose that looked so funny. Why are you guys like this? Director Wang is right in. Before she could finish her words, she was directly knocked hard by the black-clothed bodyguard who appeared behind her at an unknown time. The woman bent over in pain and the bouncer frowned. Not knocked out? He turned toward the similarly dressed man at his side. The man at his side coldly hooked his lips. I'll do it. He immediately raised his hand to knock again, but the short-haired woman reflected on it and lunged into the crowd in a eating stance. At this moment, the crowd sort of understood that this group of black-clothed people were definitely the people shouted by the woman they had offended. And this time, they had really kicked the can down the road. The regret in his heart couldn't stop spreading. In the crowd, the reporter looked at his assistant carrying the camera behind him. It's all your fault. I've said that this woman looks so outstanding in temperament. How can she not have the status and background to let us bully her? The assistant was furious. Blame me? It's obviously you who are jealous of someone else's beauty. Who cares about me? The reporter fell silent. The atmosphere in the room was eerie to the point of falling into extreme silence. Chapter 42. People are quite handsome. Why are they deaf? Yuqing absently fiddled with his cell phone and pressed the return button. Standing still, the black-clad men around her didn't seem to have any intention of talking to her. Eyes ghostly swept the silence around them, suddenly realizing that she seemed to be the only one, and she alone, to break the silence at this time. Yuqing's line of sight fell on the black-robed man at his side who had just tried to handsword the reporter. Scanning up and down, he opened his mouth. Hello, the man in black heard, but didn't move. Yuqing frowned. You? Yes. She raised her voice, lengthening it in the process. The man in black heard it and remained looming. Yuqing frowned and was not angry, but just found it strange. Retracting his eyes, he casually fiddled with his cell phone and blandly said, handsome guy, why he's deaf. The man in black finally reacted when he heard this. He frowned and twisted his head to look at Yuqing. Everything seemed mechanical. MS. You, our boss won't let us talk to you. Oh, still know that my surname is you? Yuqing raised an eyebrow. She kind of realized that these men in black were here for her, and at this moment it was confirmed, but it was unknown who exactly this was sent by. Yu Yenshin? Other than the one abroad. It seemed like this was the only big shot she knew right now, and not letting them talk to her. A command quite like what this man did. But wasn't it said that Yu Yenshin was the one who found these reporters? So why did he still send the men in black? Trying to put on a heroic show? He's not that unintelligent. Who is your boss? Yu Yenshin? Or is it someone else? She inquired tentatively. The man in black immediately turned his head and zipped up his lips again. Yuqing didn't find it interesting and didn't ask any more questions. Eyes circled around, still landing on the group of shivering reporters in front of him. She captured the short-haired, competent woman with precision and clarity. What are you hiding for? Weren't you just being arrogant in front of me? No matter what, these black-clothed men were all on her side. This point was undeniable. She wanted to take advantage of the situation to deal with people who made her look bad. And naturally, she could. The short-haired woman gritted her teeth in death inside the crowd, her eyes hidden red from anger. She knew that she couldn't go head-to-head with Yuqing right now, and she definitely couldn't stand up to so many people, which can be expected. Suddenly a pair of hands, from behind her hard push, just like this to push her from the group of reporters inside out. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked back, only to see a face with malice in it. I don't know who it was, but he ventured out in the crowd. You're the one who offended this young lady, so you'll have to bear the consequences on your own, and don't drag us down with you. And then a barrage of slams rolled down toward her head as if they were rocks. If she weren't so vain and vicious, we'd be long gone. Yeah, I didn't want to hang around here. I blame her. This woman has a bad reputation in the station. Vicious to death. Go back to her WeChat to pull black. The woman's eyes widened in shock and she managed to steady herself. You guys dash. A microphone was suddenly thrown from inside the crowd and hit her raw in the face. The already injured nose was wounded again, and instantly flowed 2 streams of red liquid. The woman covered her nose in horror. For a moment she wanted to be angry but didn't know to whom. She wanted to cry but couldn't let go of her face. She stood still and couldn't wait to disappear from this room. Chapter 43, I do things only if I want to or not. There's no why. And just at that moment, a roll of paper towels was dropped right in front of her eyes. The woman's eyes flickered with a flash of hickey, and she looked in the direction of the tissue, shocked, but her nose bled harder. What are you looking at? Pick it up and stuff it in your nose. Do you still need me to teach you? Yu Qing's face didn't fluctuate much less the contempt and mockery the woman imagined. In an instant, the highs and lows of who's right and who's wrong. It's as if these things don't actually matter to her at all, don't care at all. In fact, it wasn't that Yu Qing didn't care. It was just that she seemed to have gotten used to facing all sorts of things with such a stance. No show, no fluctuations, no sadness, no joy. This is the best defense. Not to mention, what kind of cat or dog could cause her to be hideous? Overthinking. The woman hesitated and hesitated for half a day, somewhat surprised by Yu Qing's kindness, but still went forward to pick up the tissue, viciously gouging out Yu Qing. He haphazardly stuffed it in his nostrils. By the time she had stuffed her nostrils and tried to say something, Yu Qing skimmed the surface and let out a yelp as if she had inadvertently remembered something. I forgot. There was so much mustard on that paper. The black-clad bodyguard broke out in a flash and poofed out a laugh. The woman's face went from white to blue to purple, pulling the blood-stained paper out haphazardly, her nostrils flaming, wanting to cry but not able to, wanting to be angry but not daring to. She was aggrieved and suffocated, wanting to tear Yu Qing apart. Don't you let me catch you in the act. That line was said. Yu Qing returned carelessly. I'll get my revenge. I'll make your life miserable dash. This time, before the woman could finish her words, she was knocked right out. As her eyes swept over the woman who had suddenly fallen to the ground, Yu Qing suddenly raised her eyes to look ahead, without any defense. Just like this unexpectedly crashed into the man's deep eyes, like a mistake into the Arctic night, the radiant light meaning to make her have a moment of disorientation. Just for a moment, Yu Qing restrained his expression, his thin lips pursing slightly. A stir ignited within the group of reporters, and even more subconsciously lifted their cameras to snap a picture the moment the man appeared. Flashbulbs flashed abruptly in the room, and Yu Yenchen didn't move as he glanced back at the reporter holding up the camera. A low voice, more magnetic in the darkness, a little husky, he ordered, "Smash!" The black-clothed bodyguards instantly began to move, neat and well-trained, and for a moment, Yu Qing was stunned for a split second. Yu Yenchen withdrew his gaze, and his bony hand tugged at the taut ink-colored tie. He looked to the thin woman in front of him, strong and fragile, independent and arrogant. A white towel was draped over her slender shoulders, covering most of her skin, but it was still evident that she was wearing a very pretty dress. Beautiful women in beautiful dresses. He had understood what was going on before he arrived, and knew of her intention to come late at night to seduce the director. Are you angry? It just feels like she's changed, compared to the little girl who would only hide behind him and pinch the corner of his coat and cry 4 years ago. The one in front of her was too unfamiliar. It's also more heartbreaking more. He was more distressed by the latter than by the little girl who could cry, who could only hold her grievances and swallow them in her heart. He stepped forward, his dark pupils gazing at her delicate face. Yu Qing, Yu Yenchen whispered, they bullied you? His words were the tenderness that existed in memory, the words low and husky, a word that one could drown in. Yu Qing raised his head to look at him, his figure somewhat illusory in the haze of light. Thinking about what those reporters had said earlier, her expression flinched again. Yu Yenchen, don't pretend to be a good person here. They said before that the news was revealed to them by you. Why are you harming me? I want a valid reason. Yu Yenchen stared at her lips that were opening and closing, and what was said there were not good words. Nameless emotions went to his heart, and a sudden sense of restlessness rose in him. Suddenly, he tugged at his lips, suddenly feeling quite bored with everything he was doing. Why else? I am Yu Yenchen. When I do things, there's only whether I want to or not. There's no why. Chapter 44 Smash it all. Yu Qing looked at the harsh words spat out from his perfect face, the color under his eyes rolling and raging before finally returning to calm. Is it because I blackballed you? As she thought about it, she seemed to have done just this one thing to make this man go through the trouble of embarrassing her. The man frowned in a meaty frown. his thin, cold lips pursing up slightly. You blackballed me? Oh, so that's not the thing. Let her think about what else she had done to make this man, who was reserved and untouched by the world in the eyes of ordinary people, go to great lengths to fix her. Is it because I'm so pretty? Because she's prettier than she was 4 years ago and doesn't love him to death as much as she did 4 years ago. His scummy temperament came up and he felt bad about it. So he's trying to find a way to make her feel bad about it too? Yu Yenshin looked at Yu Qing's serious face and suddenly felt that this woman's brain circuits seemed quite clear. You're a little too self-absorbed for that. The man reached up and lifted his jaw slightly, leaning in, his hot breath spraying her face. The last thing the world needs for a rich man is a beautiful woman. I don't have to target you for your good qualities. He doesn't deny that she's pretty, but he doesn't recognize her claim, either. Scorching heat spread over his face. Scalding Yu Qing's eyelashes fluttered. She slightly lowered her eyes, and Yu Yenshin was somewhat unable to see her complexion clearly. By the time he wanted to find out what was going on, Yu Qing had already collected all the expressions on his face. Reaching out, he skimmed Yu Yenshin's hand. No need to emphasize that you're rich. I know. Not to emphasize the number of beautiful women he tended to surround himself with, which she'd always understood. There were many people in the room, and other than Yu Qing and Yu Yenshin, none of them dared to speak. It was only when they saw the tone and attitude with which Yu Qing spoke to Yu Yenshin that some people set off shockwaves in their hearts. Seeing again that Yu Yenshin did not show the slightest hint of anger, his heart more or less pondered. There are rumors and whispers in the media, more or less, about the depth of Yuan in the remote city. One is his ability to do things the hard way and at a young age, and the other is not getting involved with any women and seeing them as complete logs, except for Tang Yi. That one is a gentle woman who can't rise to malice from anyone in the circle. They thought that Yu Yenshin's gentleness in this life would only be given to Tang Yi, and although they hadn't seen Yu Yenshin treat Tang Yi in any special way, being able to appear by his side was inherently special. But now it seems, the gentle Tang Yi was at best a carnation, and what man's life didn't have a dainty red rose appearing, completely plundering the carnation's fragrance and occupying all of his vision. But men end up embracing carnations tired of red roses, without exception, is the thought of all present. Boss, what about these cameras? The voice of the man in black interrupted the crowd's thoughts. Yu Qing suddenly remembered the cameras that stored her face, all of which contained pictures that were enough to destroy her. She raised her eyes to Yu Yenshin, wanting to know his answer, but it was born into the man's eyes gazing into hers. Yu Qing clutched the hem of her skirt, her mind spinning with thoughts. While she hesitantly tried to speak, Yu Yenshin leapt out. What do you want me to do about it? The only thing to do is to ask her. It was obvious that he was the one who was embarrassing her, and he was sending such a question. Yu Qing, however, couldn't think of anything else as she opened her mouth almost without hesitation. Smash it all. The only way to get out of it is to smash it. Chapter 45 Quiet and Despondent. Deriving a wordless despondency and loneliness, Yu Yenshin's eyes lingered on her face, as if he wanted to see something through her. The back of Yu Qing's head tightened at the gaze of his eyes, rather like the feeling she had when she had just left the country and was confronted with a large number of foreigners, kind of balked at the idea that they were all particularly dangerous. It was only after half a minute that he calmly withdrew his eyes and faintly swept over the pile of cameras that had been piled up into a small mountain. Hear what she said. A man in black immediately emerged from the crowd. Yes, the reporter's cries didn't help. The sound of smashing cameras was so harsh, but it had a strange sense of relief in Yu Qing's ears. She took advantage of the light to look at the side of the man's face. His brow was cold and serious, and when he ordered, he gave her an illusion. The top big shot of the remote city was pampering her and obeying her. Yu Qing narrowed his eyes, some inexplicable emotion inside his chest wanting to come out in the darkness of the night. The light was dappled, but her brain suddenly sank. Everything in front of her eyes blurred and almost without giving her a chance to react, her world disappeared into darkness. Before she passed out, she subconsciously looked at the side of the man closest to her. I don't know if he caught her or not. Winter in the remote city is very cold, and the landscape is also cold, so that people from the bottom of the heart cold. Yu Yenshin stood in his 30th-floor home by the river, and outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows was the cold river and the dark night. Gu Chang, the man in black, stepped out of the darkness. He was the leader of the group of black-clothed men who had been at the imperial mansion earlier. Mr. Yu. The attitude was humble and respectful. Yu Yenshin's gaze fell on the river a little, his voice low. Checked it out. Sure it was Fu Moe who let my secretary make the call to those media? The situation has been verified with your secretary, and it is indeed the case. Since it was Fu Xiao who made the call, the secretary complied without thinking carefully. Gu Chang said. Yu Yenshin had a moment of silence, like he was thinking about something, more like he was out of his mind thinking about nothing. Only after half a second did he order. I don't want to see those media in remote city again. Leave the short-haired one, and leave the rest to you. Gu Chung understood what he was supposed to do and didn't inquire, although he was curious as to why he left the short-haired one behind. Just remembered one other thing and spoke suspiciously. If you already knew that it was Fu Xiao's doing, why did you still say in front of you that it was your doing? Yu Yenshin's expression didn't fluctuate much. He just turned around and knocked on the desktop. Gu Chung looked at the desktop in disbelief, and when his eyes touched the documents that were as thick as a mountain, he suddenly remembered something. Yu Yenshin had talked for 3 months for a cooperation, and had gone to the extreme of trouble, and today is the day the contract is signed, and the benefits that can be gained from a signed contract are unimaginably large, but because he received a phone call from his old man at the Imperial Villa, saying that he seemed to have seen you being embarrassed, he directly left his business behind and went to the Imperial Villa. However, after meeting you for the first time, what did Yu Qing say? Yu Yenshin, don't pretend to be a good person here. They said before that the news was revealed to them by you. Why are you trying to hurt me? I want a valid reason. Anyone would be sad and angry because of what she said. Mr. Yu was already a proud person, so what if he went along with what she said since she had already misunderstood? It's better than explaining, I didn't do it. You have to believe me. It's more comfortable. Gu Chan looked at the man's not-so-true back in the darkness, and bowed his head slightly. I'll go first, then. Yu Yenshin didn't reply. The sound of the door opening and closing rang out and fell silent. The large home was as lifeless as the villa, quiet and despondent, deriving a wordless loneliness and isolation. Chapter 46. Yu Yenshin coldly retracted his eyes. Fu Moe hated Yu Qing. This Yu Yenshin knew very well. He and Fu Mochi knew each other in high school, not talking about it when they were hanging out, and then he was by his side for the 4 hardest years. Yu Qing betrayed him for money and ran away, which fell on Fu Mo's eyes as a great crime. It's reasonable and understandable that he would do such a thing. Either way, he was all for him. Yu Yenshan lit a cigarette, and in the quiet home, the scarlet of the tip of his fingers flickered. The cigarette came to an end, and there was a subtle sound from within the bedroom. He gazed toward the bedroom and stubbed out the rest of his cigarette. First, he stripped off the outer layers of his suit and washed his hands and sprayed some smoke-reducing men's perfume before going into the bedroom. When Yu came to his senses, he only felt a splitting headache. It was pitch black until the sound of the door opening, and then the blinding light snapped on. She subconsciously shielded the light with the back of her hand, peering around through the cracks in her fingers. Strange room, cold tone, like a hotel suite? Yu Yenshin also brought a cup of warm water at the right temperature when he came in through the door. How's it feel? The man's voice came from the side of his ear, and Yu Qing immediately alertly dropped her eyes on his face. Where am I? A hotel? No, this isn't the same room she got. Yu Yenshin picked up the water and brought it to her dry, peeling lips. Drink the water before you talk. There was little rise and fall in the tone of his voice, favoring the fact that it always gave the impression that he was giving orders. Yu Qing was subconsciously about to refuse, but couldn't, and she didn't want to. Really thirsty. A glass of water was quickly finished by her. A few moments of shine and blood returning to her lips. A droplet of water landed on her lips and she hooked it into her mouth. Yu Yenshin's gaze skimmed shallowly from the corners of her lips as he took the glass of water from her hand and clutched it tightly. This is my house. He properly turned on the bedside lamp and turned off the room's bright headlights. There should have been ecstasy or something like that inside that room before. You inhaled too much and passed out. It was too much trouble to go to the hospital in the middle of the night. So my house, where I brought you, has a private doctor. The bedside lamp was a warm color. Yu Qing's spirit wasn't quite awake, and her eyes were a little blurry. Looking at his sideways face and low voice actually spawned a tenderness. She lowered her eyes and whispered, like this? Thanks. She just remembered that she smelled a very strange odor when she first entered the room, and figured that it was the ecstasy that Director Wang was afraid that she would not cooperate with him. The room was silent for a moment, and Yu Qing suddenly remembered the group of reporters and Director Wang, who was lying under the table. Reporters don't matter. Cameras are gone. No evidence. But Director Wang, shouldn't he still be lying under the table? She lifted her eyes and glanced at Yu Yenshin, hesitantly, but still inquired. Those reporters? And Director Wang, how did you handle them? Yu Yenshin's gaze briefly rested on her face, the temperature under his eyes flushed with cold, the light in his eyes like the surface of a chilly river. What do you think? Yu Qing, why do I need to ask you if I know? Yu Yenshin coldly withdrew his eyes. Kill. This woman just gets less and less cute as she grows. After smoking so much ecstasy, when you wake up, you know to think about nonsense. There was a momentary hesitation in the expression on Yu Qing's face. It was like she really believed what Yu Yenshin said, and then suddenly realized that Yu Yenshin didn't have to do something like that at all. He was the one who shouted for the reporters to go over there. He didn't have to kill those people. Yu Qing thought about it and snorted. You think you're a pork seller? They're pigs you can kill whenever you want? Chapter 47. Yu Qing's world lights up. Yu Yenshin gazed at her warm side face, and under the dark yellow light, it looked like a faint aura was shrouded around her. If I'm really a pig killer, you're the first one who won't survive. Yu Qing, did she get yelled at? Yu Qing's brain was still chaotic. The after effects of the ecstasy were still quite strong. She couldn't even stand up now if she wanted to. She only felt that her upper body was heavy as hell. Yu Yanchen cupped the glass and stood up, adjusting the temperature of the room heater. The quilt rested on Yu Qing's body, and he casually lifted it upward, covering most of her face. Go back to sleep if you're not feeling well, and don't worry about anything you're worried about anymore. And don't feel embarrassed to take care of your late friend. That's nothing. Yu Qing's thoughts had been tense since she returned to China, and an unnamable pressure squeezed her nerves. His low voice seemed to actually have some sort of soothing quality to it, or give her some sort of missing security. At this moment, Yu Qing also did not know that Yu Yanchen was doing something behind the scenes, and only thought that he was talking about the scene. It was still late at night, and she glanced out the window at the sky, inexplicably relieved. Sleepiness came over her and it didn't take her long to fall asleep. Yu Yanchen's gaze fell on the remaining water inside the cup, also had to add a sleep aid to the water to get her to settle down for a while. If it didn't add up, she must drag her half-dead body home. He looked uncomfortable, or rather, shed. The cups were put into the automatic washing machine, and Yu Yanchen suddenly felt sleepless. He was going to sleep in the side bedroom himself, and when he entered it, he suddenly realized that the master bedroom was supposed to be his room. Why did you go sideways? With that thought, he returned to the master bedroom with little hesitation. Yu Qing was already sound asleep. The way she slept and the way she looked during the day were almost two people. One is dainty and well-behaved, curled up in a ball, while the other is cold, calm and reserved. Recalling the look on her face as she entered that room during the night, surrounded by reporters who didn't want to bottom out, but didn't budge one iota. The spine was straight, and the temperature under his eyes was cool and penetrating, like a beauty carved out of ice, hard and flawless. But he didn't feel that way. He just thinks. She should have been sad inside at that time and needed a support. Yu Yanchen's eyes traced over Yu Qing's lowered and quiet eyebrows. What had she been through that she had gone from such a soft and gentle nature as before to such a sharp and cold one now? It was as if she had imprisoned herself in a hole in the ice, as if the ice was her protective shield. Rubbing his temples with a bit of a headache, Yu Yanchen prepared to leave when Yu Qing suddenly let out a murmur. The murmur he heard, but it wasn't real enough. As if remembering something, Yu Yanchen reached out and rubbed Yu Qing's face, fragrant and soft in front of his eyes. He whispered seductively, "Yu Qing, repeat what you just said." Yu Qing has never been the kind of character that does what you tell me to do. No matter how much Yu Yanchen asked her, she refused to say another word. Yu Yanchen could only stop. Only when he stood up again his face seemed to be a bit cold and hard compared to before. Looking down on that pretty face, it suddenly occurred to me that she hadn't bathed. Yu Qing had a cleanliness fetish and couldn't go a day without a bath. That much he remembered. Yu Yanchen had the idea to help her wash it, but remembering the hazy murmur that had just come out of her mouth, he coldly withdrew his gaze. You can't even sleep. You think about another man and you want him to give her a bath? He closed the door with a bit too much force. Yu Qing frowned at the harsh sound and went back to sleep. Yu Qing has always had poor sleep quality, which is said to be a common problem with depression. Often waking up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, I watch with my eyes wide open and raw as the sky darkens and dawns. The chickens crow and the birds chirp, and the sun slowly creeps up. Words can't describe the anxiety and agony, but it was a good night's sleep, and she slept until mid-morning without waking once. Maybe it was because of Yu Yanchen's sleep aid, or maybe it was because his bed was so soft and comfortable. Anyway, at exactly 7 o'clock on the following day, Yu came to his senses feeling as if his world had brightened up a few points. Chapter 48 Ching Chung. You're concerned about me? Looking at the light that was peeking through the cracks in the curtains, she sighed tersely with a comfortable squint of her eyes. She had never been much of a bedwetter, but today she suddenly felt as if Yu Yanchen's bed had a magnetic attraction that made her stick to it. Cuddled up under the covers and rolled his body around in comfort. Perhaps too comfortable, she suddenly remembered that all this comfort was Yu Yanchen's. Where's Yu Yanchen? She suddenly opened her eyes and glanced around towards the room, with its black, white, and gray color scheme. It's no wonder she thought this was a hotel when she woke up yesterday. Everything was displayed extraordinarily cold, with little ornamentation. Simple yet depressing. Does Yu Yanchen like this type now? She remembers him 4 years ago as if he liked the... No, 4 years ago. It seemed like he liked whatever she liked, so she didn't really know what colors or patterns Yu Yanchen liked. Is it that you don't like her now, so you can decorate your room as you like? Yu Qing was a bit out of her mind, and after half a second, she got up from the bed. The first thing she did when she woke up was check her clothes. No sign of them being off. That is to say, Yu Yanchen didn't take advantage of the situation. Although he didn't seem to be someone who would do that kind of lewd thing, but it was always good to have an extra pair of eyes. There were no slippers on the floor and she walked out of the room barefoot. Wide living room, no TV, just large dining table, desk, ice-cold gorgeous, living, breathing home for high-end business people without a hint of warmth. She had seen a single man send out his home on the internet before, and it was very similar to Yu Yenshin's home. The comment at the bottom says it all, such furnishings are missing a hostess. Before her thoughts could continue to carry on, there was a noise coming from her side bedroom. Yu Qing subconsciously looked towards the side bedroom where the door to the room was closed tightly, and the solid wood door was opened from the inside. The man had probably just woken up a short time ago, had taken a shower, and was covered in what looked like a shroud of mist. The dark hair was stained with moisture and plastered to the angular side of his face, and beads of water rolled across the high bridge of his nose and landed on his thin lips. Under the lip, Yu Qing looked downwards, figure and all. She hastily retracted her gaze as if her eyes had been burned. There was a momentary pause in Yu Yenshin's movement to open the door. He probably didn't expect Yu Qing to wake up at this time either. It was quite early. He remembered that she was quite fond of sleeping. Why did she wake up so early? You, how do you? Not afraid of the cold in the winter, this man. Yu Yenshin glanced down at the bath towel casually wrapped around his body, and said indifferently with some lethargy, wearing it, didn't you see it? Don't blindly brainstorm. Yu Qing felt that she was at least considered innocent. She had been in love just once and it had ended without any problems. And the only person she had ever seen in her life other than her own father and the male model on the poster was Yu Yenshin. It really didn't make her feel very good that he was just dangling in front of her eyes. Shame is that men and women are different. And nervousness is that being alone with him in a confined space always means something. You put your top on before you come out. Yu Qing frowned, coming in smoothly. You'll freeze and catch a cold on a cold day. Yu Yenshin stood right in front of the side bedroom door, leaning slightly against it. His deep brows had a few moments of just waking up drowsiness and haziness as he gazed deeply at Yu Qing. Qing, you're concerned about me? The early storyline may not have entered the main line of the emotional line. Some babies may feel some slow heat is not appetizing. The latter part of the storyline I myself feel that after the unfolding is better than the first good day. I hope you can continue to watch it. Chapter 49. Refamiliarizing himself with her was easy if he wanted to. Looking at the light that was peeking through the cracks in the curtains, she sighed tersely as she squinted comfortably. She had never been much of a bedwetter, and today she suddenly felt that Yu Yenshin's bed was particularly comfortable. Cuddled up under the covers and rolled her body around, soothed, perhaps too comfortable, she suddenly remembered that all this comfort was Yu Yenshin's. Where's Yu Yenshin? She suddenly opened her eyes and glanced around towards the room, with its black, white, and gray color scheme. It's no wonder she thought this was a hotel when she woke up yesterday. Everything was displayed extraordinarily cold, with little ornamentation. Simple yet depressing. Does Yu Yenshin like this type now? She remembers him 4 years ago as if he liked the... No, 4 years ago. It seemed like he liked whatever she liked, so she didn't really know what colors or patterns Yu Yenshin liked. Is it that you don't like her now, so you can decorate your room as you like? Yu Qing was a bit out of her mind, and after half a second, she got up from the bed. The first thing she did when she woke up was check her clothes. No sign of them being off. That is to say, Yu Yenshin didn't take advantage of the situation. Although he didn't seem to be someone who would do that kind of lewd thing, but it was always good to have an extra pair of eyes. There were no slippers on the floor and she walked out of the room barefoot. Wide living room, no TV, just large dining table, desk, ice-cold gorgeous, living, breathing home for high-end business people without a hint of warmth. She had seen a single man send out his home on the internet before, and it was very similar to Yu Yenshin's home. The comment at the bottom says it all, such furnishings are missing a hostess. Before her thoughts could continue to carry on, there was a noise coming from her side bedroom. Yu Qing subconsciously looked towards the side bedroom where the door to the room was closed tightly, and the solid wood door was opened from the inside. The man had probably just woken up not long ago, had taken a shower, and was radiating an unspeakable testosterone. The dark hair was stained with moisture and plastered to the angular side of his face, and beads of water rolled across the high bridge of his nose and landed on his thin lips. Under the lip, Yu Qing looked downward. He was only simply wearing a white bath towel. As for the figure and all that, she hastily withdrew her eyes. There was a momentary pause in Yu Yenshin's movement to open the door. He probably didn't expect Yu Qing to wake up at this time either. It was quite early. He remembered that she was quite fond of sleeping. Why did she wake up so early? You, why don't you wear clothes? Not afraid of the cold in the middle of winter, this man. Yu Yenshin glanced down at the bath towel casually wrapped around his body, and said indifferently with some lethargy, wearing it, didn't you see it? Don't blindly brainstorm. Yu Qing felt that she was at least considered innocent. She had been in love just once and it had ended without any problems. And the only thing she had ever seen in her life other than her own father and the male model on the poster was Yu Yenshin's. He was just dangling in front of her eyes and it really made her feel ashamed and nervous. Shame is that men and women are different. And nervousness is that being alone with him in a confined space always means something. You put your top on before you come out. Yu Qing frowned, coming in smoothly. You'll freeze and catch a cold on a cold day. Yu Yenshin stood right in front of the side bedroom door, leaning slightly against it. His deep brows had a few moments of just waking up drowsiness and haziness as he gazed deeply at Yu Qing. Qing, you're concerned about me? Those who were familiar with her called her Qing, intimate and nice. Yu Yenshin had also shouted, but now that these two words were coming out of his mouth, Yu Qing felt awkward and uncomfortable in any way. She thinned her fingers through her sleep-softened hair and her expression lightened. It's only out of the idea of human kindness that you're reminded not to think too much. Also, I don't really like it when people call me Qing, especially people I don't know very well. How long had she been reunited with him? 24 hours or 58 hours? And he was able to call out Kiyoshi. Or is he like that with all women? Yeah. Softy? Yu Qing is going to throw up. Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes, looking at Yu Qing's obviously detached and cold demeanor, suddenly somewhat unable to understand what she was thinking. Bad comes from the heart, and he's never been a natural gentleman. Sometimes he was willing to hide his badness, sometimes not. Like right now, the tip of his tongue rested against his cheek, and he ducked his head to hide the darkness in his eyes. Really? You've been in negative contact and you still call it unfamiliar? Yu Qing's breath stopped for a moment. She looked at Yu Yenshin, but the latter suddenly turned around and entered the room. There was the sound of the door to the room closing, and soon after, he stepped out from inside the room fully dressed. Yu Qing was still standing in place, her clothes and stylized makeup a bit messy. Compared to him, she lived like a broken man. Retracting her eyes somewhat unhappily, she voiced out, "You should not bring up the things that happened 4 years ago in the future by hanging on to them, although those really existed, but now we just don't know each other well. 4 years can change a lot of things. You may not be familiar with the current me." Yu Yenshin Woods went to make a cup of coffee. "Take a sip and roll it into your heart." "Good," he whispered. 4 years does change a lot, and he does seem unfamiliar with her now. But so what? It was easy to refamiliarize himself with her if he wanted to. Yu Yenshin agreed very quickly. Yu Qing had been ready to fight hundreds of battles with this man with a bad nature, but now all the words he wanted to say were blocked into his heart all of a sudden. Sullenly, she gouged him out. The latter haughtily finished his cup of coffee. His gaze swept towards her, and he unconsciously frowned when he touched those small glistening white feet on the cold floor. "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" Yu Qing looked down. No shoes. Who knows where he left her heels? Suddenly she hurriedly touched her earrings as if she thought of something. Luckily the earrings are not lost. They are not fakes. They are really limited and worth a lot of money. Yu Yenshin turned around and went to get Yu Qing's shoes. Looking at the large shoe cabinet, he suddenly realized something. There are no women's shoes in his house. Drawing a pair of men's that he hadn't worn himself, he threw them to Yu Qing. "I don't have any slippers for women at home, so I'll make do for now." Yu Qing looked at the pair of slippers he threw to her, which were large, and she slipped them on. Intentionally. "I'm surprised you don't have any women's shoes in your house? Other women come to his house with no shoes like her?" Yu Yenshin gave her a very strange look and asked her back, "Why should there be a woman's shoes in the house of a man who lives alone?" Yu Qing, his women are pathetic. She didn't continue to ask and changed the subject. "I need to take a shower. Is it okay to borrow your bathroom?" Yu Yenshin didn't refuse. "Feel free, but you'll have no clothes to wear after washing. My house doesn't have any women's clothes. It takes time to have a secretary send them over." Yu Qing, shoes, no clothes, and no. Yu Qing looked like she thought of something. "Is there no woman coming to your house?" In fact, she had always thought that Yu Yenshin had been having fun night after night for the past 4 years. Or did she misunderstand him? Chapter 50, The Fairy of Yu La 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 La. The question Yu Qing asked might make it difficult for Yu Yenshin to answer, because she realized that Yu Yenshin was silent for a long time. "When I didn't. Of course, a woman came." When she was about to end the topic, Yu Yenshin suddenly said. Yu Qing was a bit stunned and then realized that he was replying to her. "Oh, casually. Not until yesterday. But you came. My house is considered to have had a woman come." Yu Yenshin straightened his cufflinks and seemed to have a few moments of playful banter. "It's an honor to finally smell a woman's scent." Yu Qing couldn't tell whether what he said was true or false for a while, but she had casually asked out of curiosity, and she didn't particularly care whether it was true or false. Brows drooped slightly in an subtle way, pulling away from the conversation. "I'm going to take a shower first then. I can have my agent send over my clothes if I don't have any." Yu Yenshin glanced at the time. It could be more than 7 o'clock. "I'll have my secretary send over some clothes while you go ahead and wash them," Yu Qing responded. Her cleanliness fetish made her not have the heart to distract herself from thinking about anything else. She only felt like she had rolled all over the inside of a cesspool. Of course, this was an exaggerated metaphor, but she really couldn't accept not taking a shower for a day, and she couldn't change the habits that she had developed from her former days as a young lady. Entering the bathroom of his house, Yu Qing's first reaction was to think that it was bigger than her bedroom. The bathtub is also the one she really likes. There were men's items displayed on the shelves, all of them raw and male. Yu Qing pondered for a while, but chose to use a rinse and go home and wash it all over again with shower gel. Wrapping herself tightly in 3 bathrobes, Yu Qing wiped her hair while walking out of the bathroom, her eyes roving around without seeing Yu Yenchun's shadow. Instead, he saw a strange man. "You are MS. You, aren't you?" The man's eyes lit up with carnal light at the first sight of her. And yes, it was the kind of surprise that was undisguised. Facing a strange man's enthusiasm for himself, Yu Qing stated, "Put the clothes there, thanks." Very indifferent. Truth be told, she didn't like people, male or female, who were overzealous with her when she first met them. The man, however, as if he didn't notice Yu Qing's coldness in the slightest, rushed up clutching the bag of clothes. "Miss Yu, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard that you're the little fairy who dumped King Yu Yen, right? It's really better to hear than to see." Yu Qing subconsciously raised her eyebrows and repeated what he said. "The little fairy who dumped King Yu Yen? Is that what Yu Yenchun told his secretary? That she's a fairy? It doesn't fit the man's persona." Saying she dumped him is pretty true though. She was kind of unilaterally breaking up with him when she just left after hearing those words. The man didn't want to hide anything, and blushingly scratched his head. "Nah, mister. Yu was cold and ruthless when he was in the company, and behind his back we nicknamed him King Yu Yen. As for the 2 of you, I heard it from Fu Xiao. Turns out it's the brainchild of these people." Fu Moe said, "That is normal. His family has money and no work. Idle boredom, idle out of the fart behind gossip others can understand. By the way, my last name is Su. Just call me Secretary Su. I'm the only one secretary of Mr. Yu. Oh, that word, oh, brought up a trill, and Yu Qing heard goosebumps. She nodded as if she knew, her brows light as she took the bag of clothes from him and scanned the clothes inside. Frowning, "Did you prepare this dress for me or Yu Yenchun?" Chapter 51, there seems to be some kind of emotion in the bottom of his eyes that rolls over and burns in an instant. "Ah." Secretary Su looked at Yu Qing with some confusion, and carefully opened her mouth. "This is what Mr. Yu chose. What's wrong with it? You don't like it?" Yu Qing took the clothes out from inside the bag. After all, she was in the entertainment industry, and she knew more or less everything about this part of fashion. Not to mention the brand, which she used to buy before her family went bankrupt. There's no upper limit to how expensive a dress can be, and the cheaper ones are in the 5 figures. Too expensive to wear. Yu Qing said this was the truth. She really felt this way. However, Secretary Su stared at Yu Qing as if she had heard something shocking, pointed at the clothes in her hand, and shouted, "Miss Yu, Yu Qing, don't be shocked. How can you say such a thing? You're the little fairy of our entire Yu group staff. You can afford to wear clothes made of gold silk." Secretary Su had a pleading face. "Mister, you started to get angry and tossed them around, and he came here today ready to hold on to Yu Qing's thighs. The company employees don't know where they got the news that he was going to deliver a woman's clothes to Mr. Yu, so they immediately forced him to get along with the woman and said that whether he worked overtime until 10 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning in the future depended on him. It is important to know that Yu Yenchun never messes around with men and women, and the ones who can enter his house are definitely the ones he takes seriously, and maybe the future Mrs. Yu, and they all felt that this person, Mr. Yu, must be a wife slave, which was researched by a psychology college student in the company. Just get in good with his wife and be afraid of his inhumane torture of him? Yu Qing didn't know the messy little thoughts in Secretary Su's heart, not to mention when she became Mrs. Yu in their hearts. She looked at Secretary Su's wild eyes and only felt sweaty. "I really can't afford to wear it. I still owe your Mr. Yu money. I don't want to add another sum across the board. The last time Yu Yenchun said he wanted actual payment he hadn't asked for it yet." She was poor now and really didn't dare to spend money recklessly. Secretary Su looked at Yu Qing, only to feel that this future Mrs. Yu simple and not gold digging, long also beautiful to death, worthy of being general manager Yu, looking for objects or looking for this kind of one in a million. However, he did not know that Yu Qing was a 4-figure haircard when she was a young lady, who made her father rich and spoiled her to the sky. It's just a shame it's all in the past. It's okay. Secretary Su pulled her cell phone out and pointed to Baidu Encyclopedia. Look this brand was acquired by Mr. Yu last year. Mr. Yu won't look for you to ask for money. Feel free to wear your own clothes. Yu Qing was squeezing the soft fabric in her hand as she followed Secretary Su's cell phone and looked at the content on it. Yu Yenchun bought this brand her previous favorite brand. Then she stopped wearing it because it was too expensive to afford. I didn't expect this brand to be acquired by him. Isn't he a tycoon in the real estate and finance sector? He's also involved in the clothing industry? Yu Qing's gaze fell on the clothes in his hands, not knowing what he was pondering. After Secretary Su's repeated pleading and pushing and yelling, Yu Qing still went to the cubicle to change into this dress, and silently searched the price of the dress. Her car is gone. She felt that Yu Yenchun was cheating her out of her money. Not even the poor, unscrupulous and treacherous. Opening the door, Yu Yenshin appeared out of nowhere, standing against the light. It was like he was gilded with a layer of golden light. He followed the voice to look at Yu Qing, and in that moment, there seemed to be some kind of emotion under his eyes that tumbled and burned for a moment, before dissolving and returning to calm again. Chapter 52, Straight Men. Damn straight men, deserve to be single and without a wife. Su's secretary on the side of the standing, see the situation of quick eyes and hands, immediately went up to flattery. Ah, I know that we have a good vision of the general manager you. Look at Miss Yu, this dress to wear, how beautiful. And the sky down to the ferry like this size is also the standard of the life. Is simply tailor-made. Yu Qing only felt that Secretary Su was really able to blow rainbow farts. Yu Yenshin's reticent nature of letting you get lost at the drop of a hat was barely enough to keep him. He was kind of right about one thing though. How do you know my size? Yu Qing looked at the man whose gaze had already moved faintly away from her. The dress really had the illusion of being tailored when she put it on. It just fits so well. It's hard to know? Yu Yenshin asked back with a calm demeanor. Isn't it hard? After 4 years of not seeing him, he was still able to measure his size so accurately. Have you been exposed to women so much that you can tell with your naked eye what size I wear? Yu Yenshin looked at her without moving. Yu Qing, you really can brainstorm. He fiddled with his cell phone to a screen and casually lifted it up to set it in front of her eyes. Open the Baidu encyclopedia. Search Yu Qing's name. The details available on Baidu are just entered in this year. Sizes and all. Yu Qing, oh, relieve embarrassment with embarrassment. She made her debut abroad and made a lot of movies, so it's not unusual to have her profile on Baidu's encyclopedia. Secretary Su was on one side. His suspicious eyes turned from Yu Yenshin's body back to Yu Qing. He was really strange. This dress is only this size, did not do other sizes at all, so he just took it, also did not look at the size. What size is Mr. Yu pulling now? This dress doesn't even come in sizes. Wasn't this dress custom made for Miss Yu? Isn't it? Secretary Su wanted to ask, anxious inside, but held back. Mr. Yu, MS. Yu, have you guys cha dinner yet? After getting up a bunch of things, Yu Qing of course didn't have time to eat, but she wasn't in the habit of eating breakfast. Now there's one more important thing. The dinner will come later. Mr. Yu, I'll give you the money for the clothes first, and the payment you asked me for last time in the hospital. Oh yeah, and my aunt's medical bills. I'll settle it all together. Yu Qing looked at Yu Yenshin and had opened her cell phone to look at the balance. Although it wasn't much, she could still pay it off if Yu Yenshin didn't ask for a lot of money. Matters involving money are clear even for blood brothers, and she owes him money and is always straight. Even the fact that he had gotten a reporter to get her she couldn't properly question him about. After all, he had helped her a few times. Secretary Su was able to clearly perceive that the man standing in front of her seemed to have an instantaneous aura around him. He silently muttered in his heart, how come the little fairy is still a mouthful of Mr. Yu? Mr. Yu called. Mr. You didn't give a whole lot of convincing last night? Why do we still have to pay back the money? Mr. You actually asked someone for money. Straight man, dead straight man. Deserve to be single without a wife. Angry, also useless. Who let you do not fight? Yu Yenshin quickly adjusted his emotions, and there was no way he could really want a woman's money. Only money is a bridge for human communication. He faded. No, consider it compensation for the psychological damage I did to you last night when I called the press over. P.S. I love Secretary so much. I had so much fun writing him, haha. Chapter 53, Godly Assisting Secretary Su. Secretary Su was shocked. Mr. Yu, what are you talking about? Wasn't that Fu Moe who called me and asked me to call the reporter over? I also came here today ready to apologize to Miss Yu and you. I'm really confused. I don't take what Duke Fu said seriously anymore. Luckily you put down a few $100 million. No, tens of billions of dollars of big cooperation on the spot to find Miss Yu to save her from the fire. Otherwise she would have really been bullied to death by that group of unscrupulous reporters. The gaze of the man who didn't really want to tell the whole story of this matter was successfully attracted by the outspoken Secretary Su. You're the only one with a long mouth. Secretary Su was even more shocked. Mr. Yu, you don't want to take the blame for Duke Fu for the sake of brotherly love. He's just a badass persona anyway. You don't have to at all. If Mr. Yu took the blame for Fu Moe, how could Miss Yu still like him? Secretary Su at this moment finally believed that the sentence that people are not perfect. Mr. Yu turned out to be not perfect either. He would not be able to chase his wife at all. Yu Qing, who was outside the situation, frowned without moving. So those reporters weren't called out by Yu Yenshin, were they? Yu Qing was very smart and understood many things at a single point. The causes and consequences of this matter she analyzed a little in Secretary Su's voice and understood the whole thing. She never understood why Yu Yenshin shouted reporters over to help her fix those reporters again. If those people weren't shouted by him, then this matter would be very simple. Secretary Sue completely acted as if she didn't see Yu Yinshan's face, nodding her head earnestly. That's not true. How could Mr. You do something like that? The people he doesn't like to see won't even go to such great lengths to straighten them out. They usually just let their families fall apart. Yu Yinshan's eyes were like blades as he swept over Secretary Sue's face. I'm looking at you pretty bad right now. Wanting to break up your family? Secretary Sue immediately changed to a dog-licking smile. Mr. You don't understand. I'm taking great pains for you. Of course Yu Yinshan understood everything. He doesn't need Secretary Sue to try to find a way if he wants to go after a woman. After quietly gazing at Secretary Sue for a few seconds, he saw that the latter was still immersed in his own world before withdrawing his gaze. He mused that there was a shortage of people in the European division, and Secretary Sue could fill in. Seeing Yu Yinshan's attitude, it disguised the exact truth of this matter. Yu Qing was silent for half a second, her gaze looking at the man, her eyes brimming with seriousness. I'm sorry, thank you. In fact, she had always carried a bias against Yu Yinshan, so she directly believed those reporters when they said they were instructed by him. Hearing Secretary Sue say something about Yu Yinshan throwing down how many billions of dollars for a big cooperation, although she didn't know if it was true or not, it was true that she had wronged him. In fact, he was pretty good since she'd come back, helped her out a few times and made no excessive demands, not even money. Yu Yinshan was now annoyed when he heard the two thank yous, the kind of nameless annoyance that spread from the bottom of his heart. He didn't look at Yu Qing and tightened his tie. Su Ju, go to the company. We'll fix him up when we get to the office. Secretary Sue didn't realize what she was about to greet and said goodbye to Yu Qing with a happy face. Yu Qing stood still, she only realized when they were all gone. It wasn't her home. She was a guest at best. Yu Yinshan just left her alone in his house. You're that relieved? Yu Qing threw his cell phone into the couch, then paralyzed himself. Yu Yinshan, what a strange man. He said that he is scum. The family did not come to the woman, and does not have a relationship with the outside world. Say he is not scum. Play with her feelings without blinking. Say he is a good person. He does things ruthlessly and relentlessly. Say he's not a good guy, but he's willing to help his ex-girlfriend for old time's sake. Chapter 54. A woman lives in Mr. Yu's home. People are inherently complex and are not either good or evil. All people have both dark and light sides, and the human heart is even more complicated, let alone a man like Yu Yinshan. Yu Qing couldn't think of any results after half a day of thinking, so she stopped thinking. Whatever he was, as long as he didn't stand against her, then it didn't matter to her what kind of person he was. As for what happened 4 years ago, where was her strength to hold a grudge against him? Moving forward, life is all effort and full force, and adolescence is something everyone doesn't know how to do, and they don't know how to love. Let it go. It's better to get over it. The phone vibrated and a text message popped up. It was actually sent by Director Wang. Yu Qing subconsciously sat up straight. Wang Director, MS. I'm at your door and no one has opened the door for me. What was Director Wang doing in front of her house? Why does that sound like it's still condescending? Yu Qing returned a sentence that he was outside and would be right back. And then he packed up the clothes he had changed out of and hurried out the door. Coming out from Yu Yinshan's house, I don't know if it was a psychological effect or what, but in the elevator, she encountered a few people who looked at her with a kind of eyes that were hard to describe. Yu Qing touched his face and made sure there was nothing extra on it, a little confused. However, his complexion was frank and self-conscious, and his jaw was slightly raised. It wasn't until she emerged from the elevator that the tall woman at her side, who had been sizing her up, called out to her suspiciously. Hello, am I mistaken? You just came out of Yu Yinshan's house? Yu Qing met the woman's probing gaze, where it seemed like there were still a few moments of incredulity. No mistake, I came from his house. She smiled, frank and direct. What's so surprising? She's that shabby? To be questioned even coming out of his house? The expression on the woman's face stagnated and shattered and reorganized, and it was only after half a second that she realized she was actually out of her mind in front of Yu Qing. She resurveyed the delicate and bright flower-like woman in front of her, and the amazement in the bottom of her eyes could not be contained this time. Oh, sorry, thanks, something's up? Yu Qing slightly raised her eyebrows, not sizing her up, just quietly gazing at her face. The woman felt like she had nothing to hide from such an unspeakable stare and coughed, covering her face with her hands. It's fine. It's just that it's the first time I've seen Mr. You bring a woman home. Are you his lover? Yu Qing's gaze was still as calm as a puddle of water. Only the word lover fell like a small stone, stirring up subtle ripples. You've met his wife? She asked, her voice light and calmly rhetorical. The woman was silent, half a dozen times before shaking her head. Since he's not married, where's the lover argument? Yu Qing calmly withdrew her eyes and glanced at the time on her cell phone, not wanting to waste it here. Director Wang was still waiting for her. Is there anything else you want to do? No, I'm leaving. The woman gazed at her warm side. seemingly out of her mind. Yu Qing stood still and waited for her reply for almost a minute before leaving without bothering her again. When she left, the woman remained standing in the same spot for nearly 4 or 5 minutes. She looked at the exit in front of her and there was no longer Yu Qing's figure. Gritting his teeth, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number he hadn't talked to in a long time. The drops rang for a long time, but no one answered until the phone was automatically hung up. The woman was visibly preoccupied, and sent another message. Yeah, a woman is living in Mr. Yu's house, wearing that dress that he designed himself. Chapter 55, Director Wang cried even more. Often, although one knows that one cannot get what one wishes for, there is always hope, much less to be seen and believed to be easily available to another. Jealousy, envy, thus wanting to destroy, wanting to block. Yu Qing returned to the house, and Wang Guan was indeed standing outside. He stood alone in this cold wind, stomping his feet in front of her house, cowering in the cold. When he saw Yu Qing coming back, he waved towards her from a long distance, looking very excited. Yu Qing collected the disbelief under her eyes and walked forward. Director Wang, you didn't drive? Just standing here? She felt as if there was something odd about it and couldn't quite put her finger on it. Director Wang had a silly smile on his face. Let's go in and talk inside. It's too cold here. Entering the house, Ruanqiu was not at home. Yu Qing brewed 2 cups of tea, and after sharing a cup with Director Wang, he sat down on the sofa in a somewhat scattered manner, holding a hot cup of tea. Director Wang looked at the beautiful and delicate woman in front of him, and his eyes sharply saw that the clothes she was wearing were not in the same class as what she had worn before. He swallowed a mouthful of water. Simply don't have a face, and directly opened his mouth. Miss Yu, I beg you to let me go. Before it was my brain problem actually wanted to sleep with you. It was my cerebral palsy, it was my fat pig. I beg you, please let me go, okay? I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old daughter. I also have a humongous woman at home who can't afford to keep a gigolo if I can't make any money. It's really not easy for me. Yu Qing sipped his tea and was caught off guard by what Director Wang said, causing him to cough twice in succession. I can't make enough money to bag a white boy Hummer dash? Director Wang, I've never caught you before, have I? What do you mean? Leave him alone? It was as if the Wang guide, who was still arrogant and condescending yesterday and saw her as a plaything, flopped down on his knees. The flesh of his body seemed to shake, because he had knelt down. Yu Qing had noticed that the already small amount of hair on his head seemed to be missing again. Without giving Yu Qing the relationship to react, Director Wang immediately burst into tears. My car was smashed, my home was destroyed, and my sister that I was keeping outside was pried away. I was also stripped naked and thrown in front of Emperor Zhuang's door in the morning. So many people have seen my body. That's even if it's not enough. Mister, you even stopped my TV series. The whole point of me living is to make dramas. Mister, you screwed me like this. I really don't want to live anymore. Yu Qing, watching people who hadn't taken her seriously before fall to their knees, was a little strange. It took her about 2 minutes to sort out what Director Wang had said, and captured the most important sentence. The TV show was stopped? Director Wang was teary-eyed. Yes, it's the one where you're the enchanting second female. How did you offend Yu Yanshun? Yu Qing rubbed the wall of his cup and asked lightly. She didn't let the king's guide get up from the ground. This is in ancient times, what with all the saluting and leveling. If he wanted to kneel then so be it, and she was just out of breath from his earlier insults. Director Wang slapped the floor. How do I dare to offend Mr. Yu? It's not that you. Mister, you said that if I want to continue to make TV dramas, I have to beg for your forgiveness, and if you forgive me, it's fine. You are Mr. Yu's woman said earlier. How could such a beautiful girl not have a gold master? Why don't you just go to Mr. Yu for any drama you want to make? Why are you still bothering a little person like me? Yu Qing was disoriented for a moment, brought back to his senses by what Wang Guan said. She took a sip of the hot tea, which was astringent and bitter, eyes slightly downcast as he looked at the ground. Oh, you're blaming me for this? Director Wang cried even more. Chapter 56 for him, 1,000 times over. How dare I blame you? I just can't figure out what big shots are thinking. Wang Guide had a sad face. He was really depressed but didn't dare to get angry. He had only ever been this undignified in front of Yu Qing in his life. What's the point of having dignity when you're at this point? He still remembers to this day the way Yu Yanshun woke him up with cold water, holding Yu Qing in his arms and looking at him with cold eyes. That was the first time he had seen Mr. Yu in such close contact with a woman, and he knew then that he might be doomed. Kinda thought I was about to turn into a roasted suckling pig last night. Almost got so scared of him I almost got incontinent, but thankfully didn't. When he thought of this, his heart tightened again. MS. You, please, you and Yu Yanshun can discuss with him not to be stuck with that TV series. I don't want the car or the house. I just want that TV series. If that TV series is gone, I really don't want to live. And that drama you also want to shoot. I know you have to. That female second is why. Honestly, female second that role than the female part of the first drama is more. As long as the performance is good. Overnight popularity is definitely not to say. If Mr. You is stuck like this for a day, you won't be less popular for a day. Women in the entertainment industry are like delicate flowers. A day can't be wasted. Seeing Yuqing still holding his teacup still. Really? I can't. I'll give you 20% of this drama's share? Yuqing snorted, his expression colorless. 20%? Wang Guan's heart thumped. This is a big opening? 40% okay? More than that and I can't really afford to shoot. 40%. Quite tempting indeed. But if the role is good, is it worth the money? She was looking far more distant and longer than director Wang. 100% I don't want either. What I want is the right to change the script, to change any character. The villa was a little chilly, and the words she uttered floated in the air in a puff of white mist. She is a director and has no doubts about her professional abilities. The script would have had some imperfections if she had changed her character along the lines of her. Yuqing narrowed her eyes and looked at the vines outside the window that had grown to the window after not being trimmed for a long time. Suddenly I remembered a line from The Kite Runner that I had read earlier. For you, 1,000 times over. She's probably in a state of mind where, for him, 1,000 times over, it was all about him. Gwyn came home late, after 11 o'clock at night. Yuqing wore a pair of glasses and held a teacup and notebook on the sofa to study the script, so much so that she didn't even notice when Wanqiu came in. Just the remaining light skimmed the shadow of the person who came in. Back, the food is in the kitchen. Warm it up and you can eat it. Did you eat out? What Gwyn had gone out for she didn't know, but she had to have a little something of her own. She was her agent, and whether she was going to a launch party, looking for a new company or not, she had to have a life, a goal, and take each day seriously. After not hearing Wanqiu's reply for half a day, Yuqing looked back. The rimmed glasses fell off and managed to catch on the high bridge of her nose. Yuqing raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people in front of him. I saw her hanging around the door, so I brought her in. Wanqiu blushed a little, knowing that it was not good for her to bring someone in privately, but she looked at the girl in a very pitiful way, and she wouldn't say anything when asked, so she had to bring it in. Wanqiu wasn't there that day, so naturally he didn't recognize Yang Mengya. Yuqing tipped his black-rimmed glasses upwards with his index finger and calmly withdrew his gaze. Come to me for money? Chapter 57, Bastard, Stray Sister, or Cinderella, Snow White? Yang Mengya's already tightly clenched hands pinched even tighter. The sharp nails seemed to be going into the flesh, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of pain, as if she was in pain. Sister, that's not what I meant. Yang Mengya was already afraid of Yuqing after what happened last time, and those friends were forced to spend a week in the juvenile detention center. She had been ostracized by the group and had suffered. Wanqiu was shocked on the spot when she heard the word sister. Her stunned gaze darted around Yuqing and Yang Mengya's faces only to realize that the two did not even remotely resemble each other. How beautiful Yuqing is. A black swan with glowing feathers. The small, gray-headed, somewhat shady-eyed girl in front of her didn't look anything like her, but she called Yuqing sister. Is it a bastard child? A stray sister? Or is it Cinderella? Snow White? She speculated wildly, and the more she thought about it, the more horrified she became. That's what she brought in. You get out. Yang Mengya looked at the very deceitful woman at her side in shock. What did you say? I told you to get out. So get out. Wanqiu frowned. Yuqing is number one in her heart. No matter if the person in front of her who calls out to her sister is you two or you mix, as long as it makes her unhappy, she is going to drive her away immediately. You, what gives you the right to kick me out? Yang Mengya was actually pushed by her and actually took several steps back. Seeing that she was about to be kicked out, she hurriedly looked at Yuqing. Sister, don't you want to know about my mom's situation? I came here to talk to you about these things. Yuqing tapped on the keyboard, which resounded with a subtle sound in the empty villa. The sound was like a knock on Yang Mengya's heart. The shimmering grace in her eyes couldn't be resisted, and yet underneath the shimmering light lay a hint of the darkness she thought she was hiding so well. Yuqing's typing motion paused slightly. Half a dozen times, she took the computer off her lap. The eyes sank down on Yang Mengya's body, seemingly feeling that she was much thinner than she was at that time before, and the clothes she wore were not the pirated skirts from before, but simple school uniforms. What's wrong with Auntie? Gwyn is still outside the situation. Yuqing looked at her. Have you eaten? Gwyn shook her head. She had been busy reading various scripts and cases all day. No, go to the kitchen and eat. Gwyn froze and nodded. Yang Mengya saw Wanqiu obediently leave and silently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Damn woman. Squeezing her wrists hurt, so strong, like a dead cow, but there was no wavering, bashful look on her face. My mom is still inside the ICU and hasn't woken up yet. My dad paid her medical bills and my dad asked me to pay you back. As the words fell out of her mouth, She pulled a handful of money wrapped in black leather straps from inside her backpack, all crummy, even dimes and quarters. Huffing, she placed it on the table. I have, at home, only so much. Yu Qing's gaze with little fluctuation landed on those money for a few seconds before looking back at young Mengya. She seems to have really changed her behavior and doesn't even dare to look at her. You know, she took a sip of water. I'm not going to ask for your family's money. Aunt and uncle have no money. Hard work to earn some money to see the situation by young Mengya lost a lot. That amount of money has probably emptied the family's pockets as well. Yang Mengya guessed that Yu Qing wouldn't want her family's money. After all, she was a high and mighty lady, and what she gave her family was charity. What they gave her, of course she couldn't see it. Chapter 58. To burn all the bullies who bullied her. She took the money up and tucked it back inside her book bag, musing that she could probably buy a genuine one for that amount of money. She's been wearing pirated dresses for a long time because she can't afford to buy a genuine one, and she's wanted a genuine dress to show off for a long time. Slow down. Yu Qing looked at her coldly. Put the money here. I'll take it to Auntie tomorrow. Dreama young. She clenched her teeth darkly and fiercely. Sister, didn't you say you didn't want it? My father's money, of course I'll just give it to my father. No. Yu Qing looked at her with a clear brow. Give me the money. Young Mengya, keep this money in 9 cases out of 10 to spend. These little girls, mind Yu Qing, see, are quite penetrating. Her eyes were nothing too malicious. They were clear and calm as water. Only such a look fell into the eyes of young Mengya, who was already weak and inferior, and it all became contempt and mockery. One of her hands, which had fallen inside her book bag, curled into a fist and clenched tightly. After weighing it again and again, she handed the money to Yu Qing. Yu Qing obediently took it and placed it at his side. Yang Moya's eyes were sharp and pointed, concealing endless evil. She didn't understand why Yu Qing could still be so much more like Missy than Missy when the Yu family was bankrupt. 4 years ago she came to pay her respects on New Year's Eve, and she even grabbed the diamond crown on her head. At that time Yu Qing just smiled and said nothing. Later, when she checked, that crown 50,000 RMB, her mom and dad forced her to send it back. From there, she began to hate Yu Qing. No wonder it was so easy to let her take it. It was so valuable, knowing that there was no way her parents would let her keep it. Heartfelt, mischievous, but again, it's stoic. Instead, as now, the mocking sneer is bland and the contempt for the poor is put on the face. Yang Mengya was young in the end and couldn't help the anger in her heart. She looked at Yu Qing with cold eyes. Sister, that day inside the hospital I saw a man go up to the rooftop with you, going up before and after. It was a few days ago. Yu Qing was silent for 2 seconds before looking at her. So, the sneer under Yang Mengya's eyes flowed out. It's your gold master, isn't it, sister? I've heard that gold masters nowadays are thrill seekers and like to be on rooftops like that dash. Before she could finish her words, she was forced to stop by Yu Qing's eyes. Where did you hear all this nonsense? The bottom of Yu Qing's calm eyes looked like it had stirred a ripple, and her eyes always fluctuated as she looked at young Mengya. Yang Mengya, however, thought that she had poked Yu Qing's mind, and a joyful undertone rose in her eyes. The internet is so developed. I casually saw it. She smiled wryly. Sister, you don't want to get caught doing something like this, and then you'll even drag me into disgrace with you. After all, your mom ran away. Your dad is in prison. You don't have any other relatives. In Yu Qing's memory, very few people had taunted her with her mother's affairs. Someone in high school saw that she didn't have a parent-teacher conference and joked that she didn't have a mom. Did she? Then that person was beaten by Yu Yenchen the next day until he was hospitalized, and never appeared in front of her eyes again until she graduated. Her mind drifted to the man's then still green but grim eyes, where there seemed to be a frown of icy fire, to burn all the bullies that have bullied her. How come? Yu Qing smoothed the broken hair on the side of her ear. No one would think you're my sister, would they? Chapter 59. She still wants to live to see Yu Qing fall down hard. Lightning suddenly flashed outside the window, and a gust of wind whistled past, blowing the not quite closed window with a whistling sound. Yang Mengya's grim complexion became more and more lurid under the night color. She stared at Yu Qing dead in the face, gritting her teeth. Yu Qing's words completely shattered the self-confidence she had managed to build up. She had always envied Yu Qing and been jealous of her, wanting more than anything to trample her underfoot to prove that she was the one on top. But Yu Qing's cloudy mockery brought her entire being to the verge of exploding. Have you always looked down on me? Despise me for being poor. Despise me for not being able to do all those upper-class manners. I can't afford to wear nice clothes. Yu Qing was not unaware of young Mengya's dark inferiority complex in her heart, and it was because of this knowledge that she did not say that she was wearing a pirated dress in front of her small group of sisters before. But if she gave an inch, she wouldn't mind at all if she put a sharp knife in that most vulnerable part of her heart. She spoke coldly as she looked at the grim, childish face in front of her. What I despise is people who don't work hard to get ahead in her vein. Do you really think that putting on a gold dress makes you a princess? You just have a good birth. If you were me, you might have done even more than I did. Yang Mengya's eyes were red. She had trouble sleeping day and night every day since Yu Qing came back. She didn't understand on what basis. Exactly? Yu Qing, she's just from a good background. Why should she look down on her? Yu Qing was too lazy to pull this nonsense with Yang Mengya here. She didn't even care to argue with a high school student. Think what you like. Don't associate with me in the future if you despise me so much, understand? She slowly got up from the couch and closed the window. It was raining like crazy outside the window. The wind whistling past, and the bean-sized raindrops slamming into her hands. Taking out an umbrella from under the window, he threw it to Yang Mengya. Walk with an umbrella. Don't get wet and sick and come back to haunt me. Yang Mengya didn't follow Yu Qing's umbrella as she glared at her deadpan. Yu Qing stood right where he was, his jaw slightly raised, his eyebrows slightly drooping as he calmly looked at her. A few seconds later, she lifted her steps and walked in front of Yang Moya, towering over her and meeting her eyes. I'm not your parents are not qualified to educate you, but you at least high school. Their own mother is still lying inside the hospital. You come here and I pull what look up look down, do not feel too ungrateful? Yang Mengya was like a bomb that was suddenly ignited. She hissed, it's none of your business whether I'm filial or not. No matter what happens to me, my mom won't abandon me and leave. Unlike you, no matter how much you begged her, your mom didn't hesitate to leave. Nobody wants a bastard. And you deserve to educate me. As the words fell out of her mouth, she slammed her umbrella down hard on the ground and turned to run out. The rain curtain tilted open and far away. Yu Qing's cell phone rang at this time. She glanced at the message in the afterglow and frowned. Obediently pulling Yang Mengya's arm, he said in a cold voice, give me an honest stay here. The rain is so heavy you go out as want to die? Yang Mengya viciously shook off Yu Qing's hand. It's none of your business if I die or not. It really has nothing to do with me. She picked her cell phone up off the couch and tapped on the message to show it to Yang Mengya. Your father begged me to take care of you. See? He begged me to let you stay here for the night. Yang Mengya looked at the content of that message. Her complexion changed from briefly stunned to indignant and then grim. I know. Just now it was anger that got the best of me. And now that I've calmed down I really feel that I can't leave at this time. It's easy to get into trouble when it rains. And she has to live to see Yu Qing fall down hard. She can't afford to get into trouble. Chapter 60 Yu Qing. Don't be a. Yu Qing looked at the grim-faced Yang Mengya with cold eyes, and chills grew in her heart. She hadn't forgotten the harsh words that had just spewed from the inside of her mouth. Were they something she'd come up with recently, or had they been on her mind before? The more I thought about it, the more chilled I felt, and the more I thought about leaving her in her house like that. She looked at her coldly. Have you finished your homework yet? Yang Mengya looked at Yu Qing in shock at his words, half unable to say a word. What did you say? When dealing with high school students, you can't beat them or scold them. So let's start with the homework aspect. The title of the God of Learning hung from childhood to graduation. Yu Qing did not suggest at all that Yang Mengya should understand where the gap between the two of them really was. Take out your homework. I'll check it. Yu Qing stood up and cleared the table, leaving a blank space. Sit down or I don't mind letting you squat in the doorway all night. Give you a quilt and you won't freeze to death. Yang Mengya half a day cannot speak. Angry the whole person is like a boiled shrimp. Struggling to no avail can only take out the homework from inside the school bag. Yu Qing looked at the brand new textbook, and the corner of his lips hooked out a cold smile with little curvature. Looks like you're a genius. You don't need to read books to learn. Yang Mengya bit her lip and couldn't say a word. I love Wang Jun Kai. Looking at the few words on the first page of her book, Yu Qing read it out. She remembered the name. One of the country's stars. A brilliant young man. She's scared. Does Wang Jun Kai know that you love him enough to write just that in your brand new textbook? How touching. Yu Qing, don't be a. Yang Mengya stared at her dead on, as if she wanted to cauterize a hole from it. But Yu Qing didn't care at all. She continued to fiddle with her test papers and such inside her book bag. The sneer under his eyes deepened. 35 in math. Pretty high. I've never scored that high in my life. Yang Mengya sneered. You're a big lady. Of course it doesn't matter if you don't study. But I have to study hard. Oh, I mean, I've always gotten perfect scores in math. Yu Qing looked at her innocently with his cheeks resting on his head. Since first grade, Yang Mengya almost choked. Yu Qing continued. 40 points in the language is also very high, and you scored 2 points in the composition. Your language organization skills are quite strong. Dreama Young, English, 15 points. Did you write your answers on the test paper and forget to mark the answer key? Physical education, 0 points. Did you take the test with the soles off your shoes and couldn't run but stood still and watched? Politics 18. No wonder you're so unqualified. Politics is still something to learn, young lady. Dreama Young. Such humiliation was far more than throwing her out directly. So much so that Yang Mengya couldn't say a single word by the end of the day. Looking at Yu Qing as if she had lost her strength, she gritted her teeth and rawly crumbled out a few words from inside her teeth. Don't be complacent. I just didn't study. When I study well to surpass you in the future, I'll definitely come to thank you for today's inspiring grace. Yu Qing hooked her lips and smiled, her smile not reaching the bottom of her eyes. The biggest lie in this world is thinking that if you do it, you can do it well. In reality, some people don't succeed just by putting in effort. The upper limit of the brain is right there. Maybe your total score, which adds up to less than 200 points, is already your upper limit. I get it. A string inside Yang Mengya's brain completely collapsed. She stood up violently, raised her arm and rolled it fiercely towards Yu Qing. Chapter 61. She would never let Yu Qing have a good time in her life. Nguyen saw this scene when she came out from inside the kitchen with her coffee. She didn't even have time to react. Her body had already made a move ahead of her. The piping hot coffee was poured by her directly onto Yang Moya's arm. The latter screamed violently as she was scalded. Her screams mingled with the thunder outside the window. Harsh and frantic, Yu Qing glanced at Wan Xiao, who didn't react either. Fortunately, Yang Mengya wore thick clothes, and it was winter, so she only got her clothes a little wet and splashed a little on the back of her hand. Instead, she glared at Yu Qing with her red eyes deadpan as if she had suffered an unweighted injury herself. Compensation. You must compensate me. Nguyen stood off to the side, still holding the half-empty coffee cup. I'm the one who burned you. Why are you looking for compensation from Ching Ching? Yang Mengya clenched her fists and viciously gouged out Wan Xiao. Then you'll pay for it. $1 million, not less at all. Just as her words fell, she saw Wan Xiao silently pick up her cup and take a sip of bitter coffee, then exhaling a soothing mist. Sorry, I don't have $1 in my entire body. A scoundrel? She'd like to see which one of them was more of a scoundrel. Just heard Yu Qing and Yang Mengya's conversation in the kitchen. It's really an extreme relative. She hasn't seen such a shameless little girl in her long life. As the words fell, she walked forward and pulled Yu Qing about to go upstairs. The guest room is on the far left of the second floor. If you like to sleep or not sleep, get lost. Don't gab here for me. You still want to compete with Ching Ching. You were still playing in the mud when they won the first prize in arts and sciences. Yang Mengya really didn't expect this powerful woman who didn't seem to have much of a brain to curse so viciously. She couldn't refute a word of it. What she said was indeed the truth. Seeing that the two women went up to the second floor arm in arm, Yang Mengya raised the vase in her hand and was about to smash it. Instead, Yu Qing's light but icy frown surfaced in his mind, and he wimped out and obediently put it back. Indignantly, he went upstairs and into the guest room but couldn't get any sleep. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and rubbing a small dagger, she opened the door. She wanted to slice through that demonic face, so she could never look up in front of her again. When she walked to the door of Yu Qing's room, she realized that she had locked the door and she couldn't open it. Indignantly, she glanced around the room, and when her eyes touched a small separate room in the corner, her eyes suddenly lit up. Carefully sneaking in, it was a very simple den. She had been here 4 years ago, and this was Yu Qing's study. Fingers rubbing the books on the shelf. Suddenly, a white journal appeared out of nowhere, and she opened it and flipped through it, a grim light reflecting under her eyes. She would never let Yu Qing feel better in her life. There's something in here that will absolutely destroy her, or at least make her gold master stop loving her. She wasn't trying to get into show business? That's what she got out of the mouth of that forceful fool. What right does a filthy woman have to be pampered and be in show business? She's had enough comfort and enjoyment in the first half of her life. She'll live in hell in the next. That way, it's karma, isn't it? Yang Mengya let out a long breath as if she was relieved, and the smile at the corner of her lips deepened. The next day, the rain outside had stopped by the time Yu came to his senses, and Yang Mengya was nowhere to be seen. Strangely enough, the guest room didn't seem to have any traces of people sleeping in it, and Yu Qing was too lazy to care. Sitting at the dining table, Yu Qing received a message from her aunt, saying that Yang Mengya had gone to school peacefully and thanked her for taking care of her. Chapter 62. Miss you. You've come. Bored and lazy. Yu Qing fiddled with the message to the side and tapped out a cell phone number instead. Released that cell phone number from the blacklist. Yu Qing thought that Yu Yenchen probably disposed of director Wang for her sake. It was probably a simple matter for her to get him to give the movie a release. Well, it is. So no need to call. Just send a message. The white rounded fingers knocked a few words out on the phone. You general. Trouble you to put under the hands of one director of that TV series. I want to act to eat ah. The tone was soft. The attitude was humble. And Yu Yenchen would agree 90% of the time. Yu Qing contentedly put down her cell phone and comfortably enjoyed her breakfast, burnt white porridge. She really couldn't learn how to cook, having been raised too well not to have been in the kitchen as a child. And when she grew up and started to learn how to cook, she realized she couldn't learn how to do it. Maybe it's a natural affluenza. But she learned to put up with difficult meals and eat whatever she wanted as long as she didn't starve to death. Besides, she liked to drink this porridge with a bitter flavor, and as long as she drank it, she would remember the year she was thrown into the slums abroad. It was a year of humiliation, her pride torn apart and trampled on, her faith shattered, the darkest year of her life. There is nothing more horrible or worse than that year. People are born in trouble and die in peace, and by always remembering that year, she will always be motivated to accomplish what she has to do. After breakfast, she heated up an order of sushi that she had taken out at a takeout for Nguyen. Then open your phone and tap on the message. Yu Yenshin's reply was an interview. Yu Qing raised his eyebrows in a fine, unnoticeable manner, and the paper towel was drawn out to slowly wipe the corners of his lips. Mr. Yu's time is running out. Work is important, so an interview is not necessary, right? Yu Yenshin's message on the other end of the phone came quickly. Come to the office just so you don't have to waste my time. Attached below is a line about his company's positioning. Yu Qing thought to himself that he had just yanked this person out from inside the blacklist, and now he had the idea of throwing him back in. Then, I saw the phone vibrate again. Don't think about pulling the plug on me again. I don't mind leaving the entertainment industry with one less movie queen. It was a second to say that. 1. She was sure she would become a movie queen, and 2. She was threatening her in an invisible way. Yu Qing snorted and hooked her lips in a subtle and unnoticeable manner, perhaps pleasured by the words movie queen. Who makes actors who don't want to be movie queens not good actors? She held her cheek in one hand and sent the good word out. Ching Cheng, what are you looking at? What's so funny that our high-cooled beauty can smile at her cell phone? Ruan Xiao came out just in time to touch the subtle curve of Yu Qing's lips. She arched an eyebrow meaningfully. Yu Qing slowly converged the arc of her lips. She didn't laugh. She just found what Yu Yenshin said interesting. Nothing. She pushed the breakfast on the table to her. Here, breakfast, less talking. Nguyen stopped talking and just laughed. After changing his clothes, Yu Qing and Ruan Xiao greeted each other and left the door. Ruan Xiao looked at Yu Qing's back as she left. Those slender legs were pleasing to the eye even in winter. She really kills it when she dresses up. It's not really a dress up. It's just a slightly better dress, but it's hooky enough. And what man can top that just the way she is today? Yu Qing went out in a hurry and was afraid that there would be no bus. So naturally, she didn't pay attention to the figure that had been squatting behind the tree outside the neighborhood. The figure immediately stood up when it saw her come out, and then flew after her. Chapter 63, Coming to the Company. Yu Yenshin's company, KR Group, was located in the very center of the city's business district, with tall buildings reaching into the sky, and the tallest and grandest building could be seen from afar. Yu Qing had a feeling of being a world away. It seemed like yesterday that Green Boy was still murmuring in her ear that she would always be his favorite little girl, but actually, he has nothing to do with her now. He was Mr. Yu, the cold and untouchable man. Yu Qing stood at the entrance of the KR Group. Her expression was calm and collected, and she walked in without any expression. Hello, what can I offer you? The front desk lady smiled cordially, but her eyes did not move as she sized up Yu Qing. Yu Qing ruffled the hair on the side of her ear. I'm looking for your general manager Yu. The receptionist's countenance was unchanged. And do you have an appointment? Does the message he sent me count? Of course. The receptionist smiled and shook her head. It doesn't count. Only orders from the president himself count. Information can be forged, and the president isn't available to anyone. The sneer in the last sentence overflowed, and anyone could hear the mockery in her words. It is normal. Every day want to see Yu Yenshin's woman not 100 also have 70 or 80 to come. One by one, she looked at all the annoying. Yu Qing heard the sarcasm in her words and faintly raised her eyebrows. So what? What am I going to do if I want to see Yu Yenshin? Mister, you should be in a high-level meeting at the moment. Once a month. It ends in 3 hours. You'd better please go back. At this time, mister, you won't see. Before her words could fall, she saw the elevator open. Secretary Su greeted him with a cordial face and a trot. Miss Yu, you're here. It was impossible for the receptionist secretary not to recognize Secretary Su, and Secretary Su's reaction made her heart subconsciously thump. When he looked at Yu Qing again, the laughter under his eyes masked the deep meaning. I'm sorry, but since Secretary Su came to see you personally, you can go up now. Yu Qing nodded and walked into Secretary Su. Can we go up now? Didn't we say that mister? Yu is in a meeting. Once a month is considered a general meeting, right? Su's secretary smiled like a flower. Miss Yu, this can be some do not know. Today is indeed the day of the meeting. The thunder continued for more than 2 years, but we you total this do not know how. Suddenly cancelled the meeting it. Yu Qing was silent for 2 seconds, as if digesting the news. 2 seconds later, she gave a mumbled oh and walked to the elevator as if she hadn't heard anything. Then get up there and don't waste your time here. Secretary Su, did Miss Yu really not understand the meaning of his words? Mr. Yu, the man who has always been cold and ruthless seeing rules as iron laws. He cancelled the once-a-month high-level reminiscence, and so coincidentally you came to the company this time. Who would believe that Mr. Yu doesn't have a personal agenda? What kind of coincidence is that? Secretary Su frowned and followed suspiciously. Entering the elevator, he was still repeating, Mr. Yu has always been a strict person who doesn't show favoritism. I don't know why he suddenly cancelled the meeting for personal reasons. Does Miss Yu know why? Yu Qing stood in the elevator without looking away. You're asking me about something you don't even know? Secretary Su. He had always thought that Mr. Yu was straight as far as he was concerned, but he didn't realize that Ms. Yu was also a straight woman. Straight love, it's a long way to go. Downstairs, Yu Qing had just gone up, and the black shadow that followed right behind him followed into the company. Chapter 64, You're so pretty, I love it. Yang Mengya was not Yu Qing, and there was no Secretary Su to take him up. Student dress file like. The front desk secretary directly without hesitation to give her a stop. Yang Mengya still wants to pester. Saw a few big and thick bodyguards standing not far away. Clenched the white diary in his hand, gritted his teeth and walked out. Walking to the entrance of the office, she turned right into a cramped alley and looked at the white diary in her hand, opening it quietly. On the first page are just a few large words, compiled in a clear and elegant hairpin lower case. She looked at the contents with a grim brow, and the more she read, the more disgusted she felt. Knowing that Yu Qing must come to see her gold master, she followed all the way. She must show this to Yu Qing's gold master, who would surely loathe her. By the time the gold master turned against her, there was no telling what she would be made to do. It didn't work out this time, but sooner or later she would catch a break. The more Yang Mengya thought about it, the more excited she felt, as if she had already seen Yu Qing's miserable appearance. But really, she doesn't even understand. Even if Yu Qing was really down and out, it had nothing to do with her. A fallen princess is still a princess, and she's still a jealous, bubbly, evil cousin who can't replace the princess. The cell phone vibrated and rang. A call from the homeroom teacher. Yang Mengya gritted her teeth, picked up the phone, and pretended to be aggrieved as she said towards the other end of the phone, I'm sorry teacher. Just now, I was helping my sister with washing clothes and cooking, and she said that she won't let me go to school if I don't finish. I've just finished now. I'll go to school right away. Yu Qing came to Yu Yenshin's office for the first time. Her first feeling was that it fit him as a person. Formulaic cold indifference. Everything is black, white and gray in this cold tone. Isn't your Mr. Yu usually quite boring? Yu Qing looked at Secretary Su and casually teased. Secretary Su was tempted to say yes. Not just boring but cruel and inhumane. However, he just smiled. No, our Mr. Yu is gentle and kind, very warm. Yu Qing laughed twice to show that he believed it. Secretary Su led Yu Qing to Yu Yenshin's office door and first knocked twice. And then the man's low voice came from inside. Enter. A short word, but Yu Qing sounded as if it was better than before. It was probably because he was through a door and couldn't see his face, so he wouldn't be drawn past the face too much, that the strength of his voice came to the fore. Nice voice, rich, good looking, not a rotten private life. The perfect man, except for slagging her off. The office door opened and the light smell of tobacco came out randomly. Not unpleasant, even a little addictively good. Yu Qing touched her rounded fingers. She hadn't smoked much lately, and her addiction to cigarettes was getting a bit strong. Yu Yenshin wasn't the only one in the office. There were sophisticated white-collar women, straight-laced men in suits, standing in front of his desk as if they were listening to a lecture. At the sight of Yu Qing coming in, all of them revealed a stunned expression. Yu Qing's face remained unchanged as he stood still. Yu Yenshin distractedly glanced at her, and when he touched the woman's composed demeanor, there was a momentary tumble of emotions in the bottom of his eyes. You guys go ahead and get out. He narrowed his brows and tapped the tabletop slightly with his bony knuckles. So the four people present, all four of them, turned around together. Yu Yenshin raised an eyebrow. Yu Qing, where do you want to run? Caught off guard by being read to, Yu Qing actually had the illusion of being named by the teacher in class. The remaining three left in silence. One of the white-collar men and women dropped a line as they passed her. Savior, I'll never forget the kindness of saving my life. Ms. Yu, you're so pretty, I love it. This is what the girls said. Chapter 65, Will such delicate skin be red when pinched? Yu Qing's heart was several bolded question marks. A Secretary Su was inexplicably warm to her, and two more white-collar men met and complimented her. Is she possessed by Aphrodite? Everyone who sees her makes an offering. My honored god of love and beauty? The office door was closed. Yu Qing's hand clutched her handbag, tightened for a moment, and it was only a moment before she walked calmly to Yu Yenshin's desk. Standing tall, his gaze fell lightly on his forehead. Mr. Yu, what did you want to talk to me about? She doesn't feel the need to necessarily meet. In fact, these things can be said inside a phone text, but he had helped her after all, and had been disliked by her the other day, so that was why he had come obediently. Yu Yenshin was signing a document, the silver-gray fountain pen clutched in his bony hands, easily turning in a circle before landing his big name on the document with a dragon's flourish. The saying that serious men are the most handsome is definitely true, especially those who are good-looking and have a good temperament. The way he was now, He had a forbidden valley ode to his handsomeness. Yu Qing had a moment of disorientation as she watched, thinking that he would answer her words after signing the papers. However, Yu Yanchen quickly drew out the next document, the next copy and the next and the next. Yu Qing maintained her smile. Mr. You haven't used up your fountain pen ink yet? Her legs are sore from standing. Yu Yanchen looked as if he had only just noticed her, glancing at her with a frivolous brow. There's still a bit of work left to be dealt with. Go sit over there first. His eyes fell on the cream-colored couch off to the side. Yu Qing's smile was a bit strained. Calling her to come, she came just to watch him work? What exactly did you want to talk to me about when you called me to the office? The displeasure in her tone was obvious. Yu Yanchen signed another copy in the gap between her words, freeing himself before glancing at her indifferently. That's a long wait? Your time is time, but mine isn't? Yu Qing's displeasure hung plainly on his face. Yu Yanchen was briefly silent for 2 seconds, his gaze crossing over her face. You can analyze for me what's so valuable about a hobo's time. Yu Qing coldly grunted twice, as if she had heard some joke that displeased her. She leaned over, pestling her hands on his desk. Mr. Yu, if you had released that drama for Director Wang when I sent you the message, I'd be in the group wearing sables by now, and I'd still be here as a hobo? In that show, she was a bogeyman, all but wearing a demonic fox sable and pulling no punches. Yu Qing's sudden closeness caused Yu Yanchen's hand that was clutching the fountain pen to tighten momentarily. He could see her white face clearly, and see his own eyes through those clear ones. Would a pinch of such delicate skin make it red? The thought erupted in his mind. The fountain pen pulled a long line of ink across the contract, and he looked at it. A hint of gloom swept across his eyes as he hastily signed it and tossed it to the side. Give me your phone after you unlock it. Yu Qing raised her eyebrows as if she had heard something unbelievable. What did you say? Yu Yanchen looked at her faintly. Do you need me to stick to your ear and say it again? Yu Qing mentally probably guessed what he wanted her cell phone for. She pulled her cell phone from inside her handbag, unlocked it and handed it to him. No fear at all. Yu Yanchen took the cell phone from her hand and unintentionally touched her cold fingers, like a current spreading to his heart. Chapter 66, The Careful General Manager. It's cool. It's white. Yu Yanchen glanced at the temperature of the indoor air conditioner. He had never been afraid of the cold, so he set it not too high. She just came from outside and is wearing thin clothes, so she won't say a word even if she's freezing like this? Stupid as hell. I don't know how I survived out there. Without moving, he turned up the temperature a few degrees. Then his eyes fell on the woman's cell phone in his hand, tapping on his address book. There were only 3 people on it, so he could clearly see his cell phone number and name hanging over it. She was quite obedient and didn't pull the plug again. Eyes went uncontrollably to the other 2, an unmarked number, and one with a wild note on it. Yu Qing watched as Yu Yanchen fiddled with his cell phone twice, not knowing what he was doing. It was weird. Well, kinda careful not to pull the plug on you. Yu Yanchen's eyes seemed to be a few points deeper than before. He didn't say anything and pushed her cell phone on the table to her. Yu Qing took a look at it, and there was nothing wrong with it, so he put it away. The man's voice came in a low, swirling tone. I waited much longer than you did when you pulled the plug on me. He'd made a point of putting her in his address book, and had carefully chosen a note that wasted a few minutes of his thinking time. I ended up sending a few messages to find out that I had been blackballed. Yu Yanchen had never had such an experience in his life. Even Yu Qing 4 years ago had never done anything like this. If she was afraid that he would retaliate against her for going away with another man 4 years ago without saying a word, she should not dare to return to Yao Chang. If she's a gold digger, he's got money now and she shouldn't have blackballed him. Instead she should have sent it up to him. But she didn't even. Yu Yanchen looked at Yu Qing's beautiful and delicate side face. His dark black eyes narrowed unfathomably. Yu Qing pursed her lips on one side. She didn't feel uncomfortable saying the blackout thing inside the message, but Yu Yanchen said it in front of her, making her feel a little embarrassed. After all, after she returned to China, Yu Yanchen did seem to have been helping her, didn't do anything bad. She pulled the plug at the drop of a hat. She tried to explain something, but Yu Yanchen stood up from behind the table. He casually draped himself in the suit sitting on the hanger and bowed his head slightly to button the second button of his shirt. Lifting up his icy eyesight, he landed on Yu Qing's face. Go eat lunch first, and talk while you eat. Yu Qing looked at him with some confusion. And lunch? Yu Yanchen looked at her confused and somewhat dull eyes, and a certain soft place in the bottom of his heart that hadn't been touched for a long time felt like it had been quietly poked and prodded by a cat's meat pad. It's after 12. Not hungry? Yu Qing wanted to say that she wasn't hungry. When she was in the slums she had spent 3 days in a row lying on the ground drinking the muddy rainwater from the ground to slow her hunger. Since then, she felt full even if she ate 1 meal a day, probably because her stomach was small from hunger. Watching Yu Yanchen all cleaned up, she nodded, opening the door to the office. The body of Secretary Su, who was pressing her ear outside the door and struggling to hear the voice in the office, stumbled all of a sudden. He coughed awkwardly several times in a row. So what? So what? I was observing if the office door was soundproofed. Yu Yenshin sneered with cold words. Really? Report the results of your observations. Secretary Su wrapped her hand into a fist under her nose and smiled awkwardly. It's fine. I didn't hear anything. Then mister, you guys hurry up and go eat? I've already booked a place for you. Chapter 67, Why Return? Yu Yenshin swept him a deep brow. You knew we were going to dinner again? Didn't you say you didn't hear? Secretary Su was choked up, half speechless. His pleading eyes fell on Yu Qing, silently reaching behind him and tugging at the corner of Yu Qing's coat to signal to save him. So what? I guessed. It's after 12, so I'm sure we're going to dinner. Secretary Su just didn't expect that Yu Qing was simply too lazy to get involved in the middle of a fight between the secretary and the president. The rainbow farts he blew earlier didn't help her at all. She didn't move to stand forward, and Yu Yenshin's gaze then shifted to her body and Secretary Su's restless hands. His deep eyebrows narrowed in a fine, unnoticeable way. Secretary Su, let's go have lunch together. A sense of foreboding welled up in Secretary Su's heart. It's useless to disobey Yu Yenshin's order. Instead of fighting against the devil, it's better to obey him while enjoying it. Secretary Su has come to a great realization. The location he set for lunch was at a Western restaurant not far from the company, specifically the most expensive one, with a 4-figure per capita meal. He thought about it. No matter what the president was going to do to screw him over, he'd be able to dabble in a big meal, and it wouldn't be a loss. He sat down full of apprehension, but realized that Yu Yenshin didn't mean to make things difficult for him, so he simply spilled his food. Only when he was full and ready to leave did Yu Yenshin look at him with a clear and cold brow. Leave for what? Secretary Su gave a jubilant start. And dessert? Yu Yenshin looked at him with cold eyes. If you don't pay the bill, you want to walk away? Secretary Su. Secretary Su's entire body was about to cry when he paid, and he hurriedly covered his wallet and slipped away after viciously gouging out Yu Yenshin, fearing that he was going to exploit him again as if he was going to exploit him. Yu Qing stared at the juice inside the cup in front of her the whole time, and waited until Secretary Su left before she slowly stirred the juice inside the cup and said, Yu Yenshin, it's just a matter of releasing and not releasing the two answers. Is it necessary for you to ink with me for so long? Again, she was told to wait and eat. Yu Yenshin wasn't in a hurry, his deep gaze gazing at her face for a few seconds. The deep color under his eyes overflowed, and the atmosphere in the box was all of a sudden treacherous and inexplicable. Answer me one question. I want the truth. Yu Qing's movement of pinching the straw stalled, and she looked up to meet the man's line of sight. Yu Yenshin's voice was low and surrounded the not-so-large private box. Why do you want to go back to your country? Why do you want to go back to your country? The emotions under Yu Qing's eyes had a momentary dip deeper, and then she quickly lowered her head. When he raised his head again, his expression was as usual. The foreign entertainment industry is still the world of foreign media and white people in the end. Although Asians can get the audience a short period of freshness by virtue of their acting skills or looks, but after all, it is still short-lived. I want to become famous and want to be on fire. Naturally, I have to return home. At home I have an absolute advantage. Of course I don't have to walk alone abroad. Very sensible answer. There is no excuse for going back to your country for your future and development. That's it? The man's complexion was as deep as ink, making it impossible to see or dare to speculate. That's it. Yu Qing's response was sort of subdued, probably because she had already put this paragraph in her mind and repeated it many times. She guessed this day would come, that sooner or later someone would ask her, Miss Yu, you've become a fallen phoenix, why do you still come to Yaochang to seek your own punishment? It's true that you're looking for suffering, but isn't that what people live for? It is nothing more than that she has come to suffer actively, rather than passively accepting the trials of life. Chapter 68, The Rich Man. So, you returned to China just for money and fame? Yu Yenshin's eyes were ghostly. It was day outside the window, and under his eyes were Shuoxing and night. The way she answered that, it echoed exactly what she'd done 4 years ago when she'd left the country with another man for money. Getting into showbiz for money. For profit. Dumped him for money. For profit. Yu Qing pondered for but a few seconds and breezily said, You can understand it like this. The man lit a cigarette, the lighter snorting a flame in his hand. His voice was less genuine as the smoke curled up. If that's the case, you should know who in distant city can give you the most fame and fortune. Yu Qing's mind was racing to dissect the deeper meaning of Yu Yenshin's words. She sat at the end of the smoke and laughed softly. Yu was always talking about himself? I don't deny it. Yu Yenshin's voice was obscure and inexplicably deep. Yu Qing suddenly ran out of words as she slowly stirred the dark red juice and looked at her own shadow reflected on the surface of the glass. She didn't understand what Yu Yenshin meant by saying this. It's just the two of us here. Might as well have something to say. A somewhat trippy idea popped up in Yu Qing's mind. Yu Yenshin couldn't be looking at her beauty and figure and wanting to bag her, right? Seeing as how he doesn't have a woman around either. A man in his prime comes across his first love and develops some sort of uncontrollable affection. thus wanting to have some sort of socially unacceptable relationship with her. Kim, lord and lover. Yu Yenshin's eyes were cold, looking at her as if she had no temperature. I'll show you something, say it if you think it's okay. Yu Qing's heart thumped. The legendary charter contract? Yu Yenshin threw a heavy contract at her, and Yu Qing's mind tightened, surprisingly pondering how she was going to reject him. The moment she lifted the casing of the document to see the handwriting inside, her arm trembled and the juice nearly knocked over. Yu Yenshin raised his eyebrows as the fog cleared and he looked at the somewhat out-of-sorts woman in front of him. What? So excited? Yu Qing looked at the contract and took a deep breath. You want to sign me as an artist under you? Why go through all this fuss and ink and make such a big circle? Is this man out of his mind? The content of this contract was to sign her as an artist under his company. Yu Qing had cancelled her contract with her foreign agency before returning home, which meant that the two of them, her and Wan Qiu, now belonged to the stage of independent free agents. The company is definitely signing, but Yu Qing had a plan in mind before she returned to China, and the company she signed with had already been set up long ago, and was the heaviest layer in her plan, and was unlikely to change. This contract that Yu Yenshin gave her, the content on it she just briefly looked at and thought that he could be really rich and generous. What kind of brokerage firm does a mogul in real estate finance run? He doesn't know the rules of the business. Up came a promise to give her 20 hit dramas a year to choose from, a movie and a variety show, and a publicist included, and even a salary. Yu Qing counted. He gave her the resources that all the first-tier small flowers coveted, and also gave her a salary of $80,000 a month. Too much money with no place to spend it was the answer Yu Qing synthesized down. Sign or don't sign. One word or two. Yu Yenshin annihilated his cigarette in between Yu Qing's words, his eyes looking at her with a ghostly color. Yu Qing decisively closed the contract with an attitude that was considered decisive. No sign. Don't even think about it. No way. Chapter 69. It was Yu Yenshin's turn to be silent. He briefly contemplated for a moment, and spoke out. You want money, fame and fortune. Sign this and have it all. There's also Director Wang's drama. You can start it whenever you want. Why did you refuse? Yu Yenshin realized that he was always pushed away by Yu Qing when he thought he could see clearly what she was thinking. Then she didn't hesitate to come up with a reversal that would overturn all of his assumptions. She wants money and fame and fortune, and he can give it to her, but she doesn't want it. Rather go to the night to go to Director Wang, although he knew she didn't mean to sleep with Director Wang. But signing this contract, she was destined to be a movie queen as soon as she debuted. What the hell is going on inside this woman's head? Yu Qing didn't feel that she had to answer whatever Yu Yenshin asked, not to mention that the relationship between the two of them right now wasn't something that could be talked about. Do you need a reason to refuse? She rested one hand on her delicate jaw, lining her face ever so slightly. You're a good man, a good boss, but we're not right for each other, okay? Yu Yenshin fiddled with the silver fork in his hand, which refracted a burst of arcing light. Inappropriate? I have the money and the resources. You have the looks and the ambition. Couldn't it be a better fit? Yu Qing shook her head. There is no shortage of beauties in the entertainment industry. Beauties have ambitions. We may not be suitable. She didn't explicitly say the word refusal, but the words expressed it. Yu Yenshin was briefly silent for a moment, and then when he spoke again his tone seemed to be a few points lower than before. What if I just want you? The man with the cold, deep brows was an ineffable beauty when he spoke the words in a low, husky tone that tugged at the heartstrings in a way that was hard to contain. Yu Qing gazed at his face and was lost in thought for a moment, but she knew that Yu Yenshin's words did not contain any male or female affection, but were just a threat out of interest. Her eyebrows slightly drooped, organizing her words for a while, before slowly saying, my face in the country is comparable to a small star outside the 18th line. No one knows who I am. No one understands my persona. It's good that you're willing to give me good resources, but if I'm a small newcomer who just debuted in the country and receives the resources that only a first-tier big name can receive, the audience will only think that I'm going through the back door, and I won't be able to catch fire like this. This is cupping. Mister, you has money and resources I know. There is no one more powerful than you in remote city, but the human heart is not with money and power can be reversed. I now need to move forward step by step, not all of a sudden climb to the highest. How fast you go up, how bad you fall. This kind of shallow reasoning, mister, you can actually understand it by simply thinking about it. The man's eyes deepened and gazed at her with more than a few other meanings. The human heart cannot be reversed with money and power. He chewed on Yu Qing's words in a low voice, narrowing his eyes in a fine, unnoticeable manner. Yes, you want to plant your flag in the entertainment full. There are plenty of beautiful and hard-working 18 lines for you to choose from. You can even go straight to signing first-tier young flowers. You have the money and power. There's nothing you can't do. Yu Yenshin looked at the eloquent woman. Looking at her beautiful and delicate and that near-perfect posture, he only felt strangely tight. He didn't really want to talk to her about these things. He preferred the gesture she made when she mumbled and pouted. But clearly, she's changed. and will probably never be the same dainty person she was 4 years ago, because she didn't like him, much less love him. Chapter 70. He is Yu Yenshin. The president of KR Group Yu Qing looked at Feng Yi. Does he not love him now? Or did he not love him 4 years ago? The color of Yu Yenshin's eyes was very deep, giving people the illusion of wanting to drown in them when they looked over. She left the country without thinking because she didn't love him, and rejected all his overtures including contracts in her favor because she didn't like him. Yu Yenshin has never been that kind of character. You don't love me, I must make you love me. The same goes for contracts, which can't be negotiated and simply aren't negotiated. He had his pride, so even though he'd pined for her for the first few years he hadn't gone looking for her. If you don't like each other, and you can't understand what you're talking about, then just break it off, and that's good for both of us. He wanted to smoke, but held down that thought. Without moving, he collected the contract and dropped it smoothly in the wastebasket on the side of the table. There wouldn't be a second person who could sign this contract because it was customized by him for Yu Qing. She thought it was cudgeling, but it wasn't. For those who have no strength it is a cudgel. For those like Yu Qing who have absolute strength, it is the wings that help her to fly to the peak, and she is able to ascend to the peak to fulfill her heart's desire with the shortest speed. But she refused, without hesitation. You may go. The man's voice was raspy and indifferent. Yu Qing couldn't see his complexion clearly. His gaze fell to a point outside the box window, and it was as if a layer of fog had suddenly enveloped his circumference. There seemed to be a violent and invisible distance between her and him. It was far, so far that she couldn't see his eyes. Yu Qing looked at the contract that had been skimmed off, her eyes as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Half a dozen times, she stood up. Thanks for the love. Goodbye. Yu Yenshin was silent for about a few seconds, and he then stood up as well. It's snowing and the roads are bad. I'll give you a ride. Yu Qing glanced at him, but the latter walked straight ahead on the wrong side of her. She stood still, looking through the window at the white sky beyond. It's snowing, I don't know when. It's a bit heavy, and the ground is already covered in a layer of silver white. She gathered her composure and followed Yu Yenshin's steps out of the box. This Western restaurant was divided into 3 floors, and the 3rd floor was naturally the top of the line private rooms, and where Yu Qing and the others ate. She quickened her pace to follow Yu Yenshin, whose complexion had returned to its usual state, only that he had no intention of speaking to her. Yu Qing didn't know what was wrong with him and didn't say anything. Walking to the elevator door, the 2 men stood side by side. Silence, or silence. There was a ding, and the elevator doors opened. Yu Qing lowered her head and tried to walk in when she heard a familiar voice coming from the elevator. Kiyoshi? Yu Qing was surprised and looked towards the sound, and was shocked when she touched Feng Yi. Senior. Kazuno stood in the elevator. She rarely saw him in a suit. He was handsome enough in his own right that even the scars on his face were a sign of hormones. Wearing a suit has converged that all the flamboyant posture, more like a hibernating in the lair of the beast. Feng Yi stood in the elevator, his gaze falling on Yu Qing and the person beside her. He didn't hide his displeasure in the slightest. Why are you with him? Yu Yenshin snorted lowly, and the disdainful meaning under his eyes was even more open and arrogant. People are magnetic to each other in this world, and some people, even if they have never known each other, are as if they are destined to be together, and whenever they meet, they will never be at peace. He's Yu Yenshin, the president of KR Group. Yu Qing looked at Feng Yi. We're here to talk about something. Feng Yi's eyes landed on Yu Yenshin's face without hesitation, and after surveying him for a moment, he faintly said, Mr. Yu, thank you for fulfilling me by leaving without saying goodbye the last time you negotiated with DG for cooperation. Chapter 71. A while ago, I heard people say that the Feng family had lost 2 sons, and I thought that the Feng family's 100-year-old family fortune was going to be lost in this generation. Yu Yenshin did not hesitate to meet Feng Yi's burning line of sight, his jaw slightly raised, and low words were spat out between the opening and closing of his angular lips. I didn't realize the bastard was back. There was a momentary roll of color under Feng Yi's eyes, and his eyes suddenly deepened a few points as he looked at Yu Yenshin. Mister, you checked me out pretty thoroughly. He returned home as the youngest and most frail son of the Win family, and everyone assumed that he was the youngest son of the Win family, who had been kept away for years because of his poor health. Yu Yenshin, however, even found out that he was an illegitimate child. To check so thoroughly on someone he'd met just once, and who wasn't even a threat to him commercially at the moment. Is it because of Yu Qing? Feng Yi's gaze sank. Just check. Yu Yenshin looked at him indifferently and calmly. What is the big thing that's hard to check? The things that their Feng family had spent countless financial resources and energy to cover up were easily found out by him just like that. Kazuno lapsed into a brief silence and didn't answer again. Sure enough, there was a reason why Yu Yenshin's name would resonate through the remote city. He collected the thoughts in his heart and looked at Yu Qing. Qing Cheng, it's snowing outside. Do you need me to send you back? Yu Qing did not know anything about Feng Yi's identity, but only guessed that his family had more or less some money. While abroad, He said the only person in their class whose graduation work was a full-length movie, and that movie even won an award. This can never be accomplished without absolute financial resources and strength. Therefore Yuqing did worship him for a while. A senior is a senior in the end, and she wanted to make a full-length movie before. It's just a shame that it's all before, and maybe she'll never get another chance in her life where she can make a full-length movie. She didn't expect him to be the bastard son of the Wind family? Yuqing's thoughts fluttered around in her mind as she stood quietly in place. When she had finished her thoughts, she realized that the eyes of the two men around her had actually landed on her. For a moment she had the illusion that she looked like the prey of two vicious carnivorous beasts looking at. I see you just came up. Are you ready to eat? It's better if it's not convenient. Yuqing didn't notice Yu Yenshin's eyes when she spoke, so the latter's deep and icy gaze didn't gap her. Kazuno glanced down at his watch. It's okay, it's not too late to take you home and then I'll come back. The social event doesn't start for another hour. For Yuqing, comparing the two men in front of her, she was actually more familiar with Feng Yi. As for Yu Yenshin, who has not seen him for 4 years, he is more like a familiar stranger, and she doesn't know what he's thinking and thinks he's dangerous. Yuqing bowed his head in contemplation for a few seconds and stepped into the elevator. The air around her seemed suddenly cold, and she glanced at the window in passing, presumably because it hadn't been closed securely. Yu Yenshin looked at the woman's slender back and only felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Does this woman mean she's not going to leave him any face at all? Come in his car and leave in another man's car? Yuqing, where are you going? The voice behind her measured gloomily. Yuqing looked back at Yu Yenshin. I'm going home. Mr. Yu, I won't trouble you today. If Senior is here, I can just take his car. Besides, your company is right next to it. It's too troublesome to send me back and then come over. Chapter 72. She likes the bastard son of the Feng family. Yu Yenshin glanced coldly at Feng Yi, who was mortared like an iron pillar on one side. He won't have to refold in a while? She can't even make an excuse? Yuqing wasn't quite able to understand what Yu Yenshin meant by these words. She let Feng Yi give her a ride home, not also save his time. Men with abnormal brain circuits. Mr. Yu has a lot of work to do in the day and every second counts, so it's better if I don't waste your time anymore. Under the words, the elevator doors closed. She watched as the man's handsome figure gradually disappeared into the gap in the elevator door, and finally only his indifferent and icy eyes remained. Yuqing locked eyes with him, and a sense of guilt dawned on him. Why did she have the illusion that she had left Yu Yenshin behind? Feng Yi's expression hadn't been particularly changed, and he watched faintly as the woman stared out at the elevator door that had long since closed and lowered her eyes. Why are you talking things over with your ex? Feng Yi and Yuqing studied abroad in this school when the relationship is quite good. Not to say that there is nothing to talk about, but it is also considered a confidant. In the arts, relationships often get better and better after the first glance. That's how it is with the two of them. So when Feng Yi asked, Yuqing said truthfully, he probably sees this big piece of pie in the entertainment industry and wants to get a piece of it. But there are not many artists under his command that he can develop and bring up. He has his eye on me and wants to sign me. Kazuno stood still, his gaze falling on the head swirls on her head, not knowing what he was thinking. You refused. Words with little rise and fall, like declarative sentences. Yuqing nodded her head, a few more smiles under her eyes when she looked at him. Worthy of being a Wind director? Dissecting people's psychology is really first class. This is how you can see that I didn't agree? Feng Yi looked at the woman's delicate face, and the color under his eyes was as thick as ink. Although I don't know exactly what you're returning to the country for, I know you have your own purpose and ideas, and it's definitely not for money or fame, so you won't agree. Yuqing liked talking to Feng Yi without getting tired. He knows what you're thinking, but doesn't say it. He knows what to ask and what not to ask, what to do, and what not to do. Neither of them knew at the moment that his being too measured would become his greatest regret in this life. When Yu Yenshin came down from upstairs, Yuqing and Feng Yi had long since disappeared. He swept his gaze around the room, and Secretary Su was standing beside his car, shivering in the cold. He walked up to him. Didn't go back to the office? Secretary Su smiled and shook her head. Waiting for you. How dare I leave if you don't? Yu Yenshin didn't speak again. The car keys were tossed up from his hand and thrown to Secretary Su. Drive. His voice was low. Secretary Su carefully got into the car, and the man smoothly walked to the back and sat down. Along the way, Secretary Su didn't dare to speak. It was only when he had almost reached the entrance to the office that he carefully looked through the rearview mirror at the man behind the car with his eyes closed. Mr. Yu, why did I just see MS? You get into the car with another man? When he said that, he just felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Yu Yenshin, however, didn't even open his eyes. I don't know. He's not going to ride in a big, dumb Land Rover instead of his limited and snazzy car. Is it because she likes the bastard son of the Wind family? Secretary Su awkwardly coughed twice. That contract thing? That contract is still printed by him. The terms on it are so good. MS. You must have agreed to it, right? Chapter 73. This matter was fine if no one mentioned it, but when Secretary Sue said it, he saw the man who had originally closed his eyes to rest suddenly open his eyes. The dark eyes were even colder than the cold days outside the car. An invisible oppressive force suddenly swelled open. Secretary Sue's hand pinching the steering wheel is a tremor. No, did not sign? She said that I would hold her up like that. Yu Yenshin's voice was low and obscure. His gaze fell to an unknown point outside the car window, and it looked like the whole atmosphere was a bit off. Secretary Sue looked at him and only felt that his mood was low, and a kind of unspeakable lassitude. The word lonesome appeared on the man that everyone envied, and surprisingly, he didn't feel out of place. He had followed Mr. Yu for so many years and knew that he wasn't as glamorous as he seemed to be in the eyes of outsiders. He has seen at 3 o'clock in the morning, full of fatigue to deal with all the things and then go home alone, standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows looking at the bustle of the Yu general manager smoking. He has also seen him and those 40 or 50 years old difficult partners to talk and laugh between the tent-like decisive calm. In fact, he had always been alone, starting when he was 19 or a teenager. The man who looks perfect to outsiders. He consists of a complex personality with a complex past. He has assumed a power that is difficult for ordinary people to have, and a stressful anxiety that is impossible to bear. Naturally, possessing a sense of loneliness 100 times more intense than normal, Secretary Sue probably understands why ancient emperors who had all the power and everything called themselves oligarchs, loners. But that contract was compiled by many of the entertainment industry's best and brightest. How is it possible to hold up a contract? Yu Yenshin's gaze sank to the company's upper floors that were high into the sky. It's just that she doesn't want to sign it. It's just an excuse. Back at the office. The door to his office had just been pushed open when he saw a hangdog man sitting on the cream-colored couch. He pushed the door open with a lurch, and then a few moments of sarcasm and teasing seeped out from the bottom of his eyes. What? Can you walk? As soon as Fu Mo saw Yu Yenshin open his mouth about this matter, the anger that he had managed to ease and digest on his own all of a sudden rushed back to his heart. I really don't understand. Yu Qing, she went to find an old man to sleep with her. This matter was originally disgraceful. She's a real young lady who has a despicable nature that is greedy for power and money. She entered the entertainment industry as not thinking of red? I'll find a reporter to go over and fulfill her. Fu Moe covered his stomach, still feels some hidden pain. The more he said the more angry. She gave you a cuckold 4 years ago. 4 years later to see you are not guilty but also look like I do not owe anyone. If I were you, I would strip her naked and throw her to the red light district. Anyway, her nature is suitable for that place. But you didn't care. You came to my house in the middle of the night and fought with me. Are you out of your mind? Or are you a bit of a SM freak? Are you a masochist? Yu Yenshin just glanced at him when he just entered the door, and then sat behind the desk to deal with the work, waiting for Fu Moe to finish his pressing, before he lifted his indifferent eyes and glanced at him. Finished? Fu Moe was a little unclear about Yu Yenshin's path. This look in his eyes caused him to have an abdominal pain, and he uncontrollably moved back. What's wrong? Yu Yenshin smoothly picked up a bottle of water from the table and raised his hand to throw it to him. Talking so much, take a sip of water. Fu Moe thought to himself that he had only said a few words. How could he say that he was thirsty? But Yu Yenshin's water had already been thrown over, and he raised his hand and cupped the center of the water bottle. And in a flash, the cap of the water bottle was not tightly closed, and when he pinched it, the water inside was directly slammed towards his face. Chapter 74. If this is liking, then I admit it. Fu Moe took a deep breath and closed his eyes deeply to resist his urge to storm out. Reaching up, he wiped a handful of water off his face, looking at the wetness of his brand new clothes, and it just annoyed the hell out of him. Yu Yenshin, you are a ing. I'm really convinced you. Who is good to you you don't know in your heart. He knew this man was damn protective. When he was in school he wouldn't allow anyone to say anything bad about Yu Qing, only letting people praise her. In 4 years, he was beaten when he said Yu Qing was bad. 4 years later, ing hell, he's still getting beat up. Fu Moe thought to himself, what kind of crime is this? Good intentions have been treated like a wolf's liver and lungs. Yu Yenshin looked at his drenched appearance, also did not move much. She didn't want to sleep with that director that day. You're thinking too much. Oh, she's dating the director in the middle of the night because she wants to go over the script with him in the hotel suite, right? Yu Yenshin looked at him with cold eyes. None of your business needs you to care? Fu Moe felt that he was used to being disliked by Yu Yenshin, and it was surprising that he didn't run over to fight him when he talked to him like this. It could also be because he couldn't beat him, but Fu Moe would never admit to this. It's none of my business, he grunted. But it's none of your business which agency she signs with. Do you need to rush up and give her a whole contract out? Look at that rotten look on your black face when you just came in. What? The contract was rejected by someone else too? Tell me, What's it to you about ex-girlfriends you're going to get hot under the collar? It is undeniable that Fu Moe and Yu Yenshin stayed in the past few years is also considered to have learned his dark dislike of people's skills. To say that is also a set of words. The gesture of Yu Yenshin's hand that was tapping on the keyboard lurched, and the light under his eyes darkened. Who did you hear about this? Fu Moe coldly snorted. What kind of big deal is it? I am also a shareholder of your company. I want to know what the company has been busy lately. Is difficult to know? It was only after his words fell that he realized Yu Yenshin's expression was gloomy and inscrutable. An idea floated uncontrollably in the back of his mind, and after a half-minute or so of silence, his voice lowered in tone. Are you trying to make up with her? No. Yu Yenshin answered with almost no hesitation. Fu Moe had known Yu Yenshin for so long that he more or less understood him. He scowled. Then explain why you helped her at the hotel and gave her such a good contract? Can't you feel sorry for her? Yu Yenshin will pity people? Fu Moe almost laughed out coldly. Then let me ask you in another way. Do you hate her? Told you. It's just a matter of weighing the pros and cons. I understand but don't agree with what she's doing. Then it doesn't hate her. Fu Moe narrowed his eyes. Last question. Do you like her? The current Yu Qing. Do you like her? Yu Qing 4 years ago did make people feel well-behaved and adorable, and it was inevitable that people would like it. But she has certainly changed so much in the last 4 years. If Yu Yenshin even likes her in her current appearance, the two of them are afraid that they will be entangled all the time in this life. Yu Yenshin didn't answer Fu Moe's question right away. His eyes were eerily silent for a while before he opened his mouth with a low voice. Fu Moe, you have to realize that if it wasn't for her I might have died 4 years ago. She's the one who pulled me up from hell, and there's no way I'm going to forget her lightly, much less stand by while something happens to her. If that's like, then I admit it. Chapter 75. Fu Moe's eyes welled up with an extremely complex look. It looked like he was stunned, but in fact, he probably had an answer in his mind when he asked this question. The three of them were all in the same high school 4 years ago, and he was well aware of what kind of things Yu Qing had done back then. Undeniably, without Yu Qing, the current Yu Yenshin would either be in prison or dead on the street, or killed by his own father. Either way, he wouldn't be able to become what he is now. A lengthy silence actually fell over the large office. Yu Yenshin's brows were indifferent as he looked toward Fu Moe, who had a heavy look on his face, and asked in a low voice, "What else do you want to ask? Ask it together while I want to answer now." There were actually a lot of things Fu Moe wanted to ask, but now a new predicament popped up inside his head. He looked into the man's lazy, indifferent eyes and his hand curled unconsciously. You can't let go of Yu Qing. What about Xiaoyi? What about Tang Yi? Even though she had already disappeared from Remote City for close to a year, when he thought of her, his mind could still immediately conjure up her gentle frown. Without waiting for Yu Yenshin to answer, he took over and as if he couldn't wait to force the question. You tell me, you can't let go of Yu Qing. What the hell about Tang Yi? His eyes suddenly turned bitter. Yu Yenshin, don't forget what she has paid for you, and more importantly, don't forget what you said before her hospital bed in the beginning. Yu Yenshin's complexion seemed to have a slight ripple of ups and downs, but it was so shallow that it was almost impossible to see. The more Fu Moe looked at this appearance of his now, the more he felt cold. His tone was even more hardened. If you forgot, I can repeat it now to remind you. You said, I'll be responsible for you for the rest of your life. Behind the large desk, the man's eyes deepened. He looked at Fu Moe as if he wanted to see through his skin to see what was in his heart. I haven't forgotten what I'm supposed to take on and be responsible for. I don't need you to remind me. Just as his words fell, he saw Fu Moe suddenly stand up from the sofa. 3 steps and 2 steps rushed to the front of the eyes, body against the desktop, tone more a few points of anger. You tell me now this is your responsibility? And the ex-girlfriend entanglement is not clear. Leave her alone in a foreign country to stay alone in the sanatorium. This is you general responsible? I'll be responsible for my parents. I'll be responsible for the employees under me. Perhaps, I will also be responsible for the beggars downstairs of the company. Yu Yenshin's eyes were thick as he looked at the man in front of him who couldn't control his emotions. Once two people are in the same scene, each other's character becomes distinct through the setting. But this doesn't have any conflict with me not being able to let go of Yu Qing. I can be responsible for Tang Yi, or I can let go of Yu Qing, and the two can coexist. Fu Moe had never been so diabolical when he looked at him like this. He got up violently, anger rolling in his eyes. You damn well know that what Xiaoyi wants is not your responsibility. What she wants is you. You can't let go of Yu Qing so much. That's your responsibility to her? How do you let her accept that? Yu Yenshin gently turned a circle of the silver-gray pen. The computer's light refracted into his handsome face, set off his calm icy complexion more and more true. His voice was thin and waveless. My commitment has always been to be responsible for the rest of her life. A responsibility that includes her job, money, and even feeding and clothing her parents if necessary. But it doesn't include me and my love for her. Chapter 76. Fu Moe in fact has always known that his good brother in fact cold-blooded in the bones, estimated that his own father died in front of him. He will not blink, will only be his father's assets swallowed into their own. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that his cold-bloodedness was engraved in his bones and had already been incorporated into his blood. Tangy ruined her supposedly glamorous and colorful life for him. And he's actually just saying you're responsible for her future job and money? The slightest chill spilled out of his heart, and he took a few steps backward as his eyes met. You're good. The words fell from his lips and he turned and slammed the door. Secretary Sue, who was about to come in to report his work, was nearly injured by mistake. Looking at the angry Fu Xiao, he tried to catch up. Inside the office, the man's low voice, however, calmly came out. Don't bother, tell him to get lost. Yu Qing returned home, and only then did she suddenly remember that she seemed to have forgotten something. Didn't she go to Yu Yenshin to ask him to release director Wang's drama? What did she go for? Sitting down on the couch for a moment, she really felt like she needed to get some brain supplements. Reaching out and pulling out his cell phone to try and call Yu Yenshin over, he saw a message pop up just as his phone was unlocked. Director Wang, thank you you for saving me and my whole family. The TV series can be filmed now. I won't see you tomorrow morning. Why did Wang suddenly become S? Even the symbol is used? She still remembered the interview when he scolded a dozen girls in one breath and cried. And now the Wang director. With a good word back, she went to the bathroom to take a shower and start organizing the script, writing 30 words and deleting 29, leaving just one comma. Yu Qing was a little distracted. Snapping the computer closed, she felt out her cell phone and familiarly found out Yu Yenshin's cell phone number, incidentally lighting a lady's cigarette and smoking it, thinking about it for about 4 or 5 minutes before she edited a text message over. Thank you. I've been bothering you with everything lately. If there's anything you need help with, just ask. She no longer said anything about repaying with money. Yu Yenshin is not even close to her little money, and it is a bit humiliating to say it. Besides, she doesn't have any money at all. Yu Qing after sending the message opened the computer to watch the celebration of this year's National Day. She likes to watch these very combustible and positive things when she is not in a very positive mood. Look at the great mountains and the prosperity. She should have lived well. A cigarette bottomed out and her cell phone vibrated. She stubbed out her cigarette with an unchanging gaze and silently watched the women squat in front of her. It wasn't until he finished reading that he pinched his phone seemingly casually. 10086, your cell phone is in arrears. She slowly furrowed her brow as she read the entire text message, took a deep breath, then went to pay her cell phone bill. Within a few more minutes, the phone vibrated again. Yu Qing thought it was a successful payment prompt and opened it to see that it was a text message from Yu Yenshin. His reply was brief, and his brief words were appalling. I remember you can't lie. Act well. This phrase seems complicated because front end and back end mean completely different things, but Yu Qing saw it all at once. When she was in high school she couldn't lie. Yu Yenshin took her to Miss Night Study to see the full moon on August 15th, and when she came back she lied to the teacher and said that she had a stomachache and went to the toilet, but the result was that the whole time she was red-faced and deaf, and the teacher saw at once that she was lying. She really couldn't act then. She couldn't even lie. But just then, Chapter 77, sinking in the midst of pomp and circumstance, may I always be as pure as a lotus. On the other side of the phone, Yu Yenshin was holding a cigarette, and his appearance was actually inexplicably synchronized with Yu Qing. He was still in the company. Secretary Sue happened to come in through the door, saw Yu Yenshin was staring at his cell phone and didn't know what he was thinking, and silently walked up. Mr. Yu, since you have the idea to get a share of the entertainment industry, why don't you modify that contract for Miss Yu's refusal to sign another artist? Our company is indeed short on entertainment at the moment, so perhaps signing someone else without signing Miss Yu would be a good idea. Yu Yenshin put down his cell phone and looked at him faintly, his eyes touching the contract he was holding in his hand. Modified it before coming to ask me? Secretary Sue smiled. It's not that I guessed that you must have some thoughts about the entertainment industry. Yu Yenshin put down his cell phone and took the contract and glanced at the contents on it. You're signing in Ru, the female lead in Yu Qing's drama? He remembers that Yu Qing is the second female. Will he be unhappy signing the female one? This thought only flashed briefly before he recalled the way Yu Qing had rejected his contract with little hesitation. She doesn't care anyway. Sign it, change the content of the contract, and lower the conditions of Yu Qing's copy for her. Since he had an idea about the entertainment industry, he wasn't going to boil a frog in warm water. Since he had absolute strength, he didn't care if he just slammed a movie queen out. The following day, the Eastern Palace went to the opening day of the auction. Hangzhou Movie City. Director Wang sent a work car to pick her up, and the car had just entered the filming area when they saw a crowd of people gathered in a circle, as if they were waiting for someone. The car was forced to stop. Yu Qing threw the window to look out of the car. Today the reporters are not those she met in the hotel miscellaneous gossip entertainment. All are some well-known big-name company reporters. Director Wang's TV series is kind of a minor hit, but it doesn't come with this much. Yu Qing was a bit puzzled, but the driver who was sitting in front and also looking out the window knew the inside story. Don't know, right? All these big-name reporters out there that ordinary people can't even invite her here to interview Anju. Anju. Yu Qing searched for this person's name inside his head at a rapid pace and finally found her in a small corner. Enru, a graduate of the 19th session of the Chinese theater. Murong Lian, the heroine of the East Palace went to the East Palace. Murong Lian, the winner of the drama's life, lived to become an empress at the end. The one who put the first demoness, Feng Demon Rao, to death on the day she boarded the plane. She was Feng Demon Rao, so to speak, and Enru was the one who had killed her. Ruan Xiao looked out the window suspiciously. Enru isn't just a fresh graduate. She doesn't have much of a drama. How come all these reporters come to interview her? Does she have that much face? The driver revealed an expression of you don't know. Enru posted a microblog yesterday. She signed a new company. These reporters aren't here for her. They're here for the company on her head. As for the new company she signed with, what's it called? KR Group. Yu Qing had only glanced out the window before and retracted her eyes to look down at the script, and she didn't pay much attention to what the driver said, until the name of that group came out of his mouth. She pulled her eyes back from the script and looked at the driver in front of her. Hello, what group did you just say? The driver opened his phone and flipped out the microblogging sent by Enru, and read it out accordingly. It is an honor to cooperate with the KR Group, and from now on, we will take care of each other and work hard for each other, and do our best to listen to the fate of heaven, sinking in the flamboyance. I wish to be forever high and pure like a lotus. Thank you for Mr. Yu's appreciation. I will live up to the expectations. Chapter 78. Maybe this is the future Mrs. Yu. Hey, who is this Mr. Yu? It can't be Yu Yenchen. Since when did he get into this mess of showbiz and sign Enru? Enru, this can really heaven fall pie. A sign is KR Group. Look at this bottom of the comments. Some people say that Enru is the woman of the total package of the Yu. Into the entertainment industry just to play. The total Yu to pave the way for her it. There are also people who say that she is Mrs. Yu. Think what? People have just graduated from college. The driver, after all, is also a long time immersed in the entertainment industry. Gossip Hart is not at all less than ordinary people. Only half a dozen times after he finished his sentence, he didn't hear a reply from the man in the back seat. Somewhat puzzled, he glanced towards the back and was met with the beautifully out-of-this-world and stunning female second leaning back in her seat in silence, wondering what she was thinking. The driver thought about it. The female one was so hot, it must have overshadowed the female two's already small amount of popularity, and it was normal for her to be unhappy. Miss Yu, you don't have anything to be sad about. Maybe after your drama Roer's general manager you will sign you, and then you'll be on par with Enru. Yu Qing pursed her lips and didn't say anything when she heard what the driver said, but it was Ruan Xiao who couldn't help but hold back a sentence. What do you mean by equal? Mister, you first came to find my home Qingqing. My home Qingqing, a face without mercy, refused him. He went to sign Enru. Enru is at best a spare tire. The driver took a few seconds to digest the words and looked at Yu Qing with extreme shock. Rejecting KR's contract? Crazy. Miss Yu, honestly, is your mom a movie queen? Yu Qing raised the script to block his face, seemingly not wanting to continue this topic. Her light voice came out from behind the script. I don't know if my mom is a movie queen or not. Anyway, I'll be a movie queen in the future. The crowded road ahead suddenly loosened up, and before the driver had time to be shocked by Yu Qing's remark, he saw a woman in a long silver gray dress walk down from a Mercedes ahead. The reporters around them crowded up at once, and for a moment the woman attracted all the flashbulbs. She had just graduated and looked at the scene in front of her, although her posture was still calm, but her fingertips had some hidden trembling. MS. Enru, can I interview you for a few questions? The reporter, who used to be condescending to the stars, was now humble and careful in front of Enru. Not because of her, of course, but because of the character behind her. Yu Yenchen's news. The person Yu Yenchen signed. Who dares to mess with them? Maybe the one in front of you is still the future Mrs. Yu, but you should know that Yu Yenchen never dabbles with the entertainment industry. This time there is no half a bit of wind. Hastily sign Anju. Who knows whether Anju and he pampered themselves to act so especially for her to pave the way so into the entertainment industry. The person in question hadn't said anything, and those who were interested had already brainstormed a whole lot, and no one dared to be disrespectful to Anju. Anju pursed her lips and smiled, but she was not arrogant. Her attitude was very gentle. Of course, please ask. May I ask who approached you first about your signing with KR Group? Was it your gross recommendation? Enru's smile deepened. No, I'm not afraid of everyone's joke when I say it. Yesterday morning, Mr. You came to me and said he wanted to sign me, and we signed the contract in the afternoon, just like a dream. Yesterday morning, Mr. You came to me and said he wanted to sign me. This sentence can cause infinite deep thoughts. Even though it was Chief Yu's secretary who came to her, there was nothing wrong with her saying that. Anju thought so. Chapter 79. Who is the second female? Seems to be an 18 line? A small commotion came from the group of reporters. Their guess was right. And Ru was the one who had a relationship with Yu Yenshin. In this circle, getting involved with the three words Yu Yenshin represented endless hotspots in traffic. Then may I ask Ms. On Ru, why did Mr. Yu choose you? And also, the beautiful Ms. Ru, please take a look at me. It is well known that Mr. Yu has never been involved in the entertainment industry. Why would he suddenly enter the entertainment industry this time? Is it because of you that he made this concession? In the eyes of these showbiz journalists, Yu Yenshin's involvement in showbiz was actually a major concession. And Ru hooked her lips and smiled. Just the right amount of eyebrows containing lip spring lowered her head. Seemed to be very blushing. Don't guess blindly. Just my luck. I and Mr. Yu cannot have any unsavory relationship. As the words fell, a bigger smile tickled her delicate face. Besides, even if I'm enamored with Mr. Yu, Mr. Yu doesn't necessarily look at me. Whispering to everyone, Mr. Yu is much more handsome than he is on TV. Wow. So Miss Anru has a crush on Mr. Yu? Mr. Yu probably couldn't resist the temptation when faced with the advances of such a beautiful beauty as Miss Anru, right? And Ru faced these forced questions. Her face reddened like a ripe apple. Don't ask these questions. Ask questions that have something to do with Donggong, okay? Today is Donggong's home court. The reporters didn't want to ask about going to the Eastern Palace, but what Anju said made sense. Then may I ask Miss Anju, wasn't the opening day of the auction chosen by the Eastern Palace to go before a few days ago? Why has it been postponed until now? Is this matter related to you? Or maybe it has something to do with Mr. Yu. These reporters blindly blind is still able to hit the dead rat, but not in Yu Yenshin has a relationship with it. But Ru didn't know about this. She slightly lowered her eyes. Her mind reflected the words Yu Yenshin's secretary said to her when he approached her. You should know that signing this contract is like pie in the sky for you. If not for the second female in your drama, you would not have gotten your turn. You'd better be a little self-aware. Don't get this contract and then your eyes grow to the sky. Understand? She didn't actually know who the second female in the cast was at first. She had only heard her agent say that it was an actor who had returned from overseas. It was only after she heard Yu Yenshin's agent say that she tried to get to know her. After searching some of her photos online, to be honest, Anjua's first reaction was not jealousy, but envy and fear. She envied Yu Qing's beauty and at the same time feared that Yu Qing's redness would suppress her glory. Actually, the reason for the delay is still because of the female second. Anju spoke in a somewhat whispered voice, but it still reached everyone's ears through the microphone in front of them. The reporter who is good at catching details smells the gossip at once. The second girl? Who's the second girl again? I forgot. Who knows who the second female is? Like an 18? Ms. Anju, can you be more specific? Anju seems embarrassed. Her agent came up from behind her at that moment and gave her a comforting pat on the shoulder. Everyone, my family Ruru has always disliked discussing people's rights and wrongs behind their backs, so please don't press the issue any further. There are some things that aren't quite convenient to talk about that everyone understands. Chapter 80. Aggrieved QAQ. All of them are a crew. The crew start dates suddenly delayed. This matter from the main actor down to the group actors are talking about. And the main actors and Wang director a bit of contact phone from his mouth to find out the delay and the female second has a relationship. As for how it is related, they did not ask, but precisely because it wasn't asked. Isn't it possible to say whatever you want? Sister Hong, please reveal it? Each reporter's mind was all seven-knuckled and drawn out. Ru's words had reached this point, and Sister Hong had also indicated the obscurity of this matter, so it definitely looked like a big story. Sister Hong is a senior agent in the industry, and I heard that she is Ru's cousin, and Ru has been following her since her debut. She is also considered to follow the right person. Ru signed KR. She also became the KR name of the agent. The value is again doubled and doubled. The reporter's inquiry made Sister Hong hesitated again and again, and finally spread her hands, pretending to be very helpless and whispered, "This is something I really did not want to say, but right, we were all friends before. I'll tell you." Then she dropped the microphone and whispered her way into the crowd. The second female is back from abroad. We all know how open abroad is, and the entertainment industry is even more of a dyke. I heard that this time the opening delay is because she played a big game to try to put on a show for everyone. Let us all wait for her, to satisfy her vanity. Also, some people said that they saw her and director Wang in some hotel. Before all these things, which one is true or not I don't know. I'm just telling everyone what I know. No matter what kind of journalists they are, all they need is breaking news. At the moment what Red said fulfilled this greatly. Dang, They had already thought of a second press release. East Palace to go to the female first, clear and elegant female second, play big, and the director has a secret news. Both hold the U General Anju, but also has a female second, burst point. Sister Hong, is there anything else? Sister Hong and Anju looked at each other. Anju couldn't stand to look at the second female, and she certainly couldn't. Why not when you can suppress her? Ahem, I also heard. The female second seems to be some kind of chicken maker abroad? Good looking, the gold master to hold out the road. Folks also know that the female 2 persona is a demon princess. Right, I heard that it is her original color. Anju stood obediently on one side, as if it was very difficult to gossip behind someone's back. She reached out and tugged on Red's shirt. Don't say it, that's just a rumor. Sister Hong looked at her with a charitable look of, you don't understand, you're still young. Roo, you're just too simple. Let me tell you, there isn't a single clean character inside this entertainment industry. You're so kind, you'll definitely suffer. With just a few short words, Sister Hong set the Anju's man. The reporters looked at each other in all directions after the silence, and they probably understood what Sister Hong meant. Sister Hong probably told them to set off an Ru simple and kind persona with the female second's venom. Is this Sister Hong's intention? Or Mr. Yu's? A group of people surrounded the place, and it was impossible for Wang Guan not to notice it. He suddenly raised his voice. What the are you still doing here? You think you're having dinner in the village? The media is coming to take pictures. 1 hour. If you can't get a picture, don't look for me to cry. Get the hell out of here. He's in a bad mood today because the second female is in a bad mood. The second female just went to makeup. He went to strike up a conversation and she actually ignored her. Wang Guide aggrieved Chu. Why this Yazzie? You will not blame him again for the unhappiness of the female second QAQ. Chapter 81, Demon Eat My Stick. The media had long been accustomed to the vulgar nature of Director Wang, and hurriedly left from Sister and Ru Hong's side and headed toward the center of the venue. Recently, all new dramas start filming by offering sacrifices to the gods first, to bless a big hit. Then it's time to walk the red carpet for media photoshoots. In short, for the heat. Yu Qing finished her makeup early and waited backstage. She sat quietly in front of the makeup mirror and looked at her slightly unfamiliar self in the mirror. To emphasize her role, the makeup artist gave her a heavier makeup look. Dark eye shadow, positive red lipstick, slightly upturned eyeliner. Perhaps regular people simply couldn't ride on this kind of makeup. But Yu Qing had been born with a chapter of perfect features of heavenly fury. So any way to draw it would be beautifully amazing. MS. You, would you like to wear this? The stylist brought out a silver gray satin gown. Yu Qing's remaining light-skimmed, her delicate eye makeup slightly picking up in a flash. The whole person was valiant and imperial. The stylist was a young girl who hadn't been out of school very long, and the glance almost made her hands shake. This dress, it's the same as what Enru wore. Yu Qing gazed at the little stylist girl before faintly withdrawing her gaze. Seeing how scared she looked, she probably didn't mean it. Ha! The little girl shivered in fear. Then I'll get another one. I'll get another one right away. Yu Qing's body was limp, leaning against the stool, her jaw slightly raised, looking at herself in the mirror. Her tongue licked the surface of her lips as Anju's soft face and shy expression were reflected back inside her mind. She has experienced more things than normal people, and her vision of people is also much more poisonous. She knew in her heart whether Enru was really cute and simple or a white lotus. If it was truly innocent, they wouldn't have pulled her in front of a reporter. She heard a little bit of what she said to the reporter in the car earlier, and then didn't listen to it afterward and got pulled in for styling. Since Anju didn't want to have a good time, it just so happened that she did, too. Her sultry red lips opened and closed slightly, spitting out icy words. No need. The little stylist girl gave her a puzzled look. What? Bring the clothes? I'm going to wear that one. Director Wang stood outside Yu Qing's dressing room door in a fiery rage, placing his hand on the door and withdrawing it, placing it on the door and withdrawing it. It was repeated a dozen times, so much so that a passing staff member cautiously opened his mouth to ask, Director Wang, have you had a stroke? Director Wang, off. He was hesitant to knock on the door. This red carpet guys are almost finished. How come Yu Qing has not come out? Knock it. In case it makes her unhappy, he will be Yu Yenshin's hole again. If you don't knock it, this red carpet is really going to be rolled away by the staff. Finally, the door to the room opened. Director Wang looked toward the inside with an excited face, only to see, my day, didn't they say that sperm is not allowed after the founding of the country? Yu Qing, this is also too good looking. This body, this looks, this ing perfect. Estimated hair strands are not split, right? A thought spread through Wang Wan's mind. He was in the hotel that day. How did he not do it to Yu Qing? Yu Yenshin, even if he killed him, he was worth it. Of course it was only a momentary thought. He still wanted to live. Yu Qing looked coldly at Wang Wan, stood in front of the door and fumed. What? You won't let me go out? Only then did Wang Guan come back to his senses and hurriedly made way for Yu Qing. You, it's not that I'm saying, you're dressed a little too well. How do you let the other actresses stay? Really, I don't even have a necklace. Director Wang, I can't take that. Chapter 82, Yu Qing, the one who has the top match plugin. Although he couldn't pick it up, he looked at Yu Qing's clothes but they looked somewhat familiar. Thinking about it, it's probably a new seasonal model from a big brand, and his mother-in-law has bought it before, that's why it looks familiar to him. When he arrived at the red carpet site and saw the star-studded female number 1, Anju, he realized what that damn familiar feeling was. His horrified vision darted from side to side across the room between his girl 1 and girl 2 before he slapped a hand to his face. TMD. Both are Yu Yinshan's people. He can't offend either one. If the two of them got into a fight, was he going to be screwed over by Yu Yinshan? Yu Qing was born a few centimeters taller than Enru. She was 168 and Enru was about 165. Yu Qing wore a long silver white high heel, lined calves taut and delicate and slender, plus the fabric of the skirt is silk, so walking as if with the wind. All the clothes are soughing and shaking. The body is slender. The waist is a wonderful surplus. Enru is different. She walks the innocent little white flower persona. Too high heels show aura is not suitable for her, so she wore a pair of thick-soled small leather boots. She stood on the red carpet with an innocent, lovely brow smiling towards the cameras around her. When Yu Qing didn't show up, she was undeniably the female number 1. She enjoyed this feeling of being surrounded by people, and at the same time in her heart the unknown joy towards Yu Yinshan increased by a few points. She knew that without Yu Yinshan, there would be no present honor. Well, she'll repay Mr. Yu well. She'll work hard, she'll be red, and she won't let him down. Anju was immersed in it and doing her best to pose, when suddenly, those media and cameras suddenly shifted direction as if they had discussed it all at once. Her heart stuttered as she looked in the direction of the camera. The moment she saw that glimpse of a figure, her pupils contracted minutely in an unstoppable manner. Thoughts in her eyes spread into intermittent emotions that traveled into her heart, and the beating of her heart was clear to her ears. Who's this? A can actress? A model? Have you seen such a young movie queen? Models, the temperament is quite similar, but she is not tall enough. Model's net height of 175 to start it. And who is she? It's so beautiful. It doesn't even need to be lighted. Her whole body is glowing. The murmurs around them were clear to the ears, and Anju clenched her palms. You guys, look, she's wearing the same clothes as Anju. Yeah, it's over. Anju has been compared to a village girl. How can this photo be sent out? A girl should never feel that being pretty is useless. A pretty face and a fine figure not only makes you confident and comfortable, but you will be treated favorably in any profession. The world is never fair, and for beautiful and smart women, it's even more of a natural hangover. They seem to have no one to scold them no matter what they do. Just like now, Yu Qing and the female number 1 clashed. The media was praising Yu Qing for being beautiful. No one cared about how Enru felt. Yu Qing, the one who has the top quality plugin. A photographer whistles. Hi, pretty girl, look at the camera. Yu Qing's eyebrows did not move, and the pace of her walk seemed to be precise and elegant. She walked towards the red carpet with her head slightly raised, missing Enru's shoulder, who seemed to stumble. Standing in the center of the red carpet, the camera moves with her movements. Yu Qing remained calm and self-contained. However, Nguyen is going to be thrilled to death. Holy, I'm dying. Did you see Anju's face? She looks like she ate poop. Chapter 83, there's the temperament. Her voice wasn't small, and it could even clearly reach some people's ears. As for some people, the face is indeed ugly like eating. Well, that sentence is too vulgar. Yu Qing knew why Ruanxiu said that. It was just to help her out of this bad anger. And Ru bit her lip deadpan and didn't say anything. She probably didn't notice that there were actually still a lot of media and cameramen surrounding her, and the quantity and quality of those people were similar to the ones around Yu Qing. But she's so greedy. She just wants to be the only star that shines, and she longs for everyone to surround her to fulfill her vanity. And Ru walked stiffly to Yu Qing's side. Miss Yu, your styling is really in tune with my tastes. Yu Qing stood in the center of the red carpet, first signing his name in cursive on the curtain behind him, and then took the microphone handed over by who knows who, his expression unchanged. It's quite a coincidence. The topic that Enru threw over was blocked by Yu Qing's 3 light words. Anju's hand seemed to shake as she signed her name. Two beauties with different styles stood together, wearing the same clothes, but they were high and low. It is said that clashing shirts are not scary. Who is ugly and who is embarrassed? Anju wrote the word embarrassment on her face, deadly clutching the microphone. Her face seemed to be a little white. Her eyebrows lowered and thought for a while, suddenly opened her mouth. Miss Yu, I saw your car before. You saw the clothes I was wearing when you came, and actually managed to clash with me. Did you do it on purpose? Originally, the media did not quite dare to ask this question. After all, and Ru is Yu Yinshan's woman. And besides, in this embarrassment, she is the most embarrassed. No one dares to open this mouth. At this moment, when they saw Ru actually say it on her own, they were instantly agitated. MS. You, are you doing this on purpose? MS. You're the second female in this drama? The one who plays a big game, right? MS. How do you respond to this comment about you being a chicken abroad? MS. Director Wang, he has a family and a wife. Don't you think it's really disgraceful and despicable for you to do this? Do you really have no family education? Surrounded by all three words miss you, and Ru's heart was cynical, but her face was a little pale, and she looked at Yuqing warmly and softly. Yuqing didn't expect her to see her car. In other words, she saw her car on the side and said those bad things about her to the reporter in a dignified manner. This woman, she didn't even reward her with an afterimage, her eyes gazing into the mouth of the reporter in front of her and coughing. She coughed not loudly, even with a woman's softness, but it tended to quiet the chaotic scene. Anju's face turned even whiter. I'll answer your questions one by one. First, the dress. I didn't do it on purpose. The director picked it out for me. He said it looked better on no one than me, so I wore it. Anju was as if she had been hit hard, and Wang Guan was certainly the same. Second, what do chicken? I studied abroad in the directing department. Feel questionable, you can Baidu Encyclopedia search Yuqing 2 words, or directly into the campus network of my study abroad. There should be my transcripts on it. First in the grade, will make you satisfied. After she answered both questions, the scene fell into complete silence. You can only hear her cool and light voice. Third, the delay thing. I think you guys can directly ask Director Wang. Don't listen to the wind. I'm a small second female. One director kicked me out if he wasn't satisfied, and he still allows me to play a big game? Don't be led by the nose. Have some independent thinking skills. Chapter 84, The Living Yu Yinshan. The reporter realizes that he is now being pointed at and called brainless, and is a little indignant. What do you mean you don't have the ability to think on your own? We're just uncovering things. Yuqing smiled calmly. Of course I know that everyone is doing their duty to discover the truth of the matter. That's why I said such words. I don't want to see everyone being misled by some people with impure minds and then writing anything that isn't the truth on the press release, which taints everyone's upright and kind nature and upright professional conduct, doesn't it? Countless hidden deep meanings in her one sentence, pointing out that Sister Hong and others misled the reporter. Again, slamming the reporter as a decent and good person. And since she is decent and good, she can't stomp on her in a press release to promote Anju. These reporters were not miscellaneous entertainment reporters. They wanted face and face, and some of them had professional ethics. What Yuqing said made them hesitate. Sister Hong's words were said casually and without evidence, but Yuqing's words were justified. Whether or not to look at Yu Yinshan's face to hack Yuqing, and Ru's face went white and white again. The persona that was so hard to establish was mostly destroyed by Yuqing's words. She spoke hastily. Miss Yu, today is the Eastern Palace going to the main event, so why are you so aggressive in stealing the limelight? She had a soft voice that immediately drew the reporter's eyes over to her. Yuqing cocked her head to look at her, and it seemed to be the only head-on glance she had with Anju, who just clutched the microphone in her hand. Miss Yu, I know you're afraid that I'll overshadow your light, but you're so beautiful. How could I possibly steal your limelight? As the words fell out of her mouth, she laughed as if she were mocking herself. It's just that this is the main venue where the Eastern Palace goes to, not your personal launch party, and you're saying so much that really too vain. Wang Gui inner, say ah, Miss Yu love how to say, the East Palace to go to what I do not know. However, he did not dare to say it. He didn't dare to offend Yuqing, nor did he dare to offend Enru, who might be Mrs. Yu. When Enru's words fell, she thought that these reporters would follow the wind and say that Yuqing was vain or something, but the reporters were rare and silent. Those questions were asked by them. What to say? If I talk about Yuqing, I'm talking about myself. Enru was embarrassed to the extreme. She still wanted to say something when she heard Yuqing suddenly open her mouth. She thought she was going to be disliked, and even thought about whether or not she was going to cry or act aggrieved for a while, which could not be expected. But Yuqing used a different tone from the tough one she just used, soft and careful. I'm sorry, fellow reporters, I didn't mean to do it. I know that you all asked those questions for the heat of going to Donggon, and I shouldn't have clamored to just talk about myself. Please, let's get back to the topic. Thank you. Yuqing's answer satisfied the reporters, who didn't want to offend Director Wang, but the questions asked before really didn't have anything to do with going to the Eastern Palace. Seeing Yuqing put all the blame on herself, the resentment she just disliked was gone and they all laughed. Miss Yu is a newcomer after all, and has done a great job. Yeah, it's okay. And Ru's shoulders were shaking a bit uncontrollably. The reporter had said this. Then the press release that stomped on Yuqing definitely won't be sent out again. Yuqing actually said 2 or 3 sentences. She just like this. set aside the obstacles that she tried to bury? She clenched her teeth in a red-eyed death grip, hatred filling her chest. She seemed to be about to say something when she heard an unknown person roar, and then the whole group of reporters boiled over. Mr. Yu is here. Mr. Yu is here. My day. The living Yu Yenshin, and Rue's stunned eyes couldn't even blink. She hurriedly looked at the entrance to the man who was surrounded by stars. Her eyes suddenly reddened, and tears brushed down. Chapter 85. Who bullied you? Yu Qing, who had witnessed her dropping the golden peas the entire time, was in deep thought, and she felt that her acting skills might be compared to hers. She cried, "Is to brew for a while." Did not she change her face so quickly? Yu Yan deep into the field is far more than her and Enru. The 2 female 1 female 2 row field to be a lot bigger. Those reporters all went around the entrance, just to shoot a close-up of him, even if it is a pair of hands. She looked away from the entrance, waterlogged. Stepping on high heels was indeed quite tiring, and Yu Qing reached out to greet Director Wang, who was fuming in the distance. "Director, I'd like to go sit over there." Director Wang didn't know if he didn't hear her or what, but he moved a stool and placed it behind her thighs. Yu Qing was silent for a few seconds, but he still lowered his head and sat down. So the bodyguards opened the way, and when Yu Yenshin raised his eyes to look into the distance, he saw Yu Qing, who was sitting indifferently and leisurely on a stool watching the scenery, as well as Enru, who was standing alone on her side. She's bullying? She's still a bully? Yu Yenshin suddenly found it quite refreshing. In his memory, the number of times Yu Qing had been bullied was far higher than the number of times she had succumbed to bullying. The reporter finally squeezed to his side and was stopped by the bodyguard holding up the microphone. "Mr. Yu, are you here to see the newly signed MS? Are you getting involved in the entertainment industry to squeeze out the industry's #1 SK group? Why would you think of getting involved in the entertainment industry when you've been known to be a financial tycoon?" 3 powerful questions in one. Yu Yenshin gazed at the end of the red carpet, where there were 2 people that the reporters guessed were probably looking at Enru. After all, he didn't have the slightest relationship with Yu Qing. "Mr. Yu, please answer," the reporter called out through gritted teeth. Only then did Yu Yenshin's gaze sink onto his face. It was not known if he had heard the reporter's question, but only Yu Yenshin could be seen briefly silent for a few seconds, spitting out a word with little warmth. Yes, they were not far away from Yu Qing, so the reporter's question and Yu Yenshin's answer were clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Yu Qing's eyebrows seemed to be finely and unnoticeably frivolous, narrowing her eyes at the crowd that was gradually moving towards the front of the room, as well as the star-studded man in the very center. "Good job. Yu Yenshin is really good." She was pretending to be innocent and long-winded, just to make the reporter's press release look good and not write her as some kind of evil female match. It was so hard to be considered a success, and with his words, those reporters should go back and step on her to promote Enru. She's going to be red. She's going to be recognizable. Never the black and red kind. Yu Qing was silent for a moment, lowering her head and pressing the hem of her somewhat wrinkled skirt flat. She probably wanted to stand up and do something, yet Anju sprang forward from her side before she could. Her shy face was red like a newborn flower. It was like the age of the morning dew. Her blush was extraordinarily moving. Enru stood in front of Yu Yenshin's eyes, reached out and wiped the tears on her face. "Mr. Yu, why are you here?" This was actually the first time she had met Yu Yenshin. She didn't think he'd come for her. Can it be that? Mr. Yu was really interested in her, and that's why he went to such great lengths to pave the way for her? Yu Yenshin's gaze briefly lingered on her skirt for a moment, touching the tearfulness on her face, his voice sinking slightly. "What are you crying about? Who bullied you?" Chapter 86. How old are you? And you need a hug? He would have been born handsome enough to make any girl with fantasies about the opposite sex blush. Such an intimate greeting made Enru bite her lip and lower her head. "No one bullied me." "Really?" The corners of his lips quirked up if anything. "Excited to see me and crying?" The magnetic voice filled her ears, and Rue's fingertips were unconsciously trembling. "No, it's not. It's that I just had a bit of a conflict with MS. She didn't bully me. It's me who didn't fight." I cried after being said a few words. The reporters were silent on the side. In fact, after the exchange just now, they felt that MS. Was okay. Anyway, it was much better and prettier than this one who couldn't move or cry. If Yu Yenshin slammed her, she would probably be an overnight sensation. Unfortunately, there weren't that many ifs. Anju was the one he fell for. Yu Yen deep eyes fell on the still sitting in the chair lofty immovable spoils the face of the woman. The crowd is slander miss you will not be his direct ban when he calmly retracted his eyes. Do what you have to do. Don't waste time. Anju's expression froze. Crowd, what happened to the promised punchline? Yu Qing remembers that the next segment was a public performance of a clip from the play, and she had originally wanted to use this segment to generate some buzz online, so that people could at least see her face. What to do? Seeing Yu Yenshin, her heart suddenly uncomfortable. Not so want to act. Wang Dai trembling came forward, like a discussion with the group negotiation. Everyone first go to change clothes, ready? Anju bit her lip as she prepared to go backstage, and the staff began to move into step. However, their female number 2 remains as solid as ever. Yu Yenshin's gaze didn't seem to be looking much at Yu Qing, and then it seemed to be looking at her all the time. Under the gaze of the crowd, his voice was calm. Yu Qing, broken leg? 5 simple words, all to the point. Mr. You knows that the female second knows the female second, and he calls out the female second's name. He asks the second female if she has a broken leg. Is that a threat or flirting? Yu Qing rested her elbow on the chair's backrest, resting it against her jaw, blinking under the crowd's gaze. Probably. Is Mr. You coming to hug me? My day. This, flirting with a man in broad daylight? Anju blew a gasket. Yu Qing is going to be blocked. 3 seconds of silence. The color of the man's eyes seemed to deepen as he fell into a lengthy silence. Yu Qing didn't want to turn himself into a petal for Anju after all. Anju and Yu Yenshin are connected, so reporters see the wind and hold her up. So what if she's also connected to Yu Yenshin, even a few degrees closer than Anju? Mr. Yu, the leg hurts. She could still hold her own when pretending in front of the reporters. Yu Qing's tone of voice was murmuring and soft, as if she was really being pampered. Yu Yenshin was somewhat unable to see what Yu Qing was thinking for a moment, but he was able to hear her voice clearly. Thoughts tumbled and burned under his eyes before returning to calm. Half a dozen times, he moved. Yu Qing narrowed her eyes at the demonic face that was gradually enlarging in front of her, and it wasn't until she was literally vacating from the chair that she realized that Yu Yenshin he had really picked her up. The low, burning voice overlaid her ears, and out of physical reaction, her ears went a big shade of red. How old are you and you need a hug? The room was silent. Anju didn't even dare to cry too loudly. Chapter 87, This is our past. A few years old is not a little girl. Yu Yenshin actually did not brush off her face. Yu Qing simply take advantage of the situation to reach out with both hands circling his neck. Red lips slightly pursed. You dislike me? Intimate only couples can have the distance to make Yu Yenshin's complexion rare trance, belonging solely to Yu Qing's fragrance drilled into the pores of his entire body. Her mouth spit out one more word. Yu Yenshin's eyes deeper and deeper a few points. Even if he clearly understood that Yu Qing must be using him, how could he resist her active intimacy? Why? The man's voice was raspy and deep, his eyes as dark as ink. The leg is uncomfortable, is it? Yu Qing nodded uncertainly, and then he saw him raise his eyes and swept the crowd of people who were like statues, and his gaze fell on the face of Director Wang. This is the end of the day. The compensation to find my secretary to talk about. She is not comfortable with her legs. In fact, there has been a discussion on the topic on the internet before. What exactly is it like to be spoiled by a handsome and golden man like Yu Yenshin? They looked at Yu Qing and probably understood. Being spoiled like a princess, chanting, saying no to shots and having cuddles when you say your legs are uncomfortable. It is true that men who do not get involved with women easily, once they fall in love, the dog food spread can make passers-by suffocate. But didn't Yu Yenshin come here for Enru? Why is he hugging Yu Qing now? It's just that the topic is so obscure that no one dares to ask. No one dared to speak even as they watched him leave with Yu Qing in his arms. The scene fell into an eerie silence until Anju couldn't contain a whimper. Red walked out silently and rubbed her head. It's okay. She was Enru's agent and naturally knew that the contract was Yu Qing's before. She also knew that Yu Yenshin had a relationship with Yu Qing, but she just didn't expect that the relationship would be as deep as this. We'll leave first as well. Reporters watched Enru cry and feel a little sad, but showbiz is not such a thing. Just came here for a walk. The material is quite a bit, but they don't know how to write it. Yu Yenshin, Yu Qing, Enru love triangle? Or Yu Yenshin has his foot in 2 boats? Yu Qing was carried all the way out by Yu Yenshin and was shoved by him into the Cayenne that Zhang Yang had parked in the parking lot. She frowned in displeasure and made to come out, but he held her back by the shoulders. You want to run away after using it? Do you believe I'll throw you back now? Yu Qing gritted his teeth. Okay, she'll see what he wants. Cayenne openly drove out from the parking lot. Yu Qing looked at the mottled street scene outside the window, and only then did her gaze fall on the man who drove in silence on that side of the car, quiet and a little weird. Mr. Yu, where exactly are you taking me? Yu Yenshin coldly swept his eyes over the cell phone cupped in her hand. Open it. Yu Qing froze, and then unconsciously followed his request. She lit up her cell phone screen. What for? Didn't pull the plug on you. Look what time it is. Do you really think you came down from the sky and don't need to eat? Yu Qing then realized that Yu Yenshin was taking her to dinner again. She let out an oh-so-subtle cry while sitting dutifully in the passenger seat. She wasn't in a position to say no. She had just finished using someone she was really not too keen on kicking him out. There was a moment of silence in the car before she faintly said, "Why did you come to Hangzhou Film City at this hour?" Those media said that he had come to look for Anju. and although he had admitted it, Yu Qing always felt that he wouldn't. He is Yu Yenshin. His taste should not be in Ru that hang. Thoughts danced in Yu Qing's mind, and out of nowhere she remembered herself from 4 years ago. Yes, she wasn't much different from Anju back then, moving around with red eyes, all dependent on him. Did he really go there for Anju? Is Yu Yenshin still into that kind of soft little girl? Is it really about Anju? The thought went through her mind, and her mouth actually said so. Yu Yenshin's eyes looked at her through the rearview mirror. His eyes had a momentary depth. What do you think? His voice was calm, and for a moment Yu Qing didn't know how to take it. The car drove smoothly and stopped outside a narrow alley where the car wouldn't go in. Yu Yenshin got out of the car first and very gentlemanly pulled open the passenger door, his hand blocking the door frame to prevent her head from hitting it when she came out. Yu Qing glanced at him and quickly retracted his gaze, his eyes colorless. She turned to look at the alleyway and thought something looked familiar. Want to eat here? She raised her head slightly to look at the man standing at her side. Here, it doesn't suit you, does it? What kind of upscale restaurant can there be inside an alleyway? It's kinda classy for a man who's 5 or 6 figures on a suit, I guess. There was inevitably some teasing in what she said, but Yu Yenshin didn't bother with her. He gave a faint eat right here. The alley was a little damp. It had snowed heavily the other day and the snow had melted into a shower. Yu Qing followed Yu Yenshin's steps as he walked in, and he stopped to pause at a small farmhouse fry whose plaque was all a bit blurry. This food is all pretty bland in flavor. Still getting used to it? Yu Qing looked at him and blinked. Habit. She grew up with very light tastes. Even when she was eating rice soaked in plain water she could get it in. Growing up without a mother, she was brought up by a nanny. She was so well behaved and non-verbal that the nanny didn't care for her, so she ate meals with less salt and vinegar. And over time, she actually got used to it. She remembered that Yu Yenshin's taste was very heavy, the kind without spices, and would actually bring her to this kind of place with a light flavor to eat. Strange. Following him in, the walls of the store were grease-stained yellow and greasy, and the tables were covered with dishes that hadn't been cleaned up in time. Yu Qing thought he would be uncomfortable, but no. He picked up the menu as if he was familiar with it and outlined a few dishes. An aunt in her 40s or 50s came up and took away the menu, looking at Yu Yenshin with a smile under her eyes, but there was no flattery. Yeah, you haven't been here for a long time lately. This time I'll give you a plate of small dishes. Oh. There was no smile on Yu Yenshin's face, but Yu Qing was inclined to feel that his current posture was gentle. Nori soup is fine. No need to add ingredients. Okay. Yu Qing quietly watched the conversation between Yu Yenshin and the woman who was supposed to be the boss's wife, and the more she watched, the stranger she felt. Have you been here often before? Yu Yenshin took a pair of chopsticks from the basket and gave them to her. Aha! He looked at her with eyes that seemed to have some deep meaning, but it quickly faded and Yu Qing did not catch it. Yu Yenshin would actually come here often. Is this the legendary mountain delicacies eaten too much? Want to come and try small porridge and small dishes? This store only moved here this year, before on the main street. Then the owner got cancer. They sold that store to come here and open a small one. Yu Yenshin said in a low voice, his eyes low hidden as obscure as deep. Chapter 88, She Made Me Who I Am. Yu Qing looked at this mysterious and unapproachable man from the past with open eyes. You even learned all this over a meal? Yu Yenshin fell into a short silence when he heard her words, and he didn't speak again. Yu Qing wondered if this store had some connection with him, like having saved him, or, could that owner's wife be his? Put away your messed up thoughts. Her gaze was just too naked. Yu Yenshin could tell at a glance what kind of messed up thoughts she was thinking and rebuked in a cold voice. Yu Qing snorted and didn't say anything else. The hot dishes were served, all of them light in color but fragrant. Yu Qing's gaze gazed at the plate of dishes, and the strange meaning in his heart grew stronger. After a few seconds of hesitation, she simply spoke. You deliberately ordered all my favorite dishes? She used him and he was so nice to her? You're overthinking it. The hot dish rose into a mist, a white fog rising from the two men sitting opposite each other. These are my hobbies. Yu Qing didn't say anything else. She, in fact, didn't know what Yu Yenshin loved to eat. The only thing she knew was that he seemed to love spicy food quite a lot. It's like, he loves whatever she loves to eat. Somewhat in a trance, he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the vegetarian tofu. The tofu was so smooth and friable that she suddenly froze in place just as she took a bite. With her chopsticks hanging in the air, Yu Qing raised her eyes and met the man's calm, dark eyes. She suddenly stood up and rushed out of the store to look at the blurry plaque. Sure enough, the tip of her nose was suddenly a little sore, and she took a deep breath, momentarily holding down the sourness. Back in his seat again, Yu Yenshin knew what she was thinking. Come to think of it? Yu Qing was silent for a few seconds and gave a low Come to think of it, this restaurant is the one that they had been eating at when they were in high school before, when he and his father quarreled and cut off their living expenses. Yu Qing, although she had a large amount of living expenses to spend, but Yu Yenshin resisted spending her money. He then used the little money he had saved earlier to bring her to this restaurant every day. Cheap and tasty and appetizing. And when you eat it, it's for months. My eyes touched the 40 or 50-year-old boss lady, and I remembered in a trance that she seemed to look like this 4 years ago, except that there weren't as many wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and her hair didn't have as many gray hairs. Memories flooded into her mind like an open floodgate, all about her and him. Yu Qing's heart was a bit stuffy. Why did you bring me here? Yu Yenshin looked calm. Eat when you're hungry. There's no reason. The boss's wife served that delivery of nori soup. Yu Qing looked at her from close range, and spoke in a trance. Antoine Mu? The woman looked at her in shock, and between her 4 eyes she also looked like she remembered Yu Qing. Yikes, it's you little girl. The young couple who had been coming to eat for months on end was something she couldn't forget even if she wanted to. The girl was obedient and soft. The boy was domineering but careful with her. She felt quite touched watching them both at that time. The feelings of youth. Yu Qing nodded, and that seething feeling came back to his heart. Auntie Duanmu looked her up and down, the bottom of her eyes full of joy. The little girl has grown up and looks better. Are you two married now? Do you have children? Yu Qing's throat choked, and the words he originally wanted to say could not be said at once. Yu Yenshin didn't say anything either, his eyes as deep as they were, waiting for her answer. Yu Qing hung her eyes in silence for a few seconds, then raised her head again. The corners of her lips raised in a smile. How could the feelings at that time count for anything? Everyone was unintelligent. We broke up a long time ago and only met recently. So, Auntie Duanmu was suddenly a bit sentimental. Alas, that's true. Personnel are all changing rapidly. Who knows what will happen the next second after being fine 1 second? I heard that uncle's health is not good. Now what? Yu Qing narrowed her eyes and smiled. Through the white mist, Yu Yenshin looked at the girl's delicate smiling face, and in a trance it was like he remembered 4 years ago. Yu Yenshin, don't give me spicy I can't eat it. I'll eat. Actually, he didn't really like spicy. Yu Yenshin, I have a very light taste. If you don't like it then eat something else. Oh, I'm light too. What she likes to eat, so does he. Yu Yenshin, I like you so much. I love you. The memories were brief. In fact there were so many good ones that he couldn't think much of them, or perhaps didn't want to recall them. By the time he came out of his memories, the boss's wife had already left, and Yu Qing was sitting quietly in the same spot not knowing what he was thinking. Looking at her white-side face, Yu Yenshin's complexion was somewhat indifferent. His clear voice had a few chills. I don't think I didn't know better back then. Yu Qing paused before realizing that he was refuting her previous remark. She rested her cheeks on her head as she looked over at him. You are quite the know-it-all. I'm ignoring you. You can be aggravated enough to play any kind of one-upmanship with the grade carriers. As the words fell out of her mouth, an unspeakable emotion suddenly welled up in the back of her mind, like sadness and a silent sense of loneliness. That shouldn't have been said. Reminiscing with her ex about when she was there and all that is not something she should be doing. A lot of things are wrong once and that's enough, and she knows it. Yu Yenshin saw Yu Qing suddenly lower his head and realized what was going on. He didn't open his mouth again. A meal finished, each with his own thoughts. It wasn't until she got back into that cayenne that Yu Qing had a few moments of waking up from a dream. Give me a ride to the set, please. The detached and indifferent tone of her voice caused Yu Yenshin to give her a sideways glance. Only half the side of her white and quiet face was visible, and the color of her eyes was clear and unmoving. Heartless woman. Yu Yenshin snorted coldly in the bottom of his heart and withdrew his eyes in a smooth manner. I went to the set in the morning because I was looking for you, Yu Yenshin said as he drove the car with one hand. Yu Qing looked at him sideways, touched the sexy knot of his rolling throat, paused for a few seconds, and moved his eyes away. Not looking for your new little flower signing? She gazed out the window, her long hair blowing in the wind into her face in a few disorienting ways. Yu Yenshin casually pulled something out from somewhere and threw it onto her skirt. You left it in my office last time. Came to return it. Yu Qing looked down at the object that had been thrown onto her skirt and staggered for a moment before picking it up. It's just a lipstick. Why make a special effort to return it to me? Yu Yenshin didn't know when he lit a cigarette. In the mist of smoke he eyed the road ahead. I can't just take other people's things. I can't take them. That's what you taught me. Yu Qing realized that Yu Yenshin always brought up the past today. She couldn't help but glance at him, touching his eyes that didn't fluctuate much, and quietly withdrew her gaze again. Taking a deep breath, the wind whistled out the car window and she slumped down, her dark hair swaying behind her ear. The past is just the past in the end. There are some things that I feel quite good when I recall them, but the past memories of couples who have already broken up are always not that good. After all, they have broken up. Mr. You, talk less in the future. Chapter 89, There's Always a Future. Yu Yin took a hard drag on his cigarette and exhaled after going deep into his lungs. He rested the tip of his tongue against his cheek. Rather gangly. Good. Well, at least she said there's a future. There is a future. He's afraid there's no later. Yu Yenshin sent Yu Qing back to the set. The atmosphere between the two was actually quite different than before they left. If before it was a sword drawn, now it was the eerie calm after the storm. Yu Qing's mind was a bit heavy, so she didn't open her mouth. Yu Yanchen probably saw that she didn't want to talk, and he didn't want to talk either. I'm going to shoot the movie. He had stirred the pot in the morning, and he couldn't be allowed to stir it up again in the afternoon when filming officially began. Yu Qing stood opposite Yu Yanchen, the wind blowing her dark hair, lining that face more and more petite and lovely. Yu Yanchen hummed, his eyes deep. So, Yu Qing's voice was slow and light. So, no matter what your purpose was in bringing me to that restaurant for dinner, and what the purpose of coming to the set was, mister, you should go back. Who can take a movie seriously when he's sitting there? They're all going to shoot him, aren't they? Yu Yanchen raised his eyebrows, quite a bit of a scourge. He stood opposite her and suddenly leaned down. His low voice felt like it was shaped like an entity, grazing Yu Qing's ears, getting on fire. I just invested $50 million in your play. Now that I'm the biggest investor, I'm going to watch you act this afternoon. Yu Qing sat in the dressing room, gazing straight at herself inside the mirror, who had already changed into her ancient costume. She's convinced. Is Yu Yanchen out of his mind? He abandoned her when she loved him to death, and he took the initiative to rub up against her when she stopped loving him. She is not a cutie. Yu Yanchen appeared in her life again and again. Can she not know what he means? All adults. I just don't know if he's bored with life this time and wants to tease her, or wants to have a serious relationship with her. Probably the former. She was going to have to resist the man's offense well. With a long and slender eyebrow, she seemed to have brought so many cool and enchanting meanings to her every knit of her brows. When she sat down, the hemline of her long-sleeved red dress blossomed, depicting a king of flowers. The peony. Ruanxiu rushed in from outside the door with great excitement. Looking at Yu Qing in a daze, she hurriedly said, Qing Cheng, Mr. Yu is really handsome. He doesn't even look at a whole bunch of girls who accost him. Yu Qing glanced at her. Don't be fooled by the scummy surface. Scum? Ruanxiu suddenly looked as if he had thought of something and carefully came to Yu Qing's face. She stood up from the vanity mirror and pinned on the last of her hair accessories herself. Phoenix crown. She is the most flamboyant and bright woman Feng enchanting in the Eastern Dynasty. The vermilion sand mole in the hearts of countless men. She was enchanting and charming all her life and died a miserable death. She has the strongest faith and reverse bone. She flows in the arms of countless men, but her heart is always in one person. The person who favored that person was Morong Lian. And so, a life of flamboyance and licentiousness can finally be explained in 2 words. Tragedy. Ruanxiu collected the smile on her face almost instantly. She was afraid that she would disturb Yu Qing. Yu Qing acts well because she will thoroughly understand the character she is playing and she can bring herself into it completely. Also, almost in an instant, it seemed like she really saw Feng Demon Rao. Several years later, a phrase continues to circulate online. There will be no more Phoenix Enchantress after Yu Qing. Anju sat quietly on the sofa, looking at the script in her hands. Her eyes were still red and swollen. Even with a lot of concealer she couldn't hide them. It's better to never have had it than to have had it and have it taken away. It was hard for her to have her dreams shattered just as they were taking shape. Sister Hong looked at her like this, and after a moment of silence, walked over. Ru, there's no need for you to be this upset. A man like Yu Yanchen won't be serious about Yu Qing. And Ru bit her lip, but when he looks at Yu Qing, he only has her in his eyes. He seems to really favor her. I'm envious. Sister Hong reached out and touched her head. Silly or not, you've just graduated, and you're all pure and tender. Yu Qing is different. She comes from that kind of place. She doesn't know how many men she has served. Of course she can easily control a man's heart. Trust me, as long as you play your acting skills well, mister, you will definitely find your sparkle, and he will definitely fall in love with you. Sister Hong's words were so decisive that Anju inevitably became disillusioned. That's it. Sa couldn't compare to Yu Qing, but her acting skills were good. She was number 1 in this class of graduates, and even the unsmiling professor complimented her on her acting skills as a gifted actor that was rare to see in 10 years. Mr. Yu will find her sparkling. East Palace Going is relatively fast-paced drama set in the Crown Prince's East Palace. The prince and the heroine Morong Lian grew up as childhood friends. Morong Lian is simple and lovely, bright as light, and is deeply loved by all. But for the Crown Prince to board a plane, he would inevitably need the help of a woman. He couldn't bear to see Morong Lian suffer, so he went to great lengths to make General Feng's daughter fall in love with him and become a willing concubine, and then to make Feng Demon Rao break her prideful bones, rolling around in various men's beds to get him the benefits and information he wants. Feng Demon Rao was willing to be so stupid that she was so stupid that when the Crown Prince touched her face, she would be in hot tears. Finally, the Crown Prince ascended the throne, Morong Lian as the queen. Morong Lian is still as simple as white paper, kind and lovely. Cold and malicious prince love her to the bone. Feng Demon Rao wanted to go and kill Morong Lian out of jealousy, and was finally thrown into the lowest class of greenhouse by the emperor. A pair of jade arms, 1,000 pillows, half a bit of vermilion lips, 10,000 people taste. The scene filmed today is a flashback. The scene of Phoenix Enchantress's suicide. In fact, director Wang was worried that Yu Qing couldn't act the scene well. He had looked for a first-tier young flower before, but that young flower couldn't act at all. It's so difficult to make this scene, and it's so hard to get down on the rainy ground in the middle of winter. Director Wang, it's ready, the producer said. Director Wang followed the producer's line of sight to look at the venue, and his eyes trembled when he touched the splash of red. Chapter 90, No More Phoenix Demon Rao. She deserves to die. The phoenix crown and cape, which is only worthy of the empress to wear. Feng Demon Rao wore these stolen clothes and sat on her knees on a wet and damp floor. She was mesmerizingly beautiful, her slightly upturned eyebrows mesmerizing even when they were lifeless. She was supposed to be the bright and breezy young lady of the Feng family, who had a great future and a family that loved her. She should be the eldest Miss Feng. Why would she want to be the crown prince's concubine? And why the whole clan was buried? Thinking about it, her dull, motionless eyes seemed to finally waver. The muddy rain hit her eyes hard, drop by drop, like knives thrust into them. Only after half a minute did she raise her hand and touch the red string on her hand. Prince, have you ever loved enchantment? She couldn't ask. She already knew the answer to that. Not far away, the sound of footsteps streaked by. On the 8-carried sedan chair sat the most honorable man and woman, who were also the most envied lovers in the world. Morong Lian quietly lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and was caught off guard by Feng Demon Rao's empty and terrifying eyes. She subconsciously trembled. The gentle tyrant sitting at her side slowly stroked her forehead hair. Don't look, it dirties your eyes. That voice was far away, but Feng Demon Rao's pupils shrunk slightly. How much she loved him. She could read his lips when he opened and closed them. She's so pathetic. Spare her? She tried to kill you. Damn it, Lian. You're too kind. Feng Demon Rao closed her eyes. She didn't look. Blood spilled from between her lips and teeth, and her tongue turned out to have been bitten through long ago. She couldn't feel the pain anymore. She was numb. Footsteps followed, and without opening her eyes again she already knew who it was. Street beggars. Every day and every night since she had been thrown into this cramped alley, filthy beggars had ambled over her. At least 3, more like 7 or 8. Daily, every night. Her clothes were torn to shreds and she lay in a mess of filth unwilling to open her eyes. Morong Lian had long since burst into tears, leaning against the man's shoulder and sobbing. Your Majesty, she's just a woman. The gentle tyrant looked lovingly at the love of his life, who would always be blank slate, innocent and kind. It made his heart go soft. She tried to hurt you, and she deserves to die. Obviously closing her eyes and plugging her ears, Feng Demon Rao's heart still jerked violently, several times wanting to suffocate her. She deserves to die. She deserves to die. She went to hell. The pouring rain was fading. It was over, and the set was still half silent. Yu Qing lay in a sea of blood red, like a mandala that quickly annihilated after a brief bloom. That kind of extreme beauty is only there for a moment. Cold all over. She slowly opened her eyes and looked straight into the harsh spotlight in front of her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Hoots and hollers of applause rang out with thunderous force, and even the shadowy prince in that theater couldn't help but applaud. One scene. So long, not a single NG. Anju didn't say anything. Her veiled hand clutched the sleeve in her hand tightly. Yu Qing's acting actually brought her into the scene. Shame. Yu Qing suddenly felt that she had no strength left, paralyzed on the ground for half a day and no one came to help her. Everyone was so shocked at how well she had just acted that they couldn't even notice that she had no strength left at all. In the middle of winter, having been drenched in cold water and lying on the ground, how could she still have the strength to get up? Somewhat sunken, he closed his eyes and suddenly felt a lightness in his body. The heavy cloak covered her shoulders, and the warmth flowed freely throughout her body at once. The embrace was warm, and she subconsciously moved a few inches closer. Yu Qing forced her eyelids to look at the person holding her. Well played. The man's voice was low, but cold. Yu Qing narrowed her eyes at Yu Yenshin and suddenly smiled. Director by birth, what do you think? The tragic figure suddenly jumped out of the scene to smile brightly towards him, and an unspeakable emotion surged in Yu Yenshin's heart. He hugged her a few moments tighter. A low shiver ran through his chest as he watched the curve of her lips. Hold on tight, it won't freeze you. It came out in a low voice with a hint of displeasure. Yu Qing didn't resist, sniffling and shrinking towards that warmth. It was so cold. Her hands were numb. Seeing Yu Yenshin leave with Yu Qing in his arms, no one still spoke on the set for half a day. To be honest, there were really some good actors inside the entertainment circle, but there weren't many like Yu Qing who gave this kind of shocking vision. At least they hadn't seen it yet. Director Wang stared at the screen with a deadpan frown. It took half a minute for him to let out a long sigh. The assistant director's heart thumped. Yu Qing is so powerful. Are you still not satisfied? Wang Wan skimmed him and sighed again. You know, the deputy director of this is not happy. Lousy surely understand. You Qing have acted like this. You are still not satisfied, then you put on your own clothes to lie there. See if you can act their own satisfaction. Director Wang raised his hand and slapped him on the side of the head. Are you retarded? When did I say Yu Qing didn't act well? It's because she acted too well that I sighed. As the words fell out of his mouth, he lowered his voice and muttered in the assistant director's ear. You say she's so good as a female second. What about the female first? The drama has all been suppressed. Can't you see that the kindness of the first female is not noticed at all? They're all looking at Phoenix Demon Rao's misery. The assistant director suddenly realized at once, and then he looked down at the script in his hands and murmured in a low voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The female one is actually not Feng Demon Rao. I forgot. Anju stood quietly, draped in a heavy towel. She listened to all the conversation between the director and the assistant director, and her face didn't know if it was freezing white or if it was that pale in itself. Sister Hong made her a cup of ginger tea, and Anju clutched the cup. 2 seconds later, she slammed the glass out. The misguided male one gave her a look and left silently. Sister Hong frowned, but her eyes were still heartbroken. That character of hers is supposed to be impactful and only this scene is more gripping. Her viciousness after that won't make the audience remember her. Don't worry, Anju's fingertips were trembling. This one scene of hers is enough for the audience to remember for the rest of their lives. Phone enchanting, lining up her mulligan like a brainless softie. Sister Hong didn't deny it, she just wrapped the towel tightly around her. The entertainment industry is supposed to be a lurking dragon. You need to be in a better frame of mind. Only the most tolerant and calmest people are able to laugh in the end. Anju wasn't actually angry because her acting skills were being crushed. In fact, she played it well enough. Otherwise it wouldn't have been even when the camera was given to her. She just hated herself for being brought into the drama by Yu Qing. More than that, she hated the pity in the man's eyes as he rushed over to her and hugged her to her feet. The emotion so hot that she didn't look back for half a second. How she wished that it was herself she was holding. Obviously she's wet too. Chapter 91. Like a cat licking water. Yu Yenshin carried her and went into the crew logistics, which had rooms with heaters. But those are the rooms that writers use when they write their scripts. So Yu Yenshin had Secretary Su open a large box for the screenwriters, not far from the tea house. Yu Qing, who witnessed this. Yu Yenshin, why don't you take me to the tea house? Is it that she's soaked and thinks she doesn't look good for fear of not holding up her end of the bargain? So let her sit in this cold, hard chair. Yu Yenshin had already brewed a cup of instant ginger tea for Yu Qing in between her words. Say less, drink it first. She didn't even have white smoke coming out of her mouth when she spoke. It was obvious that she was freezing hard. Her hands were almost as cold as ice on a winter day like this. Yu Qing gave an oh-so-silent cry and silently sipped the ginger tea inside the cup. Her movements were sluggish, even then slow, probably freezing hard, like a cat lapping up water. The soft hair was plastered to her face, and her little white face looked like it was transparent. Yu Yenshin then put his arm on his knee and crouched down to look at her. Within those dark, deep eyes was probably the most mysterious treasure in the world. Hidden tenderness. Yu Qing drank the warm ginger tea with single-mindedness, and although her mouth was a bit spicy and numb, the blood in her body circulated a bit more this time. Half the cup was in her belly, and only then did she let out a long sigh. Soothing. There was a shallow, almost invisible smile under the man's eyes, probably warmed up. Yu Qing silently opened her mouth again. You still haven't answered me. Why didn't you take me to the tea house? Yu Yenshin threw another warm water bag at her, and the indoor air conditioning was cranked up. It's too far. I'm afraid you'll freeze to death. Yu Qing froze before taking another sip of ginger tea. A very low, very whispered hum. It was as if something soft had touched inside Yu Yenshin's chest again, and an unspeakable emotion spread out from the deepest part of his heart. His voice was a bit hoarse, and he reached out to touch Yu Qing's hair in an unstoppable manner. Is it still cold? Yu Qing showed him his frozen and swollen hand. Look at it. You tell me. Yu Yenshin curbed his desire to touch that hand and lowered his voice. If this scene is going to be filmed for an hour, you'll lie there for an hour? Yu Qing was probably freezing hard, plus Yu Yenshin had fished her out of the puddle, and her attitude towards him was a lot gentler and softer. Only she wasn't paying attention. She blinked and quietly warmed her hand warmers for a while before saying faintly, actors? It's all about acting out every scene you're in. If I'm in a good mood and in good shape at that moment, so what if it's an hour? That's my profession. I have to take it seriously. In fact, there was something she hadn't said. When she was abroad, she hung upside down from a wigwam for half an hour, and when she came down her whole body was paralyzed in a corner. It was really hard back then, so it's not really a big deal now. Lying inside a puddle for 10 or 20 minutes and having someone take her to a heated room for a cup of ginger tea was much better than sitting alone in a corner licking her wounds with her head spinning. Well, there were all sorts of high drama. And what day didn't she come down covered in bruises and continue the next day? That's life. She's not an unappetizing young lady anymore. Yu Yenshin gazed at her warm-side face, and it was hard to get some blood color. He had a little tickle in his throat and whispered, "Sometimes it feels like you've changed quite a bit, and sometimes it feels like you're still the same person you were before." Yu Qing was the only daughter of the Yu family, the most notable family in the remote city, and she was seen by many as someone who was born in Rome. She was the pride and joy of heaven, and everyone was jealous and envious of her. But no one knows that behind the light is the fact that she was abandoned by her mother at the age of 3, and from the age of 5 onwards, her childhood was almost entirely devoted to various courses: the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, or the etiquette and tea ceremony, or the language of each country. Probably Yu always wanted to prove something, to prove that he could raise Yu Qing well without that woman. That's why he was extraordinarily harsh on her. Yu Qing was not smart as a child. She was born prematurely, often sick and very small. She stayed up almost all night to learn those things and not let her father down. Everything she has worked twice as hard for than most people. In high school, when she was in a relationship, she barely had a day-to-day either. While quietly making phone calls in the middle of the night, she was still brushing up on her vocabulary and doing problems. 5 hours of sleep a day was a luxury for her. She always works hard at everything she does, Yu Yen deeply thought, probably because she was too strong and pitiful, so even if she left with someone else, he couldn't hate her. Yu Qing quietly hugged the cup, her thoughts running a little off course, and it took half a minute for her to come back to her senses. People always grow up. Her voice was shallow and almost inaudible. You've grown up too, not that disheveled drunken boy who only fights good and evil. This sentence Yu Qing did not say. She didn't think she was in a position to talk about it now. That dark unintelligent memory that he wouldn't want to hear about. Yu Yenshin's eyes gazed at her deeper and deeper, as if he was about to say something, and in the end he actually said nothing, just quietly got up and poured Yu Qing another cup of plain water. You don't like spicy food. You can rinse your mouth. He stood up, and Yu Qing could only tilt her head up to see his knife-carved, axe-sharpened perfect jaw. Thanks. A subtle voice, still a little husky and fragile. Yu Yenshin's throat rolled twice, looking at her for a moment which made him remember. I'll go find you some clothes. Yu Qing was silent for 2 seconds and quietly nodded. Sorry for the delay. You can call Ruanqiu to take care of me. She should be right outside. Yu Yenshin didn't reply. The warmth in the room rose quickly, and the waterlogged clothes and towels on his body soon became wet. Yu Qing was still sitting quietly on the stool, down and out, but more vulnerable and soft. He looked cold and really quite warm on him. Yu Qing thought so. Some drowsiness swept over her and she plopped down on the cold table, which was soon warmed by the warmth of her body. It didn't take long for her to squint and fall asleep. Ruanqiu was following his ass when Yu Yenshin came in. Mr. Yu, just let me go in and take a look. I'll just take a look. Damn, why is this man like this? She even complimented him on his good looks before. What did he do with Ching Cheng in the room? Men are dogs. Ruanqiu didn't dare to curse with her mouth. She could only keep following Yu Yenshin and act in protest, but Yu Yenshin seemed like he really didn't bother to look at her. Just before going in, he coldly swept her a glance. Keep quiet and I'll call for you when I need you. Then without waiting for Nguyen to say anything else, he simply closed the door behind him. The force was strong, but the door didn't make much noise as it closed. Chapter 92. She was called a knife girl. The man's eyes looked deep into the petite figure slumped in front of the table. Yu Qing. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, the close proximity allowing him to clearly see her curled eyelashes and delicate, almost white-walled skin. Yu Qing was really white as porcelain. Yu Yenshin's call didn't make you come awake. She was sleeping quite deeply. It was probably really tired, and the bottom of his eyes were a little dark. The man rubbed the clothes in his hands, pondered for half a second, and dropped them casually on a side bench, then carefully passing his arms under her knees, he picked her up in a princess carry position. There's a changing cubicle in the back of this room, he thought. Where on Yu Qing had he not seen it before? It's not much to give her a different set of clothes, right? When he truly took Yu Qing into his arms, he still felt that she was as thin as if 2 hands could choke off her breath. Entering the cubicle, he half squatted down and placed Yu Qing against the wall against his back. Then he freed a hand to undo her belt. The belt went into the water and the fabric became astringent and tight. Yu Yenshin didn't unravel. He decided to start with the zipper on his back first, but the pulling material got stuck in Yu Qing's hair and he couldn't do anything about it. After tossing and turning like that, sweat actually broke out on the man's forehead on this winter day. Yu Qing was still asleep, her pink lips quivering with her breath. Yu Yenshin's eyes were a little deeper, and he cursed in a low voice. Little goblin. What a way to toss an old man. When Ruanqiu was on fire outside the door, Wang Wan was sipping tea in a leisurely and cozy manner. Director Wang, my home Qingqing was grabbed by Mr. Yu and still won't let me in. What should I do? Director Wang blew a mouthful of tea and revealed a meaningful and inexplicable smile. It's fine, mister. You has a good character and won't do anything to Yu Qing. At best, a kiss and a hug and a touch and a rub. What else can happen? Gwyn. She was just about to continue saying something when she saw the door to the room suddenly open. Yu Yenshin's face was grim as he swept over the two people outside the door, his gaze pausing for a moment on Mr. Wang's face. What are you doing here? He was merciful to director Wang completely, and Yu Qing, this drama has not finished shooting, still need him on the part. Otherwise he would have let him pack up and go home to old age. Director Wang silently took 2 steps back. What am I doing here? I'm leaving. I'm going to read the script. Yu Yenshin ignored him and just swung his gaze around. Wan Qiu, come in. Gwyn was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly blinked and followed. She saw Yu Qing lying on the sofa with the man's clothes draped over her body, squinting and sleeping. Yu Yenshin gave her the clothes. Help her change out of the wet clothes on her body. Don't wake her up. Gwyn was stunned again, looking down at the clothes in her hands in disbelief. Mr. Yu, why didn't you let me in just now? It always seemed a little strange to her to go to all this trouble to call out to her again. No reason. Could he tell her that he couldn't change Yu Qing's clothes well and was tossed around and almost caught fire? Can't. Ruan Qiu, then why don't you leave for a while? I'll change Qing's clothes. It's not good for you to always be left here. Yu Yenshin frowned slightly and glanced at Ruan Qiu again before opening the door and walking out. Women. Yu Qing should not be eating tofu. The door had just been opened and Yu Yenshin saw a person standing outside. A woman, to be precise. And Ru carefully clasped the hand warmer in her hand. Looking at Yu Yenshin coming out, she was slightly startled for a moment, and then immediately came back to her senses, and said in a low voice, Mr. Yu, I wanted to come and see how Miss Yu is doing, and I was going to send her brown sugar ginger tea. The weather is so cold, and it's going to make her sick if she soaks in the water. She literally came with a bag of stuff in her hand. Yu Yenshin's gaze stopped on her face for a moment, almost fleetingly skimming over it, and then calmly, well, give it to me. Anju froze. What? Stuff. She then realized that what Chief Yu wanted was what she had in her hand, raising a somewhat blushing smile. There's no need to trouble Mr. Yu, I'll just go and give it to Ms. Yu myself, right? If I give it to you, I'll also have to trouble you to go in and take it to her. Yu Qing is sleeping. Yu Yenshin fumbled with the lighter in his hand, emphasizing low and calm. You don't have to go in if you don't give it to me. Don't disturb her sleep. And Ru's face was almost fleshly white for a time. She clenched what she was holding in her hand, gritted her teeth, and handed it to Yu Yenshin. Sleeping? I'll leave her alone then. If the things are given to Mr. Yu, it would be a trouble for Mr. Yu. Her brows drooped, hiding the reluctance under her eyes. I wonder what kind of relationship Mr. Yu has with Ms. Yu. I see that you are quite concerned about her. She could see that Yu Yenshin and Yu Qing's relationship wasn't a great one, but barring that, it was missing that little bit of feeling, so it shouldn't be a couple. As long as it's not a couple, Yujo is her boss. She has all the opportunities and time in the world. Yu Yenshin had little interest in chatting with Enru by and large. He glanced out the window at the frigid sky and was a bit distracted. It doesn't matter much. Enru nervously bit her lip. What Yu Yenshin said which made her can show a bit of joy. Nothing to do with it. Just nothing to do with it. Seeing that Enru didn't say anything for half a day, Yu Yenshin faintly skimmed her. Her face was peachy, and she looked good and soft with her head bowed and her hair silky over her face. The man's eyes were haunted, deep and unaware of his thoughts. After a few seconds, he whispered, anything else? It was then that Anju managed to come back to her senses. And, I actually came to see you about the contract. I wanted to discuss something with you. Yu Yenshin's afterglow glanced at the closed and motionless door behind him. You have 10 minutes. And Ru's eyes overflowed with a smile that was hard to hide, and she immediately nodded with joy. Yu Qing had a dream. In the dream she was back abroad. The squalor of the slums is unimaginable, and people poor to the core are often barren on a spiritual level. Those people, they have no ethics, no humanity. They look at the round sky above their heads and think that is the whole world. She was pretty calm the first day she was thrown in by that guy. Slowly, the next day, the third day, a week later, she began to break down. She's had her hair burned by the crazy kids there and had mud shoved towards her mouth by mentally disturbed beggars. Someone carved on her arm that she was dirty yellow. At that time, she had just turned 18. Then slowly, she started to go crazy too. She's always had a knife in her hand, and she'll stab anyone who touches her. Later, she was called a knife girl. She didn't like that title. She was Yu Qing. After 6 months of this, someone broke into her world and pulled her out. She came out of it and was in self-imposed isolation for a few months and underwent psychotherapy. Then she went into college. Then later, she returned home. It seems like everything is slowly getting better. It just seems like. Chapter 93, Let Me Go. Lightning and thunder suddenly arrived outside the window, followed by a torrential downpour that whizzed by. The drapery was blown and fluttered to the ceiling, revealing the thick, bleak colors of the night. Yu Qing was lying on the bed. Her eyebrows were the clear and elegant beauty that softened the colors of spring, but she was frowning tightly, and her mouth looked like she was chanting something. It wasn't until a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed outside the window, splitting the black sky in two, that the man in the bed sat up violently. Her lips were almost bloodless and cracked with dryness. "Spare me," a subtle murmur. She didn't come back to her senses for half a second, as if she had been caught in a nightmare. Dumbfounded, he sat on the bed for a long time before suddenly glancing out the window at the night as if realizing something. It was also a day of torrential and miserable rain. When Yu Yenshin came in with warm water, what he saw was Yu Qing sitting on the bed staring blankly out the window. There was a slight pause of a few moments as he opened the door before he softly closed it. "Yu Qing." Yu Yenshin walked to the bedside and looked at her cold and pale side. Yu Qing ignored him, more like he was caught up in some heavy thoughts. Yu Yenshin frowned and leaned down to reach out and clamp her jaw, forcing her to look at herself. "Yu Qing, having a nightmare? You had been awake since she had arrived." She was just a little taken back. The pain of the past was so real that it was really hard for her to tell the difference between what was real and what was not for a while. She was actually afraid that she wouldn't wake up from that dream and that she'd still be licking the rain in the slums. There was a subtle pain in her jaw, and finally some focus came into her curved almond eyes. "I had a nightmare." Her voice was hoarse and tight as she whispered. Yu Yenshin saw it and loosened the hand holding her jaw. Her skin was pale and red with just a little effort on his part. Some emotion spilled out of his heart and he looked down into the glass of warm water in his hand. "Take a sip of water and then drink your cold medicine." "I have a cold?" The words bubbled out before she realized how hoarse her voice was. Her throat was sore, and her nose was stuffed. "How can you catch a cold so easily? Her system is very resistant." Yu Yenshin gave a low enunciation. "You've been soaking inside cold water for so long on a day like this. You don't catch a cold and think you're just a man of steel?" There were a few points in what he said that neither of them noticed. Doting. It's like what a mother says when she teaches a naughty child a lesson, but it's really for the child's own good. Yu Qing glanced at the medicine and water he held in his hand and obediently drank it unconsciously. The cold was too much of a delay. She needed to get better quickly. After drinking her medicine, she noticed that she wasn't on that side of the set anymore. Suspiciously, she looked at Yu Yenshin. "Where have you brought me? You fell asleep and everyone got off work in the middle of the night, so I brought you to my house." Yu Qing looked around again towards the surroundings. No, this was not the place she slept last time. Supposedly seeing Yu Qing's skepticism, Yu Yenshin explained, "That house is on the riverside. I brought you to one closer to the set, the legendary Cunning Rabbit? You don't have a woman living in that house of yours." The words came out of his mouth before Yu Qing realized what he had said. Ahem, I just blurted it out. She's really burnt out in talking. Yu Yenshin's hand that was tucking her in was heavy because of what she said. The bedside lamp was warm and somewhat dim. Half of the side of his face was shrouded in hazy warm light, the other half in darkness, so Yu Qing couldn't see his complexion too clearly, and naturally didn't see the gradually deepening color of Yu Yenshin's eyes. "Casually?" The man's voice was low. The temperature in the room grew deeper and warmer, and the weather outside the window seemed to be less bleak, the rain gradually leveling off. "Yu Qing, and are you caring more and more about me?" His cold fingertips groped her smooth face, causing Yu Qing to subconsciously dodge towards the back for a bit. "Even if there's a woman in my house." "Ha, I didn't. Don't be ridiculous." "No way." Denying the trifecta. Her retort was so fast that Yu Yenshin didn't even react, briefly stunned for a moment, and then the smile at the corner of his lips retracted. The longer it grows, the less cute it gets. Nervous about retorting so quickly? But he seemed to be suddenly up to something to provoke her. In this night, the hearts of men and women alone always overflow with some inexplicable, other emotion. Yu Qing clutched the quilt tightly, and it was only now that the fever gradually came to the top. Her mind was a little chaotically foggy, like there was a ball of cotton stuffed in it, clogging up her ability to think. After holding his tongue for a moment, he stifled 3 words. "I didn't." Yu Yenshin stared at her face, observing every second change of color on her face. A low chuckle escaped him when he heard the word she inked halfway out of her mouth. "Never mind, it's still cute. The cute ones are more subtle." He kind of liked the feeling that he was the only one who could capture her cute spots, although Yu Qing didn't mean for him to capture it. It was something that flowed out naturally. "What are you laughing at?" Yu Qing frowned and locked eyes with Yu Yenshin. The color of the man's eyes was as thick as the ink outside the window, but it was a little more strangely warm than that color. "You care when I laugh?" he emphasized faintly, his voice low and husky. "So much for minding me. Liking me? Yu Qing, you're sick." Yu Yenshin felt that he was indeed sick. Why did he think Yu Qing was so cute even when he was cursing? "He's poisoned. Going to go get a cold drink of water to cool off." He got up and walked out the door, the bedside light falling on the stool he had just sat on. Yu Qing quietly glanced at the stool. then stared at the ceiling. The nightmare she had earlier was more of a memory than a nightmare. She often numbed her nerves with busyness. So many memories faded into oblivion. It was just that those things had been etched into her marrow so long ago that she thought she could. But how could she actually forget them completely? So now whenever she closes her eyes, the inside of her head is full of those things. She was in a panic. Closing her eyes, she couldn't stop the delicate fluttering of her long, thick lashes, until a hand covered her eyes. Yuqing was initially shaken for a moment, and then quickly calmed down. Sleep. The man's voice was clear. 2 simple words. Yuqing did not reply, and after a while, his breathing gradually tended to be long and steady. She was indeed beautiful, and when full of spirit was a beauty of cool indifference, hidden from the city's dust. The beauty of being vulnerable and soft when you're asleep and your spirit is a little wiped out. It's been said that when a man and a woman look at each other for more than 5 seconds, the guy will kiss over. Yu Yenshin gazed at Yuqing for about 3 or 4 seconds before he withdrew his gaze, took the bedside lighter with him when he left. It's nice to be alone with Yuqing, but it's a bit smoky. Chapter 94, Let the bastard son of the Feng family experience what it means to be severely beaten by society. Yu Yenshin had always liked to buy high-rise floors, and this one was on the 28th floor. As it was not far from the set, many palatial tiled houses could be seen from afar. His home, too, had to have a very large floor-to-ceiling window to look down on everything below. The soft cream-colored sofa was right in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and a cigarette was casually held in his slender fingers. In the smoke curls, his posture is very casual, thus looking a very decadent illusion. It is probably that the hidden color in those eyes is too cold and sullen, so as long as he touches those eyes, the kind of decadent posture on his body will dissipate if not. Instead, there is a deep-seated aloofness and coldness. He fiddled with his cell phone and made a call out. A string of mist was exhaled from his thin lips. Su-ju, is it that hard for me to ask you to check Yuqing's 4 years abroad? It's been weeks and he still knows nothing about those 4 years of hers until now. He always felt that she hadn't been studying abroad in peace, and that she must have gone through something to become like this. Secretary Su was about to go to sleep when she received Yu Yenshin's call and crawled up with a thump in her frightened heart. Mr. Yu, I already started working on the investigation when you gave the order. But, say what you have to say. Ms. Yu's life abroad seems to have been erased. No matter which way you start, it's hard to find out. I've just recently caught a little hint of it, but I'm not sure if it's true, so I didn't report it. Yu Yenshin raised his eyebrows almost minutely and unnoticeably. His angular jaws slightly raised, and his eyes were superbly cold as he looked at the rainy scene outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Erased? There is no way to hide the traces of one's existence in this world. Whether one pays with a cell phone or a bank card, it leaves a trail. Trying to erase the traces of one's existence. Hard. At least his old man didn't always make it. Secretary Su's voice also took on a bit of seriousness. Yes, it was wiped out very thoroughly. Other than being able to find out which school Miss Yu went to abroad in for a few years, everything else was blank. The man's eyes were deep. What was that hint you were talking about? Miss Yu has been treated by a psychiatrist, and that Dr. Pitt is currently the foremost authority on psychology in this country and abroad. The pattering drizzle outside the window suddenly thickened, and the gusty wind blew heavily against the clear floor-to-ceiling windows. Yu Yenshin bit into his cigarette and briefly contemplated. Psychotherapy. Those 4 words are heavy enough. Then tie up Pete. I want to know what mental illness he's cured Yuqing of. His woman has a mental illness and he has no idea? Even if it had been, he wouldn't allow himself to be unaware of it. Secretary Su hesitated. Pete always carries a lot of bodyguards around him, and he's been settling abroad, so it's hard to get him back. Yu Yenshin barely hesitated for a moment, his voice cold and hard to the extreme. If I can't get it back, I'll get you there. I promise to get Pete here. The call ended abruptly here, and Yu Yenshin casually dropped the phone on the sofa. Kazuno. Mental illness. Showbiz. He mused quietly. A few minutes passed, and suddenly he crushed out his cigarette hard and let out a low curse. Don't tell him that Yuqing got into the entertainment industry because Feng Yi is a movie maker, and that he got some kind of mental illness from some kind of disagreement with Feng Yi. If that's true, he really didn't mind letting that bastard son of the Wind family experience what it meant to be beaten by society. Yuqing wasn't just making things up when she thought she was in good health. She was really quite fit, at least with this one. Her fever faded after a little night sweating. When I woke up the next morning, there were clothes laid out on the bed. Not just clothes, from the inside out. Yuqing looked at the intimate underwear and whatnot and fell into a short silence. Why had her relationship with Yu Yenshin become like this? Is she going to sleep through all of Mr. Yu's houses in remote city and collect all 7? I carried the dress to the shower and put it on only to realize it was a true fit. She thought that if Yu Yenshin was willing, he could spoil any woman to enviable heights. Because he's not just simply rich and handsome, He actually understands the sensitivity and vulnerability of women's hearts, and thus comes to fulfill those delicate, inner yearnings that women never talk about. But if he doesn't understand this, even if he doesn't, there are still plenty of women who tend to do it, just because he's Yu Yenshin, tidying up his clothes and coming out from inside the bedroom. A hearty breakfast was already set on the dining table outside. Yu Qing yawned and looked around in all directions, not seeing Yu Yenshin's shadow. Gone? Left her alone in his house again? That thought didn't last long for her when she saw him walk out of the study next door. He pulled back the solid wood dining room chair and sat down, while pulling back smoothly to his side, looking toward Yu Qing. Not sitting? Yu Qing didn't say anything, walked across the table and pulled out a chair and sat down. Dropping his eyes, he scanned the table. Well, sumptuously. Slowly, she scooped up a mouthful of the thin rice. It was just the right amount of softness, and she was still weak enough to eat it comfortably. You did? Yu Yenshin raised his eyebrows at her. Why? Is it good? Yu Qing compared the kanji in front of her to the one she made herself. Yummy. Delicious indeed. It's even better when you compare it to what she makes. Mountain treasures. The man let out a low, muffled laugh that was largely very pleasant, and all in all it was rare to see such a laugh from his face, even if it was actually quite shallow. What are you laughing at? Yu Qing had a bun stuffed in her mouth. You still haven't answered me if you did it? Yu Yenshin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping from the plate of buns Yu Qing was eating. Do you see anyone else in the room besides you and I? Yu Qing swept around, and there was indeed no one else. So Yu Yenshin did all this? She was inevitably stunned for a moment, then swallowed the inside of her mouth. When did you learn to cook? And doing so well. She was inexplicably a little sour in the back of her mind, probably envious that he could learn to cook. Yu Yenshin held up the chopsticks. What will I eat if I don't learn how to cook? You know that my old man stopped paying for living expenses a few years ago. I'll starve to death. He brings up these things lightly and eats calmly and lightly. Yu Qing, however, fluttered her lowered eyelashes when he mentioned the words his family's old man. Your father is now, and hit you? Yu Qing did not ask the latter words, only that she believed Yu Yenshin could understand. Yu Yenshin's face barely changed at all when he heard what she said. His dark eyes brimmed with depths that seemed to skim with a touch of contemptuous arrogance. He yelled at me to come home once the year you left and hit me over the head with a throwing stick. He taunted, the contempt deepening. And guess what happened to me? Chapter 95. My own father was hospitalized. Into the hospital? She couldn't think of anything else. Could it be that she could die and then be reborn and come back and start to fight against the odds and beat her face all the way to the scenery to become Mr. Yu Yenshin, his father, hand ruthless she knows, but throw the stick toward the head of this kind of ruthless hand she remembered not have. This is angry to what point? The year she left, Yu Yenshin did something treasonous to make his father angry like that. Am I such a wimp in your eyes? The man snorted softly, his brows cold and gloomy. I snatched the stick from his hand, and then, broke one of his hands. Then he kicked me out. And then a year ago he sent a call for me to come back to my home for the new year. Do you know why he's low and shouting for me to come back again? Yu Qing was startled by his words that interrupted his father's hand. Hearing his inquiry, he looked up to meet his gloomy and grim sight. It was as if at that moment she truly realized that the man before her and the man he was 4 years ago had a world of difference in his bones. Thoughts instantly churning, she hung her head and whispered, You are the only heir of the Yu family. He will keep you no matter what. Yu Yenshin's lips were tinged with a cold smile if anything, and he carelessly said, He has 3 illegitimate children, one of whom is 3 years older than me. Yu Qing didn't know how to describe his feelings. To be honest, she didn't even expect Yu Yenshin to suddenly bring all this up, and even say things like illegitimate children. Yu Yenshin probably didn't even want Yu Qing to comment on this matter. He didn't need any more comments from others. He was like a person outside of the world, his low voice spitting out indifferent words, because his 3 illegitimate sons are all trash, and he's not willing to hand over the Yu family's foundation to someone else, so he can only rely on me. Coupled with my current position in remote city, he can only call me home. Is that so? Yu Qing whispered. Yu Yenshin's line of sight landed on the hair shiner on top of her head at an unknown time. Yu Qing's hair was soft and had never been dyed, so it was black and shiny. He stared for a moment and said, So, I'm not the same person I was before now. Yu Qing. He already had enough money and power that she didn't need to go to anyone else, whether it was Kazuno Katano or Tano, or the man she left hand in hand 4 years ago. They were all beneath him. Yu Qing took small bites of porridge. Hearing what he said, he fell into a moment of contemplation. What he's not him anymore means, is that he's not a scumbag anymore? He's changed his ways and started working hard to start his own business and fall in love? Confessed? You know you're wrong? After eating, Yu Qing's head was still a bit dizzy. After taking some pills and resting for a while, he took his cell phone and went into the bathroom. On the other end, Yu Yenshin looked at the dishes on the table. Then he picked up his cell phone and clicked on the takeout, sending a screenshot of the order picture to Secretary Su. Make an appointment with their cook and schedule my slot. I'm going to learn how to cook. Secretary Sue replied almost in seconds. Who are you? Who are you? Give the phone back to Mr. Yu Yenshin wants to cook? This matter, in Secretary Sue's eyes, is comparable to the first model wanting to X with him as thrilling. Yu Yenshin coldly looked at Secretary Sue's epileptic question mark with no fluctuation on his face. European Division. For short words, just sent. Roger that. I'll book a cook right away, and I'll make sure they're all tied up. Chapter 96, Yu Qing is really a scum. When Yu Qing came out of the bathroom, Yu Yenshin had already organized everything. True, earning money to support the family, cooking and cleaning all round President Yu. The whole thing made her a little embarrassed. Eating and sleeping with others and making them clean. The two men spoke almost simultaneously, with four eyes facing each other. Yu Qing glanced at the cell phone time. You speak first. Yu Yenshin frowned. Your body is still not fully healed. It just so happens that you don't have many scenes. It doesn't matter if you don't go to the theater. I asked Director Wang. It's perfectly fine to shoot separately. When your body is better, then you can make up those scenes. What Yu Qing wanted to say and what Yu Yenshin said was the same thing. She raised her cell phone. I just got off the phone with my agent in the bathroom and she said I have a busy schedule. It just so happens that there's nothing wrong with me anymore. So I think I'm good to go. What if I say no? Yu Yenshin's eyes were slightly stern, and there were a few more hidden threats in his words. Filming is a job. No money if you don't film. You support me? The crest of the man's thin, unnoticeable brow flicked up. I can't afford you? Of course he could afford it. Not to mention one Yu Qing, he wouldn't be pressured by 100 more. What Yu Yenshin said caused Yu Qing to briefly fall silent for a moment, and then her phone rang again, and she looked down at the content of the message, her expression unchanged. Whether or not I can afford to raise it is one thing, whether or not I'm willing to let you raise it is still another. She raised her head with a clear brow to meet the gaze of the man whose complexion wasn't very pretty. Mr. Yu, you're quite good to me, I know. I'm not a cold-blooded animal since I was a child, so I've tried to moderate my attitude towards you quite a bit. You should have noticed it. But change is change, and there are some bottom-line things that should not be confused. I have autonomy over my life. You don't have to interfere with me. The clothes she was wearing were chosen by Yu Yenshin, who had always felt that Yu Qing had a dusty temperament and was suitable for wearing this black knitted sweater with a short skirt and long knees. It looks soft and harmless and beautifully cool. She does look pretty cool at the moment, cold to the point where he thought she looked like a Diao plucking heartless scum. Sleep in his arms, sleep in his bed. Then come the words, Mr. Yu, you don't have to interfere with me. Yu Qing, you studied Peking opera? Change face for a second? He hadn't even reacted before she changed her face. Who was soft as a cat last night when you were sick? Yu Qing blinked her black and white eyes. I did learn Peking opera, but I don't really want to perform right now. Mr. Yu, make way. I'm leaving. What if I don't let you go today? I'll just jump off the building then. It's only 20 floors. I'll fall into a vegetable at most. Yu Yenshin was exasperated by her and laughed. You think because I'm nice to you that I wouldn't dare do anything to you, don't you? Yu Qing blinked. You're nice to me? Yu Yenshin only felt a breath surging to his heart. He really wanted to give this heartless woman roll. The word was almost squeezed from inside his throat. Yu Qing's eyes fluctuated minutely for a moment before lifting the clothes she had changed out of and turning towards the door, opening the door before she spoke toward it. I'm rolling, bye. It was as if he was deliberately diabolizing Yu Yenshin, closing the door to her room with a thud. She almost instantly collected all the color in her face. He opened his phone and glanced at the message from Nguyen, then exited the message screen and opened Weibo. Looking at the Twitter hit list, she really wanted to laugh. She, who has given someone else a marriage. Chapter 97, hashtag the most beautiful woman in a red dress hashtag. To be honest, her first impression of Anju was that she was a section-born actress who was a bit small-minded but still quite normal and had her own dignity. This was showbiz, and she had long been prepared to face all kinds of people in all kinds of ways. I just didn't expect that Anju could go this far and give up her dignity. She looked at the topics on the Twitter trending. Hashtag the most beautiful woman in a red dress hashtag. Hashtag Dongdong goes to the first female lead in Chinese opera hashtag. Hashtag Anju hashtag. She stepped into the elevator in silence, not clicking on the topic of conversation. Getting off the elevator first and walking out of the building, he swept his gaze in a circular motion and found the work van driven by Nguyen. She stepped forward and reached out to tap on the window a few times before Nguyen immediately unlocked it. Yu Qing smoothly got into the back seat of the car. I'm really convinced of this woman in Ru. She really has a face so big that she can be used as a pot of pancakes. I've really never seen such a shameless woman. She had just sat down when Nguyen held up her cell phone and started cursing. It looked like it was probably pissed off to a point where his ears were red. Yu Qing's silent pursed lips do not speak. Just Woody lowered his head to look at the microblogging hot search. from her slightly pursed up red lips. Ruan Xiu judgment Yu Qing should be quite angry. Tap on the hashtag best woman in red dress and a tweet popped up. Wang Zhu's new drama Dongdong went online. The Chinese opera 19 sector of the first prize renders the most beautiful ancient costume heroine. A couple of pictures, and a dynamic one, accompany it below. The woman in the red dress lay on the cold stone floor, her slender wrists draped over her red dress, lined with a delicate yet voluminous figure. The waistline was bound by a red silk, lining the waist thin but plump. The delicate collarbones protruded just right, and the entire photo was the kind that could be used as a cover or cell phone wallpaper almost at a glance. But these pictures, none of them have faces, only the back, or the lower half. That dynamic picture, too, is just the look of a dainty woman in a red dress spinning around and then falling to the ground, the hem of her dress dancing and making a curve in the air, and with that post-tuning, it's almost beautiful. The entertainment industry has always been revered fairy, so actresses are in accordance with the direction of the little dragon lady to set up their own persona. Who would have thought that wearing crimson color can actually wear such a fairy-like feeling? Yu Qing recognized these photos as herself at first glance when she saw them, and it would be strange if she couldn't see her own appearance. Here's a picture of her when she took that self-slaughtering thingy, but it's been paired with the word Anju. 3 hits in a row, hanging out on Twitter. *********, I'm really pissed off. How can this person be so cheap? Buy Water Army to brush the photos on the popularity. Take your photos as their own to hype. Ruan Xiu was furious with fire, and Ru now if she stood in front of her eyes, she really could slap her into the snow crawling can't even crawl up kind of. Yu Qing didn't say anything, and silently clicked on the comments of the netizens underneath. There have been 30,000 comments, over 100,000 retweets, and hundreds of thousands of likes. I'm in love. Is Anju the no one in the Chinese theater? I heard that her aunt is Sister Hong, the agent who brought the boy band before. It's true that brokers are trained from childhood. Look at this body and this demeanor. Make wallpaper now, and use it all on your computer and cell phone. I announce that from now on Anju is my wife, the kind that I bite whoever snatches from me. Wow, she really has a good sense of feeling in this set of clothes, and she looks so good without showing her face. Sure enough, fairies are perfect everywhere. Add on Shu Ru. On Ru's microblogging, brothers and sisters punch the duck. A plain white finger tapped on Ru's microblog, clicking in to find that her microblog followers had changed from the previous 60,000 to 600,000. A qualitative leap forward. She's scared, a slight chill spilling from her eyes. She's good for it too. This drama has just started filming, and the two of them are the first and second female, looking up and down, and she has the nerve to use her own photo in a dignified manner. Isn't she afraid that we'll turn her in? Ruan Xiu couldn't figure it out. So many people were watching on the day of the drama. So many witnesses. She's not afraid that someone will say online that it's a picture of you? She's also not afraid that we'll uncover the truth online? She really couldn't figure out how Anju could do such a thing. Stealing other people's photos. Something so easily debunked she did? Crazy about fire. Yu Qing quietly contemplating. Apricot eyes in general is not much big waves, but a closer look has a fine and broken chill. She spoke. The crew signed a non-disclosure agreement not to reveal half of anything that happened on set. Don't you remember? Before each TV series starts filming, both the group and crew sign a confidentiality agreement. One is for the drama not to be dramatized, and the other is for fear that another side of the actors will be exposed off-screen. Most of those drama spoilers on the internet nowadays are sent out by the producers on their own initiative to generate heat, and the staff and group actors don't have the guts to do such things, so the crew couldn't say anything even if they wanted to explain it for her. She's even less charismatic to get the crew to go and talk on Twitter for her against sky-high compensation. Plus, even if they did, would anyone believe them? Yu Qing's voice was slow and methodical, yet carried a clear contempt. As for me, she's certainly more afraid of what I'll say on the internet. Microblogging foot traffic is billions. I didn't sign a brokerage company, no Water Army, no backing. What I say won't be seen by anyone. She felt that Anju had pinched this point and dared to be so reckless. She recalled that when she was making a movie abroad before, a first-line actress directly snatched the resources of the 18th line and also crippled the person. That 18th line sent a bloody letter on the foreign ins trying to ask for justice, but the slightest splash did not splash, and in the end, she committed suicide in grief after she landed on a sloping foot. Even if she committed suicide, no one would know about it. All of these things are known in the circle, but it's unlikely that the circle will talk about it. That's why Anju is sure of this, and that's why she's so open and wanton. Ruan Xiu thought about this and her face suddenly paled a few points. Yeah, she signed with KR, Yu Yinshan's company, with such a strong agent PR team behind her. Speaking of KR and Yu Yinshan, Ruan Xiu looked at Yu Qing as if she had thought of something. She hesitated a little, and after a hesitant struggle she spoke up. Do you think, could it be, that Mr. Yu is also behind this? After all, it was an artist signed under his company, and 9 times out of 10, he knew about it as well. Yu Qing lowered her head, and Ruan Xiao couldn't see her complexion clearly. However, he subconsciously felt that Yu Qing's mood must be bad right now. Ruan Xiao was talking about things Yu Qing hadn't thought much about at first, but she said this. All of Yu Yanqin's thoughtfulness and meticulousness came to her mind. If he knew about it, it would be too scary and chilling. Stick a knife in it and give it a candy bar at the same time. TSK. Chapter 98, Thoughtful, Shallow Love. Her brow was icy as she traced over the upscale villa district that towered among the clouds. Raising his head, he seemed to be able to see the large floor-to-ceiling windows of Yu Yanqin's house. His floor-to-ceiling windows are made of one-way glass, so you can't see the inside of the house from the outside. Yet she somehow felt that the man's eyes fell on the top of her head. Hot and cold, implacable and appalling. There is some subtle pain in the temples, most likely because the fever has just broken down and is still a bit of a hidden problem. She leaned her head down against the soft car cushions, rubbing her temples in deep contemplation. Ruan Xiao felt that Yu Qing should be trying to figure out how to solve this matter, and didn't quite dare to interrupt out loud. It wasn't until minutes and seconds passed that she suddenly realized that Yu Qing seemed to be asleep. Falling asleep. Just fell asleep sitting in the car with a stiff spine. That's how sleepy it has to be. She stood up from the driver's seat and approached Yu Qing, trying to lay a small blanket on her. It was only when she got closer that she realized that there was a greenish tint under her eyes. The lips were also an abnormal color, a little pale but a little bloodshot, so they looked a little purple. Nguyen then remembered that she had been lying in the water in a thin dress on a -4-degree day yesterday. I just woke up today and was confronted with another one of these awful things. For a moment she didn't know if she felt useless as an agent who would only pull back, or if she was heartbroken. She couldn't tell. Anyway, she'd never had the anger and fight that she had now. Spreading the small blanket over Yu Qing's body, she sat back down again. Just as he had settled into his seat, the glass on the window of the car beside him was knocked on from the outside. Nguyen was stunned for a moment when she saw the person outside, and then immediately pulled down the window. Mr. Yu, she knew that Yu Qing had been taken away by Yu Yanqin, and she had stopped him last night. In the end, he couldn't stop it, but was convinced by him instead. Yu Yanqin was standing right outside the car window. He was slender and needed to bow his head slightly to communicate with Ruan Xiao on the car window. The cream-colored shirt was casually buttoned. That button on the collar was unbuttoned, and that collarbone revealed a sexy implication outside. His voice was low as he said, Yu Qing is asleep? Yes, how do you know? Ruan Xiao looked at Yu Yanqin in surprise. The latter didn't say anything, just glanced towards the back, and then handed Nguyen a bag. She had a fever last night, and my personal physician said her system wasn't very good for injections, and dispensed a little medicine that was more potent, which she didn't take with her in her haste to leave. I fed her a little medicine in the wee hours of the morning, then her fever went down, but that medicine has a bit of a side effect of making you sleepy, so remember to cover her up when she falls asleep so she doesn't catch cold again. Yu Yanqin noticed in the morning that Yu Qing didn't look very energetic, and the car was heated, so it was too normal for her to fall asleep. Nguyen didn't react and took the bag dumbly. Perhaps her reaction was too wooden. Yu Yanqin gave her a meaningful look. Mr. Yu, why don't you give it to Qing personally? Ruan Xiao's scalp went numb at the look and asked stiffly. Yu Yanqin raised his eyebrows. I think she shouldn't take it. Nguyen didn't understand what was going on between these two, but what happened today, she was aware of. She hesitated for a moment and continued to speak. Mr. Yu, I know that you recently signed a new artist named Enru, right? Careful, yet firm. Yu Yanqin glanced at her and didn't deny it. Did you know about her using Qing's photos to generate heat online to seek attention and turtled up this matter? Yu Yanqin seemed like he didn't expect Ruan Xiao to actually dare to ask it. His first impression of her was that of a timid agent with little to offer. The fact that she dared to ask it at the moment made him look sideways. Sure enough, Yu Qing wouldn't look at the wrong person. He stood up straight and spat out words with little warmth between his thin, angular lips. Does it matter if I know? Ruan Xiao frowned. Aren't you courting Qing by being so nice to her? This matter is just fine if you don't know about it. If you know about it but don't stop it and instead push it, then please don't show up in front of Qing in the future. What she needs is a man who truly loves him. She's not as strong as she looks. She's pathetic and can't stand the scourge of rich men like you. Yu Yanqin didn't know where Ruan Xiao got the courage to dare to say these things to him. He hooked the corners of his lips in an unnoticeable manner. Is she pitiful? I remember that she was the princess of the Yu family for the first 18 years, and the latter years she also studied abroad and was considered to be smooth sailing. So how did the word poor come into it? Ruan Xiao got angry when she heard him say that. What do you know? She was abroad by that Chang dash. Those words almost came out of his mouth, but then Ruan Xiao let it come to an abrupt end as if he thought of something, swallowing back all the words that had reached his throat. You set me up? This man is also horrible. between so few words of conversation. She was so close to revealing things that were hidden and obscure. Yu Yenshin converged the curve of his lips, his brows cold and detached. It was close. Let her ask me those questions herself. Change. What's that word on the back? Pervert. Ruanqiu wanted to continue saying something. Yu Yenshin had already turned around and left through the car window. It was then that she noticed the Bentley Mulsanne parked right next to her work van. It looked so high class. He opened the car door and sat in it, and she saw his handsome, clean-cut side through the crack in the window and thought only that the man was glowing with reserve. And those lights were made of danger and mystery. She didn't look down at the medicine in her hand until the limo disappeared from sight. Contraindications and how many times a day to take a few pills are written on a slip of paper. Maybe, Mr. Yu has his heart set on Qing Chang? He doesn't know about Anju? Her family was quite well off and she had seen many rich people since she was a child. But she had never seen any young and talented president treat a woman so patiently and meticulously. And Mr. Yu and Qingqing were the first she had ever seen. Alas! But she still wanted Qingqing to have a man who was not so imperceptible to love her with all his heart. She's so pathetic. Yu Qing didn't sleep for long and woke up on the way. She didn't know how she closed her eyes. She just felt her eyelids sink a little against the cushion in the car. And then she fell asleep. But after sleeping for a while, the dull ache in my temples went away and I was much more comfortable. She looked out the window at the dappled road, as if, vaguely hearing Yu Yenshin's voice while falling asleep. Qingqing, you're awake? Ruanqiu looked at Yu Qing through the rearview mirror. Yu Qing hemmed and sat upright. Give the medicine to drink first. Mister, you just sent it over personally. Why didn't you tell me you had a fever? Luckily, there's no more of that kind of cold water in the theater these days, so you can wear mink all the time and stay warm. Chapter 99, Drinking, Eating, Sleeping, and Watching the Moon. Yu Yenshin? Yu Qing clearly captured the keywords in Ruanqiu's words. He brought me medicine? She has been so diabolical to him. According to his nature more or less have to be cold for 4 or 5 days to say. He can let go of his face to send her medicine? Ruanqiu nodded, looking as usual. Yeah, there are also contraindications and how to eat it written inside. He's quite meticulous. Yu Qing's gaze fell on the bag full of medicine, and after a moment of silence, she touched her cell phone, and there was no message from Yu Yenshin. Learning *** to do good and act as an unsung hero. Mr. Yu always bears the brunt. She poured the water and drank the medicine in silence. The warm water washing the exhaustion from her body as if it washed away that wind and frost. Qingqing, Mr. Yu was actually quite attached to you. Ruanqiu was driving the car and was distracted to look at Yu Qing. Yu Qing drank the medicine and also woke up from her sleep. Her spirit looked much better. Her gaze fell to the window, a little distantly mesmerized. Hearing Nguyen's words, he gave a faint He's supposed to be courting you. Will you say yes to his advances? In fact, if you fall in love with him, you can take a lot less difficult paths. In Yu Qing's worldview, all roads were made by people, and those who chose to take a crooked shortcut would surely perish in the shortcut. I don't want my relationship to involve profit and money. When I fall in love, I just want to be purely with the person I like. Drink, eat, sleep, and watch the moon. So do you like Mr. Yu? Ruanqiu continued to ask. The word like seemed so far away. The last time she liked someone, and the first time she liked someone, was 4 years ago, and the many things she had experienced since then had left her exhausted, and the piece of her heart called fondness could no longer beat. She narrowed her eyes at the near set and didn't answer again. Anju sat apprehensively in front of the makeup mirror, staring down at the constantly vibrating cell phone. Auntie, am I really on fire? Since that set of photos became hot, her microblogging didn't stop vibrating, and she hardly closed her eyes, looking at the private thoughts sent to her by her fans all night long, all praising her for her good looks and temperament, and her pleasing personality, saying that she's so uniquely out of the ordinary that she's going to be on fire sooner or later in the entertainment industry. Even advertisers and directors have contacted her, which is a first for her. Sister Hong looked at her niece inside the mirror who looked a little like herself, and a smile tickled the corners of her lips. She was just over 30 and often dressed herself very old for business reasons. But really, she's just a woman in her prime. I told you a long time ago, you're such a good actor. You don't have to mess yourself up at all. Gold always shines. And look, this drama hasn't even been aired yet, and you're now a little-known starlet. Anju's palms squeezing the phone were constantly oozing sweat, her face peachy red. Searching for her name in Twitter brought out a whole bunch of compliments about her, and she was happy to see it. Not knowing what kind of mentality it was, she also searched Yu Qing's name. In addition to the last time those journalists sent some praise to the East Palace to go to the female 1 female 2 or beautiful, there is nothing else. Such a strong contrast soothes her mind and body, and she put down her cell phone with satisfaction. Auntie, I'll definitely be hot. I'll definitely be popular and will prove to General Manager Yu that he definitely didn't choose the wrong person. Sister Hong smiled lightly as she stroked her dark, silky hair with a lowered brow. Chapter 100. If I sign the KR now, what belongs to me will belong to me again, right? The intimate pair were talking when the young assistant at the door knocked. Sister Hong, Miss In, the entertainers who want to interview you are waiting outside the door. Should I call them in? Interview. Such a good opportunity as a person will not let go. Anju immediately stood up. Invite them in. After Yu Qing and Ruanqiu arrived at the set, they found that the group actors, the crew, and the management, all looked at them strangely. That look that hovered from side to side between pity and hesitation made Nguyen's body burn with fire. Who are these people pitying? Even though I know they all signed an agreement, there's still no way not to be angry when it comes down to it. After the TV series is officially released, Anju's stolen stuff will naturally be known by everyone. How long can she be hot? It's just a moment of heat to satisfy her vanity for a moment. As Yu Qing prepared to go into the dressing room to put on her makeup, the assistant director stepped forward. MS. You? So what? There's something to talk to you about. Yu Qing raised an eyebrow. Please speak. About that self-cutting scene you did yesterday. It might need to be res hot. The more the assistant director said, the more his head bottomed out, mostly in shame. But some things can't be done without shame. For example, now Anju is now showing a hot trend, backed by the KR group. She told the crew to reshoot or go on strike, and the crew was in a difficult position, weighing the pros and cons of having to give up Yu Qing. One was Enru, who was clearly an infinite possibility, and the other was Yu Qing, who was not yet famous and only had a somewhat inexplicable relationship with Yu Yenshin. If Yu Yenshin cared about Yu Qing, he would naturally help her explain and smooth everything out, and he wouldn't have signed Enru, the assistant director thought. So on Mr. Yu's side, Anju, who signed KR, obviously has a higher status, right? What did you say? Ruanqiu directly exploded on the side. Your crew is sick, is not it? Yesterday when shooting everyone said good looking, one lick cannot lick again. Now, someone stole someone else's photo on the internet to hype. Afraid of being exposed and shamelessly want to delete the evidence. Is it? How can you do such a thing? The deputy director was scolded for his shame. And Director Wang went abroad on a business trip last night, and is now presumably on a plane and unreachable by phone. He's gone and this mess is on his shoulders. And Ru pressed and threatened with the KR group, and he couldn't contact Mr. Yu to find out whether he was interested in the first or the second girl, so he could only promise to do it first. MS. Yu, there's really nothing we can do. How about we do it all over again today? Just change the clothes. Change them to purple. Do you think it's okay? What do you think? A 30% increase in pay? Yu Qing listened intently and stood still, her face slightly pale, red and purple, photographed in two different ways. The former is amazingly beautiful, the latter more or less spiteful. Her eyebrows were still the same light and detached as in the past, but she seemed to have a little more hostility if anything. I had a fever after that scene yesterday and it just broke during the night. Are you sure you want me to do it again? The assistant director's heart pumped all of a sudden. What a thing to call it. So shoot this scene later. Ruanqiu clenched her fists in indignation. You're dreaming. The assistant director's face was red and white at once. So ugly. He gritted his teeth. There were times when neutrality was too hard and the circle was so realistic. There's always someone to offend. MS. You, things have come to this point is basically considered a bridge hammer. To blame you do not have a big group like KR behind the back. Now things have been like this. What to do is not helpful. You can only accept. As the four eyes met, Yu Qing if anything looked like he smiled contemptuously. She reached up and ruffled her head of hair stuck behind her plain white ear. So, if I sign the KR now, what belongs to me will be mine again. Yes? Chapter 101, Unintelligent being eaten dry by Yu Yenshin. The assistant director's heart stuttered almost instantly. Today was really experiencing the ups and downs of life. He really wanted to just pass out and be done with it. But it can't. If you can talk Mr. Yu into signing you, I think you can coast along in the circle for the rest of your life. If you can make him fall in love with you, naturally, you don't have to bear these hardships. Yu Qing hooked the corner of her lips and withdrew her eyes from the assistant director. You make a good point. I'll think about it. The assistant director was almost paralyzed when she said that. This Yu Qing really has a very close and deep relationship with Yu Yenshin? Look at her now, this tempting appearance. It can't be that Mr. Yu is pursuing her, reaching out to hold the pillar on one side. You, Miss Yu. In fact, the part of the scene where you cut your own throat can still be negotiated. Whether or not you want to delete it. Wait for Director Wang to come back and then decide? It was a pity that he didn't wait for Yu Qing's response to this statement before she had already walked with Ruanqiu to the dressing room. Deputy Director, why are you kneeling on the ground? The staff passed by and looked at the paralyzed assistant director, falling into shock. The assistant director didn't say anything, just leaned his back against the pillar and smoked a cigarette. It was too hard for me. and it was actually quite nice to stay home and raise pigs in the first place. Xing, are you really going to sign KR? Or are you going to be with Mr. You? You still need to think about this kind of thing. Didn't you always have your own plans to sign with Starburn's film group before? Don't be impulsive. On the way to the dressing room, Yu Qing looked calm, but Ruan Xiu couldn't calm down and asked questions. The question was asked until Yu Qing's ears hurt from hearing it and had to stop and look at her. Do you think it's that easy to change what I've decided? I'm going to sign Star Scorch. It's something I decided before I returned home. Gwyn didn't understand and blinked. So you're still talking to the assistant director about all that? Yu Qing felt that Ruan Xiu's IQ might have been lost on that flight back home and not brought back. If I don't say that, the assistant director may directly delete my part of the scene to avoid any future problems. He is determined to stand on Anju's side. After I said that, he directly began to hesitate and wanted to discuss with me. To put it bluntly, he's just trying to avoid harm. Understand? Gwyn. 3 seconds later, her eyes rounded in realization. You're so awesome too. When did you study psychology? I'm shocked. Yu Qing didn't know what to say to her for a moment, and looking at her in this very worshipful manner, she once again sighed in the bottom of her heart. The fact that she had been soft-hearted enough to choose her as an agent could be called the second most regrettable thing she had done in the 20 years she had lived. The first is that he was eaten up by Yu Yenchen before when he didn't know any better. She tried to say something when the door to the room next to her was suddenly opened. The person inside was about to come out and collided head-on with Yu Qing Ruan Xiu, and Ru was laughing and chatting with the entertainer. When she was caught off guard and saw the person outside the door, the smile on her face couldn't be collected in time. It just stiffened at the corner of her lips like that. Phew, look who it is. Our civet spirit MS. Ruan Xiu sneered at the bright-faced woman in costume in front of her, her tone stumbling with sarcasm. This Anju is a civet cat, isn't it? And Ru subconsciously glanced at Sister Hong, and seeing that Sister Hong's face was unchanged, her heart was slightly reassured. The smile on his face lifted again, and instead of looking at Ruan Xiu, he looked at Yu Qing. MS. Are you still angry? Because of what happened when I was on fire? Chapter 102. Silence and calmness are the greatest insult to a grimacing opponent. Who's this one? Looks a bit familiar? The reporter who came to interview Ru today asked with some curiosity. Such a beautiful woman. Those of them who had been immersed in the entertainment industry for a long time and whose aesthetics could be called picky found it stunning to the core. Probably all beauties resemble each other. And that glance really looks like the woman who set the entertainment industry on fire more than 10 years ago. It's just a shame that the delicate face died early. Sister Hong elegantly hooked her red lips. She is the second female in this drama, and the one next to her is her agent. The two of them are free agents, currently not signed to a company. A free man. That's just ordinary people with no backstage or gold masters. The entertainer nodded thoughtfully, not much emotion showing on his face. The reporter's reaction reassured Anju's mind a few more points. Luckily no reporter is looking at Yu Qing. I don't know whether it's because I'm suddenly a little firesome expansion, or that Yu Qing has been in all aspects of the pressure on her head to let her repress tight. She even bad intention from the heart. MS. Are you still angry with me for ignoring me? Freshly graduated teenage girl with a degree in science. The low difficulty of acting like pretending to be pitiful was a breeze for her, even to the point of being perfect. Sister Hong glanced at her and frowned slightly. Fruit is really a little girl. Her mind is too unstable. This is starting to step on Yu Qing. On the contrary, Yu Qing, who should have known about her scene being cut, and even witnessed the reporters coming to interview Ru, didn't even show a trace of jealousy on her face. Obviously, she suppressed the anger in her heart with an absolute state of mind. Or perhaps she was simply too lazy to be attached to the drama of a little girl like Anju, which is why she appeared natural and calm. People with this mindset are sure to be the best in their industry at whatever they do. Yu Qing's brows were clear as he crossed over Ru's body, as if he was looking at a stranger. Her voice was cool and calm. Why should I be angry? She had always felt that silence and calm were the greatest insult to a grimacing opponent, and Ru had fantasized about Yu Qing's furious appearance, and also thought about her coming to beg her to question why she was like this. The only thing I didn't expect was Yu Qing to be able to stand calmly in place and come up with a sentence, why should I be angry? You're not angry? Her picture was taken and used by her, and she wasn't angry at all? Anju was a little anxious. Did you not go online? Did you look at Twitter today? The entertainer frowned at Anju from the side. How is it that this little girl looks like a different person as soon as she sees this female second? People don't get angry as they don't get angry, and they ask, how much does she want the second female to get angry? Yu Qing heard what she said and let out a faint oh, you mean those hot searches you bought? I saw them, what's wrong with them? Anju was briefly stunned for a moment before hastily reaching up to gather her hair. That's not right. How can Yu Qing be so calm? It was like having a ball of cotton stuffed in her chest, and she actually didn't know what to say at once. Yu Qing coldly swept her eyes over Enru and the silent sister Hong on her side. Her eyes narrowed in a fine, unnoticeable way. Is there anything else? I'll leave if there's nothing. There's a play later and I have to go put on my makeup. The words fell out of her mouth and she made a move to leave. Enru didn't know what was wrong with her. She subconsciously took a few steps forward to stop Yu Qing. One word you came out. And for a moment she couldn't say anything else. Chapter 103, Yu Qing's anger is different from normal people. The more angry she is, the more she can laugh. Sister Hong frowned behind her back. Xiaoru, don't stop Miss Yu. Let Miss Yu leave. Her looks were on the imperial side. Coupled with her experiences over the years, the whole person was really a bit serious when she started the fire. Both of Anju's ears flushed an abnormal red, and she suddenly looked at Sister Hong. Auntie, you speak for her? Sister Hong's brows knit tighter. She first glanced at the entertainers behind her and smiled with a few apologies. I'm sorry, Ru and Miss Yu had some small conflicts in the theater. It's all just a little girl's playfulness. They're good friends. Reporters and friends, if there is something you can leave first. She also didn't know what was wrong with Anju. In the past, although there was some savagery, but it was all the capriciousness of a small girl and the complacency of her own highly positioned position. But now it had turned into a complete and utter lack of understanding. The entertainers looked at each other. Actually, we don't have anything to do, so it's not too late to wait for Missin and this Miss Yu to finish solving their problems before we leave. The smile on Sister Hong's face froze thinly and unnoticeably. An entertainer is still an entertainer. And when you see gossip you can't walk away from it like a dog with a bone. It's not a disgrace. She did not show it on her face in the slightest, but only withdrew her shallow smile, turning to look at Enru with cold eyes. Take a good look at what kind of appearance you're in right now. Even if you want to catch up with Miss Yu again, you shouldn't stop the reporters from leaving. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet with Ms. Yu in the future. Do you have to do it now? Come over here and apologize to your reporter friends and let Miss Yu go put on her makeup. Sister Hong's words dripped with water, both explaining Anju's abnormality and shattering the suspicion of Anju's nature in the hearts of the entertainers. Yu Qing slightly raised her jaw to look at Sister Hong, a subtle and unsearchable inquiry hidden in the depths of her almond eyes. Is this the senior agent who can save an artist whose image is almost shattered with a few words? The jealous co-worker who embarrasses her co-workers is portrayed as a little bit grumpy but real. TSK. The entertainers pretty much understood through Sister Hong's words that these were the two little girls who were having a tantrum, and discussed and prepared to leave. And just at this time, Yu Qing inadvertently took a step backward, just in time to block the reporter's path of departure. Sister Hong's gaze went cold all of a sudden. We've only known each other for a day or two. Where is the word friend coming from? I don't even know if you're 30 or 40 this year. How did it turn into you wanting to catch up with me? I can't believe I didn't know. When did I become friends with a little flower girl like Miss Enru finally heard the three words little flower girl from Yu Qing's mouth as she wished, and suddenly realized that she actually didn't feel half satisfied and happy. Because by this time in her life she had come around and realized that she had actually just done something like that in front of a reporter. She unconsciously glanced at Sister Hong's face and her heart thumped. Between her thoughts fluttering around she quickly turned her thoughts over in her mind and once again looked at Yu Qing with a few more watery eyes. Qing Chang, I know you're still mad at me. I didn't mean to get angry. So don't get angry, okay? As long as you are relieved of your anger, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Nguyen almost laughed out loud from the side. What a shameless duo. Yu Qing stood still. Suddenly, she hooked her lips in a curve and carelessly took a few steps forward. The phoenix eyes gently picked up, and the aura opened up in an instant. Is it really okay to do anything? As soon as Ruanxiu took a look at Yu Qing like this, he knew that she was going to get into trouble. Yu Qing was different from normal people when she was angry. The angrier she got the more she could laugh. Usually when she shows this expression, it's probably someone's bad luck. Chapter 104. A strong palm wind brushed straight towards her like that. Anju had some heart palpitations and timidly glanced at Sister Hong. When she saw that Sister Hong wasn't looking at her, her heart went cold. Her eyebrows drooped slightly and she bit her lip. As long as you're relieved, I'll do whatever. Before the latter words could be uttered, a strong palm wind whisked straight towards her like that. Anju looked at the person in front of her in shock. Shock, numbness, pain, and for a moment her mind almost went blank. There seemed to be a moment's silence in the scene, followed by a rising and falling clamor. Yu Qing sure took back her hand. Her hand was born delicate. Even in those years abroad she didn't wear out any wound calluses on her hand. The slap was delivered with force, reddening her delicate palms. Well, I forgive you. Yu Qing hooked his lips almost nastily, and when his fingertips deliberately touched the obvious slap mark on Enru's face, there seemed to be a flash of coldness in the bottom of his eyes. Sister Hong was the fastest person present to react, and even when Ruanxiu was still in shock, she pulled Enru behind herself. It wasn't so much to protect her as it was to fear that Anju would do something she shouldn't do on impulse. For example, the first and second girl of a certain drama fought on set, which would not be good for Anju's simple and kind persona. And, as you wish, we will remain good friends from now on. The cool female voice seemed to carry some shallow mockery, and Anju hastily returned to cover her face. She was beaten by Yu Qing? Yu Qing actually dared to hit her. The tears that soaked out from inside her eyes were too real to brush off, and the foundation on her face wasn't waterproof, so all of a sudden her makeup was gone. Anju clutched Sister Hong's clothes with a trembling hand and made a gesture to say something, but Sister Hong covered her mouth. Don't say it. Now that he has become the weaker party, he should capitalize on that weakness as much as possible and portray himself as the pathetic figure. Reporters are here. Yu Qing hit Anju her own moment cool, but do not know the follow-up of various reports will make her destruction. And Ru almost broke her teeth mixed with tears and swallowed the hatred, covered her face and turned around and ran to the dressing room. Sister Hong remained where she was, quietly looking at Yu Qing. You really have a lot of guts. Yu Qing faintly retracted her sight, her delicate figure standing upright. Probably, I'm the last one to suffer. Sister Hong's eyes flashed with a chill. Is that so? Almost the entire cast and crew knew about the second girl slapping the first girl. The crew stopped filming for a few days because the female one's face was so swollen that she couldn't even go on camera. A time handing ice, handing hot eggs, handing anti-swelling medicine, almost full of Anju's dressing room. Tend to avoid harm. This is the nature of all people think that Anju will be the rising star. Flattering her too normal. It's just a shame that it was all kicked out by Anju. She didn't want anyone to see this pitiful side of her at all. On the other side, Yu Qing gave Ruan Xiao his first task after returning to China. Sign up for a Twitter account. Nguyen did what he always does, and struggled with the Twitter ID piece for a long time. In the end it was Yu Qing who took the cell phone directly and typed in the ID line. Chinese astronomer, 281 to 356, famous for determining the precession of the equinoxes. 2 simple words. And everyone else's Twitter IDs are a whole lot more fancy. She then used her name, and Nguyen actually found it amazingly appropriate for her temperament, but she still didn't get it. Why was she thinking of signing up for a Twitter account at this moment? She asked Yu Qing, and Yu Qing didn't answer, but she always felt it wasn't that simple. Chapter 105 Yu Yenshin, I'm going to call the police to arrest you. As they were preparing to leave the set in the evening, Anju's young assistant hurried to their work van. Yu Qing gave her a cold glance with a cigarette in her mouth. Standing in front of the car, want to touch the porcelain? The little assistant was timid and hurriedly shook her head at her gesture. I'm here to deliver a message, Miss, and asked me to talk to you about something. It's about that thing on Twitter where she stole your picture. Yu Qing took a drag on a light cigarette, green-orange flavored. What's going on? The little assistant's face grew white. It's that incident. She asked me to tell you that, mister. You knew about it and even acquiesced to her doing so. If it wasn't for Mr. Yu, she couldn't afford to hire a water army. Yu Qing was silent for 2 seconds, or maybe it was 2 hours in the eyes of the little assistant. She annihilated the cigarette she held in her red lips. Not daring to speak to me directly if you have something to say. Is it because you're afraid I'll slap her? She gave a mocking laugh. Go back and tell MS. And that if she lets anyone tease and commit a crime in front of me again, next time it won't be as simple as slapping her. The little assistant shivered and went back to pass on the message. She felt that the moment Ru heard those words, the other side of her face seemed to be swollen with anger as well. Living like a puffer fish. Tonight Yu Qing returned to his home which he hadn't been back to for a few days, and Ruan Xiao and an online friend he met in the remote city. Ben now went there. She also made a point of slipping a couple of mace sprays in her and telling her to send her a tweet hug every hour to hold her safe. Living like an old mother. There were not many lights on at night in the villa area. Yu Qing turned on the flashlight and opened the door in the dark, turning off the flashlight and rubbing the light switch. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his body tightened. Eyes searching in the darkness towards all directions, she subconsciously took a few steps back towards the back. Reaching up, he touched the cold doorknob, ready to back away. She, sniffing around the house for something out of the ordinary. Maybe someone came in the house, but she didn't know where. Reaching into his sweater pocket, here was the rest of the bottle of mace. Maybe it's because in the dark, vision is weaker and hearing is stronger. Almost at once she sensed movement to her left. He pulled out the inside of his pocket violently. And it was in that moment that his arm was lifted up and held down against the door in one swift motion, and then the dark shadows overtopped it. She was walloped by a thief. Yu Qing, who realized this, almost instantly raised his knee and slammed it towards the most sensitive part of the person in front of him. The man's reflexes were so quick that they didn't even touch, and her legs were pressed back against the door. For money or for sex? The money is in the bag, a total of no more than 50,000. If you rob me for sex, I have AIDS. No quarantine supplies, you're not afraid of getting sick, come on. The thief didn't return her words, except that the hands seemed to caress right along her waistline. She opened her mouth and bit down hard towards the neck of the person in front of her. The smell of blood filled the air. And then, to her dismay, she heard a grunt of pain from the man. "Yu Qing, you want to bite me to death?" The low, mellow voice carried a hint of raspiness and helplessness. Yu Qing stiffened for a while, then suddenly reached out and violently pushed him over. "Yu Yenshin, I'm going to call the police to arrest you. You trespassed and molested me. Where did you get a key to my house?" The tone of her voice was stiff, probably because she really thought there was a burglar in the house. How could she think that someone who didn't have a key to her house would get in? Chapter 106, Mr. You're drunk, aren't you? Who are you spooning with? In the darkness, the man seemed to stifle a low, shallow laugh from his chest. "Qing, should I tell you that this villa area is now named you?" Yu Qing clearly captured his unfathomable black eyes in the darkness. Her tone was a little cold. "So you can come into my house like this in a dignified manner?" Mostly displeased with the way he came in without greeting her, she spoke coldly and then turned around to turn on the light. Warm light illuminated the two-story villa, the flowing lampshade gleaming with the light searing through it. The light not only illuminated the lampshade, but also the man leaning casually on the couch. Handsome is probably not a good enough word to describe his looks. The reserved aura of his body was almost natural. His black hair was a little messy over his eyebrows, and the depths of his dark eyes looked like they hid a bright fire that would never be extinguished. When Yu Qing saw this scene, 4 words unexpectedly and subconsciously popped into his head. "Sven scum." She paused somewhat briefly before pulling her eyes back from his. The man took in her scowl and quirked his lips in pleasure, visibly sated. "Qing, you misunderstood me. How many people envied this good skin?" He never cared. But now, suddenly, the skin felt somewhat useful. At least it could make Yu Qing look at him twice more. Yu Qing coldly glanced at him. "Oh, don't tell me you didn't open the door to come in. You came in through the window." Yu Yenshin raised his eyebrows and glanced at the tightly closed security window. "Is this the image of me in your eyes?" He stood up from the couch and walked over to Yu Qing's eyes, dropping the keys in his hand casually onto the marble tabletop. "The key to your house was stuck in the door, and I was afraid you had a burglar in your house, so I came in and acted as a janitorial effect for once. And shouldn't you thank me?" Yu Qing recognized that it was Ruan Qiu's the moment he saw the set of keys. She frowned unintentionally. Nguyen Guin's key. Halfway through her sentence, she remembered that Ruan Qiu had even gone home to change her clothes before she went to meet her online friend. The key was probably just forgotten in the rush. Today was another day of wanting to change agents. Yu Yenshin's eyes gazed deeply at the white-skinned and beautiful little girl in front of him, and I don't know what kind of mind he had, but he even said in a low and hoarse voice, "Qing, you didn't thank me, and you even bit me." Yu Qing would go numb every time she heard the word Qing from Yu Yenshin's mouth. She made it dependent on the normal response of hormones when confronted with a good member of the opposite sex. Although it was very indisputable, she felt that probably no woman would resist a man like Yu Yenshin. If he loves you, he will give you supreme, unique pampering. More than that, it can turn all your imaginary boyfriend and husband looks into real ones. His eyes fell uncontrollably on the bright teeth marks on his neck, still oozing blood. It looked extraordinarily ambiguous. There seemed to be his blood in his mouth, and Yu Qing frowned. "Later, I'll get the medical kit and take care of it for you." The man reached out and touched the wound on his neck, and after sucking in a breath, he looked at Yu Qing. "It hurts." Yu Qing glanced at Yu Yenshin. "Mr. You're drunk, aren't you? Who are you pampering?" Yu Yenshin. Secretary Su said every day that he was straight, and for that reason he read a copy of the 36 Steps to Flirting that he had hardwired over before he arrived. Isn't it true that women are naturally maternal and can't resist a little puppy? Chapter 107. I didn't. You let go of me first. Look at Yu Qing's reaction. Like he was a little bit ruffled? Yu Yenshin's face darkened a bit. Yu Qing folded and went to the toilet to rinse out her mouth when she went to get the medical kit before she walked out with it. Yu Yenshin's gaze faintly crossed from the water stains on her lips, and the color under his eyes suddenly darkened a few times. Yu Qing took out a cotton swab from the medical kit and dabbed some antiseptic red potion and gently wiped it on. "It hurts." Yu Yenshin spat out a word with an icy brow. Yu Qing gave a start and subconsciously relaxed the force on his hands, touching up again. The man's low voice said again, "It hurts." Yu Qing didn't say anything, just pursed his lips and continued. Before 2 seconds had passed, the shadowy-looking man continued to repeat the words he had just used. "Ouch." Yu Qing's movement stiffened in the air, and then, with a snap, he dropped the object in his hand onto the table. "Yu Yenshin, didn't I just bite you as if you were a thief? It's not like I did it on purpose. Do you have to be like this?" Yu Yenshin didn't say anything, just pursed his slim, cold lips tightly. The color of the obscura's deep eyes grew thicker and thicker, deriving an inexplicable meaning of danger. No more yelling for Mr. Yu. Everyone called him Mr. Yu, and he got used to it over time. These 2 words came out from inside Yu Qing's mouth, How he heard them was not comfortable. He always felt detached and unfamiliar. Yu Qing pursed her lips. Because of the fluctuation of mood and show that often little fluctuation of the eyes have a few points of spirit. Yu Yenshin looked at her, his fingertips itching. A thought surfaced in his mind. And then with almost no hesitation he raised his hand and hooked Yu Qing's sleeve. Then, easily, he took her into his arms. Perhaps the thought didn't come in a flash, but he had done it countless times in his head, which was why the movements were so smooth and natural. Yu Yenshin knew that Yu Qing was thin, but never really felt her slenderness. It took holding her to really get the illusion that she could disappear at any moment, and almost subconsciously the hold tightened. Yu Qing didn't react at all. I should say Yu Yenshin didn't even give her time to react. By the time she realized where she was sitting, Yu Yenshin had already leaned down close to her neck. Yu Qing, do you think I'm dirty? The hot words passed crisply into her ears, and her white ears almost instantly reddened. Yu Qing clenched her teeth. Yu Yenshin, let go of me. The man's long arms fell right around her waist, tightening inch by inch, putting distance between them. Rising. Yu Qing, answer me, do you think I'm dirty? She had to go gargling even after biting his neck. Her dislike was too obvious. He was upset that Yu Qing thought he was dirty. I didn't. You let go of me first. The abnormal beating within her chest caused Yu Qing to panic a little. She twisted her head to the side to keep Yu Yenshin away and clutched the corner of her coat dead tight. Compared to Yu Qing, the originator was obviously much calmer. Yu Yenshin's eyes were slightly sunken, and it was like a pool of cold water was sinking in the bottom of his eyes. Then why did you go gargle? Ha! He reached out and clamped Yu Qing's jaw, forcing her face close to his. You just think I'm dirty. I'm not. He was forced to look into his eyes and slammed raw into that cold water. Yu Qing bit her lip. I bit through your neck and there was blood seeping out. The taste of blood in my mouth was very uncomfortable. I just went to rinse my mouth. Chapter 108, Good girl, come and give me medicine. Yu Qing's reply caused Yu Yenshin to have a moment of silence. Yu Yenshin was not expecting it to be because of the blood. Seeing the water stains on her lips, he almost instantly decided that she was disliking him for being dirty. His emotions simply could not be contained. He thought he was calm, but in front of her he would not only ignore many details, he would also be impulsive. Yu Yenshin didn't know if this was good or bad, but he had no way to control it. Who let the person in front of him be Yu Qing? Noticing the uneasiness of the person in his arms, his eyebrows drooped slightly, and he was just about to let go of her when he suddenly thought of something. His low voice had a few loving undertones. Don't call me Mr. You anymore, and I'll let you go. Both direct liberalization and liberalization with conditions end up with liberalization, rather than a condition. I don't know when the next time I hugged this time, so of course I had to make the most of it. Do you want to be ashamed? Don't. Yu Qing clenched the corner of the table. Can we just call out names? She chose to compromise after all, clearly realizing she was no match for him in such matters. Yu Yenshin thought carefully for a moment and let out a low laugh. Behind him was the subtle fluttering of his chest, and Yu Qing wondered where this was ridiculous. Her anger gradually went up. Just before she could exert it, Yu Yenshin let go of her as if he realized something. Then call out names. Yu Qing scurried out of his arms as if she was on a spring. Her white face looked like it was dyed with a reddish hue from the window, delicate to the extreme and fresh and moving. Yu Yenshin, you're a pervert. I should just bite you to death. Yu Yenshin savored her vivid look, as if she had been back in China for so long. This was the first time he felt she was real, not the false shadow of his midnight dream. Contained in the depths of his eyes was a doting and shallow smile that he himself didn't even notice. What will you do if I die? Good boy, come and give me medicine. Yu Qing looked at him in a good mood and couldn't figure out what this dead man was so happy about. What does he mean he's happy to see her unhappy? Neck injury is not a hand injury. You don't have your own hands can be medicated? Yu Qing's hand still clutched the used cotton swab that he was holding before. After tightly frowning, he smoothly threw it together with the potion. After the medicine yourself, I can call the police for breaking and entering. Don't you forget. Yu Yenshin lowered his eyes and glanced at his hand. What should I do? I seem to have hurt it when I held you just now. Yu Qing. Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes at her, a shallow smile tickling the corners of his lips. Good people do what they want. Qing Qing, I'll leave after the medicine. Yu Qing's attention was all on the second half of his sentence, leave after the medicine. She couldn't wait for him to hurry up and leave. Seeing him gave her an indescribable feeling in her heart. She didn't like this kind of loss of control, and she had always preferred to keep her emotions all to herself. After a half-dozen hesitant moments, he went up and got a new cotton swab dabbed with a bit of sterilized and walked on. Heads up. Her voice was cold and hard. Yu Yenshin raised his head extremely obediently, revealing the wound. After writing this chapter, I realized that men are not bad. I really like Mr. Yu. He's good at flirting and he's very devoted. His good, bad, happy and angry feelings are all because of you and all for you. Thank you to all the fairies who voted. Thank you to Maruko Cutie for the reward. And 588 for the favorite teenager. Battle 7 Shao. Asterisk 3, Epsilon asterisk, Mwahaha. Chapter 109 How come you're so good? He didn't bully her either. His complexion wasn't of the pale variety. The kind of complexion that was on the paler side of men but more perfect in the eyes of women. Not too dark and feel dirty. Not too white and feel too feminine. Well, pretty manly. That bright tooth mark on it was clear as day. Yu Qing even began to think. He goes to work with this teeth mark. What will the people in his company think of him? Mostly because she was a little lost in thought. She didn't pay attention to the strength in her hands. Blood seeped out of the wound all of a sudden, and she glanced at Yu Yenshin in dismay. The latter, however, looked as if he felt nothing, his dark eyes gazing at her. Yu Qing hurriedly dabbed the blood with a cotton swab. It's fine. I just think that the teeth marks are too obvious, and was wondering if you'll be criticized when you go to work. Yu Yenshin thought about the group of gossiping elves in the secretary department, and vaguely ticked the corner of his lips. Let them talk. Their arguments. In fact, he begged for. His woman bid it, and he couldn't wait for someone to see it. Yu Qing didn't say anything else and patiently applied the medicine, finally putting on a clear band-aid. Yu Yenshin didn't want to post it, but was forced to do so by Yu Qing. He tentatively went along with her, mentally thinking he'd take it off tomorrow when he went to work. Let's see if Secretary Su's broken mouth still dares to mutter behind his back that he is disliked by Yu Qing. Only after collecting the things cleanly did Yu Qing raise her eyes and faintly swept a glance at the looming Yu Yenshin. Yu Yenshin, isn't it time for you to go? The wounds have been treated, and the hand should slow down, so it's time to go. Oh. Yu Yenshin was fiddling with a small ornament on her table when he heard what she said and looked up at the time. It's so late. You can leave after dinner? Yu Qing, she knew it. Yu Qing's face was almost instantly cold. There was no air conditioning on in the house, and the tip of her nose was slightly red from freezing. Her thin lips pursed, her eyes looking straight at Yu Yenshin. Yu Yenshin's heart softened at the look. Why are you so good? He didn't bully her. The man's eyes intensified. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to cook and have no food, and it's snowing outside. So if you order takeout, don't you think the delivery person will be unsafe? Yu Qing followed his gaze out the window. Some of the flakes fell on the windowsill, some on the ground. Not much, but it always snowed. The winter in remote city wasn't very cold, at least compared to those years abroad. It was like early spring here. She looked out the window for about 7 or 8 seconds before withdrawing her gaze. The eyes looked faintly at Yu Yenshin. I can cook. Yu Yenshin unmercifully revealed his shortcomings. There are 4 portions of fried and battered shrimp, 3 portions of uncooked cabbage, and a pot of battered congee in your refrigerator. Yu Qing, you opened my home refrigerator? Yu Yenshin avoided her inquiry. I just want you to face up to the fact that you can't cook. Don't run away from it. Yu Qing felt that not being able to cook would always be a pain in her heart. She was a little angry at the blockage and looked coldly at the man in front of her. Snippet suddenly flashed through my mind. The delicate red lips hooked in a fine and unnoticeable way. Slightly raising her jaw, her eyebrows like a faint layer of detachment melted on for a moment. Yu Yenshin, don't tell me that you're lollygagging and tossing around my house just to take it out on your missin'. It's just a slap, and I haven't gotten back at you for acquiescing to her stealing my picture to gain fame on the internet. Chapter 110. What if my woman argues with me and won't listen to my explanation? There was something vaguely somber about the man's demeanor. It was in Yu Qing's eyes. In fact, his brow barely changed at her words, except for a fine, unnoticeable narrowing of his deep eyes at the mention of the slap, and the word acquiescence. You hit her? Yu Yenshin looked at Yu Qing. His inquiry was wordy. Yu Qing looked at him with cold eyes, her thin red lips outlining a contemptuous smile. Yes, not only did she hit her, but she was swollen to the point where the crew had stopped filming. It's just swollen into a blowfish. Get it? Her almost harsh words made Yu Yenshin frown. Yu Qing, you're angry? Didn't she slap Anju? Why does she look like she's still pretty pissed off right now? Yu Qing took a sip of the cool water, and it was as if the fire in her heart had been doused a little. How can you not be angry when your picture is put online and claimed as your own, and that person provokes it in front of you with no self-respect? Yu Yenshin raised an eyebrow. Just because of this? Because of this? Isn't that something to be angry about? Spoken like she's being unreasonable? Yu Qing snorted with cold eyes. Yes, I beat her up because of that. What? Her boss is coming to seek revenge on me now? Yu Yenshin was not expecting Yu Qing to be so angry, and it was also unexpected that she would hit Enru. Before he could say anything, the girl in front of him continued. You're her boss. I understand if you want to make money by opening a company. I understand if an artist wants heat and fire, even if the method is a bit despicable. It's still a business rule. I get it. That's why I didn't look for you to say something. But you guys joined together and did all these things, and now you're still in my house relying on not leaving. Don't you think your own face skin too thick? Yu Yenshin looked at her thin figure and whispered after a half a second of silence. Yu Qing, I can explain. He could explain, but she didn't seem to want to hear it. Yu Qing had already turned around and went to the sofa to pick up the handbag and cell phone he had left behind before Yu Yanshan's words fell, incidentally slipping away Wan Qiu's keys. I'll leave if you don't. You can stay here as long as you want. You're the boss, I can't afford to get into a fight with you. I'll leave. Yu Yanshan's brows knit tighter as he watched Yu Qing's actions of packing up her things, realizing that she was really angry right now. Perhaps it was his lack of consideration that girls were bound to be angry about such things. But, Yu Qing, sit down first. I said I can explain. Listen to my explanation. Ha! He took 2 steps forward and reached out to tug on Yu Qing's arm, slender enough to circle it with one hand. Yu Qing reached out and shook his hand away in a flash as if in a stress reaction. Don't touch me. Her voice was extraordinarily cold and hard. Her temper did not come inexplicably. Perhaps she had planted the ignition cord for this anger in her mind from the moment Anju's assistant had said those words. His reaction, after mentioning this to him, pretty much ignited the thread. She thought that she still cared whether Yu Yanshan was involved in this matter or not. His answer and demeanor made her uncomfortable. Yu Yanshan didn't stop Yu Qing again until the door was closed with a bang. He could indeed explain. It was just that Yu Qing wouldn't listen, and that was another dilemma. Quietly, he stood still and lapsed into a lengthy silence before sending a text message to Secretary Su. What if my woman argues with me and won't listen to my explanations? Secretary Su, when do women ever listen to explanations when they argue? Give her to bye and finished. She is happy, naturally listen to your explanation. Chapter 111 Fear of Anxiety Relapse. Fear of the self that makes you feel disgusted. By what? Yu Qing doesn't seem to want anything in particular. If she said she wanted something, he'd buy it for her even if it was the entire city of Yao, provided she wanted it. Glancing down at Secretary Su's message, he snorted coldly. What's the use of having you? Rice bucket. Secretary Su's reply was quick. If buying can't solve the problem, then it's just a matter of XXX. Mr. You don't understand. Yu Yanshan looked at the windy wave number at the end of his words and frowned tighter. Without replying to Recovery Secretary's message again, Yu Yanshan stood for a while, suddenly realizing that he really didn't know how to coax Yu Qing. He's good at playing with all the tricks in the mall, so he's not going to set Yu Qing up? His eyes touched the snowflakes drifting outside the window, vaguely tending to fall more heavily. He remembered that Yu Qing hadn't brought an umbrella with her when she went out and almost subconsciously stood up. Yu Qing went straight to the entrance of the neighborhood after coming out of the house. In fact, she wasn't sure where she was going to go right now. In fact, it seemed like the only place she could go besides the set was home. An unspeakable sense of anxiety spread in the bottom of his heart for some reason. Yu Qing felt a cigarette from his bag with some annoyance. The cigarette was lit with a bare crack, and a snowflake landed on the tip of the cigarette that was burning. For some reason, she suddenly didn't want to smoke. Standing still, tilting her head back to look at the white sky, an icy coldness fell into her eyes, and she didn't close them. After standing like that for a while, she opened her cell phone to WeChat and sent a voice over to Pete, who was thousands of miles away from her. I seem to be getting a little antsy again. It was only a little bit, but she was still scared. Fear of an anxiety relapse. Fear of the self that makes you feel disgusted with yourself. She had, in fact, been trying to keep herself calm all the time, only to have it easily broken. Pete's side should still be in the dark, but it didn't take him long to voice Yu Qing back. It's a pure Cockney accent, which translates roughly to this. Told you you weren't healed at all. Don't understand why you refused my help. Disobedient girl. Now taste the bitter fruit? I'll prescribe you some medicine. Go to your side of the drugstore and buy and take it first. Pay attention. 1,000 times be kind to yourself. Don't be too strict. It is not easy enough for you to live. You are very good. Pete always affirmed that she was afraid that she would doubt her existence and thus develop an aversion to life. Yu Qing actually understood all of that. She locked her cell phone and thrust her hands into her cold pockets, her thoughts fluttering a bit, until a dark Hummer came out of nowhere and stopped right in front of her. Yu Qing retrieved her thoughts as the scorching car air sprayed over her neck and feet. Feng Yi walked down from the driver's seat, a trench coat lined with his slender and absorbing figure. His angular features were so deep that it gave people a feeling of self-contained authority without anger. Is it freezing standing outside in the snow? You're waiting for someone? Yu Qing shook her head. No, why are you here? Can Kazuno tell her he hasn't seen her in a long time and is afraid she'll be abducted by someone else? Can't. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and I wanted to have dinner with you today when I had time to have a break. I recently picked up a new script in my hand, and when I heard you were shooting, I wanted to show it to you in passing. // P.S. My Twitter, Sayo a month too early. My QQ readers group. In the comments section. Blessed with joy and grateful for the encounter. Chapter 112. But relationships, by their very nature, are probably just a meaningless give and take. Yu Qing's brows were clear as he crossed Feng Yi's face. She had probably learned from Yu Yanshan's words last time that he was the only heir to the Feng family now. It was probably because he had returned to the Wind family, so his face could be seen with a confident and radiant look that could not be matched in the past. That's great. Everyone is getting better. The corner of her lips pulled out a slight arc. The prince of the Wind family invited me to dinner and also gave me a script. This kind of honor I'm afraid I can't afford. What to do? Feng Yi gazed at Yu Qing's face, and when he drove to look at her from afar earlier, he actually had the same feeling he had when he first saw her abroad. That, as if for her she was the only one in the world who felt withdrawn. I thought something had happened to her, but now that I saw that she could still make jokes, for some reason, my hanging heart seemed to have dropped for a moment. Then in the future when I inherit the Feng family, will you not dare to talk to me? He looked at Yu Qing with sullen eyes, looking at the snow that drifted down on top of her head. Of course not. Yu Qing raised an eyebrow. Even if you become president, I'll still do the same. Feng Yi suddenly hooked his lips. Then get in the car? Yu Qing hesitated. Yu Yanqing should still be in her house. That hesitation lasted only a moment before she looked to Feng Yi. Good. She desperately needed a friend like Feng Yi to divert her attention away from Yu Yanqing. When Yu Yanqing came out with his black umbrella, he met the two people standing under the pale dead tree outside the cell door. The snow was scattered piecemeal above their heads, and Yu Qing tilted her head to look at Feng Yi without knowing what she was talking about. All he knew was that she had that smile that he had rarely seen before. The pace stopped for a moment, watching the two of them in silence. The phrase that came to mind in a curved way, the wind and snow spread over the black hair, and it is considered a common white head. This is what Yu Qing said on New Year's Eve one year when she lay down on his ear. His dark eyes looked like there was a wind and snow swirling in a gloomy whirlpool, and the handle of the umbrella in his hand was vaguely about to be pinched off without him realizing it. She's white-knuckling someone else now? Watching Yu Qing get into Feng Yi's car, she didn't even look back at him. Yu Yanqing looked down askance at the black umbrella in his hand, his tongue rolling over the surface of his dry teeth. What's the point of what he's doing now? But relationships, by their very nature, are probably just a meaningless give and take. Turning to go to the car, he was blocked by a girl who suddenly sprang out of the way. Yu Yanqing looked at the person in front of him with cold eyes, and the man who was already in a bad mood looked like a fire that had been frozen, with a burning intent in the cold. Get out of the way. His voice was barely warm. Yang Mengya had probably just gotten out of school, with her backpack still behind her. She looked at the man in front of her with white breath coming out of her mouth, panting. Hello, I have something for you. Yu Yanqing knew that she was Yu Qing's cousin, but what did that have to do with him? There was only one person he cared about from the beginning to the end. Turning around, he walked forward, almost as if Yang Mengya didn't exist. Yang Mengya hurriedly caught up with Yu Yanqing's figure and hastily reached out to pull on Yu Yanqing's cufflinks. The man's steps stopped in place in a flash, his brow skimming grimly over her hand tugging at his shirt. Yang Mengya's scalp went numb at the look, and then hastily pulled out Yu Qing's diary from inside her own school bag. I know you're my sister's gold master, but gold masters are people too. This is the diary I saw inside her room. I hope you can recognize what kind of person she is after reading it. Chapter 113. Yu Yanqing simply didn't have the patience to talk to the girl in front of her with an evil mind, but was attracted to the diary she took out in her hand. He hadn't seen Yu Qing's diary and didn't know if it was real or fake, and yet there was hesitation. If you don't believe me, you can open it and see that it's definitely my sister's handwriting. If I lie, I'd go out right now and get hit by a car. Yu Yanqing swept that cold eye over her. That eye was like a sharp blade. If you lie to me, you don't have to go out. I'll do it. Yang Mengya hurriedly shook her head. Yu Yanqing took the pink-colored shelled diary that was handed over from her, probably from a long time ago, and the paper and shell were a bit yellowed. He briefly opened it and scanned it, and when he touched his name written by Yu Qing on the cover, his ink-colored pupils seemed to curl up minutely, and then he closed the diary and looked at Yang Mengya, who was still standing in front of him not knowing what he was expecting, and said in a cold voice, "Did you steal this?" Yang Mengya looked at Yu Yanqing in shock. That's not the right reaction, is it? Does it matter if you steal or not? It's what's inside that counts. It's just something I overheard, and I don't want my sister to lie anymore. She finished the sentence almost stiffly. Yu Yanqing's cold eyes swept over her face. His thin cold lips pursed up into a Jean-Cool arc. If you stole it, say you stole it. Your sister's diary is your sister's. Does it have anything to do with you? The color under his eyes was gloomy and cold. You don't have to go to jail for stealing under 18, so go to a juvenile detention center for a few days. Yang Mengya's eyes widened in shock. She was almost wondering if she had heard wrong. She must have heard wrong. The man is crazy to be envious. But then Yu Yanqing's series of behaviors made her certain that she hadn't heard wrong. She never expected the action she had been planning for weeks to result in a 7-day trip to juvie. The black record on the additional file means she'll never get a very good job in her life. Resentment? Who could she blame but to pour the hatred she couldn't vent out on Yu Qing's body? Remote City is a fast-growing economy and an even faster-paced city. Here there are white-collar workers crying in pain late at night and busy people during the day. The fast pace naturally means that all kinds of upscale places are popping up. When Feng Yi brought Yu Qing to this recently opened smoke and rain house, Yu Qing thought it was some kind of attraction. On the outside, it really looks quite like a real old building. After going in, it is even more ancient and a new world. The waitress in the cheongsam came forward with a smile on her face. Is it Mr. Wind? Box 0402. It's ready for you. Mr. Zhang has also arrived and is waiting for you. 0402. Yu Qing was sensitive to these numbers because it was her birthday. She glanced at Kazuno, who also looked at her. Get ready. Don't lose your cool when you see who's inside in a minute. Yu Qing raised her eyebrows. Young Feng, when have you ever seen me lose my temper? Feng Yi couldn't help but hook his lips for a moment as he looked at her like this, and the waiter next to him looked a little lost in thought for a moment. This young master of the Feng family who came out of nowhere has been on fire in the upper-class circle for a while now. It is said that this person is cold and valiant, so maverick that almost no one dares to talk to him. This was different from that Mr. Yu, who relied on his own thunderous tactics and his iron hand over the past few years. This one was the one who acted oddly and maverick, plus the unspeakably obscure forces behind the Feng family, which was what molded him into an unapproachable next helmsman of the Feng family. Seeing him like this at the moment, it's true that rumors can't be trusted. Chapter 114. Under Yu Qing's lowered brows, the brimming eyes flickered with an obscure light intent. Somewhat uncontrollably, her eyes fell on the woman at his side, and the woman's cool, ink-painted brow happened to collide with her probing gaze, and she jerked her head down to pull her eyes back. So good-looking, not a delicate skin that can be seen through at a glance, but the kind of clear and seductive beauty that comes from mixing temperament and looks. No wonder people like Mr. Wind would show her favoritism. Yu Qing looked at this clean-cut waitress, and the more she looked at her, the more she felt that there was something familiar about her. But Feng Yi had already urged her to go, so she didn't think much about it. Inside box 0402, Feng Yi had just pushed open the door with his front foot, and a banquet of laughter and clamor came out of the room with his back foot. Yu Qing looked through the gap in the open door, and it turned out that there was more than just the so-called Mr. Zhang in here. There were also many exquisitely dressed men and women, and the warm color of the light was a bit disorienting in the midst of the mingling. Yu Qing frowned in a fine, unrecognizable frown. Kazuno looked toward her almost the instant she frowned. Sorry, I didn't realize there would be so many people. He was aware that Yu Qing did not like this kind of scene, and could even be said to loathe it. Yu Qing faintly shook her head. It's fine, let's go in. The commotion coming from the door quickly drew the attention of those inside. All sorts of curiosity, surprise, jealousy as well as playfulness. The man in the main seat was roughly in his early 40s and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Kazuno came in, and he stood up in response. Young Feng, you're late, have a drink. Feng Yi crossed his face with an icy brow, reached out to catch the glass of wine, and tilted his head back to drink it. Director Zhang didn't tell me that there would be so many people here either. Originally, he was planning to introduce Yu Qing to Director Zhang, so this Director Zhang asked him to a dinner party and he agreed. Who would have thought that there would be enough people to have a party? Director Zhang smiled blushingly. It's only fun when there's a lot of people. Why, don't you introduce this one behind you? The scene gradually quieted down, and almost all the men's eyes fell on Yu Qing. There is no shortage of beautiful people in this world, and the few that are available are the ones that have a great and unique temperament and body. When they saw Yu Qing, their eyes lit up. Kazuno casually dropped the cup on the tabletop with a not-so-light sound. His low voice was obscure and inexplicable, and his deep brows swept over all the men present who had evil intentions. MS. You, the woman I'm chasing, it's better for all of you not to explore. Yu Qing's eyebrows didn't move, calm as if she hadn't heard anything. For all she knew, Kazuno was only saying that to keep these people from hitting on her. As expected, once he said this, most of the men's eyes were resentfully withdrawn. The woman that the Wind family's only son is chasing alas, they are not worthy. Yu Qing followed Feng Yi to his seat, his expression inadvertently sweeping over the faces of those present. Some of them looked familiar, some were strange, probably nouveau riche, and the ones that looked familiar were nobles who had been mixed up in the upper class back in the day. A glass of wine that landed on the table in front of her. Yu Qing looked along and it was Director Zhang who handed it over. I heard that mess. You is an actress? Under Yu Qing's lowered brows, the brimming eyes flickered with an obscure light intent. Point taken to the point. Shook the glass of wine on the tabletop, her lips curving into a light, picturesque smile. I've long heard of Director Zhang's great name. I heard that last year's New Year's Eve movie broke $10 billion at the box office. Director Zhang is really talented. I've always admired him. Chapter 115. Why don't you go to hell? This shallow smile was almost mesmerizing, and Director Zhang managed not to indulge in it, hastily reaching out to hold up the wineglass in front of him and clinking it with Yu Qing. MS. You looks familiar. Just started her career? Do you have any masterpieces? Yu Qing quietly sat in place, her slender arm resting on her cheeks as she looked at Director Zhang. It doesn't matter if there is one now. There will definitely be one in the future. Cocky, confident, even a little arrogant. But it caught Director Zhang's eye. The female lead of that new drama he's recently preparing. Isn't that the kind of character of the one in front of him? It just so happened that he also wanted to adopt a more faceless face, and if he used the one in front of him, he would be able to satisfy himself by selling the young master of the Feng family face. He finalized something in his mind almost instantly. It was the first time he'd ever made a decision so quickly, but it was her. If her acting skills are over the top, next year's Academy Award for newcomer. It's not a bad idea to have the last name Yu. Rubbing his fingers against his wine glass, his gold-rimmed, gold-framed glasses flickering with a subtle light. Director Zhang was just about to say something when he was interrupted by a silhouette walking out of obscurity. Yu Qing followed Director Zhang's line of sight, and when she touched that person, her face sank almost as if it was visible to the naked eye. Kazuno suddenly observed the change in her demeanor and raised an eyebrow. The one who made Yu Qing angry? MS. You can be really modest. Fu Moe held a cigarette in his mouth. His body was draped in a black jacket. The corner of his lips held a smear of sarcasm just like that from the darkness walked out. No masterpiece? I'm thinking there is. Isn't that one I cuckolded my boyfriend after my family went broke? There should be more if this one doesn't count. I hooked up with the Win family's bastard son abroad. I showed off in front of various directors, and I'm still not shameless at all. Today should be enough, right? MS. You, why aren't you talking? You look terrible. Are you sick? It can't be syphilis. Can it be AIDS? The scene that was originally still warm almost turned silent the moment Fu Mo appeared on the scene. Everyone knew that he was Yu Yenshin's good brother who had played with him since he was a child, and no one dared to mess with him. Still less did anyone think that the reason that caused him to wake up from his drunken nap was to taunt this strange woman that Kazuno had brought with her. The words he said fell clearly into the ears of everyone present. Almost at once, that changed look caused Yu Qing's back to tingle. She subconsciously looked at Director Zhang, who had already tightened his frown and stared at her with a gradually gloomy gaze. Director Zhang once said at a press conference that what he detests most in this life is the subterfuge in the circle. What Fu Moe said, this is touching a big taboo. Mr. Fu, what a coincidence. Yu Qing was still holding her cheek with one hand, her eyebrows lowered as she fiddled with the clean dishes. Every day, you stare at me and look for trouble and rumors about me for nothing. Don't you think you're boring? The more Fu Moe looked at Yu Qing, the more disgusted he felt, and he had even developed a kind of physiological regurgitation. Where the hell is this damn woman half as good as Xiaoi? Bitch out of the sky is what she said. I rumored about you? He gave a mocking cold snort. Take a piss and look at yourself. A woman like you is worthy of my rumors? You dare to say that you didn't get on the plane with another man? You didn't have an affair with this Win family man next to you? You haven't gotten involved with various directors? What? Now you want to step on this brainless Win family kid and hook up with Director Zhang? Your skin is thicker than a city wall. Why don't you go to hell? His sharp words felt like they were quenched with poison. Words that seeped with an insidious coldness and malice. Chapter 116. Before Fu Moe finished his words, Feng Yi directly stood up and gave him a punch. Remote city Fu Gongzi, more or less in the hearts of many people, is also considered to be a graceful young man. To see him actually insulted a woman like this, almost want to put all the vicious words in the world to her head. For a time everyone was shocked and also everyone was curious. Just how is this woman brought by the young master of the Feng family? How can she make Mr. Fu, who's never really interested in anything, so angry? Yu Qing endured the maliciously speculative eyes of these people, her warm fingertips twirling and rubbing the edge of the porcelain bowl in front of her. Fu Moe, before you look for the reporter, that thing I did not find you to count. Seeing Yu Yenshin face forgive you a brain development is not sound rich, son. In fact, you and I are clearly differentiated quite good. Do you have to open your mouth to slander me with your own imagination? Don't you think it's childish and boring? Her voice was thin and cool, her brow calm and cool. But being here, surrounded by strangers, was more like a defeated queen. Feng Ye's eyes were very dark, and the scar at his thick eyebrows seemed to be a bit hideous because of his gradually furrowed eyebrows. Fu Moe sked, casually pinning the cigarette behind his ear, teasingly and contemptuously circling around behind Yu Qing's chair. My brain is stunted? Indeed. Back then I was just too stupid to let you and my brother get together. It's no better than Miss Yu, who grew up as a scheming green tea whore. Oh, or maybe a white lotus flower. Look at you now. You can't see a man and can't walk, so short of a man's nourishment? If you're really bone deep in debt, honestly, you strip naked and come to me and show off. Maybe I'll reward you when I'm happy. Before he could finish his sharp, sarcastic words, his voice paused violently as if suddenly stuck. Fu Moe was behind himself. Yu Qing couldn't see it. All she could notice was the sudden rise of the table in front of her. and the windy wildness that surged out at her side. Before Fu Moe finished his words, Feng Yi stood up and punched him directly. That punch used almost all of his strength, and Fu Moe was directly knocked to the ground. Feng Xiao, you this. Director Zhang subconsciously stood up and looked at the scene in front of him in panic. Fu Moe is Yu Yinshan's man. Isn't Feng Yi's whole thing tantamount to hitting Yu Yinshan in disguise? The Yu family and the Win family are now two of the top 4 giants in Remote City, and for the sake of a woman, look at this situation is to start a business war? Feng Yi didn't bother with Director Zhang as he reached up and loosened his black tie, condescendingly looking at the man in front of him who had been knocked to the ground by his circle. His low voice carried a few points of steady hoarseness. Fu family member, right, mind your damn mouth. In the future let me hear from your mouth about Yu Qing's half-knot. I guarantee that the next time you'll endure more than just this punch. A veiled and naked threat. Who here doesn't know that the forces behind the Win family are underground? It wasn't that Fu Moe couldn't beat Feng Yi. It was just that his punch came so fast and suddenly that he was almost defenseless. Listening to his threat that was filled with arrogance, anger instantly rolled up in his heart. He leapt up with his body in a one-handed pestle and backhanded the vase on one side of the tabletop and slammed it towards Kazuno. The bastard son of the Win family is worthy of threatening me? What kind of are you? Being played around by this kind of woman and still think you're so honorable? Feng Yi and Fu Mo stationed very close. That vase suddenly attacked. Feng Yi obviously did not defend. Yu Qing's pupils contracted minutely, and subconsciously stood up and backhanded Feng Yi's arm to pull him from the orbit of that vase attack. The sound of vases breaking in this box clearly into the ears of everyone. This banquet has just turned into a battlefield with invisible fire. Chapter 117, he touched you just to play with you. Do you really consider yourself a thing? Feng Yi lowered his eyes and glanced at Yu Qing's hand that was pulling his arm. The white, delicate woman's hands were white from overexertion. He stroked it almost subconsciously and whispered, "It's okay, don't be afraid." Yu Qing wasn't afraid. She's pissed. She wasn't even as angry as she was now when Fu Moe scolded her because she knew it wasn't true. If she got angry because of a sentence or two about cerebral palsy, wouldn't she have to die of anger if she stayed in the entertainment industry? She was angry at what Fu Moe said to Feng Yi, and even more angry at the broken pieces of china. This was one of the few friends she had that he had humiliated. Coldly looking at Fu Moe who had blood bubbling from the corners of his lips in front of her, a hint of thin, cold venom dipped out within her long, slender eyes. Haven't you ever heard the saying, better to offend a villain than a woman? She didn't even bother to call out Fu Moe's name. Fumoichi staggered up from the ground, and someone went up to offer him a tissue, which he stomped on in disgust, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. Fine, I'd like to see how you want to fix me. As soon as his words bubbled up, the crowd saw the slender woman ruffle the messy hair in front of her to behind her ear, and snorted in a low voice that seemed to be extremely disdainful. And then, under the gaze of all, she took a few steps forward on her silver-white heels, while Fu Moe was still glaring at her, wondering what kind of an S she was trying to commit again. A kick was delivered. Hiss dash, it was the sound of the group sucking in a breath of cold air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's 2 ing excellent. Yu Qing stood condescendingly in front of Fu Moe's eyes, her jaw slightly raised in a sneering arc. Cool. Fu Moe couldn't speak, couldn't hold in a single punctuation mark. Even if he killed him, he did not expect this woman to come with this hand. His face went white and purple, and his fingertips trembled a little. Feng Yi stood behind Yu Qing, and he also frowned the moment she kicked out with that kick. It's not that I pity or think Yu Qing is rude, but also as a man, he had an ache of being there. You'll have to recuperate from this kick for half a year, won't you? As if Yu Qing was not yet relieved, she leaned over to look at Fu Moe who was slightly bent over. Lips spit out cold words. Cool or not, ah Fu Xiao? Cool cannot speak? Fu Moe looked at her nasty look, and for an instant, his blood rolled over, and his eyes even went black. He bit the tip of his tongue, took a few deep breaths and squeezed out a few words from inside his throat. You are really shameless. You can do this kind of thing. Your father has raised a daughter like you after half a lifetime of painstaking efforts. If he knows about it in the prison, he will be angry and go to his death, right? Yu Qing's face grew colder and colder. What do you care about the method if it can make you upset? She straightened up, her waist straight. Whether my father will be angry or not has nothing to do with you. If you have to ask this, then I'll ask you in return. Does Yu Yinshan know that you're making rumors about me here? Do you think Yu Yinshan doesn't know about all the things you've done? He touched you just to play with you. Do you really consider yourself a thing? Yu Qing pursed her slim lips in a deep silence, her mind almost uncontrollably retracing all the things Yu Yinshan had done. And you, her heart suddenly sank a little. Just suddenly, just for a moment. To your dismay, I don't think I'm all that important with him. Likewise, he doesn't count for with me. The words had just fallen when the door to the box was opened. Yu Qing subconsciously raised her eyes to meet the sight of the person outside the door in his wintry clothes. Chapter 118, a dog bites you. Do you want to bite back? Yu Qing was lost in thought for a moment when she met those Obscura's deep eyes, and when she realized this she immediately withdrew her gaze. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back and stood still at Feng Yi's side. The people in this box were originally prepared to have dinner and have some fun together, but they didn't realize that they were about to have a heart attack. First it was Fu Xiao versus Feng Xiao, and now this man who lived in rumor actually showed up. Someone carefully turns on their cell phone camera to give their best friend's best buddy a live feed of the scene. Shocked, the two top male gods of Remote City and a late-rate Fu Gongzi are in the same frame. Don't ask me who the woman next to me is. Pretty and powerful, and that's the end of it. Yu Yenshin gasped delicately, his black hair slightly wet. The snow on his shoulders quickly melted into water. The deep brows were as starry and dark as the night, hiding danger or mystery at every turn. He looked towards Fu Moe, who was holding the table in a cold sweat, and the color under his eyes grew thicker. Taking a few steps forward to help him. By whom? The sentence isn't even an interrogative. It's a declarative sentence. If Feng Yi's previous string of harsh words made people afraid, Yu Yenshin used these few short words to make the several people present almost instantly conjure up in their minds the ruthless and merciless tactics he used to use in the past. It gives you goosebumps of fear. Fu Moe sat down on the sofa. Did not cover that part. He also want a face. Just face oddly tight. The corners of his lips hard pull out a cold smile. It doesn't matter who I get hit by. She just said herself that you don't count for with her. Do you hear me? As soon as these words came out, Fu Moe almost clearly detected Yu Yenshin's hand squeezing his arm to increase its strength in vain. He coughed at the pinch and gritted his teeth against the pain. Look at the way she's standing next to Kazuno. Don't you understand what she is? Asterisk. This woman actually has a relationship with both Mr. Phone and Mr. Yu. Shameless to the extreme. Speechless. Whoever can pick out her identity. I promise to make her on fire in Yaochang. She'll put out a book called The Men I Fished for All Those Years, and I promise to buy 100 copies. This subtle murmur reached the ears of the parties involved, and Yu Yenshin's eyes darkened like ink that hadn't fizzled. His eyes swept over Yu Qing's face, barely pausing for a moment. Feng Yi seemed to feel Yu Qing's breathing go haywire for a moment, and he hoped that it was his illusion. Yu Yenshin's gaze calmly landed on Feng Yi's face. 2 men, 4 eyes. There's no spark, but it was full of gloom and treachery. Yu Qing seemed to take a step forward, but Feng Yi pulled her arm as if he realized something. Leave it to me. Yu Yenshin's eyes narrowed minutely and unnoticeably, landing on the spot where Feng Yi was pulling Yu Qing's arm. Feng Yi was silent as he lit a cigarette and took a drag. I'm the one who hit the man. To fight back? As the smoke curled up, Yu Yenshin once again locked eyes with him. This time, it was filled with danger and coolness. Fu Moe. Yu Yenshin called out the name of the person on his side in a low voice. Fu Moe looked up at Yu Yenshin. Ha! The man's voice is like the drifting snow outside the window, percolating down, cool and thorough. You say, when a dog bites you, do you want to bite back? Fu Moe first staggered for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Of course not. The dog bit me, I directly killed him. Bite back is something to do. The man narrowed his dangerous eyes before looking at Feng Yi. Hear that? Chapter 119. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. Together? Yu Qing looked at the person in front of her with cold eyes, and the color under her eyes was gradually covered by a layer of cool mist. In the end, who is a dog and who is a human? Who does not have a point in their heart? Her eyes crossed from Yu Yenshin's body and then landed on the harsh smile on Fu Moe's lips. Mr. Fu, beating yourself to death is quite difficult, isn't it? Fu Moe looked at Yu Qing with cold eyes, the tip of his tongue against the corner of his broken lips. He doesn't argue anything with Yu Qing. In reality, Yu Yenshin had come, and his purpose was simply to stop Yu Yenshin from getting back into the mud. Yu Yenshin, did you see the way she was protecting Feng Yi? TSK, it's really genuine. He raised his eyes to meet Yu Yenshin's line of sight and crashed into his deep, bottomless eyes, the smile at the corner of his lips growing deeper. Angry? It's good to be angry. It takes anger to make up your mind to separate yourself from this woman. Shut your damn mouth. Yu Yenshin locked eyes with him for less than 2 seconds and withdrew his gaze. Fu Moe closed his mouth resentfully, but felt that he was in a good mood. It's just a beating. It'll take a while to recuperate. Yu Yenshin was angry, but it wasn't so easy to unwind. He had known him for so many years and thought he still knew him quite well. Feng Yi's eyes retracted from Yu Yenshin and Fu Moe's body before glancing at the woman standing quietly at his side. Looking at her pursed, slender lips, the cigarette in her hand tightened in a fine, unnoticeable way. After a half a second of silence, he whispered, Fu Xiao is misunderstanding something. Qing Chang and I are just friends at the moment, and there's nothing wrong with her defending me. Fu Moichi grinned nastily. Really? A friend in bed on the bed? Yu Yenshin listened quietly. His deep black eyes seemed to have curled up a little because of these words, but it was more like they were calm as if there were no fluctuations. After a moment of silence, he casually pulled a chair close by and sat down. I have little interest in your relationship history, no need to talk about it in front of me. But Feng Xiao, after beating up my brother, there has to be an explanation. Yu Qing looked at Yu Yanchen, and he didn't look at her. She tried to say something and was stopped by Kazuno. Kazuno took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled with a flourish. The scar on his eyebrow flickered in the obscure light. Feng withdrew from the bidding for that piece of land in the East City. What does Mr. You think? Feng Yi has a number in the bottom of his heart. He was the one who moved first. Fu Moe didn't make a move no matter what. Wrong. He started it. If Yu Yanchen must be counted on, Feng might not necessarily be able to fight him. Might as well stop in time. His words, a few short words, sent shock waves through the hearts of the people in the box. Feng's been eyeing that land in the east side for a long time, and KR has been competing with him, and it's been a stalemate for almost half a month. Now, for a woman, Kazuno is going to give up that land? That's hundreds of millions of dollars at stake. A hint of a smile seemed to dip out of Yu Yan's deep eyes, shallow and more like a sneer. No more surface work. I'll take your sincerity. He looked to Fu Moe at his side. Satisfied? Fu Moe roughly did not expect Feng Yi to make such a big concession. He looked at Yu Yanchen in shock before coughing. Of course, there's nothing I'm dissatisfied with. The lights in the box were obscurely deep yellow, and the sky outside the window tended to darken. Yu Yanchen's complexion appeared less genuine in the light, and the crowd's expressions were mottled, until he rose from his stool and swept over most of the people present. It just so happens I haven't eaten either. Join us? Director Zhang immediately reacted. Quickly give up your seat for Mr. Yu. Chapter 120, Mr. Yu, I can accompany you to drink. Perhaps it was because he frequented this kind of place, and his sudden intrusion was not even a little bit out of place. Taking his seat, he naturally clamped down on the wine poured by the Zhang director in front of him. The mellow flavor of the wine rolled down his throat, tugging at a burning sensation. Feng Xiao, and this one beside him, take a seat as well, right? Director Zhang was the master of this banquet, and no matter how balked he was, he could only be hardened to the left and right. Feng Yi's eyes gazed deeply at Yu Qing. After about a few seconds of silence, he whispered, "No, I still have some things to do. Qing Chang and I will go ahead." He understands Yu Qing too well, and in all probability she will continue to fight with Yu Yanchen Fu Mo if she stays here any longer. She doesn't get it, but he needs to understand the difference. Remote City was Yu Yanchen's world, and he only had his hands on the sky. He couldn't see through what Yu Yanchen's mind was really like towards Yu Qing, and if he angered him, he currently didn't have the strength to fight him absolutely. Yu Qing was silent, her black hair curling down to the side of her face, hiding most of her complexion. Qing, let's go." It wasn't until Feng Yi's voice reached her ears that she raised her eyes to look at the man sitting at the table. Respectfully, he sipped his wine, his eyes as deep as ink slabs. She took a deep breath. Good. Having gotten the benefit of Dongcheng, Fu Moe also knew better than to make things difficult for them, and just watched them go out with a blanched face. When they walked out of the private room and brought the door with them, he looked over to where Yu Yanchen was before frowning. "You drank it all? How long has it been? And half a bottle of white is gone in front of you." The latter didn't say anything, just looked down and took out his cell phone, fiddling with the screen. Putting down his cell phone, he was presented with a strange woman in front of him. "Mr. Yu, I can accompany you to drink together." "Ah, how boring to drink alone." The voice seems to be able to chaw out perfume like flirtatious. Yu Yanchen eyes swept her a glance. What came to mind was another indifferent and delicate reserved face. He subconsciously frowned. Winter in Remote City was very cold. Yu Qing realized this today. Into the night, the chill swept toward her on all sides. The chill wrapped around her nerves, extending into tiny sharp spikes that pricked her skin. The unclothed skin flushed a subtle red. Got in the car and turned on the heat, which made it a little better. Feng Yi slowly drove the car and saw that she was no longer afraid of the cold before opening her mouth faintly. At this banquet, Director Zhang didn't invite Yu Yanchen. The implication is that he came uninvited. For whom to come uninvited? Fu Moe, or Yu Qing? This he did not know. Yu Qing leaned back against the soft car cushion, her eyes looking out the window at the thick night color. She reached out with her soft fingertips and traced a casual line across the fog-covered window. "Yeah." Kazuno glanced at her and noticed she was a bit out of it. "What are you thinking?" Yu Qing wasn't actually out of his mind. He just felt that his mind was so confused that he couldn't find a fulcrum. Kazuno called to her before she pulled her eyes back from the window. "Didn't think anything. Just thought. Today you originally wanted to help me and the director to make a line, but the line didn't get signed and also caused you to lose the resources of the east side. I'm sorry." Kazuno let out a low laugh, and that laugh was extraordinarily unrestrained in the confined car. "It's just a piece of land. The Fugongzi you kicked may not be able to be humanized for half a year. I actually earned it." Although it was something he had done himself, but being brought up rashly, Yu Qing suddenly felt a little ashamed. Chapter 121, Yu Qing. You like Yu Yenshin, don't you tease me. There are only a few moves taught in self-defense, and this one hurt the most, so I used it. Kazuno didn't know what came to his mind, and followed it up with a few laughs. Yu Qing, who was laughing, became a bit annoyed before he curbed his laughter. It was this smile that made the atmosphere, which had been a bit depressing at the beginning, lighten up at once. Yu Qing thought that Feng Yi was really a treasure friend, handsome and rich and capable. Unfortunately, like men, the more she thought about it, the more she felt pity and scared. Mr. Wild, how are you and that Mr. Carey doing? I haven't heard anything lately. Feng Yiqi's ing face changed in shock when he heard Carey. Don't you mention him to me. Before I went back to China, he actually tried to climb my. Anyway, he's got a brain problem. It's annoying to look at him. He's a straight man of steel who loves the little girl of his heart with all his heart. Who would have thought of messing with a calcium man? Messing with Yu Qing, who was still probably suspecting that he likes men even now. Yu Qing looked at him like this as really felt quite interesting. An indescribable warmth spread inside her chest, baking the shallow coldness of her body. She didn't bring up the subject again for fear of him blowing up. The ride was sort of uneventful to her door. Looking at the darkened curtains of her home and wondering why Wanxiu hadn't come back yet. Getting out of the car. The cold came roaring in and she lifted the collar of her sweater to cover the lower half of her face. Turning to look at Kazuno. Do you want to go in and sit down? Feng Yi looked down at the time. The Feng family gate is closed. I have to go back. Yu Qing nodded thoughtfully, and as she turned around to go in, she was called back by the person behind her. Xingqing, if you feel that his presence is causing a disturbance in your life, you can tell me and I'll help you get rid of it. Although there was no guarantee that he would never appear before Yu Qing's eyes, he could at least distract him. After all, there is only one absolute power holder in KR, and he has to be in charge of the whole situation at the slightest breeze. Yu Qing knew who he was that Feng Yi was talking about. She paused in her stride for a moment. In front of her was the pale tree that had been alive since she lived here over 10 years ago, and looking at the fallen leaves on the ground, she spoke half-heartedly. No need. Kazuno narrowed his eyes almost instantly. A wave of emotion welled up in his heart and he sank his voice. You, like him? Yu Qing had always felt that the word like itself was shallow. People like countless things in this life. They like to eat, they like to sleep, and so on. Having a good feeling about a thing can be described as liking it, and perhaps, you get tired of the person or thing you like the last second in the next second. Yu Qing raised her eyes to meet Feng Yi's gaze, and the night was so dark that she overlooked the other emotions that flowed from the bottom of his eyes. Liking is not love. Liking is no big deal. Liking is just an emotion. Love is the poison or antidote that stretches into the bone marrow. She had been poisoned once, she thought, and that was why the residual toxicity in her heart was so easily provoked now. Luckily the poison was still weak and she could control herself. Kazuno was silent, and the sound of the wind seemed to be the only thing left in his ears. You'll fall in love with him? His voice seemed a little husky. Yu Qing shook his head. You seem to have forgotten what I came back for. Talking about love and all that, at least until what I have to do is done, is not something I'm too keen on. Feng Yi's heart was probably slightly more solid, even though Yu Qing had not answered his question positively. Chapter 122. It was all black. She couldn't see anything. He didn't say anything else and watched Yu Qing go home, only turning around and entering the car when he saw the warm yellow lights come on. The moment he turned around, his cell phone vibrated and he received a text message. A massive breach in one of Win's financial companies. The dark color of his eyes blended in with the darkness of the night. Yu Yenshin moves really fast. Yu Qing went home and tidied herself up first, removing the light makeup from her face and changing into a one-piece silk sleeping suit. Then she opened her phone and tapped on Wanxiu's WeChat. So then I saw a message from her with a video of what was probably a bar, and she was filming a man's back. Handsome fried oh. It's my kind of thing. I'm not going back tonight. Oh, don't worry. I'm not sleeping with him. He said he has insomnia and needs my voice to fall asleep. Before I gave him voice read the story to come, today is ready to actual combat. You do not mess with the thought of oh. What's with the urgent tone of a she-wolf seeing a handsome wolf boy who's been singled out? Yu Qing zoomed in on the video and looked at the man's back, which was quite handsome just by looking at it alone. Nguyen was an adult and would take responsibility for her own life, and she didn't have to say anything more, she thought, turned off his cell phone screen and sat down smoothly on the soft couch, brewed a cup of coffee and took small sips. The darkness of the coffee increasingly set off her complexion white as snow. Not sure what she was thinking, she turned on her cell phone again, this time, on Twitter. Looking at the Twitter account I signed up for not too long ago, there wasn't much movement in the message box. Those reporters haven't made up a press release for her to beat up Anju yet? No one even came to scold her. That's a bit too slow to be efficient. A random swipe through Twitter brought up an update from Anju from a while ago. Oftentimes, my kindness only fuels the sharp edges of the wicked. The comments at the bottom amounted to 30,000. all of which were loving little fans encouraging her or asking how she was doing. It's only been a few days and Anju has a fan support group. The fan base is also almost breaking 600,000 fans. Yu Qing took a sip of her coffee. She probably knew what Anru's purpose was for posting this tweet. She wasn't in a hurry. She still had time to take her time with her. The TV was playing the latest hot variety show, in which the guests of the program laughed and made a mess because of the game. Yu Qing watched quietly, his eyebrows nearly devoid of a fluctuation. Reaching inside his side bag, he drank the leftover medication he'd taken from his suitcase earlier mixed with his coffee. Probably this night is too thick, only to show the lonely people more lonely. As she watched, she suddenly became sleepy, turned off the TV, hugged the pillow in his lap and headed for the bedroom. Winter days were inherently unstable, and she hadn't been lying in bed long before she heard a subtle clap of thunder in her ears. The rumble then became clearer and clearer. She put on her earplugs and slept through the intense thunder. 11 o'clock midnight, light sleep. 12 midnight, light sleep. It was a little after midnight, and she clutched the sheets in her sleep with some uneasiness. At 2:30 past midnight, bright yellow lightning slammed through the black night outside the window, a moment of natural light that illuminated the darkened bedroom. Yu Qing, on the other hand, sat up violently from the bed as if by reflex. The earbuds fell off the bed and she looked around in an almost panicked manner. It was all black. She couldn't see anything, but then she felt someone watching her. Chapter 123. The scene that was reflected in front of his eyes caused the man's pupils to contract minutely. Dark hair was plastered in near mess on either side of her face, and upon closer inspection a thin sheen of sweat was actually dipping out of her full forehead. Rubbing the bedside weight that was on, pressing the switch hard and repeatedly but no light escaping, she realized in a flash that it was probably the rain that had knocked out the power in the neighborhood. Staying seated on the bed, her spine stiffened tightly. She always felt that someone was watching her. Front, back, or overhead. Under the bed, fingers trembling a little densely, she closed her eyes and burrowed under the covers. The sound of the thunderstorm outside the window was not heard, and Yu Qing pressed her ears to the pillow. The thunder was gone, but she heard something else. It was like a shadowy, low man's voice coming from an empty, distant place. It's the one she met abroad, the pervert who threw her into the slums. The words spoken were so grim that the accent was dangerous and eerie. Qing Cheng, trying to escape again? Qing, you're too misbehaved. Go to that place for a while and you'll realize that my side is the best place to be. Yu Qing, if you run again, I'll stick needles into your fingernails and you'll be in pain. Yu Qing, you're hurting and I'm hurting. A silver needle as long as your index finger, the tip of the needle glowing red from being burned by fire. Yu Qing's hand suddenly twitched. The pain that had long since dissolved in her memory came back with a vengeance, and it was as if she actually detected the pain. Sweat grew on his forehead, and the veil was blown up by the gale, tugging against the wind. It was like she was in a nightmare of painful memories, and her cell phone landed on the soft carpet beside her bed as someone called in, the glowing screen illuminating this side of the darkness. The screen lit up repeatedly, the ding-dong ringtone rang repeatedly, and she couldn't hear it. Far across the ocean, Pete suddenly remembered something in the midst of his merriment. That drug has side effects. Mild nightmares, dreams of painful memories, moderate hallucinations, with fantasies. More severe can be delirious. He pondered on wanting to call Yu Qing over, but thought that she had been taking that drug for so many years that she should have gotten used to the side effects a long time ago. Better not call. She should be asleep. But actually the truth Yu Qing could not adapt at all. The dense choking sensation at her heart, her sanity racked with painful memories, all made her gasp for breath a few times. The cell phone screen flickered again, unanswered and alone back to darkness. Yu Qing's recollection felt like it had reached an intense place, and she saw her toes curling up outside the bare bedding. Inside the bedding, her hands choked her wrists, deadening the delicate bones. The tip of his tongue was unconsciously bitten, and a rusty taste surged into his throat. Qing Cheng, try to kill me again and I'll gouge out your eyes. The sound of shattering glass windows mingled into the rainy night, and the man's hand was unintentionally cut and stained with blood. Almost full of hostility, he rolled over and leapt inside, frowning at the darkness of the living room. Following the memorized route, he walked to the door of Yu Qing's room. No sound came out of the room, nor, for that matter, was there any sound of the kind he had previously imagined, the cryptic sound of a man and a woman in love. The fire that was burning his nerves seemed to have some vague tendency to go out, and Yu Yanchen reached out and opened the door. The room was dark, and he followed a ray of light from the window to spot the raised mass on the bed. Yu Qing, seemingly sensing that something was wrong, Yu Yanchen raised his steps and walked forward. The sound of breathing and whispered murmurs within the bedding made his brow furrow even further, and he smoothly turned on the light as he approached. The light above the bed suddenly brightened. Yu Qing, what are you doing? Yu Qing did not reply as he frowned and reached out to lift the heavy bedding. The scene reflected in front of him caused the man's pupils to contract minutely. Chapter 124, it's not too much to say it's a death trap. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Yu Qing's fragile appearance, but what was in front of him still made him subconsciously curl his palms. She was curled up into a ball in a protective shape. Her dark hair that curved down to her waist was messy and covered her palm-sized face, so that her features could barely be seen, but he subconsciously associated it with the look she was wearing right now. She could see one hand tightly choking the other wrist, the top one whitening from overexertion and the other already starting to redden from the choking. Yu Yenshin's heart instantly tightened, as if it was his heart that she was pinching with that hand. His sanity was a bit off tonight, as the effects of alcohol were often experienced. Grabbing the cell phone on the floor stand, it had several missed calls, all of which were his own. He thought she and Kazuno. He thought. That's why the impulse was to break the window and come in. At that point he didn't even realize what he was doing to drop his status. The color of his eyes was a thick, deep darkness, and he set his phone to one side first, leaning down closer to the bed. Icy cold fingers rubbed Yu Qing's dark hair that lingered on his face, his movements almost careful. Kiyoshi? Yu Qing frowned. Yu Yenshin remembered that Yu Qing had similar nightmares the last time she was at his house, and she seemed to be having a bad night's sleep. Reaching out, he pinched Yu Qing's earlobe and said in a deep voice, "Yu Qing, wake up." Yu Qing didn't wake up and even frowned tighter. The body took on the appearance of curling up in an abnormal arc, almost turning into a snail. Yu Yenshin vaguely felt that something was wrong, and reached out to break her away, only to be violently grabbed by her other hand just before he touched her arm. The force was so great that it actually made him feel pain instantly. He subconsciously frowned. "Yu Qing, loose." Just before the words were out of his mouth, his gaze stopped on her white wrist, letting her squeeze his arm. He turned the bedside light on a little brighter, lifting Yu Qing's other arm. His fingers rubbed the tender flesh at the elbow. The arms, which were supposed to be like white walls, were densely covered with various knife scratches, crossed over, old and new, deep as if it had cut into an artery, and shallow as if it had cut through her pale skin. It's self-harm? It wasn't as if Yu Yenshin had never seen someone who self-harmed, even as he had seen it since he was a child. So, he shouldn't feel much for such self-inflicted scars. However, from the moment he saw those crisscrossing scars, his heart felt as if there were dense needle tips stabbing the tender flesh at the very bottom, poking down little by little, 1,000 times a second, making his breath flood with acid. The color of his eyes grew thicker and thicker, to the point of extending a dangerous chill, associated with Yu Qing's action just now when he was deadening his arm. That was too familiar. People who slit their wrists experience a heavy and numbing illusion in their wrists as the blood drains from their veins, an illusion that causes them to subconsciously squeeze their arms, just as a person with a painful blow to the abdomen would subconsciously cover it. But really, it will be done because the person who slits their wrists still wants to live when they are seeking death, but they must not live, so the deep-seated desire to survive forces them to contain their wounds. His breathing intensified almost instantly, and he suddenly leaned down and clamped Yu Qing's jaw. To say it was against her will would be an understatement, and as thunder and lightning roared through the window, he bit her lip. Chapter 125 Ching Chang. Give me a chance to listen to my explanation? It was impossible to tell whose blood it was, and the astringent flavor pricked the nerve endings on both sides. Instead of a kiss, this was more of a predation on Yu Yenshin's side. It was almost as if there was no lingering, but it favored the birth of a glue-like enmeshment. Yu Qing's consciousness gradually woke up, and her lips rolled hot. The brightness of the bedside lamp prevented her from adjusting for a moment, and she subconsciously closed her eyes and opened them again. Looking at the scene in front of her, her pupils contracted violently. She practically shuddered all over when she realized who the man in front of her was and what he was doing. The hand slammed down toward his shoulder, and all the blood rushed to his head. She stood up suddenly from the bed, her light pajamas clinging to her body, lining her entire being thin and light, as if the wind would blow her away. Yu Yenshin was pushed away without any defense, and his back hit the corner of the bedside table, a subtle pain passing through his back. Before he had a chance to say anything, the woman on the bed walked straight toward him. Under his gaze, he raised his arm and threw a slap directly toward his face. The stillness of the midnight was silent except for the sound of the rain outside the window, which gradually tended to weaken. The slap sounded crisp, and Yu Qing used almost all of her current strength. "Yu Yenshin, you're a ing." Her voice was hoarse and tight, and violent anger dipped within her black and white eyes. The slap came out of nowhere, and it was only now that it was more unspeakable than the surprise he had felt when she had just pushed him away. At the corner of his lips was a subtle tingle, a flood of numbness. Yu Yenshin looked down and rubbed the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. There was no blood. Raising his eyes to the woman standing condescendingly in front of him on the bed full of anger, his eyes were thick, dark and pitch black. "Yu Qing, be reasonable." He wasn't the type to break and enter. If she hadn't been unable to get through on her cell phone one after the other, Kazuno and her he was worried about. But in retrospect, He was actually more afraid that something would happen to her inside this rainy night. I'm reasoning with a pervert who broke into my house in the middle of the night? Yuqing looked at the man in front of her with cold eyes. Even after being slapped by her, he still seemed to be reserved and lofty, without any semblance of being down in the dumps. That anger in the bottom of his heart was like a fire, burning hotter and hotter. She stepped off the bed in her bare feet, and for a moment her legs gave out, nearly hitting the floor headfirst. Yu Yenshin subconsciously reached out to pull her arm, and in the next second, he was directly thrown away by Yuqing. Don't touch me. She was like a cat that had exploded, all swollen up and full of rage. Bending down and picking up her cell phone from the floor, her messy hair and red, swollen lips reflected in the screen, she gritted her teeth, pressing a few numbers on the screen. He held the phone to his ear. Yu Yenshin realized almost instantly who Yuqing was calling and took 3 or 2 steps forward to snatch the phone back from her hands. His eyes skimmed grimly over the screen, and before he could get through, he simply pressed hang up. She really wants to call the police on him? Yuqing reached out to snatch the cell phone, and his arm had only just reached out when Yu Yenshin clamped it down with one hand, and then, just as gently, he yanked it over. He locked the woman into his arms with one hand and dropped his cell phone on the soft bed with the other. That is, Yuqing was currently out of reach. The tone of his voice was low and deep, with a few unspeakable ambiguities. Xingqing, will you give me a chance to listen to my explanation? Chapter 126. She re-established the unseen, but hard wall. Yuqing didn't think she had anything to listen to Yu Yenshin explain, much less do I think he can explain any more flowers. Breaking into my house at night is a fact. Eating my tofu while I was asleep is also something I saw with my own eyes. What do you want to explain? Yuqing was encircled in his arms. Her clothes were thin, and the sensation that arose from rubbing against each other made her resist. Yu Yenshin looked down at her pale face, and those bloodless lips. Even after being slapped by her, that anger had unconsciously subsided quite a bit. Breaking into your house at night is because I called you and you never answered. I thought something had happened to you on a rainy night like this, that's why. The man's voice was deep, blending into the silence of this room. You can also take it as me being afraid that the one from the Wind family would take advantage of being alone with you to do something untoward to you. That's why I was like this. Yuqing snorted almost without any hesitation, filled with disdain. What's wrong with me not answering the phone? Even if something happens to me and you, mister, you, have nothing to do with it. Besides, even if you're afraid of this and that's why you broke into my house, what are you kissing me for? It was no longer accurate enough to say it was a kiss. He was totally nibbling on the man. She felt her tongue ache when she spoke now. Sick, dog. Well, without kissing you, do you want me to slap you out of your nightmare or pour a pot of cold water over you? It was really the best thing to do under those circumstances, both for her and for him, though he'd been a little selfish at the time. Feeling inexplicably angry at the sight of the scar on her hand where she'd slit her wrist, it had been more of a desire to wake her up from her nightmare. Nightmares. At the mention of the word nightmare, Yuqing was first flabbergasted for a moment before realizing what he had dreamt of earlier. Instead of being a nightmare, it was clearly a fact of life. Yu Yenshin's appearance drew all her attention away, so much so that she briefly forgot about the dream. The obvious change in the mood of the person in his arms caused Yu Yenshin to frown, his eyes raking over her loose cuffs. What did you dream about that was so frightening? His tone was light, like a casual inquiry. Yuqing didn't say anything. It just seemed as if her pale lips were getting whiter and whiter. She wasn't scared. She was in agony, begging for her life. None of your business. At the mention of that memory, she seemed to shed her strength for a moment. Yu Yenshin felt that if Yuqing's energy bar, who had just hit him and quarreled with him, was full, now it was just falling down with the naked eye. She's like a doll that keeps leaking air. Although that's not a very apt analogy. While he was out of his mind, Yuqing bent down and got out of his confining arms. Reaching up, he casually ruffled his hair as silky as cicada silk, tilting and curving it to the side of his face. She brought her cell phone up and saw Yu Yenshin's missed call on it. About that time, she was behind bars, where she could still hear the phone calls from the outside world. It's already almost 3 in the morning. She looked at Yu Yenshin with light eyes. Let's just pretend that you're doing this for my own good tonight. I'm not going to bother with you. Now, it's time for you to leave. She rebuilt the unseen, but hard wall, just 2 steps down the road. Yu Yenshin, even if his brain was stolen by Fu Moe, now there is no way he can go. She is now like this, he still go? Created a readers group, 867151891. You can come in and chat and make friends and play games and so on. And later on you will also post a little bit of content that the site does not allow uploading, such as small theater ship drama shrimp, and occasionally send red envelopes for the holidays, if I am not so poor as to eat dirt. Chapter 127. Come to think of it, that tranny will be getting out of jail soon. His eyes swept the night outside the window as he said lightly, it's still raining outside. I didn't drive here, and you're letting me go now because you want me to call in sick tomorrow? Yuqing hadn't reacted from that sentence that I didn't drive here. when he heard Yu Yenshin continue. You also know what KR is running. KR also only has me in charge. If I get sick and lose hundreds of millions of dollars every second, don't you think it's a loss? It's not like it's my money. The man's eyes went deep. Could be. The words came out almost without thought, perhaps evaporating from the remnants of the alcohol, perhaps touched by her tonight, and that uniquely manly desire for protection sprang up in his heart. Yu Qing glanced at Yu Yenshin, who did not look like he was joking. She calmly withdrew her gaze, her fingertips rubbing the cold desktop of her cell phone. What's the point of asking for that much money? I don't want it. That was the truth. She really wasn't that sensitive to money. People live how they actually live. But if these words fell into Yu Yenshin's ears, it would naturally become a rejection. Being rejected by a woman was kind of a colorful part of his life. Dimmed the lights in the room a bit, and then he lit a cigarette to clear some of his unconscious mind. It's really not sobering to say something like that. Why don't you ask me why I didn't drive here? The banquet place was far away from Yu Qing's home, and he didn't drive here, so she wasn't the least bit curious about how he got here? Yu Qing looked at Yu Yenshin with cold eyes. What must be the need to ask? At her brow was a weariness and thinness that she could not hide. Yu Yenshin's heart suddenly emptied as he met those eyes that barely had any light intent. No. He crushed out his cigarette, didn't actually take a few puffs. She didn't want to ask, didn't want to know, and he told her unnecessarily. He drank a little too much at the banquet. Fu Moe drove him back to the riverside villa on the way past Yu Qing's house, and he drove the car door down almost without hesitation. It was time to marvel at the fact that Fu Moe was answering the phone at that moment and the car was slow. Otherwise, the headline of Remote City tomorrow should be Yu Yenshin breaking his leg. Yu Qing calmly, almost mute, looked at Yu Yenshin. Yu Yenshin didn't look at her anymore, got up and opened the bedroom door and walked out. It wasn't that Yu Qing didn't understand the meaning of Yu Yenshin's words, but how could she? With him? Is it enough to make many mistakes once and have to repeat them again? She supposed he was unhappy now. It's still raining outside. How angry is he that he has to go straight like this? That was all she thought. No physical gestures or words of retention. Silently, he sat on the bed and reached up to cover half of his face. The phone suddenly vibrated twice before ringing. Yu Qing glanced at the cell phone and answered it. Pete. Her voice was weak, probably from mental exhaustion. Oh, sorry, it looks like you just woke up? The side effects of that medicine. I thought you should be able to adjust to it after all the times you've been through it. But then I remembered that you hadn't taken it in so long. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to adjust to it. And now it looks like I was right. Strong little girl, come back for your treatment. Will you? If you're worried about your exorbitant medical bills, I can treat you for free until you can look each day's stars and moon in the face with joy. Yu Qing lowered her head, her plain white fingertips playing with the barely parted ends of her hair. Thank you, but sorry. How can she go back? Go back and throw yourself into the net? Come to think of it, that tranny will be getting out of jail soon. The dream, it was like a warning. The phone hung up. Yu Qing cleaned up a bit and walked out from inside the bedroom to try to find something to eat. The door had just opened and she ran head-on into Yu Yenshin. Chapter 128. A mark on her hand of great length was abruptly exposed to her view. Her eyes widened as she looked at the man in front of her. An illusion? Closing his eyes, he was still in front of him. No, it's that he didn't leave. Didn't leave? What's he doing in her house? Yu Qing's mind was racing, but she didn't realize that the way she was standing in place was actually rather dull. Yu Yenshin turned around from the dining table and saw the scene. He raised his eyebrows in a fine, unnoticeable manner and looked at the immobile Yu Qing. Looking foolish? Yu Qing came back to her senses almost instantly. In fact, she wasn't out of her mind. Why haven't you left yet? The question that was running through my head just came right out of my mouth. Yu Yenshuan's eyes looked deeply at her. You're eager for me to leave? On a rainy night like this, I think you're scared. Yu Qing was silent for 2 seconds without saying anything before walking forward. She'd caught a little whiff of it when she first came out, and there was indeed freshly prepared food on the table behind him. Very simple food. Porridge. She didn't really have much food in her house, and there seemed to be only a few pumpkins left inside the fridge. So this is pumpkin porridge? She hadn't been too hungry, and the sight of the porridge made her roll her throat almost instantly. But of course, he couldn't let Yu Yenshin see it. She lifted her eyes coldly and said faintly, I don't eat pumpkin, and no one will eat it if you make it, so you might as well go home early and go to bed. The words were followed by a clear grunt from his abdomen. So, embarrassing. Yu Qing subconsciously looked at Yu Yenshin, who looked at her with a smirking expression, the subtle curves of the corners of his lips being precisely captured by her. Well, you don't eat pumpkin. It's not pumpkin in there, it's just yellow-colored ingredients. Yu Yenshin fiddled with the thick, fragrant porridge. Want some? Consider it my amends for breaking into your house in the middle of the night. Yu Qing, her gut had spoken for her. Is it pretentious of her to come back now with, no, I'm not eating? Just a little bit. Ha, Yu Yenshin looked at her, his voice tone dark. Yu Qing looked at him, and after a few seconds his eyes moved away, somewhat unnaturally, just a little. Yu Yenshin suddenly hooked his lips. It wasn't in vain that he had wasted his time learning these contraptions, and it had more or less come in handy. Yu Yenshin is actually quite talented, whether it's in cooking or in his career. He's quite talented. Yu Qing felt that he was kind of relying on diligence to get to this point a little bit. Yu Yenshin was different. He was the pride of heaven from birth. He could probably do it whenever he wanted, as long as it wasn't too transcendent. For example, this pumpkin porridge. She really doesn't like pumpkin, but one bite, she can't help but take a second bite. It's soft and chewy, to say the least. She was sweating too much. Her body had no strength and was still cold. This hot food entered her stomach and intestines, and it was as if her body was injected with a stream of warmth, and all of a sudden her heart was warmed up by a few points. Want some more? I actually got quite a bit. It's going to spoil if I don't drink it. His voice came faintly from the side of his ear, and Yu Qing realized that Yu Qing had actually finished drinking. Don't. I said only a little bit. Yu Yenshin lowered his eyes to the empty porcelain bowl. Well, a little bit indeed. It's not good to kick someone out after eating their food. After all, Yu Qing turned on the lights in the living room, and his afterglow looked at the broken glass. She frowned. How did you smash the blast glass in my house like that? Turning back to Yu Yenshin, the latter cleaned up the dishes, and a long mark on his hand was abruptly exposed to her view. Chapter 129. What did you hit him for? The neck was bitten during the day, and the hand cut such a long slash during the night. Yu Qing thinks Yu Yenshin must be in conflict with her house. In fact, it is also his own must hurry up to suffer, and do not blame her. The medical kit is on the stool behind the table, if you need it. She didn't have a lot of patience this time to medicate someone who smashed her window. Yu Yenshin didn't say anything. His eyes swept over the medicine on that stool, then skimmed over his own wound. Drugs? It's not necessary. He didn't say anything, just gathered his dishes and went into the kitchen. The faucet was turned on, and the sound of water was extraordinarily clear in the quiet villa. Yu Qing sat quietly on the sofa, silent, contemplative. Half a minute later, she got up and went into the kitchen. If Yu Yenshin wasn't personally standing there in the kitchen, Yu Qing found it hard to imagine that Yao Chunyu would always stay in the kitchen doing this kind of thing. The scar on the top of his hand was long and showed a bit grimy under the cold water, the skin festering on the outside. Yu Qing frowned. I'll do it. She's the one who ate it. It's only right that she comes. Yu Yenshin continued his movements. I'll do it. Girls rarely touch cool water. Yu Qing couldn't steal the bowl with him here. Could he? She stood in place for a while, realizing that Yu Yenshin really had no intention of giving it to her, turned around and left. Yu Yenshin's complexion didn't have many ripples as he quietly gazed at the things in his hands. After washing up, he turned and headed out of the kitchen. Yu Qing sat down at the marble table, and in front of her lay the medical kit that was so familiar to him. Come here and get medicated. Hidden in the man's dark eyes were subtle waves of unfathomable depth, and the corners of his lips seemed to have a subtle hook the moment he looked down. Yu Qing's technique of applying medicine to Yu Yenshin was not delicate at all. To say the least, it was a bit rude. Yu Yenshin never said a word, until Yu Qing glanced at him. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Yu Qing didn't say anything, but eased the strength in his hands. Dropping his eyes to gaze at the bandage, he cut a section and wrapped it around his bony palm. She spoke faintly. Why did you show up at Director Shang's banquet today? I heard that he didn't seem to invite you. Yu Yenshin's reply was barely a moment's hesitation. Fu Moe shouted. Yu Qing blinked and let out an "oh." He quite disliked me and was quite critical of me. Speaking of Fu Moe, Yu Yenshin remembered what happened at the banquet today. He didn't actually think that Yu Qing and Feng Yi would take the initiative to hit Fu Moe or provoke him. These are two people who have a great sense of proportion in their hearts. What did Fu Moe do? Letting the one from the Feng family beat him up? Yu Qing continued the movements in his hands in an organized manner. Actually, this has nothing to do with Kazuno. As soon as her words came out, Yu Yenshin's hand that was originally peacefully receiving treatment curled up all of a sudden, and then, as if realizing something, it reverted to a flat spread. Nothing to do with him? You're excusing him? Why should I excuse him? Yu Qing looked at Yu Yenshin. His black and white eyes seemed extraordinarily candid at the moment. Let's not talk about why he hit Fu Moe. You think he's the only one who hit Mr. Fu? I'm sorry, I also hit. It's the same one I made to that surnamed Xiang in Beauty Village before. Yu Yenshin took 2 seconds to recall the one surnamed Xiang in her mouth, and his mind almost simultaneously reflected the actions of that day when she kicked Xiang Yanhong. No wonder Fu Mochi sat in such a strange position the whole way. A man's dignity. He understood, so he didn't mention it to him, but he was wondering, what did he do? You hit him? Chapter 130. Yu Yenshin had never felt that it would be so tricky to lay hands on his love rival. Yu Qing finished treating the wounds on his hands, and as if being naughty and funny even tied the bandage wrapped around his hands in a bow, looking up at him with one hand on her cheek, her black hair tangled around her jade-like arm, lending her complexion an eye-popping white color, very easily and innocently opened his mouth. It's nothing, right? It's just that Duke Fu scolded me a few times. Feng Yi is my friend, so I couldn't bear to hear it and moved my hand. Of course, I made up for that kick in the back. He scolded you? Yu Yanchen suddenly furrowed his brows. How did he scold you? It wasn't impossible that Fu Mo would scold Yu Qing for this kind of thing. He had already hated Yu Qing because of what happened before, and more or less because of what happened to Tang Yi. He was almost disgusted with Yu Qing to an extreme. Yu Qing's other hand was free and rested on the other half of his face as well. Just like this, he held his palm-sized little face extremely innocently looking at Yu Yanchen. Ah, let's see. I think I remember him saying that I'm a prostitute, crawling into various directors' beds and flirting with various people, right? Oh, and I remember that the reason why Kazuno couldn't resist hitting him was because he said that if I stripped naked to seduce him, he could consider doing it with me? That last word, Yu Qing said it under Yu Yanchen's gaze, so she clearly visualized the whole process of Yu Yanchen's emotional changes. He's pretty pissed off right now, she thought. His best buddy is going to bang his ex-girlfriend, or the ex-girlfriend he's now slightly interested in. Why didn't you tell me before? Yu Yanchen's brows were furrowed tightly, and the thick flame under his eyes was almost indelibly gloomy. You mean that time in the box? Yu Qing smiled at him. You didn't give me a chance to talk. You only let Feng Yi, the friend who stood up for me, compensate you and your good brother for a piece of land. She elaborated on the matter with calmness to the end, even as if she were telling the story with the ease of an outsider. Yu Yanchen looked at the subtle tickling of the corners of her lips, but the color of his eyes grew thicker. That land in the East City is actually just a matter of time before I get it. Feng Yi, Feng Clan are no match for me. He holds in his hand most of the economic lifelines of the remote city. For years to bring up the economic index of the remote city do not know how many points. A Windy grabbed something from him, could he? Yu Qing's expression was flat. Don't you understand? It doesn't matter who actually owns that piece of land. What's important is that you made Feng Yi cede that land to you and Mr. Fu. It was still under the premise that Duke Fu had insulted me in 100 ways, and Feng Yi couldn't bear to see him stand up for me. Yu Yanchen had never felt that it would be so tricky to lay hands on his love rival. In his business landscape, rivals are destined to be hanged, as are love interests. No need to show mercy, it's just a biological chain. That's why he wasn't prepared to go soft on Kazuno, an opponent with a high risk factor and a love rival, from the very beginning. So, you want me to give that land to Kazuno? In a conversation between intelligent people, many times a single look could understand each other's meaning, let alone Yu Qing saying so much. Actually, I'm not qualified to let you do this, much less in a position to think about it. After all, you and I are fine. You and Mr. Fu are the ones who have been friends for years. Whether Duke Fu scolds me or beats me, whether Feng Yi stands up for me or remains silent, it doesn't matter. To you, the focus should all be just one us, beating up your brother. Chapter 131 Fu Moe, you're a dog with the guts to dare to look for Yu Qing's trouble. Yu Yanchen was almost laughing at Yu Qing's anger. How come he didn't realize that this little girl hadn't seen for 4 years? Not only did her character become cold, but she also became sharp-tongued and more angry? So what you're saying is that you think the reason I made Feng Yi withdraw from the bidding is because he hit Fu Moe, right? Things between men and men, one-on-one solution will be fine. He is not Fu Moe's own father. He was beaten and he had to step in to take care of it? The only reason he bothered was because Feng Yi and Yu Qing's posture at that time was really too intimate. He was uncomfortable and naturally someone had to suffer, isn't it? Yu Qing, you are really heartless sometimes. Yu Qing blinked in feigned ignorance. In fact, there is no such thing as a straight man or a straight woman in this world. It's just that she pretends not to understand what you say, and she pretends not to understand what you imply. There's no why, and if it has to count, it's because it's not enough love. Yu Qing didn't let Yu Yanchen stay in her house in the end, so it was around 4:50 in the morning when he left. The morning sun is at the end of the day. Secretary Su was woken up in the middle of the night by shouting, and instead of being half sleepy and whiny, he was all excited, looking at his own boss seated in the back row. His eyes ran over his neck and hands repeatedly. This is all plastered with bandages and band-aids. How intense must it be? Can't see that Yu Qing is noble on the surface, but so passionate in his bones. Yu Yanchen closed his eyes and was forced to open them by his burning gaze. The dark eyes were deep and obscure. Don't look at me with that porno look in your eyes. Secretary Su, coughing awkwardly. Boss, back to the Riverside Villa or the city? Yu Yanchen briefly contemplated for a moment, looking at the sky that was about to break. He spoke. Go to the Fu public house. Fu Gongfu, Fu Moe's residence. Secretary Su gave him a stunned look. and seeing that his own boss had a bad look on his face, he naturally didn't open his mouth to ask. The distance between Fu Gongfu and this place was not far, and it was soon there. The sky was a little whiter when Yu Yenshin got down from the car. The suit was draped casually over his shirt, and he didn't move to undo one of the buttons on his lapel. Secretary Su in the car. Why does this look so much like it's going to? Yu Yenshin had the fingerprints of the smart lock on the door, opened the door, picked up a baseball bat leaning in front of the door in his hand and walked in. Secretary Su went into a panic. When he woke up from the pain of being hit by a stick in the abdomen, Fu Moe was lying on the sofa and sleeping. He was in a good mood and wanted to scold Yu Qing, that woman, for a long time, so it was not easy to have the opportunity to scold a cool, quite comfortable. So I went home and drank some wine and just slept on my back. The pain in his abdomen woke him from his sleep, and almost at once his face twisted. Without waiting for him to have any chance to react, he was grabbed by the collar and slammed raw against the wall. Icy cold breath swept over. The familiar man's voice was low and icy. Fu Moe, you're a dog with the guts to dare to look for Yu Qing's trouble. Ha! Fu Moe's heart thumped. And she came to you with a complaint? Are you tired of living? Fu Moe didn't retort, and Yu Yenshin's eyes deepened. Piggyback. Danger is close at hand. Fu Moe drowsiness and sense of confusion all ran away. The oil was a surge of anger and disbelief. Yeah, I'm just picking on her. What's the matter? She and the wind wild pair like glue. You can endure, I cannot endure. You want to be cuckolded. I can't see my brother being insulted. I really can't understand. That kind of woman who has a million pillows, what do you see in her? What do you see in a woman like that? I'll find you a better looking one in a minute. Just ask. Chapter 132, she's so pitiful. Count on me to beg you. The more he said, the more outrageous he became, and Yu Yenshin's gaze at him grew colder and colder. You really don't know how much weight you weigh, living in Fu Mansion and picking up women every day. You really think you're good? The strength in his hand increased in vain. Fu Moe, if you make Yu Qing a little bit unhappy again, I'll unload you, believe it or not. The person he had always placed on the tip of his heart was scolded by him like that. Yu Yenshin's eyes were cold and oozing. The neck was strangled fiercely. Fu Moe was a little breathless. The face was red through and through, not knowing whether it was held back or angry. You want to turn against me for a woman? Or a cousin who green-lighted you? The bottom of Yu Yenshin's eyes violently skimmed over a flash of viciousness, and he heavily slammed Fu Mo towards one side of the table. The black baseball bat lay to one side, and he didn't even bother to reach for it. With a casual tug on his cufflinks, Fu Moe instantly rolled over and jumped up from the table at the sight. The pain all over his body made him blanch. Are you seriously going to do this for her and me? Yu Yenshin pressed against his cheeks, his brows containing an icy cold that could not be easily dissolved. I warned you not to hit Yu Qing. Do you think my words don't count, or are you tired of living? Fu Moe's heart was half cold. He didn't want to fight with Yu Yenshin over Yu Qing. It wasn't worth it. Then when I told you to stay away from Xiaoyi before, you did? You harmed her like that, and then you come back to warn me to stay away from Yu Qing? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Not the same aura. Fu Moe in the remote city is also considered to be the outstanding temperament among the gentlemen, but in front of Yu Yenshin is a big short, wretched to the core. Yu Yenshin's breath hitched. I didn't provoke her. Fu Moe's face was as pale as paper, but the words he spat out were cold, hard and firm. That's because she deserved it, ruining a big part of her life for you. If she were still in Yaochang now, what would happen to all those celebrities? She might have become a piano master, the most beautiful white swan in ballet. It's because of you that all of that is gone, and you actually came to fight me for another woman. Can you stand her? You haven't talked to her primary care physician in months, have you? And you don't even know what's going on with her right now, do you? You made the promise you made back then and you did it? Doesn't your conscience bother you? You're preoccupied with Yu Qing. They're simply too lazy to take care of you. They're playing hot and heavy with the prince of the Feng family. Don't you think you're being ridiculous? Fu Moe's voice grew calmer and calmer. The pain in his abdomen made him stand straighter and straighter. He's right. Yu Yenshin was full of hostility that he couldn't hide, but for some reason he didn't let it out again. The darkness of his eyes seemed to change. Turning around, he twisted a cigarette from Fu Moe's table and lit it casually. Are you bullying Yu Qing for my sake or for Tang Yi's sake? You know in your own heart. There are a lot of things I'm too lazy to state. Doesn't mean I don't know. I understand that you're a childhood friend of hers. So, cut out the trouble with her in the name of doing it for my own good. Are you trying to toss out another mental illness? The sky outside the window was white at some point, and through the thin curtains the light shone onto the man's angular features, vaguely revealing a few hints of fatigue. Don't bother Yu Qing anymore, and I'll give you an answer about Tang Yi. Fu Moe took a deep breath. Actually, I don't think you will always marry someone who's already like that as your wife, but you should at least not do this to her. She's too poor. Count on me to beg you. Chapter 133 Still calling my name in the night? It was already after 7 o'clock when Yu Yenshin came out of Fu Gongfu. Secretary Su was dozing off when she suddenly woke up with a start, looked at the man sitting behind her and smelled a strong odor of smoke. How much is this? To the Riverside Villa. Even if you haven't been back in a while, someone is regularly cleaning. Yu Yenshin was silent as he casually threw his suit on the sofa. The laptop was on the table and he was silent for a few seconds before finally opening it. Then, dialed out. Pick up the video. On the other end of the screen was a familiar white backdrop. Everything is cool to the core. The doctor-like man coughed nervously and uneasily. Mr. You haven't called in a while. Yu Yenshin gave a faint his interest not very high. How's Tang Yi doing? The doctor looked down at the case-type book. It's still the same, but lately it's been kind of better. I can fall asleep at night, and I don't get all jumbled up during the day. No desire to smoke powder either, and overall it's going in a good direction. Yu Yenshin looked down and rubbed a silver ornament on the tabletop. Still calling my name in the night? The doctor pushed up his glasses. Yes, this one is down to business as usual. Not much improvement. We have nurses who specifically recorded her nightly dream words, and after counting them up, about 200 times a night she would call out your name, saying save me more than 100 times. The rest is a hodgepodge of them, and Fu Gongzi's name. Yu Yenshin listened quietly and never made any comments. The doctor couldn't even look him in the eye from the other end, dodging and looking at the notebook in his hand. And then he heard the man's calm, indifferent voice coming from the computer. I'd like to meet her. Is this a good time? The doctor looked at Yu Yenshin in consternation, and after a moment of contemplation, of course, they've long wanted Mr. Yu and Miss Tang to meet, and Miss Tang cares about Mr. Yu the most. But Mr. Yu, it seems like he never wanted to meet before. Seeing Mr. Yu more often and Mr. Yu talking to her more often will do nothing but help her recovery. Plus she, originally, subconsciously wanted to be normal. Yu Yenshin took a sip of his coffee and reached out to rub his temples. Somewhat tired. He hadn't actually felt tired in a long time. The plain white figure of the woman appeared in it on the screen. The look on her face seemed to be shocked and surprised, but in the end it all turned into a stagnant stare. Words deep, Yu Yenshin opened his eyes. His black eyes gazed at the computer. His thin lips pursed into a tight line. You, still know me? Tang Yi's features were plain, looking almost transparent perhaps because of her dress and bloodless features. The familiar voice made her hook her lips. Of course, didn't you come to see me yesterday? Yu Yenshin frowned in a fine, unnoticeable frown. The doctor on one side of the room whispered an explanation. That was her dream. She thought it was yesterday. Yu Yenshin nodded, signaling that he knew. Actually, he had something to say to Tang Yi. It is nothing more than the person who should be guilty and the person who suffers. Fu Moe said that he is cold-blooded not for no reason. Get well and go back to China and take you to play with Fu Moe. He misses you. Tang Yi smiled, but the smile was pale and tight. Good. The video conference ended, and Yu Yenshin dumped half of his coffee into the wastebasket. He turned, his eyes going to touch the pink diary on the desktop. Yu Qing's. In fact, the reason why he went to that box was not because of Fu Moe, it was because he saw the contents of the diary. Chapter 134, Bullying. That was clearly a kiss. Stopping in his tracks, he turned and opened that journal. March 12, 2014. Dad was good to me, but everything I got wasn't what I wanted. I'm always pretending to be well-behaved when in fact I'm not well-behaved at all. I just grabbed my family's attention by being good. January 1st, 2014. New Year's Eve. Alone. Jump forward in time to 2015. The year that had him. April 2nd, 2015. It's my birthday today and the table at the party brought a boy. He's good looking. The best looking man I've ever seen. But he was mean. I saw him beating people up. And he had a lot of little followers behind him. And he looked like he was good. June 3rd, 2015. Today he was beaten. His father whipped him. My heart goes out to him. He's not a bad boy. He was just forced. July 2nd, 2015. Well, someone confessed to me and he saw it and he got mad. But I think he's jealous. It's kind of cute. He ended up dragging me behind a hill after school to bully me and be unhappy. Touching here. Yu Yenshin's eyes seemed to warm up. Bully. That was clearly a kiss. First kiss. The inside of the diary was actually very small and jumpy. She was probably busy studying, just occasionally recording her moods. But that maidenly heart, childish and simple in its feelings, evoked all the valley of his arrears of hope. So he goes to director Shang's banquet and realizes that it doesn't seem to be the same. Close the journal and put it away properly. Winter is always long and indefinite. But the cruise break is quickly coming to an end. It was gone in the blink of an eye, as fast as a double day at school. Yu Qing hadn't seen Yu Yenshin again in the past few days. It was as if he had disappeared. In fact, if he hadn't been willing to do so, Remote City was so big that it might have been difficult for Yu Qing to see him. Yu Qing packed up early in the morning and brought Wanqiu to the crew, only to find out that the crew had already arrived. We're all very hardworking. Behind her, Nguyen yawned as she broke down. I'm so sleepy, I'm so sleepy, I'm so sleepy, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to die, let me die. Yu Qing ignored it and got out of the car holding the hand warmer. Who told you to walk away from the sight of a man? Read a story to someone all night, and raise them like a son? Nguyen deflated her mouth. A picture of I'm so aggrieved I'm going to cry. But when she saw Yu Qing not even looking back, she snorted coldly and hurriedly followed her footsteps. The dressing room was not far behind. Everyone was busy with their own things. No one cared about Yu Qing. Yu Qing didn't care much about this until a very strange person stood in front of his eyes. You are Yu Qing? The arrogance and disdain that could be heard almost instantly. Yu Qing did not move and converged his lazy demeanor. She gave a faint Which one? The person who suddenly blocked the way looked like she was probably no more than 20 years old. Or a rather young lass. Which I am. You don't need to know. The director asked me to take you to do your makeup. The mirror in that previous dressing room broke and I haven't had time to buy a new one yet. Yu Qing's eyes lifted slightly to look at the not-too-distant dressing room, which was indeed sealed off by a no-entry signpost. It's just a mirror. What's the point of sealing it? The little girl looked like she didn't have much patience. There are a lot of stars in the crew. Who will you be responsible for in case of broken pieces? You really don't have the guts to talk. Wanqiu frowned. New here? How do you talk? Mom and Dad didn't teach you well before you came out to work? The little girl's eyes all of a sudden welled up with anger. But it was a pity that before she could retort anything, she was stopped by Yu Qing. Lead the way and don't waste everyone's time. Chapter 135, People like you should get out of the entertainment industry. Rapidly interrupted. Just ready to go to the end with Wanqiu just suddenly stopped. Her anger held in her chest, staining half of her face red. Hiddenly gritting his teeth, he cursed in a low voice. Truly, what kind of master has what kind of slave girl? Nguyen didn't hear this, and if she had, it would have been another messy fight. But Yu Qing heard it. Her eyes circled around the strange girl's face, if at all, and it still felt like a strange face, one she hadn't seen before. So where did she get such hostility towards her? On second thought, probably beauty is original sin. The new dressing room was not far away and the girls led them to it. Then, glancing extremely unkindly at Wanqiu behind Yu Qing, just don't come in here. The actor makeup agent is still trying to rub it in? Wanqiu was instantly furious. How do you talk? I'm an agent. What's wrong with me following my actors? Yes, but you just aren't allowed in. Wanqiu thought that if she had a brick in her hand right now, she'd just reach out and smash it. What kind of bare child has no hair on his head before he starts looking down on people? Yu Qing quietly watched from the sidelines, holding a dark green hand warmer in her hand. Her white face even without makeup was clean and beautiful enough to make people move their eyes. It took half a second for her to make a faint sound. Wanqiu, go ahead and wait for me on the set. There's a heater over there. And get me breakfast on the way. Wanqiu subconsciously glanced at Yu Qing and frowned. Why did you let her go? She wasn't about to give in to this hairless brat. Get another Starbucks coffee and I'll meet you later. Nguyen skimmed his lips, and although he was reluctant, he still agreed. Oh, got it. Only after seeing Wanqiu leave did Yu Qing faintly retract his gaze, eyebrows slightly downcast at the person in front of him. Now, can we go in? The girl's gaze skimmed over Yu Qing with disdain. Go in. Yu Qing stared at her for 2 seconds, his hand covering the hand warmer whose temperature was gradually dropping. Pushed the door open. I'm afraid of the cold and my hands don't want to move. The girl seemed to not expect Yu Qing to say such a thing and looked at her in shock. You, don't you just drive yourself? Cold hands, don't want to drive. Can't you hear me? She looked pale, barely fluctuating, but a nameless oppressive force was born on the side, so that the little girl in front of her, who was not very old, did not dare to look directly into her eyes. Open the door. Yu Qing's voice intensified a few points in vain. The girl's fingers trembled, her hands were at a loss, and finally she could only tiptoe to the door and open it. The moment the door was opened, a barrel filled with dirty water fell off the door just like that. There was a plop and a dirty splash. Sure enough, the girl was splashed by this water, and Yu Qing stood steadily on one side, actually unharmed. Who told you to fix me? She pulled her hand away from the hand warmer and ran it through the dark strands of hair on the side of her ear, her cool brow long and indifferent. The girl gritted her teeth and looked humiliated. You hit our goddess. Of course we have to hit back. People like you should get out from inside the entertainment industry. Ruru is so pitiful. It's all your fault for bullying her. Ah, an Anju fan. Looks like that thing where she hit Anju. It's publicized on the internet? Yu Qing narrowed her eyes minutely. You said you guys? And the guys? Just as her words fell, she saw a group of people suddenly rush out from the half-open dressing room, both male and female, holding objects made of metal that could hurt people. Chapter 136. What do you guys like about Anju? You are the one who hit our Ruru. right? The sharp woman's voice was extraordinarily harsh in this cold winter. TSK, so skinny, not enough to fight. We're afraid we'll beat her to death. Oh, let's just beat her to death. My father is from the police station. What are we afraid of? She has no name, no points and 18 lines. If we kill her, we will sit in jail for 7 days at most, and solve a big problem for Ruru. Most of Anju's small fans were attracted to the show because of the beautifully flamboyant and poignant stills, themselves focusing only on appearance, and began to fan Anju's show without even noticing it. The video that broke last night, Yuqing slapped Enru's face. They suddenly felt like hitting their own father's face. So in the fan club backing we'll discuss today to give Enru revenge. These things they are hidden from Anju to do, but Anju all see in the eyes it. They are led by the nose and do not know, and even feel that Anju kind of poor tight. Even now they were foolishly, blindly attacking the isolated woman in front of them without the slightest idea that she was the one they were supposed to be powdering. Hey, I heard your name is Yuqing, right? You're the second girl in this drama who got to the top by subterfuge, right? Are you the one who beat up my Ruru with your hands? The woman in the lead opened her mouth with a haughty brow. Her words were full of insults and disdain for Yuqing. After that video of Yuqing hitting Enru came out, the internet exposed her rise to power by subterfuge. Even the films she made abroad have been picked up, and there is more or less a black history. A woman like that deserves to be in the same crew as Anju? And beat her? Are you mute? Can't speak, or are you too weak to speak? Don't think you can get away with not speaking. Yuqing's gaze faintly swept over the person who opened his mouth, his warm fingertips rubbing the dark green warm treasure in his hand. Well, I'm the one who hit Anju. To hit back? It's true that she hit Anju. There's nothing to deny. Shouldn't you beat her? She's too dirty to beat her. The man heard what she said and all of a sudden snorted loudly, as if he had heard something funny. Beating someone and still shameless and high and mighty. You've really become a watchman who doesn't even set up a house of cards. Yuqing's gaze was straight at her, her dark hair against her bright complexion, as bright as her eyes. It was as if all the darkness was invisible in that brightness. With the malice poorly around her, she calmly asked, "Are you all fans of Anju?" The woman couldn't wait to speak. "I'm Enru's lactic acid #1. We're all Rus fans here, and we're here today to give Ru justice. You, either get beat up by us and apologize to RU, or..." Before she could finish her words, she was lightly interrupted by Yuqing. "What do you guys like about Anju?" Her out-of-the-ordinary query stunned everyone in the room. After a short moment of silence, someone actually did answer obediently. "We all fell in love at first sight with Ruru's stills. She's too pretty. We won't allow someone like you to insult and bully Ruru." Stills. Her stills. Yuqing lazily raised her eyebrows. "In that case, then you guys can go back. Because, that photo is me. Enru stole my photo. That's why I beat her. Understand? P.S. Ball recommended vote message. What? Do not raise the text. Ching to wash white." Chapter 137, Monster. Her words fell lightly, and the group of people in front of her revealed stunned expressions. In fact, that might not be consternation. It was probably a feeling of how Yuqing could be shameless to such an extent. The amazement and consternation that such a person still deserved to live in this world. "You are really shameless. People on the internet say you are brazen. I was looking for how far can you be brazen. Now I see you. I kind of understand. Why? Most of the brainless groupies were younger in grade, and those who dared to risk breaking the law to come here to take it out on Anju were also immature in mind. The facts are in front of them. They can't see through them, and they have to be insulted. You don't believe it after telling the truth. You only believe in what you see, and what you see is true." Yuqing's gaze gradually grew cold as he swept his horizontal line across this group of people. Her spine straightened, her aura bursting forth. "Then make a bet with me, and within half a month, wait for Anju to lose her reputation." The words "ruined and disgraced" were easy for her to say, but the bias gave a heavy as 1,000 pounds implication. The small, condescending fans from before actually didn't know what to say. All of a sudden, glanced at each other, more and more. I felt that this woman in front of me, all of her aura seemed like their homeroom teacher. Go to school properly and don't be a social youngster with a shaking stick. When I was playing with these, you guys didn't even have hair yet. Yuqing's eyes skimmed over the weapons in their hands and snorted softly. "Those who should go to school should go to school. Those who should go home should go home. And you really want to fight me here? Are you guys good enough for me?" As the words fell from her lips, she reached out and snatched the weapon from the hand of one of the men closer to her, bent with one hand under the stunned, dumbfounded, choking gaze of the crowd. "If you don't want to be like this, get out." With a thud, Yuqing threw the object in his hand into the side wastebasket. Then, turning, he turned away as the men looked on in horror. Away, leaving. I'm convinced. This monster. She broke and bent our stick. Did anyone slap me? I actually really think this woman is so handsome and a-okay. She's also very pretty. Not as White Lotus as the internet says, right? I'll slap you twice. And this woman deserves it? No, I said. She said that the photo was hers. I looked at her back when she left. Why do I really feel a bit like her? Could it really be her? Why else would she beat up Ruru for some reason? Could it be because Ruru grabbed her photos and resources? A voice came out of nowhere, causing the eyes of a small group of fans to stare sorrowfully. Traitor, get out! Yu Qing thought it must be one of Murphy's Law. The more you hate something, the more you hate it. She hated these brainless ones that came in groups at a time. With a shaking stick made of inferior material in her hand, she came to her trouble. The kind of thing she could see at a glance that it was fake, and that any man could break it. Speechless. But then the thought that these people were originally supposed to be their fans suddenly made it seem like not so hard to endure. She's not double standard. She just likes to look at things from multiple perspectives. Yes, she does. I've been delayed over here for 10 or 20 minutes and my makeup is not on. Hurriedly arriving at the set, everyone was ready to get started. Gwyn stood in the corner, clutching her breakfast box. When she saw Yu Qing coming over, she hurriedly jogged up. Why aren't you in makeup yet? And no change of clothes? Chapter 138. Pretentious Yu Qing ran into a bit of a hiccup. Yu Qing swept her gaze lightly around. What's wrong? Gwyn didn't know what to say. Anyway, she came in this early in the morning and ignored anyone who greeted her. She bought breakfast and couldn't get a stool to sit on, so she just stood in the corner. It wasn't as if she couldn't feel such obvious hostility and rejection. It's time for the crew to start work, and if Yu Qing hasn't changed her clothes and put on makeup yet and is delaying the crew's process. Female number 2. You're still standing here as a doormat without makeup or a change of clothes? Everyone is busy with what you're doing. If you don't want to act, get out while you still can. High praise does not only exist in the entertainment industry, it exists in all things on earth. Basically, the whole crew knows about Yu Qing's case, so who's going to step on her? It's appropriate to be outraged that the photo was fraudulently used, but that's society, and she's not capable of guarding it instead of beating up people who are. Yu Qing looked toward the shrill producer and watched as she took 3 shaky steps on her heels like she was on stilts to get to her. Fine, you don't want to act anymore, do you? I'll let someone send you back now. A female second, even bigger than a female first? And Ru was sitting over there to touch up her makeup. Her afterglow glanced this way, and the corners of her lips curled up in a fine, unnoticeable manner. Yu Qing didn't bother to look at her, his gaze fixed on the producer in front of him. You gave me a chance to talk? Are you so angry that I said I'm not going to act, or that I'm going to blow your head off? The producer was sharp-tongued and wore big red lipstick on the side. Between the opening and closing of her red lips, she fiercely slapped one side of the desktop. Okay you, do you want to hit me too? We can't afford a big star like you here. Before it's too late, get out as far as you can. You're the director? Yu Qing looked at her askance. You're the assistant director. You're the director-producer? Since it's not, where did you get the nerve to tell me to get lost? It's 7:50 now. The official start of shooting should be 8 o'clock sharp. I'm not late and I didn't say anything to stop shooting. Are you staying in the entertainment industry and reading too many scripts? So you want to play the role of a vicious female supporting actress to have a good time? How do you talk? I'll talk to you how you talk to me. A producer is just a producer. The crew is full of producers and supervisors. Where do you get the dog's eyes to start looking down on people? Anju had been watching this side of the story, and when she saw that the production was getting the short end of the stick, she pushed her assistant's hand away from applying her own loose powder and walked over silently. MS. You won't last long in the circle with an attitude like that. I hope you can be more diligent in your attitude. This is not good. Although it is said that the shooting will start at 8 o'clock, but everyone is ready just short of you. You not only do not have half a bit of guilt but also so aggressive. Do not feel that you have not yet fire to inflate? Playing the little white flower diligently was the persona she had set up from the beginning. The producer looked at Enru with a big favor. Miss N, you are still beautiful and kind-hearted. This matter does not need you to bother to manage. A small female second I still can't manage clearly what else can I do as a producer? As the words fell, she looked at Yu Qing. You're high-minded and pretentious, aren't you? Fine. You don't have a makeup artist today. No makeup artist is willing to do your makeup. You're on your own. Every imperfection of the face is crystal clear with the HD camera. The importance of makeup cannot be overstated must. This is not very good right. Never people do not make up on camera. Let the audience to see the viewer is also very bad. Anju weakly opened the mouth. The producer reached out and held Enru's shoulders. Xiao you really, don't be so kind really. P.S. Give a recommendation. The kid's going to hold out. Chapter 139, Yu Qing does have pretentious capital. Yu Qing felt like he was going to laugh at the sound of it. It's true that life is a stage everywhere. Before the shooting has even started, these two people are performing a show in front of themselves that you sing and I come. She reached up and ruffled the hair on the side of her ear as she reached for the bag Gwyn was carrying behind her back. Oh, No makeup for me is it? She looked coldly at the people in front of her. I'll do it myself then. What do you think? Anju looked down and smiled vaguely. Looking up again, his face was full of worry and concern. This is a costume drama, not a modern drama. It's that flower mantle on the forehead. You just can't draw it well. If you draw a four-legged out, and disgrace the makeup artist of the crew, it's not good, right? The producer snorted coldly. For what Yu Qing said, she took it all as a joke. If this makeup can be painted casually by yourself, isn't it a waste of time to hire a makeup artist who earns $80,000 a month for their crew? Transform. Make her transform. There are still 10 minutes to go before the shooting starts. I'd like to see what kind of flowers you can draw within those 10 minutes. 10 minutes with makeup and a change of clothes, impossible. Yu Qing fixed a glance at her, turned around and went straight into the changing room. The clothes were actually very complicated, but she had rented such a costume to try on 1,000 times to find the feeling of acting before she started shooting. So naturally she wore it quickly and easily. Instead of a big red dress, it's a dark green gradient fringe dress. When she came out of the changing room, she drew the eyes of the people around her to look over unconsciously. It's like a touch of spring in winter, and the unpowdered face is set off by this gradient dark green color that is fair and lovely. The voluminous waist was bound by a simple silk. So much for the A4 waist that the internet has been talking about lately. Anju gritted her teeth and glanced down at her jade white dress. Unspeakable jealousy, like a rat gnawing at her heart. Tomorrow she'll have someone burn Yu Qing's clothes. Yu Qing stood in place and spun around in a circle, and between the fluttering of her sleeves she walked to the makeshift makeup table on one side. Sister, can I borrow the table? Her eyebrows and eyes are dynamic and tight. The makeup artist's sister loves beauty. Against the naked side of Anju she actually stood up with hardly any hesitation. Here, for you to use. Yu Qing said thank you and immediately began to move. 5 or 6 minutes to put on any kind of delicate and beautiful makeup, it's all but impossible in the eyes of a makeup artist. But what if you don't wear foundation? Nowadays, actresses have bad skin, stay up late in busy stress, and every time they put on makeup and primer, it takes half an hour. The makeup artist lady was shocked when she saw Yu Qing not putting on primer and going straight to blush. This, primer pro, primer not dye. Yu Qing gave her a look through the mirror. The eyeliner is a simple stroke from the corner of the eye, but it's a smooth line. The makeup artist lady is once again shocked. Eyeshadow retouching and such, she used even the simplest of them, but slowly made the makeup artists who were waiting around to touch up the actor's makeup gather behind her. The color palette she used was so bold, the one makeup artists are afraid to try. Crimson was dotted at the end of her eyes, peach was in the very center for highlighting, and a light green was used in front of her, which was inexplicably in harmony with the clothes she was wearing. The only sound left in the silence was the sound of her picking up various cosmetics, and the makeup artist behind her somewhat silently turned on her phone to take a picture of the woman inside the mirror. The sequence took less than 5 minutes, and she ended up picking a lipstick color that was super hard to hold, what others call the Barbie powder of death. She layered on another color. Like a finishing touch, Yu Qing winked at the woman inside the mirror. What kind of color scheme is this? Red with green racing? What bull ? This is the hardest one in the Harmadan makeup tutorial. Are you blind not to see it? Look at the little king next door actually started recording the process a long time ago. It's really despicable. Chapter 140, are they all waiting to see her make a fool of herself? The Harmoden makeup tutorial was compiled by church-level makeup artist Harmoden, and this one she put on the last page. It is said to be an idea that came to her almost in a flash when she met a Chinese beauty and was enamored with her beauty. But it's hard to get someone's face shape to match this look, and even harder for a makeup artist to apply it. At least so far. Many have imitated it, have tried to surpass it, and have ended up in a mess. Anju didn't know who Harmoden was, but listening to the makeup artists clumping into groups of chatter, she just knew she was paving the way for Yu Qing to show off her skills. She bit her lip and looked to the producer at her side. The producer, however, stared blankly in Yu Qing's direction. Harmoden, her idol. This makeup on her face is a technique she learned from Harmoden, and it's a bit of a four-way street, but at least it's become a bit of a thing. She also practiced the hardest one, after all. Harmoden said it was customized specifically for Asian women, but she couldn't learn and her face didn't fit. Half of Yu Qing's face could be seen through the crowded gap of the makeup artist, and she joyfully slowly noticed the shock within her chest. Yu Qing is seriously doing his thing. How many people are watching? How many people change their minds? None of this had anything to do with her. She picked up the red pen for outlining the flowers. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he let go and picked up another one. Transparent color with a little light green. Such a makeup with a red flower inlay is too flashy and the colors are too cluttered. The light green color harmonizes and unifies. Lifting his hand, he carefully sketched a bit, then stopped. Anju took a breath. How could she possibly paint the flowers? her makeup artist traced them out of a mold. The next second, however, her breath subconsciously caught in her throat. Yu Qing only paused briefly, and then completed the depiction of the flower tin with almost no hesitation. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a depiction, the one on her forehead was different from any of theirs. The presence of the flower inlays, which were originally intended to be more in keeping with the Tang Dynasty setting, is really just an embellishment. Yu Qing's flower inlay was yet more of an embellishment, but a part of her makeup that blended with hers and couldn't be cut. Putting down her pen, she glanced down at the clock. 7:58. She rose from her chair, her skirts swirling. Eyeliner lengthened her already long and slender eyebrows, outlining the arc of more than a few points of charm. Hand pulled up. The ink hair is more in line with her identity as the daughter of the great general, more than a few points of valiant meaning. The moment she turned around, the makeup artists behind her subconsciously made a path for her. It was only then that Yu Qing noticed when there were so many people behind her, all waiting to see her embarrass herself. She's not going to be a joke to them. Who's going to take the lead if she doesn't have the skills to do it? Finished drawing. 1 didn't delay everyone's time. 2 didn't waste the crew's resources. Yu Qing turned around and walked to the front of the production, looking at her with a light brow. Then you who have been deliberately making things difficult for me, shouldn't you apologize to me? As the words fell out of her mouth, she lightly picked up another sentence. And there's no need for you to kowtow to me or anything, just apologize casually. Her words had just fallen out of her mouth when the brake suddenly went limp and just collapsed in front of her eyes. It looked like she was on her knees when she snapped, but she wasn't. She was just hugging her thighs. What are you doing? Hurry up and let go. Ruanqiu rushed forward, being pushed and pulled but not moving at all. He directly forgot how he had just made things difficult for Yu Qing's tablet and yelled in a low voice, "Please, teach me how you draw your makeup." Chapter 141, Ms. Yu is not the Chinese girl who inspired Hamadown, is she? Yu Qing, God ing taught you makeup. She's all set to have a 300-word war of words with the tabs, and she just kneecaps her? What kind of plot line is this? Nguyen Nguyen, makeup artist? The producer is an avid fan of Harmoden. In fact, it's not uncommon to say that he's a brainwashed fan. She buys all the magazines, all the peripherals, all the cosmetics from Amway. For this reason her boyfriend suspected at one point that she was unless and that Ms. Harmoden was her true love. It makes sense that she would act like that for this. Yu Qing's body stiffened for a few seconds before she tugged on the hem of her skirt. You, let go of me first. She could calmly deal with Wolfram and Hart's cold-faced opponents, but faced with a production like this, it was a bit overwhelming. Anju clenched the back of her teeth on one side. Producer, please let go of Miss Yu first. That should be her privately learned makeup. How could she possibly teach you? You shut the up. Is there a place for you to talk here? The producer angrily rebuked Anju. Anju's face was flushed, probably with anger and shame, and then a soft pale. It was a pity that no one noticed her. Yes, before Yu Qing came she had people handing her a drink of water. Now everyone's attention was all on Yu Qing. She dug a hole for Yu Qing and ended up digging someone else into the main character. The producer didn't have that much heart. She had long forgotten how she viewed Yu Qing in the beginning. Anyway, now she's her goddess, and she's her little fangirl. Boing boing. The producer huffed and looked at Yu Qing. Miss Yu, I was blind to it before. If you're willing to teach me how to put on this makeup, whatever you want me to do is fine. The implication is that if Yu Qing doesn't agree, she won't get up? Yu Qing was silent for a moment. You get up first. I'll get up if you promise me first. What if I say no? Then let's all rest today. Director Wang isn't in the country anyway. I promise. You get up first. It's just a quick makeup for convenience. Plus that's really all she knows how to do with this one, because it was taught to her by Harmoden himself. That makeup was also completely tailored to her face and facial temperament. So, she's the legendary, fabled China girl that many Harmoden fans in many media outlets can't dig up. But Harmoden didn't want people to know about her, and by and large at that time she felt that she wasn't in the right state for the public to recognize. Having known is destined to accept the bad, and she's afraid she can't stand the bad reviews. Then, too, it has been a mystery until now. If it wasn't for the executive producer and Anju's pressure she might never have pulled out the makeup in her life. The producer stood up cheerfully, his eyes staring at Yu Qing's face as if it would glow. Yu Qing now had the feeling that he was being watched, and always felt that this executive producer was very difficult to deal with. Ms. Yu, did you teach yourself that technique? A makeup artist quietly inquired. Yu Qing let out an ah, and said between spins of thought, no, it was by chance that I met a stranger who taught me. Could that be Harmoden? Ms. You wouldn't be the legendary Chinese woman who inspired Harmoden, would she? Nah, there's no such thing as coincidence. Anju's face darkened. Who's Hamadown? There are movie and television divas and queens in the movie and television industry. Then Harmoden is the only queen in the makeup industry. The only thing? Don't ask why. Is that Harmodin represents style and trend? Yu Qing and Hamadown? Thumbs up. Don't make any wild guesses, guys. How could Miss Yu possibly have a relationship with MS Harmodin? At that time, if this news is known to MS Harmodin, she will be more or less angry. MS Yu also doesn't want to use Harmodin to hype up her business, so it's better for you all to stop talking like this. Chapter 142, Power Tripod from the Production. 1. It also makes sense. Miss Yu is just a small actress. How could she be so coincidentally connected to Harmodin? I still believe that Ru is related to Harmodin. Yu Qing? Oh duh. You're licking your chops with that one. What do you mean licking? Xiao Ru is a future rookie. Haven't you seen the predictions on the internet? They all say she might be the leader of the new Four Little Flower Girls. She has unlimited potential. Also, Yu Qing and Ru. Yu Qing really can't. I also don't know how this conversation somehow pulled from Harmodin's to Anju's future, stepping on Yu Qing in the process. The chatter around them was not small, and Yu Qing only listened carelessly. Half a dozen times she opened her mouth faintly. That MS Harmodin you speak of, is she a woman with short silver hair? Anju's heart thumped. What do you mean by that? What does Yu Qing mean by asking this? It's hard not to. Her horrified thoughts had just spread in her heart when she heard Yu Qing follow up with a light breeze and opened her mouth. It doesn't mean anything, it's just that the lady who taught me how to do my makeup had short silver hair, so I wanted to make sure she wasn't MS Harmodin. No way. Isn't Harmodin a redhead? Definitely not. When has Harmodin ever had silver hair? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Sure enough, Yu Qing still can't do it. I was kind of expecting something from her. She's still trying to get involved with Harmodin. Speechless, the breath hanging in Anju's heart eased. No, it's not Harmodin. Knowing that Harmodin's fanbase is huge. If that mysterious Chinese girl is really Yu Qing, won't she just soar into the sky? Thankfully not. She opened her mouth softly and winked. MS Harmodin has always been a redhead. Miss Yu, you'd better not rub it in like that. There are a lot of people here. How bad would it be if word got out? The person you ran into couldn't possibly be Harmodin. No? Yu Qing raised an eyebrow. Isn't it? Of course it is. That would be Harmodin. She was 100% sure, and Ru shook her head with a difficult look. MS, you may not be able to accept it for a while, but it really isn't. Don't. The old fantasy that it's Harmodin now. It's a bit humiliating. The producer on one side hadn't said anything since Yu Qing opened his mouth, but his face was oddly tight, with a vague sense of madness. While the crowd was talking, she didn't know as if she had thought of something. She suddenly raised her head and grabbed Yu Qing's arm. MS, you, my god, OMG, you're actually really the Chinese girl who inspired Harmodin. In a series of 3 sentences, surprise exclamations and shock entwined, as the production looked at Yu Qing with a gaze that was almost worshipful. No one knew how much she liked Harmodin. No one. MS Harmodin has always been a redhead, said Anju, looking at the producer and tugging at her lips. Producer, get a hold of yourself. How could Yu Qing be seen by Harmodin? Ask yourself. She's a good actress and better looking than Yu Qing. She wasn't even looked at by Hamadown. Does Yu Qing deserve her? Her words fell out of her mouth and were dismissed outright by the production. Who the hell told you guys that Harmodin has always had red hair? She had silver hair right up to the point where she met the Chinese girl, because the Chinese girl she met also had silver hair. And she changed her long-time hair color because of it, because she loved that Chinese girl so very, very much. No, I shouldn't say Chinese girl, I should just call it MS. You, MS, you are actually the Chinese lady. This is incredible. I'm so surprised. I need to take a selfie with you to calm down. The producer is madly in love with Harmodin and the whole crew knows it. No one would even question what she said, and Ru's face turned white. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. How could Harmodin be attracted to Yu Qing? How could Yu Qing be attracted to him? Producer, are you remembering wrongly? Harmodin has always been a red. Chapter 143, The Power Tripod from the Production. Miss N, why have you been so sure that the one I met is not Miss Harmodin? Yu Qing suddenly interrupted Enru. Enru, are you so afraid that the one I met is MS Harmodin? Are you afraid that I am on fire? Or do you think that I don't deserve to be looked at by Harmodin? She almost pointedly picked out the obscure thoughts in Anju's words, instantly causing those around her who hadn't noticed these small details to look at Anju. Anju's persona, soft, white and sweet, short of being heartless and kind, which of course she was. The photo thing, and the people knew that her company and financier had arranged it. She had no right to change that. Moreover, Yu Qing had slapped her, so she was kind of aggrieved and pitiful. But as soon as Yu Qing's words came out, they seemed to suddenly realize that what Enru said and her attitude seemed to be really quite wrong. I just think it's not very good for you to jump to the conclusion that that person is MS Harmodin like that, kinda like rubbing it in, and ask yourself, MS Harmoden is forever godforsaken. You're really just a tiny actor now too. You and her. There's no way in hell you're connected. And Rue looked cautiously at Yuqing, her hands that fell to her side folded somewhat disoriented. Yuqing absently ruffled the hair on the side of her ear. Oh, the implication is that you're worried about me, right? And Rue did not know what Yuqing meant by this and subconsciously nodded. You weren't worried about my stardom when you stole my picture. Now you're worried about me, aren't you? Anju's face froze. I really wanted to say sorry to you for that incident. It was all the company's arrangement, and I was just forced to bear it. Now, I apologize with you. As the words fell, she actually did bend down. Miss you, please don't speculate on my sincerity towards you. I'm really worried about you so much because of my guilt. I don't mean anything else. Please spare me. A speech that could hardly be picked out as wrong, and a stoop so earnest and true. Almost instantly, it made the people whose minds had been mobilized by Yuqing instantly sympathize with Anru. Anju isn't wrong either. Right, it's all the company's arrangement. Yuqing is like this, really quite careful. In showbiz, it's your own fault if you're not capable of keeping what's yours, and you're blaming Anju for getting up. I think Anju is right. She's just rubbing it in. Everyone, don't scold Miss Yu. This matter is not my fault, but Miss Yu is angry and venting on me, which is also deserved. And Rue looked around in a panic, explaining eagerly, looking like she was about to cry. Yuqing absently watched Anru perform, his eyebrows slightly drooping. It's such a good act. She's getting a little angry. Suddenly, the tabs at his side, who hadn't been speaking, suddenly sprang to life. She had mostly calmed down from her shock, and her brow was actually sharp. It wasn't your fault? You could have sent out a tweet at any time saying that picture wasn't you, but you didn't. Why? Because you don't have a cell phone, can't type, haven't learned pinyin, or are autistic and afraid to communicate with your online friends? Don't you dare to bring up the tempo here. And what rubbing off on me? Less farting. I said that's Hamorden. Who dares to question it? I thought Miss Yu looked familiar when I saw her before, and now that I think back, it must be because I have a heart-to-heart with Hamorden. How can I not like the person she likes? Enru. My old lady has been inside this circle for hundreds of years, so don't give me any more pretenses here. I can tell at a glance whether or not I'm under the fox's skin. What are you deflating for? You want to cry? You cry too. Let's see which one of you two is a good crier. Chapter 144, or I'll kill your whole family. Yuqing, corner shivering afraid to speak little munchkin Gwyn. Inside the crowd, what kind of honey direction is this going? The producer, who has always been sarcastic and knows how to weigh the pros and cons, actually helped Yuqing dislike Enru, who has a bright future. Or is Yuqing really the legendary Chinese girl that Hamorden has his eye on? They were on the wrong side of Anju before? Enru was disliked and couldn't say a word. It really wasn't that she set up a little White Lotus persona, but being scolded like this in front of so many people, she was so ashamed that she wanted to drill into the ground. It was the most humiliating moment in her 23 years of living, bar none. No one to comfort her. Probably the production of that paragraph said is really some skinny. The hidden side of the completely spread out to say, Anju, this persona is completely collapsed. At least it's kind of falling apart in the cast. In the seriousness of the fans. Who knows? Sister Hong slowly walked out from the corner. She was born with a pair of upturned fox eyes, but her features were very advanced, so she didn't look so flirtatious. Instead she was cold and angular. Rue. Anju heard her voice and immediately turned to pounce. Auntie, they all listened to Yuqing and bullied me together with Yuqing, she muttered in a small voice, filled with resentment. Sister Hong was silent for a moment and patted her on the shoulder. Get up and apologize to Miss Yu. And Rue was shocked and raised her head to look at Sister Hong. Seeing that she looked serious, she actually did not react for a moment. Why? No need for a why. Apologize. Anju's heart went cold in a flash, and a nameless anger rushed straight to her temples. That group of together bullied me, and you're asking me to apologize? She violently jumped out of Sister Hong's arms. You all forgot about KR behind me, right? 1-2 are stepping on my head. Aren't you guys afraid that I'll tell Mr. Yu to let him fix you all up? Sister Hong didn't even frown. I'll let you apologize to Miss Yu. Don't say anything else. Anju's eyes widened in shock. She stiffened for a moment before realizing that there was no way everyone in front of her was going to help her. She turned violently and stormed off the set. There was a momentary awkwardness in the scene. Sister Hong withdrew her gaze and turned to Yuqing. Miss Yu, I apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoru. She's still young and hasn't experienced any social unintelligence. I'm sure Miss Yu will understand if she's generous. Yuqing looked at her with cold eyes and pursed her lips carelessly. She just ran off without delaying the start of the day for everyone? Sister Hong, I'll pay for it. There is no fault to be found with the earnestness of the attitude. Yuqing felt strange and frowned slightly. I'm going to go find Ru first. She's just a little girl. She doesn't know what's going to happen when her temper gets the best of her. So please forgive me. As the words fell, Sister Hong turned around and left. Yuqing gazed at Sister Hong's back and withdrew his gaze after half a second of silence. The sight could not be taken away, but it was directly into the excited, sparkling eyes of the producer. You're still satisfied with how I just behaved, right? She glued herself to Yuqing's line of sight. I'm sure you're that beauty that Harmodin has his eye on, so if you nag me for a bit of gossip, I'll cover you if you're late and leave early in the future. The surrounding crew as well as the group actors were full of questions. Why does it feel like the homeroom teacher is opening the back door for the class president in front of the whole class? What are you looking at? What should you do? Do what you want to do? If you look again, your eyes will be snapped. The producer turned around, directly like a changed person. Eyes sharp swept over everyone. Misuse identity. You are not allowed to disclose a word out to receive, or kill your whole family. Producer, over. Oh, or I'll dock your entire paychecks. Chapter 145, the president of KR Group meets a mysterious woman late at night. Turning her head again, her glowing eyes lit up with excitement. You can call me Ally. Hello, can we be friends? You might as well have just said you wanted to ask me what my relationship with Harmodin was. What's your relationship with Harmodin? Real straight ally. Is that what she announced to the public? That I was filming abroad and she met me by chance and suddenly came inspired? Yuqing didn't ask much about the specifics. Anyway, Harmodin was pretty good to her is all, and it was actually thanks to the people around her that she really didn't come out of the darkness that quickly otherwise. Ally looked excited. So does she like women? The question. Fierce enough. I don't think I've ever been able to get good enough with her to talk about it, but there are a lot of guys after her, and she hasn't agreed to any of them just yet. Ally nodded pleadingly. Yuqing looked at her. Didn't you say you wanted to learn this kind of makeup on my face? In a while I have time. We can go to the backstage makeup room and I can teach you. Ally waved her hand a little blushingly, and it seemed as if the woman who had just been so fierce and capable had all of a sudden turned into a coy teenage girl. That's the makeup she customized especially for you. I was excited to learn it at first, but now that I've calmed down and thought about it, I think I'm actually not worthy of it. I don't look good and my features don't fit. It'll only tarnish the makeup. I'm really grateful to have you to catalyze her desire to create, though I don't have much of a position to thank you from. Let's just say from the perspective of her fans, I don't want her perfect work to be tarnished, and existing in your face is more than enough. Oftentimes fans are mostly selfless in their love for their idols, and even look at their loved ones literally as if they were their own family. Playing the charts and brushing data, all for the sake of the idol can go higher. In order to fulfill their wishes, many people brush data all night long. Yuqing had never understood this kind of feelings across the screen before, but now he seemed to suddenly get it. It's a favorite that can be called great, and even sends one's motivation to live an upwardly mobile life. Will someone else like her like that too? Yuqing suddenly thought. Seeing her out of it, Ally assumed it was her words that made her feel awkward and embarrassed. She patted Yuqing's shoulder. Finish your part of the scene in a while, and I'll treat you to dinner at the hot pot restaurant next door in the evening. Yuqing looked at her and faintly hummed. She doesn't really have a lot of scenes in this movie, and it's probably going to be wrapped up after a while of filming. She actually had a lot of camera-heavy roles to choose from, and Gwyn wondered why she didn't choose something else. Yuqing was actually too lazy to explain. The fact that a few of her stills could set Anju on fire like that is actually disguised proof of why she was chosen for the role. She is gifted. Gifted in observing the market, and even more gifted in knowing what is right for her and what to play to catch fire. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that she has run hundreds of small roles abroad. No one is born a king. No. After her clipping, Yuqing took off her makeup in the restroom. Some of the staff who stood Anju earlier quietly sent her some fruit. Yuqing didn't want to know what was going on in their minds, but just let Ruanqiu send them all back. No need. Just like in relationships where you're unfaithful once and don't use it 100 times, she didn't need this kind of gesture. Quietly, she sipped her warm white water, her face makeup artist removing her makeup. A message automatically popped up on the iPad on one side. The president of KR Group meets a mysterious woman in the middle of the night. The 1,000-year-old iron tree is expected to blossom. Another candidate for Mrs. Yu after Tang Kaijun? Chapter 146, the ex-boyfriend in the mouth of these two little nuns is Yu Yenshin? Yuqing watched quietly, his eyes coalescing on it for about a few seconds before withdrawing his gaze. Counting carefully, she and Yu Yenshin hadn't seen each other for a while. 7 days, or 9. In fact, it is possible for people who are originally from two worlds to not see each other for the rest of their lives. With AirPods on, close your eyes and calmly listen to soft music. The calm didn't last long, however, before the soft music in her head suddenly shifted to an elegant hostess accent. Yuqing opened his eyes, and out of nowhere Ruanqiu was fiddling with his iPad. When she looked at her breathlessly, she looked at her with an agitated look on her face. Yu Yenshin's scandal. Ah, your ex-boyfriend is going to have a new love. Don't you want to see it? What's there to see? Yu Qing frowned and took the headphones off her ears. From the moment you break up, all ex-boyfriends are dead. Haven't you heard that maxim? The makeup artist snorted in amusement at the comment. Yet before she could laugh for more than a few seconds, she suddenly realized, the ex-boyfriend in the mouth of these two little nuns is Yu Yenshin? We agreed that we're all just little munchkins. But you've been in love with the big guy? Warily, he unloaded Yu Qing's hairpiece. His face taut. Ruan Qiu directly ignored Yu Qing talking. Headphones removed. She simply directly externalized the sound inside that iPad. On the news, a picture was put up. The background was an obscure night color, and the dark limbo driver's side window was pulled down slightly, revealing the man's high nose and deep brow. Yu Yenshin's eyes were very distinctive. In the past, looking at them had the illusion of being in a mist, but gazing carefully into the past, it gave people a chilling illusion of being stared at. Almost with this glance, Yu Qing was sure it was him. The photo jumped and the woman in the long black dress elegantly got into the passenger side. Just before she stepped in, she saw Yu Yenshin lean over and say something to her, and she turned around and sat in the back. His eyes seemed to have a momentary interlude with the sneak peek of the paparazzi, biting a cigarette between his lips and teeth, lining him more and more mysterious and unattainable in this night. It's just a few pictures like this, but the fact that someone who has had almost no contact with women in the past is now letting someone ride in his car is enough to make one brainstorm a lot of things. After all, what happens between a man and a woman begins, first and foremost, with getting you home. Yu Qing recalled the first time she met Yu Yenshin after returning to China. He was also in a car like this, with a half-sideways face, and he said beautifully that he was sending her home. What a... This woman can't see the face clearly, Ruan Qiu muttered with some displeasure. The face can't be seen clearly and still report what it is, but look at this back, the body seems quite good. As the words fell out of her mouth, she glanced quietly at Yu Qing as if she had suddenly thought of something. But it's not as good looking as my home Qingqing anyway. After all, it's the legendary big beauty who's not as good looking as you with a better body than you, and who's not as good looking as you with a better body than you. Yu Qing glanced at her and snorted lowly. Boring. Her brow cleared as she scratched over the news that had ended on her iPad and casually closed the screen. With her makeup and hair almost removed, she went to change out of her costume. When she came out after changing, Ally was waiting for her outside. I've already booked a seat in the hot pot city next door. There's no box law. But you have a little problem with your online reputation right now. I'm afraid that some people will harass you, so I booked a box for tea on the second floor, so we can eat over there. Chapter 147. What if she gets depressed and kills herself? When Ally didn't bring up the online stuff, Yu Qing forgot to distract herself from it. Her memory had been getting worse lately. She could forget such important things and couldn't muster much energy for many things. She mused about how that medicine had such a strong effect after one dose, and how it would be better not to take it in the future. Anyone who could easily mobilize her emotions shouldn't be met again now anyway. Eating hot pot in the winter seems to have become a ritual as Yu Qing and Ally walk out of the set together. Going to the hot pot restaurant is actually still a bit of a road. Riding in Ally's car, Yu Qing opened the microblogging in a smooth manner. This cell phone she bought new model, $7,000 or $8,000. At least it hasn't been stuck since she bought it. As a result, when Twitter was opened, all kinds of messages went from 0 to tens of thousands. And in a closed car, all of a sudden, it rang, and got stuck straight away. Ally looked at Yu Qing. You also gave microblogging saved it? I thought you had uninstalled it, or uninstalled it. Eyes do not see for clean ah. These netizens can't distinguish between right and wrong, and when they hear something, they come to scold people. As a matter of fact, the insults they hurled at you were not really about you, but they were about them in plain sight. Yu Qing glanced at Ally and raised an eyebrow. Can't you tell? You're quite philosophical in everything you say? Ally sighed. We at least graduated with a degree in literature before we crossed over and majored in this area of film. Yu Qing gave a careless Eyes ran over the screen. The Twitter account had just been registered not too long ago and she hadn't posted much out of it. But the system will automatically send out a tweet if Twitter has just been registered. It's the tweet underneath that's pretty much cursed. She looked at the whopping 20,000 comments, and by and large, she wanted to click on them, contemplated for a moment, and then didn't move. If you're afraid you won't be able to accept it, don't go see it. Nowadays, the fans are all nasty, making posthumous photos and black pictures. Ugh. I'm actually a passerby who can't quite take it when I look at it. Ally looked at Yu Qing with some concern. She believed in Ha Morton's vision. Yu Qing must be a good girl. It's always something to look at. The words fell out of her mouth and she looked to the comments at the bottom of that. First floor, where is the 18-line pheasant? A female second dare to hit people. When the entertainment circle can accommodate such unqualified people? Suggest blocking. Second floor, her microblogging are not long ago registered. estimated to hit Ruru is also their own plot of hype. Want a black red is it? Oh, Black Death you. Third floor, searched Yuqing, foreign debut, peripheral girl A, identification is complete. Fourth floor, hack your whole life, don't try to turn over, garbage. Fifth floor, actually, it's better if people don't get cyber violent. What if she gets depressed and kills herself? The response at the bottom was, let her die then. Trash 1. Spit it out. Then there were over 100 plus 1s. Ally had been paying attention to Yuqing's demeanor in between driving. Before, when she didn't know Yuqing well, she had always thought that she was a person who looked a bit like a flower that had broken open in the dirt, and she looked puritanical. Later she hits Anju, who she thinks is too impulsive and brainless. After experiencing some more things until now, she suddenly felt that this little girl was quite heartbreaking. She seemed to be calm about a lot of things, apathetic as if she was faking it, because where else could a girl that age be so smooth? Now she gradually realized that she was supposed to have gone through quite a lot to have such a smooth heart, but even with a heart of gold, could she not be upset in the face of so many vicious curses? Chapter 148. In such a fast-paced society, who can be faithful to their feelings? Yuqing, are you sad? She hesitated. It was better not to beat around the bush and just ask directly. Yuqing fiddled with the phone screen twice and continued to look at the comments underneath. In fact, they were all pretty much the same thing, scolding her, cursing her, simple words revealing a chilling malice. Okay, she's much more resilient than normal after everything she's been through. Besides, this matter, wasn't she the one who made it happen? Turning off her phone screen, because of her obsessive-compulsive disorder, she gave all the red dots on her Twitter feed another go. Watching Ally's heart get stuffed, you might as well just uninstall it, please. Why? Yuqing looked at her. Isn't Weibo always the only platform to interact with fans? If I uninstall it, won't they not be able to find me? Ally, what the is a fan? They're all Anju fans who can't wait for you to die in a car accident. Sweetie, she didn't say anything else, and Yuqing didn't pick up on it either. I wonder what those people think if they really knew she was depressed. Regret? She didn't want their regrets. The car was parked in the underground garage of the Hotpot restaurant, and Yuqing got out of the car. Ally skimmed over the sassy and sun-sucking limbo parked next to her car and looked at it for a few moments before she followed Yuqing's lead to the elevator. Do you eat spicy food? Yuqing shook her head. Not eating at all. Ally sighed. Young people who don't eat spicy food are really rare these days. Yuqing almost subconsciously thought of another person who didn't eat spicy food and blinked as she looked at her out-of-place reflection in the elevator. There are as few people who don't eat spicy food as there are people who don't play with their emotions, but there should still be quite a few who don't eat spicy food, so these two can't be compared. Who can be faithful to their relationship in such a fast-paced society? Even she can't always guarantee it. The elevators opened and were immediately greeted by an attendant. Hello, how many, please? Both of you. I reserved box number 4 earlier. Please take us there. The attendant froze and glanced down at his cell phone. When he looked up again, there was more than a few blushes and a curt-like smile on his face. I'm really sorry about that, but box 4 is overpriced by a lady who just came in. Ally didn't want to get into that. Let's change the box then. And you guys don't do this again. The waiter went out for a moment and came back with a bigger smile. Sorry, the private rooms are all booked out. So that lady just came to rob me because the boxes were all booked up? Who is this looking down on? Giving a little more money so you can rob someone who's already booked? The smile on the waiter's face was almost ingratiating. It's, how can I put it? Or would you like to talk to the lady in person? Lead the way. Yuqing glanced at Ally. Was this stance going to be a fight? Then look at the high heels on Ally's feet, and her slim arms. Got it. She's the hitter that Ally brought. This is the one. The lady is in there. Ally kicked the door open. Having a few stinking dollars is a big deal? Who robbed the old lady's box? Let's see if you can use money to smash me to death today. True, no baggage, take it or leave it, Ally. The waitress was scared by her stance and turned around to slip away. Yuqing just stood very calmly in place. The door was kicked open, but there was a thin curtain inside. Through the curtains, you could probably see that it was a man and a woman inside. The woman draped in a small white suit gracefully pulled back the curtain and looked out. Chapter 149. Yu Yenshin leans lazily on the sofa of the box, his eyebrows clear and deep as he looks at the person in front of him. The woman's looks weren't exactly pretty, but she was full of mature elegance. It's just that face. How it looks familiar. It's you? Ally frowned, amazed, but not enough to be shocked. Remote City was not too big, not too small, and it was not impossible for people of the same class to want to run into each other by chance. Sister Hong swept her eyebrows over Ally, skimming over them only briefly, stopping longer on Yuqing than she did on her. At this, Ally was not happy. I booked this box first. Where did you get the nerve to take it away from me for a measly sum of money? Sister Hong's eyes glanced across the table, her eyebrows drooping slightly. I'm sorry, because there were no other boxes here when I came, but I'd already had an appointment with someone, so I chose to raise the price. If that upsets you, I can triple the price and ask you to leave first. Do I care about your money? Ally frowned. You have a date and I have a date. You have a date and I don't? If I want to compare who has more money, I can smash you to death. But today this box, I have to have it. Say it's because of the box, but it doesn't have to be such a big deal. It was Ally who had long since grown disenchanted with Sister Hong, and Yu Qing and Enru's affair was probably orchestrated by her. The woman looked elegant and sensible, and had no great temper, but the city was unfathomable. She hates this kind of person the most. Clucked. 1,000 years of Fox Play real version of Legend of Donnie Darko. Sister Hong's frown tightened. Why are you being so aggressive? There's no way I'm going to let you have this box today. My banquet has already begun. Leaving now. Where do you want me to put my friends? If you don't leave, where are you putting your friends? Yu Qing suddenly opened his mouth. His light voice was extraordinarily clear in this not-so-quiet dinner banquet occasion. Actually, I think that things have already developed to this point, and if you don't leave, you and your friend will only be more embarrassed. In fact, Yu Qing didn't really like to fight with people at the door for a place to eat, which was very different from the etiquette she had been taught for the previous 18 years. But Ally seemed quite angry, and she didn't mind helping her. It's quite pointless for me to rob someone else's compartment for a meal. This friend, what do you think? All that could be seen through the thin curtain was that the person was a man. He seemed to be too lazy to care about these things, so it was always Sister Hong who was talking. Sister Hong subconsciously looked across the room and then back to Yu Qing. There was a slight, suppressed seething of color under his eyes. Silence followed, and that curtain was picked up by a pair of slender hands with an ink lighter. With a stabbing sound, the curtain pulled back. It's pretty pointless. The man's voice was a little hoarse, vocalized in the middle of the downtown area, but it was as if it was shielded from all other sounds. Yu Qing subconsciously looked at him, and was caught unexpectedly off guard when she was born into those eyes that were as deep as swirls. She had just thought that they might never see each other again. See it now. Still, such an unbelievable occasion. Yu Yenshin lazily leaned on the sofa of the box, his eyebrows clear and deep as he looked at the person in front of him. MS. Feast. I really don't have much interest in someone else's long-reserved box. This is something you're doing without sincerity. Sister Hong's full name is Banquet Hong, so she is Miss Banquet. There was a subtle whitening of Feast Red's face as she reached up and rested her hand against her temple. I'm sorry, mister. My fault. It's just that I asked you to be here, and if you come without a private room, that's always bad. But, it's my fault. It won't happen again. Chapter 150. She was so polite and detached that Yu Yenshin practically watched her leave. Ally looked at the two people in front of her almost unbelievably. Who doesn't know Yu Yenshin? Fei Hong dines with him? These two. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind, and almost instantly she remembered the gossip she had read online about Yu Yenshin and a woman in a black dress when she was still at the theater earlier. That woman in the black dress. How come she looks more and more like Banquet Red now? She couldn't think too much and coughed blushingly. Mr. Yu, I didn't think that you were actually Sister Hong's so-called friend. If I had known that, I wouldn't have grabbed it. Yu Yenshin's gaze seemed to sweep over her, but it was more like skimming over her. Wasn't me. You booked all the boxes first. The fault is not yours. Ally's mind was racing. Yu Yenshin has had enough of the young meat and likes the young women? This Banquet Red more or less also 30. Yu Yenshin only 24-3 it. These two people? God. Feast Red is really something. Feast Red pursed her lips in silence. It's not Ally's fault. It's hers. It's my fault. I'm sorry. The hand that had done the delicate manicure curled up slightly as she looked over at Yu Qing. MS. If you don't mind, you can come in and eat together. This is a 10-person box, and there are no other boxes in this place right now, so eating together will more or less make up for some of my faults. Yu Qing quietly looked at Ally at her side. What do you think? Ally said. Of course, we don't mind at all. It's our honor to dine with Mr. Yu. Yu Qing didn't say anything. She was just thinking, why Ally didn't say no. Wasn't she determined to snatch this box before? Feeling ashamed that Banquet Red had hijacked it? But she had agreed to do it, and she herself should not say anything more antagonistic. The waiter re-entered and arranged seats for them. Originally Yu Qing was supposed to sit on one side with Yu Yenshin. She spontaneously gave that seat to Yanhong and sat on the opposite side herself. Yu Yenshin seemed to raise his eyes to look at her. Yu Qing didn't even give him an afterimage. Strangely tight. The two tables were put together and hot, but she suddenly felt no flavor at all and her hands were cold. Eat for a while. I have some errands to run in a little while. I might go first, she whispered over Ally's ear. Ally suddenly thought of the inexplicable key between Yu Yenshin and Yu Qing earlier, and with 1,000 thoughts in her mind, she nodded. When the food was served, Ally looked across the table with a smile on her face. Mr. You actually come to this kind of place to eat? I thought you eat abalone and seafood all the time. Yu Yenshin hooked his lips in a fine and unnoticeable manner. There are still people who think that I live in the heavenly palace. All of them are human beings, and it's normal for human beings to eat all kinds of grains and cereals. Ally gave a big laugh. Mr. Yu is really humorous. I just don't know how Mr. Yu will dine with Miss Feast? It's hard not to. Before she could finish her words, she was suddenly interrupted by Fei Hong. Mr. Yu and I are only in a superior subordinate relationship, eating together. It was also me who asked him out. And Mr. Yu and I always have work matters to talk about. Ally, don't think too much and don't mess around. Ally gave her a look, a meaningful look in her eyes. Smart woman. Lust is it? Yu Yenshin didn't say anything, sort of not admitting or denying it. Yu Qing quietly sipped the wine in front of her. Fruit wine. Ally is very good at turning people around, so the scene isn't awkward if she doesn't speak. She and Yanhong were sort of the main event of the meal, and it wasn't until the very end, when Yu Qing stood up, that it was considered over. I still have some things to do, so I won't end up with everyone. Sister Hong, Mr. Yu, goodbye. She was polite and distant, and Yu Yenshin practically watched her leave. Chapter 151, even if I was cheated by him, it's none of your business. Why are you so mean to me? The winter weather always night quickly. Yu Qing came out and immediately smoked a cigarette. She was too bored to be in the box, and she disliked that scene too much. A false relationship, a drinking game, each with their own agenda. Into the lungs and out again, as if exhaling the stuffiness as well. Car after car swept before her eyes and she glanced down at the time on her cell phone. 9:30, it's still early. Nguyen had gone off to meet with her Mr. Insomnia again, and she had no one at home now that she was home. What about the father? The visitation is coming up, but not yet. It was ridiculous to say that there was actually almost no place in the vast city of Remote that she felt warm from her perch. She sometimes felt that she was alive and all that had been holding her together was the purpose that had been buried in her heart. What is she going to do if her purpose is accomplished? It was something she hadn't thought about. Watching the crowd in front of her go from crowded to scattered, and stubbing out her cigarette. It was thrown into the curbside trash basket, and an unfamiliar cab appeared in front of me. Want a ride, miss? The driver stopped, his eyes staring straight at Yu Qing. Under the dim street light, Yu Qing looked at the driver. His face was surprisingly somewhat reimagined under her eyes. Do I look like I don't have a car to you? She crushed the lighter in her hand. The driver's eyes were sharp enough to see that her lighters were tens of thousands of dollars, and his tongue tickled his lips. There's no point in riding in a limousine too much. Maybe there's something else waiting to be discovered in a cab? Yu Qing narrowed her eyes. Are you talking about you? The driver smiled a little lewdly. If you say so, then yes. Yu Qing didn't know where she got the interest to talk to him. In the past, she didn't even bother to look at this kind of person. It could be that the loneliness of the night was magnified, that she was so down and out that she needed this kind of person to justify her existence. With her head bowed in shallow thought, she absently wiggled her slender calves, watching the driver's eyes glaze over for a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Alumbo suddenly pull up behind the woman. The windows of the deeply obscure car were tightly closed, and before he could continue to probe, he saw the door suddenly open. The man was walking toward the woman he had accosted. Hey, who are you? Yu Yenshin's eyes were extremely heavy as he looked at him. Who would want to eat after eating mountains of delicacies? Toads wanting to eat swan meat should also have a measure. Get lost. The man couldn't say a word at once at the dislike. Lamborghini does look like compared to a cab. He was still trying to get into a relationship with this rich woman. There are still girls with such pretty bodies and hot bodies in the remote city. Alas and alack. Somewhat resentfully, he drove off, taking one step before he left. Yu Yenshin's face stank tight. He reached out and pulled Yu Qing's arm, forcing her to turn around and face him. You don't know him, what do you have to talk to him about? A sleazy man he could see through at a glance. Yu Qing felt that her eyes were also a little blurry when she looked at Yu Yenshin. Rubbing my eyes. It was still the same. Not cool. Isn't he still eating? Is it over? Yu Qing pulled her arm out unhappily. What does it matter to you who I talk to? I just talked to him. So what? The color of his eyes deepened in this night. What do you say to the kind of people who just want to sleep with you and covet your money? She frowned at once. I let him sleep with me? I gave him money? Even if it's none of your business if I've been cheated by him of money and sex, who are you to be mean to me? Chapter 152 Yu Qing. I didn't mean you. What do you mean it's none of his business if I'm cheated by him? What's this she's saying? The way you're standing on the curb right now is a flower waiting to be pinched in a man's eyes. And I have to wait for you to be pinched before I come and take care of you? Yu Qing looked at his face, blurred to the point where she could only capture his eyes that were so deep that they looked like they were on fire. Why are you being mean to her? What did she do wrong? Indescribable emotions surged to her heart. Yu Qing almost bit her lower lip and turned around. Just before turning around and walking out a few steps, He was pulled back directly by Yu Yenshin's arm. She was so skinny that Yu Yenshin even felt that he didn't use much strength at all, and she was just ripped into his arms. Thinking about this, his face sank even further. What are you doing? You let go of me. Yu Qing started struggling almost instantly. Yu Yenshin held down her arm with one hand, his low voice containing inexplicable danger. If you keep moving, I'm really going to do something. Yu Qing's mind was a bit foggy, staring blankly at his angular side face through the light of the street lamp. Yu Yenshin's eyes grew deeper and deeper as he looked at her, and almost without hesitation, he shoved her directly into the passenger side. Her head hit the car. Yu Qing hissed in pain. Yu Yenshin subconsciously stopped his pace and looked at her. Seeing that she didn't continue to say anything, he turned around and got into the driver's seat. Yu Qing glanced at Yu Yenshin with his remaining light. The man's face was so dark he could have been the bottom of a pot. Why is he angry? Shouldn't he be mad at her? Speechless, Yu Qing was almost getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and she was paralyzed in the passenger seat all by herself, with "I'm not happy" written all over her face. There was something strange about the atmosphere in the car. It was said to be saber-rattling, but it didn't really smell like gunpowder. It's not half as ambiguous as saying it's like glue. Yu Yenshin glanced at Yu Qing through the rearview mirror, his voice a little stiff and cold. To your house or mine? Yu Qing huffed and puffed as she looked out the window at the calm but dark river. To the little yellow river. Jump off and forget it, dog man. Yu Yenshin's hands that were cupping the steering wheel gave a start as he looked at Yu Qing. Are you drunk? It's not like her to say something like that. She could before. She definitely can't say the same now. Plus he'd seen her barely eat at the hot pot restaurant earlier, drinking fruit punch. Fruit wines are good but have a strong aftertaste. No, Yu Qing muttered. I just wanted to show you the view under the river. Drinking too much. Yu Yenshin almost instantly came to this conclusion in his heart. How dare you talk to that man when you're drunk and you're still 16 years old? Don't you know that people's hearts are dangerous? Why can't I chat with that man when I'm drunk? Yu Qing suddenly sat up straight on her limp body, her eyes hazy as she looked at Yu Yenshin. What are you doing out here if you don't comfortably eat hot pot? Just to be mean to me? I'm not being mean. Through the lights on the bridge, Yu Yenshin saw that Yu Qing's face was scarlet. What had been almost a torrent of anger subsided almost at once. Yu Qing didn't say anything and slumped back into the passenger seat. Yu Qing, I didn't mean you. I'm just worried about you, not being mean. Yu Qing hummed, soft and crispy, worried that if I'm abducted by another man, I won't be able to continue filming in the Eastern Palace, and that I'll get in some people's way, right? Or is it that you haven't even gotten to sleep with me yet, and you're not happy if I give it to someone who's been tricked into sleeping with me? Yu Qing, don't say anything. I don't. That's what you think. Chapter 153, Wanting to Kiss. Thick moonlight under the light of her eyes as bright as the moon but also covered with a layer of light clouds, scarlet like sunset red haze, the spirit of the unreal. Yu Yenshin retracted his eyes after a couple of glances, and instead of engaging in another fearless argument with her, he drove steadily and then turned at the intersection in front of him. Go to my house. Yu Qing didn't get a response from him for half a day and probably found it very boring, muttered and leaned back in the passenger seat and squinted her eyes. Her head was groggy, and she looked at that moon hanging in the sky like it was bending its eyes toward her. Her memories of her childhood were few and far between, mostly because there were really so few good ones. The only thing I remember is the year my mother tenderly held her on the swing in the back garden to look at the moon. From then on, she thought the moon was the gentlest thing, so she wanted to see the moon with her beloved. Yu Yenshin, she suddenly called out. The latter was driving and ignored her, just skimming over her, not saying a word at her groggy appearance. Yu Yenshin, not receiving a response. Yu Qing frowned her mouth in some displeasure. Yu Yenshin, Yu Yenshin, Yu Yenshin, why are you ignoring me? The man's demeanor was muted as he tackled the steering wheel with one hand and stared ahead. What do you want me to do with you? His voice was low and tight, his every word laced with emotions that were not present in the past. Just muttered Yu Qing. Yu Yenshin really obeyed her. And then? The night breeze was cool but gentle, and the people seemed to be gentle as well. Do you like looking at the moon? Yu Qing tilted her head and looked at the moon, her dark hair plastered to her face, as if the remaining snow on the ground was not as white as her skin. The moon doesn't look as good as you. His clear voice was low and tight. Yu Qing seemed to freeze for a moment as if he hadn't heard clearly, and then suddenly laughed. Yu Yenshin's angle only allowed him to see her curved, warm and cool side face, and the smile that brimmed almost instantly. How can the moon not look as good as me? That being said, there's probably no woman who doesn't like to hear compliments, probably because the ones prettier than you don't have your body, and the ones with a better body than you don't have your beauty. Yu Yenshin whispered. That's why Luna is ashamed of herself even when she sees you. He hadn't seen Yu Qing in those 4 years, and the only time he knew about him was when he went on a business trip abroad. In the daily newspaper, he saw the foreigner's description of Yu Qing. Only the peony is truly stunning, the first beauty in Asia. The ones who are prettier than her don't have her body, and the ones who are better than her don't have her body. Such a description was enough to keep him in mind until now. Yu Qing let out a low chuckle and did not speak again. Quietly, he leaned back against the cushions, quiet as if asleep. Yu Yenshin brought Yu Qing close to the house by the river, the one she had come to. When she got out of the car her legs were a little weak and she almost fell straight down on her back. It was Yu Yenshin who was quick to pull her back and then smoothly picked her up in a princess hug. Yu Qing was conscious even if he was slightly drunk. Almost subconsciously, she tried to push him away, and the latter locked both her hands. Pretty women have to love their feathers, and passers-by will be distressed if they fall and hurt themselves. This man, how come his speech is suddenly so nice? And even his voice sounds a lot better. Yu Qing didn't struggle anymore and obediently nestled in his warm embrace. The faint smell of tobacco, the familiar feeling of security. Yu Yenshin looked down at her, the color of his eyes growing deeper. Want to kiss? Chapter 154. But when she actually saw Yu Yenshin hugging that woman, her heart was still numb to the point of suffocation. The moment Yu Qing looked up she happened to meet Yu Yenshin's line of sight and she froze for 2 seconds, then frowned as he watched. What are you looking at? She stomped her leg twice in displeasure. My feet hurt, help me with my heels. That chivalrous tone, the bias was still very much in his favor. Yu Yenshin took off the high heels on her feet and picked them up with one hand by carrying the coiled belt in the back. She seemed to be very partial to silver and white, and she wore silver and white heels in many of the meetings she remembered. Some of them were trompe-l'oeil on top, and this one was adorned with twinkling star points that matched her white insteps beautifully. Seeing that he was still obedient, Yu Qing gave a low hum and nestled in his arms without saying anything else. Got on the elevator, which was supposed to have a few other people in it. They were shocked to see Yu Yenshin. Seeing him again with a woman in his arms and a woman's high heels in his hand, his eyes fell out of his head. Mr. You, what a coincidence. Mr. You just got off work at this time, right? Yu Yenshin faintly swept a glance at them. Yes, coincidentally. And then without moving, he shoved half of Yu Qing's face into his suit jacket, at least so that the people around him couldn't see her face clearly. With a sudden blackness in front of his eyes and unable to breathe, Yu Qing reached out to lift his clothes off. Yu Yenshin grabbed her hand and held it down. Do as you're told and don't move. The unknown passers-by inside the elevator glanced at each other, both seeing the emotions they wanted to see in each other's eyes. True life. What are you doing? Yu Qing didn't struggle anymore after all, her tone a bit muffled. You're too pretty to want anyone else to see. Yu Qing, that's a bit of a level-headed statement. Unknown passerby, they don't want to see it. Fake. With everyone on their own mind, the elevator finally reached the floor Yu Yenshin was going down to. Seeing him turn away, he let out a long, silent sigh. When did this Yu Yenshin have a girlfriend? I'm so shocked. It's unbelievable. He also gave that woman a shoe lift, didn't you see? Sure enough, big presidents all meet their true love and then vow to pamper them for the rest of their lives. I'm envious. In the corner of the elevator, the woman's brow was lowered. The hands that fell to the sides of her wraparound skirt were clenched tightly. Tang Yi is her best friend, so she doesn't compete with her for men. Even if she leaves, she doesn't do that kind of thing. But when she actually saw Yu Yenshin hugging that woman, her heart was still numb to the point of suffocation. The moment the door was pushed open, the light sensed and the entire room was covered in bright lights as well. Yu Yenshin placed Yu Qing on the sofa, his suit casually placed to one side. Yu Qing blinked her eyes and looked at the surroundings. The more familiar she looked, before finally remembering that she had been here before. Why don't you take me to your other house that I haven't been to? She still wanted to see how many buildings she could clock. I'm not in real estate, and I don't need so many houses to hide women from the lady of the house. The house is just these few. Yu Yenshin looked at her, his eyes touched her bare feet and still frowned. Turning around, he brought her a brand new pair of slippers. Put them on. Yu Qing glanced at the lady's slippers and, with an oh-so-sweet sigh, put them on. She stood up, her body seeming to sway a bit, and looked in all directions. I didn't take much of a look around Yu Yenshin's home last time I was here, so I'm going to take a good look this time. Chapter 155. Do you want something to happen with me too? Kitchen, toilet, study, formulaic cold and hard, absolutely black and white. Yu Qing circled around, felt bored, and held the wall and came out. You have no aesthetics. Your home is decorated like a model home. Nope, model homes at least have a bit of decoration. Your home has nothing, or even say, not quite like a home. It's like a temporary resting place, so there's no need for multiple decorations. The look of having a bed, couch, and all the daily necessities would be enough. Yu Yenshin didn't deny it. He poured Yu Qing a cup of warm honey water while she was wandering around. It was somewhat useful to sober up and also prevented her from waking up in the morning feeling like she had a headache. Drink this first, then check the bedroom. You didn't look in the bedroom. Yu Qing sniffed the stuff and drank it as she found it quite sweet. After drinking, she turned around and went to Yu Yenshin's bedroom. It's the same as it was the last time she was here. It's no fun. Spinning around just about ready to leave. Her eyes touched a spot and she blinked. Walking over. After Yu Qing went into the bedroom, Yu Yenshin answered a phone call. After the call was answered, he came back and saw Yu Qing sitting on the floor wearing high heels. What are you doing? He frowned subconsciously and took 3 or 2 steps. Walked over to see this little girl all red. Seeing him come over, Yu Qing gritted her teeth and slammed out 2 words. Scum! Yu Yenshin's complexion gave a start as he subconsciously raised his eyebrows. How am I a scumbag again? Associated with the fact that she had just gone to the bedroom. What did you see when you went to the bedroom? Yu Qing gritted her teeth and didn't say anything, clearly not having much of an expression, favorably making people feel as if she was puffing up at the moment. At least let me explain? Yu Yenshin didn't move to block the door in front of her, and incidentally blocked her path to leave. Yu Qing half sat on the ground, leaning back to look at the man in front of her. The more I thought about what I had just seen in the bedroom, the angrier I got. You have a woman at home and you bring me to your house. What are you if not a scumbag? Since when do I have a woman in my house? Yu Qing bit her lower lip. I saw it. The bedroom was full of women's clothes, and other things. All sorts of nice clothes and high heels and intimate clothing, clearly living together. This man had one at home and brought her home. Iron scumbag. Yu Yenshin looked as if he was surprised to hear her words. A touch of consternation swept across the bottom of his eyes. You saw it? Yu Qing saw this reaction of his almost directly nailed him on the caseboard called scum, abruptly stood up, and before his body could even stand still, he pushed him away to leave. Even standing up, she still only came up to his shoulders. Yu Yenshin lowered his eyes to look at her, only to feel that her eyes that contained anger were much brighter and brighter than the moon outside the window could be. A shallow smile, almost imperceptible, swept across his dark eyes. I brought you to my house just because I was afraid that you didn't have any sobriety pills at home or ingredients to make dinner. Nothing else. He reached out and caught Yu Qing's slender elbow. May I ask MS? Are you so angry right now? Are you jealous because you think I have a woman's clothes at home? Or do you think that I brought you home because I want to make something happen with you? But there are other women's clothes at my home, which is insulting to you. I'm not jealous, Yu Qing retorted almost instantly. Yu Yenshin raised an eyebrow as he backhanded Yu Qing and knocked her arm against the wall on one side, bringing her body against the wall with him. Stepping closer, the tip of his nose was almost near her forehead. Really? So it's because you think I brought you home because I want to have something with you? Since you thought of that level and still came home with me, is it that you wanted something to happen with me too in your mind? Chapter 156. The beautiful woman was in front of his eyes, like a ripe peach waiting to be picked. Maybe the atmosphere was too ambiguous for one's mind to turn around. Maybe it was the eyes of the person in front of him that were too soul-stirring. Yu Qing tilted her head a little out of her mind and looked at him, not saying anything for half a second. The curve of her slightly raised head revealed her white neck and the light beneath it, her deep brown eyes a mesmerizing light. Her crimson lips were as luscious as a rose blooming in the morning, and she, herself, was a sight to behold. Yu Yenshin looked down at her, so close that it was distracting. His gaze seemed to fall on her lips, and the color of his eyes deepened. The eyes were too direct, causing Yu Qing to subconsciously bite her lip. Someone said earlier that a woman is at her most beautiful. It's when the well-behaved and restless bite their lips. The former makes one's bones itch, and the latter makes one's protectiveness for women boil over. Yu Qing's mere subconscious movement caused Yu Yenshin's eyes to sink and sink. He's a man, normal male, beautiful woman in front of him. The distance slowly approached, and his burning breath sprayed Yu Qing's face, making her feel like the pores on her face were burning, whether it was the alcohol or the biological collision of female and male hormones. In short, she actually wanted to close her eyes, but the moment those lips came up, she suddenly opened her eyes and jerked her head toward this side. Cool kisses were pressed against the smooth side of her face. Yu Yenshin seemed like he didn't expect her to suddenly dodge. After a few seconds of silence, TCH gave a cry. What's going on? Aren't you drunk? You don't give kisses when you're drunk. It's really not cute. Yu Qing felt a certain nerve inside his brain violently, searingly throbbing, almost out of control. She reached out and pushed Yu Yenshin away, but her head sank, and Yu Yenshin's arm caught her steadily on one side. The man's voice was close at hand. You've had too much to drink, so don't wander off. Lay down on the couch. Sit in the dining room chair all you want. I'm not drunk. Yu Yenshin let out a low chuckle as the vibrations within her chest traveled up her arm. Yes, you're not drunk, just accidentally weak in the knees, so don't wander off. Yu Qing didn't say anything else, rubbed his inflamed temples, and immediately walked to one side of the dining table to sit down. My head was swollen, like every nerve was filled with water, and it was uncomfortably tight. Not long after she sat down, Yu Yenshin threw her something. She caught it in her hand, a little puzzled. Play it if you're bored. Secretary Su usually plays it. Yu Qing looked at what was in his hands, staring. 1 second, 2 seconds, It took her a moment to realize that she was holding a cell phone inside her hand. The cell phone was on and was running a game. A pretty little girl standing in a cell phone. It's familiar. She blinked and casually pressed it twice, and the little girl inside the screen suddenly opened her mouth. Welcome to the world of shining warmth. Yu Qing. She knew about Marvel warmers, and when a shining warmer came out, Secretary Su usually plays with this? Yu Qing hesitated and looked at Yu Yenshin. The latter raised an eyebrow. I saw that's what he plays when he's groping for fish at work, and put one down for you. Don't you like it? Yu Qing looked at the cell phone inside his hand in silence, suddenly feeling an illusion of being unable to start games that she played occasionally when she was bored. No, she whispered before she started holding her phone and tapping the screen. Chapter 157. Is really enough? Maybe the atmosphere was too ambiguous for one's mind to turn around. Maybe it was the eyes of the person in front of him that were too soul-stirring. Yu Qing tilted her head a little out of her mind and looked at him, not saying anything for half a second. The slight arc of her head revealed her pale neck and the territory beneath it, her dark brown eyes a misty light. Yu Yenshin looked down at her, so close that it was distracting. His gaze seemed to fall on her lips, and the color of his eyes deepened. The eyes were too direct, causing Yu Qing to subconsciously bite her lip. It has been said before that the most beautiful time for a woman, besides when she is wearing a white shirt, is when she is well behaved but uneasily biting her lip. The former makes one's bones itch, and the latter makes one's protectiveness towards women instantly rage. Yu Qing's mere subconscious movement made the string inside Yu Yenshin's brain tense up. He's a man, normal male, beautiful woman in front of him. The distance slowly approached, and his burning breath sprayed Yu Qing's face, making her feel like the pores on her face were burning, whether it was the alcohol or the biological collision of female and male hormones. In short, she actually wanted to close her eyes, but the moment those lips came up, she suddenly opened her eyes and jerked her head toward this side. Cool kisses were pressed against the smooth side of her face. Yu Yenshin seemed like he didn't expect her to suddenly dodge. After a few seconds of silence, TCH gave a cry. What's going on? Aren't you drunk? You don't give kisses when you're drunk. It's really not cute. Yu Qing felt a certain nerve inside his brain violently, searingly throbbing, almost out of control. She reached out and pushed Yu Yenshin away, but her head sank, and Yu Yenshin's arm caught her steadily on one side. The man's voice was close at hand. You've had too much to drink, so don't wander off. Lay down on the couch. Sit in the dining room chair all you want. I'm not drunk. Yu Yenshin let out a low chuckle as the vibrations within her chest traveled up her arm. Yes, you're not drunk, just accidentally weak in the knees, so don't wander off. Yu Qing didn't say anything else, rubbed his inflamed temples, and immediately walked to one side of the dining table to sit down. My head was swollen, like every nerve was filled with water, and it was uncomfortably tight. Not long after she sat down, Yu Yenshin threw her something. She caught it in her hand, a little puzzled. Play it if you're bored. Secretary Su usually plays it. Yu Qing looked at what was in his hands, staring. 1 second, 2 seconds. It took her a moment to realize that she was holding a cell phone inside her hand. The cell phone was on and was running a game. A pretty little girl standing in a cell phone. It's familiar. She blinked and casually pressed it twice, and the little girl inside the screen suddenly opened her mouth. Welcome to the world of shining warmth. Yu Qing. She knew about Marvel warmers, and when a shining warmer came out, Secretary Su usually plays with this? Yu Qing hesitated and looked at Yu Yenshin. The latter raised an eyebrow. I saw that's what he plays when he's groping for fish at work, and put one down for you. Don't you like it? Yu Qing looked at the cell phone inside his hand in silence, suddenly feeling an illusion of being unable to start games that she played occasionally when she was bored. No, she whispered before she started holding her phone and tapping the screen. Yu Qing hugged his phone as he went through the newbie quests, and as he played, he suddenly realized something. Isn't she leaving? What's with the woman's clothes inside Yu Yenshin's bedroom? She had somehow been shoved here to play a game without even figuring it out? Scumbag! She put down her cell phone almost instantly at the thought. Yu Yenshin! That man had run off somewhere when she was placed here to play the game, and Yu Qing suspected that he must have gone to hide the woman's clothes. She's seen it all. What's the point of hiding it? When she saw Yu Yenshin come out from inside the kitchen, her expression slightly stalled. Shout at me? His voice was a little husky low. Yu Qing blinked. What did you do? Is it hard to take a shower in the kitchen? Yu Yenshin raised his eyebrows at her, a flash of playfulness within his deep brows. Yu Qing didn't say anything, suddenly remembering what he had just said, that her home didn't have ingredients that could be used to make dinner and sobering soup, which was why he had brought her to his home. So he's cooking. Oh, cooking. Oh, she looked at her phone a little confused. What did he just want to ask? The woman thing. Forget it. Ask when he's done. Yu Yenshin looked at her. What's wrong with you suddenly calling out to me? Yu Qing looked at the game in her hands. Nothing. Just suddenly popped up an interface that let me charge diamonds, shouting at me to charge money. I want to charge $6. I have cash in my bag. $6 first flush, that dress is kinda nice. Bye. Only charging $6? Yu Yenshin frowned and walked up to look at the interface in her hand. Then, without hesitation, click on that 648 option. The speed was so fast that Yu Qing looked at the diamonds and fell into silence. She only charged $6 and that was it. Where was she going to get that much money to smash the game? She hasn't even 648 a set of clothes yet, and she's buying that expensive for a producer? Blocking what? Yu Yenshin frowned when he saw her suddenly cover half of the cell phone screen. Bring it over. Perhaps his tone was a bit fierce. This was still his cell phone in the end. Yu Qing gave it to him with some fondness, so she witnessed the scene of Yu Yenshin charging a dozen 648 in a row. Surprisingly, she didn't know what to say, and could only watch his movements in awe. Truly, trenchless. Enough? Not enough? Charge some more? It's only a 648 option. How convenient is it to add an extra zero? That's enough. Stop rushing. Any more rushing and she's going to take her clothes off here today. Yu Yenshin scrutinized her expression to confirm that she really felt that enough was enough before returning the phone to her. If you still want to charge it, just charge it. The payment code is 0305. Is really enough? Yu Yenshin didn't say anything else and turned around to go to the kitchen. Yu Qing was left to stare at the skyrocketing number of diamonds in disbelief. She's only a 7th grader. Thinking back to that payment code he just said, 0305. Very strange words. Not his name or her birthday. Maybe it's someone else's. Yu Qing just thought about it for a while and then lowered his head to play the game. This is the kind of game where the real kryptonite gives all the clothes you can buy, but instead it's not that fun. After playing for a while he felt disinterested and held onto the wall and brought his bag over, counting the few dollars in it and preparing to pay. Yu Yenshin might have been the trustee of this game, purposely pitting her for money. Although Yu Qing had drunk too much, she wasn't the drunken type. She was actually quite sober, just a little sluggish and transiently confused. Chapter 158. What are you looking at? You want to kiss me again? So spend his money to give it to him. That she still remembered. So Yu Yenshin came out of the kitchen with his dinner plate, and what he saw was Yu Qing giving the brightly colored RMBs in a row on the table. Red wiggle. He narrowed his eyes minutely and imperceptibly, a flicker of playfulness in them. What? Whoring money? Ching Chang. If you want to do that kind of thing to me I might be able to grudgingly oblige you. No need to be like this. It's too foreign to talk about money. Yu Qing looked at him in a serious manner. I played that game. How much did you charge I have to give you? Yu Yenshin really didn't think about that little bit of money she was thinking of giving him. Should I say she knows too much about being clear with men about money? Or is she too outgoing for her own good? The dinner plate was placed on the table and he casually picked up the cell phone that was sitting on one side. Just give it to Secretary Su to play with. As a gift from me to him. Put your money away, or I'll pad the porridge. Yu Qing almost instantly put away the RMB she had placed on the table with one hand, so fast that Yu Yenshin was stunned for a moment. You're short of money? Yu Qing hugged the money. Doesn't anyone lack money? Yu Yenxian pondered without saying anything. Actually, what he's trying to say is, he's not short of money at all, and has so much money that he doesn't know where to spend it. So he's created a number of charitable groups to support various people in poor areas or hardscrabble students. You can call me if you're short of money. Yu Qing only thought that he was being polite to himself and nodded with a couple of hums. So she didn't actually know right now that Yu Yenshin didn't say anything about the scene. In the near future, Yu Yenshin fulfills his words. She was, at that time, the highest-priced woman in Remote City, with the most intimidating conglomerate in Remote City sitting behind her. That group, it's hers alone. The marble table was set with warm honey porridge and a series of light dishes. This was the second time Yu Qing admired Yu Yenshin. The first time was when he cooked for the first time. Did you learn to cook on purpose? She bit the spoon in her mouth and opened her mouth vaguely. Yu Yenshin barely moved his chopsticks, and when he heard Yu Qing's question, he calmly replied, no. Oh, that's just talent. This man really is God's favorite, carrying all sorts of halos and born with all sorts of talents. Jealousy, envy. Yu Qing pecked at the kanji in small bites as Yu Yenshin looked at her with deep and warm brows, glancing at him in between her meals. She happened to meet his dark gaze, and her heartstrings felt like they had been touched by an unknown object. She froze, and then quickly looked down to eat. Yu Yenshin witnessed the change in her expression, and the corners of his lips ticked in a fine, unnoticeable manner. He might prefer to lay a dragnet, inch by inch, wrapped around her, than express and pour out his emotions. Yu Qing unconsciously finished the bowl of porridge, and only after finishing it did she feel a little hot and spat out her tongue. Even if she ate quickly, she gave off a ladylike and civilized look, manners and etiquette that had been practiced since she was a child. If it wasn't for those 4 years, she might now be the white moonlight in the hearts of the various rich families in the remote city, the kind that everyone would want to marry at their doorsteps. Yu Yenshin actually had a nasty thought at this moment. Luckily, he had those 4 years to become who he is now. Then, step by step, approach her, get closer to her. Even if he wasn't exactly sure what he wanted right now, he didn't want her to be targeted by so many people. Being a little hairy from his look, Yu Qing raised her head. What are you looking at? You want to kiss me again? Chapter 159, Yu Qing, what are you in a temper for? Yu Yanchen raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He fell back on barely concealing his pure feelings. Well, so you're going to slap me again? Last time that slap hit him a night did not sleep much. The little girl seems to be a delicate body, soft and tender, really down to no mercy at all. Yu Qing coldly grunted and skimmed the bowl and spoon in her hand. I'm full, she muttered and turned around shakily, holding onto the wall and plopped down on the side couch. Yu Yanchen looked at her, clearly noticing the change in her mood. Somewhat puzzled, he frowned. Had he said the wrong thing? Should I say I don't want to kiss? Wouldn't that be a disguised denial of her charms? He raised his steps to Yu Qing's eyes and reached out to turn off the harsh lights, leaving only a dark lamp in the living room to illuminate the surrounding area, leaving a sizable field of vision, and then bent down and rubbed Yu Qing's soft black hair. Yu Qing, just finished eating, don't lie down. Get up. Yu Qing shook his arm as if he was extremely displeased, indicating his reluctance. Not getting up? Yu Yanchen raised an eyebrow, his eyes softening a corner of cold ice. No. The man tugged his lips playfully. Well, is it so I can carry you up? No. You're pouting? No. The little girl sprawled on the couch looking out the large floor-to-ceiling windows at the pomp and circumstance, her little white face filled with silence and displeasure. Yu Yanchen was a bit spoiled by her not. Just say no, I can't understand you. First in language has always been you, not me. Yu Qing grunted. No means no. Where's the meaning? She rested her cheeks in silence, holding her tongue for half a second. Are you men nice to a woman just because of her skin? Yu Yanchen thought Yu Qing would say something about being dizzy and not wanting to move, being too full to sit lazily, or explain his emotional unhappiness. The fact that she suddenly came out with this kinda confused him a bit, and his hesitation fell into Yu Qing's eyes at this moment, and it directly turned into. She felt out what was going on in his mind, and he was trying to find ways to hide it. I knew it. You're a scumbag. It was, it is, and it will surely be. Scumbag, iron scumbag, lying about feelings and sex and people. Why do you keep saying that I am a scum? Yu Yanchen's line of sight could only see the top of Yu Qing's head. He simply leaned down and half squatted on her side. You're just angry because you suspect that I'm treating you well because of your skin and I want to sleep with you? Yu Qing stared blankly into Yu Yanchen's eyes. He was actually quite nice to her, but it made her feel no emotion whatsoever. He was surrounded by people and things that were new to her, and these 4 missing years and the events of 4 years ago. She's so insecure. Her eyebrows unconsciously drooped. You brought me to your house. You have other women's clothes in your house. Yu Yanchen reached out and touched her fair and warm earlobes, his voice low and deep. You're unhappy because of this? Yu Qing puffed out her cheeks, and before she could say anything, the latter picked her up from the sofa in a horizontal hug. With such abruptness, she subconsciously hugged his neck tightly. What are you doing? Yu Yanchen didn't say anything and pushed open the bedroom door with one hand, took those clothes out under Yu Qing's gaze. All the new winter styles of all the brands you love to wear. It's also your favorite color and type. I don't know anything about intimate clothes. I picked the most expensive and best ones to buy. Yu Qing, what's with the tantrum? Chapter 160, long time no see. I didn't lose my temper, muttered Yu Qing in a small voice as her eyes retracted from those things. She was just, suddenly uncomfortable inside. She didn't know why she was uncomfortable. Don't keep puffing out your cheeks if you're not in a temper. Yu Yanchen reached out and pinched Yu Qing's collagen-filled face. The last time you came to my house and said you didn't have any clothes to wear, I had Secretary Sue prepare them, thinking that you'd come back sooner or later. There are no other women in the house, only you, a female, have come. Stop it. Ha! Yu Qing was blocked and didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She had always known that if Yu Yanchen was willing to spoil a woman, then she must be the happiest person in the world. But never did I think that such a distinction might fall on my own head. It hit her a little too hard to react, and she was dizzy, even suspecting that it's a sham. Take a shower and go to bed if you don't feel well. You've had too much fruit wine tonight. It's quite good to get an early night. Yu Qing looked at his handsome and somewhat illusory side face with some confusion. What a? It had the feeling that it would break at any moment. Maybe it had been too long since she'd gotten that kind of warmth. That's why it's so cautious and timid. She swept her gaze from those clothes before retracting it. The word was spat out faintly. Good. Yu Qing slept in the guest room during the night, and Yu Yanchen couldn't argue with her, so he went along with her. She inhaled the unfamiliar scent, getting a bit of a sense of belonging after a long time. The next day, early morning, Yu Qing woke up from his sleep, only to feel a momentary headache. It was the aftermath of a hangover, and she had been suffering from such pain for some time. Then, not wanting to torture myself, I quit drinking. She kept her eyes open at the unfamiliarity in front of her and rested for a moment, waiting for the intense uncomfortable feeling to subside before dragging her somewhat heavy body out of bed. Outside the door, the living room, so big everything was empty. She frowned subconsciously and reached up to run a hand through her somewhat disheveled hair. "Yu Yenshin?" The voice was a husky one that she herself was a little dismayed by. Her call did not receive the response it deserved, and Yu Qing was silent for a while. A rush of unspeakable emotions came over her, as if everything yesterday had really been a dream and a delusion on her part. She was so afflicted that she was frightened by the wind, forcibly suppressing the complex and heavy emotions in her heart. She went to wash up first. When she finished washing up and came out, she found that there was an extra person in Yu Yenshin's house. "Hey, Miss Yu, long time no see?" Looking at the long-lost secretary Su, Yu Qing narrowed his eyes minutely and unnoticeably. "Well, it's been a long time." She poured a cup of warm water and drank it, then raised her light brows to look at the somewhat restrained secretary Su. "Why are you here? Where is Yu Yenshin?" Secretary Su blushed and scratched his head. "Isn't Mr. Yu gone for something? Letting me come to bring you breakfast, saying that you drank too much yesterday, specially letting me prepare a light one." Yu Qing gave a thoughtful "oh." "What did he do? Not even say hello?" Secretary Su shook her head. "I'm not the only secretary for Mr. Yu. I'm not too sure about many of his things. Yu, you'd better eat first, it will get cold in a while." Yu Qing quietly looked at him twice and sat down, looking at the sumptuous breakfast. "Suddenly I have little appetite." Hastily moving his chopsticks, he put them down. Chapter 161 Why should I make a fool of myself? Secretary Su looked at Yu Qing cautiously. "What's wrong, Miss Yu? Is the food not to your liking? Or what's wrong?" Eulist looked at Secretary Su with his hand on his cheek. "Not hungry, don't want to eat." Secretary Su blinked. "Is it a bad mood? Looking at you, you don't seem very happy." "I don't know." She'd actually been feeling rather pretentious, inexplicably in a bad mood, inexplicably unable to live, and the depression and anxiety that caught her off guard, probably all because she's so pretentious. Secretary Su's mind turned 1,000 times as she carefully spoke. "Is it because of those negative remarks about you on the internet?" He had actually always known that Yu Qing was an actor and a star, but not quite hot yet. But with Mr. Yu around, she's sure to catch fire. Plus Miss Yu has a good personality and is pretty. As a result, he went on Weibo and stumbled upon Yu Qing being cursed into a sieve. Those comments are simply vicious and not human. And when you click on the accounts of the people who speak viciously, it's all ages in there. He felt that a girl like Ms. Yu would definitely be upset by those comments. Yu Qing skimmed the corners of her lips and faintly said, "I turned off the microblogging alerts. It would be better not to look at it if I'm not happy." "Also," said Secretary Su, pursing her lips with some caution, "but, actually, if you're being scolded hard, you can tell Mr. Yu, those little things, Mr. You can fix them with a single word. How could he let you be scolded so hard to watch?" Sometimes, a woman has to utilize a woman's own advantages. There's no need to be too strong. Secretary Su's words like this really attracted Yu Qing's attention. She looked down and fiddled with the silver chopsticks, somewhat absently, and as if she was lost in thought about something. "I know about KR's foray into the entertainment industry, and likewise about his signing of MS. Her voice was clear and light, but it made Secretary Su tighten her breathing. "Do you think Yu Yenshin would not know about me being scolded? It involves his artists. Would he not know about it? It just so happens that last night, he was having dinner alone with Ms. Anne's manager, Sister Hong. You tell me. He was chatting with Sister Hong about something over dinner." It was clearly not an aggressive tone, favoring the tightening of Secretary Su's throat. "Mr. Yu, he might just have something to talk about with that agent? Well, talk about Enru's future in future. And by the way, think about how to make Enru maximize the benefits to his company." As she thought about it, Yu Yenshin was probably only able to talk about this with Sister Hong, and nothing else. Even she sometimes wondered if there were any KR-bot mercenaries among those who scolded her. Tens of thousands of people have called her names. Is she so tenuous that she has angered so many people? "Mr. Yu won't hurt you." Secretary Su's voice gradually weakened. Yu Qing swept him a glance. "Maybe, he may not have hurt me, but he didn't help me either." She told herself so. Yu Yenshin is a businessman. Anything that touches and damages his interests he will by and large not do. He wants to build a persona for Anju, and he wants heat. Naturally, someone has to be a stepping stone for Anju. Perhaps she was the right stepping stone? "Have you told Mr. Yu what you need help with? Why should I humiliate myself?" Yu Qing raised her eyes to meet Secretary Su's line of sight. Chapter 162 That little one was known by Mr. Yu and spent money to steal the child from you? Secretary Su was almost speechless by the look. He also didn't understand what path Yu Yenshin was taking. Yu Yenshin in the shopping mall for his own interests can almost be described by the words cold-blooded and ruthless. But which of the young ascendants is not more ruthless than the other? But it's not just his self-interest that's at stake anymore. There's also Ms. Yu, isn't there? Yu Yenshin is really prepared to step on Miss Yu to send and Ru up? This ing is really quite excessive. Acting like you're chasing people while stepping on them behind their backs watching her. A poor little girl. Get yelled at. Well, Yu Qing suddenly stood up and missed Secretary Su's shoulder towards the guest room. As for me, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I'm just picking up where you left off, so you can just take it as me casually chatting with you. You are Yu Yenshin's secretary. You can't say anything bad about him. I understand. The conversation we had today. You don't need to tell him either. He must have it all in his heart. She had sobered up and her reasoning and thought seemed a little calmer than before. Burying that uncontrollable emotion towards Yu Yenshin, she was able to watch the big picture quite calmly, including where everyone is going, every move. Secretary Su had never felt that talking to a woman could actually be so tiring. He was a woman's friend among women, and his back exploded with sweat at these few words from Yu Qing. It's worthy of being the woman Mr. Yu has his eye on. Boing boing. Tearfully, he cleaned up the barely touched breakfast on the table, thinking that it would be good to go back and sell it at a high price to Chang at the next table. Yu Qing changed her clothes, without pity, and chose the best looking one from those prepared by Yu Yenshin, then walked out, looking to Secretary Su. Come along. Secretary Su felt like she was now facing an ancient imperial concubine, a particularly favored and spicy species, and noble, and murderous imperial concubine, and he, the hottest little Suzuki around the emperor. The emperor and the imperial consort are at odds, and he has to meet with them both inside and out. LOL. There's no need to follow me. I called my agent to come pick me up. Yu Qing swept a glance at Secretary Su who had a bitter look on her face. Secretary Su cheered in her heart, but on the surface, she showed a regretful expression. Imperial nobility. Bah, that would be a shame Miss Yu. I'll take my first step. Yu Qing didn't pay much attention to the two words that slipped out of his mouth in his sentence, and it wasn't long before Ruan Xiu came to pick her up in his work truck. Looking away from the ugly-looking car, she narrowed her eyes. When he got into the car, Ruan Xiu hadn't had time to gossip before he heard Yu Qing say as if he were a god from heaven. Go to the fours, buy a car. When did you buy the lottery ticket? How do I not know? Or you went to the dragon bed last night Mr. Yu's big hand left a sky-high check on the bed. Are not both, but you left 4 years ago with a small one in your arms, and 4 years later you returned arrogantly. That small one was known by Mr. Yu, and spent money to steal the child with you? Yu Qing, you shut up and drive your car and talk less. Nguyen tearfully gritted her teeth. You've given so much for me to be able to get into a better driver's seat. I told you to shut up and stop talking. Nguyen finally stopped making a show of talking. Yu Qing had a car in his sights before, and now that he had a bit of advance film pay in his hand, he just swiped his card to buy a car. When he picked up the car, Nguyen seemed to be in a dream. Ching, why do you suddenly want to buy a car? Chapter 163, did you really want to kill her or scare her? If you want to continue traveling around the remote city in your van, then just pretend that I didn't buy a car. Yu Qing looked down at the expenditure information inside her cell phone. She was so dashing when she bought it, but now she just wanted to be silent. Nguyen decisively clung to the steering wheel without letting go. Getting in a new car just makes you feel elevated as a whole person. After driving and traveling for a while, Yu Qing's phone received a message. Mr. Yu, going out? 3 simple words. Yu Qing's gaze paused on them for a while before withdrawing his eyes. Who sent the message? Aren't you going to reply? Ruan Xiu quietly glanced at Yu Qing. Double 11 is coming up. Taobao merchants sent it. Sure you want it back? Nguyen. She silently muttered in the bottom of her heart. How Yu Qing's expression does not look like reading the information sent by Taobao merchants. Yu Qing didn't reply to Yu Yenshin's message, and he didn't continue to send it over. There wasn't much work today, and it wobbled into the evening. In the evening, Ruan Xiu drove his car and Yu Qing to the bridge to catch some wind. Modern people's pressure is infinite. If you do not want to find ways to relax their tense thoughts, the higher the pressure stacked, and finally crushed only themselves. Yu Qing lit a cigarette and leaned leisurely against the bridge. Below the bridge is the blackness and the calm but dark river. She had her back to all that, and the wind whistled past, ruffling her long, curling, silky hair, attracting frequent glances from the passers-by strolling around the neighborhood. There was no shortage of beautiful women in remote city. What was lacking was the ones with temperament and aura. And temperament is superimposed by the things one has experienced and the books one has read. Young, beautiful women are rarely found, but Yu Qing is an exception. It would be nice to be like this for the rest of my life. She didn't have much ambition for money, status, etc. But for some reason she had to fall into the dirt. In fact, she's a little tired and content with blowing off steam. 3 full meals, and being able to sleep well. Ruanqiu laughed and gave her a look. You're still so young. Why do you have the mind of a dying old man? This won't do. Yu Qing took a drag on his cigarette, then lightly exhaled. Beautiful and cool, lonely and arrogant. For her life, calm as rare. And after that, just like the river, dark tide. After a simple dinner, Yu Qing returned home with Ruanqiu. The car had just stopped, and Yu Qing was looking down and organizing her clothes in preparation for getting out of the car. And in this instant, I don't know where to fly over a piece of brick, even so straight toward her car window smashed over. She didn't know where she sensed the danger and subconsciously raised her head. And so, witnessing the brick smashing over, she didn't even have time to react before she saw the car glass in front of her, little by little, shattering in the shape of a spider's web. There was a thud so loud it made her heart stutter. Ching Chang. Ruanqiu was the first to react, as it wasn't the driver's side glass that was smashed, and she looked at Yu Qing in shock. Bricks still stained with dirt and dirty water smashed down like that mixed with broken car glass. Are you hurt? Ruanqiu hurriedly loosened her seatbelt and looked at Yu Qing hastily. Yu Qing was silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. Before half a second passed, she whispered, "Call the police." It was so close to the brick breaking through the glass and hitting her in the head, or the bridge of her nose. This has been egregiously malicious and hurtful. Who had she, lately, offended that made that person use such tactics against her? Did he really want to kill her? Or did he scare her? Chapter 164, help me check if Lian Jinchang has been released from prison. I'm afraid he'll come to take revenge on me. Police Department. Yu Qing briefly reported the case and then filed it after undergoing a series of questioning. The law and order in remote city had always been very good, and something like this happening couldn't help but make people take it seriously. The location of the crime was circled and the security and property of the neighborhood came to apologize in various ways. Yu Qing didn't give them a hard time. If someone really wanted to lay hands on her, there were too many ways to defend against them. If you have another place to stay, I suggest that you don't live around this villa for now. No suspects have been identified yet, and there are still hidden dangers to your safety. Yu Qing looked at the JC in front of her and nodded after a moment of silence. Thank you, please, I hope I can find that person soon. JC sighed mentally as he looked at the beautiful, independent woman in front of him. It's a world where pretty women have always faced all kinds of malice. Yes, we'll definitely do everything we can to find out who that person is the fastest possible. Yu Qing nodded and didn't say anything else. She glanced at the car she just bought, which wasn't even insured yet. It's bad luck. Ruanqiu was out to the side, seeing Yu Qing and JC's conversation end before she walked up. We haven't offended anyone lately. What kind of person would actually want to kill you? I can't figure that out. If we can figure it out, what do we need the police for? Yu Qing sure stood up and looked out the window at the already dark sky. Alright, we little citizens can't do much. I believe in JC. They said they will give me an answer within 3 days. Trust them. Nguyen thought about this. So where are we staying now? It might be more dangerous for me to stay in a hotel than at home if I'm really being watched. Maybe the hotel gets snuck in the middle of the night, or is rigged with pinhole cameras or something we don't know about, and the house is at least a little safer. I mean, how about going to Mr. Yu Qing glanced at her. This little matter. There's no need. 4 years ago, her family bankruptcy that burst, all kinds of debtors to find the door. She was 17 or 18, did not dare to go out, starved for 2 days waiting for the debtors are gone, only to go to find Yu Yenshin. Yu Yenshin also did accept her. But then, didn't he tell his brothers that she was annoying as hell? There are some people who can only share the good and not the bad. Ruanqiu thought about it and it really wasn't a big deal. It was probably because he had stayed with Yu Qing for a long time and was becoming more and more open-minded about life. I'm lucky to get it and I'm lucky to lose it. What's meant to be is meant to be, and you can't run away from it. Took a cab home and it was like nothing had happened, except for the parking space outside the door that was circled. Yu Qing heated up some instant night snacks, gave one to Ruanqiu, and went to take a shower himself. By the time she got out of the shower and wiped her hair, Nguyen had already gone to bed. She turned and sat down on the couch, looking through the window at the quiet, dark surroundings. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't scared of what had happened before, and she was still more or less in shock. Leaning her face against the couch with her elbows pinned to it, she pondered quietly, is that him? At this point in time, it's not impossible for him to get out early if he does well inside the prison. But did he have his eye on her as soon as he got out? 2 years, and he still doesn't want to let her go? Yu Qing's back was densely covered in goosebumps almost as soon as she thought of his face. In silence, he pulled out his cell phone, which didn't have any message alerts, and sent a message to Kazuno. Mr. Wild, help me check if Lian Jinchang has been released from prison. I'm afraid he'll come to take revenge on me. Chapter 165, is it Lian Jinchang? Kazuno's reply was quick. Good, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yu Qing gazed down at the words, his eyebrows drooping in a clear manner, blinking if anything. If it really was Lian Jinchang, Feng Yi wouldn't necessarily be able to protect her. He was a complete and utter lunatic, and if he really wanted to die with her, he would have swallowed the time bomb in his stomach and then come to her and die with her. It was something he had said to her when she had run away earlier. She didn't doubt the truth of those words at all. Crazy, crazy. Because of this incident, Yu Qing told Ally. Ally obligingly kept her home for a while and got a couple of bodyguards to guard her door. The beauty of it, guarding the source of my Harmodian wife's inspiration for her. Yu Qing was thus mandatorily forced to stay at home for 2 days, because whenever she just went out, for black-clad bodyguards, who were 1 meter 9 in height and tall, must have followed behind her. Everyone was looking at her when she went to the supermarket, and some of the bolder ones even came up to question her cautiously. Hello, are you a prisoner? A reformed laborer? Re-education through labor prisoners come out to shop in the supermarket, followed by a few prison guards. Is this a reform of the prison law? Is this a reform of the prison law, so that prisoners can come into contact with the outside world? Yu Qing's face darkened with a needy directness. What do you think? The passerby ran away shivering. Yu Qing's face darkened even more. When she got home, she looked at the pillars that stood outside her door and fell into silence. In the evening, Nguyen came home. She had already mingled with these good brothers because of her more cheerful personality. Hey guys, it's another day to be a doormat. The big men blushed and scratched their heads silently. She walked in a rather good mood and looked over to Yu Qing, who was paralyzed into a puddle on the couch. My dear Qing, don't be paralyzed. I have good news for you. Yu Qing raised an eyebrow at her, finally getting some bones, and managed to sit up. What? Did the person who smashed me get caught? Ruanqiu shook her head. No. It's a program against internet violence that invited you yet. You're now the most cursed actress on the internet. You've been hacked like this even before you've caught fire. You should know that the public's tolerance towards celebrities is already considered strong these days, and you being scolded like this is considered a spectacle. The more Yu Qing listened to it, the more she felt bad. Are you praising me or damaging me? Oops. I'm just talking about a prospect synopsis. This program invited you to do an interview, and I feel like the exposure is pretty good to go for. Yu Qing had learned about the program. They used the sharpest and meanest words to irritate the stars who are being cyber-violated, and then make these stars cry and say how painful their lives are. The people who watch this show are the ones who blacken these stars, and the more these stars cry the better they feel. It's a show that steps on the kneecaps of blackened stars for heat. She didn't feel like crying, but you've been scolded like this. If you don't go up and clear your name, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to turn it around. Yu Qing faintly hummed. There's no rush. Let's curse. Who says black and red is not red? When he finished dinner, Yu Qing received a call from JC. MS. You, the suspect who intentionally hurt you has been caught. You can come to the police station now if you're free. Yu Qing subconsciously clenched the chopsticks in his hands. Caught? That fast? Is it? Lian Jinchang? Chapter 166. She took a cab to the police station, and all the way there, she kept thinking that it didn't feel right. How could someone like Lian Jinchang be easily caught? He was able to deceive his father even 4 years ago, using that hypocritical face for over a decade to get him to agree to him taking her abroad. Now, how could it be caught so easily? When they arrived at the police station, JC was standing in the doorway on the phone. Seeing her coming, he hung up the phone and greeted her. Was the one captured a man or a woman? Is it Asian? Where is he? 3 queries in a row, and JC froze, and then waved his hand. Female, Chinese, just being held inside. Yu Qing looked at the empty police station hall in dismay. Isn't it? JC led Yu Qing to the place where the woman was being held. She stood outside the parapet and looked in. Frowning, JC looked at the file in his hand and spoke at her side. Age 24. Female. Name. After a series of readings, Yu Qing's frown couldn't be tighter. Who's this guy? Where'd you get that? Why did you hit her? What's wrong with your brain? So, pray tell, what was her motive for the crime? JC frowned. For the love of. Speaking of love, Yu Qing's first reaction was Yu Yenshin. That's what sucks for him. She narrowed her eyes minutely and unnoticeably. The woman sitting inside was ordinary in looks, family and personality, so ordinary that she couldn't be found if she fell into the sea of people. Taking a few steps forward, he reached out and tapped the desktop. You went this far for him? Does he know you? The woman's bowed head finally lifted. She stared at Yu Qing dead in the face, as if she couldn't wait to burn a hole through her. Of course, she suddenly yelled, her eyes glowing red. I was born in the poor class. My parents didn't allow me to go to school. I dropped out of elementary school. I was cheated out of money and sex, kidnapped, and threatened to let people I was a beggar by the side of the road. She was the one who saved me and brought me back when I was seeking death. Yu Qing subconsciously frowned. Is this about Yu Yenshin? Is this something he could do? But you actually beat her. She's so kind. What did she do wrong to make you lay your hands on her like this? Anyone who hurts her, all deserve to die. It turned out to be Enru's brainwashed fan. She almost instantly overturned this definition of this woman being Yu Yenshin's rotten peach blossom that she had placed in her mind before, and determined that she was Enru's fan. Why are all Anju's fans so brain dead? Either trying to beat her or kill her? JC's eyes changed slightly as he looked at Yu Qing. Sure enough, pretty women are pretty vicious. The hit was retaliated against. So it was. Seeing as she's pretty pathetic too, why don't we go to civil mediation? JC suddenly opened his mouth. Yu Qing looked at him. She tried to kill me. Why should I mediate? How much can she pay me to pay for my spirit? The damage to my car? The latter didn't know what to say for a moment and coughed. Everything has a cause and effect. Miss, you also did wrong. Let's forgive others where we can. Consider yourself to have accumulated blessings and done good deeds. Why do you behave so viciously? The man had done something too radical, but he felt kind of sorry for the man who had done this for his own salvation. And look at this woman in front of me, all decked out in designer labels, beautiful and brilliant. To do something like that, this earth, it's so unfair. Yu Qing turned to look at him. You're saying I'm mischievous? Chapter 167, How kind. JC was a little hairy by Yu Qing's eyes. He coughed a few times. MS. You? Of course I don't mean this. I just think that this person is already pitiful enough. We understand the causes and consequences, and confirmed that what she said is indeed true. Then criminal proceedings. We still propose that you smuggle it. She may not be able to compensate you directly, but it can also be staged or something? So, what you're saying is that she's poor, so I have to accept staging? Even though I don't need her money and just want to walk away from the lawsuit to get justice? Yu Qing knows that the current JC is very difficult and hard, but also by the current people all kinds of misunderstanding. So, she had eased up as much as she could with the person in front of her. JC was instantly at a loss as to what to reply to her question. In fact, he was just wondering how to speak in a way that wouldn't make the beautiful woman in front of him, who seemed to be very careful, get angry and spill her guts. The clerical secretary behind him looked up silently and made a whole list of papers. We are just suggesting that you don't do too mercilessly with reference to the present situation. Exactly what you want to do, that's your choice. But in fact, there will be mercy outside the law for this kind of offenses for the purpose of tolerable and explainable reasons for people, or will be less severe punishment. On the contrary, it's you. Through the suspect's testimony we learned that you beat up the innocent MS, and for no reason, which has already caused public outrage on the internet. Just now I went on Weibo and searched your name during your conversation with the boss, and I also probably saw those comments. I just want to say one thing, be a kind person. There is a cycle of karma. A righteous statement caused a small-scale applause from the surrounding crowd. It was probably because Yu Qing was still there, so they didn't dare to applaud too loudly. The woman confined to the railing clenched her lower lip, agitated at the scene before her, tears seeping out of her eyes. There are still more good people in this world, and she finally took a breath of fresh air for MS. Do what you want with me? It's up to you, but you have no conscience. No conscience? This is all an indelible fact. Even if I get killed, I'm sure there will be a second and a third, countless others who will do justice for Ruru. Yu Qing looked at everything in front of him indifferently and let out a sudden laugh. So you guys are in favor of this kind of violence against violence, are you? Not really, just urging you to be kind. Yu Qing looked at the clerk with cold eyes. And how do you know that I'm not kind anymore? Just because of these few words of hers? Or is it that so-called truth about my wickedness that you guys investigated? The clerk pushed up his glasses, his eyes reflecting full of disdain. You are quite kind, so kind that I'm afraid you can't tell me what good you've done yourself. JC glanced at the clerk and didn't say anything after all. This kind of woman still needs to be frustrated a little bit. Maybe she'll be scolded and wake up and decide to start over and not do that kind of bad thing again. Why can't I say it? Yu Qing suddenly raised her eyebrows, her bright features and open smile making it almost impossible to move away from her face. She took 3 or 2 steps to the front of the clerk's desk and reached out to tap on her laptop. I'm going to tell you right now what good I've done. So listen up. The clerk gave a shameful laugh. Okay, you tell me. I'm all ears. Doing good? If you really do good, will this woman still be scolded by so many people? Yu Qing typed a few words on the computer, list of donors for the Yangcheng earthquake shock. A web page popped up and she rolled her mouse to cast the contents of her computer onto the large screen to the side. Then the mouse landed behind his name. This is what I donated when I was abroad at the time when I found out about the earthquake in my country. Half of my earnings from 3 plays, $2 million. Not much. The clerk's face vaguely changed, then remembered which celebrity didn't donate now. It was all for the so-called kind persona. No? She lifted the corner of her lips in a cold, sarcastic smile. Of course. Yu Qing met her gaze. There is more. And a lot more. I donated 300 tents and countless medical supplies for the in-city tsunami. all of which have return receipts. Yangchang Aftershock I donated another $500,000, and a series of follow-ups. East City Famine. I rescued hundreds of children under 10 years old who were about to starve to death. The South District Orphanage in Yao City, built by my father in my name 18 years ago, is still extending to accept abandoned orphans. She straightened up faintly under the eyes of the crowd, which were either half convinced, half disbelieving, or totally disbelieving, as well as shocked and amused. Don't doubt the truth of these things. Insiders like you must have channels to find out. Not to mention the fact that I'm trying to establish a persona. And other than the 2 million that are listed on the internet, the rest of it doesn't exist on internet records. The clerk was shocked and pushed the glasses that had fallen loosely on the bridge of her nose. She hastily took back the computer and ascertained what Yu Qing had said one by one. The truth of everything was slowly reflected on the projected screen. She locked eyes with her boss incredulously as she realized that was actually true. How is that possible? It is amazing that someone who has been called that by so many people has assisted so many people and saved and redeemed so many families for their entire lives without fame or fortune. How many people can do that? It requires absolute unrewarding and near unwillingness to the vanity of fame and fortune. But a guy who, on the internet, ostentatiously slapped another girl around, actually did it? Fake. The woman inside the railing looked out in shock. Yu Qing is unforgivable. Yu Qing is jealous of a shrew. And Yu Qing is a shameless and low-limit despicable villain. This was all the impression she had of Yu Qing, which was why she went and tried to kill Yu Qing out of anger. Killing him. Now tell her, Yu Qing is a great person. She does countless good deeds without fame and fortune, and even without taking it out to show. Help so many orphans who come from the same background as her? I don't believe it. Outside the door, the woman's voice rang out abruptly. You'll have to believe it even if you don't. Ruan Autumn, who hurriedly arrived, panted and looked at the woman, and the inside of her eyes seemed to want to emit fire. The woman's eyes widened in horror the moment she saw Ruan Xiao. It's you? Ruan Autumn took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. You slept under the bridge hole. It was Qingqing and I who saw you in the process of going home and felt sorry for you to give you food. Because before we went home that road was under repair, so we had to go from under the bridge, and it was also a continuous week of food and drink for you, and only later did it end. And I encouraged you to be brave and live not to seek death. You actually bit back? I'm really pissed off. The woman clutched the railing with a death grip. What did you say? You're not Anju's agent? I'm your mom I am. Chapter 168, Ruthless Whitewashing, 1. Someone coughed. Little girl, this is a police station. Watch your tone. Nguyen glared at him fiercely. You asked who we are. I told you it was my family artist who asked me to bring you food. When did I tell you that my family artist is Anju? How could that miscreant woman send you food? Inside the railing, the woman was surprised for a moment that she didn't know how to handle herself. Recently that in that road shooting drama group is only East Palace to go. She checked the main actor online, found that the female first in Ru incomparably in line with the rescue of her that people beautiful-hearted artist. Female second Yu Qing, outlaw vile and despicable almost everything. For this reason, she even went to the internet cafe and registered a microblogging account, leaving a message for Yu Qing, asking when she was going to die. Now tell her, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. A dizzy spell passed before her eyes, and the next thing she knew, she was on the concrete floor. Yu Qing frowned minutely and unnoticeably. Dare I say that the person she felt sorry for saving before was actually the one who smashed up her car and tried to get her killed. The man still thought it was Anju who had saved her, just as her picture was taken by all as Anju's. Really, it's upsetting. She squeezed her fingers, smoothing her mood a little. Glancing down at the clock, he turned toward Nguyen, and then, with a sidelong glance to the side, he looked at JC, who was grimacing with some embarrassment. Didn't even look at the clerk. I refer to your suggestions. She really can't afford to compensate me and is also a poor person. I also don't need beggar's money. Maybe her money actually may be what I gave her in those days. In that case, it's 7 days in detention. A good discipline to curb her idea of fighting violence with violence. And don't tell me I'm still too cruel when it's like this. Revenge is limited, and revenge doesn't give pleasure. Where the real pleasure comes from is when you have the ability to retaliate and you choose to forgive. After Yu Qing came out of the police station, she called for a car online and stood waiting at the entrance. Nguyen was also beside him and could be said to be pissed off as a blowfish, the kind that explodes at the touch of a thorn. I'm so angry. I'm pissed off. Why are there such people? Yu Qing hid his white hands in his wide sweater, his warm and beautiful eyebrows staring into the pitch-black darkness. She recognized the wrong person and did the wrong thing, that's all. A simple sentence that sums up the farce and all his feelings. Stifled, silent, calm, annoyed. She donated money for disaster relief and good works, starting in her junior high school year and hardly stopping except for that gloomy time. She believes in the cycle of karma. and that doing good deeds is rewarded with good rewards. The fact that she is still alive is a blessing accumulated over so many years, and she believes in fate. If she wasn't really in the mood, she wouldn't even bring that up. Then you're ready to leave it at that? That and Rue is really, probably in conflict with your destiny. How come everything is somewhat related to her? Ruanxiu was furious and kicked the ground in annoyance. Well, ending it like this is indeed a bit stifling. Yuqing swept her head down and glanced at her cell phone. When she raised her head again, she looked to Ruanxiu at her side. If you're so stifled, then take that program. I suddenly feel that it's good for me. Ruanxiu looked at Yuqing in shock, and before he could say anything, he was interrupted by the figure that suddenly appeared behind him. Ms. Yuqing raised her eyes to look at the clerk who appeared behind her at an unknown time. Nodding faintly, hello, is there anything else? In the darkness of the night, it was not very clear to see the scribe's color, only to see her squeeze the handbag in her hand, and in the next moment, she directly bent down towards Yuqing. I'm sorry, it's me who misunderstood you. A leaf blinded, because of the immediate things to ignore the essence of the matter. Sorry, I feel very sorry for you, and that suspect. She also asked me to apologize to you on her behalf. You are a good person, a kind girl, and an even better actor. I am truly sorry to you for the things I said before, and I hope to receive your forgiveness. Yuqing calmly looked at her bent body. The last thing you can trust in this world right now is what you say on the internet. It's just over, and it's a bit hypocritical and contrary to my own heart for me to say to you that I forgive. The secretary didn't quite understand Yuqing's meaning. Then what do you mean? Yuqing waved the cell phone in her hand and bent her eyes. Leave me a cell phone number in case it's useful. Anju didn't sleep very well tonight. She frequently woke up with a start, dreaming that she had lost everything, that it had all been taken away from her by Yuqing. Every time she woke up, she looked at her cell phone Twitter feed, looking at the steadily soaring followers on it, and then looking at the outpouring of love and genuine affection for her from a wide variety of people inside the private messages. She settled down a little, and then inside the fanbase, said something. I'm so scared that people will be disappointed in me and leave me. I've been waking up in the night today and the love from everyone is just so heavy and I'm really scared that people are going to leave me. Even if it was late at night, when her message came out, all the immediate replies were screened. Ruru's yogurt, we love you no matter what. Love you forever. Ruru's little baby, is someone bullying my Ruru? Oh, it won't be that evil female supporting cast again, right? Daily 1, did Yuqing die today? Anju's gaze stopped on the words of the set of photos, and her eyes grew darker and darker. As long as Yuqing was around, that set of photos would always be a hidden problem in her mind. Perhaps, once the real owner of that set of photos disappeared, she could occupy it forever? After all, her fans are fans of her because they learned about her simple cuteness through that set of photos. But that set of photos remains the medium and the key point. If that person disappears, Ruanxiu quickly replied to the director's team of that program after receiving Yuqing's permission. Everything is in the pipeline. In the past few days, Yuqing also met with Yu Yenshin a few times, all of which ended with a meal with Secretary Ruanxiu Su. And nothing happened that was so profound that it was hard to forget. For example, that night when she was drunk the other night. Also Yu Yenshin phone contact a few times. Think he will want to be a little tired look. Casually said a few words and hung up the phone. Both of them have their own things going on right now. And once they get busy, their relationship seems to go right out the window. After all, people are selfish, each for himself, and his own life is certainly the most important. Yuqing thought so. Finally, a week later, the program begins with an interview with Yuqing in a very unique format, live, with pop-ups available to all viewers, unscripted and live. Everything about Yuqing will perhaps be presented to the audience in the most transparent form. The pop-ups would also be presented in real time, no matter how egregious they were, and would appear in front of Yuqing's eyes. Whether she'll be blackballed even more or happily whitewashed, no one knows. Chapter 169, Yuqing rolls down. At the remote city variety show's shooting base, the program called Dark Spiderweb is in the midst of intensive preparations. Darkness, taken from the darkness of keyboard warriors on the web. Spider's Web, also known as the Web. In short, it's a variety program that bashes the black people who hide in the dark. Dark Spiderweb's official Weibo account sent out a tweet after Yuqing agreed to come on the show. We have an unexpected guest. Guess who? This episode is sure to be exciting. The comment at the bottom is it hard to invite a traffic star? My favorite bean? Unexpected? Don't whet people's appetites. I think you've got a lot of showbiz rat turds on your show, and you're just trying to pass the time and make it easier to eat. And now you're whetting people's appetites? Blind guess Yuqing. I also think it's Yuqing. The first time I've seen a celebrity on the internet who raised his hand to fight someone and got blackballed before he was even popular. The so-called unexpected. That's all it is. If it's really Yuqing and I take time off to watch the live stream, I'm definitely going to scold her to tears. Behind the screen, the Dark Spider Web show management looked at the reactions under the tweets and felt extremely satisfied. Someone carefully opened his mouth. This is the first time we're using this form of live broadcasting. In case the pop-ups are nasty, will Yu Qing really be scolded to the point of breaking down in front of the camera? That seems a bit too cruel, right? Someone sneered. And then came the producer's opening. This is the effect we want. Yu Qing's meltdown will trigger the audience's boiling. The more she breaks down, the better. There are too many people on the internet who want to see her break down. And she doesn't tweet. She doesn't do variety shows or anything. And the first time she's on is our show. So the audience's anticipation for us is very high. I can tell you directly that what the audience wants to see is Yu Qing's freakout and breakdown. It's like we want the most criminal murderer to go to the 18th layer of hell. It's easy to understand, isn't it? What if Yu Qing doesn't collapse? Then let her break down and do nothing. It's just a hairless little girl. Can't you guys handle it? If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been chilled and horrified, terrified that the darkness behind this darkness was getting deeper and deeper. Yu Qing crammed in a few episodes after taking over the show. It was found that the program was not as inhuman as it was said to be, and many stars who only had black fans turned out to have some fans after being on the program. The first variety show back in China was still breathtaking content in the form of a live broadcast. She actually had no fluctuations on the surface, and was still a bit bottomless on the inside. But avoidance is shameful and useless. One day later, Yu Qing came to the shooting site as promised. She casually grabbed a long dress from inside her closet that was still appropriate for the screen, but it fit her amazingly well. It was a deep red bustier long dress that set off her fair complexion even more rippling and wobbly. A random set of decorations was chosen, in silver and white. In the words of Nguyen Nguyen, she looked like a spirit that had wandered onto earth. Of all the people she had seen, there had never been anyone who combined seduction and innocence like Yu Qing. That amazing, eye-popping beauty. I think those black fans of yours will probably fall in love with your beauty without you having to say anything after seeing you, Ruanqiu said with two glowing eyes. Yu Qing didn't say anything. She always felt that it wasn't that simple. Inside the studio, the cameraman is ready. The host is ready. All the various makeup artists and equipment are ready. Is it really going to be like this? The host looked at the script in his hands and looked somewhat hesitantly at the director-producer and others not far away. The director slammed the table. His face directly sank. If you don't do it, replace them, grind it out. Missing you as a host? The host's face went white and he didn't say another word. When Yu Qing and Ruanqiu came in, they saw such a solemn atmosphere. A sixth sense told her it was a bit inexplicably unsettling. But without moving forward, she wouldn't know what the future held. It's good or bad. Okay, here's the main man. Cameras ready. Ready on all fronts. Go! At the director's command, Yu Qing was pulled directly to the center of the stage almost before she could get into the mood. The stage was large and empty, and she stood in the very center of it. A light shone down on her, and then a large black screen appeared in front of her. She choked momentarily again, looking at what was in front of her in a brief, wordless silence. Hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her skirt, and wordlessly, almost subconsciously, she took a deep breath. Yu Qing closed his eyes and opened them after a few brief seconds. The host also appeared in front of her. Ms. Yu Qing, the live broadcast will now begin. A pop-up appeared on the black screen. First, who's the main character in this issue? I don't recognize him, but it looks like a slight watch. No rebuttals accepted. It's clearly stated that the show is against internet violence, but in fact every episode of the show is commented on with all sorts of internet violence. This first one, for example, carries blatant malice across the screen. How can I scold you? You don't know who I am, much less be able to hold me accountable yet, and that's why they're so licentious. Yu Qing, please introduce yourself to the audience. The host's icy to somewhat mechanical voice sent some chills down one's neck, and after the host read out Yu Qing's name, the pop-ups became more and more numerous, and even quickly blew up a screen. Yu Qing blinked as she looked at the screen in front of her. Hello everyone, I am Yu Qing. 90 years later, gender female, representative works can be network search. Wow, such a drag. It looks awesome? I'm so ed. My roommate and I said it was Yu Qing and I didn't believe it, but it's really this plastic surgery monster green tea whore. I'll swipe a rocket and tell her to get the hell down. Okay? How can one rocket be enough? Each of us in the dormitory also contributes a super rocket. Please beg this woman to be quiet and do chicken not to pollute people's sight. The front, I don't know who Yu Qing is. I just think she's quite good looking, nothing wrong with her. If you don't want to see her, just quit. The program is run by your family, you want to let the people roll, just roll? I don't want to see a piece of. Okay? It's weird that there are still people who speak up for this woman. A water army? Plastic surgery monster. Get off. Green tea bitch. Get off. Roll. The director looked at the screen with two glowing eyes. For the first time, The show's ratings spiked to this point and the number of active people increased dramatically. He hurriedly ordered towards the host's headset. Hurry up and start the main movie while it's crowded. 2K word fat chapter. Bawling recommendations. Chapter 170, The sun will always be in the sky. Hearing the voice in his headset, the host was moved to make up his mind. Looking at the manuscript in his hand, he turned around and walked behind Yuqing. It was the arrangement of the show. He needed to stand in the dark, and for this episode, only Yuqing needed to be the center. Welcome MS. You to our column. You should have seen the pop-ups in front of you by now. This is a new mode that the program group has specially opened up for your sake. I hope that Miss You can answer my questions truthfully so that the public can understand you better. First, how do you explain the word plastic surgery that just kept popping up on the pop-ups? The pop-up screen had even begun to stir before Yuqing had even opened his mouth. How could she explain it? That her translucent nose wasn't made just too thin-skinned? Die laughing. That's a sharp question. Look at her face go white. In front, people's faces are already white. Okay? There should be a degree of blackness. Yuqing took the microphone handed over by the staff and inadvertently ruffled the strands of hair hanging down the side of her eyes. First of all, I do think nothing of plastic surgery. Her ethereal voice came through. Suddenly got her face value. Even if it is plastic surgery seems to be quite good looking. Who wouldn't have plastic surgery if they had money? Body hair skin by parents. Money is plastic surgery is what crooked theory. Vanity is said to be vain. Disgusting. Isn't this her way of laying the groundwork for the truth about her own lineup? The #1 green tea in the entertainment industry. Any comments? None. Agreed. It's true that your body is your parents', but life is your own and your body is your own. How you want to live this life, beautiful or ordinary, is your own choice. Don't have to worry about other people. Having a free soul is the treasure on earth. What kind of culture is this? A little girl who didn't graduate from junior high is still pretending? Yuqing scanned through this pop-up and just smiled. My education is available online. And although it's only a general undergraduate degree, it's also one of the top 3 in A. For 4 years in college all the way to graduation, I was basically in the top of the academic scores. When she said this, the pop-up screen was a lot less mocking academic qualifications, so I guess they all went to Baidu. After seeing the university that Yuqing graduated from, quite a few people didn't feel too good about talking. Actually, the things she said, her 3 views were quite positive. Most showbiz stars have plastic surgery but don't admit it. She's at least willing to be neutral. Kind of turned pink. The line about free souls being the treasures of the earth is so beautiful. So it's still a plastic surgery chicken? Is the mom who changed her mind dead yet? The previous is just my opinion on plastic surgery. As for plastic surgery, I don't have it. Yuqing's brows were clear as she looked at the sharp pop-ups, idly rubbing the microphone. I think my natural face value is not bad. At least it's better looking than the pop-ups cursing me. Besides, what's the point of plastic surgery to become the #1 beauty? If I'm too beautiful people won't be able to see my soul. Ha 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 ha, she's so direct. It's kind of cute. Where's the cute your mom? It's not modest at all. Who the wants to see your soul? Get off. If you want to roll, you roll. The more you guys yell at her, the faster I'll switch. The hosts looked at the screen in a cold sweat, and there were so many pop-ups that they were blinding. So MS. You is denying that she had plastic surgery. Second question. About the internet rumor that you slept all over the East Palace going to the cast. What do you think about that? Is this true? With such a direct question, the average actress might just blush and feel humiliated, but Yuqing seemed to have made all the preparations a long time ago. Standing in the smooth light, she seemed to be glowing all over. Only to hear, she opened her mouth softly. Would I be standing here after really sleeping all over the crew? And, what does the internet rumor mean? Auntie Wang from the next village said that? Like the unenlightened women in the village who chew the cud. You listen to what you believe and pass on what you hear. Don't say I'm vicious. I'm only talking about those who spread rumors, but not about everyone else. The pop-up lapsed into a brief silence. She's scolding people and leaving them with no way to talk back. And by talking back, isn't she proving that she's really a village woman who chews the cud? After all, none of them had any proof. They just heard a little rumor and started spreading it around. The host wiped his sweat. MS. You is indeed very direct in her speech, and is indeed a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. The third question. This is what many people want to ask. May I ask you, Ching? You have been scolded like this. Why do you still have the face to continue to stay in the entertainment industry, and even take over this variety show? Are you really a dead pig in a poke? Or is it the so-called as long as the money does not want to have a face, and if you have a thick skin, you will be invincible? That's quite a funny question. Yuqing suddenly straightened her spine and stood up straight. The spotlight shrouded her whole body. The pitch-black stage, which was meant to emphasize the isolated and gloomy environment, was made to stand out by her with the illusion that there is no one who can stop her, and that I will never give way even though I am alone. What do you mean, why do I still have a face in show business? Is the victim guilty? Not guilty. Why should I quit? Cyber violence has driven so many fragile and disturbed souls to their deaths, and those culprits have never met you, don't even know how old you are, but can make up so many of your sins. 1, 2, 3, don't you think it's ridiculous? Her voice was soft, but it threw back. The director frowned as he looked at the pop-up screen that grew silent, raised his mic. Host, stop letting Yu Qing dominate the rhythm development. What we need is for her to be scolded. Before he could finish his words, Yu Qing continued, I ask myself that I'm not considered strong, but why would I still show up at this program set after being scolded like this? Probably because I want to speak up for those who have been slandered, criticized, and vilified. I want to tell them that it's okay for people to not understand you, or even slander you with boundless malice. Don't care. Cover your eyes and don't look. Plug your ears and don't listen. Be yourself. Be strong and work hard. The sun will always be in the sky. Don't look down. Look up to see the sun and the light. Every time I think about that, I feel like life isn't that dark and I can still keep going. Call me shameless or unashamed. Actually, I don't even care that much, although it will be a little sad, but that's not true after all. I believe one day the comments under my microblogging are not telling me to go to hell, but asking me if I'm tired of filming and how I lost weight again. I believe. The host's hand squeezing the microphone trembled minutely and unnoticeably as he listened to the director, who was halfway through his headset but didn't speak again, and coughed tentatively. Director? A few seconds later, the headset rang again. Let Yu Qing speak. The moderator's pupils shrunk in a tiny, unrecognizable way, and he looked up at the slender, soft, but as powerful as 1,000 pounds red figure in front of him, as if his body had been injected with a burst of strength that came from nowhere. Yu Qing is still able to move on and be so strong even after all this. So can he. Chapter 171. Don't bow your head, but look up to see the sun and the light. The pop-up silence was followed by a huge wave. I'm tingling at the sound of it. My God. Be good. The sun will always be in the sky. Don't look down. You have to look up to see the sun and the light. There's not much to say. I'm following her and I'll be checking in on her every day from now on. Really, it's never a good idea to insult someone for what they say when you're not the one involved. You'll never know pain until a needle is stuck in you. She talks really infectiously. I kind of want to cry. I'm sorry. You're the only one who can say that. Oh, who wouldn't say decent things? You beat up Anju, that thing all over the net knows. Now you're here to sell the good girl persona? Yeah, everyone has forgotten about the time she beat up Anju. Anju is so poor. She's nothing now. At most she deserves it. This live broadcast didn't get much attention at first, but I don't know who posted the video of Yu Qing when he said those words on the internet. Maybe it's the program's planning. Or maybe it's really making the morbid netizens have an epiphany. And it actually broke 20,000 retweets in one fell swoop. The hot search list went from 100 out, straight to the top 10. Yu Qing didn't know that. She just had been calmly articulating her thoughts. She had always felt that looking up was the only way to see the sun and shine the light. The darkness isn't long. It's only because it stays put that life feels full of darkness. Go forward. Walk without asking where you came from or where you are going. And the next step may be the light of day. Anju had insomnia all night last night and was blown away by a phone call before she could get a full night's sleep. She was furious. Who is it? You're not letting anyone sleep, are you? On the other end of the phone, Sister Hong's voice was cold and temperatureless. You're still sleeping, are you? Go on the online microblogging to see. Yu Qing is going to be cleansed. She really didn't expect Yu Qing to have such a skill, so even if she knew she was on this column there was nothing to stop her, because it didn't feel necessary and the show itself was designed to get celebrities called out. Who would have thought that her comment would have touched her heart a little, let alone her online friends? Anju's heart thumped, and all of her sleepiness disappeared at once. She opened her cell phone and Twitter in haste, not noticing that her hands were shaking. Clicking on the video inside that tweet, her heart was beating faster and faster, and she even felt like she couldn't breathe. Her dream came true. Where Yu Qing stood gave her the illusion that she could only stay in the shadowy corner behind her. I was afraid to watch the whole video and briefly read the comments underneath, and my heart went cold. Hastily, he returned a call to Sister Hong. What do I do? Auntie, what am I going to do? Tell me quickly. She can't clear her name. I'm screwed if she clears her name. What do I do? Sister Hong was silent for a while before she spoke faintly. Two paths, either die or apologize. Tell the netizens that this is all a marketing number to bring the rhythm. Yu Qing hit you. It's just a script need. Sister Hong was a professional and instantly came up with the best solution, which was to say that it was enough to say that Yu Qing's slap was necessary for the plot. Potting everything on the marketing numbers and netizens, and Ru had never positively admitted that Yu Qing had hit her anyway. And Ru walked down from the bed barefoot, pulled open the curtains, looked at the white skylight, suddenly thought of what Yu Qing said, viciously redrew the curtains back, stabbing, She clenched the grooves of her back teeth. I'm going to fight her to the death. So many of my fans. They'll support me no matter what. Auntie, I'm going to fight her to the death. Sister Hong was silent for a while, and when she spoke again her voice was noticeably colder than just now. It was an undulating one that gave Anju the illusion that she was cold. Whatever. Anju was anxious with cold sweat all over her body, hastily put on her makeup and immediately went downstairs to go out. Shoot the stage. It's quiet here. It seemed to be a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the outside world. The director quietly looked at the girl reflected in the screen and, for some reason, suddenly remembered his own daughter who was about the same grade as her. Forget it. There's enough heat to go around. There's no need for the strong, brave little girl to suffer anymore. Go on. Stay on schedule. The moderator, who had received the order, looked at the last question in his hand. He looked towards Yu Qing, holding down some inexplicable urge in his heart. One last question. I believe that this is the source of your scolding. The matter that you and Miss Enru have been feuding for a long time is pretty much clear all over the net. Miss Enru comes from a science class, has good resources and a good personality, and also has a large number of fans online due to a set of stunningly beautiful stills. Is it because of this that you and she are not right, so you beat her up on the set? After that, the video of Enru's beating was put on the internet, and the internet started to create a massive crusade against you. What do you have to say about that? Nguyen was so anxious downstage that she wanted to jump up and hug the microphone and scold Anju fiercely. This woman, from the beginning she was the one who started things. Yu Qing did nothing wrong at all. This matter. Yu Qing suddenly dragged out his voice, his eyes looking at the big screen in front of him. Before, many people turned fans because of what Yu Qing said, so the insults were much less. But now that the host brought up this most important point of her being blackballed, the Anju fans who were previously quiet as chickens all of a sudden boiled over. You said it so nicely before, but you're still not an abuser yourself? What did my Ruru do wrong to deserve your beating? Cyber violence is not deserved, but you deserve it. Let Anju slap her, and this will be even, and I won't scold her from now on. 10 slaps, or I won't be relieved. My Ruru doesn't know how long she's been bullied by her on the set, breathless to death. There may be something else going on here, and the person who can say those things before doesn't feel like a character who would hit someone with his hands. Kneel down for Anju and we'll forgive you. This matter, I do have a lot to say. Yu Qing looked down at Wan Qiu, seemingly sensing her uneasy and anxious state of mind, and smiled slightly. There was a person on the pop-up screen earlier who said the right thing. This matter is really a bit of a hidden agenda. Oh, I can only LOL. Where's your mom on the hidden agenda? Here we go again and again. I'd like to see how you're going to clear your name. Everyone says it's wrong for me to hit people, and no one asks me why I'm striking out. Of course, that may not matter to you guys. All that matters is that I hit Anju. I did hit Anju. I'm not going to wash my hands of that or anything. A hit is a hit. TVT. Uho, I can't believe I actually fought. I had kind of liked you. Admit it. Goodbye, wicked woman. Just one word. Kneel down and apologize to Anju. Chapter 172. A false start triggers a disordered follow-up. So Miss you really hit Missin and admitted it outright? The host's eyes tightened as he looked at Yu Qing, as if he was expecting something, such as a rebuttal from her. But the latter nodded calmly to the point of no ripple in his expectant eyes. His heart stuttered as he randomly glanced at the pop-ups on the big screen. So, you're going to apologize to Miss N? Yu Qing raised his eyebrows in a fine and unnoticeable manner, his slender eyebrows pulling out an inexplicable arc of meaning. The corners of his lips hooked up minutely and unnoticeably, pulling a few obscure smiles. Why should I apologize? There are so many people cursing me on the pop-up screen. Who apologized to me? Can the two be confused? We scold you because you deserve it. If you've done something wrong, you should be scolded. Yu Qing spoke calmly. Oh, I hit Ness. Probably also because she deserved it. I'm convinced. They deserve to be bullied by you for being kind, right? Completely speechless to her. Was all that she said before a script? I think you're Yu Fuzzy or Yu Qing? Backstage, the director looked at the scene in front of him and frowned in disbelief. He had spared Yu Qing, but why did she make a fool of herself? Is it possible that what she said just now was really a script that someone prepared for her? She can't hold it in when it comes to the key issue? Do you really have nothing to explain? The host looked at Yu Qing somewhat anxiously. Yu Qing seemed to glance at him with his afterglow before lightly retracting it. It's a long story. It's too troublesome to explain. I don't even bother to explain. Anyway, the people who scolded me have been scolding me for so long. I'm used to it. She sighed. The main thing is that even if I explain it clearly, I have nothing to give back. Those who don't believe me still don't believe me. There was an immediate response to the pop-up. If you can explain yourself, I'll join your backup fan club right away. If you can explain it, I'll eat upside down. My roommate explained to me before his death that if you cleanses the white, he will dig out her ashes. Explaining. Green tea white lotus flower stinks and still explaining? A sentence that really explains it all. I'm the school's student president, and I'm the first one to take the whole school and turn them into your fans. Wow. I'm heartened by the offers everyone is making. Yu Qing looked at a pop-up screen in front of her, as if she could see the angry look of the person who sent it out frantically pounding on the keyboard off-screen. She sighed bashfully. How about this then? If I can explain myself clearly, all those people who scolded me before, all of them will come and give me a little bit of attention, and then one person will say a word of apology under my latest microblogging. How about that? Oh, 100 apologies I send. I'll eat if I have to. Good. Expecting a reversal. I didn't call you out on it anyway. Nguyen stood on the stage, rubbing his hands together in excitement. She seems to be able to see Yu Qing microblogging the bottom of the more than 100,000 insults all become sorry. Absolutely can set off a wave of madness in the entertainment industry. Like hashtag woman beating black powder, hashtag first gang in entertainment, hashtag whatever. But conjecture aside, how Yu Qing was going to convince these people was really a problem. It's too hard to mess up without physical evidence. And Nguyen is a little worried. Her breathing tightening. Mostly because the pop-up responses made Yu Qing feel quite satisfied. She took a breath and lowered her head and raised it again. First, the beginning of things. That picture of you guys powdering Anju. That's me. The woman in red is me. The stills are me. Those photo motions, all of them are me. Chapter 173. She wants to make herself invulnerable. Her words were so loud that they even echoed a little on the empty stage. The pop-up produced an eerie calm. And after the calm comes the great wave. Mockery, disdain, arrogance and cold stares. Even the number of people watching this live stream is plummeting. I'll see how far you can go with this. I've seen shameless ones. I've never seen such shameless ones. Ha ha, I'm really angry and laughing. Please don't bring Anju out. Either shut up or apologize. And you're actually slandering it all? My heart goes out to Anju. I feel sorry for Anju plus 10086. I guess she's under a lot of pressure when she's in the hands of such a shameless person. Ask yourself beforehand if you're worthy. You're not worthy of Anju? A fierce, tidal wave of pop-ups came crashing down on the screen, and a suffocating darkness enveloped the entire screen. Anju is tied to that photo, and everyone's first thought of her is those photos. Yu Qing now told them that it was her. Almost no one believes it. The stereotype is already in the mind and it's hard to shake. MS. You. The host cleared his throat. What you mean by your words is that this matter, from the very beginning, was wrong. That photo is you. So everyone's fan should also be you, not Enru. Is that what you mean? Because that picture was me, stolen by Anju and the unknown person behind her. That's why I got angry and slapped her. Of course, it's bad to get physical, and I don't want people to learn from me, but all people have a bottom line. And I did do what I did because I was angry. And I think it's understandable for people to think differently. Thinking about your mom. Yu Qing rolls down. I don't want to hear her talk anymore. I thought it was some kind of whitewash confession. That's it? That's it? Yu Qing rolls down. The sight of you makes me want to throw up. Anju updated her tweet as things continued to fester. Thank you all for your support. I've seen it all. For so many days. Your love has made me suffer from fear and anxiety. But it's enough that you're all there. No need to fight with others. No need to argue about anything. I love you, and you all must love me, and that's enough. She looked nervously at the comments underneath and refreshed them. Over 1,000 more a second. All of them supported her and confessed their love for her, and she was able to put her heart at ease. There was some relief and some breathlessness. A thought popped into her head as she looked out the car window at the dappled landscape. She looked to her private driver. Go to the Dark Spider's website. The live streaming format should still be on right now. She was going to fight Yu Qing to the end. The one who wins in this life, and she inexplicably had a feeling like that. Yu Qing looked at all this in front of him in silence, line by line, all the filth and obscurity. She took in, the picture is really me, and someone will believe it. The East Palace goes to the personage online. The heroine wears always fluttering white. Only I, the daughter of the great general, was worthy, only wore bright and flamboyant red. That scene was shot in flashback. The scene of my suicide was shot first, so I would be lying on the dirty ground like that. After the shoot, I even had a fever. Of course, there's nothing to say about the fever. I just want to tell you that this is something that if you watch it carefully, you'll find many bugs. She has to take in all the darkness and embrace it. Make yourself stronger and stronger, more and more indestructible inside. That's what keeps her going. She wants to be invulnerable. Chapter 174, Mr. Yu is anxious and crazy? Fever of 50 degrees and still insisting on filming. Yu Qing is so hardworking and awesome. Should I give you a slap? You're the only one who has a mouth, right? What you say is what you say, and don't believe what you say on the internet. We can't believe what you say because it's only one-sided. Yu Qing speed roll, Roll 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 roll. There are people with a clearer eye. Listening to Yu Qing's words, to Baidu went to the East Palace to go to the persona. Some people realized that it really was what Yu Qing had said. The so-called heroine has always been like the little dragon lady, floating. As long as she is responsible for the beauty and innocence, that kind of demonic and miserable red, and she does not match at all. On the contrary, Yu Qing played the role of the character itself as a poor tragedy, coupled with the character of imperial and strong. Wearing red is normal, but this morbid orgy of the internet has already begun, and the cooler heads who try to step in to stop it end up watching their own pop-ups get drowned out, consumed by a deep sense of powerlessness. In the end, he could only go to Yu Qing's Weibo to give her a follow. Then, private message her and tell her to cheer up. Come on, Yu Qing, my explanations are pale, and it's not unusual for no one to believe them. I understand that, which is why I didn't start out saying these things with the intention that everyone would believe them. Yu Qing clutched the microphone, her slim waistline and thin skirt swaying with the wind that came from nowhere, lining her thinly like a piece of paper. The afterglow looked at the entrance to the stage, which was still quiet. She dropped her eyebrows in a thin, unnoticeable manner. This live broadcast sparked a crescendo because of the last question, which covered almost the entire network. The first star to fight the black man head-on. The first female star to be so brave. However, it was caught in a beating envy storm, and everyone is waiting for the follow-up. Secretary Su is far away in F. It's late at night here. He was just bored and casually opened Twitter to see what news was happening in the country. As a result, the favorites are all Yu Qing. He was simply shocked and hastily clicked on hot and watched the video inside from beginning to end. Then sharply clicked on the still live section. The red figure reflected in his black pupils. He rolled over and jumped off the bed with hardly any hesitation, turning his hand to call Yu Yenshin. Mr. Yu, Miss Yu was on a live program, and now many people are cursing her. Should we urgently apply pressure to suspend this program or block those people's accounts? MS. Yu's situation looks very bad. On the other end of the line, there was a gust of wind. The lengthy silence made Secretary Su think that Yu Yenshin's freshness for Yu Qing had passed, which was why he was so calm, and even made him think that he didn't care about Miss Yu at all. However, the silence was followed by Yu Yenshin's silent, cold, hard voice that barely fluctuated. At the airport, with 3 short words, Yu Yenshin hung up the phone. Secretary Su looked at the phone for half a day before realizing that Yu Yenshin's words meant he's on his way back home. It's after 3 a.m. Abroad. Where do planes take off in the middle of the night? A private jet is more like it. But how much money would be consumed and wasted flying a private jet back home in the middle of the night? That's all small potatoes. The problem is that he's pretty much mapped out Pete's position. By tomorrow at the latest, he would be able to learn everything about Yu Qing from his mouth. Now that Yu Yenshin is gone and he has to withdraw, Pete's side will have to be put on hold for a while, and I don't know how long it will take to find him. There's also the contract to be signed for coming abroad that's going to blow up. Is Mr. Yu mad in a hurry? Chapter 175. He did his best to pave the way for her to go in the right direction. Secretary Su quickly bought a plane ticket for tomorrow morning and also prepared to go back to China. He was also really worried about Yu Qing. Either way, he didn't believe that Yu Qing was the kind of person those black people on the internet said he was. This is a girl that, once you've been in contact with her and gotten to know her, you will never believe what is said on the internet. The curtain of night deepens as the private jet takes off at the airport. On the plane, there was only one person. Whether it's a private jet or an airplane, you need to follow the flight paths to the letter. Yu Yenshin had someone declare the route application an hour ago, and almost as fast as he could, he demarcated the temporary flight airspace. People in the remote city know that Yu Yenshin is a senior student who graduated with a double major in management and finance, and few people know that he applied for exemption from classes for those 4 years in college, and he took his private airplane pilot's license during those 4 years. Some people are born to be eagles in the sky, and the moment their wings spread, Yu Yenshin knew it was his. The night was as dark as ink, and shrouded under the night vision goggles were his deep, ink-like eyes. He's flown private airplanes more times than he can count. The only purpose of this time was not to leave remote city, but to go back. If Yu Qing had followed the route he had mapped out, perhaps today's events would not have happened. But it was precisely because she wouldn't follow everything he had planned that she was Yu Qing. But that's okay, he did his best to pave a smooth path in the direction she was going. On the stage scene, abusive comments stung on the black screen. An administrator showed up to stop the nastiness of the pop-up, but instead it flourished. Yu Qing's gaze traced over the entrance before falling into a short silence. MS. You, do you only have these words to say? The host carefully opened his mouth, unknowingly realizing that his heart was already controlled by the girl in front of him. Fear that she's really bad, and fear that she's not really bad but insulted. All in all, he had a strong crush on the girl. Yu Qing was silent for a moment. and this short silence fell into the eyes of those people as a heartbreak. Another round of invective. I dash when she finally made up her mind to make something of it. Suddenly, the studio door opened. Yu Qing's eyes immediately moved to the doorway of the studio. You guys? They're all looking at the entrance. There's a new guest coming? It can't be this woman's gold master, can it? Is this live broadcast coming to an end? No. I think it's Anju. It's Anju. The explosive news takes the heat up another level, and Anju's arrival carries the conflict right into the heat of the moment. Anju was apprehensive before she came in, and was actually inexplicably calm when she came in, but at the sight of the shadow on the stage, the heart once again hung in the air. To say it's not heartbreaking, it's impossible, but there is no escaping many things. She must be faced and overcome. Then, stand to the top of the hill. All these experiences are the process of forging her. A diamond in the rough needs to be cut, and she recognizes herself as the diamond in the rough that needs to be polished. Yu Qing, at best, a whetstone to polish her. The corners of her lips lifted into a bright smile, her eyes glowing. Are you surprised that I would come? The host watched in dismay as Anju walked onto the stage, and then the beam of spotlight reacted by quickly splitting into two beams. It illuminated Anju, and it illuminated Yu Qing. Okay, Anju smiled faintly. Do you know that I have come? For what purpose? Chapter 176. What exactly is Enru doing here today? To tear Yu Qing apart? Miss Anju's appearance really caught people off guard. The host hastily came back to his senses, looking at the two women in front of him, and for a moment he actually didn't know what to do. I just don't know why Miss Anju suddenly appeared here. As far as I know, the program group didn't arrange for this segment? Enru's afterglow faintly skimmed the host and smiled slightly. I saw Miss Yu's live broadcasting process and admired her, so I came. The moderator opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Enru came this time, roughly in order to divide the style with Yu Qing, and went for a pure department. A long skirt made of gauze, chicly overlaid at the waist with a clear flower. Unable to tell what variety it was, only that it was fragrant. The long black hair was also straightened and the bangs were fluffed up to look the image of an innocent girl, but probably too focused on innocence. Just stood up. The momentum temperament on the direct Yu Qing pressed a half head. However, most of the viewers were Enru's fans, and even if Enru was crushed by half a head, they would only wildly boast that her face value crushed Yu Qing. Enru swept a glance at the screen in front of her. Looking at the pop-ups on it, her smile grew real. You haven't replied to me yet. Do you know that I came here? For what purpose? Didn't you just say that? Yu Qing swept a careless glance at her, admiring me and wanting to come face to face to compliment me? The smile that crumbled up on Anju's face nearly collapsed. She really couldn't figure out how Yu Qing was still able to look so bland. She turned to take the microphone handed to her by the staff, collecting the raging malice under her eyes the moment she turned. When she faced the crowd again, a smile filled the corners of her lips. Is Miss Yu pretending to be stupid, or is she really stupid? This silent saber rattling is reflected on the screen with real turbulence. I'm dead. Ruru looks too good today too. In such a comparison Yu Qing looks like a red pheasant. Passerby. The above that individual said blind words. On this what Qing face value crushed Enru. Showbiz small flower estimate cannot find than her good-looking temperament good. Is that the water army up there? Do you want to see the video of her beating up Anju? Am I the only one who smells fireworks? What the hell is Enru doing here today? To hand tear Yu Qing? Yu Qing looked at Enru carelessly. If you praise it, I'll take it. What's silly about it? However, I'm quite surprised. You were not invited, and you're not a member of the program crew, so why are you here? I can't help it. I can't help it if I see you're going to be whitewashed. I'm really tired of Anju selling the white flower persona. How simple is the entertainment industry? Can you not be angry when someone slaps you and grabs your medal? Support Enru to tear Yu Qing. Enru smiled deeper. Miss Yu, you are a smart person. There is no need for us to speak in a roundabout way. She clutched the microphone in her hand and turned to look at the big screen. Hello, audience. I'm Enru, a graduate of the Chinese theater. Donggong goes to the female lead, and is also the so-called beaten actress on the internet. I think everyone is surprised that I will appear here today. In fact, at first, when I found out that Miss Yu was coming to this program, I wasn't even going to watch it, simply because I'm an ordinary girl with 7 emotions and 6 desires, and I'm really tired of her on-screen routine. But someone told me that she said the picture was of her. I really wanted to laugh, so I came, for my fans, and the people who love me. Chapter 177 Don't have to care. She thought so. Ruru mommy loves you. I cried, and Ru finally stood up. Yu Qing really hurry up and get lost. It's annoying. Anju watched the pop-ups float by, her bottom line getting stronger. It's true that Yu Qing hit me. It's also true that the photos are of me. Previously, I had always upheld being kind to people, thinking that Miss Yu had gone through too much and was also a person who was not easy to deal with, so I tolerated her in 100 ways. But I couldn't stand the fact that after she beat me, she still wanted to rob me of everything. So for the sake of my fans, and for myself, I'm here, with proof and everything. In the end, Enru is also a first-class talented girl who graduated from the Chinese theater, and that set of atmosphere is still playing openly. Although it was less imposing than Yu Qing's previous segment, it was an exciting scene with fans making a gesture on the pop-up screen. The backstage director frowned at the scene, which had gone beyond expectations. He and Yu Qing had never met, but after spending so many years in the entertainment industry, he always had a sixth sense. It felt like this Anju wasn't that innocent. It felt like everything Yu Qing said was true. He hoped it was true. I hope Yu Qing won't let him down. Moderator, give them the main stage and you exit. The warm atmosphere of the pop-up screen was a complete contrast to the previous oppression, and everything Yu Qing had hoped for seemed to be possessed by Anju. She looked at Yu Qing after the words, "Miss Yu, for the sake of knowing each other, I don't want to go too far in doing things. You apologize to me now and admit that everything you did was wrong. I will forgive you, and so will my fans." Yu Qing raised her eyebrows in a fine, unnoticeable manner. Really? What if I don't apologize? Then don't blame me for showing mercy. A flash of viciousness passed under Anju's eyes. The words fell from her lips and she made a gesture. Turns out she didn't come alone. She brought some people with her. The management on the set, the makeup artists, and the various groupies. They, all of them, can testify for me. Her eyebrows crossed over the ones she brought with her before looking at Yu Qing. "Ms. Yu, do you have any witnesses?" Without waiting for Yu Qing to reply, she almost couldn't wait to pass the microphone to the set management. That management was a man, a little timid, not even daring to look Yu Qing in the eye. "I can testify for Miss Enru. I was there during the shooting. After the shoot, Miss Enru even had a cold and fever. Yu Qing was fine at all." "She's lying." Anju smiled genuinely. "Thank you." And then, there's the groupies, the makeup artists. Miss Anju has always been very nice to Miss Yu on set, but Miss Yu was probably jealous that she could get the female first position, so she made things difficult for Miss Anju in all sorts of ways. I actually can't stand to see it, but I'm a small person and she's being difficult and unreasonable, so I can only silently hold my tongue. Miss Yu even looked down on our makeup artist for wanting to do her own makeup, and in the end, she made a mess and didn't let anyone say anything about it. But she also boasted that she was the goddess of inspiration for Harmodin. I really haven't seen such a shameless person. Ms. Yu, all kinds of bashing, all kinds of talk, as if it were really happening. The human heart is inherently easy to be compelled. This Yu Qing understood. Therefore, when she watched the people she had sensitized with her words all turn to Enru again, although her heart was a bit empty, she did not have any other emotions. Don't have to care. She thought so. Anyway, and they will all know the error of their ways. Chapter 178 Recognize Harmodin? Ms. Yu, you don't speak because you have nothing to say? Enru was like a victor in a fight. Every word carried an unspeakable sense of confidence. She looked at Yu Qing with a smile, but a cold light flooded the bottom of her eyes. Ms. Yu, you're still young. Learn from your mistakes and turn around. This was said by an unknown group actor with a smile, full of sarcasm. She's not talking. No more words? Blocking it. Being an outsider suits her better. I can't even eat my lunch. The entertainment industry is actually really this dark. It's good that there is this program that exposes the truth. And it's good that Anju is here, or else I would really be fooled by her. Ms. Yu, isn't it good to be nice to people? Negative words wrapped around her, and people she had never met but who were righteous trumpeted their goodness. Yu Qing seemed to be a little too calm, and when Enru realized the strangeness of this, she suddenly met her eyes. So calm and unruffled. No angry hysteria, or meltdown, as she'd expected. Such calmness gave her an unspoken chill. Anju, I sometimes think you're really stupid. Backed by KR, the future is bright. Have to choose the wrong path and rush headlong. The fervor of the pop-ups never went down, and they vented their negative emotions with wanton insults, itching for Enru to slap Yu Qing off the stage. Enru was given goosebumps by Yu Qing's words. Perhaps there was some real fear, and she couldn't hold back the tears that fell from her eyes for a moment. The beauty of the clatter is there, fragile and helpless. I have all the witnesses and material evidence. I really don't understand why you must be like this. First, you touched Mr. Yu, then Harmodin, and now you even want to snatch everything from me. Those words you said before, Director Wang prepared them for you, right? He still misses you so much even when he's far away. What you have is actually a lot. There's no need for you to have to rob me. The passage she huffed out held a myriad of deeper meanings. Yu Yenshin, Harmodin, and Wang Guan. These three men with countless fan bases flooded the airways almost instantly. The The pop-ups were unreadable and the text dominated the screen. The studio door was suddenly slammed open, and out of nowhere, a rotten egg came crashing down. Bitch, bumping into Harmoden? You deserve it. The rotten egg didn't hit Yuqing and landed not far from her feet in a puddle of stench as well. Fishy and smelly. Anju froze, and then almost forced a laugh and lowered her head to pretend to huff. Yuqing stared at the unidentified mass of objects, the bottom of his eyes dipping into a widowed cold. Before half a second had passed, she suddenly picked up the microphone and looked straight in front of her. Tell me one thing. Growing up my father taught me to try to be kind, which is fundamental to being human. Then I met a lot of people. And one thing I realized is that it turns out a lot of people don't have fathers. And Ru hadn't yet recovered from Yuqing's words, and was a little stunned by what she said. Only after half a minute did she realize that Yuqing's words meant that she didn't have a dad. So there was no one to educate either. She raised her watery eyes in hidden anger and was just about to say something when she saw the makeup artist behind her suddenly come forward. She lowered her voice and moved away from the microphone. What are you doing? Get back in. You're not needed right now. The makeup artist smiled towards her with an odd expression. MS. Anju, I apologize. Anju looked at her in shock. I gave you $500,000. What do you mean? The makeup artist's eyebrows seemed to be tinged with a bit of mirth and teasing. Recognize Harmoden? Chapter 179. Who's going to slap me? Anju lapsed into a lengthy, unspecified silence that didn't know when it would end. She looked at the unfamiliar face before her, and in vain an unspeakable chill rose in her heart. It was as if the events in front of him were strung together with Yuqing's calmness. This is horrible. I can't understand what you're saying. Harmoden is abroad. Harmoden is abroad. Go back. She almost emphasized twice where Harmoden was going. Harmoden is indeed abroad. Yes. That makeup artist's smile deepened. But I'm in the country. Harmoden. Can't you go back to your country? Why is this makeup artist suddenly appearing? What are they talking about? Is Yuqing again playing a trick on us? Speechless. The evidence is all there. She still wants to argue? Opened a microblogging account. ID called Yuqing died today or not? Please pay attention to the mama. Anju's face, with her back to the camera, suddenly turned ugly as she stared at the person in front of her like she was trying to burn a hole through her. What do you mean? Yuqing, what do you mean again? Finding a fake to fool anyone? There was unease and horror in her words, but the malice under her eyes even deepened and flooded away again. Is it a fake? And you're allowed to be the judge of that? Yuqing gave her a careless glance before looking at the makeup artist at her side. Want to take off your wig? Honey, it seems hot in here. Anju's eyes went black, and she took 2 steps backward, being held up by the group of actors behind her. As soon as she shook it off, that group of performers must also be Yuqing's people. When exactly did Yuqing actually start plotting? She's trying to get her killed? Why is she so vicious? As her thoughts buckled, she watched the makeup artist's face in front of her appear to be transformed into Harmoden's. Horrified, he kept stepping back, noting that behind him was the suspended ground, a 2-meter-high platform that must have hurt him badly if he fell. She made up her mind almost instantly, stepping back on her heels and subconsciously closing her eyes. Pain. It didn't pass over. She subconsciously opened her eyes and nearly fainted as she wished when she looked at the mixed-race woman in front of her who had removed her black wig to reveal a wavy red color. Oh, pretty girl, why are you so unsteady on your feet? Luckily I reacted quickly. Should I be thanked? Thanks. Anju couldn't wait to eat her alive. Does this guy look familiar? Why is he suddenly taking off his wig? Asterisk. What are you guys doing at? The director stared at the screen in shock as he subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Director, this person is a bit eye-dash. What's with the eyes? The hosts hurry up and get up there. It's Harmoden. Harmoden, the queen of beauty, hired a Yuqing, attached an Anju, and gifted another Harmoden? Yuqing could be his ing coy. The hosts were still in shock backstage when they were kicked on stage by the arriving director. Haha MS. Morden, it's so unexpected that you would appear here. Why would you show up as a makeup artist with a special wig and alternative makeup? Someone slap me. Isn't this just a crappy variety show? Harmatan? I'm convinced. It must be the thing that was touched by Yuqing. Harmoden is angry. So angry to come to participate in this garbage program. First-hand news. The Harmodian Backers Association is already preparing to block Yuqing across the net. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 180. I call this punishing evil. Harmoden coldly scanned the pop-up, and the corners of his lips tugged minutely and imperceptibly. Who's the president of the backup club? Remove her for me. Her voice spread to the entire room through the microphone in Yuqing's hand. Not quite standard Chinese, but clear. Anju was a little weak in the knees and felt extraordinarily trance-like as she looked at everything in front of her. Obviously, Yuqing had been beaten by her a second ago. The second after, It seemed like everything was out of control. Before the bouncer could recover from her Harmadan's reckless words, she had already grabbed the microphone from the host's hands as soon as she could. Ahem. A lot of people wonder who my muse is, and I've babied her all these years not wanting anyone to know, but certain low goods have ridden my goddess, and I just had to stand up and say something. She's been in and out of the capital so much over the years that she speaks with a bit of an accent, only to see Morden take out a wad of red RMB from somewhere and ruthlessly smashed it on the face of Anju, who was frozen on one side. This bastard, giving me $500,000 to commit perjury? You're not afraid to laugh. $500,000? I need $2 million to design a toilet bowl. Anju's eyes were shaken by the red color smashing in front of her, and what was hidden under her tightly closed eyes was anger that raged to the extreme. Yu Ching, you found an imposter and you want to come and frame me? When she opened her eyes again, tears flowed as if they didn't need money. With a sneer, Harmoden bent down and picked up a bill, pressing it a little into the tears at the corners of her eyes. It is not for you to judge whether I am an imposter or not. Little white lotus, are you made of bitter water? Just as the words fell from her lips, she reached out and pulled out a cell phone. Wasn't what was playing on that cell phone what Anju had said when he bribed her? Word by word, clear as if it had pierced the tip of Anju's heart. Today just returned to the country. Originally wanted to disguise to my goddess theater group to give her a surprise. I did not expect to be pulled directly to stuffed $500,000. I thought what good thing to hit me on the head. Harm. The original is towards my hands to stuff want me to hit Ching Ching head. Just you. Also worthy? What kind of trashy dominatrix was around the waist of a village girl who made her too lazy to take a second look at her? The number of people posting pop-ups dwindled almost instantly. And then, there was an explosive boom. Harmony, my woman. This is real. This is real. This is real. I'm convinced. My hands are shaking. Harmoden disappeared for almost a year and her whereabouts are unpredictable, so it's all the more reason for fans to scratch their itchy hearts. Who wouldn't be shocked that she actually appeared at this moment? A large number of Harmadan fans were making their way towards the livestream, which had a momentary crash before being urgently fixed. Only cold sweat dipped out on Anju's forehead as she tried to think of something to explain, but it all seemed futile with Harmadan's powerful fanbase. By coincidence, she had just used her fans to suppress Yu Qing, who had been suppressed without anyone being able to say a word for her. Now, she couldn't say a word after being remedied in the same way by Harmoden. There is no fear of not being rewarded in the present. It's just that the time has not yet come. Alright, all stop brushing. I can't even see what you guys are talking about. Harmoden turned around with disdain, reached out and rubbed his somewhat messy hair, and turned around with bravado to hug Yu Qing's shoulders. This, my goddess, is all remembered. That, she reached out and pointed at Enru, the little dirt chick who stole my goddess's picture and bullied my goddess in all sorts of ways. All of them remember for me as well, how she bullied my goddess. Bully her back. The host silently interjected. MS. Harmoden, don't promote internet violence. Harmoden instantly looked over with cold eyes. I call this punishing evil. Chapter 181. And what came after the calm was a heartbreaking bitterness known only to her. The moderator was so intimidated by Harmoden's aura that he automatically banned himself from the group chat and left everything in front of him to the group of bigwigs. Anju's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She hadn't really weathered too many storms, but had too much ambition and greed, trying to delude themselves into thinking that one step will lead to heaven, not realizing that there are countless obscurities and tears behind those who have made it to heaven. Yu Qing, I have KR on my back. Even if you get Harmoden, she may not be able to. Yu Qing's cell phone seemed to ring. She looked down at the cell phone pinned behind her waist, glanced at it, and hung up. But Anju looked real. That's the name of Yu Yanshun. She could never finish that sentence. Harmoden, Yu Yanshun, and Wang Guan. Why? By what right? Does Yu Qing have so much? Why is she so lucky? She was close. There were even movies already being offered to her, and she was that close to what she wanted. Her pupils seemed to have grayed out all of a sudden and she stood still, looking at Yu Qing with eyes of monstrous hatred. Yu Qing, you screwed me and set me up. I won't let you get away with it either. Just wait for me. Tearing that white facade, her sins were all exposed, but she didn't see that on screen. Her fans were still fighting for her. A lot of people still like her and don't even take Harmoden's word for it because of their fondness for her. She turned a blind eye. Is it true what Harmoden said? Look at Anju like it's real? Even if it's true, I like her. It's okay. Was it Yu Qing who found the pretend harmony? But the audio doesn't seem to be able to explain it. But who hasn't done something wrong? Enru is still young. I can forgive her. Yu Qing is really cheap enough. Has not explained. Endure to now. Really bull. The heat, popularity, and people's sympathy have all doubled. I still like Enru. Scold me. It doesn't matter. But there's no proof that Yu Qing is really the woman in that photo, right? Talk is cheap. I still trust Enru. Yu Qing had guessed early on that someone had said there was no evidence. So yeah, she had Nguyen borrow that outfit from the crew. Since you don't believe me, seeing is believing. She went backstage to the look of indignant resentment from Anju and expectant reassurance from Harmodin. The stage is no longer dark when you take it up again. The director turned on all the lights of the stage, but a dark one was refracted on Anju's head. Not knowing what it was subtly signaling, on the lighted paved trestle, Yu Qing walked up, step by step. The skirts are long and the going is tough. Exactly like her whole life. Flamboyant and bright red color. A bizarre combination of noble and charming, but so just the right harmony. It was probably because she had so many stories under her eyes that held up the outfit. The sultry, large red, long-sleeved dress blossomed open at her every move, painting a peony of flowers. She is the most flamboyant and bright woman Feng enchanting of the Eastern dynasty. The white moonlight in the hearts of countless men. She was enchanting and charming all her life and died a miserable death. She had the strongest faith and reverse bone. She was as unyielding as steel. And she died with only regret rather than resentment. Some people watched this from under the stage and cried bitterly. And with teary eyes watching this, Yu Qing was finally able to stand squarely in the sight of the crowd. Some were full of anger. Some were calm and unruffled. Some hated. Yu Qing calmly lifted the corners of her upturned eyes, as if she had been so calm throughout. And what came after the calm was a heartbreaking bitterness that only she knew. Chapter 182. But the sound she made was silent to the end. Some people were born with certain auras, and Yu Qing in this set of clothes were probably in magnetic field harmony. The pop-ups were almost involuntarily submissive during her appearance. The world loves everything that is beautiful, regardless of gender. Plus Yu Qing's beauty is not offensive, making it rare for women to like it as well. Is anyone still saying that Yu Qing isn't the owner of that photo? Bye-bye for the de-pinking. I still like Anju. I thought she was good looking before, and now that she's changed into this outfit, she seems like a beauty that came out of ancient times. I finally know why Zhou Yuanbi can fire play all the vassals. If I am the emperor, such a beauty I am willing to give everything for her. Ah, now you're blowing up? Didn't you have fun just now scolding others? Apologize. Apologize your mother. What if I don't apologize? As I've said before, I don't care about love or attention etc. From spammers keyboard warriors, I just need an apology. Apologize for the humiliation I've endured for a while, the insults I shouldn't have had to endure, for the sadness I've felt, the sleepless nights and days. More than that, I apologize for your ignorance, your lack of interest, and your irrationality. Yu Qing waved his sleeve. His eyebrows seemed to be raised a few points, and the teasing under his eyes was flirtatious and seductive. Or is it that each and every one of you dared to promise before, but now you don't dare to do it? Someone else said earlier that I would be willing to eat if I washed my hands of it. ID the one who pronounced it backwards as a pig. Will you go to the toilet and eat it yourself or will I find someone to bring it to you? Pronounced backwards it's a pig. I was wrong. The pop-up screen burst into laughter all of a sudden, and Yu Qing almost invisibly made the atmosphere of saber rattling relaxed and active. It also kind of gives some people a leg up. The director watched the scene from backstage and just felt that he really hadn't misjudged anyone. Across the screen, these keyboard warriors, even if they didn't apologize, Yu Qing had no way to find them one by one to hold their heads down and make them apologize. But she used more relaxed words to ease the atmosphere, to ease the seriousness of this matter. Those who feel that the apology is not to hurt face self-esteem, naturally willing to sincerely apologize. This kind of emotional intelligence IQ face value or online actress. A flying start is just around the corner. Okay, this one apologized, forget it. Can't really let you go eat that what? I still feel disgusted. Yu Qing pursed her lips and curved her eyes, caught off guard and turned to the side of the existence of almost zero sense of Enru to look at. So what about you? The party concerned should not also say 3 words to me? I'm sorry, or, I'm wrong. Named in vain, Anju's heart thumped. There were still people supporting her in the pop-ups, but all she saw was praising Yu Qing. Her eyes reddened and flushed, but this time no tears ever rolled down her face. Clenching her teeth tightly, she opened her mouth longingly. You deserve my apology too? You're a chicken abroad. You're trippy, and you shouldn't have been on fire in the first place. She tried to continue with something else, but realized her hiss made no sound at all. She looked down and saw that her microphone had been yanked off its power source by the host. A bunch of, she hissed almost silently. Yu Qing coldly swept a glance at her, before hooking her lips with a trifle teasing. Since Miss Anju has given me an apology, I will accept it, but that doesn't mean I forgive you. Anju's eyes were dead wide. I'm not apologizing to you, but the sound she made was silent to the end. Anger and blood rushed to his head, and everything in front of him was black and red. She managed to take a few steps back, wanting to insult something, only she couldn't really say it. Eyes rolled back and he fell straight toward the back. Chapter 183, You're the one who won't let her go. And Rue's fall caused a clamor on the set, and before anyone had time to help her, they saw a man suddenly rush in at the studio door. Feast read. She seemed to have come in a hurry, rushing onto the stage without even having time to tuck in the white shirt of her blouse. Rue, Anju never responded, probably because she really couldn't take the excitement and passed out. People have a line of resilience, some deep, some shallow. Fei Hong's reaction was quick as she hastily picked Rue up and raised her eyes to sweep Yuqing. The glance was complicated, saying it was anger, but there was nothing really angry about it. It's not much of a raging emotion to call it hate. It's just complicated, indescribable. She's still a little girl. What is forgiven, and what you want you've got now, haven't you? She had been inside the muddy waters of entertainment for so long, but it was the first time she had seen a little girl like Yuqing. In his early 20s, he put up with being yelled at and insulted, and it was calculated from that slap. Tolerance notwithstanding, the hearts are appallingly deep. Is it me who won't spare her, or is it you guys who won't spare me? Yuqing unceremoniously lowered the microphone and gave her a faint look. Fei Hong laughed, an extremely scanty laugh. She lowered her eyes to hide the obscure deep meaning. It's you who won't let her go. Yuqing frowned, quietly looking at the person in front of him. She's unconscious. I'll take her to the hospital first. We'll talk about anything later. Fei Hong picks up Rue, stepping on high heels but still with a firm and steady pace. It's you who won't let her go. Yuqing, you're the one who won't let her go. Yuqing didn't say anything. The behavior of stopping Rue from going to the hospital at this time wouldn't be accepted by the public. She had Feast read out before looking at the big screen in front of her. The pop-up spread all over the screen. She casually placed the microphone to the side and turned around. Gotta go. Bye. Indeed. She had gotten what she wanted so far. It's like being in a relationship. Wanting to be in a relationship. Hanging on to the audience's appetite. It's time to go. It's time to stay. That's the operation. Yuqing's action of dragging her red dress and turning around caused the audience who were watching this live broadcast to fall into a state of shock. And then, a large number of viewers couldn't find her in person but had to go to her weeds to find her. Yuqing's attention soared from the previous 2,000 to 150,000 within an hour, and it even continued to soar wildly, with no apex at all. When it goes up to 300,000, click on Follow Yuqing and a prompt will appear. The current user operates frequently. Please wait patiently before doing so. The viewers immediately had it in their hearts. Too many people were paying attention, making Yuqing's account so frequent that they couldn't even click on the attention. So the anxious viewers started searching for Yuqing's name on Weibo, wanting to know her dynamics and information and whatnot. As a result, Yuqing's name was searched on the hot search list within 10 minutes. Just her name, not even anything else. The netizens at the bottom who haven't seen the program are all dumbfounded. Where did this come from to be on the hot seat out of nowhere? Bot? But people who had seen the show immediately gave them the scoop on who this person was, incidentally attaching a recording of the show. Thus, Yuqing's Weibo collapsed. 9 o'clock just got off work. Weibo staff just opened. The King of Glory was summoned back to the company by the boss. A bitter face. When this resumed, Yuqing's Weibo followers were directly cleared. Weibo was already prepared to compensate Yuqing's loss, but it turned out to see that zero, within 10 minutes, turned into 400,000 in seconds. Staff. Chapter 184. Two women who were almost 70 years old combined, playing LOL in the lobby of an internet cafe. From the moment she walked out of the studio, Nguyen had been in a state of euphoria. How can I put it? It was like one of those little female cats that had gone Chang and kept pouting and wagging their tails in front of Yuqing. Yuqing didn't know what she was getting excited about. Shouldn't all of this have been expected long ago? So she simply threw her cell phone at her to play with. As a result, Nguyen got the phone and became even more restless. Ching, so many people are apologizing to you. Asterisk. You're on the hot seat. The first 4 are all you. Yuqing glanced at her. Who is your daughter? Ruanqiu huffed twice. Your auntie fans are shouting for your daughter. And sister fans are shouting for your sister. Girlfriend fans are shouting for your husband. By the way, come and see. Your microblogging comments broke 100,000. And those who apologize to you are 60,000 or 70,000. You talk with fewer exclamation points in your voice. Watch out for oxygen deprivation. Nguyen grunted and continued to happily flip through her phone. She wasn't happy that the star under her was on fire. She just felt that Yuqing's journey had been too difficult, and now finally it was hard for someone to understand how good she was and was willing to like her. She's really touched. She knew that she would leave Yuqing in the future as well, and Yuqing didn't have many friends or anything, and had always been afraid that she would be alone. Now that she finally has someone to keep her company, she should be a lot happier when she reads the comments when she's unhappy. In the evening, Yuqing introduces Ally to Harmodin. Ally tearfully hugged Yuqing's arm and yelled, "You're my goddess," then rolled her eyes and went to play LOL with Hamodin. Two women, almost 70 years old combined, playing LOL in the lobby of an internet cafe. It attracted the attention of almost all the young guys. Yu Qing doesn't play games much, and after a while he left first, got into the car. Hamilton, seeing that she was poor, had brought her a new car when she came, and it was not very expensive. Yu Qing chose to pay her in installments, and she didn't refuse. Getting into the car, she flipped a cell phone number from inside her address book. Hello, it was the police station's clerk. She was so excited when she received the call. MS. You, I just finished watching your live broadcast. It was really too exciting. That Enru is also too bad. Watching it makes me want to arrest her. Oh, there's no need to arrest her. She's relying on KR behind her. Mr. Use. Yu Qing casually pulled a line, then got back to the point. Calling you. I want you to post what I did before to save that girl, and the process and whatnot on the internet. No need to exaggerate. Just elaborate according to what happened originally. Do you think so? Of course. The clerk stood up with a slap on the table. Do you think it's better if I use the first person or the third person? We're all brainwashed fans of yours in the police department now. And my boss, he was just looking for me to get the video process during your live broadcast. Secretly tell you, don't say anything, haha. He wants to save face. Although he guessed that there would be many people who would turn pink this time. When the clerk said this, Yu Qing was still a bit embarrassed. It's not embarrassment either. It's just not knowing how to take it in the face of sudden affection. Whatever. I'm good. All she wants is the positive results from this article. Right now she doesn't have a solid enough following, and needs some positive behavior from her, some merit, to solidify her fans' love for her. Chapter 185. A violent and persistent knock on the door then suddenly sounded strongly. The clerk balked, hung up the phone and went off to post the blog. Yu Qing looked at the desktop on her cell phone. It was now 22:52. One day seemed to pass as long as a week. She yawned luxuriantly and leaned back against the passenger seat as if she were bonelessly soft. Thinking back to that look in Feast Red's eyes, she always felt there was something else going on. Fei Hong was a smart person. She should have known by now that she was premeditated from the moment she slapped Enru. That slap, even that previous internet outpouring of insults against her, was something she had envisioned. She didn't have much time in the remote city. Can stay. Want a red, want a fire, then you have to sword. The more netizens call her names, the more guilty she will be when things flip, the more her heat will explode, and the more impression she will leave in people's minds. She had never denied that she was scheming. Rather, it was a world where simplicity could be good. It was enough for her to have a clean slate and a bottom line in her heart. So why must she be a white lotus swaying high in the muck? Suddenly something came to mind and he glanced down at his cell phone. Lose a person's name, and underneath is a flood of news. The movie queen receives her award at Cannes. It's still abroad. She exited the browser and let out a long sigh. It's exhausting. Ruan Qiu went to spend another long night with his sleepless president tonight. Yu Qing thought, opened the door and sat back in the driver's seat. A young couple passed by her car, and she saw the boy's eyes fill with joy as he looked down. Starting the car, she chose to go home. The phone vibrated. It was the weather report. Tonight is another night of thunderstorms. She arrived home first, then changed her clothes, took the frozen dumplings she'd bought ages ago out of the fridge, boiled them and brought them out. Just as it was served, there was a clap of thunder outside the window. She looked away and didn't think much of it. Opened up Twitter, looked at the private thoughts of his new fans, and buried his head in his food. A lot of these people who called her names before are now coming to say they're sorry. There were also a lot of people who posted long paragraphs to comfort her. Yu Qing had never felt that Weibo could turn out to be so warm. She had always assumed that it was relative for a star to earn a high paycheck, and that would be cursed by the audience. I didn't realize there were so many people who were genuinely supportive. She finished her meal and tweeted, afterward, through thick and thin, Ching Ching mommy loves you. How come this tweet doesn't come with a selfie? Good day. Support. You haven't rested yet? Have you eaten? Today is another day to love Ching Ching. Treasure love beans to understand. Aha. What Yu Qing had never imagined was now here. So unreal. Even if she had envisioned it countless times in her mind. Ching Ching is the same age as me. You're really strong. I've been through pretty much the same thing as you, but it's almost too much to hold on to. Yu Qing looked at it, and after a moment of silence, sent her a very long private message. At the end of the day, she said, growing up is probably a process of learning to endure and look away. After dinner, she took a shower and took a thick cotton quilt, nestled in the sofa cuddling with the iPad to read a book that dissects human nature, which is useful for filming to bring in the character. This was a couple hours of reading, and I finished it at 1 or 2 o'clock. She yawned, and had just gotten up on her front foot when the violent, persistent knocking on the door suddenly sounded strongly. Chapter 186, Yu Qing, speak, ha? Anyone else knocking on the door in the middle of the night is either a pervert or in a hurry. Yu Qing's first thought was Ruan Qiu, and she walked over to the door in her bare feet, looking through the camera on the door. It was so dark that she couldn't see clearly. As if annoyed, The person outside the door suddenly knocked heavily on the door. Yu Qing, do you want the rain to smash me to death or the thunder to strike me to death? A low, husky male voice, not light but extraordinarily clear. Yu Qing froze, and then almost subconsciously opened the door. How do you? She hadn't finished half of her sentence when she was surprised by the person in front of her in this outfit. You're cosplaying? Cos astronauts? What aviation goggles? What a thing to wear. It was a different kind of handsome, but she still couldn't see it. Yu Yenshin was covered in rainwater, and he casually pulled off the object on his face, revealing the angular side of his face in the dim light. I haven't seen you for a few days, but this guy seems to be even more handsome. His body reveals an unspeakable testosterone, open and unrestrained. Yu Qing, are you okay? Yu Qing, his appearance in such a violent and arrogant manner made her feel for a moment that he had come to trouble her. She stepped on an actress who could bring him countless benefits, so he came after her. Yu Qing was silent for a moment before speaking. What happened to me? Yu Yenshin's cold eyes looked askance at the warm and beautiful but not too seductive goose-egg face in front of him. The bottom of his eyes seemed to be burning a flame, but in an invisible way it died out in the bottom of his eyes. The director of the crappy show you're on is just pulling the stomping pits on artists to get exposure. And you're rushing up to be exploited? He searched for that show before he got on the plane to get specific information. A show that hangs itself on the skin of justice, but actually victimizes its stars in all sorts of ways. Her agent put her on this? Yu Qing was silent for a few more seconds before realizing that the purpose of this man coming in the middle of the night was probably to educate her, as he felt that she had suffered a loss from appearing on that show. You're overthinking it. I know it in my heart. Yu Yenshin tightened his brows in a fine and unnoticeable manner. What kind of numbers do you have in your heart? You're a young girl who just graduated, so it's as simple as they're punking a 3-year-old? Do you think you can clear your name by appearing on that program? If you were really that desperate, you couldn't have told Dash. His series of rhetorical questions were more like questioning, smashing Yu Qing inexplicably. Without even finishing his words, Yu Qing backhandedly threw the towel draped over his body onto the table. Yu Yenshin, you came to argue with me in the middle of the night? Are you out of your mind? And in such an ugly outfit. She must have been blind to think handsome just now. I quarrel with you in the middle of the night? There is a thin layer of dark color under the man's eyebrows. It should be caused by not resting well. That dark color and his eye color almost melted into one, lining the eye color more and more deep. He casually yanked off the earside headset. The person inside the mic was still talking. Number KM6892. Have you reached your destination? Please respond. Number KM6892. Please respond. Number KM6892. Under Yu Qing's silent gaze, he reached out and pressed a certain spot on the headset, and the voice inside immediately summarized. I'm not signing my contract to fly my private jet back home to save the day. And you're saying I'm here to argue with you? Who put you on that show? That agent of yours? His voice was cold and frightening. Perhaps he was originally such an appalling person. Only in the past he was in the mood and willing to hide his hostility, and now he was unwilling to do so that he appeared to be so cold and vicious. Yu Qing, you talk, ha? Yu Qing looked at the person in front of her, a dense layer of coldness climbing up her calves from her heels. What do you want me to say? Chapter 187 TCH, the little girl has indeed grown up a lot. Say, who put you on that Thai show? How's it going when you're done? Did you get bullied? Yu Yenshin was full of hostility, and he couldn't restrain it no matter how much he tried. He'd never actually felt good-tempered, and even the internet's claim that he was Svenskum didn't fit him. He is not svelte, and when he is displeased, he is made whole, and when he is displeased, he is made whole to the point of being pleasurable. Now, for example, he's figured out how to put that show out of business. What does it have to do with you as to who put me on? And you came to bully me in the middle of the night? Yu Qing frowned at him. Are you so determined that I'm being bullied? Yu Yenshin looked at her vaguely angry brows and closed his eyes. Contain the raging emotions in your heart, largely because negative emotions rage when one is too tired. He tried his best to keep his hostility from hurting Yu Qing, and his tone calmed down a bit. You don't have a company or a back office, so it's only too normal for them to bully you. I just got off the plane and I haven't learned those things about you yet. It's easier for you to just tell me now than for me to find out. You answer my question first. Why are you so determined that I will be bullied by them? Yu Qing was really a bit strange. Does she look that stupid that she can't even see the nature of that program? And being bullied? Why won't you be bullied by them? Yu Yenshin only felt that what stood in front of him was an extremely easy to destroy flower bone. Fragile, sensitive and delicate. Wouldn't it be easier for those executioners to bully her? Yu Qing looked at his decisive look and snorted in mockery. Mister, you're really confident. Do you know me well enough to cap it off so quickly? The thinly veiled mockery in her words was barely concealed. The hostility in Yu Yenshin's brows seemed to deepen, and he narrowed his deep eyes. You mean, you weren't bullied by them? Yu Qing let out a laugh. Oh, not really. Of course I was bullied by them. They nailed me to a pillar of shame. The entertainment industry is now ashamed of me, understand? Is that what you want to hear? It would be strange if Yu Yanchen couldn't hear Yu Qing saying the opposite. He gazed straight into her brimming, clear eyes, and there was some sharp anger there. Half a dozen times. Give me the cell phone. No. I didn't bring my cell phone with me before I got on the plane. I was afraid I'd die in the sky because of distraction. Now I ask you to borrow a cell phone and you won't even give it to me? Yu Qing wanted to say that it wasn't like she forced him to come back, but meaning his line of sight in the drenching water, she hesitated for a moment, but still turned around and picked up her cell phone from the couch and handed it to Yu Yanchen. The password is all zeros. Yu Yanchen glanced at her, and Yu Qing only felt as if that glance was even more hostile. His bony hands fiddled with the phone after unlocking the password, and as time passed, Yu Qing wondered what Yu Yanchen was seeing here. Only his brow suddenly furrowed, and he suddenly dropped his phone back onto the couch with a press of the lock screen button. Yu Qing frowned and bent down to pick up the phone. It was only a pity that she was only halfway through her movements when Yu Yanchen hooked the thin belt and directly yanked it over. Her mind had a momentary daze, and it was only when she was met with burning breath against her head that she realized where she was now. Yu Qing subconsciously struggled a little, and was held by his death grip around his waist. Don't move. Give me a hug for a while. Yu Qing, inhaling the faint fragrance of her body. Yu Yanchen suddenly let out a low snort. TCH, Xingqing has indeed grown up. Big time. Chapter 188. So, you don't think it's dangerous? Grown up and don't need him anymore. What was he rushing back for? And trying to take it out on her. The result? Seeing that I was just on fire. Isn't it ridiculous? Ha? Yu Yanchen looked down at her soft hair. Xianer, open your mouth and speak. I'm on fire right now. Listen to some words. No. Yu Qing's body tightened. Just thought you were sick in the head. Coming to argue with me in the middle of the night, and wearing this kind of clothes to argue with her. She really thought he was out of his mind. Yu Yanchen seemed to laugh lowly and did not make a sound. Yu Qing also only realized that he seemed to have smiled a little because he was close enough to his chest to detect the low tremor, only to hear him follow up by speaking, his voice seeming to be a little less angry and hostile than before. If I wasn't nervous about you and cared about you, I could come to your house in the middle of the night and argue with you? Outside the window was a raging storm. Yu Yanchen seemed like every time he came to her house, there wasn't much good weather. Yu Qing was caught off guard by his words, and for a moment her thoughts went blank. Really? The kind of hair void where you don't think about anything. Before Yu Qing could regain her senses, Yu Yanchen had already released her. Clothes are wet. Wait for me. He reached down and tugged at the bottom corner of his shirt, pulling the soaked shirt off. The movement reveals a powerfully lean waistline. Those abs were right in front of his eyes, and Yu Qing couldn't look back. Stared for a few seconds. When Yu Yanchen lowered his head, he happened to see her complexion at the moment, clearly raising an eyebrow. He reached out and picked her hand. Want to touch? Yu Qing turned around as if she had been electrocuted and picked herself out of his arms, a scarlet red spreading under the ears covered by her dark hair. Sick. He had just been in a tit-for-tat fight with her, and now he was flirting with her. Instead of cursing, it was more like pouting. Yu Yanchen's eyebrows seemed to be looking at her with a few teasing smiles, with an indescribably evil and handsome and sexy body. His voice was low and deep in this night. Well, I do have a disease. Sick indeed. And looking at the full-bodied, tantalizing woman in front of him as if she were a little girl. So, big star, you got any clothes for the patients to wear? He can't always wear watery clothes. He has too much to do to get sick. Or, do you kinda like it when I'm just fruitful like that? I don't know if it's because I haven't seen you for a few days or what, but Yu Qing looked at Yu Yanchen's face in a trance and had a feeling that her heart was beating uncontrollably. It feels like he's even more handsome than he was a few days ago. Did you go abroad for plastic surgery? In her mind. In reality, she didn't even glance at him, turning around and going to the cubicle to get him a black bathrobe. She always liked to wear oversized clothes that were loose and comfortable, so this bathrobe Yu Yanchen put on was appropriate. Here, just this. The man glanced at what she was carrying in her hand. No pants? Where did I get man pants? So you don't think it's dangerous? Yu Yanchen's eyes were dark as he gazed at her abnormally scarlet face, hiding the deep meaning under his own eyes. Whole pants for me. Ha? Yu Qing blushed at these few words of his, and under his deep, burning gaze, she turned around and dove headfirst into the bedroom. When he came out again, he had a pair of men's pants in his hand. My dad wore it before. Put it on. Chapter 189, obviously right in front of me, but it seems like it will disappear the next moment. Yu Yanchen's gaze flicked around the pants before he let out a light laugh. He casually put it on in front of Yu Qing. It fits quite well. He didn't mean anything else by and large, but for some reason, Yu Qing looked at him and felt that what he was saying was some kind of a modest comment. My dad is about the same size as you, and the fit is normal. When her mother left home, countless women from 40 to 18 years old waited night after night outside her cottage for a chance encounter with her father. Her father was rich for one thing, and handsome and civilized for another. When the Yu family went bankrupt, there were even many people who wanted to adopt his father as a gigolo. Later, there were rumors about the father women and that he went to jail for it, and those women stopped suddenly mentioning his father who was in prison. It was only after the words fell that Yu Qing realized that there was some discomfort in his heart. Yu Yanchuan's eyes looked at her deeply. 1 more year out of prison? Yu Qing knew what he was talking about. She gave a faint her eyebrows slightly drooping. I'm going to go inside to see him in a while. I haven't been back to see him for the past 4 years, and I don't know how he's doing. Some words came to his mouth Yu Yanchuan in the end did not say. He reached out and casually gathered some wet black hair, walked 2 steps forward, reached out and pinched Yu Qing's soft side face. Good boy. It's just 1 word, not even a redundancy. But Yu Qing felt at this instant that the large dry crack in his heart felt like a hot spring had been injected into it. She blinked, her warm, pretty eyes like seductive elves. Yu Qing looked at Yu Yanchuan. You said you flew an airplane here? Where is the airplane? In front of your house. A few simple words, but it caused Yu Qing's pupils to shrink in shock, turning around and looking towards the door. Only just turning around, she was turned around by Yu Yanchuan pinching her arm. A not-so-gentle knock on the side of her head. Stupid? There's no tarmac here and it's a residential neighborhood, so you'll believe me when I say so? I've never seen a private jet, so how do I know what it's like? It's similar to a civilian airplane, just harder to maneuver. If you want to see it, I'll take you up next time. Yu Yanchuan seemed to be very casual when he talked about sailing these things, but Yu Qing was able to clearly perceive the feeling that suddenly appeared on his body. It was like the fog on his body had all disappeared, and at this moment, he seemed to be the real him in a serious and unruly yet casual manner. She looked at him a little lost in thought for a few seconds before looking down and withdrawing her gaze. Have you eaten yet? There's frozen dumplings. Want some? Yu Yanchuan glanced at the current time. Whatever. Frozen dumplings are something Yu Qing can still get. Put on an apron, and went into the kitchen. Yu Yanchuan looked at her back, and only after a while did he pull out her cell phone from the sofa, tap on Twitter and watch that long video. Another random scroll through the tens of thousands of apologies at the bottom of her tweets, and various private messages expressing love. Suddenly there was the illusion that things were out of control. More like something that had been clutched securely in his hand was now suddenly being withdrawn. Inexplicably uncomfortable. His eyes were haunted as he tossed the phone back onto the couch, his dripping ink hair falling onto his forehead with a splash as he gazed over to Yu Qing in the kitchen. It was clearly in front of me, but it seemed like it would be gone the next moment. Chapter 190. Does it hurt? It really made him uncomfortable. Yu Qing took the dumplings off the pan and suddenly had a sudden urge to microwave a cupcake. After setting for 2 minutes, the dumplings were cooked and the cake was fluffy and warm due out of the microwave. She held the dumplings in one hand and turned on the microwave with the other, thinking about the cupcakes as whether or not you want to add more milkshake or something to them. They should be better. Plain, cool fingers covered the edge of the cutlery, and the first sensation was a bit of heat by the time she took it out. However, the heat seemed to have instantly increased several times, and she almost took it off at once. The sound of broken tableware resounded clearly within the quiet, wave-free villa, and Yu Qing froze slightly as she looked at everything in front of her. By the time she came back to her senses, the man who had been sitting in the living room had come into view. Where does it hurt? His voice was low, his brow furrowed. Yu Qing glanced at the mess on the floor, and suddenly felt that he was really at odds with a place like the kitchen. No, it didn't hurt. Looking at the broken cupcakes, she was a little too feeble to know where to start cleaning them up. Just as she was about to go get the broom, she was suddenly clutched by Yu Yanchuan's hand. She looked at him in consternation. The latter's face was gloomy, as obscure as the weather outside the window. You call that not hurting? The belly of her hand that was squeezing the dinner plate was reddish in a big way. It was especially noticeable on her pale skin, and it looked kinda shocking really. Yu Qing subconsciously struggled a little. Yu Yanchuan's strength in squeezing her hand was so tight that it couldn't be moved. Yu Yanchuan frowned. Who told you to make this mess? Why don't you just order some dumplings? Words to the mouth and suddenly cannot say. Looking at his demeanor, Yu Qing pursed lips. I suddenly want to eat just. It is my carelessness. You let go of me. As if Yu Yanchuan hadn't heard her words, he looked down and cast a sidelong glance at the mess on the floor. And then suddenly, before Yu Qing could react, he intercepted her and picked her up on his shoulders. What's wrong with you? How so simple and crude? It's not like she can't walk on her own if she doesn't move to pick her up and carry her. What a? Yu Yanchuan wasn't going to ignore Yu Qing's protests and walked out of the kitchen, turning around and shoving her onto the couch. A cold hand covered her reddened index finger, and there was an indescribably comforting sensation coming from her fingertips. The medical kit is still there in your bedroom? Yu Qing nodded and Yu Yanchuan touched her wound and turned around to get the medical kit, leaving Yu Qing to frown as she looked down at the burns on her hands. She never wanted to go into the kitchen again. I'm happy. With a sigh, Yu Yenchen took out the medical kit. She was going to say she'd come on her own, but by the look of him I don't think he meant for her to come on her own at all. Resistance is fruitless, so enjoy. She does. Does it hurt? Yu Qing shook his head. The man's thin lips pursed tightly as he picked up a cotton swab and dabbed some ointment on it. And in that instant, Yu Qing suddenly noticed a sharp sensation of pain that hurt so much that she sucked in a breath of cold air. What are you doing? She clearly perceived that he was pressing down hard. So hard it hurt. Yu Yenchen held down her arm, almost forcibly preventing her hand from being drawn back. Let's make you grow a pair and reach for something in the microwave without using the insulation. Are you thinking you have too thick of a skin? Chapter 191 I like you, but liking is fragile. It can't withstand doubt. Yu Qing. Yu Qing was in pain and almost had tears coming out of her eyes. She held her foggy eyes and stared at the person in front of her in death. She got the cake, not to give it to him. Who is he to pinch her wounds? Yu Qing bit her lip. Although her hand was a little cramped from the pain, she still didn't make a single sound. Only the wateriness under her eyes was about to fall off. They say that silent tears are more heartbreaking, but Yu Yenchen simply swept a glance and withdrew his eyes. Remember the pain so you don't hurt yourself later. His movements afterward were put gently, applying the medicine, applying the gauze, a series of movements that were gentle and tight. But Yu Qing never spoke again, her little face pale, and when the medicine was finished, she directly drew her hand back. Her face was cold as she looked down at her freshly bandaged finger. The pain seemed to still reside in the mind. She pursed her lips. You don't have to put me on if you don't want to. The anger and aggravation in one sentence was almost impossible to hide. Yu Yenchen lowered his eyes and swept her a glance. Still aggrieved? Before and en route on the stage confrontation. Tear her when not quite strong it. This let your fans to see shall not be heartbroken to death? Not knowing which of his words was the trigger, Yu Qing all of a sudden raised his head and stared at him. Yu Yenchen. You pressed my wound and still shady and sarcastic. Do you have a bubble in your brain or are you deliberately taking revenge on me? Her thin lips were tightly pursed. Yu Yenchen narrowed his eyes in a seemingly subtle and unnoticeable manner, a thin mockery flickering in the bottom of his eyes. Retaliation? Can't say. He was that much more uncomfortable seeing her standing on stage surrounded by spotlights and tweeted by countless fans expressing their love. Why would I want to get back at you for something you did that made me uncomfortable? Yu Qing's breathing seemed to deepen as she stared straight at Yu Yenchen. According to the paragraph you just said, I stepped on Enru and still got a large number of fans. You lost a small flower under your banner that could become a movie queen in the future. Isn't it quite normal for you to be furious and take revenge on me? It's too normal. Her hands seemed to be getting more and more sore, so sore that half her arm was uncomfortable. They say that all fingers are connected, and her hands have always been sensitive, much less like someone else to torture her hand. After she said those words seemed to think of something, staring at the silent man then opened his mouth. Also, that suddenly made me think of something. You said you returned to China in order to save the scene. Save the scene in the end is whose? My, or Enru's? The Anju thing was actually here all along. She just didn't mention it before and didn't think it was necessary. Yu Yenchen had never mentioned it either, and Yu Qing didn't know why he didn't mention it. She was also in no position to ask. Perhaps it was the darkness of the night that made one's emotions more fragile and sensitive. Or perhaps it was the pain in the words he said that she suddenly found intolerable. She actually just straight up raked the things that were lurking in the back of her mind straight to the surface. Yu Qing kept her head tilted and locked eyes with Yu Yenchen, and even more so because of this, she was able to clearly observe the man's expression, his demeanor, his knitted brows. His face seemed to have clouded over all at once because of what she had said, and there was a stormy, low feeling all over him. After a half-long period of silence, Yu Yenchen leaned over and gathered that medical kit. Then it was placed on a side table. Yu Qing, don't doubt my feelings for you. What I like about you is that I will be good to you, willing to take on your negativity, willing to be your harbor, and even as long as you are willing, I can give you all the liking I can give right now. But Yu Qing, liking cannot withstand doubt. It was the first time in 4 years that she had heard the words I like you in his mouth. She looked up at him without even that fluttering feeling. Dull, unspeakably complex. So now I'm doubting your feelings for me, suspecting that you didn't come back for me but for Anju, and you don't like me anymore. Is that what you mean? Chapter 192, Yu Qing, are you that delicate? I'm just trying to tell you that feelings are fragile and don't stand up to doubt. Yu Yenchen's voice was low and deep, with an obscure and inexplicable fuzziness. Under the harsh pouring rain outside the window and the deep, warm-colored light inside, everything looked so cold and deep. Yu Qing, don't doubt my feelings. Don't doubt his feelings. Just as he never brings up the scene from that night 4 years ago when she walked hand in hand on the airplane with another man. There are some things not to bring up, and even more not to suspect. Yu Qing felt that he should have a lot of things he wanted to say, but when the words came out of his mouth he couldn't say a single word. She should say something. The tears inside her eyes evaporated without falling in the end. and after that haze disappeared her eyes cleared, leaving only the pain in her fingertips, but it still lingered. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yu Yenshin leaned over to look at her. Pain makes a person's memory deeper. I'm not trying to get back at you. I just want you to remember the pain. Remember it, and never do it again in your life. It's my personal experience, and I'm not going to hurt you. Yu Qing felt that she really would never do it again in her life. Tonight would surely be uniquely present in her memory. So you want me to become you? Your father used pain to make you remember your mistakes, and you want to use pain to make me remember my mistakes? Yu Qing's lips were dry and tight as she looked at Yu Yenshin with extraordinarily complicated eyes. The man was silent for a brief moment at her remark. He had risen to his feet when he spoke again. Qing, I won't do that to you. As long as she doesn't betray him again like she did 4 years ago. He could not tolerate a second betrayal. Don't you already do that to me? Yu Yenshin looked at the anger under her eyes and calmly stroked her soft hair. I didn't. 3 simple, calm words. Yu Qing felt like he was fighting an undefeated man. Touch it and it bounces back, and doesn't fight her or get defeated by her. Really, it made her heart clog. Yu Yenshin withdrew the hand that was placed at her hairshiner and faintly said, I won't do anything bad to you. You can rest assured that you don't suspect me. Yu Qing wanted to say, you've done a lot of things that aren't good for me. From 4 years ago to now, she could count them all, but Yu Yenshin didn't seem to give her a chance to say it. He turned around and went to the kitchen to pick up the portion of dumplings she had cooked earlier. It had already stuck together from not moving for so long and all the moisture had been absorbed. Yu Qing thought he was going to throw it away. However, he just picked it up and ate it like that. She subconsciously frowned, wanting to stop him from continuing to eat, but the words still didn't come out. Say, her hand still hurts. Yu Yenshin was fast when he ate, but he didn't give off a rude feeling at all. Even if it's just a bowl of ordinary dumplings, it's like a mountain of flavor. He calmly finished it and put it in the automatic dishwasher. One more look at the mess. Silence, and then he turned and headed out of the kitchen. Call the bellman to come and clear it in the morning. Don't move it yourself. Be careful of cutting your skin. Yu Qing gave him a cold look. Isn't it better to cut? The pain makes me remember more, doesn't it? Yu Yenshin looked at her with a light brow. Yu Qing, I just used a little more force when I applied the medicine, perhaps not in the right way. In fact, that pain will go away soon. I've experienced it. Are you that delicate? Chapter 193 I don't like you. Yu Qing retorted almost instantly. I'm petulant? Yu Qing looked at him with icy pale brows. You punish me in ways I don't like, make me remember the pain, torture my flesh, and then you say I'm petulant? This is what you like? Almost subconsciously, she clenched her hand, and all of a sudden she touched the wound, and the pain went straight to her temples. Yu Yenshin looked at her, clenching her fists tightly, and the color under her eyes seemed to be as deep and dark as a thick inking stone. Let's just say I'm wrong and this is over. Yu Qing straightened her eyes and stared at him coldly. Turning the page? Don't say I doubt you. I really think you're using this excuse to get back at me. Yu Yenshin stared at Yu Qing in silence for a few seconds, and then he stepped forward. Bending over, his dark hair fell in disarray in front of his cool brow. His voice was cold and scanty. Do you think my revenge will be a simple press to make you hurt? My revenge will only make people worse than death, or either life or death. So it's not even talking about liking it and not giving her any security. Even if she wanted to move forward, how could she move forward with this kind of relationship that could take a step into the abyss of hell at any moment? And with the foretaste of failure? Yu Yenshin looked at her unexplained anger and faintly said, So, I'm not retaliating against you. I acted in a way that displeased you, and I will pay attention next time. There's no need to be so angry. Ha! With 4 eyes facing each other, the anger under Yu Qing's eyes seemed to have a tendency to gradually extinguish. She couldn't say she was much mad at him. She just suddenly wanted to get the cake, really wanted to get it for him, but accidentally burning herself. Though she said it was her own carelessness, he caught her off guard and held it down on purpose to make her hurt, and she felt aggravated straight away. She tried to get him food, accidentally hurt herself, and he had to come and add fuel to the fire. Add to that the fact that the whole Anju thing had been hanging over her mind. Her anger simply came out in a straightforward manner. To put it bluntly, she's just possessive of him, as all women are. Hers is just more subtle. You can be a real pain in the ass sometimes. Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes minutely and unnoticeably, and then gave a shallow There's no such thing as a man who doesn't hate. It's only when you hate it that you can get you to like it. I don't like you, Yu Qing retorted almost instantly. After the rebuttal, she realized that she had been so hasty in her reply that it rather looked like she was trying to cover something up. She raised her head to look at Yu Yenshin. The latter didn't seem to care very much about her words. His expression was unchanged, still light, as if shrouded in a layer of invisible mist, making it impossible to see his expression clearly, and even more so, to feel his mind. Well, you don't like me. His calm reply like this caused Yu Qing's heart to seem even more uncomfortable. She felt that her mental fluctuations were always uncontrollably large in front of Yu Yenshin. But it's out of control. Yu Yenshin raised his eyes and swept a glance at the clock, faintly saying, "It's late now. Do you have any arrangements for tomorrow?" Yu Qing also glanced at the clock obediently. "Yes. Then get an early night. Girls don't stay up late." Yu Qing looked at him uncertainly. "You're leaving?" Yu Yenshin unbuckled the waistband of the bathrobe. His collarbone was not effeminate like that kind of creamy boy. Instead, it had a total unknown compelling masculine aura. "I don't think you'd let me stay over at your house after pissing you off so much. There will write a long review or book review, sisters. You can send a hair, I want to put the top plus fine. Write a good book, coins red packets, yo." Chapter 194. Knowing that it hurts won't make the same one low-level mistake again, and I returned home in a hurry. So if you're not doing anything, I'm going to go take care of my business. He casually slipped on the clothes he'd left to dry on one side. A casual gesture with no loss of personal charm whatsoever. Yu Qing just watched his fluid movements, not uttering a single word. When Yu Yenshin finished organizing himself, he casually hung the night vision goggles in front of his elbow before looking at her. "Ching Ching?" Yu Qing looked at him. "Oh, okay, good night." Yu Yenshin's movements lurched. "And just one meal. Good night, Kiyoshi." Yu Yenshin went out and brought the door with no lightness. That voice was exceptionally clear in Yu Qing's ears. She looked down at her gauze-wrapped index finger and rubbed it with the knuckle of her thumb. The gauze was dense and uncomfortable to the touch. She looked down, staring. After a few seconds, he reached right down and pulled the gauze off. "It's time to know some pain. Knowing that it hurts will prevent the same one low-level mistake. Dog man, remote city, where the rainy season seems to never distinguish between seasons, where the landscape and water seem to always seem like previous years, where everything is so far away and yet so close at hand." Yu Yenshin came out and took his cell phone out of the compartmentalized pocket inside his clothes, and when he opened it, there were dozens of missed calls. His eyebrows didn't move and he went to his secretary as if he hadn't seen it. In barely a minute, the dark-colored Kayan appeared in front of him. "Secretary Sue hasn't returned yet, and the current one is a female secretary." She carefully walked to Yu Yenshin's side with her umbrella. "Mr. Yu, please get in the car." Yu Yenshin gave a faint pulled open the back door and sat up. The temperature in the car was set at the right temperature, and the secretary had thoughtfully prepared a suit, inside and out. But Yu Yenshin wasn't going to change in the car. His cell phone vibrated and rang again, and he swept his eyes down, his fingertips running across the screen. "Mr. Yu," the woman's voice came eagerly from inside. Yu Yenshin gave a faint "What?" If Yu Qing was there, he would definitely be able to hear that the voice inside the cell phone was Fei Hong's voice. She was eager and desperate. "You finally answered the phone. No matter what, Enru is a contracted artist under your banner. She is now notorious. Her fans are backpedaling, and her whole mental state is very poor. Shouldn't you send a PR team to deal with it as a matter of urgency? Don't you think it's too cold-blooded to ignore her like this?" That said, the reason why she's in such a state isn't really due to. Yu Yenshin's voice was warmthless and muted as he haughtily said, "Is that necessary?" Feast Red's voice was interrupted before he could fully send it, and the phone fell into a very different silence. Afraid that Yu Yenshin would hang up, she picked up after a silence. "She's still just a little girl. It's too heartless for Mr. Yu to do this. You know better than me what kind of place the entertainment industry is, and after all these years, there's only one Yu Qing, turning 80% of the black fans into their own fans. There is only one Yu Qing in the entertainment industry for so many years. There's no way Anju can clear his name." Fei Hong's voice was a bit anxious. "But you can't just let the people on the internet keep abusing her like that. She's just a little girl. She can't take all this. You should, or rather, must help her." Yu Yenshin's eyes were ghostly as he swept the night scene outside the window, and his entire person also appeared detached and cold. "Only to hear," he quietly said. "If Yu Qing can, why can't she?" Chapter 195. The Casablanca flower is a symbol of tragedy. In a place like the entertainment industry, if you want to stay, you either have absolutely strong strength or the ability to absolutely resist pressure. If you have neither, disappearing is also a place to return to. Yu Yenshin looked at the screen with a pale expression, and in the night, the light of the screen was reflected on his face, reflecting the already deep features that became more and more handsome. Fei Hong was a little unstable, but you were the one who signed her in the first place, and you were the one who chose to do that later on, and now this. It's still you, Mr. Yu, don't you think you're too cruel? Her petulance and jealousy is all because of your favoritism towards Yu Qing. Can't you see that? In the end, Enru was also her own niece, and Fei Hong had already lost some control over her emotions as she spoke. Even her original shell of calmness had a hidden tendency to crack open. "Why should I see it?" Yu Yenshin calmly asked a rhetorical question. "I gave her a chance. It was her choice to sign up, and it was her choice to take one step at a time." "I'm cruel?" Fei Hong was all of a sudden blocked from saying a word. There was a dense, suffocating feeling in his heart. She sneered. Anyway, you rich people can do whatever you want to do, and we, the people, are just pawns in your hands that you can just play with in the palm of your hands. Sometimes I think about it, it's really quite meaningless. Mr. You, I know that you definitely won't feel guilty either, so let's pretend that I didn't say anything in my previous words. I'll give Ruru a half-year paid vacation. Is that okay? Yu Yenshin faintly swept the cell phone screen and directly hung up the phone. The female secretary who drove the car in front of her quietly looked at everything behind her, saw Yu Yenshin seem to have a bad look on his face, and carefully opened his mouth. Mr. You, Miss Fei Yen also went to the company a few hours ago to make a scene, and if I say so, she's really an old man who doesn't know anything about human affairs, and it's all about what Enru did on her own, so why should the company be responsible for that? The company hasn't asked them for the loss of their reputation yet, but they shamelessly rubbed up against them. Yu Yenshin swept a glance at the female secretary who was driving. Are you new here? The depths of that female secretary's eyes lit up, but she still pretended to be reserved and shy. Yes, I just joined the day before yesterday. Her happiness was limited to the present, and it hadn't even lasted a minute. I heard Yu Yenshin's voice tone indifferent and merciless. Wait until you get to the company. You can pack up and leave. The female secretary's expression stiffened in place. What did she say wrong? Didn't she say nothing bad about Yu Qing? What's going on? It rained for 3 days in the remote city before clearing up. Yu Qing received small gifts every day in the past few days. Expensive new products from luxury brands that hadn't been released yet, and cheap ones like a bouquet of Casablanca. Yu Qing didn't need to think about it to know who these were from. Probably he wanted to apologize for being soft. What's the point of a monetary attack? She wants something he knows but won't give her. She refused to accept it with an expressionless face, only hesitating for a moment when she saw the bouquet of Casablanca. Received, sniffed the fresh aroma, casually opened the baidu. Casablanca is the most beautiful white lily in the world, also known as the perfume lily. Casablanca has a variety of floral languages. In ancient Greek mythology, Casablanca flower is a flower that symbolizes tragedy. Legend has it that all couples who have met Casablanca flower will end the love with death. But Casablanca flower also has a meaning that is not known. That is, happiness. Blessing is a blessing. Misfortune is a blessing is the best description of the Casablanca flower. There are two sides to everything. Chapter 196. How can you talk about eternity with a love that can disappear at any time? Yu Qing thought that Yu Yenshin was probably trying to tell her with the flower's floral language. There are two sides to everything, and he didn't come from a bad place? And another flower saying, couples who have seen it end a love affair with death. It seems like a tragedy, when in fact, when you think about it another way, it's a demonstration of eternal love. After all, people die, and ending the love affair with death is disguised proof that the love affair lasted until the end of life. Yu Yenshin. His feelings for her so far had been nothing more than fondness and interest. How can you talk about eternity with a love that can disappear at any moment? Giving a flower has so many deep meanings. Yu Qing organized it and inserted it in a vase, trimming it casually to create its own piece of scenery. After all, flower arranging was also a mandatory lesson for celebrities that she had studied for 6 or 7 years. After briefly cleaning up the house, she put on her sunglasses and headed out the door. Before she left, she glanced at the calendar sitting on the table, and then, in her little BMW, drove out of the neighborhood. Yu Qing's part in East Palace going was originally very small, and she had basically finished all of her scenes and was just waiting for a filler shot or something. She picked the role not because of the depth and breadth of the character itself or the drama, but because of the character's persona, which is in line with the public's taste nowadays. A good general's daughter. Life should have been sensational, but because of the love of the wrong person became cannon fodder, became a miserable character. A character like this would actually be remembered more compared to the ethereal persona of the heroine. Of course, ordinary people may not be able to see the benefits of the role of the second female. Yu Qing has studied for 4 years in the directing department, and her sensitivity to character roles comes into play at this point. Just looking at a few stills alone could make Anju pop a little for a while to see if she had the right idea. Out the door to the grocery store. She was going to take advantage of these days to give herself a vacation and rest. The workload was only going to increase in the future. She had her sunglasses and mask on just in case. After pushing the shopping cart around the supermarket, I reached for 10 more warming pads and was ready to go to the checkout. When she paid, she took out her cell phone and scanned the QR code. And in doing so, she also pulled down her mask and used the face unlock. The cashier lady at the counter glanced up at her. Yu Qing put on a mask at this point. The cashier lady looked at her with a somewhat strange expression. Hello, do you need a bag? Yu Qing hummed. 1. The moment her voice came out, that cashier lady's face changed abruptly. The movement that was scanning the code instantly stopped and stared straight at Yu Qing. You're a star, aren't you? Yu Qing paused. The latter's face came forward into it. meeting her eyes under the sunglasses at eye level. The cashier's pupils dilated after a subtle contraction. You're Yu Qing. You're Yu Qing. Her voice was raised in vain. In this noisy supermarket, but it made all the eyes of the people around look over. A sense of foreboding rose in Yu Qing's heart. Yu Qing is there. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is it really her? Get an autograph. On days off, and during crowded times, the crowds are very high. Yu Qing moved a little stiffly, holding her cell phone, clearly noticing that people were surrounding her on all sides, their eyes all glued to her body. You've got the wrong person. She tightened her sunglasses, not even going to ask for the bag, and turned toward the exit. Just after taking a few steps with his front foot, his back foot was pulled right back into the crowd by a large force. The man pulling her revealed a shocked and lewd smile. Yu Qing, it's really her. The sunglasses fell right off her face because of the movement. Chapter 197. Does Yu Yenshin know? Old Me is his second uncle. Yu Qing struggled to free herself from the man's bonds, but his strength increased. She couldn't help but frown, and the moment she lifted her head, she saw that she was in front of her eyes, and that almost all of the people in the first floor area of the supermarket had gathered around. Yu Qing's video and name were still hanging around on all the major websites, and she didn't seem to realize much about how much heat she was in right now. These people usually wear to see the stars. Suddenly CA, or a now is hot. All of a sudden, like a thunderbolt in the ground, in their ordinary life exploded a big splash. You are Yu Qing, right? What a coincidence. Shopping in a supermarket can see the playwright. Give me an autograph? The man who pulled her wrist had a big gold chain around his neck. His movements and words were inclined to be rude, and his eyes looked at her with a bright tease and ridicule. Yu Qing hid the disgust under her eyes and tugged back on her wrist. This gentleman, please let go of me. Okay, starlet, sign and let go of you. The sights around them were searing and passionate, and many people pulled out their cell phones and started filming. You can't get angry on such occasions. You can only endure. Yu Qing held down the discomfort in her heart, swept a glance at her pinched and reddened wrist, and said in a cold whisper, I'm asking you to let go of me before I can give you my signature. The man swept a circle, looking around the water. Yu Qing could not run out. He was also relieved. Casually, he pulled a small book from the shelf. Okay, I'll let you go. Sign all of them. Give everyone one. It seems like the autographs of playwrights can sell for quite a bit of money nowadays, so sign a few more. It's also shameful to put your lust desire directly into words. Yu Qing glanced at the book, a thick pile of several hundred sheets. If she were to sign them all, her hand would have to be broken. Right? I'll only sign 20, too many won't do. The man laughed out loud. Yo, you're putting on airs now? You're just an entertainer, aren't you? I'll give you $100 for 100 autographs, okay? The blatant humiliation in the words was undisguised, and Yu Qing's grip on the book tightened a little. She looked to the person in front of her and swept around. All of them. She lowered her voice. I'll give you $1 million. Will you slap yourself 100 times? The man seemed to not expect her, a small star, to say such a thing. His eyes widened in shock, and there was a noticeable change in the way he looked at her. After a few seconds, he suddenly slammed the table. Who are you talking to? With qualities like yours, how can you be a star? Friends, I asked her for just a few autographs and this woman started insulting me. What kind of person is this? How can such a person still be a star? Really unqualified and shameless. The big gold chain swayed and shook harshly as he spoke. Yu Qing felt that the spittle he sprayed as he spoke was almost on her hair, and she took a few steps back in physiological disgust. Who knows that the man suddenly stomped on his nose and pulled the clothes on her shoulders. You must apologize to me today. Do you know who I am? You dare to scold me? Showbiz sells bees. You really think you're something. Who are you talking with respect and no quality? Respect you? You deserve it? Yu Qing really have never seen such unqualified people. Do not know come up to bossing, with a big gold chain really think they can day. Some of the people around them wanted to give Yu Qing the benefit of the doubt, but this wasn't the internet after all, so they could punch hard at any time. It's reality. The man with the big gold chain looks like he's not to be messed with. Her brow furrowed. I don't know who you are and I don't want to know. It's my freedom to sign or not. You can either let go of me or I'll call the police. Your choice. The strength of the man clutching her hand increased in vain, and Yu Qing felt like her elbow was going to be crushed. Ha! Still quite arrogant? Don't know who I am? Does KR know? Does Yu Yenshin know? I'm his second uncle. Chapter 198. Uncle Yu Yenshin tried to plot against her. Yu Qing's pupils contracted in shock. She looked the man up and down. He's Uncle Yu Yenshin? The Yu family is 100 years of family. More branches than can be counted. All kinds of aunts and uncles are also more than can be counted. In front of the eyes of this thug, she really can't think of who it is. But if we're talking about uncle, it's Yu Yenshin's father's brother. The one who was involved with his father. The man thought this was a shock to her and sneered. You finish signing this book and apologize to me, and this matter will be considered over. Otherwise, Beware that I'll make it impossible for you to mix inside the entertainment industry. The man over 40 seemed to only be able to find some presence in front of a little girl, and seeing Yu Qing's silence, he instantly swelled open, lowered his eyes and looked askance at her complexion, suddenly lowered his voice. In fact, it's fine if you don't sign. Stay with me, for one night, the kind that tosses and turns with me, and when I'm happy, I'll help you dismiss all of this group of people. Yu Qing coldly eyed the greasy man and only felt sick to her stomach. All of a sudden, she was also lazy to worry about anything, scornfully snorted. The price of pork has risen and along with it, you also feel that you have been sublimated? And you family stained a little broken relationship in front of me to show off? She sought to think that when Yu Yenshin gave her a gift to apologize, this person in front of her still didn't know where he was. You think you're really somebody just because you're related. That man didn't understand what Yu Qing meant by this at first, and only when the people behind him couldn't help but giggle out loud did he redden his entire face as if he was waking up from a dream. Damn, where did you get that little cousin? What a cheek! He raised his arm and raised his hand, ready to slap Yu Qing. Yu Qing was almost instantly prepared for the stress, kicking him in the crotch or stomping on his feet with high heels. His slap didn't land after all, and he was hit hard on the head by a porcelain bowl that came out of nowhere. The greasy man let out a cry of pain, and before he could release his voice to curse, he saw a man come out of the crowd. Out of the crowd. He looked at the man with a moment of dismay. Secretary Su, why are you here? After the words fell, he realized the clear pain on his head again and looked at the person in front of him with dismay. No, you smashed me? The crowd around them grew more and more excited to see things getting more complicated. Anyway, it's not a matter of concern. Who wouldn't watch if there's a buzz about it? And to see a big star being bullied. TSK didn't come to the supermarket for nothing. Secretary Su's gaze coldly looked towards his heavy squeezing of Yu Qing's arm, glanced at Yu Qing and pursed her lips. A polite greeting. MS. You. The man with the big gold chain looked at Yu Qing in dismay, and Secretary Su barely gave him a chance to react, turning her eyes to him. The voice is formulaic cold. You are master, bullying a little girl in public. This is something you can do, and do not feel chilled? And you don't feel like you're embarrassing, mister. You, if I were you, I'd take off my clothes and pretend to be a psychopath, so I can at least lose less face. The man who was called Yurshi's face was red with anger. First he was smashed and then he was scolded in front of so many people. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Just as he was about to retort, he saw Secretary Su's gaze fall on his hand once again. I advise you to let go quickly. Do you know who you're pinching in your hand? He subconsciously tightened his hand, and Yu Qing's face became even more ugly. A sense of foreboding bubbled up in the back of his mind and he spoke cautiously. Who? Secretary Su looked at him coldly. Decide whether you'll be lying in a hospital bed for the rest of your life or be the one sent by General Manager Yu to dig coal in Africa. Chapter 199. Yuershi originally still did not believe it, but the moment he saw Secretary Su take out his cell phone and hand it to his ear, his face changed in shock. I don't know who was on the phone and what was said, only to see Yuershi squeeze Yu Qing's arm and loosen it all at once, and then suddenly pull it tight again. Turning to look at her, those eyes glazed over a bit. Yu Qing. No, Qing. Listen to my explanation. Second uncle was just joking with you. You dash. He didn't finish the latter words before he was directly interrupted by Secretary Su. You think a place like this is suitable for you to explain now? Master Yuer. Have some face. Su secretary and ridicule people real is physical. From the expression to words to action. The previous arrogant brutal shameless Yu second master the whole person is like a dehydrated fat pig. In fact, he was genuinely terrified and afraid. His enmity with Yu Yenshin wasn't for a day or two. What about me? What about me? Secretary Su glanced faintly at the cell phone, and then, looked straight at Yu Qing, almost completely ignoring Yuershi's look for help. I respectfully said, Miss Yu, there's no need to waste time with these people here. Mr. Yu is waiting for you. Yu Qing looked down at his elbow that was pinched red and frowned at the pale so-called Yu Yenshin's second uncle on one side. She thought for a moment before she said coldly, Thank you, please lead the way. The surrounding crowd was surrounded by water. Yu Qing just couldn't leave directly, but it couldn't have worked out better for Secretary Su. After all, he had been mentioned by Yu Yenshin before he came. He should know how to respond even if he was a pig brain. He reached out and tapped one side of the marketing tabletop and looked around at the people. What's wrong? Why don't you disperse? Watching the show. Is it good? Watching people's little girls being bullied by this bully who doesn't even move. You guys are really rock solid one by one. Also, I advise you to delete the contents of your cell phones if you have any brains. MS. Yu is a well-known figure and everyone knows it. If her video is circulated on the internet and causes any negative reactions, every one of you present will receive a lawyer's letter from KR. Don't challenge my professionalism. I, Su Ju, secretary to the president of KR, graduated from a graduate program in law, And those who are not convinced can come and find me in a war of words. His body's aura was wide open when he spoke. Plus he himself had spent too much time with Yu Yenshin and knew how to intimidate the crowd. So he really had a bit of that flavor. When his words fell, someone spoke weakly. Yu Ching and KR have a F***king relationship. And Ru is the artist signed by KR. KR and Yu Ching should be considered hostile, right? Suju accurately caught the one who made the sound in the crowd. Very good. Very courageous to ask questions. Don't you know that bosses' wives generally don't like to work under their own companies because it's no fun at all to earn a paycheck? You understand? All present. This is what they heard that they shouldn't have. They won't be killed and silenced before they even get out. If I had known, I would have stayed home and played games and watched dramas and applauded for love. And came out on weekends to shop at what supermarkets are really idle out of the fart. Yu Ching didn't move and put on her mask and sunglasses. And under the sunglasses, she looked at her elbow that was being pinched painfully. There were still remnants of the previous burns on that hand. After coming out of the mall, the group of 3 people, almost only Secretary Su was talking. Yu Ching didn't know what to say and didn't want to talk. And Urji was still shivering at the memory of the voice inside the phone, so it became Suju's one-man show. Open a new copy of the Mansion Family chapter behind Mr. Yu, the new week ball recommendation vote message law. Chapter 200. Yu Ching felt that he was trying to beat his uncle to death. Suju didn't feel bored either. If he still felt bored after flattering the boss's wife, he was really sick in the head. Miss Yu, I watched that live broadcast of yours before. I really adore and envy and even love. This even I can't grab a daughter-in-law with Mr. Yu. It's so hard for him to find a daughter-in-law. Iron straight man. You know. Anyway, after I watched it, I directly became your brainwashed fanat. Ching Ching is also so great today. Yu Ching, too enthusiastic. She didn't know what to say back. Alas Miss Yu, you are now a big star. Go out without a few bodyguards or something really unsafe. For example, today, shopping a supermarket can meet a fat pig that does not look long. Alas, but also blame the people. Red is more right and wrong. One side of the Yu second master glanced at him, and then glanced at the pale Yu Ching. In the end, or did not open his mouth. Has always been some worried look. Sitting on the car, Yu Ching realized that the so-called place where Yu Yenshin was waiting for her, as Secretary Su said, was the KR head office. Me going to his company to look for him is the same as him waiting for me at the company? Standing in the company elevator, Yu Ching swept a careless glance at Secretary Su. Your logic is quite good. Secretary Su's scalp was numbed by this glance from her. Awkwardly laughed twice. Small details, don't care about it. Yu Ching didn't say anything else. The elevator stopped at the 23rd floor, and someone passed by with eyes meaningfully looking at Yu Ching. I just happened to go to the supermarket today before I encountered you being bullied. So I called Mr. Yu, and the words I said were all explained to me by Mr. Yu. Originally, Mr. Yu was going to come in person, but wasn't he in a meeting? And dozens of old men blocked the door to keep him out. Otherwise he would have personally taught a certain person who didn't know any better, named Yuji. Yu Ching faintly mumbled, okay, got it. Secretary Su led Yu Ching to Yu Yenshin's office, and naturally second master Yu followed. Yu Ching appeared careless, while Yu Urshi was sitting on the edge of his seat. It was said that they were waiting for the meeting to end, but the meeting actually ended not long after Yu Ching arrived. Yu Ching looked down and gently rubbed her arm. The red marks had faded quite a bit, only a few faint remnants remained. Finally, Yu Urshi couldn't sit still. He stood up from one side of the stool and walked around from side to side before walking to Yu Ching's eyes. Hesitantly, he reached out and knocked on Yu Ching's desk. Ms. Yu, let me talk to you about something. Can you later? Before he could finish his sentence, the door to the office was suddenly and abruptly pushed open from the outside. Yu Ching and second master Yu's sights looked towards the door at the same time. And it was in that instant that Yu Ching clearly captured the shadowy and icy to the extreme sight of the person outside the door. Yu Ching subconsciously assumed that Yu Yenshin was not having a good time at this meeting. After all, companies have all sorts of difficult shareholders in addition to those in power. Secretary Su said that the shareholders of KR were many old men. He was in his early 20s and would be facing these grandparents at the meeting, so it was inevitable that he wouldn't be able to grasp the situation. However, that doesn't seem to be the case. The moment the man outside the door came in, he reached down and ripped off his tight tie, shaking off the valuable watch in his hand in the process and casually dropping it on the table with a heavy thud. The bottom of his eyes looked like a raging thunderstorm had surged in, and in 3 or 2 steps, he tugged on Yu Urshi's collar. Under Yu Ching's line of sight, he also barely restrained his rough behavior. Yu Ching felt that he was trying to beat his uncle to death. He didn't hold back at all. Chapter 201, A Man is Going to Die. Yu Urshi's obese body in that instant was like a ball of cotton silk was smashed directly into the wall. He almost did not come back to his senses. Yu Yenshin directly as a punch in the abdomen. He subconsciously dry heaving, blackness in front of his eyes. Yen Shun, I didn't do anything to her. You, don't hit. That punch Yu Yenshin was not holding back in any way. Fu Erji felt like his spleen, stomach and kidneys were going to be pierced. Yu Yenshin didn't have the slightest intention of quenching his anger because of his pleas for mercy. His brows tightly furrowed, and his twisted complexion was reflected within his dark as ink pupils. Yu Jiangwo, what are you trying to do to her? Yu Ershi couldn't say a word, his face white from the pain, only shaking his head. He was almost suffocating under Yu Yenshin's oppressive eyes. He knew that Yu Yenshin had come down hard on him. This kind of look, he had seen it on him a total of 3 times. The first time was when he had forced himself on his mother then, when he was only 18. The second time, it was the death of his mother. For the third time, it's now. Quivering his lips, he was afraid he would be killed. He gasped and rushed to explain. Yenshin, I really didn't do anything to her. It's just a little friction. It's really just a little mo dash. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Yenshin threw another punch. Yu Ershi's eyes had already started to blacken and he couldn't even stand, relying on the strength of Yu Yenshin's clasp on his collar to support his entire body. The man's voice was cold and oozing. I warned you, if you dare to touch my people again, I'll let you die without a place to die. What? You think you can be the emperor of the land in remote city again because of that old undead man's power these years? Yu Ershi couldn't explain that he didn't want to touch Yu Qing. The pain spread all over his body and he could barely breathe. Yu Qing looked at the scene in front of her, stunned by Yu Yenshin's sudden violence, and froze in place for half a second without speaking. Reason told her that he wasn't simply being so gloomy and appalling because Master Yuer was bullying him. There had to be something else going on here, something she didn't know about. When Secretary Su came in with the coffee, she was almost so shocked by the scene in front of her that she dropped her plate. Mr. Yu, he shouted hastily, and Yu Yenshin didn't pay any attention to him. He had no time to care about Yu Qing and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Mr. Yu, I went in time, and it was in the supermarket. He didn't do anything excessive to miss you. In the end, Mr. Yu was still your father's own brother. If you want to beat him to death like this, not to mention that it would not be good to spread the word. It would not be good for you to explain to your father. Seeing Yu Yenshin full of hostile pressure cannot be suppressed, he rushed to look at Yu Qing. Ms. You quickly give Mr. Yu a good word. This is a matter of life and death. Yu Qing's stiff complexion finally rippled a little. She attempted to take a few steps forward and reached out to tug on the corner of Yu Yenshin's suit. He didn't do any substantial damage to me. Yu Yenshin, he's already been beaten by you to the point of near unconsciousness, or else you'd stop. Before Yu Qing could finish her words, she only saw the latter's eyebrows crossing over her face in a gloomy manner. Under the gaze of her clear eyes, he reached straight out and without the slightest hesitation shook off her hand that was pulling on his suit. Maybe he didn't mean to, but it just shook it off. Yu Qing, you told me to stop? Yu Qing looked down at his hand that had been thrown away, and there were 2 shallow scars on it. She looked like she was a little dismayed, more like a kind of overwhelmed. I just don't want you to fight someone. He's still your own uncle. Chapter 202. The blood burst out in a flash, and the white walls were instantly stained with a blinding red. Unintentionally locking eyes with him, Yu Qing looked like she saw her own reflection in his dark pupils. Her look should have been one of bemused surprise, even some mild panic. This was all because she didn't expect to be thrown off. She felt like she was being relieved of her anger. Kissing uncle? Yu Yenshin chewed these 3 words in a low voice, the coldness under his eyes spreading like bone marrow. Thinking that Yu Yenshin had finally remembered this bit of kinship, Yu Ershi hurriedly begged for forgiveness with his remaining strength. Nephew, this time uncle really didn't. Before he could finish that sentence, he was once again held down by Yu Yenshin's neck and slammed hard against the wall. The pain that spread from his spine to his entire body made his face instantly pale, and the choking sensation in his neck made it impossible for him to breathe. Originally not exercise all year round plus obesity. By such a violence, the whole body is like falling apart. Yu Yenshin seemed to want to continue, but was stopped dead in his tracks by Secretary Su, who suddenly rushed up. Mr. Yu, are you crazy? He's already almost past you. The man's eyes were shadowy and dangerous, as if he was ready to teach Secretary Su a lesson at any time. Get lost. Secretary Su's scalp was numb from this look. Gritting his teeth. Mr. Yu, he is your father's own brother, your own uncle. If you beat him to death, have you thought about what your father will do to you? What can he do? He dares to beat me to death? The Yu family's descendants were all a bunch of losers, and the old and undead ones still looked up to him to inherit the Yu family business. Of course he can't beat you to death. Secretary Su's face blanched as his afterglow swept behind him, crossing Yu Qing's face. But what you have now is a soft underbelly, and you want your soft underbelly to be snapped? Yu Yenshin's grim eyes seemed to have fluctuated a little because of Secretary Su's words. Behind him, Yu Ershi could not lift his eyes to look at the blurred silhouette in front of him. Yenshun, don't fight. I won't tell your father. In the next second, Yu Yenshun's eyes tightened, turned around and raised the glassware on one side of the desk and smashed it directly down towards Yu Urshi's head. Blood burst out in a flash, and the white walls were instantly stained with a blinding red. A flash of consternation ran across the bottom of Secretary Su's eyes, and he fell into a lengthy silence as he looked at the man before him who was on the verge of becoming furious. No, he was already furious. Remote City Center Hospital. Outside the emergency room, on the cold chair, Yu Qing was sitting opposite Yu Yenshun. All this way, they hardly talked at all. Yu Qing felt that Yu Yenshun's mood was not right. It was very wrong. She glanced up at the time. Yu Urshi had been in there for about half an hour. Secretary Su went to pay her bills and do paperwork and such and didn't come back. She got up and went to the shelf aside from the self-service water buyers and grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water, and then walked back, reaching out and handing it to the man whose shadowy brow hadn't quite cleared. Have a drink of water. Your mouth is dry. Yu Yenshun was silent for a few seconds, then took the bottle of water from her hand, casually unscrewing the cap. He drank most of the bottle in an almost dunking fashion, then casually tossed it into a side wastebasket. Yu Qing glanced at the mineral water bottle that was still soaking out water inside the trash basket, and then quietly glanced at Yu Yenshun. She thought that he looked a lot like he did during that time in high school now. Shady, violent, right and wrong, and brutal in his methods. Just because Master Yu gave her a hard time? It seemed unlikely, and she wasn't that important. While Yu Qing was deep in thought, Yu Yenshun suddenly lifted his icy eyes to look at her. His voice was a little inexplicably husky, low and dark. Scare you? Chapter 203. I couldn't control myself at the time, because Yu Qing was standing. He could look him straight in the eye. Originally, she had agreed to Secretary Su coming to see Yu Yenshun for no other reason than to seek some justice for this injured hand of hers, like let him argue with his second uncle or something, and she'd be more or less resentful. But now that he'd actually beaten his uncle into the hospital still in emergency care that mercilessly, she suddenly realized she didn't have that very good feeling. It just felt dull and heavy. She gazed into his dark, bottomless eyes and shook her head lightly. No, she wasn't shocked. She just thought it was a little unbelievable. It's a little unbelievable to lay that heavy a hand on your own uncle. Yu Yenshun closed his eyes and leaned the back of his head against the cold walls of the hospital. When he opened his eyes again, the emotional turmoil of gloomy and complex thoughts under his eyes seemed a little less clear. There was some indifferent detachment in his voice. I couldn't control myself at that time. Qing Chang, I thought he really did something to you. Did what he did to his mother a few years ago. He couldn't tolerate it a second time, and there was a thought in the back of his mind that he wanted to kill him. Yu Qing shook her head. In the supermarket, there were a lot of people, and Secretary Su came in time. He didn't do anything to me. Yu Yenshun reached out and rubbed his wrinkled and tight brows, and after half a second, he pulled down Yu Qing's hand. Your hands are cold. He frowned subconsciously, looking over at her, silent for a moment as if realizing something, withdrawing his hand. No need to hold back if you're scared. I won't be offended if you show it. Yu Qing subconsciously loosened her hands to the sides of her body. Such a subtle but unnoticeable little action of hers made the man's face darken significantly by a few points. Yu Yenshun pursed his thin lips tightly, contemplated for a moment, and fumbled for his cigarette case. I'm going out for a smoke. He suddenly stood up, and along with that, the oppressive force on him seemed to have doubled all of a sudden. Yu Qing raised his face to look at him without saying much. Good. She had a feeling that his mood had been off ever since he had met that second Master Yu, and she couldn't tell what was wrong. It was as if the mask that had been whitewashed was beginning to crumble, and there should be a lot behind this that she didn't know. It's normal not to know. How much is unknown when you haven't seen it for 4 years? Even if she was curious, she could only know it slowly. But what exactly happened that made him, a person whose self-control was considered perverted, would not be able to resist treating Yu Urshi like that? It didn't take long for Yu Yenshun to smoke a cigarette, and he came back with a bit of the cold air from outside and a few hints of the faint smell of tobacco. Yu Qing hadn't smoked in a while, and he couldn't think of smoking when things got busy. Or maybe it's because she hasn't been feeling very empty and lonely lately, and smoking is really just a way to fill her heart. Still not out? He cast a low glance at Yu Qing and spoke out faintly. Yu Qing shook her head. The lights are still red. The moment her words fell, the emergency room lights turned green. The door opened and out stepped a nurse with a mask. The nurse swept a glance at the 2 people in front of her. Surprise flickered before she quickly resumed her post. Who is Yu Jiangwo's family? The words fell, and no one responded. Yu Qing glanced at Yu Yenshun, who had a deep frown and seemed to have no intention of agreeing. She thought about it and just stood up when Yu Yenshun pulled her arm. I am. Chapter 204, body hands inserted under her knees, hugged and threw her into the passenger car. The nurse glanced at Yu Yenshun. And you are? The man's eyes went to her. Not like that? The nurse hurriedly shook her head. Oh, no, not. The patient's injuries did not hurt the important parts, just some skin trauma and mild damage to the cornea of the eye. Hospitalized for a week will probably be able to. The forehead injury with 4 stitches. Needs some contraindications. Your family members to remember a little more. No vital parts were hurt. Yu Yenshin's eyes were pale as he looked toward the emergency room whose door had long since closed again. A flash of hostility in his eyes. When he lifted his eyes again, almost all of the hostility underneath them was hidden under that darkness. My secretary will be here in a few minutes. Talk to him about these things. The nurse was stunned, and before she could say anything else, the handsome man in front of her turned and walked away. Hey, what kind of family is this? So casual. Yu Yenshin ignored her call and walked to Yu Qing's side. Reaching down, he cupped the side of her face. Let's go. The hospital smells too bad. Ha? Yu Qing was still a little out of her element, and the place that Yu Yenshin had pinched still had the faint chill that remained in his fingers. She gave an oh-so-subtle look at the nurse, who was still as out of the loop on the situation as she was, and stood up. Let's go. Up the hospital elevator and then down into the underground garage. The two of them barely spoke to each other, probably because each of them had something on their mind, plus neither of them was a talkative person per se. The black Cayenne was parked quietly in the garage with hardly any cars around. I guess the other owners are afraid of cutting into something, knowing how many thousands of dollars it costs to spray a small piece of paint on a car like this. Yu Yenshin got into the driver's seat and started the car. Yu Qing stood right in front of the car. She quietly pondered for a while. I'd better not get in the car. I'll go back and have dinner with Ruan Chiu. I'm going to talk about a new script or something at night. What new script? I haven't talked about it yet. I'm not sure. The man's eyes were as ghostly as ink, and his angular thin lips spat out words that barely allowed for paradox between opening and closing. I'll give you 10 times the script you want. Now get in the car. And don't make me say it a second time. Yu Qing subconsciously frowned. She looked down at his eyes and they happened to collide. A silent encounter. Before 3 seconds had passed, Yu Yenshin pushed open the car door, directly turned around and inserted his hands under her knees, hugged and threw her into the passenger side. Yu Qing subconsciously let out a cry of alarm as he single-handedly shoved his tie into her mouth in one smooth motion, meaning that there was no chance for her to resist or escape. The physical strength advantage between men and women shines through at this point. There was a click and the doors locked. The black Cayenne instantly backed out of the parking space and sped directly toward the exit. Yu Yenshin. Yu Qing frowned and straightened up, looking at the dappled scenery outside the window, not even knowing what to say for a moment. This man is also a little too overbearing. At the drop of a hat, hugging, what things cannot sit down and talk? The man stared ahead, not seeming to feel at all overbearing in what he was doing. His voice was muted. Don't yell. Yell again and I'll kiss you until you can't yell. Yu Qing actually the first reaction really subconsciously prohibited the voice. She felt that this man is not in the right mood now. What things he cannot do at all. Holding back. He thought it was okay to empathize with the fact that he was in a bad mood. Simply turned back in the passenger seat and fell silent. Stinking hooligans. Yu Yenshin swept a sideways glance at her after half a second. Seeing that she was well behaved, he faintly withdrew his gaze. Chapter 205, Prison is Cold. Yu Qing thought Yu Yenshin was going to such great lengths to take her to some nightclub bar or luxury yacht to relax, but it turned out that he actually drove to the supermarket. And it's the same supermarket she just left not long ago. Yu Qing frowned at the way the man in front of her pushed up the shopping cart, only to wonder if he wasn't being a little too nonsensical. When Yu Yenshin turned back, Yu Qing was still standing in the same place. He reached out and easily hooked her into his arms with a single hook, whispering, "Let's see how different this place is from before." Ha, a supermarket is just a supermarket. What kind of district can? She hadn't even finished a sentence when she suddenly realized a big problem. Where have all the people in this supermarket gone? In addition to the shopping guides and salesmen and security guards, the rest of the shoppers had almost all disappeared. His mind suddenly associated with what he had done to Second Master Yu before, and Yu Qing's eyes flashed with consternation. The color of Yu Yenshin's eyes seemed to have softened a few points under the lights of the supermarket, but there was still a lingering haze. They heard what they shouldn't have heard and saw what they shouldn't have seen, so of course they should receive some treatment. Yu Qing, what shouldn't I hear? Did Secretary Su say that thing about her being the KR hostess? Yu Yenshin pulled a shopping cart from one side at random and handed it to her, not caring too much about her words. Nothing should be heard. He just calmly replied back. Yu Qing didn't say anything, and after a few seconds of silence, he pulled up the shopping cart and walked forward. The crowded supermarket was suddenly devoid of people, and it really made her a bit uncomfortable. But having never liked crowds in the first place, this might not be bad for her. Living area, snack area, lounge area. There wasn't really anything she wanted. Yu Yenshin also noticed this and looked down to see that there was only a bunch of warm stickers inside her shopping cart. Are you afraid of the cold? He inquired faintly. Yu Qing shook his head. Go to the prison in a while and bring it to my father. Yu Yenshin's hand that was holding a model suddenly stopped, and where Yu Qing couldn't see it, there was a flash of darkness and lowness in the bottom of his eyes. He put the model back and gave a calm "Prison is pretty cold." Yu Qing didn't answer. She didn't know what Yu Yenshin was really doing at the supermarket, so she saw him buying some food and vegetables as he paid the bill. It's really up and down. It's profitable. It's good looking and it's got almost no bad habits. She looked at his back, and sked. Unfortunately it's just kinda scummy. No one is perfect, no. It was dark when I came out of the supermarket. Yu Qing yawned. Mr. Yu, where else do you want me to accompany you? Yu Yenshin stuffed the purchases into the trunk, circled Yu Qing and loaded her almost compulsorily into the passenger side again before getting into the driver's seat himself. Accompany me everywhere you go? Of course not. I'm busy. Yu Yenshin didn't poke at the fact that she basically had no business right now, as she hummed. For the sake of you accompanying me to the supermarket, I'll treat you to a meal. Yu Qing looked down at his phone just in time to receive a text message from Ruan Xiao. Do not disturb. Sleep with my little puppy, sleep at night. Yu Qing returned 2 words, threw up. Since Ben now every day in addition to love is to show love. She is still single. Ruan Xiao is not afraid that she cannot stand the stimulus to find someone to love a love. Gwyn Gwyn, far away from the little puppy's bed, said, she didn't panic at all. Yu Qing has an apparently non-existent but obviously possessive general manager Yu by her side, so she doesn't even talk about falling in love. It's hard to have a member of the opposite sex by her side, okay? Chapter 206. Wait for me at home. Ha! Yu Yenshin finally didn't take her to his riverside house this time. He probably thought it was too far away and went to an unfamiliar garden cottage nearby. A stand-alone building, tucked away from the downtown area. It just looks so cozy. Yu Qing got out of the car and was attracted to the house for a moment before following him inside. It wasn't quite the same as the furnishings of all his previous homes. There was a popularity to the place, but after all, it was his house. And Yu Qing felt that it wouldn't be too good if he just ogled it. Casually looking around, he sat down on the couch. Yu Yenshin poured her a cup of warm water. Come to the kitchen later. Me? Yu Qing looked as if she had heard something unbelievable and looked at the person in front of her in shock. Let me go to the kitchen? Yu Yenshin must have been stupid. Shouting for her to go to the kitchen would only make the gas tank explode and nothing else would happen. There are others? He raised an eyebrow faintly, as if he found her reaction quite amusing. Come over here in a minute and do as you're told. Yu Qing, Yu Yenshin, did something happen to you today? Why did she feel as if he was a little out of sorts? You and I have been together all this time. What happened to me that you don't know? Yu Yenshin's expression was calm. Yu Qing couldn't see any clues. She simply kept quiet. The latter went into the kitchen with the things he had bought at the supermarket. Yu Qing sat inside the living room for a while before she realized why Yu Yenshin had asked her to go to the kitchen. Probably because being bored was one thing, and him being alone and busy with her idling out her farts not being very nice was also one thing. What a man with a heart of gold. Yu Qing patted his clothes and went to the kitchen in 3 or 2 steps. Yu Yenshin wasn't cooking or anything like she thought he was. He just had one hand on the kitchen cabinet, his head down on the phone. The light from the kitchen refracted on the high bridge of his nose, illuminating the near-perfect side of his face. Noticing the noise at the door, he hung up the phone. Kiyoshi. Yu Qing looked at him. Ha! Yu Yenshin looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he returned to silence. He waved his hand towards Yu Qing. Come here. Yu Qing didn't know what he was going to do, but this man would never harm her is all. She walked in suspiciously, and the latter's eyes deepened suddenly like a wolf that had caught its prey the moment she stepped into the kitchen. When Yu Qing didn't react at all, he took her into his arms with one hand. He drew on the faint fragrance of Yu Qing's hair, and with his other hand, he placed his cell phone on the cabinet, and then landed on Yu Qing's waist, tightening it, and then tightening it again, adjacent to the body, the atmosphere gradually burning hot and ambiguous. I was going to teach you how to cook. Yu Yenshin's voice was low and slightly hoarse. I just answered a phone call that you saw, so I'll teach you next time. Contemporary young people's feelings do not need the trekking to see you of the last century, do not need hot and steamy love letters to pass on their feelings. All it takes is a look, a word, or a hug. Yu Qing, through this hug, suddenly felt that Yu Yenshin should need her right now. He should be emotionally unstable as well. What's wrong with you? Her voice was a little hushed in his arms. At 168, without heels, he was a bird's eye tight in his captive arms. The image is harmonious and inexplicable, like some romantic movie where the hero and heroine embrace when they will be separated. Yu Yenshin did not answer her question. His voice was low, and his magnetism broke through Yu Qing's ears in a circle into her mind. Wait for me at home. Ha! Chapter 207. It's really quite painful to love but not be able to. Yu Qing felt as if she had lost all feeling in her ears. He leaned his head on her shoulder, so all of his hot breath sprayed half of her face as well. What's wrong with you? Yu Qing thought he was strange. and his behavior confirmed that he was strange now. His words made her want to know what was going on, but then he wouldn't tell her. Yu Yanxian took what appeared to be a deep breath. At night if I'm home, we'll talk then. What do you mean? Yu Yanxian didn't answer, but abruptly released her. The hug lasted almost a minute. Yu Qing tilted her face up to look at Yu Yanxian, crashing raw into his complex black vortex. Yu Yanxian looked at her in the same way, and his expression seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. Half a dozen times, he leaned over and dropped a restrained kiss on her forehead. Yu Qing heard him say, I really don't know how much longer I can take this. Her cheeks were a delicate red as if she had thought of something. After the words fell, Yu Yanxian let go of Yu Qing, smoothly picking his cell phone up casually. He glanced down at the time as he said, meet me at home. Yu Qing wanted to ask something else, but didn't, obviously thinking about disliking him and slowly ending my good feelings for him. But this man, a few small, unspeakable gestures, could stir up those residual feelings in her heart for him. Controlling her feelings for him seemed too easy for him. LOL. In fact, she really didn't want to experience love without it. After Yu Yanxian went out, Yu Qing saw through the window that he was driving the same Cayenne. The car window was half open, and she saw that his brows were heavy and cold, like there was ice that would not melt for eternity. This is probably the daily life of a business tycoon, where at any moment something important happens that makes him need to deal with it urgently. His car was out of sight before she drew the curtains, eyes cast to this strange villa. She actually does not feel how empty and lonely. Maybe this furnishings are really quite in her heart. Also all warm colors, idyllic style. She likes this kind of partial healing stuff. Watched some TV and ordered another takeout. It was about 11 o'clock when I finished my takeout. Yu Qing did want to go home. She didn't want to mess with anything in Yu Yanxian's house, but she needed to take a shower. She needed to change her clothes, and she needed to sleep. That's a pain in the ass. Sitting on the couch in deep thought for a long time, she suddenly remembered the look on his face before he left. Maybe there was something really going on and she could either wait a while. She's a big lounger. For now, and it's only going to get busier from here on out, and she's getting closer to her goal. Then wait a while. Yu Qing leaned against the sofa in boredom and took off the sweater on her body, which was a long silk skirt. She has a good figure. Very good. So she can wear this kind of dress and its figure-demanding nature. It was a wait until 12:30. She was sleepy and yawned numerous times. Finally unable to hold out, he squinted and felt his way to the guest room, washed his face and flung himself into bed. Outside the window the night was as dark as ink and the moon was high in the sky. A cold wind whistled by, and the curtain veils were blown up messily with the wind. At 2:30 in the middle of the night, Yu Qing felt a little breathless. She squinted and forced her sleepy eyes to open a little bit, while the moonlight, into the eyes of the man's face as exquisite as a knife carving and axe cutting. Yu Yanxian. She subconsciously reached out and touched his face, and it was cold. The latter grabbed her hand, and his was cold too. I am. Go to sleep. Chapter 208. Yu Yanxian brought a woman back. His voice, even if Yu Qing just woke up, could hear the raspiness. She forced her sleepy eyes to widen. What's wrong with you? She scanned him up and down. No different than when she went out, except for bringing back a bit of the outside chill. Yu Yanxian spoke faintly. A little tired. A sixth sense told her something was wrong, but looking at his state, she couldn't find anything wrong. She was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open. Oh, okay, then you get an early night too? Yu Yanxian reached out and touched her delicate jaw, and gave a low good night. Yu Qing fell asleep not long after greeting him. Her sleeping face was well behaved, a huge contrast to sometimes when she was sharp. It's very easy to stir up the bottom of a man's heart that piece of the Valio's hope look. Yu Yanxian quietly stared for a moment, but in the end, he still tucked her in and turned to stand up. His movements seemed hesitant as he stood up, but he quickly walked out, closing the door softly behind him. The soft feathers were comfortable to cover, but pressed against the face they didn't make breathing very soothing. It was close to 4 in the morning when Yu Qing was awakened by this feeling of suffocation. She actually had a nightmare about it. She took a deep breath as she lifted the bedding that held her down. The eyes looked around and it was pitch black. It took her a few seconds to realize that she was now in Yu Yanxian's house, and a few more seconds to remember that he just seemed to have come to her bedside. Sitting up from the bed, her satin black hair cascaded over her body, winding down to the area just below her elbows. She reached out and fumbled to turn on the light of the bedside lamp, suddenly feeling as if she was having trouble getting back to sleep. After sitting for a while, she lifted the bedding and walked out of the room barefoot. It was still dark at 4 in the morning on a winter's day, and the night dew was even deeper than it would have been at 12. There was silence all around, hardly a sound at all. Yu Qing came out in the dark and followed the direction of the master bedroom to find Yu Yanxian's location. Almost to his door, she suddenly stiffened her body as if realizing something, because it was so quiet. Any sound showed up so clearly. Now, for instance, she stood in the doorway of his bedroom, and could distinctly hear within. Gasps. Yu Qing thought that he might have misheard, but she stood still for close to almost a minute as the sounds in there went on and on. Through a wall. She had no idea what was going on in there, but the highly suggestive sound made her breath catch in an almost instantaneous span. She remembered that when Yu Yanchen came back, wasn't he alone? Or did he bring back a woman? As soon as this thought came out, Yu Qing felt ice on the soles of her feet. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. It was those same 2 steps that bumped into a small bookcase behind them. So it was that she heard the voices in the bedroom disappear instantly. She turned to help the small bookcase up and had just straightened when the bedroom door opened. Yu Yanchen had roughly just gotten out of the shower, and his hair was wet. His eyebrows were deep and tight, and his body revealed an unspeakable feeling. Kiyoshi? Yu Qing's throat tightened. I couldn't sleep and came out for a drink of water. Drinking at my bedroom door? The man broke down her lie with almost no mercy. Yu Qing had a momentary embarrassment before quickly coming back to her senses. I couldn't find the water fountain and thought I'd ask you. Chapter 209, A Woman's Scratch. Yu Yanchen looked like he accepted this explanation from Yu Qing. He said lightly, I don't come here often, and there shouldn't be any water at the water fountain. Usually housekeeping comes to clean it regularly, and he can hardly come once a month. Oh, coughed Yu Qing. I'll just stop drinking then. The words fell from her lips and she turned away. Yu Yanchen looked askance at her movements as if she was fleeing, and narrowed his eyes in a fine, unnoticeable manner. But in the end he didn't call out to her. Until Yu Qing stepped on the barrier under the small bookcase she had just picked up, which looked like a small stepladder, and she let out a low gasp of surprise as her whole body tilted forward. The night was unclear and she wasn't even paying attention. Subconsciously, she closed her eyes in preparation for the pain, and suddenly the scene shifted, and she was yanked into the arms of an extremely quick-reacting man who pulled her down with one hand. His arms were hard, and Yu Qing hissed in pain when he hit his nose. He didn't seem to be taking it too well either, and let out a low, muffled grunt. I'm sorry. Yu Qing was a bit embarrassed. It was dark. I couldn't see the path under my feet very well. I should have turned on the hallway light. Yu Yanchen didn't say anything, and Yu Qing felt as if there was a momentary deepening of his breathing after he pulled her into his arms. Did I hurt you? When Yu Yanchen didn't reply to her, Yu Qing realized that something might be wrong, and she immediately turned around and tried to turn on the lights. Before she could step out of his arms, she was bound in motion by one of Yu Yanchen's hands. His voice seemed to hold some hidden meaning. Don't turn on the light. It wasn't until now that Yu Qing completely realized that something was wrong. The inexplicable sound in his room earlier seemed to have changed in flavor now that I thought about it. Yu Qing's expression gradually became serious as she locked eyes with him in the darkness. Yu Yanchen, what the hell have you been doing? Yu Yanchen looked at her in silence. Really want to know? Yu Qing pursed her lips. If I say I don't want to, do you believe me? The man's eyes still burned in the darkness as he leaned in close to her, his breath a searing spray. Not convinced. But, are you concerned about me? Or just curious? Yu Qing frowned. We are now living under the same roof. Whether you care if I am curious or concerned about you, a person would express uneasiness and hesitation about your current state. Without waiting for Yu Yanchen to continue saying something, he heard Yu Qing continue to open his mouth. Are you pulling away from the topic? Or, is there a woman's scratch on your chest? That's why you won't let me see it? Her 2 words in a row actually really made Yu Yanchen fall into a short silence. After the silent confrontation in the darkness, Yu Yanchen sighed helplessly. It's not good for women to be too smart. Yu Qing's mind subconsciously tightened. What he meant by that, was it really a woman's scratch on his chest? Without waiting for Yu Qing to continue thinking, Yu Yanchen pulled her into the bedroom. He reached out and pressed on the light source in the bedroom, and under the light's illumination, Yu Qing clearly saw his abnormal pale face and bloodless lips. As far as she could remember, this man was practically the only one who had a hand in Yao Chang, always high and mighty. When has it ever shown such vulnerability? Are you sick? She reached up on her tiptoes and touched his forehead. It was icy. No fever. Why do you look so ugly? At that moment, she suddenly realized that Yu Yanchen's hand seemed to have been covering his chest the entire time. She looked over at him, her warm, pretty brow extra serious at the moment. Are you hurt? Chapter 210, Whiplash. Yu Yanchuan's eyes gazed deeply at her. It was as if he was viewing some work of art carefully, more like he was looking at her wholeheartedly. Yu Qing had a hard time looking directly into his eyes. His eyes were born too deep and dark, as if they could suck one's soul in. She frowned. I asked you a question. Are you hurt? Yu Yanchen's hand had been hanging down on the position of his chest, and he was wearing a simple bathrobe. Before half a second had passed, he only opened his mouth as if he had no choice. Sometimes it feels like Qingqing is too stupid to be enlightened. Sometimes it feels too smart. A woman being too smart makes a man is quite tired. This disguised admission of his words caused Yu Qing to frown for a while. Didn't you just go out to take care of something? How did you get hurt? Yu Qing instantly brainstormed stories of certain groups involved with dark forces trying to assassinate the person in charge of a rival company because of the benefits associated with it. And along with that, the way she looked at Yu Yenshin's eyes also changed in flavor. She pursed her thin lips. "Show me your wound. It's too dirty. I haven't finished handling it yet. It will dirty your hands." Yu Yenshin loosened the hand covering his chest. His brows furrowed as if he was holding back pain. "You go out first. I'll call you in when I'm done with it." "Ha? What's so dirty about the wound?" Yu Qing didn't understand. She raised her hand and was about to tug on Yu Yenshin's bathrobe, as if the movement was too great, but it caused him to suddenly muffle a grunt. She really didn't dare to move this time. He looked like he was hurt really bad. Yu Yenshin covered the part of his body that had been poked and prodded by Yu Qing, and some hidden sweat seemed to roll across his forehead. Really? His injuries he knew in his heart. During the day just fighting with Yu Jiangwo she was scared like that. Right now he really didn't want her to see his injuries for fear of scaring her. Yu Qing didn't speak anymore, just coldly stared at him. After staring at each other wordlessly for a few seconds, Yu Yenshin reached out and tugged at the corner of his bathrobe. It was a scar about a dozen centimeters long, with little barbs visible to the naked eye on top of it between the blood and flesh, sticking raw inside the flesh of the skin, ripping out all the tender blood-red flesh inside. Out of physiological reaction, Yu Qing's back numbed almost instantly. The long scar ran almost the entire length of his upper body. Yu Qing suddenly thought of the expression on his face when he had just bumped into his wound. How much pain that should have been hidden and difficult to contain. "How's it hurt?" Yu Yenshin gazed intently at her complexion, perhaps not seeing what he wanted to see. His complexion was obscure and inscrutable tight. "Shouldn't you be helping me with my wounds first now?" Yu Qing couldn't imagine how he was still able to sit and talk like nothing was wrong with such an injury. She took a few steps forward and looked at the wound up close. "The more you look at it, the more you think, is this a whiplash?" It was as if she thought of something in a cocoon of memories, and her eyes turned serious as she looked at him. Yu Yenshin didn't deny it. He answered dryly and directly, "Yes." An unspeakable feeling rose up in her heart in vain, weighing heavily on her heart. He was hospitalized his sophomore year of high school for a whiplash injury, had a high fever for a little over half a month, and was in a coma almost every day. One day after being discharged from the hospital, he was beaten again to the point of minor injuries. The only one who could whip him was his father. "Is it because you knocked your uncle out that he's like this?" "Maybe." Hearing that Yu Yenshin did not deny it, Yu Qing's heart sank. She was silent for almost half a minute before she spoke again. "Your injuries are too serious. You need to go to the hospital. I'm calling 120 now. Don't move." Chapter 211. It doesn't matter if I'm in pain or not, and it doesn't matter if I'm hurt or not. Whether you're angry or not is the most important thing. She had just turned around with a heavy heart, and hadn't taken more than a few steps when the man behind her took her by the wrist. "He has a mind to punish me, to show me that he is always above me, and that going to the hospital is just an exercise in futility. No one would dare risk antagonizing him by admitting me. At least not these hospitals here in remote city." Yu Qing turned his head to look at him. "Then let the wound fester like this?" Yu Yenshin's brows and eyes had a bit of weariness and lethargy, and if one didn't look at the mournful whiplash under his handsome face, one would think that he was now a regular person who was unharmed. The man's brow raked over the medical kit sitting to one side. "Isn't that where it is? You can handle it yourself. It won't kill you." Yu Qing just couldn't agree with his casual attitude. "Such a long scar. Can't you feel the severity yourself? If it gets infected and gets tetanus or something, what are the consequences? Don't you know? If the hospital in Yaochang doesn't accept it, then go to the next city. There's always a hospital that will take it." Before Yu Qing could finish his words, he was lightly interrupted by Yu Yenshin. "If I say I can't die, Hades won't dare take me." Yu Qing was blocked by his arrogant authoritarianism and didn't know what to say all of a sudden, and was silent before turning around to get that medical kit. The inside of the medkit was well stocked. Half a bottle of potions and whatnot had been used, so you could tell that he opened the medkit often. Yu Qing lowered her eyebrows. No one knew what she was thinking. She also has her own way of dealing with wounds. In fact, it's all about the number of times she's been injured, and over time, her techniques have become comparable to those of a hospital nurse. She picked up the antiseptic solution and gauze tweezers and such and turned to the man who stood still and stared at him. He's still got that one long scar on him. It's because of her that it hurts. At least, the trigger was her. Yu Qing's voice was light, like it didn't have any fluctuations. "Lie down on the bed." Yu Yenshin stared at her, half moving. Yu Qing subconsciously frowned at him, and there seemed to be a faint flame burning in the bottom of his eyes. "Still standing here? Doesn't it hurt?" The bathrobe was irregularly sheathed over the man's body, open because it would hurt to touch the wound. From the abdominal muscles to the upper and lower parts of the abdominal muscles is nearly perfect. Even if there is so long a scar also instead to his whole person by virtue of adding a few points of bloodbath hostile intent. He looked down at Yu Qing, like he really didn't care if that won't hurt. Ching Chang, are you angry? Yu Qing looked at him, almost not knowing what to say by these few words of his. I'm going to give you medicine. What's the point of you pulling something here about whether I'm angry or not? She wrinkled her slender willow eyebrows at him. Does it matter if I'm angry or not? Whether or not your wounds can be treated cleanly is the most important thing right now. She looked incredibly serious as she spoke, as if she was really treating something of immense importance. Realizing this, Yu Yanchen suddenly felt that the hot, sizzling wound on his body didn't seem to hurt so much anymore. He reached out and touched her cheek and whispered, "It doesn't matter if I'm in pain or if I'm hurt. It doesn't matter if you're angry or not. Getting angry means caring." Yu Qing let Yu Yanchen's hand rub her cheek, feeling that cold temperature. That sinking feeling in her chest came back. She had always been averse to guilt. This time there seemed to be another complex mix of emotions circling and intertwining. She restrained the complicated look under her eyes. What do I have to be angry about? Cut the crap and lie down. Chapter 212 Cheng Cheng. You ate my tofu while I was asleep? Yu Yanchen's hand that fell on the side of her face seemed to tighten because of what she said. He looked at her silently for a few seconds, as if trying to read something into her face. It was only when Yu Qing was on the verge of being displeased by the look that Yu Yanchen suddenly lowered his hand. He turned and half leaned on a tatami mat to one side. Without a care in the world, he turned on the light above his head, and for a moment it illuminated his shoulder blades. It was only then that Yu Qing saw it, the wound where only the chest, his back, his waistline, and even the back of his neck and the corner of his lips were not too deep. An obscure look rose in vain from the bottom of her eyes, and her thin scarlet lips tightened into a line. Yu Qing had always felt that she had a hand in handling wounds. At least she had pulled a bamboo skewer out of her own waist a little bit with her own hands once upon a time, then medicated it and stitched it up. She didn't even shed a tear, stoic to a fault. But now, I don't know if it was because she hadn't been applying medicine for too long and was rusty or something else, but her hand shook when she was sterilizing it. Her heart thumped and she subconsciously looked at Yu Yanchen. In the light, he gazed at her with dark brows deep and clear, like nothing was wrong except his face was pale. Only then did Yu Qing continue to apply the medicine. It was just that she lowered her head too quickly, and all her attention was on the wound, not noticing at all that Yu Yanchen's hand that fell behind her almost broke the air conditioner remote control. It has been said that the pain of a whiplash is no less than the raw cracking of the bones of the body. At least the knocking and crushing is internal, whereas the whipping is ripping the flesh raw. Not to mention the barbed ones on these whips. It took Yu Qing close to half an hour to even get the thorns off with small tweezers. After that it was a series of steps, from dark to light, 4 to 6. Yu Qing was so serious that almost no external sounds could disturb her. When she felt that everything was sort of proper, she looked up and realized that it was dawn. The color of the sun pierced her eyes, and she drifted off for a moment before coming back to her senses. Raising her eyes to look at Yu Yanchen, he looked like he was closing his eyes, more like he was asleep. Yu Qing stood up, and stumbled a tiny bit because his waist and legs were sore from squatting for a long time. A poorly placed hand pressed against the man's abdomen, and she rushed to her feet. Raising his eyes and skimming Yu Yanchen, his deep brows were quietly closed when he slept. His angular lips pursed into a line, and his brows were roughly because of the pain. Even in his dreams they were still tightly wrinkled. Even so, it still manages to be a sight to behold on its own, whether it's the match of the three chambers or the contour skin or whatever. It's so perfect that it doesn't seem like it's real. Yu Qing was a little lost in thought as he stared for a moment, and was just about to retract his eyes when he realized that it looked like there was a small black dirty thing on his eyes. She didn't think about it that much and leaned over. Blow gently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes momentarily and, the black and white phoenix eyes were clear, without any of the haziness of just waking up. There seemed to be a flash of shadowy vigilance as he opened, all of which was hidden into the deepest depths as he took a clear look at the person in front of him. The four eyes were as far apart as a cell phone. Ching Ching, you ate my tofu while I was asleep? His low, hoarse voice all flooded into Yu Qing's ears, and as she looked at the person in front of her from close range, it seemed as if the only sound left in her ears was the beating of her heart. This early in the morning. Yu Qing was a little lost in thought until she saw the flicker of teasing under the man's eyes. She hurriedly straightened up as if she had realized something. Chapter 213. The color of his eyes was ghostly, as if a knit fire had been lit. You're done eating. It's my turn. Yu Yanchen looked like he had already guessed that she would be like this, and his eyes darkened the moment she got up. One hand pressed down on the back of her head, and with a slight push, she was able to resecure her position in front of her eyes. He lazily and wickedly hooked the corners of his eyes. You want to run away after eating tofu? Hot breaths intermingled, and Yu Qing had a momentary trance. The man's eyes grew darker. His gaze strayed to her lips and he pursed them. Yu Qing looked like she realized his intentions, more like she was still a bit confused. In this kind of matter, Yu Yanchen had held absolute sovereignty from the very beginning. Perhaps it's because he's more relaxed and comfortable with his ability to put feelings away. so he always plays the dominant role. His hand that fell on the back of Yu Qing's head inadvertently deepened its strength, bringing her closer and closer to him. The eyes were haunted, as if a knit fire had been lit. "You're done eating. It's my turn." The fire in the bottom of his eyes looked like it had caught instantly, and before Yu Qing could react he suddenly rolled his throat and leaned down and pressed on. Immediately, a muffled grunt sounded abruptly. Yu Qing blinked, looking at Yu Yanshan's suddenly wrinkled brow with what looked like a hidden smile under his eyes. "If you are injured, don't think about nonsense. Get well and don't think too much." Realizing the flirtatious implications of her words, the man's eyes deepened. It was close. His gaze dropped slightly, sweeping over her before falling to the gauze Yu Qing had wrapped around his chest. Rubbing his fingertips over the uneven surface of the gauze, he was silent for a moment before making a faint sound. "Okay, I'll get well and eat back when I'm well." Yu Qing raised an eyebrow at him. "The body is full of wounds and still think about what nonsense. I advise you to think about whether it will be inflamed pus and so on." Yu Yanshan looked at her with deep brows, and there was still unabated fire in the bottom of his eyes. He gave a faint "I thought you were there. I'm not a professional nurse either. I was just in the slums before." "For what?" Faced with Yu Qing's abrupt ending words, Yu Yanshan looked at her as if he suddenly realized something. Yu Qing looked at him. To tell him? The darkness of her past. The thought survived only for a moment that passed quickly, and she still didn't really want to bring up that period of time in front of him. In other words, she didn't want to bring it up in front of anyone. "Nothing. It's just that I had this nursing course when I studied abroad before and I took some for credit." Yu Yanshan quietly gazed at her calm brow. "Is that so? Or else?" Yu Qing asked him rhetorically. "What's there to lie about this kind of thing?" Yu Yanshan didn't say anything, and there was a short silence for a few seconds before he faintly hummed. He reached out and rubbed Yu Qing's head. Yu Qing's hair was smooth and soft. It was comfortable to touch, like satin. "Help me get the computer in the den for a meeting." "You're still having meetings like this now?" Yu Qing slapped Yu Yanshan's disruptive hand off his head and frowned. "Your show is on, and you can make the whole crew wait for you because you're sick? The den is the second door on the right out the door." "Good boy." Yu Qing bristled, but still got up and left the door. Rich people actually have quite a lot of trouble. The moment she turned around, Yu Yanshan's eyes then went cold. "Slums? Slums?" Following the route Yu Yanshan said, he pushed open the door of the study. The furnishings of the study were different from the outside, and it was back to being absolutely cold and hard. She picked up his Mac computer from the solid wood table, which was sitting next to a file. PK. The cultivation of feelings phase is over, and the plot is starting to go. A little bit of what should come out is coming out. Chapter 214. Cruelty was a term reserved for Yugushi, the head of the Yu family in remote city. Yu Qing thought that the one placed on the computer should be needed as well. She didn't bother in folding back to get it, so she simply picked up that file as well. The paperwork is a bit scattered and needs to be organized. She yawned and took a folder from the side, absently filling it with papers. When it came to loading the file, she really just simply wanted to load the file, but her movements suddenly fell into hesitation as her eyes touched the contents of the document. It's a profile. It's a woman's, not hers. Re-pushing open the door to the master bedroom, Yu Yanshan had already gotten up from the tatami mat. He had, somehow, changed out of his bathrobe and into a gray knit sweater housecoat. The person who used to be in a suit and well-dressed suddenly changed his style, and Yu Qing froze for a while before walking in. Here, she placed the computer casually on a side table. Yu Yanshan was treating some minor wounds on his face. He glanced over. "Well, wait for me." Yu Qing didn't say anything, just looked him up and down. Although he was not very old, his experience and the confidence and oppression of being in a high position for a long time made his whole person appear dangerous and unapproachable. Even if he was wearing home clothes, he still gave people a feeling of being separated by a layer of barrier. But often, it's the most inaccessible ones that make people gravitate towards them, right? Yu Qing withdrew his gaze and glanced down at the time. "It's after 7. I see that there are breakfast sellers downstairs. Let me go buy a breakfast first." She was a bit hungry, and Yu Yanshan should also replenish after bleeding so much. "I'm here. Do I need to order takeout?" Yu Qing thought. "You're not a patient. It's not good to let a patient make breakfast." She ruffled her hair carelessly. "I've managed to bandage you so easily. If you make breakfast and crack it, won't I have to bandage you for another hour and a half?" Yu Yanshan seemed to hold a bit of teasing between his brows. "Good, then I'll trouble you, Miss Nurse." Yu Yanshan's villa was in the middle of the downtown area, and there was a snack street outside. Yu Qing bought herself a dunked soup dumpling in kanji, and bought Yu Yanshan a pot of chicken soup. Although it's not good to drink chicken soup in the middle of the morning, he still needs to replenish it in time after losing so much blood. It was about 8 o'clock when she came back after her purchase. Yu Yanshan told her the code to the door when she left, so she unlocked it and went in. Walking to the foyer, she was just about to change her shoes on one foot, and on the other, she heard an unfamiliar man's voice coming from inside. Not that it's unfamiliar either. As soon as she heard the voice, she knew who it was. From her angle, she could see Yu Yenshin sitting on the sofa. The hostility that had not easily melted away from his brows and eyes now surfaced on his face, and although he did not make any movements, he simply leaned back wherever he was, revealing a violent and gloomy feeling all over his body. The man sitting opposite him was dressed in an iron gray suit. A few moments of Yu Yenshin's feeling could be vaguely seen between his eyebrows, and his indifference and cold-bloodedness were even more so than Yu Yenshin. The mahogany walking stick was mortared in his hand, with an exquisitely carved dragon head in front of it. His back was turned to Yu Qing, but Yu Qing had even conjured up his complexion and expression at the moment. Unsmiling, cold, unfeeling to the core, a term reserved for Yugushi, the head of the Yu clan in remote city. Go to apologize to your second uncle in the afternoon. He is your own uncle. I have never seen a person take action against his own uncle, even understand affection. Yu Yenshin, you are not as good as? Chapter 215, No Greater Sorrow Than Death of the Heart. His voice was a bit hoarse, probably due to a problem with his vocal cords, but that hoarseness was strangely blended with his aura in just the right way. Yu Yenshin snorted mockingly as if he had heard something funny, and a cold and dark look overflowed from the bottom of his dark eyes. Who was inferior to me? Yugushi's eyebrows sank, knowing what he meant by that. Don't get all smirky on me, you deserve it too. Those whips yesterday didn't let you know you were wrong. Yu Yenshin's mockery hadn't lasted long, just a flash of sarcasm. His brow swept mockingly over the face of the man on the man in front of him, resuming a coldness more prevalent than his usual indifference, with undisguised disdain and hostility. If you have the ability, you can beat me to death. Beat me to death and burn me to ashes and place me in a box in front of his hospital bed. It is also considered that I have bowed to him. If you can't beat me to death, don't daydream here. Maybe it was his careless and everywhere pointed attitude that made Yugushi feel his dignity was provoked. Or maybe it was his words that made Yugushi realize that he couldn't beat him to death and get angry. He saw that he suddenly stood up and raised his walking stick towards the direction where Yu Yenshin was sitting and directly slammed it down. Yu Yenshin's gaze faded as he watched him storm off, watched him stand up, watched him raise his stick. He didn't make any movement, and even if the cane smashed into his shoulder as if it carried the force of 1,000 pounds, he didn't make any act of resistance. From Yu Qing's position, he could see that he curled his hand for a moment in that instant, and quickly released it again. A stick went down. Yuguchi sort of relieved himself a bit. He coughed a few times. Go apologize to your second uncle tomorrow. This is your father's order. A mocking look swooned out of the corner of Yu Yenshin's eyes. Instead of following his topic, he leaned back on the couch with a few lazy moments and suddenly changed his tone. Sometimes I think it would be better for you to live than to die. Several sons, whether they are firstborn or commoner, each one holds a grudge against you behind your back. Your own younger brother forced your wife to rape you and you watched as your wife set herself on fire, and you didn't do anything but instead came to beat me up. In this way, it really looks like a stubborn worm. His sudden sneer made Yugushi's pupils dilate. He suddenly raised his voice tone, his voice hoarse and ruthless. Yu Yenshin, you think I really don't dare to get you killed? Yu Yenshin absently watched his outburst of anger, but felt ridiculous. Come on, get the old man. Yugushi's breathing deepened abruptly as he took 2 deep breaths and squeezed the cane in his hand. I've let you grow some feathers in the past 2 years. You're really getting loose. Old man? I'm your old man. The words fell a flash of viciousness under his eyes, as if he was not relieved to raise the cane in his hand again to smash the person on the sofa. Yu Yenshin still didn't have the intention to move, just looked at him thinly. Hit it, it doesn't matter to him, nor do I feel any pain or aggravation. Just as that cane was about to smash onto the whiplash wound in his chest that he had managed to bandage up, the cane in Yugushi's hand was suddenly gripped by someone at the end. It didn't smash down, and stopped in front of Yu Yenshin's eyes in a raw manner. The man's cool and waveless expression seemed to have a slight change. The woman who suddenly appeared in front of him made his night-like eyes look like a wind had blown up, blowing away the dark clouds of obscurity and revealing the bright moon. His eyes and lips twitched. Guess how Mr. Yu is feeling right now. Chapter 216, my woman can do whatever she wants, and I will fill the sky for her if she wants to break it. Mr. Yu, a few years do not see how you are still so angry. The old man is getting older or less angry. Good. And your cane. A few years ago when I did not see you pestle this thing, is not angry gas more to their own body gas bad? Yu Qing suddenly appeared with something in his hand. She absently caught the crutch securely, then pushed it a little bit back in the direction of Yugushi. The corners of her lips seemed to have a hook if anything, somewhat similar to the thoughts under Yu Yenshin's eyes earlier, both of which were some sort of sneer. The two of them seemed to finally be surprisingly on the same page when it comes to facing nasty people together. Mr. Yu, when you're old, don't throw your crutches around. You said if you fall somewhere and bump into someone, won't that person be out of luck? Yugushi looked at the woman who suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of him with a cold brow, the muscles on his face trembling a bit with the residual aftermath of his violent anger. He didn't care to argue with a hairless little girl, but what she said made him very unhappy, if not very uncomfortable. His eyes turned to Yu Yenshin, his voice hoarse and cold. Yu Yenshin, is this the female college student you bagged? It can only be wrapped, because the mistress of the Yu family can only be chosen by him. This woman, no matter who she is, can only become his adopted concubine. He had long ago chosen who the hostess would be. Yu Qing subconsciously snorted when she heard that. Her laugh managed to catch Yu Gushi's attention. What are you laughing at? Yu Qing had half of his arm pinned on the sofa, looking at the old man in front of him who was over 100 years old but still full of violence. I just said a few years have not seen it. We are acquaintances. Ah, Mr. Yu, this is the age of the brain is not good? It was familiar. So familiar that when she had stayed at Yu's house for a week before, she had been kept awake at night by that face of his. At that time she was in a young grade, and after meeting him she didn't sleep well for a night, worrying that she would be embarrassed by this horrible eunuch after she married him, and she didn't dare to speak out loud. It's not the same now. She's not worried about marrying in front of an old man who loves to beat people up and is cold-blooded and heartless. Yu Gusi looked at Yu Qing's young and beautiful face and only felt that the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. It seemed like I'd actually seen it somewhere, but couldn't think of it for a second. He slammed his cane hard on the ground with 2 dull thuds. Yu Yenshin, control your woman. The man in charge of the Yu family doesn't seem to be very good at confronting women or anything like that no matter what. They're all cold-blooded and heartless at heart, but they're so dead set on maintaining that little bit of useless gentlemanliness. It's as comical as a skeleton frame having to wear a jeweled necklace to show off his aristocratic status. Yu Yenshin's line of sight faintly crossed over Yu Guji's face. His voice was low and deep, spitting out arrogant and brash words. On the contrary, it didn't make people feel exaggerated at all. My woman can do whatever she wants, and I'll fill the sky for her if she wants to poke it. Not to mention she just said a few things he didn't say, so what does it matter? Yu Qing lowered her eyes and swept a glance at Yu Yenshin. Pretty good at talking now. Just got beat up without even moving. It's just silly. Yu Gushi had never liked being disobeyed, let alone his son. His face was instantly grim and tight, and he was unable to get angry because of the sudden appearance of Yu Qing, an outsider. His face grimaced as he gazed at the person in front of him, the somewhat whitened pupils sweeping silently over the person in front of him. Half a dozen times, he finally opened his mouth, still cold to the point of having no warmth in his words, like treating strangers instead of your own flesh and blood. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp, show up at your second uncle's hospital bed and apologize. Otherwise, I will let you know the consequences of disobeying me. Chapter 217. They were left with nothing but pure disgust. His threats and orders were as much to the Yu family as a mother calling out to her son that it was time to eat in an ordinary household. It's just a shame that the former is chilling and the latter is plain warm and starkly different. Yu Yenshin pulled on Yu Qing's hand with one hand, slightly exerting force to pull her into his arms, half leaning against himself. Yu Qing raised her eyes and swept a glance at him, as if she realized something from his expression, and behaved herself by not making a move. He seemed suddenly energized, and though he still looked careless, there was a bit more blatancy that he couldn't articulate. Yu Yenshin's eyes skimmed over Yu Qing's face. Extremely provocative implications suddenly welled up in his eyes. Looking at the old man in front of him, who had manipulated half of his currently quite short life, only pure disgust remained. He's scared. Really? I'm inclined to see what happens. Just as Yu Qing remembered, Yu Gusi was always the one who wanted to master everything, the kind of person who was either one person above 10,000 people miserable in ancient times, or above all power. He's absolutely cold-blooded, and almost nothing can really put a dent in his feelings, except for his fancy for the Yu family bloodline and power and money. When he left, a stretch limo picked him up. 8 bodyguards are neatly organized. He was involved in black too many enemies when he was young, and now he does not want to die. He still wants to live, perhaps to see the Yu family handed over to Yu Yenshin's hands, to be carried forward to another level by him, and at that time, his power naturally went up a notch. Perhaps Yu Yenshin had caught this thought of his and was naturally not worried about the warning he had dropped. He couldn't kill him, and he didn't dare cripple him. He is also no longer the same person he was before. Yu Qing warmed up the chicken soup she had bought earlier and handed it back to Yu Yenshin. He had a complicated look on his face at first, but slowly picked up the bowl as if relieved. I drank it for the fact that you just heroically saved my life. And don't buy this stuff in the morning ever again. There was also a light layer of grease floating on the bowl, and he had never been a fan of greasy food. Just looking at it alone gave him a revolting feeling, but this was specially bought by Yu Qing in the morning, and in the morning, she didn't know where to buy the chicken soup, and she specially warmed it up, so if he didn't drink it, it was always bad. What if she gets mad and never buys it again? Yu Qing skimmed her mouth. What if you left so much blood behind and didn't replenish it? Chicken soup is a great tonic, but I let the owner's wife of the Baozi store stew it. She may not be very professional, but when I went out I found that the street also sells old duck soup. bone soup, beef soup and so on. Don't like the chicken soup, you can buy something else. Yu Yenshin had just poured in a mouthful of chicken soup that was almost all oil towards his mouth, and the feeling of retching at her words raged even more. Her eyes gave her a rather symbolic look before she tilted her head back and took a drink. Take it away. He couldn't see the bowl anymore and wanted to smash it. Drinking is not a crane red. What's there to die for? Yu Qing really couldn't figure it out. The chicken soup was quite good. She had wildly drank chicken soup for a while before. She remembers a time when she was 168, weighed a skinny 70, looked in the mirror with sunken cheeks, and didn't even feel like a person. In order to go out without scaring people, and for her own sake, she began to drink soup like crazy and eat all kinds of long and wild supplements. She ended up gaining 10 pounds a month before she was satisfied. So as soon as she thought of replenishing Yu Yenshin's body, she subconsciously thought of drinking soup. Chapter 218 Anju commits suicide. Yu Yenshin didn't reply to Yu Qing's words. He just got up and took 3 or 2 steps to the toilet. Then, Yu Qing was outside and heard the sound of vomiting inside. I'm giving Bully a body tonic, but Bully doesn't appreciate it at all. It's such a sad story. It is said that the injury is 100 days. Yu Yenshin, this injury is not to hurt the bones, but it is also considered serious. Yu Qing recently chose to stop working and shutting down her business, only occasionally shooting small magazines and selfies and whatnot and posting them on Weibo so that she doesn't lose her fans too quickly. Using her face for business was fine with her. She thought it was a natural advantage after all, and the time she was off work was spent caring for the injured. Maybe it's because of the guilt, after all. She's the one who started this whole thing. Perhaps it was because being Yu Gusi had evoked the sympathy and pity for Yu Yenshin in her heart. When she was preparing to leave earlier, he accidentally fell and tore his wound all at once, and Yu Qing logically couldn't leave. This care was for a little over half a month. What shouldn't have happened didn't happen, and what should have happened didn't happen. Everything was calm like they weren't supposed to enjoy it. After all, some people's lives are like a movie, and quiet only feels hairy because it's always followed by a wild storm. Yu Qing was baking a small snack inside the kitchen when that gale came. This was what Yu Yenshin had taught her, and although she had always refused to recognize him as her master, she still admired him from the bottom of her heart. She's actually quite content with her current life, having weathered some storms to realize that peace is rare, but the heavens seemed to be against her, and her mere desire to be at peace was as hard as it could be. The morsels were hot and fresh out of the oven when the cell phone inside her apron suddenly rang. She skimmed the surface and it was Nguyen. Holding her cell phone between her ear and her arm with one hand, she collected small snacks. What's wrong? Calling me at this hour? Generally Nguyen sends WeChat when there is something going on. Modern people where there is still something to communicate by phone. Ruanxiu only said a few words on the other end of the phone, and Yu Qing suddenly didn't control the force in his hands, directly breaking the cloud-shaped snack. Nguyen said, Anju committed suicide. This peaceful life is like a cloud, extremely easy to disperse. Anju is in their own apartment to slit their wrists. Just happened last night, by the media paparazzi directly photographed. Early in the morning on the microblogging topic is directly exploded. Supposedly she's still in the resuscitation room and hasn't come out, and the doctors have already put in a round of critical notices. Yu Qing hung up the phone and untied her apron with one hand, and just as she came out of the kitchen, she bumped into Yu Yenshin. He was young and recovered well, and in a little over half a month he was basically left with some faint scars. Yu Qing looked at him and suddenly realized that the man in front of him was the president of KR, and Ru's boss. You got it? She looked at him quietly. In the morning, she had no makeup on, and her soft black hair was just plastered to her face, her whole being quiet and gentle. The man just quietly rinsed a glass of lukewarm water and his voice was muted. What are you referring to? Anju committed suicide and is still in resuscitation. The doctor has already issued a round of critical notices. Maybe she'll be gone from the earth in the next second. Yu Yenshin took a sip of water and hemmed as if he didn't care extremely much. So? Yu Qing stared at him as if she wanted to see something from his emotionless face. She's a contracted artist under you. Don't you need to do something? Today 7 more N spicy, PKN. Please recommend votes message. Gradually Buddhist. Chapter 219 That person doesn't actually shine. It's just that your fondness gilds him with a layer of golden light. Like announcing why Anju committed suicide and investigating her suicide because of what happened. This is the basic explanation that a company needs to give to the public, to the fans of Anju. And if he investigates, he's bound to implicate her. Even she suspected that she would be listed as a suspect. Yu Yenshin put down the transparent teacup, which was exquisite, with an exquisitely carved MT Fuji at the bottom. I'm the president of KR, not her agent. I'm very busy, and the suicides of the employees underneath me aren't even always reported up by the secretary's office. He looked at Yu Qing quietly, as if he was explaining something, and then he actually didn't explain anything. On a whim into the entertainment industry, I almost did not resign artists. which is sufficient to prove that I have not much interest in the entertainment industry. Even if the public questioned me to give an explanation, that is also the company's public relations department needs to deal with the problem. This matter cannot be dealt with. I am also considered to be in vain to raise them. Yu Qing stood still and looked at him. Just look at him. He's just stating the uncaring fact that he doesn't have to care about Anju. While he wouldn't help Anju, he didn't seem to have any intention of helping her either. It's as if it's not a matter of concern. This bout of time together had brought the relationship a little closer, but Yu Qing felt that he was still so transporting a tent. The feeling of being able to pull out at any time in this uncertain relationship. After a few seconds, she reached up and pulled back her somewhat disheveled hair, taking a look at her grooming towards the mirror hanging to one side. Okay, Mr. Yu, although this matter coming out of your mouth makes people think that it has nothing to do with you, but it has a lot to do with me. I'm going to leave and discuss with my agent how to send out the circular and explanation. Yu Yenshin's calm and wave-free face finally had a slight ripple. He frowned, and then as if he thought about Yu Qing and Enru's incompatible relationship thoughtfully. KR's PR department is at your disposal if you need it. Yu Qing was packing the few suitcases she had brought with her, and because of his words she raised her eyes to look at him. After thinking for half a second, he continued to lower his eyes and organize his things. I'll call you if I need to. Yu Yenshin looked at Yu Qing faintly as she packed her bags, as if she was pondering something through her. After half a dozen moments, he turned and made a call. Yu Qing also packed his bags as he turned to the phone, dumping a tray of baking in the process. It was only a broken one, but if she didn't want it anymore, she didn't want it anymore. After pulling the suitcase to the door, Yu Yenshin also finished his phone call and walked over. Behind him were windows and daylight, and he walked against the light as if he were gilded. Yu Qing narrowed his eyes. I read a quote on the internet earlier. That person doesn't actually shine. It's just that your fondness gilds him, she thought. Yu Yenshin is really glowing. Even in a crowd of thousands of miles he is the kind of existence that is as indifferent as if he were watching the fire from the other side of the river. Yet he has a grasp of the whole situation of everything. Such a man is dangerous and full of seductive magic. Perhaps no woman does not like such a model, but if you can't guess what's going on in his mind, you'll lose your sense of security and your own self-confidence. Such a person is not suitable for a relationship unless he gives enough security to do so. Yu Yenshin walked up to her almost without a second thought, reached out and squeezed the handle of her suitcase, and faintly said, I'll walk you. Yu Qing didn't refuse and got into the car with him. In the car, she read the message from Nguyen Thuy France. Then his gaze went to the man at his side who was driving seriously without two expressions. Are you really not going to see Anju? Yu Yenshin swept a sideways glance at her. I don't like wasting my time on useless people. Chapter 220, toss and turn as much as you want. Come and go as you please. Oh, so does that mean Anju has lost all available space to benefit him or give him what he wants? So just give up on her. Yu Qing let out an oh-so-quiet sound and continued to look down at his phone. She had actually always felt that Yu Yenshin had gained a lot more adult qualities in his body after not seeing him for the past 4 years. For example, all things come first. But the fact that he is someone who is still in a high position in the mall is understandable, as it should be the basic configuration of a successful person. She thinks that before, because Anju could bring him benefits. He didn't care much about Anju no matter how she acted or how much trouble she got into, because Anju's behavior was tolerable for the positive benefits she brought to KR. Now that Anju couldn't bring what he wanted, he just dropped it. She felt that in Yu Yenshin's hardly ranked first, he might really have a crush on her or even like her. That came from first love feelings as well as her own charm. She could understand that, but once interests are involved, like Anju, he turns a decisive blind eye. That kind of liking was not what she wanted. She wants likes that are pure, unique and come first. Yu Qing got out of the car when she arrived at her own door. Yu Yenshin was trying to help her pull the suitcase at least to the door, but ended up being disliked by Yu Qing's sentence of "You're still a patient, don't carry heavy things." He frowned. You mean you're relenting? Accommodate you for what? Yu Qing pulled her luggage to look at him. I'm not angry. Yu Yenshin's frown tightened. I don't know what you're angry about, much less what I did to make you unhappy. Girls naturally deserve to be a bit more capricious. I'm willing to spoil you. As the words fell, he almost compulsively snatched Yu Qing's suitcase from her hands, and with his other hand he took her hand and headed inside. But some things can be spoiled, some can't. Yu Qing stumbled as she was pulled by his unforeseen movement and sneered. What can you spoil me with? Yu Yenshin didn't even return his head, only his flat, wave-free voice came from the front. The bed, it's all up to you. You can toss it around all you want. You can come all you want. I'm not saying a word. Yu Qing shook off his hand in a flash, cursed a dead rascal, pulled the suitcase and turned to leave. This time she moved quickly and stepped on her heels without letting Yu Yenshin catch up. Yu Yenshin just happened to not be ready to chase after her anymore, as he had already arrived in front of her villa. He glanced down at his cell phone, so he turned away. Ruanqiu was at home when Yu Qing slammed the door with his suitcase. Except she's at home, and she's got someone else with her. That person Yu Qing recognized who it was at a glance. 4 years ago when she was still in the remote city, this person was what almost all the elders of the powerful and noble families were talking about, someone else's child. The beginning of the year of one, who was named the absolute heir to the family business as a natural gentleman with superior studies and superior intelligence. He straddled her childhood, and her father always told her to aim for the young master of the Wen family to surpass, but his score never exceeded her in her whole life. Wen's record at the beginning of the year hung there forever, and in the end, he was only exceeded by Yu Yenshin, and only by a mere 2 points. Her suitcase fell to the floor and there was a momentary stiffening of her limbs as she looked at the two men in front of her. Wen was wiping the corner of Ruan Xiu's lips early in the year and looked at the person outside the door who suddenly broke in and came in, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Chapter 221, The Crown Prince of the Wen Family, Early Wen Years. Yu Qing also locked eyes with him in a flash. He was literally the nightmare of his childhood. She wanted to go out and play, and the piano teacher said Wen had finished learning piano pieces of 5-star difficulty at the beginning of the year. She thought she was studying hard enough, and the classroom teacher said, "Come on, it's still 10 points short of the beginning of Winnipeg." Her New Year's Day scurrying to the Wen family, her father pulled her to the elders of the Wen family said, "Put my daughter in your home for 2 days. Is not it with the beginning of the year the same love of learning one? Ms. Wen reached up early in the year and pushed the silver-framed, rimless eyes that hung over his eyes, a flicker of amusement underneath his lenses. "Why are you here?" Yu Qing really didn't feel half as good about the person in front of her. Who could like someone else's child? Wen early in the year lowered his head and teased Ruan Xiu's somewhat reddened face. "What do you think? True line. Wen early in the year you are really good. You abducted her agent without realizing it." Yu Qing could instantly see the sweet atmosphere between these two like glue. She bent down and pulled her suitcase up from the floor and took a few steps forward to the two of them. Wen early in the year circled Ruan Xiu's movement still had no intention of letting go, or Ruan Xiu struggled a lot before she got out from under his shoulder and walked to Yu Qing's side. She let out a playful laugh and reached out to take the suitcase in Yu Qing's hand before circling her arm. "What? He was afraid that I would come back alone and be uneasy, so he accompanied me back, and he will leave in a while. You're 25 this year." Yu Qing swept her a glance. 25 and he's still afraid you'll be abducted? Nguyen gave an awkward haha. So what? How do you say? Wen looked at her early in the year with a few mild moments in his eyes, and without moving, he redrew her to his side. "It's because I'm afraid it's not safe for her to come back. She's too well behaved and I'm afraid she'll be cheated." Yu Qing coldly swept her eyes across Wen Erli's face, and although there was nothing fluctuating on her face, the rejection was almost written in her eyes. Ruan Xiu saw the displeasure in the bottom of Yu Qing's eyes. She thought that she did not like the fact that she was in a relationship, and hurriedly rounded up the situation. "What is that? Qing, I'll introduce you. This is my boyfriend Wen early in the year. He is the president of the SA, not a person in the circle." "President of SE?" Yu Qing raised his eyebrows almost instantly, a flash of teasing under his eyes. "The president of SE Wasn't SE one of the least known small businesses under Wen's umbrella?" "What? Prince Wen is afraid that Ruan Xiu will try to get his money and pretend to be a poor scholar?" Wen gave a faint laugh at the beginning of the year. "Miss Yu is laughing. It's not comparable to a big star like Miss Yu. Still a few barbs in a sentence like that. No fun." Yu Qing snorted coldly, and for the time being, she was not prepared to expose him. Wen early in the year was an absolutely decent and good person, and he was also absolutely loyal to his feelings. He would not do anything to hurt Ruan Xiu. This she knew clearly. He's not like Yu Yenshin. Yu Qing has not said anything. Ruan Xiu directly ran over and hugged his arm as a pouting. "What are you talking about? Qing is not very and you compared to the income, and you are very good. Don't belittle yourself." Wen began the year with the same faint smile. "Good." Yu Qing turned and rolled his eyes. "Come on, don't show your love in front of me. Don't keep those who should go. Do what you need to do. Don't show love in my house. I have no interest in being a bystander." Is Wen Chiu really Wen Chiu? Chapter 222, Suicide. Wen early in the year touched Ruan Xiu's head. "Good boy. Miss Yu is right. She's still single. It's really not good to show love in her house." Yu Qing swept her cold eyes over him. "Oh, all of us outstanding people are single." Wen did not refute her at the beginning of the year. He had always had this slow and methodical nature, but really slow and methodical. How can you sit steadily in the position of the crown prince of the Wen family? Remote city is like a miniature version of the palace. The power and status of the people's hearts are all manifested to the fullest. Wen didn't stay in Yu Qing's house for too long at the beginning of the year, and when he left, he looked at her and smiled faintly before nodding his head. Yu Qing sat on the sofa, sweeping his eyebrows over Wen early's departing figure before looking at Ruan Xiu. Ruan Xiu weakly spoke. "So what? No one said agents can't fall in love." "Could be, but a relationship with one early in the year was something she really didn't expect. There are several powerful families in the remote city. UC. The U family has fallen from grace and the C family has gone dark, leaving two watery wolves' dens. Maybe one didn't tell her who he was at the beginning of the year because he was concerned that she would be pressured to be with him if she knew. Yuqing faintly lifted his jaw and gave an oh-so-sweet sound. I didn't say that I won't let you fall in love. I just think that you look as if you're a bit innocent compared to him, and I'm afraid that you'll be eaten by him. Ruanqiu laughed between sips of water. How can that be? He's just the president of a small private company. I see that men have IQs. The more Yuqing looked at her, the more unreliable he felt. But she hated people who meddled in other people's relationships. For better or for worse, relationships were always between two people and she didn't want to talk about it. Everything in this world depends on fate, especially between men and women. You look after yourself. I won't meddle in your feelings, Yuqing said lightly. It's better to talk about why Enru committed suicide. Something I really didn't expect. The woman would kill herself. She hadn't thought about it, but it wasn't impossible. A freshly graduated female college student got an unexpected honor and then fell into the mire. A time to think is not normal. It's better to gain and lose than never to gain at all. She's been there. In fact, if Anju didn't have to make her own petals, she could have had those distinctions sooner or later with KR on her back. Blame it on her being too eager and her methods being too dark. Can why not just be scolded a few words? Her microblogging also set up what in addition to the fans cannot comment. The bottom of a water or she did not be your point of view of the brainwashed fans in support of her. On this, she cannot bear directly to slit his wrists. Ruanqiu had watched Yuqing go through so much little by little, and Enru enjoyed what she had stolen while Yuqing was being called a dog by the entire internet. Now that the truth has been revealed, only 1/10 of the people went to say that Anju was shameless outside. Really not many people went to scold her, because Yuqing's anti-network violence words went deep into people's hearts. Those who watched the live broadcast more or less still have it in their hearts and are ready to be a kind person and not just curse people on the internet. With that, she still couldn't bear to kill herself. Ruanqiu really couldn't figure out where the hell this bee woman got her face. Compared to Ruanqiu's excitement, Yuqing was much calmer. Slit your wrists, is it? You can't actually die without cutting your wrists very deeply. She understands and knows firsthand, but Anju is still being resuscitated and there's no way to tell how deep she cut. Well, slit her wrists. I heard my classmate at the hospital say that it actually didn't cut much deeper. Just that much, and she just went into shock. Ruanqiu was a little angry. No, it was very angry. I think what's important now is not whether she slit her wrists or burned charcoal. What's important is that this woman has started to ing by scripts again, and the internet is saying that you drove her to suicide. I love you. Mo. Chapter 223, Passive. Even his mood is held by his every move. Yuqing sat quietly on the sofa, her fingertips rubbing the silk satin of her dress. All cursing me? Ruanqiu shook her head. That's not true. You also have a group of die-hard fans who help you out. But in the country, at the moment, you're just participating in a variety show, where the fans are that solid. Enru's suicide. More or less some people blame you. I'm really annoyed with Enru. Suicide. The whole thing is like who hasn't committed suicide, Abruptly ending her words, she looked like she suddenly realized something, hastily glanced at Yuqing. Seeing that her expression was unchanged, she only put her heart down. Actually, Nguyen said this is still conservative. In modern society, people are very sensitive to a person's suicide, even if she made a mistake, but committed suicide. Her mistake will naturally be minimized in people's mind, leaving only shock and pity for her suicide, because Enru's side probably paid for a water army to bring up the tempo. Many people are now questioning Yuqing, mouthing off on variety shows about slamming keyboard warriors, speaking up for people who are being cyber-violated, and making everyone always kind, portraying herself as an unbelievably righteous persona and putting herself on the righteous end of the spectrum. However, in reality, she forced Anju to die. It's just like being and standing up again. The new age green tea whore herself. Yuqing quietly contemplated. This was much harder to deal with than the previous incident where Anju had grabbed his picture. If Anju had succeeded in committing suicide and passed away, she might have been directly snowed in by the entertainment industry, and would have never been able to get ahead in her life. She briefly contemplated the situation for a moment before she spoke out faintly. Are you sure Anju is okay? Not so sure. After all, she was still in the resuscitation room, and she wasn't really sure of anything at all. Yuqing pursed her lips, her fingertips gently knocking against the softly cushioned surface. Help me find out which hospital Anju is in. I'm going, and contact some media to take pictures of me going to the hospital and post them online. Ruanqiu looked down at the message Wen had sent her on WeChat not long ago at the beginning of the year, and she handed her phone to Yuqing. I was with the beginning of the year when I learned of Anju's news earlier, and after he found out he asked a friend ahead of time to already check out Anju's hospital and ward for me. Yu Qing looked down at the thing in his hand that Wen had sent at the beginning of the year. She was out of it for a moment. Something that even Wen early could think of. Yu Yenshin didn't move at all. Said something about the PR team being at her disposal if she needed them. He's so smart. He can tell at a glance if she needs PR or not. When he said that, he was just trying to help her heart not be so heavy. Yu Qing seemed to suddenly realize that she had never been able to guess his mind, and that he couldn't give her the slightest bit of security that she wanted. It seemed like he was the one taking the initiative in this uncertain relationship, while in reality she had lost the initiative and was so passive that even her moods were held hostage to his every move. The outburst was only for a moment. She had actually been awake enough to prioritize a lot of things. Standing up and smoothing the hem of her somewhat frayed skirt, she glanced up at the clock. Go to the hospital and check on Anju. There was a lot of fuss about this incident. Yu Qing received a lot of messages of condolence on her cell phone, telling her not to feel guilty. Yu Qing looked at it and felt kinda touched. There were people who cared about her too, and people who cared about her. She had thought, before, that she was going to die alone in that place for the rest of her life, and now life was kind of better, though still so uneven. Chapter 224, Get Out. The hospital where Anju stayed was a private one, probably because it was a suicide and it was a bit inconvenient to go to a public hospital. Private hospitals are inexpensive and the environment is superb. Yu Qing got out of the car with sunglasses and a mask on his face. Behind him, Nguyen followed. She attached herself to Yu Qing's ear and whispered, "The beginning of the year just gave me a new update. She came out of the resuscitation room half an hour ago, and should be in the intensive care unit right now. Room B108 on the 4th floor. Yu Qing gave a faint hum and swept his gaze towards the surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes coalesced on the car in the far right corner. Sight was cast, and even his own pace paused for a moment. Ruanxiu also looked towards Yu Qing's line of sight towards that side. There was nothing else but a Cayenne. She reached out and tugged on Yu Qing's arm, whispering, "Don't look, hurry up and go inside." It was a black Cayenne. Not many people in remote city can afford to drive a customized version of this Cayenne. Yu Qing had ridden in that car a few times and recognized whose car it was almost instantly. She narrowed her eyes seemingly imperceptibly, unspeakable emotions spilling out of them. Ruanxiu took 2 steps and saw that Yu Qing hadn't moved yet. She jogged back and pulled her arm. "Qing Qing, what's wrong with you? Aren't you a bit guilty? This has nothing to do with you." Yu Qing looked down at Ruanxiu. She didn't say anything. After a few seconds, she blandly said as if she hadn't seen anything, hadn't thought of anything, saw an acquaintance. "Let's go." Ruanxiu suspiciously looked toward the surrounding area. Where did the people come from? 4th floor of the hospital. Room B108. This is a very quiet area. Yu Qing walked to the door of the hospital room, stood still, and after a few seconds of silence reached out and knocked on the door. A child woman's voice came from inside. "Which one?" Yu Qing's knock on the door was a beat. Feast on Red's voice. She whispered at the door, "I am Yu Qing." It was a given that her arrival at Feast Red would be startled, and there was no response from the ward for a long time after her words fell. Half a dozen times, the sound of high heels hitting the floor rang out and the door to the hospital room opened. Yu Qing met Fei Hong's line of sight, and there was a flash of dismay under her eyes. Fei Hong will always be remembered in her memory as the image of a white-collar woman, an urban elite, with a wraparound skirt and white shirt and a formulaic smile on her face, which, of course, she is herself. And now, the person inside had a mess of dark hair, glasses hanging low on her face, no makeup on, and her whole body was sloppy beyond words. "You are not welcome here." Yen Hong stared straight at Yu Qing, the coldness under her eyes flooding her. "Please get out." This hard-to-conceal anger and rejection made Nguyen frown on one side. She looked to Yu Qing, who made no move, so she could only endure. It's not Yu Qing's pot. This bastard is really cheap enough to let anyone roll. Yu Qing stood still, with no intention of leaving because of her words. Is MS and awake? Since she was in the hospital, she lowered her voice to a few soft notes. Feast Red sneered at that. "Miss you, there's really no need for you to put on airs in front of me. I know exactly what's in your mind. Small age, there is no need to wear that poor mask in front of me. I cannot see. Ruru can't think of suicide. You come to see the joke, just say straight, but also ask what to ask. Weasel to the chicken to pay homage to the new year?" Chapter 225, Is this what you want? Yu Qing looked at Fei Hong's eyes that were so anxious that the whites of her eyes were all bloodshot because of Enru's matter. She didn't get angry because of her words, and she still had a light look on her face. "You've misunderstood. I've only come on behalf of the crew to console Ms. Un." As the words fell, she lowered her eyes to look at Ruanxiu. Ruanxiu obediently handed Yu Qing the flowers and fruits he had bought in the supermarket downstairs before coming up. Yu Qing took it smoothly and raised his hand to hand it to Fei Hong. "MS. Feast Red. You're thinking too much. I don't have that much in mind. I'm just here to offer my condolences." Fei Hong stared straight at Yu Qing, as if he wanted to see something from her face, but she couldn't see anything. The young girl, her face was devoid of any stolen joy or mockery, except for a faint smile that indicated deference and some indifference in the bottom of her eyes. She reached up and pushed her glasses up a bit, reaching out to take something from Yu Qing's hand before turning around and throwing it behind her back in front of Yu Qing's face. She taunted, "The crew is pretty good at what they do when they send you to commiserate." Yu Qing just smiled faintly. "Who says otherwise?" Fei Hong looked at the smile at the corner of her lips and only felt extraordinarily harsh. Looking back at Anju lying on the hospital bed, an unspeakable anger spread in his heart. Her eyes redirected to Yu Qing, a flash of hostility under her eyes. "Since you're representing the crew, then come in and see Anju. See what she's become. Better to keep you up at night in pain. Better to make you regret everything you did before." Yu Qing came this time, mainly for the media to take pictures of her coming to see Enru. Then naturally her comments of forcing Enru to die would not be attacked, and now Fei Hong even picked up what she brought with her, which was smoother than anything she had expected, but she yelled at her to go in, and she really didn't expect it. "What are you going in there for? To see Anju?" Yu Qing didn't say anything. Fei Hong looked at her with cold eyes. The corner of her lips pulled out a smile that seemed like a sneer. "What? Miss Yu doesn't dare to come in? You don't dare to face it? It's actually nothing. If you dare to do it, you have to dare to be it. What am I afraid to face?" Yu Qing looked at Banquet Hong with detached brows, without any evasion. "What you said is quite right. If you dare to do it, you have to dare to be it. Since you've done it, you have to bear the consequences, don't you?" Fei Hong heard her words and her hands shook with anger. She reached out and pulled Yu Qing's arm and pulled her straight into the hospital room. And before Wanqiu could react, the door was kicked shut by Fei Hong. The next second, there was the sound of a reverse lock. Wanqiu's eyes widened and he yelled, "Hey, Fei Hong, what the are you doing dash?" The passing nurse behind her frowned and tapped her on the shoulder. "Don't raise your voice in the hospital." Being pulled in by Fei Hong's arm, Yu Qing hadn't even reacted before she held her arm down and pulled it towards the hospital bed. "Yu Qing, see? Is this what you want to see?" Yu Qing frowned. "What? That's not what you wanted to see? Didn't you want to see Ru become what she is now? You're satisfied, fulfilled." Yu Qing didn't say anything. Her lips pursed tightly into a line. This woman is as mad as a hatter. Not waiting for her to make any movements, Banquet Red suddenly used a great deal of force to hold down her neck and pressed it towards Anju's hospital bed. "Look, isn't that what you wanted? Ha, she's like this, and you've made a point of being angry with her. Why can you be so bad?" Chapter 226, Yu Qing, you're a smart person. How can you be so stupid sometimes? A strong soreness came from the back of his neck, and Yu Qing's aching body had a momentary stiffness. She also reacted almost instantly, backhanding Fei Hong's arm and using a deft hand. She directly threw her to the side. The pain made her furrow her brow, silent anger flaring under her eyes. "Are you really sick?" She didn't like people touching her body, and she didn't like people touching her body with a lot of force, causing her pain even more. It was an after effect of coming out of that place. No matter who it was that touched her and made her hurt, she could barely hold back her anger. And it wasn't anger. It was just agitation and restlessness and a feeling of hairiness all over her body. Feast Red was thrown to the side, her spine hitting the head of the bed, and she sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. Climbing up with her hand covering her back, she sneered and looked at Yu Qing. "Who's sick? Ru has become like this, and you still come to see the joke. Are you a pervert in your heart, Yu Qing? If you want to see, I'll let you see enough. Lying on the bed is my own niece Ru, 22 this year, just graduated, promising, future scenery unlimited, just because of you. Because you she lost everything, was mocked and ridiculed, lost countless endorsements and the future. Just because of you, she is now lying here in life and death. And Ru's parents died when she was a child, so I've been taking her with me, and she's left with a 90-something-year-old grandmother, who just wants to see her on TV. If her grandmother knows that her precious granddaughter committed suicide, even though she attempted to do so, what do you think her grandmother would think? I don't even dare to tell her until now." Yu Qing's hand was placed on the wrist that had just been pulled by Fei Hong. Her eyebrows and eyes seemed to be as cold as usual, but with a little more anger. "Where did you get the face to think that it was because of me that she lost everything? She lost everything is not because she is insatiable and unscrupulous? I'm coming in to see her? You didn't drag me in yourself?" Fei Hong smiled coldly and hooked her lips. She reached out and gathered her messy hair, sat down at the head of the bed and looked at Yu Qing with dark eyes. "I'm pulling you, but if I don't, surely you're desperate to come in and see the joke yourself, aren't you? She's only 22, and, when you say she's unscrupulous, do you really think this is all in her mind alone? That she could think of using your picture to suck up to you? She alone could have bought the entire internet to say that it was her photo? Yu Qing, you're quite smart. Why are you so stupid sometimes? I've made it so clear. You've got a little bit in your heart, don't you? Yu Qing didn't say anything. Her face suddenly sank. She thought about the car she had just seen under the hospital. Rarely, her face still did not show half a bit of different color. I have no ABC number in my heart and you have half a penny to do with it. Your sneering look is really like a defeated hen. You pulled me in to say this? Even the brainless tactic of provoking is used. Don't you think you are too low? Low level? Fei Hong just sneered. What's low class? No matter how lowly I am, it's still better than you crawling into a man's bed in exchange for fame and fortune. And it's also better than you causing a living little girl to commit suicide. Yu Qing counted on understanding that both Fei Hong and Enru were very good at lying to themselves. They don't feel guilty no matter what they do wrong. They put all the blame on others and tell themselves, I'm right. I'm the most pitiful in the world. Everyone is bullying us. Chapter 227, you'll be up at night in agony. And you'll regret what you've done, because God is watching. Fei Hong clearly detected the disdain and mockery under Yu Qing's eyes, and the gloom under her eyes increased. Ru is still not out of danger. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't be lying here at all. I've heard that you believe in Buddhism abroad. Buddhism emphasizes on the cycle of karma. If you victimize her like this, aren't you afraid that one day this cycle of karma will come back to you, and the person lying in this bed will become you, or your family? If Ru doesn't wake up, then you'll have to bear a lifetime of karmic sins. This is something you've done wrong. You've ruined her life. Yu Qing, this is all you're doing. She stood up excitedly and walked step by step to Yu Qing's eyes. The bottom of her eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. Yu Qing frowned and took a step backward, and Fei Hong acted like she was crazy. Before she was a sensible and elegant woman. Now she totally looks like a crazy. Whether I'm guilty or not, that's not for you to decide. And if I am, it's because I didn't tolerate your sins, but instead let you reap what you sow. I don't know who preached that she believed in Buddhism. She was in awe of all these religions, but she was not a follower of any religion. She was abroad before. When she was interviewed, she just said a sentence in Buddhism: all beings are suffering. Heaven and earth are furnaces, and all beings are simmering in this. And even this was found out by Fei Hong. She really had a good intention for herself. Feast Red just looked at her with a cold smile. You're guilty. You'll be haunted by this sin for the rest of your life. You'll have sleepless nights in excruciating pain, and you'll regret the things you've done, because God is watching. Yu Qing looked at her with this smile that caused goosebumps to climb on her back. Out of nowhere, she seemed to suddenly realize what her purpose was in saying these things. She narrowed her eyes minutely and imperceptibly, wearing a padded gown with a cape today, reaching out and lifting her cloak. Yu Qing stepped on her heels to meet Fei Hong's glowing red eyes. Wait a minute. Fei Hong, are you saying these things to make me think that Anju's suicide was really my fault? Trying to make me feel guilty? Trying to make me feel bad, are you? Her eyes were clear, but being stared at with such clarity at the moment gave Fei Hong the illusion of having nothing to hide. It was supposed to be yours. Before she could finish her words, she heard Yu Qing suddenly let out a laugh. Yes, it's my fault. Feast Red froze in place. Yu Qing opened her mouth slowly again, and she gazed at her as if peering into her heart. But what to do? I don't feel guilty at all, whether it's my fault or not, and even if it is, so what? Who doesn't make mistakes in this life? Besides, this is a defensive counterattack on my part, which is much more euphemistic than your initiative. Fei Hong's breath caught in her throat at what she said. Shameless. Oh, it's just shameless. What is it? Fei Hong's eyes reddened, her fists pinched deathly tight. Ru committed suicide because of you. You are the culprit. Oh, so? A painful sensation came from her fingertips, and Feast Red looked down to see that she had pinched her nails off by herself. So shameless. I've never seen someone as shameless as you in my life. If Ru doesn't wake up, you'll just have to wait. What? Are you going to take me to court with a lawsuit? First, you lack evidence. Second, even if you go to court, you will not have the possibility of winning the case. Maybe the judge sees this case and thinks that you are sick in the head and unreasonable. Directly transfer the plaintiff and defendant to a position, so that I countersue you for damage to your reputation. At that time, Ms. Banquet can't say what I slept with the judge. Oh. Feast Red never knew that some people who spoke without a single dirty word could make people so angry that they couldn't breathe. Chapter 228 Yu Yenshin sent you here? She trembled her teeth grooves and rasped. Yu Qing, if you are so vicious, aren't you afraid of being hit by a car when you go out? Yu Qing just looked at her with cold eyes. She bent down and reached down to pick up the flowers and fruit she had brought earlier and placed the flower in front of Anju's hospital bed. The afterglow faintly swept a glance at the lifeless Enru lying on the bed. A thick white veil wrapped around her hands, so fragile that the veins in his hands were clearly visible. Yu Qing's eyes suddenly coalesced on her injured wrist. It took a few seconds before she turned to look at Feast Red. That brow was still the same cool brow, yet something seemed to have changed. The cadence of her voice was indifferent and unheated. You think I'm afraid to die? Yu Qing came out of the hospital room, and Ruanqiu clearly noticed that her mood was different from before she went in. She looked at Yu Qing suspiciously and hesitated for half a second before carefully opening her mouth. What did that bad woman Yanhong say to you when she dragged you in? Don't listen to her. She talks like a fart. This has nothing to do with you. Yu Qing eyed ahead and stood in front of the elevator door, looking as if he was light, and as if he was too absorbed in thinking about something. She gave a perfunctory Nguyen was about to say something when the elevator doors opened. She was just about to go in on one foot when she heard the man standing in the elevator call out, "MS. You?" Yu Qing's drifting eyes seemed to suddenly come into focus as she narrowed her eyes. Secretary Su? Secretary Su stood in the elevator, looked at Yu Qing, opened his mouth. So what? Miss Yu, there's your agent, right? Why don't you guys come in first? Why are you standing outside? Yu Qing didn't say anything, and after a few seconds of silence, he raised his steps and walked in. Nguyen whirled around and followed. She looked at the man suspiciously. Secretary Su? Who's secretary? Entering the elevator, Secretary Su carefully opened her mouth. Miss Yu, what a coincidence. You came to the hospital too? Yu Qing stood across from him, looking at him with a detached brow. I'm the one who should be talking about coincidence. What is Secretary Su doing here at the hospital? Are you sick? Secretary Su smiled. Yes, it's too cold in the winter in Yaochang, and I'm not just sick. Yu Qing gave a thoughtful oh, cold? Yeah, came down with a cold. But the section for seeing colds and fevers is downstairs, upstairs, where the bills are paid. So what? I'm just going to go up and pay the bill after I've prescribed the medicine. Oh, where's your medicine? Did you forget to get it? Should I turn back up and get it? Secretary Su only felt that after a few words with Yu Qing, he didn't even dare to look her in the eye, sensing a cold sweat. Damn, Mr. Yu. His IQ lying in front of Yu Qing is not just a graduate student in junior high school student 100 debate. MS. Yu, why do you have to break the sand pot and ask to the end? What I came to the hospital for is actually not important. It's pointless for you to ask this. Yu Qing looked at Secretary Su, whose face was filled with the words I'm lying please break me down in big letters, and faintly tightened the cloak on his body. Come to see Anju? Secretary Su, how should I put it? Just stopping by. Yu Yenshin sent you? Secretary Su's expression was twisted and unspeakable. Miss Yu, please spare me. I didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, but Yu Qing found out everything. When the elevator reached the first floor, Yu Qing glanced at Secretary Su and turned to walk out as if she hadn't heard anything. Chapter 229, Lies. Ruanxiu followed Yu Qing's steps with a suspicious face, and behind her, Secretary Su hurriedly followed. MS. Yu, what are you doing? Listen to my explanation. I'm here. It's not what you think. Miss Yu dashed before Secretary Su could finish his words. He saw Yu Qing, who was originally walking ahead and not about to turn back at all, suddenly stop her pace and turn to look at him. She raised her hand to check the time on her wristwatch and looked at him with a detached brow. Fine. I'll listen to your explanation. I've got 5 minutes left, and in those 5 minutes I'd like to hear an explanation that makes me comfortable. Secretary Su. 4 minutes to go. Secretary Su panicked. Secretary Su is scared. Secretary Su doesn't know who she is, doesn't know what she's here for anymore. Yu Qing watched him froze and faintly said, 3 minutes. Secretary Su immediately came back to his senses and rushed to Yu Qing in 3 or 2 steps. It's a long story. How about? Long story short. Then, what a heartless woman. That's right. I was indeed ordered by Mr. Yu to come and see Enru. MS. Yu, don't go, but I can explain. You see, Enru is the first artist signed by Mr. Yu is also the last artist signed. Her suicide is such a big thing Mr. Yu is sure to send someone to see. He himself did not come it. In fact, is just going through the motions. I only know that you are the president's secretary. I don't know when you became a member of the public relations department as well. Yu Qing looked at Secretary Su. His expression was light, favoring an unspeakable oppressive force. Or is it that Anju carries so much weight with him that he can't help caring enough to send his best secretary? Secretary Su was stumped by Yu Qing's series of questions, unable to explain a single word for half a second. It's really a Taurus water reversal. Even if you work overtime, you'll be caught directly at the scene of the crime by MS. Yu. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Mr. Yu is also an unlucky one. What is this thing that he did? Miss Yu. In fact, Mr. Yu didn't send me here for anything. He just asked me to take a look at Enru's situation and then offer a few words of condolence. Yu Qing looked at him quietly. 5 minutes are up. I'm outta here. Secretary Su wanted to say something else, and with a sigh, Yu Qing still turned around and walked away. He felt like a weed to the slaughter right now. Life was too hard. After half a day of standing still and hesitating, he turned around and went into the garage, pulling the Cayenne out. On the other side, Yu Qing also got into the car. She got right into the driver's seat, and Nguyen weakly withdrew her hand and ran to the passenger side to pull open the door and sit down. Ching, is that person Mr. Yu's secretary? Yu Qing gave a faint nimbly reversed the car around the corner and drove out of the hospital. Ruan Xiao listened uncomfortably and skimmed her mouth. Mr. Yu even let his secretary come to see Enru. It seems that Enru's weight in his heart isn't light, but he didn't come himself. He should be too busy with his day-to-day business. Scummy man. Yu Qing didn't take Ruan Xiao's words and eyed the road ahead. She remembered what Yu Yanchen had said to her when she had asked him earlier what he was going to do with Anju. I'm the president of KR, not her agent. I'm so busy that the suicides of employees underneath me aren't always reported even by the secretary's office. On a whim into the entertainment industry, I almost did not resign artists, which is sufficient to prove that I have little interest in the entertainment industry. Even if the public questioned me to give an explanation, that is also the company's public relations department needs to deal with the problem. This matter cannot be dealt with. I am also considered to be in vain to raise them. For the last time, don't write about scumbags. How do you progress in a relationship without some setbacks and trials? Plus it's supposed to be a repeat relationship. Distrust and mutual suspicion mostly. You always have to go through something before you can trust each other. And the personalities need to be rubbed together. I didn't mark it as full spoiler at the beginning. I don't think it's interesting. Let's just say the plot. Is it better for you to be brainless and sweet, or is it better for them to trust each other after they get through it? And this is not a full favorite text, but both sides of the relationship is absolutely loyal and faithful. There will definitely not be any messy drama. I'm a big fan of ambushes. Chapter 230, but I've also been in real pain. Such a stark and in-your-face contrast really made her feel uninterested and bored. As the old saying goes, don't persuade a prostitute to go straight. Replacing it with modern times, it could be said like this: Mo advised the scumbag to rehabilitate himself. It's probably because so many things are etched in my bones that I can't change them. In the afternoon, photos of Yu Qing walking into the hospital when she went to see Enru, as well as Banquet Hong taking the fruit basket in her hands, were posted online. Under that tweet, her fans are already controlling the comments. Ching, give me a light kiss. Do not disturb the private life of the actors. Please pay attention to Ching works East Palace to go. Although the female one Enru has a problem with morality, but Ching has always been generous, is never to do things that will force people to die. The following picture Yu Qing Donggong went to the stage photo. Really temperament superb kind of photo. 112-3321, Banquet Red all pick up her fruit basket. This proves that the two people's private relationship is not that bad, right? If she really forced Enru to die behind her back, Banquet Hong, as Enru's aunt plus agent, would definitely not have accepted her fruit basket. Yu Qing really deserves to go to hell. Every day I want to ask Yu Qing when to die. Every day a picture of positive energy and noble appearance. In fact, behind the scenes is not bad to death. Really have not seen such a bad woman. I curse you to go to hell early. Anyan said, and Yu Qing has nothing to do with who believe. You believe it. I do not believe it. She is afraid that the future of the movie is difficult. Which big director will look at a body almost carry a human life actress? It's normal for someone to call her out on it. It's not like it's a small fight. It's a big suicide. Precisely because this was a major suicide. Yu Qing's first reaction was to first remove himself from suspicion. Otherwise, as netizens say, the slower the exclusion, the more her reputation is tarnished and the bigger directors really won't consider her again. Fei Hong is almost out of breath when she sees that set of photos. She says how Yu Qing is so kind to still visit Ru. Dare I say this is leaving a hand in wait. If she explains it on Weibo now, then she contradicts herself by picking up the fruit basket. And besides, she doesn't have any evidence that Yu Qing forced Enru to commit suicide. Mind games, really mind games. Why don't you go make up suspense movies and act as what with such a city and heart? As a matter of fact, Yu Qing really did write a script for a suspense movie when she was studying for her directing degree. Going through the online comments, most of the netizens are still sensible. Yu Qing thought for a moment and edited a tweet out. Thanks for the love from everyone during this period of time. There is one thing to be said for me. I have always felt that I am not worthy of your love. And your liking has come on strong, and I am mostly terrified that it's also disappearing as fast as it came. You all must want to hear what I have to say about Miss Anne. I'm currently not signed to a company. I'm a free agent, so a lot of what I want to say will be said, such as right now, MS. And I asked myself, not sorry for her place, whether it is the beginning of the group or the follow-up step by step. It is her to provoke trouble. Ask yourself, I did not do anything wrong. As the saying goes, yesterday all kinds have become today. In the past days I endured countless more vicious than MS, and abusive questioning. I have always been a lot of emotions in the heart, a lot of pain I will not be expressed, but I am also real pain sad, and then continue to live. These are witnessed by everyone. I didn't even act inappropriately towards MS, and during those days, so why should I be blamed for her suicide now? I think you all know why MS unslit her wrists. Since then, I hope that MS. And we'll think about everything more openly. Life can be started over. I would like to forget about it, and I hope that all of you will be merciful to MS. And as well. Chapter 231, Lost Love. The tweet had just been sent out, and Yu Qing refreshed it. It's 9 yellow airports, White Lotus. Isn't saying all this just to clear your name? Or just seeing you makes me sick? No wonder your photos were stolen. Killing others and still here to whitewash yourself. Deserved it. She frowned and was just about to reply to something when she refreshed and saw a scene that made her fall into silence. Someone has already replied to the building within a building under that person's comment. Xing Xing kiss me. Good luck getting hit by a car on your way out. If your character is so bad, you deserve to die. The cursing is a bit aggressive. Yu Qing just finished sighing and continued to flip through. Dark, the theory of the victim's guilt? I'm a passerby. The person Yu Qing properly had her photo stolen. And still blame her? You've successfully turned me into a fan. Legs, I Buddha. And Ru's fan's IQ is just like this. Emotional intelligence is also touching. This is Yu Qing's Weibo. Can't look at it, get out. But also come to comment on it. Really, gently, everyone into this person's microblogging to see. Posted all the things are anyway energy, but also engaged in yellow. Everyone report him. Yu Qing saw this building within a building and silently clicked on the microblog that this was Jiuhuang Airport. It was really full of all sorts of little pornographic articles and movies. She reached out and nudged Nguyen Nguyen on one side. Ruan Xiao looked at her uncertainly. What? Yu Qing lifted his phone up to show her. You like it? Nguyen Nguyen's face darkened for a moment when he saw what was in front of him clearly. God damn, she likes it. Crawl. I like delayed meat, not this colored and tasteless trashy meat, okay? Awa hot eyes. I need my husband to blow on it to get it right. Yu Qing faintly sked and withdrew his cell phone, not bothering with her anymore. It was nice to have someone to protect. It gave her a feeling as if there was always someone behind her, and she felt a little more confident in her speech. She didn't read the comments that followed. She exited Twitter and ghostly clicked on WeChat. Her WeChat only has work and classmates. Her classmates are all rich foreign students with all kinds of crummy lives in their friend circles. In fact, she felt that life is quite meaningless. No goal, only left to play. Play to the end of all the emptiness. But she's never one to judge other people's lives. Just random thoughts. Clicked on Yu Yenshin's profile. It was actually very simple. His avatar was pitch black and his screen name was only one word, Yu. How fitting for his personal style. Bossy and rude and cold. Tapping start chat at the bottom. She looked at the blank chat log. A little out of breath. Ruanxiu ran over like a lapdog at this time, hugging her neck and pampering her. Xing, who are you talking to? Yu Qing subconsciously slid his hand upwards, and the interface returned to the home page. No one. Why? Ruanxiu skimmed his mouth. Look at what time it is now. People are iron and rice is steel. And Ru things will sooner or later with the decline of people's memories gradually disappeared in their minds. And in Ru is not alright. You don't look like a worried look. I look at the strange uncomfortable. I'm worried? Yu Qing looked at Ruanxiu with some dismay, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Ruanxiu nodded with incomparable earnestness. Those who don't know would think that you've fallen out of love. It's in a similar state as when I was dumped by that blonde fresh meat abroad before. Chapter 232, Car Accident. Yu Qing, that's terrible news. More like some kind of ominous warning. She put her phone down and stood up, checking the time. Then let's go out to dinner and take a walk for exercise in the meantime. Previously when she was abroad, she went to the gym at night for 1.5 hours at a whole time no matter what she had been through or how tired she was. Now that she was back in China, she rarely went to the gym instead. Nothing in this world comes for nothing. Even her body, which everyone praises, is something she has earned drop by drop. Nguyen responded, grabbed his keys and headed out the door. You can't eat too much greasy food in the evening, so you drove to a kanji store that is quite famous in the remote city. Because of the fame and the fact that it was nighttime, the parking spaces were almost completely full. Yu Qing circled around before finding a suitable position. It just started pouring, and not 2 seconds later, I heard a thud. Crash. Ruanxiu and Yu Qing looked at each other for 2 seconds. Nguyen, going to run? Yu Qing, what kind of are you talking about? It's true that when people start to have bad luck, they can't even drink cold water. Yu Qing frowned as she got out of the car to check the situation, and she knew it was a good car when she couldn't read the license plate from some distance away. Take a closer look. She felt like she just wanted to LOL right now. Nguyen ran from the back, took a look, and was outright shocked. Isn't that the same car that Secretary Su drives? Because it was a luxury car, and because the economic development of the remote city was not particularly fast, there were only a handful of people who drove this kind of car, so it was always memorable. Yes. Yu Qing didn't deny it because the one in front of her was the one that Secretary Su drove, or rather, it was Yu Yenshin's car. So what to do now? Should I call that secretary? Or directly to find General Manager Yu? I feel that the compensation is afraid to lose money. Ruanqiu said weakly. Yu Qing checked the scope of the collision. In fact, it is not very serious. Just hit the headlights in front of the car. Other places are intact. But with a luxury car like this, I'm afraid a headlight is worth a lot of money. Let's see. She reached out and took out her cell phone, pondering whether to call Yu Yenshin's number directly or Secretary Sue's. She also had Secretary Sue's phone number, which he had quietly slipped to her. Just as she was thinking about it, Ruanqiu suddenly called out, then reached out and pulled her arm. Ya, Xing Cheng. Yu Qing stumbled at her sudden pull, reaching out to hold onto the surface of the car before steadily securing his body. She frowned before she could say anything, and heard Ruanqiu follow up. Look in front. Is that Mr. Yu? In fact, it hadn't been long since Yu Yenshin and Yu Yenshin had separated, and it really hadn't been more than a few days by careful counting. But Yu Qing suddenly had the illusion that it seemed like she hadn't seen him for a long time. She looked in the direction Ruanqiu pointed. The man was slender, because it was winter and late at night. Wearing a suit was too cold. He had an ink-colored trench coat draped casually over his shoulders, and underneath the trench coat was an iron suit. Behind him is a million lights. Overhead are millions of stars. He seems to be on the other side of the fire, like facing the world's flurry of disturbances. Scarlet smoke flickered between his lips and teeth, and his eyes looked like they were pondering something without much focus, giving off a sense of reserved indifference that no one should ever approach. Yu Qing narrowed his eyes. In fact, there has always been a kind of quality in him that has not changed. That is, in the world of people sinking and floating, but biased to give people a kind of unique and can make the wind and clouds of the sense of planning and strategizing. And that, more often than not, is something that most men in the world don't have. Chapter 233, All the Favorites. His gaze eyes drifted with his thoughts to the car. Naturally, they also saw Yu Qing and Ruanqiu, who were standing in place. Yu Yenshin was briefly staggered for a moment. This out of the fact that he had never thought that Yu Qing would appear here. Between the four eyes, Yu Qing also realized that Yu Yenshin had seen her. Under her calm gaze, the man's otherwise careless pace quickened a bit, and in 3 or 2 steps he was in front of her, mixed with a wet smell of winter air and the faint scent of mint and tobacco on him. Ruanqiu felt that it's not good to let Yu Qing open her mouth first now. She coughed. Mr. Yu, what a coincidence, huh? It's unbelievable that I can run into you even when I'm stranded here. What's even more incredible is that the car Yu Qing cut off is actually his. What is this deep sinfulness? As she spoke, Yu Yenshin had already gazed at the scene behind them. Sweeping his eyes over the cracked headlights of the front end of the Cayenne, he narrowed his eyes in a seemingly unnoticeable manner, and then returned to his normal color in the blink of an eye. You did this? Yu Yenshin's eyes went to Ruanqiu. Ruanqiu instantly felt only numbness in her scalp by this sight and hurriedly waved her hand, but it wasn't too good to directly say that it was Yu Qing who bumped into her. She reached out and tugged on the corner of Yu Qing's coat to express her embarrassment. With 4 eyes facing each other, Yu Qing faintly reached out and ruffled her hair, which was somewhat messed up by the wind, and after her eyebrows were slightly lowered, before looking quietly at the man in front of him. I'm sorry, it's probably because I haven't driven for too long and I accidentally hit the headlight of your car when I was backing into the parking space. See if you want to contact the insurance on your end, and then I'll cooperate here with you on repairs and such. Something that you can't pick out. Yu Yenshin frowned at her. Yu Qing was a little uncomfortable by the look, but she did not show a single bit on her face. She continued to inquire, may I? The words are so earnest that it is almost impossible to pick out any faults, but Yu Yenshin heard her euphemistic, soft-can 3 words, but the eyes sank. The corners of the eyes surged out a little bit of unpleasant emotions too. Yu Qing watched the change in Yu Yenshin's face and pursed her lips. Yu Yenshin is not such a stingy person. How to cut and rub a little. He seems to be particularly angry. Or did the car mean something else to him? Before Yu Qing's divergent thoughts could last, Yu Yenshin turned around and left from the front of the car, walking to her eyes. His vocal cadence had little rise and fall. A limited car like this is limited in one piece even if the lights are limited, not to mention the hassle of needing to make an appointment to order for repairs. Let's just say the price. Qing, you can't afford to lose. He said unfamiliar words with an intimate title, and Yu Qing frowned, inexplicably creating a sense of distance because of what he said. I can do it in installments? In 10,000 installments? At your current 4-figure salary. Yu Yenshin seemed to be smiling. The corners of his lips were unnoticeably hooked up in the moonlight, which was particularly obscure and made people want to probe deeper. So what do you want? Anything? His voice was low in her ears, an illusion of loving depth. Yu Qing frowned. What do you think? Get in there, talk it over, and you'll be reimbursed for the headlights. Yu Qing froze, then suddenly lost his smile. So, he didn't care about that car repair money from the start, but just to trick her into going in and having dinner with him? Oh, what a heartbreaker. She reached up and ruffled the ends of her hair, which had been a little tangled by the wind. With a certain bullying casualness, she opened her mouth slowly. You reimburse me? Are you my boss or whoever I am? Can you invoice me? Verbalize the reimbursement and then turn around and ask me for what? Chapter 234, The Uncommon is Rarely Long. Yu Yenshin gazed deeply at her. The darker and darker the more it can set off the whiteness of a person's complexion. And in this dark color, she stood in place like a glowing firefly that would catch the eye, which is why Yu Yenshin could see her from afar. She just casually paired a coffee-colored long tweed with a light-colored turtleneck sweater. And such a casual pairing was able to be worn by her with a trendy sense of seasonal fashion. He suddenly swept a glance at Nguyen, who stood dazed on one side, and then was silent for 2 seconds. Nguyen's scalp went numb at this glance from General Manager Yu. What? She didn't do anything. Why is Mr. Yu giving this murderous look? She was just about to say something to Yu Qing when she saw Yu Yenshin suddenly open his mouth, emphasizing that it was a kind of rambling low. He gazed at Yu Qing as if he was saying something moving and affectionate. 62,162. Bank card number. The password is your birthday. If you think I'm going to back out, tie the card to your cell phone first. His voice was calm, barely rippling, but Nguyen was shocked. Jaws are dropping. This is the ING boyfriend. No, it's not coming now. It's impossible to say that you weren't surprised by his tawdry maneuvers. Yu Qing didn't even know what to say at once. Yu Yenshin gazed at her pretty white-side face. The tip of her delicate and small nose was slightly reddened by the wind. Some of her hair was disheveled on the side of her face, and almost subconsciously he reached up and lifted it behind her ear for her. The low voice then came through, like it was a little more soft. Satisfied? Come with me when you're satisfied. I'm hungry. Yu Qing looked at him. Behind him was a street of bustle and flashing neon lights, and he was right in front of her. The dark eyes were like vortexes that sucked the heart and mind, as well as his loving, low voice, which he had deliberately suppressed, were swaying her. Just as the word I came off, Yu Qing heard a woman's voice. Mr. Yu. Just as that voice came out, she instantly changed her face, and even Wan Xiu at her side subconsciously looked at her. Yu Qing looked at the person wearing a black down jacket coming out of the store entrance, and all four eyes met, and all of them changed their faces. Yu Qing's complexion suddenly sank. She looked at the man in front of her with nothing but thin eyes. The corners of his lips seemed to pull out a sneer. It was ridiculous that she had just tried to say yes to him. Mr. Yu has a date, and he's still calling out to me, wanting me to share a table with Wan Xiu? Yu Yenshin subconsciously frowned, and before he had time to say something, at the back, Fei Hong took 3 or 2 steps and walked up. Her face did not look good either and she looked at Yu Qing like she wanted to get angry, but did not dare to say anything because of what was in her way. Just stifled a sentence. MS. Yu, what a coincidence. Yu Qing looked at her face, which was baked by the heat of the room, and her eyebrows were as clear and cold as the cold wind outside. She spat out 2 words in a cold voice. No coincidence. Passing through. I'm leaving now. Even when Fei Hong choked her earlier she hadn't felt so diabolical, and now she really was sick to her stomach at the sight of her face. Oh, and the man in front of her. She hated him altogether. The color of her eyes seemed to be tinted with some emotions as she looked towards Yu Yenshin, who was also looking towards her. With 4 eyes, Yu Yenshin subconsciously clutched Yu Qing's arm. Too thin. As if it could be broken with a little force, that's how he felt. I didn't eat with her. Yu Yenshin's complexion seemed to have suddenly become serious, and every word was extraordinarily decisive and clear even among this traffic. For the second time, Yu Qing shook off his hand, her brows clear and cold without warmth. Yu Yenshin, I sometimes feel that you are really quite meaningless like this. The moment her words fell, the man's eyes sank in a flash. Yu Qing, I didn't eat with her. Believe me, the shelves open at 9 a.m. tomorrow and this is the last free chapter. PK kneeled in the second round, and there wasn't much I could say about it. Just that I thought I might not really be able to do it. I'm actually not very good at writing a presidential article with a career line. This is a small breakthrough, but the results are really bad. Really bad. I feel sorry for the editor. Sorry for the readers who sincerely support me. In fact, more sorry is actually my own. The outline of this book was skewed at the beginning, and the follow-up relied solely on my intuition and the persona of Qing Qing and Mr. Yu to support the backstory. I have a very sensitive personality, and the slightest breeze of a comment will make me start to wonder about the afterward and the before. And it's exhausting to go over and 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 change it. Why did I write about a heroine who was depressed and got through it on her own? Because I couldn't, and I wanted her to be able to, and I'm leveraging her strength towards young to live. I had a momentary daze when I got the news that I had lost again, and then, I didn't expect it. Writing this book, for over 2 months, I have a friend who has been there for me. He has encouraged me countless times when I didn't want to write anymore, and without him I wouldn't be able to keep going now. It's pretentious to say that lately there have been too many things going on both in reality and fiction, making me so tired that I don't want to open my eyes every day. But who isn't making a serious effort to live each day to the fullest? I don't know if anyone reads this much. I just wanted to say it. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, after the shelves burst more 1 or 2 10,000 or so, it should add up to less than $1 or $2. I hope you can support it. Do not want to see it again. We will see you again, even if you leave. I hope you can get some from the previous article. From Yu Qing, I want to express the strength of the strong power. The full subscription is also important because it's a reverse V. The full subscription should be less than $5 as well. Anyway, everyone's support is the power of the second year law. I hope you all. We both meet in front of the mountain. The top of the mountain any meet. Oh, and the misunderstanding is going to be solved in the back. Yu Yenshin is not a scum. He does everything for a reason. I do not write scum thank you. Say ugly I accept. Personal attacks all banned and deleted. Of course there are some normal opinions I read and think about every day. I also hope that such opinions can be said more often. But do not scold me. I am a little glassy-eyed. I feel that I write a book is very tired but also to be scolded is very aggravating. November 18, 2019. Chapter 235, Yu Yenshin, can you stop lying to me? Is it because I don't believe you? Or are you covering up the facts that are laid out in plain sight? Yu Qing wordlessly took a step back, her eyes looking to the man in front of her, and then to Fei Hong, who was standing not far away. What a choking sensation stretched over his heart, and unspeakable emotions pressed down his throat as if they were raging. Yu Yenshin's complexion sank more and more, his eyes swept the woman behind him, and an unspeakable darkness overflowed from the bottom of his eyes. 3 or 2 steps blocked Yu Qing's way. I came here to eat. It's the Song family's youngest master's full moon banquet here. As for this person behind me, I didn't dine with her, and I have even less to do with her that I shouldn't have. Fei Hong seemed to want to say something, and when she touched Yu Yenshin's sinister eyes, she bit her lip and didn't dare to say anything. He just looked at Yu Qing with even more sunken eyes. Yu Qing looked coldly at the man blocking his way, and the sinking feeling in his heart did not diminish by half because of his sturdiness. What do you say I believe? She looked at him with cold eyes. Those eyes that used to be foggy in the past seemed like they had suddenly faded away the thin layer of mist, revealing the cold mountain water inside. Saying that you like me while doing things that are hard for me to accept and even unspeakable. Yu Yenshin, it's not like I haven't seen what you're like when you like someone. Can you stop lying to me? She wasn't really emotional at all. It was even like she finished those words without any expression. But it inexplicably made Yu Yenshin feel that her mood swings were big enough, until he overheard her dead clenched hand and looked startled for a moment. It was also until this point that the thick hostility under his eyes dissipated quite a bit. The man's low, deep voice continued. Yu Qing, I didn't lie to you. I didn't have any close contact with any member of the opposite sex other than you. Yu Qing, only you. His voice had always been good, except for the magnetism, and that huskiness was charming enough. There was something compelling in the shadows as he lowered his voice to coax. Yu Qing pursed her lips tightly and didn't say anything. She looked at the man in front of her and realized that God was so unfair. She closed her eyes and her hand covered the car door. When she opened her eyes again, she looked to the person in front of her, and her eyes were clear. I don't believe you. Yu Yenshin's complexion was stunned for a moment, and it was this moment that Yu Qing actually pulled open the car door directly and sat in. He immediately reacted and tried to block it when he heard a click and the car door locked. On the other side, Nguyen also reacted quickly and got into the passenger side. The people in front of me all disappeared at once. Yu Yenshin subconsciously frowned, and before he had the chance to say something, he saw Yu Qing suddenly pull down the car window a little, then out of it valiantly dropped a piece of paper, which landed just at his elbow. I can still afford to pay for your headlights with my IOUs. Also, I don't have your bank card or password memorized. I have a bad memory. I can't compete with you. She wrote a handful of good characters. The girl learns is the hairpin small regular. After that is probably to learn their own cursive and so on. Right out of the word to give a kind of valiant but not lack of little girl family beautiful feeling. Yu Yenshin's line of sight didn't stay on that note for too long, and even when it was about to fall he reached out and picked it up as if he realized something. It was also the gap between this action. Yu Qing directly took a corner and stepped on the gas, and the small BMW disappeared in front of his eyes within 5 seconds. Chapter 236 Mr. Yu, I'm sorry for making Miss Yu misunderstand. The man's face turned ugly to the extreme in an instant, and a sense of cohesion and oppression of the storm was wrapped around his body. What he was pinching in his hand was Yu Qing's IOU. Frowning, he slipped it into his pants pocket after all. Feast Red, who had no presence in this smokeless war, raised his steps at this moment. She carefully glanced at the direction Yu Qing had left before. Only then, slowly opening her mouth. Mr. Yu, I'm sorry for making Miss Yu misunderstand. As soon as her words left her mouth, the man's eyes leapt over the top and landed on hers. Banquet read early 30s this year. 20 years old, began to run around to experience in society. More or less is also considered a bit of insight into the woman. I've met movie queens and directors, golden horse directors, and even climbed the conversation. But none of them had the oppressive power of a single glance from Yu Yenshin. She held her breath for a moment, it was subconscious. Then she hurriedly thought of something to explain. Mr. Yu, I just shouted your name and thought it was a coincidence. And I also thought it was a coincidence to see MS. You, so I opened my mouth. It's never good to see an acquaintance and not say hello. Who are you acquainted with? Ah, Fei Hong suddenly froze, looking at the man in front of him woodenly, half knowing what to say. Yu Yenshin's eyes were deep. His sight clearly fell on her body, but it was as if he didn't look at her. The man's voice was laced with clear anger and shallow mockery. With me? Fei Hong's face brushed white. If Yu Yenshin is willing to maintain his noble surface in the past when he is a noble gentleman, high above the KR president, now, when he's not willing to hide it, he's the type of ruthless man that can break a woman's heart. After all, perhaps no woman could bear his mockery and anger with a smile. No, I'm certainly not considered a friend with you. I'm just your subordinate. I mean, Miss Yu and I have met a few times on the same crew after all, so it's always bad not to say hello. The expression on her face was awkward and mechanical. Yu Yenshin's eyes retracted, rubbing his fingertips over the note in his hand. He frowned. Looking at the person in front of him only made it even more annoying. Whether you happen to meet tonight or have ulterior motives, you know in your own heart, from now on you are not my subordinate, and you don't need to greet me when you see me in the future. Fei Hong looked at the man in front of her who was already ready to turn around and leave in dismay, and she subconsciously reached out to try to pull his arm. Only before her hand could touch the corner of Yu Yenshin's coat, he easily dodged it. Yen Hong's face turned white. Mr. Yu, you can't fire me just because of Miss Yu. From her angle, she could only see Yu Yenshin's side face. It was also much clearer to see his frown as he heard what she said. Between thoughts she hastily reached up and ran a hand through her hair, before piling on a stiff smile. I'm sorry Mr. Yu, I just got a little excited and didn't control my emotions. Since this is the case then our contractual relationship ends here. You can just pretend that I didn't say anything just now. I just hope that when we meet again in the future in the jungle, Mr. Yu can. Before Fei Hong could finish his words, the man in front of him answered a phone call and turned straight away. Her smile stiffened at the corners of her mouth. Yu Yenshin had no intention of hearing her out. In other words, he probably didn't even want to listen to her words. What he wanted to hear might only be Yu Qing's. Chapter 237. What are you celebrating? You like Cheng Cheng? When Secretary Su drove up, Yu Yenshin seemed to have waited in no hurry. He hurriedly got out of the car and pulled open the door, carefully serving this Emperor Yushang who didn't lose his temper much for hundreds of years. And when he did, he had to make the remote city tremble 3 times. Mr. Yu, what's wrong? Are you not happy with the food? He glanced at the kanji pipe behind him. It must be that young master of the Song family that has upset you. You put your heart at ease. I'll go back to Taba and buy a fake centipede to put in his school bag to scare him to death. Yu Yenshin sat in the back seat, heard what he said, coldly lifted his eyes and swept him a glance. You, how can such vulgar words appear in your golden mouth? Mr. Yu, shut up. Yu Yenshin frowned. His headache was tight. Yu Qing, this little girl is usually not very angry. A really angry up difficult to coax the degree is no less than signing a contract of hundreds of millions of dollars. At least the contract is his territory and he can play around with it. But Yu Qing is not. Secretary Su doggedly closed the car door, and after closing it, he didn't forget to smash 2 fists in Yu Yenshin's direction before sitting in the driver's seat. Mr. Yu, where are we going? Which suite are we going to? Yu Yenshin swept his brows over him grimly. Speak properly to me, Secretary Su. Mr. Yu, are you eating dynamite tonight? The Song family stuffed an atomic bomb into your porridge? Yu Yenshin pursed his lips and looked at the dappled scenery outside the window. He pondered for a few seconds before speaking. I just met Yu Qing. Secretary Su was drinking water. When he heard the word Yu Qing, he let out a puff, and all the water in his mouth was sprayed out. You, Miss Yu? When it comes to Miss Yu, he's still weak at heart to this day. Mr. Yu's thousands of instructions, not really, for him not to be seen by anyone when he went to look for Enru, but it turned out to be seen by MS. Yu on the other hand, because of his heart's weakness, plus the fact that he can't afford to pay back the next month's flower chanting for fear of being fired, he hasn't dared to tell Mr. Yu about this. At this moment, seeing Mr. Yu's smelly face, he couldn't help but begin to doubt. Could it be that Miss Yu and you had a fight? Secretary Su nervously looked at Yu Yenshin. Yu Yenshin's disgusted eyes fell on his water-spewing steering wheel, a car that was considered scrapped after tonight's passing. He held back his anger and opened his mouth. She bumped into me and Fei Hong. Thought I was having dinner with Fei Hong and got angry and drove off. I explained and she wouldn't listen. Okay, he gasped, the words just falling out of his mouth as the man behind him looked at him with a grim and pointed gaze. You're glad that Yu Qing and I had a fight? Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes minutely and unnoticeably. What are you celebrating? You like Cheng Cheng? Secretary Su accurately captured that General Manager Yu had replaced Yu Qing with Qing Qing when he spoke. Is this an oath of sovereignty? No, it's not, Mr. Yu. No. How could I possibly like Miss Yu? His smile all stiffened up. I'm just saying, it's good that it's because of this quarrel. If it's because of other quarrels, then it would be difficult to get into. Think about it, Mr. Yu. Miss Yu only got angry when she saw you eating with Banquet Red. That must be because she likes you, Lu, and she would only get angry if she is jealous. If she didn't like you, she wouldn't care who you dined with. Even if she caught you in bed with any woman, she wouldn't have any mood swings. Chapter 238, Going with Another Woman. I won't be caught sleeping with another woman. Secretary Su, I was just making a metaphor. Yu Yenshin didn't speak again. In fact, he knew what Secretary Su said. Yu Qing's sudden anger when she saw him and Fei Hong's. Other than her liking him and being jealous, there might not be a second possibility. He narrowed his eyes minutely and imperceptibly, and it seemed to float before him as if she had a light brow and hidden unspeakable anger, as if she were aggravated and tight. Bowing his head, he pulled out the note. It was only now that he had time to read the top. At this look, the man's face suddenly sank. Nguyen hadn't dared to speak much on this journey. She was a little scared when Yu Qing was angry. Who made her a loser? The kind of loser whose agent looks up to the artist for a living. Qing, don't be angry. It's not good to be angry. Yu Qing didn't say anything as he stared ahead. There are thousands of men in the world, so why hang on to one Mr. Yu? Besides, I don't think Mr. Yu is that good. He's actually just a little richer, a little more handsome, a little better sounding, loves to use money to hit people a little more. There's not much else to him. Yu Qing glanced at her. Are you a trust Yu Yenshin paid for? Ruanqiu then smiled awkwardly. I don't want the atmosphere to be so awkward. Who are we with who? I'm not happy if you're depressed. I'm not upset. I believe it. You all but almost wrote the words I'm not happy on your face. Yu Qing swept a glance at Ruanqiu and didn't speak again. She just turned on her navigation and navigated to a Chinese dinner restaurant before parking down. Only when she was about to get off the bus did she say, I was just wondering if I should cut off all contact with Yu Yenshin, so that I can avoid a lot of bad things from happening, and prevent them before they happen. Feelings, no matter how hot and passionate, eventually fall flat or disappear over time. That's where the 3-year itch comes from, and likewise why there are so many divorced couples in this world. She cut off all contact with Yu Yenshin, and in time she would forget this person again, as she did when she was abroad. Nguyen didn't dare to speak. She didn't understand. She is thinking. Feelings, like it, do not like it, break up, so simple. But Yu Qing seems to worry a lot. She doesn't understand. This Chinese dinner restaurant had a lot of dishes, and Yu Qing was not prepared to starve herself because of a man. So, she ordered a lot of food. The food on the slower, more than 8 o'clock to come, 9 o'clock more only on all, and so eat when it is almost 11 o'clock. Yu Qing was a little sleepy and yawned tearfully as she tried to pay the bill. Before he could take 2 steps, he was pulled by Nguyen's hand. My family just issued 13-14 red packets at the beginning of the year. My treat. Yu Qing, she waved her hand, absently softening and resuming her seat on the stool. Nguyen is happy. Immersed in love with a little girl full of spring in the face cannot be hidden. Yu Qing looked down and reached out to pick up an untouched knife and fork on the tabletop. The smooth surface of the blade could reflect her. It was a beautiful face, undeniably so, but calm and indifferent, as if there was no earthly fire, not to mention the vivid and lively expression like Ruanqiu's. Yu Qing took a long breath and put down the knife and fork in his hand, his gaze faintly ahead. She's actually a very practiced person, and many of her thoughts, once started, may not be able to be stopped. Chapter 239, I'm waiting for you to come home. It was Ruanqiu who drove the car on the way home, and Yu Qing squinted and took a nap in the back. I had some red wine at dinner in the evening, so I had a few sips and didn't realize that there was a kind of topsy-turvy feeling. Before her eyes was light and strange. She was curled up in the back seat, her thick, soft hair spread over her face. There was also a light and strange scene in his mind, with countless faces emerging, laughing, crying, doting, all of which eventually turned into one. She frowned a little in displeasure and slapped her head in disgust. The arm had just been lowered when the car stopped. Ruanqiu hurriedly got out of the car with her stomach covered, and reached out to pat the window Yu Qing was leaning against. Qing Cheng, I'm in a hurry to pee. I'll go first. If you're not feeling well, just lie down for a while, and I'll come out to help you after I'm done with my emergency. Yu Qing frowned and didn't say anything. She reached up and rubbed her temples, lying down for almost 4 or 5 minutes or so before slowly opening the door and getting out of the car. It was still warm inside the car, so when she got out the chill permeated for a moment and she subconsciously curled up, squinting up at the sky above his head. there was no moon or stars tonight. She withdrew her eyes and didn't take 2 steps before suddenly stopping. His eyes coalesced on the 100-year-old tree in front of him. The trunk of the tree was very broad and thick. Even in winter, it was still considered to be a lush and green appearance. She looked at the figure by the tree, so familiar that she recognized it almost instantly. The dullness of the head seemed to clear in that instant, only to fall into a second round of ecstasy. She walked up and over to the tree. Her plain white fingertips were chilled by the wind, and she pursed her lips as she looked at the shadow. Yu Yinchen? This place was right on the windy side. Yu Qing just stood over and froze half to death. She wondered how long the man had been here. Wasn't he afraid of the cold? The shadow under the pale tree moved at her voice. Yu Yinchen half leaned in front of the tree. It was pitch black here, and his complexion was naturally uncertain. Only then did he turn around when he heard Yu Qing's voice. The flickering fireworks at the tips of his fingers were then extinguished. Home? His voice was low and raspy, like the heavy accent of a cold sufferer's speech. In such a winter, who knows what mood he came in, and with what purpose he reported to stand here blowing the cold wind for I don't know how long. Yu Qing didn't say anything. She was silent for a few seconds before reaching out and turning on the flashlight. The flashlight illuminated a side of light. There were a lot of half-smoked, or at the end cigarettes scattered on the altar by the tree. With this it was sufficient to deduce how long he had been waiting here. Maybe, after she left that kanji store, he was waiting here? Yu Qing curled her palms, a little stiffened by the wind. Her voice was as stiff as her hands. What are you doing here? The light from the flashlight was extraordinarily harsh at this moment, and Yu Yinchen subconsciously reached out to block it. He'd been in this darkness for so long that even the sight of light was blinding. After a moment of acclimatization, the voice rasped. What else? Waiting for you to come home. Yu Qing felt that his mind was still a bit unclear, with some delayed reactions. Why wait for her to come home? Because she was acting like she was angry at that point. So this was his way of coaxing her? Yu Qing's thoughts were still drifting, but the man who was still some distance away suddenly walked up to her. Chapter 240. Yu Yinchen, don't lie to me, okay? I've been waiting for you for 3 hours. My hands are numb. I've finished my cigarettes, and the wind is giving me a headache. Yu Qing heard Yu Yinchen say this. The clouds dissipated and the moonlight crept out in its wake. Through the mottled leaves, it fell sporadically on Yu Yinchen's brows. Yu Qing didn't have any particular thoughts in her head right now. She just felt for a moment that his features were really pretty. It is said to be deep, but not so much as a foreigner. It is said to be scanty, yet it has a manly flavor like a strong ink. So just don't be mad at me. Ha! He reached up and touched the soft side of her face, leaning down slightly, the color in his eyes thick and deep, like a boiling sea. As the 4 eyes met, Yu Qing clearly detected the coldness on his face. It was cold, cold as ice. She lifted a clear brow to look at her, the bottom of her eyes a hazy mist. She reached up and yanked away his hand on her face. I'm not angry. She rarely got angry, and when she did, what would happen was beyond her estimation. Not angry? Yu Yinchen lowered his eyes and swept a glance at the hand that had been thrown away. Then why did you run so fast at that time and didn't even listen to me for an explanation? Explain? Yu Qing snorted. You don't need to explain anything. I have eyes and the ability to think. I understand a lot of things without you explaining. Like I said before, I just think it's quite pointless for you to be like this, hanging on to me while hanging on to someone else. Do you think? Think about it differently. If you were me, what would your mood be? Yu Yinchen frowned. When did I hang on to someone else? The moment the words fell, he saw Yu Qing's sudden frown. All of a sudden the bottom was gone. The man pursed his lips and was silent for a moment before speaking. Okay, let's just say it's all my fault. You're right about everything. What do you mean it's all your fault, isn't it? While pretending to be enamored and fond of her, he was involved with Anju Banquet Red. Wasn't it his fault, or was it her fault now? Yu Yinchen didn't answer. He lowered his eyes and contemplated for a while, more like he was organizing some kind of language. It was only after a few seconds that he whispered, I did have dinner with Banquet Red. You can ask the people at that dinner banquet. I went alone. You misunderstood me. Yu Qing looked at him with a cold face. It was too cold here, and her face had lost much of its temperature. Even the color of his eyes was widowed. Well, let's just pretend that Feast Red is a coincidence. Yu Yinchen's eyes lit up, and before it lasted a few seconds, he heard Yu Qing continue. Another thing, I asked you the other day if you would mind Anju's business, and you said you wouldn't. But when I went to the hospital, I saw Secretary Su come out from inside her hospital room with my own eyes. And of course, Secretary Su admitted in person that he went to see Anju. Mr. Yu, this matter, how do you explain it? Yu Yinchen looked like he didn't expect her to say this thing out. More like he was stunned and didn't know what to say back to her or how to explain. Of course, these were all in Yu Qing's eyes and in his imagination. In fact, it was like he didn't have any ripples except for what appeared to be a frown on his brow. Mr. Yu was really a big heart, worthy of being the president of KR. Even if things are poked and prodded to say in the open, he is not driven at all. Or maybe he was simply not caring if this thing was ever found out by her, because that liking was so shallow that he didn't have to care about her moods, her likes and dislikes, even if they were revealed. He didn't care. Chapter 241, Oh, Bitten by a Dog. The instant Yu Qing thought of this, her face changed in vain. Chilliness flooded her eyes at once, and she took 2 steps back almost instantly. When she looked at the man in front of her again, all that was left was the thinness that spread into her marrow. Don't come back to me. Yu Yanqian's pupils seemed to shrink minutely and imperceptibly, and he suddenly had a feeling that, the illusion that by letting her go now, she might actually leave him forever. This illusion forced him to subconsciously reach for her hand, but Yu Qing's reaction was far faster than Yu Yanqian's. She turned straight around, turning around and disappearing across the diameter before the man could react from her string of informative enough words. Ruan Xiu had finished solving her own 3 emergencies at this time, and the door had only opened when her entire body was pressed back into the door by Yu Qing. Then there was the sound of the door slamming shut. Gwyn, what are you doing, my Qing? Did you see a ghost out there? Why are you so cold? You fell in a ice cave? Aren't you resting in the car? Touching the cold skin on Yu Qing's body, Ruan Xiu shuddered and subconsciously withdrew his hand. Yu Qing didn't feel cold outside, but only after she came in did she feel that her hands were numb with cold. She just stood outside for a few minutes and she's freezing like this. Yu Yanqian has been waiting outside for almost 2 hours. The name just popped into her head before she compulsively scratched it out. It's better to freeze him to death. Dog man. Yu Qing snorted coldly without any good humor. Bitten by a dog. Gwyn, don't you scare me. You have to get a rabies shot for a dog bite. Her words fell, but Yu Qing turned around as if she hadn't heard anything and headed towards the house. Ruan Xiu anxiously followed her, but it turned out that Yu Qing didn't have any intention of taking care of her at all. I was anxious for half a day. Finally thought, she was anxious. Yu Qing did not do measured things. If she was really bitten by the dog, I guess the door did not enter the direct drive to the hospital. Breathless with anger, she was about to go upstairs to take a shower and go to bed when she pulled the curtains so she could see a figure outside the window. She didn't really care. She just pulled on and turned around and walked up the stairs. Yu Qing returned home and went straight to his bedroom and closed the door. She stood in front of the door, closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's time to discard and pick up the pieces. Don't mess up your rhythm because of a man. She wasn't allowed to, and she couldn't. It took a while to calm himself down like that, and the slight drunkenness from drinking some red wine went down. Yu Qing then went to take a shower. She didn't choose to take a bath, feeling like her mind was still a little foggy and afraid of dying in the tub. After a brief rinse, she came out in her heavy bathrobe. Then he turned and went to the study to get something out. It was a thick stack of photographs and a box of something unknown. Yu Qing opened the photo folder. Even though there was a layer of packaging on the outside, the inside was still a bit dusty. She reached up and brushed the dust off of it and reached over to turn on the dull yellow bedside lamp, probably due to the fact that she had just taken a bath. Her eyebrows looked far from the open and bright as in the past, but because of this, it extended a sheepish yet gentle meaning instead. She gently rubbed the somewhat yellowed wrapped capsule. Warm fingers covered the photo. This is a group photo taken at the end of my sophomore year. There were 50 people in all, yet with just one glance, the boys' boyish yet early standout figures were clearly captured. Chapter 242, Qing, I will always protect you. Don't leave me. Yu Yanqian was the pride of heaven from childhood. This cannot be denied. High school rebel not study. Eat one side of the book before the exams and stabilize the top 3 every time. In the key top class, the parochial students don't study every day, so there's no place to be jealous. But in fact, not many people in the class were really jealous of him. Most of them were envious of him, and there were some little girls who adored him. Yu Qing didn't like him at first. She felt that this boy was too hostile and she instinctively avoided danger, not wanting to be near him. Later, how it came to be like later, and trying to pull him out of the abyss. Yu Qing thought about it, and then thought about it again, and in the end, he could only accept the fact that he really couldn't remember, only vaguely remembering some of it. His mother had so wanted to pass away for a while there, and he'd inexplicably gone from being a representative of the rebel twosome faction at the beginning of the year in Winnipeg. In the class photo, she's standing in the very center. Of course, it was the teacher's choice, saying that she was good-looking enough to stand in the middle with a poker face. Of course, this was said behind her back, and the teacher didn't dare let the little girls in the class hear it. Yu Yanqian stood by himself in the top right corner because of his height and the fact that he didn't have many friends in this top class, and Yu Qing realized this time. He's clearly standing in the upper right corner, but his eyes aren't looking at the camera. Instead, they're slumped and skimming the left side. Yu Qing followed his eyes down. Unsurprisingly, saw himself. Her fingers rested on the corner of the photo, and after a long silence, the page was turned. That's it. He must have really liked her back then, and then, probably got tired of it before he stopped liking it and said something like that to his friend. She'd seen what he was like when he liked someone. That's why now. It's not enough for that. It's what makes you angry and sad. It's what makes you want to cut off the source of the sadness completely. Yu Qing pursed her lips and looked at the second photo. It's Christmas. He hated this childish what's-his-name holiday coming from abroad, and he said that in his eyes there was only the Qingming festival. Anyone who dares to hook up with her, let that person go to the clearing. This memory is extraordinarily profound. Yu Qing felt that he was obedient and understanding at that time. Suddenly heard such arrogant remarks, were shocked to not dare to let him say it again for the second time, for fear that he was heard by others as a psychopath, letting other people spend Qingming. Where is there such a person? But afterward he was still stuffed by her with a red Santa hat with a white pom-pom. Then together they took this picture with the machine that was used to take mugshots at the time. She proceeded to look through the photos in the back, all of them monumental, but corners of her lips seemed to curl into a bit of a smile if anything. And she didn't know if she found these things ridiculous or if she really did miss them a bit. After rummaging through it, she opened another box of an unknown object inside. Oh, a box of 1,000 paper cranes and those little paper-folded stars. She reached up and hooked a silver-colored 1,000 paper crane. Pulling on the tail, the wings still moved. That's how many years it's been, and these are still like brand new. Yu Qing snorted. Then, unwrapped 1,000 paper cranes. Sure enough, there were words written inside. It's a hand of cursive, which isn't really cursive. It's just words that look scribbled but have a pattern. Yu Qing recognized at a glance that it wasn't his own writing. She was stunned. If it wasn't hers, then it was only Yu Yenshin's. It says in there, Qingqing, I will always protect you. Don't leave me. Chapter 243. Yu Qing, accompany me to die. A nameless emotion spread in his chest. Yu Qing didn't know what this was, and it was even more raging than when she faced Yu Yenshin head-on. She closed her eyes and reached up to press her hand in front of her chest. When the school popular folding this kind of trinket, she also folded, said in the paper inside the written words and wishes folded, and then on New Year's Eve day into the cold river. There will be the gods of heaven to accept your gift and then grant wishes. Yu Qing heard the wrong version and thought it would be better to just fold it, so she folded a whole box. Last I heard, again, you have to write in it, but it didn't seem right to unwrap it after she was all folded up, so she simply made a silent mental wish. Later, Yu Yenshin didn't come out on New Year's Eve. It still seems like it's because of his father in some way. Feeling bored, she stopped going to the river and shoved the box into a drawer, opening it only to this day. She had not expected to see such a scene. It still really made her not know what to say. To this day, 4 years, time has passed. She closed the box, her eyes going to a small metal bucket sitting to one side. Want to burn it? End it all. She knew Yu Yenshin. He probably wouldn't give up his dignity for a woman, and if she really resisted and refused, he wasn't going to dwell on it for long. Just her understanding. Of course. Yu Qing picked up the old things and walked over to the iron basin and squatted down. No rain or snow tonight. Everything is calm tonight. Everything is quiet, as it was last night. 3 o'clock in the morning. Yu Qing woke up from her dream. It was obviously a near sub-zero day, but she was drenched in sweat, as if she had just climbed out of the water. She took a sharp, deep breath and climbed to her feet to wipe out a sip of water from the table. The cold water rolled into his stomach and there was a momentary feeling of discomfort, but it was precisely this uncomfortable difficulty that made her perceive the reality of her existence. Maintaining this position for half a second, she reached over and turned on the bedside lamp. There was a reflective surface on the lamp on which she saw her pale face, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. She dreamed of Anju. Perhaps it was because Fei Hong's words at the hospital had really made her feel some sort of discomfort, and she actually dreamt that Anju had died and turned into a stern ghost to haunt her. You're going to hell. You killed me. Yu Qing, die with me. She may be really mentally fragile, so much so that the slightest irritating thing happens and she has nightmares at night. She's in her early 20s and her sleep state is like this. Yu Qing suddenly stood up, put on his slippers and picked up his empty cup in his hand and went out of the bedroom. It was pitch black outside and she got a little chill down her back. Closing her eyes and wiping the light on, she opened them, pouring a glass of water. It was a bit hot. She lazily swung it and simply waited for it to cool down. Walking over to the window, she lifted the curtains. Almost subconsciously, he looked over to where the tree was. It was empty there. No one. Also, on such a cold day, wouldn't Yu Yenshin freeze to death if he had been standing there until now? Besides, he didn't have to stand there all the time. Yu Qing reached out and pulled the curtains closed, and it was in the moment she turned around that she suddenly heard a subtle sound. The sound caused her pupils to shrink minutely, then look almost incredulously to where the door was. She took 2 steps up to the door and rested her forehead against it. The voice at the door stunned her in place. Chapter 244. Changchang, it's cold outside. She couldn't believe this was what she was hearing. The weather outside. and her perception of it made it seem impossible. But the facts seemed to be laid out in front of us. Yu Yenshin, still at the door. Yu Qing's hand landed on the cold doorknob, and with a drop, the fingerprint unlocked. Outside the door was a dark, reaching blackness. Just after opening it, there was a strong cold wind, and Yu Qing subconsciously shivered. And when she saw the man outside the door, the color in her eyes froze as if it had been instantly frozen. "Why haven't you left yet?" The voice, freshly awakened from sleep, was still slightly hazy and hoarse. Yu Yenshin was half leaning against the wall on the side of her door. His usual suit was now messy and dowdy, and his tie was pulled and tugged a little bit scattered. He was smoking, and he had just exhaled a cloud of smoke when Yu Qing opened the door. This cloud was blown away by the cold wind in an instant, while the rest followed the wind and surged into Yu Qing's home. The familiar smell of smoke came from the tip of his nose. Yu Yenshin probably didn't expect Yu Qing to come and open the door at this time, and his movement of pinching the cigarette tightened. "You're awake?" Through the indoor light can ambiguously see his complexion. Face frozen, some slightly green, eyes also some stay up all night blowing wind spreading red blood, but he was probably young, so he didn't look all that pathetic. It's just that the difference compared to his usual look is so, heaven and earth. "No, why are you still in front of my house?" Yu Qing was really puzzled. Originally there was still a bit of drowsiness, this was gone all of a sudden. I don't know if it's shock or if I'm being fueled by some other emotion. Yu Yenshin didn't say anything. He stubbed out his cigarette and dropped it smoothly into a side wastebasket. "Do I have to say it?" His voice was hoarse and tight. Yu Qing froze. The person in front of her suddenly overlapped with the teenager from 4 years ago, and she instantly had the illusion of being in a trance. And this trance made her feel panicky. "I said I don't want to see you again but I can show up before your eyes. It's my freedom." Often it's the people who are usually so serious and high and mighty, who throw down their dignity and endure trials and tribulations they shouldn't have to endure, that are the hardest to resist. Yu Qing felt as if his bottom line was shaking. "Xingqing, it's cold outside. I was going to wait until you woke up early to get you breakfast, but it's hard for me when you're awake at this hour." He leaned over to look at her, and she was able to see more closely the red blood under his eyes that climbed up into his white orbs. "One route, climb. Her heart is weak right now, and if it goes soft, it could be a road of no return." Half a dozen times, Yu Qing closed her eyes as she took a step back, her hand poised at the junction of the door and the wall, as if she was preventing anyone's malicious intrusion. Her voice was clear and cold. "Better than the wind at the end of this year. I don't usually eat breakfast in the morning, so please go back. It's a cold night and I can't afford to be responsible if something happens to you." The man's eyes twitched. "Xingqing, I won't bother you." Yu Qing looked at him. "Is the implication that you must stand in front of your home as a door god?" Yu Yenshin didn't mean that either, and he didn't have the idea of selling pity. It was just that Yu Qing's words and her demeanor when she left earlier gave him the illusion that if he left easily she might still leave without a word of greeting like she did 4 years ago. So, he didn't go. Chapter 245. She looked at him coldly, like a bystander, but it didn't bother her. "Just wait here." She always had to go out if she was going to leave. She couldn't just fly out the window. Yu Yenshin thought so. He gazed sullenly at the gentle, delicate skin of the woman in front of him. There was a moment of silence before he suddenly whispered, "It's not impossible. Did you get wind inside your brain from being out in the cold too much? Or did you get blown out of your mind? Might be sick. Let me come in and sit for a while?" He coughed a little as he said this, as if he really did look like he was sick. Yu Qing just looked at him with cold eyes, until Yu Yenshin couldn't help but want to do something when he was looked at by her in such a mocking and non-sarcastic way. Yu Qing suddenly lowered her hand that was pinned against the wall. The man seems to be a fine and unnoticeable raised eyebrows. The heart of the mind 1,000 times between not forgetting to cover the chest coughed. Before he could say anything, like complimenting the little girl for being so kind or something, he heard the woman come in with a, "No coming in." The color of the man's eyes sank unexpectedly, seemingly a few points deeper than this late night sky, but he actually didn't really come in, just stood outside. The cigarettes were the last of them gone, and the tip of his tongue rested against his cheek as a dry feeling welled up in him. Yu Qing turned around and went into the living room, so he couldn't see what she had gone for from his perspective. Probably went to the police or called security too. This parched feeling intensified as Yu Qing disappeared. He looked at the crack in the door in front of him. He took a step forward and went in. "Should we go in? Will I get kicked out if I go in? How do I explain why I'm coming in when I'm inside? Will she be angry? Will you get angry and lose it again?" What did she do? When Yu Yenshin felt like he really couldn't hold it down, Yu Qing finally came out. She was holding a black object in her hand, and before Yu Yenshin could react, she threw it directly to him. He'd been out there so long that his hands were a little numb from the cold. It's a normal human being after all, no mutations or modifications, so there was a moment of stiffness when that warm water bag actually fell into his arms. Because of his hands, they don't feel warm. After a while, The source of the heat came in a continuous stream. Fingers brushed against the soft fabric, and the heat seemed to pass not just into his hand, but through his veins into his heart. Yu Qing looked at him coldly. Don't freeze to death in front of my house. I don't want to see you again before I wake up tomorrow morning. Yu Yanshan's mood that had managed to rise a little bit fell again because of these words. Okay, still don't let him in. Qing, let me in. I have something to tell you. Ha! His low voice inexplicably had a compelling undertone, more like a bait and switch. It was a pity that Yu Qing seemed to be sober and sensible tonight. She watched him coldly, like a bystander. I don't want to hear it. The man's demeanor froze in a flash. It wasn't until the door slammed shut again that he seemed to come back to his senses from Yu Qing's words. Don't want to hear. An unspeakably obscure depth spilled from his eyes as he lowered them to the warm water bag in his hand. Is it that you don't want to hear it? Yu Qing closed the door and then pulled the curtains tight, picked up the already warm cup of water and went upstairs. She didn't look back and went into her room and closed the door. On the floor lay the album book and the small box. Yu Qing contemplated for a while, but still collected these things and put them in the study. Chapter 246, Going to Africa. This night Yu Qing slept pretty well back to sleep. A lot happened this night too. For example, Nguyen got up in the night to go to the bathroom, saw a blurry figure outside the window so scared that his soul trembled, covered his bladder and went back to his room to hold the phone and woke up the beginning of the year of one, who was in deep sleep. Another example is that Secretary Sue played an all-night game tonight because of insomnia. Feast Red was happy when Anju woke up. Early morning, 7:30. Yu sobered up and went downstairs after washing and changing his clothes as usual. It was as if she had simply forgotten that there might be another person outside the door, and warmed up a slice of toast to eat first, as she usually did. As he ate, he went to lift the curtains and looked out the window at the sunny day, the daylight a little harsh. There was no more shadow of Yu Yanshan outside the window, just some old people who were taking an early morning stroll and neighbors walking their dogs. Yu Qing didn't linger too long and turned back to the table. Ruan Qiu got up in her clothes only now, and she yawned, not forgetting to look out the window carefully. Seeing that everything was as usual outside the window, she then doggedly ran to Yu Qing's side and carefully reached out to tug on her clothes. Qing, I'll tell you a secret. Yu Qing swept a glance at her. What secret can you have? That one became a son of a noble family at the beginning of the year? Ruan Qiu let out an ouch. If he turns out to be some kind of noble family, I'll just reason and eat. He's still in a hurry for next month's flowers. Which noble family is so short of money? Yu Qing, it's better not to make such an outlawed vow. Returning to the topic, Ruan Qiu quietly came to Yu Qing's side. I tell you, I got up last night to go to the toilet when I saw there is a shadow outside the window, or a very high shadow. I was that almost scared to pee. I think this neighborhood also built a lot of years. Is not really a bit of bad luck things we do not know. Tomorrow, do you want to spend some money to invite a Taoist priest to do practice? Black shadow, isn't that Yu Yanshan? Yu Qing calmly took a bite of toast. Forget it, maybe the Taoist priest will come and be scared away by that ghost. Nguyen. Yu Qing finished her own breakfast and received a text message as she cleaned up. From Secretary Sue. He sent himself a location, and the location was at the airfield. I'm going to Africa. Yu Qing, is it because she told Yu Yanshan about his visit to Anju, so the bastard was inhumanly sent to Africa? So far, it seems that's the only reason. Thanks to your blessing, a January trip to Africa. I've heard that Africans go down the toilet and wipe their asses with their hands and then cook with their hands, so pray that you'll still see me in a month. Getting on the plane. These 4 short words were born out of him with the vigor of going to war. Yu Qing didn't know what to say, so let's say, have a safe trip? Oh, and you can't say it's a smooth ride on an airplane, because planes generally choose to go against the wind for takeoff and landing. Then, wishing you peace, Secretary Sue, who was boarding the plane, gave a sneer. Yu Yanshan's women are as ruthless as he is. In the evening, Yu Qing received a call from Feng Yi. It's been a long time since I've contacted him. He seems to be very busy lately, and I heard that he's already inherited the Wind family. Although the Wind family was not as good as the Yu family or the Wind family, it was still considered a deep water mansion. Mr. Feng, after not being in contact for so long, I really thought that you're forgetting about this poor old friend Ruan Qiu and I. Chapter 247, The Dinner Party. Kazuno chuckled lowly on the other end of the line. I've been too busy to get together with you guys lately, but I did see you on TV last time. You were on the front page of the entertainment station. Queen of positive energy? His words were laced with a few hints of a different deeper meaning, and Yu Qing knew what his deeper meaning was. Nothing more than the word positive. Where did she get the positive energy? She went drinking with people every day for a while when she was the most depressed. Don't bull ********. That's all in the past. Say, what's the matter with me? Feng wants to hire me as a spokesperson? Feng can't afford to invite a big star like you. Feng Yi said with a bit of ridicule. there's a banquet at Beauty Village tonight. I'm short of a female companion. Come on. Yu Qing subconsciously tried to refuse. The dinner parties of the upper class people are either business negotiations sharp, or talk about women and money vulgar to the extreme. And the women, it's all about beauty and money and who bought another limited LV. Before she could say her words of refusal, she heard Feng Yi continue. Don't refuse. The owner of Starburn Entertainment and Film is back in the country tonight. He's the host of this banquet. It would do you no harm to come. Star Scorch Entertainment. Yu Qing's eyes looked like they instantly lit up when she heard those words. She turned the conversation almost without hesitation. What time tonight? Feng Yi sked. It's really profit-oriented. Yu de Xing Xing. 8 o'clock in the evening. Around 7 o'clock I'll have someone go to put on your makeup and dress you up. See you at the entrance of the venue at 7:50. Dressing up is to make you shine so you can get what you want without any problems. Star Scorch Entertainment and Film. The largest incubation base for movie and television stars in the remote city, and even in the world. Countless stars who want to become famous tend to rush to the place. If the owner of Star Scorch Entertainment and Movie is interested in, it is not impossible to become the next Chen Jinsho. Chen Jinsho is a star that Star Scorch brought out 4 years ago, all the way up, took countless awards, and now involved in the Hollywood film industry, and 2 years ago took the post-film, just like becoming a first-line movie star. Moreover, Chen Jinsho didn't have a good reputation when she debuted 4 years ago, because she was the victim of a forced female, thus becoming famous on the internet. And then she was inexplicably spotted by Star Scorch, and it took all kinds of resources plus marketing overlays to get half a life of Jinsho glory. Yu Qing has never been signed to a movie or television company, and it's not like no one has approached her. Rather, she's always had her eyes on the Starburns. Yes, since her return, her only purpose has been Starburns. The secretaries in the secretary's office collectively noticed that Mr. Yu was not in a good mood today. In the morning to come to the company in disheveled clothes, Su's secretary just went in to offer attentions not even a minute after the black face came out. They asked, and good grief, they were placed directly in Africa, with plane tickets booked. Thus, none of them dared to go in and disturb Mr. Yu today, but the business came to have to report up. The boldest, the company known as the Small Fat Brother took up this heavy responsibility. Mr. Yu, he knocked on the door. The door was silent for a moment before a low voice came. Enter. The little fat brother took a deep breath and lifted without walking in. Just as his front foot stepped in, he felt a morose chill spread out. Did the air conditioner turn on the heat to cool? Before he could remember to be suspicious, he became violently aware of a sharp glance at him. You're coming in for a visit, are you? How about a visit to accompany Suju to dig coal in Africa? Mr. Yu is really not right today. Why is he like eating a bag of dynamite? I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, I came to ask you if you want to go to the dinner party at 8 o'clock in the evening? 8 o'clock in the evening. Yu Yanchen frowned. He hadn't had a night's rest, and although he wasn't too unwell, he went to the banquet at 8 in the evening, and it would be over by 11. A complete waste of mental energy. Chapter 248. A woman who wears high heels is a real woman. Not going. He rubbed his temples, and the tightness subsided only for a moment. He had a little girl to coax in the evening, and he wasn't available. The little fat brother nodded and turned around ready to go out as if he suddenly thought of something. By the way, this dinner party is Star Scorch's Fu Xian manipulation seems. Will come to a lot of film and television curiosity. Mr. Yu is not you recently interested in the entertainment industry. In fact, I think that going to 100 benefits and no harm. Yu Yenshin's movements seemed to be in a lurch, and the pen in his hand hung in the air. The people wind wild arranged were fast. Here comes a group of makeup artists. Not knowing this thought it was the court coming to arrest people. When Yu Qing opened the door, he saw this black press of makeup artists, costumers, hairstylists. Was silent, remembering the previous time when the three of them were abroad and had no money when the burger was split into 3 portions to eat. He felt that Kazuno was really out of his element now. After her matter is over later, she can consider going to Mr. Feng's company for a while. What amazed and surprised her even more was when the group came in. She had just sat down in front of the makeup mirror when they started. I miss you, this skin of yours is also going to be good. Is this the legendary baby skin? How in the world do you take care of it? Asterisk 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 miss you, your lip color is also too nice. And the bridge of your nose is also too straight. You don't even need to make a special nose shadow. It's just perfect. Miss Yu's body, more or less a 36D. Wow. Yu Qing, don't touch. She'd never seen anyone so capable of blowing rainbow farts in her life, or a bunch of them in heaps, but the strength is really good. At least it caught the eye of someone like her, who often looked at herself until she became aesthetically fatigued. This is a dark gold dance dress, busty but modified chest shape, set off that piece of seductive full but not color stains. Shoulders are soft feathers, walking as if born, wings like moving. Waist a silk surplus, behind the pull open a long road of heartbreak. revealing her perfect waistline. Plus, she herself is to go temperament outstanding that hang, where dusty and eye-catching, high but not haughty. Yu Qing had just turned back after looking in the mirror, and behind her, the costumer got down on one knee and took out the silver white high heels. Your Highness, please wear it. Yu Qing hooked his lips. She came to cooperate with them, like a real princess, rubbing her toes into her heels a little. It is said that high heels set off femininity, and a woman who wears high heels is a real woman. Yu Qing felt that it was so. When he got out of the car, Kazuno was right in front of him. The heels did get a little high and someone reached out in time to help her out of the car. She lowered her eyes to say thank you, and when she raised her eyes again, she found Feng Yi staring at her seemingly a little lost in thought. Hello? Feng Yi's eyes darkened before he returned to his senses. Ever seen Hepburn? You're a little closer than her, but there's something of her. Yu Qing pretended to be surprised and reached out to cover her mouth, making the iconic Hepburn gesture, causing Feng Yi's eyes to deepen. Stop it, we're already a little late. It's time to go in. Yu Qing smiled and took a few steps forward, standing steadily beside him, not far away and not combing. This is what a female companion should do. All the other female bars still hold their arms. She feels too intimate, and Feng Yi doesn't care about that. But why does she feel like she just walked up to Kazuno with a cold chill on her back? It must be that the back of this dress shows too much. It's so cold out there she feels the signs of wanting to shiver a little. Chapter 249, Jealous. The last time I came to the beauty mansion was a few months ago. Speaking of this time flies really fast. The last time to go is to go to the Hongmen banquet of Wangwan. This time directly upgraded into a female companion. In the elevator, Yu Qing laughed somewhat wistfully like a mocking smile. Feng Yi lowered his eyes to her. What are you laughing at? Yu Qing raised her eyebrows and looked at him. You also manage when I laugh. Mr. Feng is used to managing people in the company? Kazuno. He realized that Yu Qing's ability to dislike people had greatly increased after not seeing them for a while. Exiting the elevator, he headed toward the box. Walking down the road, he whispered something to Yu Qing. Starscorch CEO is Fu Xiong. He's a man who likes to be lively. So his reception banquet was messy with many people coming, but most of them were from the movie and television industry. Maybe someone is hostile to you or interested in hitting on you or something. Either ignore it or go left or right. You're smart. You know what to do. Also, Pei Zion doesn't like women with earrings. As the words fell, he lowered his eyes to Yu Qing. The earlobes were bare. He narrowed his eyes. You knew this already? Yu Qing faintly hooked her lips. How can you come without making some preparations? Yu Qing followed Feng Yi into the box. The door to the box opened and it was almost full. Countless gazes looked in the direction of the doorway as much as they could. Probing, otherworldly, ambitious, jealous, all sorts of eyes crossed over. Don't be afraid. Feng Yi looked down at Yu Qing and instantly realized where she was afraid. Those eyes glistened in the light, and there was no sign of balking in either facial management of the eyes or movement. She raised her eyes to look at Feng Yi, the corners of her lips curving up inadvertently. Where to sit? Yu Qing seldom smiled, rarely showing this kind of smile. Hooked, seductive without being aware of it, seductive with a touch of innocence. Kazuno withdrew his eyes after just a glance. One more look and you'll fall. And he had no business falling. Finding a random empty seat on the box sofa, he let Yu Qing sit over. He leaned over and whispered something next to Yu Qing's ear. Yu Qing pursed her lips as if she was amused, and her eyebrows were arched, so vivid that people's eyes couldn't help but follow her around. Yu Yenshin sat in the deepest part of the box, a place where the lights didn't shine too brightly, away from the hobnobbing and the crowds. He'd come in early and had barely spoken tonight. He was already a man of few words, and not many people cared. The deep brows were mesmerizingly heavy, and with a couple of already empty cocktails in front of him, it was a good thing they weren't too high. He was by and large a little tipsy right now. He stared at a spot in the box, his eyes deepening. Yu Qing is beautiful. There's no denying that. She stuns almost everyone when she dresses up, is all. She was so beautiful, or at least no one else in the room was. Yu Yenshin felt that way. Someone came up and handed a bottle of Budweiser. Mister, you've been distracted all night. What are you thinking about? This circle of children are remote city top rich second generation, although it is said to be the rich second generation, but are not extravagant that group. This group are inherited the family business, or their own early entrepreneurial hardworking rich children. The person playing cards sitting on Yu Yenshin's right side teased in a low voice. What else can you look at? Just look at women. Snort, when has Yu Yenshin ever been interested in a woman? That's not necessarily so. Look at the Win family that side. Just come in the mister. You that eyes cannot move. What? 10,000 years of iron tree blossoms? Yo, I just saw. This is which family's little princess this body, this side face, this temperament. I really. Before he could finish his words, Yu Yenshin threw an eye blade directly over. Lifting his hand, he picked up a dice from the tabletop and shoved it directly into his mouth. Shut the up. Chapter 250, Jealous Again. The man spat out the dice in disgust and hurriedly threw them into the wastebasket. Turning his eyes into Yu Yenshin, he whispered, "If you like it, confess it. If it doesn't work, snatch it. There's still something in Yaochang that you, Mr. You, can't get?" Yu Yenshin glanced at him with cold eyes. "What do you know?" His sixth sense told him that Yu Qing would come to this banquet. "I didn't expect to run into her. What's more, I didn't expect her to be Wind Wild's female companion. Of course I get it. I can see the fire coming out of your eyes. If you're not happy about it, just go and break them up. What's the big deal? If she gets mad and ignores me, you're responsible? Just break them up?" Yu Yenshin's first instant reaction upon seeing them both was this. But Yu Qing is still in a cold war and quarrel with him. If he goes directly to break them up, Yu Qing must not ignore him for the rest of his life? Mr. You, the famous Mr. You of Remote City is afraid of his family? Don't bull asterisk. People are the female companion of Mr. Fong, our Mr. You is eating flying vinegar really happy in the shopping mall, lost in the love field. That's right, the wind always people how gentle and romantic. You total, the whole a killing decisive Yen Wang, who like him. The little girl is so pretty. Of course she can't see him. The voices around him were a mess, and Yu Yenshin's veins popped as he listened. He stared back and coldly swept his eyes over the circle of people around him. You guys bleep some more nonsense in front of me, and anyone who wants to work with KR again will come back in their next life. Geez, come play cards, 3 for 1. Yu Qing felt as if she had been stared at ever since she sat down, and this feeling of being scrutinized made her scalp tingle. Not some jealous envious look, but to put it bluntly, it was like trying to eat her alive. But when she looked toward the end of that stare, again she saw nothing. She simply stopped looking, and it wasn't long before Kazuno came over. He handed her a cocktail and leaned over. Fu Xiang is over there. He also studied directing in college, so we have a lot in common. I'll introduce you to him later. He leaned in close when he spoke, and Yu Qing didn't really care if he had something on his mind. Sizzling breath spraying into his ear, Kazuno continued. For the rest, it may be necessary to. He hadn't finished his sentence when his shoulder was suddenly hit hard. Kazuno frowned as he stood up, his shoulder bone a little wet from the cocktail. Some inconspicuous marks. Yeah, this is not the win total. Really sorry. I just walked, did not see the road to play the phone to go. Bumped into you, is it? Really sorry. Sorry. The eldest son of the Song family. Feng Ye's eyes deepened. He didn't say anything after all. Raising his cup and touching the wineglass in Grand Duke Song's hand. Don't bump into each other. Duke Song froze, and then the corners of his lips pulled out a smile. Okay, don't bump into each other. As his words fell, he seemed to have inadvertently seen Yu Qing. Mr. Wind, new girlfriend? The words fell. He lowered his voice again and said, "Aren't you engaged, brother? Outside a home one. The voice that was pretended to be lowered was able to clearly reach Yu Qing's ears. She raised her eyes to scan the man in front of her and suddenly opened her mouth. Mr. Song's thoughts in his heart are too unseemly. Don't you have any female friends? And coming out for a meal together is a relationship? Chapter 251. My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Cuehua, Grand Duke Song. When did Yu Yenshin fall in love with such a little pepper? He likes the quiet, elegant and gentle ones. It's changed. Men are fickle. But there's one thing to be said for being so pretty. Whatever her personality, it's a man's hobby, isn't it? Ha. This young lady is still really straightforward and frank. I don't know to honor the name? Yu Qing swept him with cold eyes. Fatty Song, don't recognize her, do you? My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Cuehua, Grand Duke Song. He was caught in a brief moment of dismay because of Yu Qing's words, and then quickly came back to his senses, looking at the person in front of him, and his eyes became odd. Nice name. That's really nice. I have people waiting for me over there, so I'll leave you guys to have fun. The words fell out of his mouth, and he spun around and scurried to the corner. Duke Song returned to this area in the corner, and the moment he saw Yu Yenshin, his face twisted. Brother Shen, you told me to rip off that whoever from the Wind family. My Song Tainyo mission is accomplished. It turns out that Yu Yenshin likes the earthy this trigram. In that case, he will be called Song Tainyo from now on. Yu Yenshin subconsciously frowned. You knocked your brains out by hitting him? Grand Duke Song. Yu Yenshin's line of sight seemed to have been unfocused the entire time, and had been blurring as it landed on that area. He didn't move much either, sitting lazily and casually on the couch, a bottle of black wine clutched in his bony hands, his long, slender legs slightly open, his brows heavy with thought. It wasn't until the person he was watching suddenly got up that he subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Fu Xiang, 29 years old, Turtles, Starbund's CEO, no bad habits, no girlfriends or exes, no black history, don't like artists wearing earrings, male or female. That's all Yu Qing could find out from Baidu. Don't be nervous, I haven't had any contact with him, but I think he's okay, more friendly than your ex-boyfriend anyway. The three words ex-boyfriend caught off guard caused Yu Qing's face to pause. It was only for a moment, and then she walked towards the front as usual. As stated on Baidu, Fu Ziang does look like a normal person. Black eyeglass frames, angular jaw, and a very clean-cut look. So clean-cut that she almost mistook him for a girl at first glance. He'd surrounded himself with people before, and now they'd almost all dispersed, seemingly rubbing his eyebrow bones in a slightly drunken state. As if he had noticed Yu Qing's line of sight, he subconsciously raised his eyes. As the four eyes met, Fu Ziang narrowed his peach blossom eyes, originally clear and beautiful. A pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to hook people like charm. He looked to Yu Qing's earlobe, no earrings, stared at each other for about half a minute. Yu Qing suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. The smile wasn't exactly brimming with astonishment, but it did seem to brighten his eyes for a fleeting moment. Mr. Fu, hello, my name is Yu Qing. Fu Zian reached up and rubbed his temples, closing his eyes. A few seconds later, it opened again. Yu Qing. It was like he was searching unsuccessfully for the name in his memory. Stared at her for a few seconds. He didn't make any movements except that the color of those eyes seemed to be deeper. The splendor of the Yu family, along with the devastating scandal of 4 years ago, was buried in the grave by time, and few people recognize the current Yu Qing unless he follows Weibo regularly. It's hard to recognize her. Yu Qing knew this in his heart. Chapter 252, A Woman's Call. And that's where Kazuno's role naturally comes into play. He reached out to stop Yu Qing's shoulders and seemingly casually pressed her into the empty seat beside Fu Ziang. His voice grazed Fu Ziang's ears. Graduated senior in the directing department, a schoolmate in the same major as me. Talented, hard-working type. Your type. Feng Yi looked at Yu Qing with deep meaning, and then he turned and retired. Fu Ziang didn't say anything, just quietly gazed at Yu Qing's face, like he was mesmerized. In reality, he didn't mix in half a bit of unclean sentiment when he looked at Yu Qing. Yu Qing. His voice was clear as he chewed on Yu Qing's name. Yu Qing hooked her lips and smiled. Yes, Yu as in Yu Ji, Qing as in clear mind. Her clean smile was like a hibiscus out of water in the somewhat surly box. Peyton reached up and dragged his head to look at her crookedly. Qing. Yu Qing still had a clear smile on his face, clean and unreal. Fu Ziang was still staring at her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, he dropped the hand that was pestling his face and turned to clench her arm violently, pulling her straight into his arms from a safe distance. The feathers on her shoulders swayed unexpectedly with the movement. A sandalwood fragrance then came. Yu Qing's mind had a momentary blank, and also almost instantly she directly tried to rip out her wrist. A man after all. He was too strong. Mr. Pei. Fu Ziang didn't say anything, and those peach blossom eyes looked as if they were dyed in blood, as if they were delicate. Kiyoshi, do you know how much I miss you? Yu Qing looked at the unfamiliar man in front of her with dismay. Suddenly realizing that he was looking at another person through her, she struggled even more, and Fu Ziang reached out and clamped his hand on her jaw, and in the next step, it looked like he was going to kiss her directly. Yu Qing's pupils shrunk minutely, and before she opened her mouth to say something, her other arm was suddenly pulled strongly. Almost as if she hadn't reacted, she was ripped straight into the arms of another stranger. And that strangeness lasted less than a second. The scent of mint mixed with tobacco was familiar to her in more ways than one. Yu Yenshin's brows looked like they contained a ferocious beast that desperately needed to roar. He clasped Yu Qing's face in front of his chest with one hand, and swept his brows and eyes grimly over Fu Ziang, who was looking a little confused. The next second, he directly cupped the buckets of ice water on the table with one hand and poured it directly towards Fu Ziang's head. It was a cold winter day, and even with the air conditioning on, it wasn't very hot inside the box, and even though everyone was wearing evening gowns, they all felt chilled to the bone. Such a bucket of ice water was directly poured down without any hesitation, and Fu Ziang's hands subconsciously curled into fists. Ah! Out of nowhere, a shrill woman's cry came from nowhere. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the box all landed on this secluded area. If this was a gathering of high-end people, then Fu Ziang and Yu Yenshin were the top of the pyramid people who stood at the top of the head of this group of high-end people that they couldn't even touch. And now, these two men at the top of the pyramid seemed to be fighting over a woman. Everyone wanted to explore who this woman was, but from their perspective, they could only see the soft inked hair she had wrapped around Yu Yenshin's arm, probably judged that it was an extremely beautiful woman. Only a woman like that could arouse the ire of a figure who looms as a mountain in the shopping mall. Chapter 253, How dare you touch my woman? The bucket of ice water managed to clear Fu Ziang's mesmerized eyes. He frowned at what was in front of him, and he hesitated for a few seconds as his gaze landed on the woman Yu Yenshin had wrapped in his arms. It was these few seconds that made the hostility under Yu Yenshin's eyes roll up again in a rage. Fu Ziang, You can't even be a human being after spending a few years abroad? My woman you also dare to touch? His eyebrows were gloomy and heavy, but his words did not have the slightest hint of rage, yet he made people feel a nameless intimidating and oppressive force. Fu Ziong frowned at Yu Yanchen. His relationship with Yu Yanchen was not bad. After all, these were the only ones at the top of the remote city. But this was the first time he had seen Yu Yanchen so angry. Did something wrong? Rubbing his temples with a bit of a headache. Sorry, I've just had a bit too much to drink. I seem to have recognized the wrong person. The man's thin, cold lips pursed into a line. The bottom of his eyes were shadowy and hard to hide emotions. Just when the crowd thought he was going to do something else, such as pouring another bucket of ice water on it, Yu Yanchen suddenly stopped moving. Someone patted over to see that he was talking to the woman in his arms with his eyebrows slightly downcast. Yu Qing, scared? His voice unconsciously softened. Yu Qing was silent and didn't say anything. He frowned, his afterglow sweeping a glance at Fu Zion, who was toweling his hair. As he was considering whether to pour another bucket, big deal, or business, the person in his arms suddenly stirred. Her voice was a little subtle, and Yu Yanchen leaned over to listen. Then her thin voice was heard, whispering, "How am I supposed to meet people if you rub my makeup all over them?" Mostly because she had flung herself into the arms, she sounded a little sullenly resigned. Yu Yanchen recalled her exquisite makeup today, and then recalled the actions he had just taken to hold her down in his arms. He frowned. He swept back a glance at the group of Fox friends, all watching the show, their necks tugging to see who he was carrying in his arms. The color of his eyes deepened. "Don't you want your eyes?" Wasn't the big man just talking softly to the person in his arms? Is it really good to raise your head and change your face? But offending Yu Yanchen was never a good thing, and quite a few people dispersed quietly, their afterglances still skimming the progress of events here, especially the women. They desperately wanted to know who had made the well-known woman rejecting Iron Xian ice of Yaochang melt. Perhaps 60% of the people in the room had fantasized that it was they who melted him. Yu Yanchen glanced at the group of people who hadn't dispersed yet, and he pondered for a moment before saying, "Take off your jackets and give me one." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he added the word "forget it." He simply reached out and pulled down the curtains on one side, covering Yu Qing's entire body, and then picked her up in a princess hug. Yu Qing sullenly didn't make a sound. There was a long line of foxy friends. "Dog friend, can Kong Kang's sister-in-law? Let me Kong Kang's sister-in-law's proper face. I seem to have just seen a bit of her skirt." It seems like that's what Sham had been staring at before. Yu Yanchen's line of sight swept over, and all of a sudden no one dared to speak again. Get it? A love-struck Mr. Yu is still Mr. Yu, even more ruthless than before. Don't try to expect Mr. Yu to give them the tenderness he has shown to his sister-in-law. Mr. Yu is not the bodhisattva of great compassion. He is at best a Yama in the Hall of Hades. Chapter 254. Yu Yanchen didn't bother with them. Bunch of retards. He lowered his eyes to the person in his arms. Carry you out. Ha, TSK, 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 TSK. Yu Yanchen looked coldly at Grand Duke Song, who had made an unknown noise, and the latter tilted his head back to look at the sky. Yu Qing was silent for a few seconds, then answered in a low voice with a yes. With things having developed to this point, Yu Qing didn't want to ask him why he was here. All she could think was, what bad luck. Only after Yu Yanchen disappeared into the box with Yu Qing in his arms did the clamor in the box gradually tend to explode. Everyone was exploring the woman's identity. A large portion of the crowd was envious, but of course, much of it was jealousy. After all, Yu Yanchen was the white moonlight hanging high in the hearts of most of the women in the remote city, and now that the white moonlight had turned into a black moonlight, it was even more impossible to forget. Kazuno just watched this in silence. He didn't try to block it. The phone vibrated for a moment and he lowered his eyes to look down. Fiancé, caller. That's right, he doesn't deserve it. Only after coming out of the box did Yu Qing reach up and lift the curtain covering his face to take a breath. Once she raised her eyes, she happened to meet Yu Yanchen's line of sight. Eyeliner fainted. Yu Qing heard him say this. Her head slowed for a few seconds, and then she went straight for the curtain to cover her face completely and utterly. What does it mean for a woman to have her makeup smudged and have a man see that her eyeliner is smudged? It means she's really ugly now, which is why she can be seen to have her eyeliner smudged. Yu Qing just wanted to shut himself up. The corners of Yu Yanchen's eyes seemed to swoon out with a slight smile as he hugged the person in his arms tighter. I'm going home. Then he heard her say this. He briefly contemplated for a few seconds. Good. Still fighting. Gotta coax it in. Yu Qing didn't say a word all the way to the neighborhood, and didn't say a word when he got out of the car and turned around to walk to the house, not even closing the door. Yu Yanchen looked all that open door when he got out of the car and narrowed his eyes. Standing in front of the mirror, Yu Qing realized how ugly she was now. Lipstick touches the neck and eyeliner smudges into the same style as the national treasure. She should really be glad she didn't show her face till the end, or else tomorrow's headlines in the distant city would probably become, shocked. Yu Yinshan's aesthetic is actually like this? Then below that with an ugly picture of her. Yu Qing couldn't even think about it. She's no more than a girl who loves to look pretty. After removing her makeup and applying a bit of veil cream, she came out of the dressing room. She swept the living room, but there was no sign of Yu Yinshan. Yu Qing frowned in some confusion. According to Yu Yinshan, that nature should not go now is right. He should. Before the latter thought could continue, Yu Qing saw the man standing in the doorway smoking a cigarette. He looked at her quietly, his dark brows deep and absorbing. Qing, can I come in? Yu Qing rolled his throat. It was in the wee hours of the morning that she turned him away, not meaning to let him in no matter how cold it was outside. She was probably determined at that moment to end it all. To end all this ridiculousness, determined not to repeat it. And now, suddenly, she realized that her consciousness had actually faltered so quickly. It shouldn't. Yu Yinshan just looked at Yu Qing with a clear brow, and he had no intention of forcing her. For half a second, when he saw that Yu Qing did not speak, he narrowed his eyes minutely and unnoticeably. Got it. Let's go. He reached over and stubbed out his cigarette, tossing it into the side wastebasket. Chapter 255, Girlfriends. Yu Qing's gaze went to the half-cigarette he had thrown into the wastebasket, which still had some scarlet left on it. Her hand, which had fallen to her side, curled up seemingly imperceptibly, and then loosened a few seconds later. Gazing at the man's back, which was fading away but still in view, she spoke unexpectedly. Yu Yinshan called out to him. The man's movements visibly stiffened, and even that back was inexplicably a bit more raw. After stiffening, he turned around just in time to see Yu Qing standing in the doorway. For eyes met, and his eyes deepened. The voice was a huskiness he hadn't expected either. Willing to hear me explain? Yu Qing curved her eyes and removed the thick layer of makeup, just casually applying a bit of skin tone skin cream. But at this moment she seemed to be no less than before. Even the smile of hers in Yu Yinshan's eyes had quite a few hints of provoking and tugging at his heartstrings. The originator, who seemed to be unaware of all this, pulled out from behind her the long and thick curtains that Yu Yinshan had covered her with earlier. There's something you forgot to take. Yu Yinshan's figure seemed to be even more rigid than before. It wasn't just the face that stiffened this time, and the look on his face. He only saw that he subconsciously took a step forward when Yu Qing raised his hand to take out that thing, and after moving forward, he never moved again. A few seconds later, he went up and pulled the curtain cloth out of Yu Qing's hands with a hand, pulling a few moments of undisguised anger in his movements. You called out to me just to give me this? Yu Qing, are you deliberately tossing me around on the basis that lousy favors you? That trailing tone was vaguely elongated by a few moments, his low, husky voice tugging with hidden anger, and this bias made the hidden smile under Yu Qing's eyes deepen. Don't mess with other people's stuff. I told you this years ago as a human being. Yu Yinshan stared at her and didn't say anything. True line. You're holding me here? Yu Qing looked at him rather innocently, shaking her head in mock surprise. I didn't. Yu Yinshan was so exasperated by this action and expression and her tone of voice that he nearly ripped the curtain fabric from his hands. He didn't say anything for a little while, like he was regulating himself. Yu Qing, however, had already made a move to close the door. Then Mr. Yu, the curtains remembered to return it to the person. I see it's still a big brand. It's almost 12 o'clock. Take an early rest. Speaking of time, Yu Yinshan realized that he was also standing in this position at 12 o'clock yesterday. Still here today. And he, still, is the developer of this neighborhood. He couldn't even get in the door. And word got out that he still had a face to live up to. He was still contemplating whether or not to break down the door to her house, or just pick her up and stuff her inside, only to hear a banging sound of a door closing. He looked up to see that Yu Qing had directly closed the door for him, didn't give him the slightest chance. Then she returned the curtains to be drawn. Before pulling it on, he waved his hand towards him as if he was a little surprised to see him still out there, and then said something in spoken word. Yu Yinshan's face instantly turned iron when he read those lips. Yu Qing is talking about Mr. Yu, don't be a doormat. When Yu Yinshan drove to the front of the neighborhood, the security guard was still a little surprised to see him. Yo, Mr. Yu, going out in the middle of the night? Pay attention to safety. Girlfriend can rest assured? The older man did not notice his ironic face in the slightest and teased. Chapter 256, Why be a third party? Yu Yinshan cold eyes swept the security guard a glance. Want to say something, but also feel in front of this strange old man chat feelings waste of time and unnecessary. Yu Qing now reckoned that not only was she not worried about whether or not he was cheating by going out in the middle of the night, she was probably still snickering that this man could be considered gone. Realizing this, Yu Yinshan's hands squeezing the steering wheel tightened. The security guard opened the door and beckoned towards Yu Yinshan. Mr. Yu, come back early. Don't make your girlfriend wait and get anxious. Girlfriend. Yu Yinshan bit the groove of his back teeth. I'm single. The security Moncler outlet store guard heard him say this as if it was squeezed out of his throat. Phew. Mister, you has some work to do then. Quite a few guys have sent your girlfriend home before. The competition is fierce. Yu Yenshin was driving forward when he suddenly heard these words. He paused, the car in front of the door. Quite a few lads? Who else but Kazuno? Subconsciously associating Yuqing's scene of being pulled close to Fu Xiang's arms tonight in her bewitching and scorching dress, his body overflowed with hostility without the slightest concealment. He reached out and pushed down the window, looking to the security guard who was a bit dazed on one side and frowned. Keep those men out of here from now on, and starting next month, quadruple your monthly pay. After a pause, he opened his mouth again and fished out a business card from his car and handed it to the security guard. Next time, call me if a man sends her home. Suddenly hit by the jackpot, security Moncler outlet store stunned, only to feel that it is good to stay up all night, happily took CEO's business card. Yu Qing was in a good mood after sending Yu Yenshin away. All the kind of good that can tolerate themselves drinking sweet milk in the middle of the night without fear of gaining weight. He had been dominant within the relationship, thus causing her to panic. The feeling is actually quite uncomfortable. So Yu Yenshin's soft and helpless feeling now feels like it pleases her, and she finally has a sense of truth, and the pleasure of finally having some manipulative position in this relationship. Turning around, he leaned back on the soft couch, his mind replaying the day. Outside the door, there was a sudden knock. Her movements as she sipped her milk stood still. Ruan Qiu went to sleep with one early in the year. One early in the year is supposed to be a normal man. She shouldn't be back at this point now. Almost instantly, Yu Yenshin's figure popped into her head. Was he so put out of his pride that he came to her again and again? The knock at the door came again, a few more times as if someone huffed at her tardiness. She put down the milk in her hand and walked to the door, turning on the small camera in front of it. At this look, she was stunned for a moment. Spinning around, he opened the door to the room and looked at the man outside the door. Kazuno, what brings you here at this hour? Feng Ye's expression wasn't very good, and there was even thin anger extending from the bottom of his eyes. What's wrong with you? Yu Qing didn't quite understand. What kind of Thai neighborhood do you live in? Yu Qing, I understand not letting non-residents in and out in the middle of the night. I came to your house last time and there's still proof of personal data left over there. What's the point of the security guard stopping me? Of course that wasn't the source of his anger. He was angry that the security guard actually asked him why did he meddle in someone else's relationship as a third party. Feng Yi sought to think that he and Yu Qing had known each other for 4 years, and this was the first time someone had questioned him about such a problem. If he wanted to interfere, he would have already done so abroad, but Yu Qing couldn't see him. Today is a sweet routine, with 2 more at 12. Chapter 257. In fact, if I can't marry the woman I want to marry, it's the same as marrying anyone else. Maybe you're just dangerous looking? Kazuno swept his cold eyes over her. Just kidding. Yu Qing gave an awkward laugh and sidled over to let him in. After Feng Yi came in, she turned her eyes towards the surroundings. If anything, it was dark, with only a few bright yellow street lamps illuminating the unoccupied lanes. She closed the door, looking faint. What are you doing here in the middle of the night looking for me? Feng Yi and Yu Qing count is very familiar, although on the surface is not often contact, but feelings, talking about is God's friendship. Feng Yi's eyes swept over Yu Qing's home. It was empty. You're home alone? Oh, Nguyen is in love with her boyfriend, and I'm home alone at night. There was no expression on Feng Yi's face, only the tightly furrowed brows loosened in a subtle and unnoticeable manner. Haven't said it yet. What's so important in the middle of the night that made you so nervous that you came straight to my house to look for me? Yu Qing dropped the half-drunk milk in his hand. Suddenly I don't really want to drink it, and it's not expensive, so it will only go bad if I leave it. It's not really anything important. Wind Wild's expression was a bit of an unclear blur, and the reason why it was unclear was still because the expression on his face looked like it was calm, yet it was shrouded in a light mist that made it impossible to see. When Yu Qing realized something and wanted to speak, Kazuno took out a hot stamped invitation. I'm engaged. Kazuno said this. Yu Qing pinched the frosted invitation in her hand. The invitation was stamped in gold, enough to show delicacy and honor, and suitable for people of their status. She froze for a moment. The news was indeed sudden, and then he lowered his head and opened the invitation, looking closely at the words in it. The daughter of the Ouyang family. She seemed a bit familiar. Is that the Ouyang family that owns the hotel? Feng Yi did not deny. Although I inherited the Feng family, but underneath a mess. Many people want to take advantage of the situation to get to the top or to see that my base is not stable to bring me down. Of course I can't do what they want. So, you choose a business marriage. In high society, it is extremely important to have the right family. It's not about being trippy or getting along better. Rather, it's because the door is right and can bring many benefits to both families. Children of nobles enjoy the luxury and glory that comes with birth. But of course they have to pay for some things, such as the freedom to marry. Yu Qing sometimes wondered if the reason her mother had left home was because she really didn't love her father and couldn't continue to get along, because they are also a business union. Feng Ye's gaze fell on the invitation in her hand. The color of his eyes seemed to deepen, and even the scar on his brow bone was a bit more eye-catching. In fact, if I can't marry the woman I want to marry, it's the same to marry anyone, whether it's a business marriage or not. She just needs to be a good vase. The rest of her feelings and whatnot, I don't care. Yu Qing looked at him and felt that what he said was a bit scummy, but he had little right to say anything about him. She inquired, just unintentionally, who do you want to marry? Kazuno pursed his thin lips. He's here today, except to deliver the invitations. Maybe there's another layer to the idea. He liked Yu Qing for 4 years, witnessed her rise from the muck and step by step again. He figured that after seeing a woman like her in his life, he'd have a hard time falling in love with anyone else. If he confessed that she would say yes, he might give up the union. If Yu Qing could stay by his side, he would be willing to sacrifice the decades of benefits brought about by the union in exchange for spiritual fulfillment. Chapter 258. Thinking of this, Feng Ye's brows seemed to soften a few points. He tightened his hand. Kiyoshi. Yu Qing raised an eyebrow and looked at him, just in time to run into Feng Ye's eyes that could be described as hot. She froze. Yu Qing had a sensitive mind and was an adult, and this look in his eyes that was almost completely revealing his feelings made her whole body feel bad. The worst thing that can happen to a friendship is for one person to go bad, and at that point, the friendship is the end. She hesitated to stop him from continuing. Outside the door, a violent clang suddenly arose. It was as if something had hit a tree, and the violent sound caused Yu Qing and Feng Ye to look in the direction of the door at the same time. Qing, listen to me. Yu Qing missed the deep color of his eyes, and at the same time missed the hand he raised to take his arm, turning to walk outside. There seems to be something going on out there, so we'll talk about it later. Kazuno looked down, the delicate texture of her sleeve remaining in his hand. Forget it. There are always a few regrets in life. It may not be a pity to ask and not receive. So what if he's engaged and married? He'll always be there for her and that's enough. Yu Qing opened the door, and the first thing that caught his eye was the trash can that had been knocked askew from a trip to sort garbage. Next to it was the familiar-looking Cayenne. And then, there was the man who pushed open the car door and stepped out. Different from the hidden stifling when he left before. The moment Yu Yenshin came out from the driver's seat, across a distance, Yu Qing could clearly detect his hostile aura that he couldn't even hide. Yu Yenshin, you hit the trash can? Yu Qing's eyes flashed with consternation. Yu Yenshin coldly swept his eyes at her. His thin lips almost pursed into a line. He spat out 3 raw words. The car skidded. It's a cold winter in remote city, so the cars are basically all antifreeze, and it's not like there's any ice on her side of the neighborhood. So where's the skidding argument? Yu Qing frowned, and before she could say anything, she suddenly noticed Yu Yenshin's line of sight looking through her to her back. Then again, deep teasing and thinly veiled scorn and mockery brewed under his eyes. Mr. Feng, coming to Qing's house in the middle of the night to catch up? As soon as he opened his mouth, a lazy, husky voice laced with a mixture of bright and dark hostility bubbled up. Feng Ye also froze when he came out and saw the scene in front of him. Yu Yenshin hits the trash can. The dismay didn't last long, as he realized that it was Yu Yenshin who had interrupted his confession and frowned. The scar at his brow bone pulled deeper as he frowned. I need to report to you when I come to Qing's house? General manager, you can just take care of KR. You don't need to worry about anything else. As soon as Feng Ye said this, Yu Qing could clearly detect the coldness around Yu Yenshin that spread several hundred meters. It was a bit of an exaggeration, but that action of his tongue against his cheeks was indeed eye-catching and arrogant enough to make him angry. No need to heart? He seemed to mockingly skim over Feng Ye's eyebrows. His sight paused on the scar on his brow bone. Are engaged in the middle of the night and still run to the unmarried girl's home. Spread the word out of the wind is not afraid of people saying that your private life is not good. Just took over the winds to make this mess. Not afraid of your younger brother take advantage of the opportunity to get on the throne? His blatant hostility and spot-on words made Kazuno's already unpleasant mood even more unpleasant. Don't let Mr. You worry about these things. Qing and I have known each other for 4 years. We are very good friends. It doesn't matter even if someone adds fuel to these things. Qing will help explain. Chapter 259, Yu Qing, I'm a little tired. A good line that Qing will help me explain. Kiyoshi, how pro. Perhaps it was the anger that had truly ignited somewhere in his heart. His complexion at this moment was actually a few points calmer than before. It has quite a tendency to be stormy. Mr. You preemptively came to question me, so can I also ask you if you came to Qing's doorstep in the middle of the night? Whose attention you were trying to attract? Feng Ye's eyes gazed at Yu Yenshin with a ghostly expression. Or is it that Mr. You was just passing by, had a small car accident in the process, and happened to be in front of Qing's house? The world says that women like to fight and be jealous. Not mentioned that the confrontation between men can also be sharp everywhere. more blunt and sharp than the euphemisms between women. The thick, sunless obscurity under Yu Yenshin's eyes grew colder and colder. Half a dozen times, he narrowed his eyes minutely and imperceptibly. The color of the god tumbled thinly down onto Yu Qing's face. Qingqing, come here. For simple words, the tone of his voice put down, but clear to the ear. If Yu Qing had previously been considered a spectator watching the verbal tripping between the two men from the other side of the fence, now she was considered to have been truly dragged into it. Four eyes met and she frowned. It's late. You stop. Her vocal cadence was also put on very shallow, even with a hidden depression embedded in it. However, it caused Yu Yenshin's already deep eyes to chill in a flash. By now, he suddenly realized that he had been the one initiating the relationship. Yu Qing had been there the whole time, but he hadn't moved much. He took 10 steps forward and she refused to take a single step. Feng Yi, or Fu Ziong, would let her take the initiative to move forward. His eyes sank and sank, thoughts rolling and rolling under his eyes. And yet, he never spoke either. The eerie atmosphere between the three continued until Kazuno's cell phone vibrated. And then, there is the simple yet clear ringtone. Yu Qing looked to the person at his side, his gaze unintentionally seeing the words fiancé on his cell phone screen. Kazuno bit his back teeth groove while picking up the phone. Mostly because of the close distance, Yu Qing could also hear the murmuring woman's voice inside the phone very clearly. Kazuno, where have you been again? I've been looking for you for ages and I can't find you. I'm going to be pissed. The murmur was clear, with the unique pouting of a woman. Kazuno frowned and reached up to pinch his brow. His voice was deep. Outside. Why? I miss you. Come back. Now. And then the woman on the other end simply hung up. Not to be trifled with. He frowned at the darkened cell phone screen as if making some kind of choice. After half a dozen moments, he put away his cell phone, looking toward Yu Qing. Oh, Yang is looking for me. As the words fell, he glanced at Yu Yenshin. Those eyes were still silent and introspective, but they seemed different from before. After Feng Yi left, Yu Qing raised her eyes and swept a glance at Yu Yenshin. Okay, still have to stand here? Yu Yenshin didn't say anything, half leaning against the car with a heavy brow and lit a cigarette. He wasn't usually a heavy smoker. He just smoked extra hard these days. The night was thick as ink. He said suddenly, Yu Qing, I'm a bit tired. Yu Qing's movement to turn toward the house fell into hesitation. Yu Yenshin silently looked at her back, and as the smoke rose, everything in front of him appeared to be blurred as well. It was only after a few seconds that Yu Qing turned to look at him. So what? What are you trying to say? There was another brief silence. Yu Yenshin silently crushed out a cigarette, got up and made a gesture to open the car door to leave. Chapter 260. Yu Qing, do you like me? Yu Qing quietly watched his movements. The latter paused in his movements just when she thought he was really going to walk away. He turned to look at her, and between his four eyes, you won't let me come in and talk? Yu Qing subconsciously frowned, subconsciously wanting to refuse, but the words that came out inexplicably became the opposite of what her heart wanted. At home, the man was half leaning on the sofa, his brows heavy as he gazed at Yu Qing. What is Kazuno doing here? Yu Qing swept a glance at him. Can't you see the invitation on the table? Yu Yenshin reached out and fiddled with the invitation, casually flipping it over as if it didn't indicate anything, but the low air pressure all over his body was reduced by a few points in an invisible way. The Ouyang family's eldest young lady, delicate and barbaric, shaved the hair of the current schoolgirl at the age of 14, and at the age of 18, Yakuto took more than one love and killed his ex's ex-girlfriend. Feng Yi has sacrificed a lot in order to secure his position. What he said as if he was speaking casually caused Yu Qing to glance at him. Is that what you came in here to say? The house had underfloor heating and was very hot. Yu Qing took off the layer of heavy evening dress she was wearing before and changed into a thin silk housecoat. The silk fabric set off her slender yet ladylike and gentle figure. She bent over and poured herself a glass of water, and because she was used to being so casual at home, she naturally didn't realize that the light under her neck that leaked out when she bent over was in full view of the man. Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes minutely and imperceptibly, and the knot in his throat rolled. Lonely men and women. He should have thought of that before he came in. Be glad he has good self-control. He opened his eyes, and in his eyes was Yu Qing sitting on the left side of the sofa cupping a teacup and drinking water, her gaze clear and brimming as she was gazing at him. Go ahead. Your explanation. She hadn't forgotten at all about Secretary Su's visit to Anju, and since he'd come in, it wasn't out of the question to explain in passing. Yu Yenshin looked at Yu Qing and rolled his throat once again. 3 seconds later, he rose in vain, and in 3 or 2 strides reached her eyes. When Yu Qing didn't react at all, he clamped her delicate jaw with one hand, forcing her to raise her small white face to face him. He looked like he wanted to do something out of the ordinary. Yu Qing realized it, but for some reason held back raw. The man's face was close at hand, and she could only hear the sound of his voice curling into her ears in a circle. Yu Qing, you got angry when I asked Secretary Su to go see Enru. I met Fei Hong by chance and you were jealous. I said I was tired and you let me in. Is it like me? Ha! In his hand was the cup, the water inside boiling hot, and the dipped walls of the cup glowing in his palm. All around was stillness and quietness all around. Yu Qing's pupils shrunk minutely, and the only sound left in his ears was a heartbeat that was clear to the ear. What are you blushing about? Answer my question. Yu Yanchen leaned over and moved a little closer to her. The most beautiful thing he was born with were these eyebrows and eyes. It wasn't quite right to say they were beautiful, but it was true that he couldn't find any other adjectives to describe them. Indifference is when it is 1,000 mountains of snow, and when it is teasing is when it is hard to contain one's heart. Silence is when the storm is coming, and at the moment, it is the abyss from which life can be captured. Makes you want to jump in, knowing you'll die, and being lucky that you might survive, and to live is eternity. Yu Yanchen stared at Yu Qing, the strength in his hand slightly increasing with the passage of time. His other hand was pestled on the sofa, wrapping Yu Qing in a wrapping trend around his body. Chapter 262, Dogman. Say it or not, he whispered in her ear, and half a dozen times added, say it or I'll kiss you. Yu Qing's brain was a bit confused. Aside from his slight show of weakness not long ago that made her feel that the man had lost his initiative, he now seemed to have regained that reserved and seductive stance of the superior. Even the sentence he just said, Yu Qing, I'm a little tired, all changed to mean something inexplicable. Suddenly, Yu Qing seemed to have figured something out and furrowed her brows furiously. You set me up? She wouldn't let him in, so he backed away. Saying something like he's tired makes her feel like he's really giving a lot inside the relationship, but there's no return, and the feeling of being actively tired somehow softens her heart and lets him in. It's only at this moment in time that I realize what's wrong here. This dog man is tired of what tired? Hooked Anju side and hanging her. There may be that what Miss Tang. He tired of what tired? The light smile that flickered under the man's eyes was hard to catch, but Yu Qing and him were very close at the moment. So naturally, she easily captured that smile. She raised her hand about to push him away. Nameless fire flaring up here. Roll. With a low curse, he got up and was about to stand. Yu Yanchen easily reached out and pinched her slender wrist. A few times down the line, he had already gotten used to this slender feel. Instead, he felt that other women's wrists weren't as delicate and beautiful as hers. Girls don't talk dirty, he said in a low voice. Raising her hand, she easily circled Yu Qing's arm on the sofa, locking her other arm with her other hand. Just like that, in an unbelievably ambiguous gesture, and with a voice that was even more loving and low. It's fine to let me roll. Answer my question first. Yu Qing, like me? Yu Qing looked at this man's face enlarged in front of her, and instantly felt her fire coming out. If I say I like it, are you going to drag me along? Yu Yanchen looked faint. It's not impossible. Dog stuff. Looking at Yu Qing's speechlessness, his brows seemed to soften a few points. With such a condescending stance, he could more easily control the whole situation, yet it was easier to lose some of his composure. Yu Yanchen had even seen one of the photos she had taken abroad before, and even though it was only one, it lingered in his mind now that he thought back on it and was hard to forget. Nice. His eyes felt like they were ablaze with fire, but he held back from letting that fire burn, fearful that the fire would scare the plants and trees on one side. The fire would be scorched, and that wasn't what he wanted. Answer my question. Ha! There was a clear dullness in his voice, and Yu Qing looked up, and only then did she see the cluster of burning sparks in his eyes. She froze, as if shaken by the look. Does it matter if I like you or not? Yu Yanchen's eyes looked like they could drown a person in it. There is nothing in this world that is unrequited. I am good to you, willing to coax you to treat you as my most important share, naturally need some return. As long as you a little like, is the affirmation of me? Understand, without that affirmation, it's hard to hold on to a lone voice, and with that affirmation, Qing, I need your affirmation. His voice was like a seductive one, giving Yu Qing the illusion that he was baiting her. Those two words almost came out uncontrollably, only to come to a raw halt. Chapter 262. Who says that water and fire are incompatible, but fire is longing for water. Sensibility tells her it's no big deal to say it outright. If you like it you have to say it, what's the point of holding back all the time? But reason told her that men have inferior roots in their bones. They want what they can't get, they spurn what they can get, and when they get it, they start throwing it away. And she may not get what she wants if she says it outright. Why don't you first explain what your relationship is with Banquet Red, and why you went to see Anju, and with a few words you want me to like you? I have nothing to do with Feast Red, and nothing to do with Anju. The moment Yu Qing's words came out of his mouth, Yu Yanchen picked them up. Her eyes reflected the light, brimming. So why did you go to see Anju? And why did Yan Hong so coincidentally show up at that store with you? Yu Yanchen narrowed his eyes. Her eyes paused on the watery red lips that she opened and closed as she spoke. It's undeniable that men are visual creatures. For example, he can't hear anything now, by and large, and all that's left in his eyes is, say something. You can fix it if you keep staring at me. Feast Red was under my command, yes, but after you got angry the other day, she has been fired by me. As for why I asked Secretary Sue to see Anju, do you remember the restaurant I took you to earlier? The one owned by Mr. and Mrs. Duanmu. Anju is their daughter, lost for some unknown reason, so she claimed to the public that both her parents were dead, and Yanhong is not her real aunt, she's from her adoptive parents' family. While Yu Qing was being kissed with some lack of oxygen, Yu Yenshin's paragraph had already smashed down. She was a little lost in thought as she looked at the man in front of her. I don't know if the light was too harsh or if his dark eyes burned too much. For a moment, she actually felt a little dizzy. So, that's why you asked Secretary Sue to see her? That being said, he could have just told the whole thing. There was no need to cover up, to say with his mouth that he didn't care, but behind his back he quietly went to see Anju. Such a practice was actually not necessary at all. She wasn't that dark of a person, and she wouldn't do anything more to Anju after she had killed herself. It wasn't like she couldn't tolerate it when she went to see it in the light of day. Of course not. Whose daughter Anju was had nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't let Secretary Sue visit her purely for that reason. You don't finish your sentence because you think it's mysterious to say half of it, don't you? Yu Qing frowned and looked at the man in front of her, who seemed to have no intention of saying any more, leaving people speechless. This chapter was posted in error. I'm convinced. The bug of the coding software. This chapter did not send out completely. Subscribers can clear the cache to reread. I have replaced this chapter. Do not need to spend the book coins to rebuy crying. Scared the hell out of me. Chapter 263, I was wrong. Yu Yen kissed the crease of her brow deeply, almost subconsciously. Yu Qing couldn't dodge in time and met the kiss raw. She subconsciously frowned, some thinly veiled anger rising in her eyes. Yu Yenshin, I am. His low voice rolled into her ears again. You're really? Yu Qing's brows furrowed once again. Why didn't you realize before that you're so shameless? Who allowed you to kiss me? The color of the red lips was dainty, and even the delicate features and complexion showed up to be colorful. Yu Yenshin is also at this time Wood's discovery. Yu Qing's cool and expressionless indifference seems to have been external, and she to him has always been vivid. The discovery caused the man's eyes to deepen and an unspeakable feeling to rise in his heart in vain. It was like somewhere was being filled up all at once, while at the same time another indescribably complex feeling took over. Does she like him? His thoughts moved slightly while the latter looked at him with wrinkled eyebrows. You haven't finished what you were saying before, so finish first. Yu Yenshin pushed down the thoughts of wanting to kiss her in his mind and cleared his thoughts before opening his mouth lightly. Before I get to the point, I want you to know one thing first. Yu Qing looked at him uncertainly. Yu Yenshin quietly gazed at her, and with 4 eyes, he said, I want you to first understand exactly that I like you. Yu Qing was stunned for a moment. It wasn't like he hadn't said he liked it. At her house after the live broadcast, he had said the words I like you, but her emotions at that time were far less thumping than they are now. The sound of the heart beating clearly surfaced in the side of the ear, which had already proved in disguise something that Yu Qing did not actually want to admit. She was moved. She couldn't contain her emotions. No matter what she had been through, she was a woman, only 21 years old, and could even be called a girl. Her mind was still not calm enough, but she had experienced enough suffering. It was precisely because of this that she fell uncontrollably in the face of his gentle or domineering or loving attacks. So, the tone of her voice lightened. So, Yu Yenshin paused, as if weighing his words. It was only after half a minute that he continued to speak. That's why I want to tell you that the driving force behind Anju's theft of your photos in the first place was me. There was silence all around. Only the subtle sound of the wind outside the window and the sound of 2 people breathing. Yu Qing looked at the enlarged handsome face in front of her, almost unsure if what she had just heard was true or not. She almost wanted to snicker now. You say you like me, and then you tell me that it's you who's causing me harm? She seemed to suddenly understand why Yu Yenshin had to first say that he liked her. First give me a sweet date, then slap me. Yu Yenshin, are you thinking that I'm easy to bully without a brain? Her suddenly high emotions gave Yu Yenshin a bit of a headache, and he guessed that Yu Qing would be angry. Yu Qing subconsciously was about to sit up from the sofa, and Yu Yenshin didn't use much effort to recircle her in his arms. There's no point in arguing, just hear me out. Ha, you let go of me. The temperature under Yu Qing's eyes chilled as she looked at the person in front of her, and even with what he said before she became skeptical. That supposed liking, could it be his way of setting the stage for what follows? It's not impossible that he has such a deep heart. Chapter 264, Everything I did was for you. Women usually don't listen to explanations when they're upset, and Yu Yen deeply understands this, but he couldn't just let her go either. It was unknown how long she would be angry again this time. He didn't want to continue this rigid process. Slender legs smoothly pressed down on her unsettled knees. Yu Yenshin leaned down and reached out to pick up her jaw. His demeanor was stoic, as if he was deliberately trying to hold down Yu Qing's uneasiness. Hear me out, Yu Qing. Yu Qing looked at him coldly. The depths of those delicate and beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Half a dozen times, she realized that she couldn't get half as far as she could in a physical confrontation with the man in front of her here. She snorted, a sneer tugging at the corner of her eye. Fine, go ahead. Looking at her eyes mixed with mockery, Yu Yenshin frowned. A few seconds later, his low voice rang out. Not long ago, I looked for you when Donggong went to the air before it started and gave you a contract you didn't sign. Later, that contract was signed by Anju. The resources on the contract basically stayed the same, but I added a clause to it. Yu Qing looked at him coldly, and then, she'd like to see what other flowers he could explain. In response to her sharp attitude, Yu Yenshin only deepened the color of his eyes. The one I added is to unconditionally obey any orders given by the company. That means that from that point on, I signed her not just to get into showbiz. Of course, from the time you rejected my contract, I was no longer prepared to get involved in the entertainment industry. Showbiz is a piece of meat to others, but to me, it's not worth a cent. And then, the only reason why I signed her was because I suddenly felt, she can be a stepping stone for you. His low voice was placed slower than before, and he spoke slowly, quite a bit of a hook. Yu Qing, I signed her just to make her a stepping stone for you. The mockery and sneer under Yu Qing's eyes was gradually obscured by a layer of unknown emotions, and she frowned, still somewhat incomprehensible. Stepping stones? You want to be popular? You want to be on fire? I saw your ambition from the moment we talked about the contract. In a place like the entertainment industry, there's never a shortage of beautiful women. There are more actors and actresses who are good and work hard and are beautiful who are buried. And you know that. You want to be famous. You want to be hot. One step at a time won't do it, and you won't necessarily be famous until you're 30. Yu Yenshin seemed to rub her earlobe soothingly as he spoke, stroking across her pretty side. In that case, put it to death. That day when I went to the set and Rue approached me, she wanted to be popular and hot. She even couldn't wait. I went along with it and agreed to the idea of her stealing your photos to hype up the heat. There is no other reason. Only after the heat is fired up, after countless people fan and Rue, you then come out to express that the photo is you, and by then without proof those people will definitely come to scold you. When they scold you to a climax point, I will release stone-hammered evidence to prove that the photo is you. You bear insults for no reason, and you are robbed of heat for no reason. All these will make passers-by pay attention to you because they pity you. And those who scolded you will loyally fan on you because of their regret, and at the same time, your heat will make more people pay attention to you. But I missed some unexpected things in my calculations, such as the fact that before I could arrange it, you had already come out and admitted that the photo was you, and even went on a live broadcast. Although it still went according to my plan, in the end it was also unexpected. At the same time I also missed out on Anru's true identity. She committed suicide, again outside of the plan. Chapter 265, Yu Yenshin is using her. Yu Qing suddenly felt that he had really belittled the person in front of him. Her mind snapped for so many seconds, after hearing what he said. Yes, for a few seconds she thought of nothing but herself reflected in his deep eyes. She had always felt before that he was setting everything up for Anru, trying to make a profit out of it, even going so far as to step on her. But then again, Anju was not warming up to KR's reputation, and even KR's PR department didn't just cut off the live broadcast when she participated in it, which would have been strange enough. It should be easy for a capitalist, and a big conglomerate like KR, to manipulate the life and death of a variety show. I don't know if it was psychological or what when he said that. These things actually connect, and all of this had developed according to the plan he'd started with up to this point, and at least roughly all of his thoughts hadn't run off the rails. What kind of thoughtfulness and big picture thinking is that? It even coincided with her idea of choosing to hold back from being scolded at the beginning and not directly saying that the photo was her own. And the reason why she came up with this idea was because she had been in the foreign entertainment industry for a few years, and her university studies were in directing, so she had seen quite a lot of curves and twists in the circle. Yu Yenshin, a person who had no contact with the entertainment industry at all before, actually thought of this layer. It was simply a fine thought. Yu Qing actually didn't know what to say for a while. She pursed her watery lips in a deep silence, and only opened her mouth after half a minute. So, did you just watch me get scolded by so many netizens? That internet storm didn't last long either. Did you see all those unpleasant words? Yu Yenshin's eyes were still deep, and after saying so many words, his lips were a little dry. The knot in his throat rolled his shoulders as he spoke. Not long after your live broadcast ended, Fei Hong called me once. She knew everything about my plans and wanted me to help Anru. I said to her, in the entertainment industry, absolute resistance to pressure, and absolute strength, this is a given. Yu Qing, you have to face is not me alone, is the nation's hundreds of millions of viewers. If you are ambitious, you are bound to have the ability to resist pressure and accept the praise or criticism of any ordinary person. Call me hard-hearted or not, I do want to use this one time to exercise you, at least to bring your resistance to pressure up a notch. And he wasn't so cruel to watch her get yelled at after all, so he took it upon himself to go to her house to find her. If she can't carry the pressure and the program moves forward, she will still be whitewashed and then red. But Yu Qing looked as usual, not having any sense of vulnerability at all after being scolded. He felt from that moment that he had underestimated Yu Qing, and even underestimated what he had experienced during those 4 years. Yu Qing felt that what Yu Yenshin said subverted her thoughts for a while, and even a bit subverted her 3 views. How in the world could anyone have set this up like this? Even he had probably calculated her reaction so that it would all make sense into the unfolding. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and Yu Qing reached up and rubbed his temples. You gave me time to think and digest. What he said was clear enough, but Yu Qing was still unable to discard his previous thoughts and accept what he said for a short time. In her eyes, he was a man whose word was profit. Now tell him that the man was completely using Anju, using her, making her a stepping stone for her. This is ruthless and well thought out. Chapter 266, Yu Yenshin. Why have you changed so much now? Yu Yenshin got up in vain. He was not a man of many words in the first place. Even when Yu Qing was angry, he was thinking about not directly letting Yanhong explain all this. What she said was probably more convincing than his. Somewhat dry-mouthed, he reached up and tugged at his tight shirt. A few buttons were casually undone, revealing sharp collarbones. Where's the water? He swept his gaze in all directions. Yu Qing was caught up and fought and pointed in a random direction before remembering that the drinking fountain was broken. She frowned and stood up, absent-mindedly pawing at the hot water bottle to try to pour it. Her hand had only just squeezed the handle when Yu Yenshin stopped her. He reached over and took the kettle of hot water from her hand and opened it lightly. I'll do it. I doubt you'll get scalded again. Oh, okay. Presumably she was probably already a wreck who couldn't do anything in his eyes. After all, he'd done the math a long time ago. Yu Qing's hands took off their strength, and he himself sat down again on the sofa. The silver-gray silk dress glowed differently under the light, reflecting her slender figure. Did you go to see Anju because of guilt? She opened her mouth lightly. He's been using Anju from the beginning, which is why he had Secretary Su visit her when she committed suicide. And that information about Anju that she had seen in his study at home earlier was probably him investigating and confirming whether Anju's real parents were that couple. Guilt? Yu Yenshin chewed on these words, the color under his eyes barely fluctuating. He took a big gulp of water, a droplet rolling off the corner of his lip onto the knot of his throat, an unobtrusive sense of seduction and reserve. The 3 words guilt were too foreign to him. Benefits on the exchange is just. If it is not in ruse greed, she cannot go this step. Yu Yenshin self-confessed that he is not a good person, and the 2 words of guilt will not appear in his body. He had asked Secretary Su to see Anju purely out of affection for that couple. They were the people Yu Qing liked, and at the same time, they were also the witnesses of those days in his high school. But it's too heartless to say outright that he doesn't feel any guilt towards Anju. He narrowed his eyes seemingly imperceptibly for a few seconds before humming. Yes, guilt. Yu Qing felt this way, then said so. It wouldn't show that he was too heartless, and women probably wouldn't like a man who was too heartless. Yu Qing pursed her lips and didn't say anything for half a second. It's a good thing he's still a little human, or she really wouldn't know how to deal with someone with such a deep heart. In case she was included in his calculations, with her current brain circuits, she might not be able to break free at all. Yu Yenshin finished the rest of the water and retraced his steps towards Yu Qing. His posture was still subdued, compared to Yu Qing's change in demeanor. So after all I've said, Qing, do you count me as having cleared my name? Yu Qing didn't know what to say. Say yes? Isn't that too blunt and unreserved? Say it isn't? He spoke at length for such a long time, explaining all the logic clearly and plainly. She then ventured out not 2 words. That is not obvious that she was careful and deliberately tossed him. She stretched out her slender arm and pinned her chin, her eyes lifting to look at the man near her. Yu Yenshin, I'm thinking right now. When you were in high school you were kind of straightforward and lazy to hide a person. How come you've changed so much now? Chapter 267 Asking for a kiss, for MS, RXX. Only the color of the man's eyes as well as his face sank to a degree visible to the naked eye. Caught off guard, the speed was so fast that Yu Qing was stunned for a moment. What did she say that makes her angry? So, you think my current change sucks and disappoints you? His water-moisturized voice was still low, but it didn't have the same raspiness it had before, so although the tone was heavy, it wasn't intimidating. Yu Qing skimmed her mouth. I didn't say that. I just think, you've changed quite a bit, making me feel a bit strange, compared to before, whether it's a 3-way sentimentality or something else. He's pretty much made a not-so-subtle change. If Yu Qing felt a sense of distance from Yu Yenshin before, it was only now that she truly and genuinely recognized how this man had changed in these 4 years. It turns out that a teenager fading away from youthfulness to become what he is now is such a world of difference. Yu Yenshin's face changed in vain, and he pursed his slim, cold lips sullenly. After half a second, he reached out and cupped Yu Qing's jaw. It was still not a light force, but it brought her closer to him. Hot manly breath sprayed onto her face. Since we're strangers, let's get reacquainted. He allowed her to know herself 1,000 times over. But Feng Yi, Fu Zian and the like, not a second time. His voice had always had a strong penetrating power, causing Yu Qing to look slightly stagnant. Seeing that Yu Qing didn't say anything, he only narrowed his deep eyes once again. So now, prideful princess, are you willing to believe in my true heart and my fondness for you? Your Highness, the Princess of Pride. What an embarrassing and bashful term of endearment. Yu Qing's ears instantly turned red, slapping off his hand, pinching his jaw with one hand. Either shout Yu Qing or keep shouting Qing Chang. Don't you use this kind of address to diaphragm people. Yu Yenshin lowered his head and looked askance at his hand that was slapped down. Don't look at Yu Qingren's thin and small strength is really not small, and immediately a small piece of red. The corners of his lips curved in a thin, undetectable arc. What to do? You are such a presence in my eyes. From a young age, she was the little princess of Remote City, and no matter what she experienced when she grew up, she was still a reserved princess in her bones. That's how he felt the first time he saw her after she returned home. It's the fallen aristocrats who tend to be more reserved. Yu Qing had never thought that someone like Yu Yenshin would say such meaty and unashamed words before. It's true that every sultry-looking man has a beast hiding inside. Normally it doesn't come out easily, but when it does, it's really crispy. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything, grabbing the water on the table and drinking it. Yu Yenshin raised his eyebrows in a fine and unnoticeable manner. Deep meaning swept across his brows. Only when Yu Qing finished drinking the water and put down the cup did he upsetly open his mouth. I used that cup. Yu Qing subconsciously coughed. He added, continuing lightly, the water in it, too. I didn't finish. Without waiting for Yu Qing to say something, he continued, you want to kiss me to this point? Indirect kissing is really not suitable for you. If you were to ask for a kiss in a straightforward manner, I would probably agree with you. His tone was clearly calm, but Yu Qing Sheng heard a sense of teasing from it. Words say so much, also not afraid to say a tonsil inflammation. What you said today is enough for you to not have to open your mouth for this year. Right, mister? You? Chapter 268, moving around again, still giving Miss RXX's raise, Yu Yenshin absently straightened up, turned around and sat down, half leaning on that sofa. Talking is much more exhausting than doing, and I've always espoused the philosophy that if you can just do it, don't say it. Yu Qing swept over his clear and languid posture. If you had told me about your scheme early on, there might not have been any of these things afterward. With your pride, you would allow me to pave your way like this? Oh, that too. She wouldn't allow him, who was a stranger at the time, to come and count her out like that, and she wouldn't trust him to waste his mind helping her like that. But now that the wood has been turned, and everything is finalized, she instead does not have too strong a feeling of being counted. It could be that he's always had one purpose in mind, for her good, so she doesn't feel as strongly repulsed, I guess. Yu Qing pursed her lips and stood up with a flourish. Before she could take 2 steps forward, she was pulled downward by a strong force at her side, and her entire body tilted over. By the time she came back to her senses, she was in the man's warm arms. Yu Qing was just about to say something when she heard Yu Yenshin open his mouth by pressing against her ear. Don't ever wear a nightgown like that again. With a man's unique huskiness, it pricked Yu Qing's earlobes. She turned her face sideways to avoid his touch and swept her eyes down to the nightgown she was wearing. What's wrong with the dress? There's nothing leaking, and it's so comfortable to wear. This silk fabric is lightweight whether you're sleeping or doing chores around the house. Yu Yenshin was slightly silent for a few seconds when he heard what she said. His fingertips brushed the delicate fabric, his expression unreal to see the truth. Half a dozen times, he hummed in a low, deep voice, it's not a leak, but what's the point of not leaking? Being circled in his arms, feeling the difference, only to hear. He then opened his mouth, but winter is too cold, and having underfloor heating at home may not completely insulate the cold air. You've been cold since you were a child, and wearing clothes like this in winter will more or less expose you to cold, which is not good. Yu Qing was stunned, then muttered, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't feel cold anyway. Yu Yenshin's eyes lowered to skim over the color of her eyes mixed with rebelliousness and raised an eyebrow. You think it's too late when you feel cold? Why did she think he was sounding more and more like her dad? Her dad's exact words were, it'll be too late when you feel the cold. So all men are the same? Even those like them on top of the business world can't help but mutter and nag. Yu Yenshin's mind moved slightly when he saw her lost in thought. There was a faint scent of her, and he subconsciously circled tighter. Yu Qing, I don't know what you're returning to China for, and why you're so eager for the glitz and glamour of the entertainment industry. I won't deny my disapproval, but what you want, I won't stand in the way. The tone of his voice was extraordinarily clear in the stillness of the space, and had a compelling quality to it. So trust me not to do anything bad to you, and trust me equally not to lie to you. Yu Qing thought. With the intelligence and means of the man in front of me, if he wanted to lie to her, she probably wouldn't find any trace of it at all. And the only reason she happened to catch Secretary Su this time was because he wasn't actually trying to hide anything at all. It was something that if she found out, he would explain as he was doing now. If he didn't find out, he might stay hidden for the rest of his life. No wonder what others say about him, mysterious, unattainable and cruel in his methods. One by one, they were fulfilled. Ha 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 ha, I'm blocked again, I'm crying. This chapter is after revisions and I decided to never mess with colors again. Chapter 269, Yu Qing, marry me. Her eyes twitched as she looked into the deep eyes of the man in front of her. Pursing her lips, she said, would you continue like this even if I never responded to anything I gave you? Looking into her heart, she didn't believe Yu Yenshin was someone who gave without being rewarded. He was a businessman, and businessmen didn't do unprofitable things. Another thing, he was a sort of scummy person 4 years ago. And while it might have been understandable at the time because everyone was immature in their outlook on the three things and did the wrong thing, she still couldn't believe that he would turn out to be a good and pleasant man in a good home after just 4 years. Yu Yan deep eyes looked at her deeply. No, the words he uttered were decisive. Such decisiveness that Yu Qing was briefly staggered. Nothing in the world is unrequited. I'm nice to you because of subconscious instinct, which in turn stems from, well, I like you, but Yu Qing, liking means possession. There is no unrequited love in this world. Just like there is no way for me to watch Fu Ziang hug you without restraint. Unrestrained. The 4 words he said were very soft, but when they fell into Yu Qing's ears, they traveled heavily into his heart. For Yu Yenshin, he actually had emotions that he couldn't restrain, and the source of that emotion was her. Yu Qing suddenly felt a little shaken. She paused for a moment before slowly saying, but liking is very fragile. Liking is an emotion that is no better than love, and better than good feelings. It could be abandoned at any time, but has a reason to persist. Yu Yenshin was only fond of her. She could be dropped again at any time. She didn't dare move forward. The man's eyes gazed deep into hers, where it was dark but dotted with thousands of sakura stars. His low voice was laced with loving implications, and he spat out words that were hard to discern. You want me to love you? Yu Qing was stunned. Not really. If you want me to love you, first you have to give me your hand. The man faintly stroked her soft earlobe. Stop backing away again and again. It was at this moment that Yu Qing suddenly had the illusion of having fallen into a trap. She subconsciously retracted her gaze opposite him and gazed down at her plain white fingers. You let me think. Broken mirrors can't be reunited. And when they are, there are plenty of cracks to show for it. After the reunion, there is a greater probability of a repeat rather than sweetness. The failure of any relationship, be it friendship or love, would send her into a meltdown, and she knew her own heart's capacity to withstand it well. Yu Yenshin had no intention of pushing Yu Qing. He was just trying to get her to take a step forward. He could take 99 steps forward, but the last one had to be hers. He lowered his head and kissed the back of her white hand. I'm 24 this year, and I still have 6 years to fall in love with you. These 6 years are enough to make up for these 4 years we missed. Yu Qing looked at him in dismay. And after 6 years? Get married. Marry me. She never expected to hear Yu Yenshin say such words at such a time, much less thought of marrying him. Yu Yenshin took Yu Qing's stunned expression into his eyes, and his eyes sank. Yu Qing Wu drew back his hand and placed it on his side hanging down. Only just called it like, how come we are talking about marriage? The warmth and softness in his hands suddenly disappeared, and Yu Yenshin subconsciously curled his hand. I always like to see something from the beginning to the end. There were only 2 outcomes for him and Yu Qing. The first, he marries her. The second, she marries him. At least that's what he thinks for now. No one can take from him the woman he wants, and there is no possibility of his woman marrying another man. Chapter 270, Getting Back Together? Married? Yu Qing didn't know what was going through Yu Yenshin's mind, and as she looked at him, she just assumed that he was saying something sweet. But there is no denying that most women have a longing in their hearts for the word marriage. Yu Qing also realized in a flash at this time that when Yu Yenshin was talking about marriage, she actually did not have any repulsion or aversion. She just felt it suddenly. She stood up suddenly from his arms. I'm going to put on some clothes. Not waiting for Yu Yenshin to react, she turned around and went into the bedroom. The man's deep, bottomless gaze followed her back for half a second before he leaned back and reached out to twist the second button on his shirt. Yu Qing went into the bedroom. She leaned against the solid wood door of her bedroom and looked up at the snowy white ceiling. Like, married, back together. These words hovered in her mind. To get back together. Even if there is a 50% chance of a repeat. To get back together. Even if once broken up she might go straight into an emotional death spiral and die in the dark again. To get back together. But the images from 4 years ago seemed to have suddenly awakened at this time. Even his sneering, thinly veiled voice from that time resounded in her head. When Yu Qing came out of the room, there was no one left inside the living room. She paused in her demeanor, and even her pace stopped. sweeping around in all directions. There was no sign of him. Are you gone? Yu Qing was thinking about it when a voice suddenly came from his ear. Yu Qing, turn on the microwave. There's a midnight snack inside. Yu Qing's eyes looked towards the kitchen location. The man took off the ink-colored suit he was wearing. The cufflinks of his white shirt were pulled up, and he appeared to be in the process of cutting fruits. The lighting inside the kitchen was warm, dim and soft, and even though she had just come out of a dark bedroom she didn't feel any discomfort. She glanced up at the time, 1 o'clock in the morning. In fact, her routine was so disorganized that she tended to fall asleep at 2 or 3 o'clock, since filming starts around 8 o'clock, and most of the time the main actors are filmed in the morning and it's her turn in the afternoon. She's too lazy to change her routine. Not sleepy now, even a little hungry. Yu Yenshin's midnight snack came at just the right time. She narrowed her eyes and turned to open the microwave to pull out her evening snack. Steamed eggs, she said faintly. Mister, you was really pleasant to be around. Yu Yenshin raised his eyes and swept her a glance. Someone doesn't seem to have a point in his heart. My time has always been precious. Making you a late-night snack is nothing more than fearing that you'll be hungry. Oh, thank you then. Yu Qing walked over to him and picked up a spoon and dug into a mouthful of steamed egg. TCH, mister, you deserves to be mister. You, he's a decathlon. Making a steamed egg is so delicious. Yu Yenshin lowered his eyes and swept a glance at her. You didn't eat a single bite of food at the bureau where Feng Yi took you to pay Xiang at night. Yu Qing was stunned for a moment. She didn't eat? Didn't I have a glass of lemonade? A glass of lemonade and you call it food? Yu Qing lowered her head and ate the fragrant soft steamed egg without saying anything. She actually really didn't like to eat at night. The actress's body and face value was the rice bowl, but Yu Yenshin's cooking really had something. She couldn't top it. The bowl of steamed eggs went down in a moment, and Yu Yenshin absently pushed down his sleeve and pushed the fruit cut into plates in front of her eyes. Eat if you want to. If you don't want to put it away for tomorrow morning. Yu Qing didn't say anything, and only after half a second did he let out a low oh. He was so nice to her. It really made her want to get back together. Chapter 271, Yu Qing, do you take me for a sage? Looking down askance at her eating, Yu Yenshin lowered his eyes and swept the watch he wore on his wrist. Lowering his hand, he opened his mouth unintentionally. What is Feng Yi doing taking you over to Fujian? He watched clearly from the side as Feng Yi carried her and went over to Fujian. To put it bluntly, he poured Fujian's bucket of ice water, and he was a bit wronged. Everyone knows that Fujian's first love was a heavenly fairy who floated around and died in a car accident. Yu Qing Walk is also the hang of the heavenly fairy. Fujian saw her thought to see his first love. Plustering too much to recognize the wrong person is not impossible. After all, it wasn't him who took the initiative to contact Yu Qing. It was Yu Qing who went over first, but he deserved it if he hugged and tried to kiss. Yu Qing looked at the half-empty bowl and thought for a moment that it wasn't impossible to tell Yu Yenshin. I'm going to sign Star Scorch. Fujian is a busy man. I can't wait for him to come to me. That's too passive. I just want to be more proactive, more or less attract his attention. I also didn't expect that he seemed to recognize the wrong person. Yu Yen's deep eyes swept deeply over her face. Before Yu Qing could notice her sight, she reached out and snatched her bowl. Yu Qing, then, under Yu Qing's eyes that still hadn't come back to her senses, he single-handedly poured out the unfinished steamed egg inside her bowl. Yu Yenshin, what are you smoking? It was so hard for her to eat something and he gave it back to her. Didn't he just say that she didn't eat anything at night? Yu Yenshin turned to face her, his dark eyes reflecting her slightly stunned expression. Yu Qing, open your eyes to see who is in front of you. Yu Qing was stunned as his hot breath came on his face. Who else could it be? Yu Yenshin? Who is Yu Yenshin? What the hell are you smoking? Yu Yenshin reached out and awarded her face, forcing her to meet his eyes. I'm the president of KR, and you don't know what KR's status is in Yaochang? Yu Qing frowned. What does that have to do with me? Yu Yenshin straightened up and reached down to tug on his cufflinks. The president of KR is in front of you and you have countless opportunities to become the boss's wife. Yet you tell me that you're going after Fu Xiang, that you're signing Star Scorch, and that you're going to climb up from the grassroots as a small artist. Yu Qing, you've got your brain full of eggs. Ha! His tone contained a shallow mockery, and it wasn't all that sharp, as if he couldn't understand Yu Qing's brain circuits and found it funny. Yu Qing took 2 seconds to understand what Yu Yenshin meant. Oh, he thought she signed up for Starbrands because of its many resources and industry visibility, and thought she wanted to climb up from the lowest rung of the Starbrands ladder after she signed. He's thinking too much. I didn't sign up for Starbrands because of resources or anything. She frowned, like she was trying to say something, but it seemed complicated and hard to say outright. Yu Yenshin swept his cold eyes over her. Then you are looking at Fu Xiang? Love him so much that you don't even care about his resources? Yu Qing was silent. It was only a few seconds later, under the man's pointed gaze, that she said, somewhat breathlessly, you seem like a vinegar jar, or the plus-sized kind. She and Fu Xiang had a one-sided relationship. So where was the look up or down? There isn't a man in this world who tolerates his woman thinking about other men. Yu Qing, do you take me for a sage? When did I miss Fu Xiang? And when did I become your woman? Yu Qing felt a bit of a headache. But this is something that can't really be explained at a moment's notice. Chapter 272, she couldn't breathe. With four eyes facing each other, Yu Yenshin's eyes sank. I have a cat to give her nice food and clothes and she knows to respond. You are more cold-blooded than a cat. As the words fell from his lips, he clasped the watch on his wrist and lifted his steps toward the door. Yu Qing froze a little, and in the next second, she almost subconsciously pulled Yu Yenshin's arm. What are you doing? You're leaving? It's 2 a.m. The middle of the night is the coldest in the city of Yao, and he's leaving at this hour? Yu Qing was actually ready to let him sleep in the guest room. Where would he go in the middle of the night? Yu Yenshin frowned as he looked at her hand clutching his arm. But in the end, he didn't rip her away. Just a little chilly in tone. I was furious when Banquet read and I happened to run into you, and I'm not allowed to be angry at you for throwing yourself at Xion? It's a great way to put jealousy so bluntly, rather than having that small-mindedness. For the first time, Yu Qing felt that when a man was jealous, it seemed to kinda fulfill certain empty emotions in her heart. She blinked and released her grip on his arm. The color of Yu Yenshin's eyes seemed to sink even further. Alright, then you go. Yu Qing turned around and handed him the small bowl of fruit he had cut on the table. You cut it, you can take it with you as well. Her eyes were bright and moving, like they were untouched by any dust. With four eyes, Yu Yenshin clenched his back teeth grooves. He took the bowl of fruit from Yu Qing's hands and in the next second, threw it straight into the trash basket behind him. Before Yu Qing could react, smoothly pulling her arm, he inserted his fingers into the gaps of her dark hair, forcing her to raise her head while he directly kissed her like this. I'm not just learning from you. Where did I provoke you? Didn't he do the same thing before outside the door by retreating? She just did what she was told and he was so angry. Angry that she learned her own ploy? Learn from me? The man's breath sprayed on her eyebrows, causing Yu Qing to subconsciously close her eyes. And with the eyes closed, the sense of touch and hearing instead became clearer. Yu Qing wanted to say something, and the latter directly interrupted her desire to lash out. Sleepy, take me to the guest room. I have to go to work early tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. And the high-level meeting is at 8:30 a.m. Yu Qing, you want me to be late for work for the first time in 4 years? Yu Qing wanted to say that it's none of her business if you're late, yet Yu Yenshin acted as if he could read minds. He rubbed her hair in what seemed like a few moments of helplessness, more like light teasing. There are only 2 reasons why I am late. 1, death, and 2, Yu Qing. Since I'm not dead, they'll naturally associate it with who prevented me from going to work. Do you want to be labeled as confusing the country before you're even the boss's wife? Why don't you go into comedy if you're so articulate? Chapter 273, eaten by him. Yu Yenshin swept his brows over her indifferently. It's not impossible. You come to sing a duet with me? Oh, turn right out the door and go straight ahead a few steps. See the black door and the second one is the guest room. A thin smile dipped out from the bottom of the man's eyes, and before he left, he didn't forget to reach out and pinch her face, which was full of collagen. Good boy. Day 2. Yu Qing woke up with a start and opened his eyes to a snow-white ceiling. She took nearly 3 minutes to clear her mind, then sat up from the bed. It's true that daydreaming and night dreaming, Yu Yenshin has been occupying too large a part of her life lately, and she's dreaming about him in the middle of the night. Of course, the dream was definitely not of good content. She tried to remember, before she remembered that the dream was kinda metaphysical. Yu Yenshin turned into a wolf, or a wolf king. She turned into a little white rabbit that only eats grass. The wolf caught the white rabbit and instead of biting it to death, he played with it as a leather ball, kicked and kicked and kicked until finally got bored and took her in his mouth. She was covered in secretions from the inside of the wolf's mouth. Disgusted enough that she couldn't help but stare at her red eyes, he let go of his mouth and then slapped her into the dirt. That's right, in the dirt. Yu Qing had already woken up early in the morning with a belly full of sulkiness. She remembers that Yu Yenshin was at least a little bit of a small puppy tendency 4 years ago, and when she said 1 he said 2. Now that she said 1, he could list 100 reasons to say 2 to convince her. After getting out of bed and washing up, she walked out to the table where some breakfast bar had been set up with a clear cover over it to keep it from getting cold and hard. Yu Qing frowned. Where's the other guy? Without waiting for her to think about it in detail, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Mr. Yu, breakfast is on the table. Milk is warming in the pot. You can eat less if you are not used to breakfast, but you must drink the milk. What is this old father's tone really for? Yu Qing typed a few words to reply back, but after thinking about it, he deleted it. Sent an emoji that Nguyen had sent her that she thought was kinda cute to send. Wang Nima smiles. All she wanted to do now was smile. Yu Yenshin looked at Yu Qing's reply and frowned. The secretary at his side was reporting on his work and unintentionally swept over his own president's cell phone. As a result, the emoji of Nima Wang was seen. He broke down in a flash, and coughed furiously several times. And, who will tell him that the president, who is as high and cool as this, as reserved as this, as indifferent as this, will have such filth in his cell phone? The secretary's cough caught the man's attention, and Yu Yenshin lifted his eyes to scan him. Got a fly in your throat, did you? Do you need to leave the office for treatment? The secretary rushed back and laughed awkwardly a few times. No, of course not. Where did I just read? The secretary, who had been surprised by Wang Nima's emoticons to the point of losing the ability to think logically, fell into silence. Yu Yenshin tended to think of Secretary Su at this time. At least he doesn't giggle halfway through reading a document. He scanned the date with downcast eyes. It's time to come back, far away from Africa. Secretary Su, who had already blended in with the skin color of the locals, sneezed against the blazing sun in the construction site. It must be Mr. You bad-mouthing him again. You can Baidu search for Wang Nima emoticons, haha, really funny. Also, Xing only posted that emoticon because she looked at how ugly and cute it was, definitely not because she really thought it was cute. Sweeten the deal tonight. Equals. Develop a relationship. Chapter 274, there's something on the corner of your lips, 2 shifts in 1. The remote city is entering winter, one of the coldest phases of the year. In the past few days, Ruan Xiao had arranged for Yu Qing to receive a few advertising endorsements, and there were also new dramas that came to her, many of good quality and even a female lead, but Yu Qing hadn't even given a reply yet. She's waiting. After filming a milk tea endorsement ended, Yu Qing's cell phone came with a text message, sent from an unknown number. Hello, I'm the full-time secretary of Mr. Fu under Star Scorch Entertainment and Film. May I ask when you're free so that we can meet? That bucket of water probably didn't anger Pei Zion, and Fu Ziong understood her mind through and through. When she received the news, Yu Qing had just finished removing her heavy makeup. The fatigue of the past few days had made her a little sleepy mentally, so she lit a cigarette and smoked it slowly. Half a dozen times, she answered back. Hello, I'll be waiting for you at the Starburns downstairs cafe around 4 in the afternoon. After the message went out, it took her a moment before she suddenly remembered something. Reaching out, he tapped WeChat and sent a voice to Yu Yenshin. I have something to talk about this afternoon, so we won't have dinner together. We'll meet up later. She's been very busy these past few days, and she's pushed back the few times Yu Yenshin has asked her out. This morning she promised him to have afternoon tea together this afternoon, and now Starburns business is obviously more important. Afternoon tea can be had anytime, she thought. Yu Yenshin's side was silent for a while. Yu Qing thought he was probably busy? She then didn't think too much of it and was just about to put her phone down when the message popped up. Yu Yenshin also returned a voice message to her. The voice was even lower and more magnetic when played on the cell phone, rolling into her heart. Xing, I haven't seen you for 3 days. Like some huffy aggression, unspeakable helplessness and pampering just spread out. Yu Qing pursed her lips as an unknown emotion passed from her heart to her fingertips. She typed a few words out. We have many more 3 days. There are many more 3 days where we can meet. There was no positive response to whether he was together or not, but the pattern of getting along had subtly changed. As for what happened 4 years ago, if she could, she would slowly pretend it never happened. If you can. 4 p.m. sharp. Yu Qing got out of the car and put on his sunglasses, walking into the coffee shop, obviously the most ordinary and low-profile dress. But on the contrary, the moment she appeared, people subconsciously side-eye. She is like in the crowd will glow. Finding her previously reserved seat, a man was already waiting for her. Yu Qing thought it was Fu Ziong's secretary. What I didn't expect was that it was Fu Ziong himself. There was a brief moment of dismay for a few seconds, and then she reached up and removed her sunglasses and turned to her seat. Mr. Fu, I thought it was your secretary who was coming, but it's actually you yourself? Fu Ziong was born clean and refined, and within this group of tycoons in the remote city, only Fu Ziong was born the most beautiful, the kind of beautiful like a woman. Narrow phoenix eyes narrowed as he likewise mentally praised the woman in front of him with the word beautiful. Praising the beauty, he couldn't help but think of another. The other? A woman who looked a lot like Yu Qing, but had long since disappeared from the earth. His days and nights are hard, his white moonshine. Mr. Yu's woman should be taken more or less seriously. The expression on Yu Qing's face paused, and then quickly returned to normal. Mr. Fu is joking. You are looking for me today. Fu Ziong pointed to the papers on the desktop. Jane Yen appalled. Star Scorch Mutual Entertainment, the current leading company in the entertainment industry. Its female groups are 12, and its male groups are more than 20. There are 8 first-tier young flowers and 2 movie queens. One of them, Chen Jinxiu, from Grass in the Dust, for years topped the movie queen. Ms. Yu, I'm now solemnly launching an invitation towards you, hoping that you can join Star Scorch Mutual Entertainment. Of course, Your resources are much better than Shen Jinxiu back then. If you're willing to cooperate, with your strength coupled with my ability, you can achieve whatever you want. He didn't know why Yu Qing didn't sign KR, but it didn't matter. Yu Qing was interested in Starburns, and it just so happened that he was interested in her as well. A newcomer who was blacked out all over the internet and then flipped strong. A 21-year-old girl with a future that desperately needs to be explored. There is more beauty in the thorn bush that wants to break out of the ground than in the delicate roses that are pampered and infused with love. You, I admire you. It all came seemingly out of nowhere, and in reality everything behind it is clear only to those involved. She paused for a few seconds before signing her name on the document. Reaching out to push the document over, she smiled and said, I heard that Chen Jinxiu returned to China yesterday. Is it the end of her Hollywood trip? Fu Ziong thought for a moment. She's not suited for the foreign market, and after she comes back she's going to keep developing domestically. Yu Qing didn't say anything else, and hidden in his eyes were obscure thoughts. After finishing the negotiation, it was dark and drizzling a little. Yu Qing stood in front of the coffee shop looking up at the sky with her eyes raised, and when Fu Ziong glanced over sideways, her warm and beautiful side face was reflected in his eyes. Yu Qing's prettiness is unoffensive, yet almost instantly stunning. Fu Ziong pursed his lips. Mr. Fu, then I'll take a taxi and leave first. Before Yu Qing could finish her words, Fu Ziong interrupted her. Tonight I would like to have dinner with my new employee. What do you think? Those phoenix eyes gazed at Yu Qing, their eyes almost pure without impurities. By the way, get to know each other a little bit. Yu Qing subconsciously tried to refuse. She was actually prepared to go to Yu Yenshin's company in the evening to bring him dinner. After all, he was pigeonholed for 3 days, but the man in front of him was his new boss. She was silent for a few seconds. Good, it's just one meal, and you can deliver it when you're done. Fu Ziong narrowed his eyes. After all, he was the star-scorched CEO, and Fu Ziong chose a very upscale Western restaurant for the evening. Yu Qing got out of the car, and he was considerate enough to open the umbrella and give her a little support. She raised her eyes to him, just in time to run into his eyes that didn't have much of a ripple. Thanks. No. Fu Ziong didn't say anything, just followed Yu Qing into the store. Didn't let her get a bit of rain. There was no room downstairs in the store, so we had to go to the box on the second floor. Yu Qing was a bit uncomfortable at first, but Fu Ziong looked as usual, and she eventually gradually let go and adapted, mainly because of the owner's gentle attitude. The meal lasted almost 20 minutes, and when it was over, Yu Qing gathered her things and prepared to stand up. Fu Ziong suddenly reached out and wiped the corner of her lips. Yu Qing was frozen in place. Fu Ziong rather elegantly pulled out a napkin and wiped his fingers, smiling faintly towards Yu Qing. Sorry, there was something on the corner of your lips. I subconsciously wiped it. OCD, can you understand? Yu Qing felt that she couldn't say 4 words about not being able to understand at this time either. She stood up calmly. Thank you. Under the dappled light, Fu Ziong swept his gaze over a Kion parked downstairs. He frowned, and even his subdued posture stiffened. It's probably going to be like this from now on. 2 chapters combined. I don't know why, but everyone seems to do it anyway, and so do I. Chapter 275, Mr. You had a car accident. Mr. Fu, aren't you leaving? Yu Qing stood at the entrance of the box and looked back. Fu Ziong's gaze seemed to be still paused downstairs. He was silent for half a second and looked to Yu Qing on one side. Have some dessert before you go. Although Yu Qing had already packed up and was standing at the door, but the boss had opened his mouth and couldn't not accompany a dessert. Anyway, dinner was served. She turned with a smile and resumed her seat. The eyes followed Fu Ziong's line of sight downward and saw nothing. Looks like it's snowing. No wonder it's been so cold the last few days. A layer of clean white had been laid on the ground, and she hadn't noticed the tire tracks of the car that hadn't yet been buried by the light snow. Miss Yu, what would you like to eat? Fu Ziong raised his eyes to Yu Qing. Yu Qing froze before casually ordering a mango mousse. Dessert came up and she didn't take more than a few bites. A little distracted. In fact, she wanted to go and deliver dinner to Yu Yenshin. You doesn't want to eat with me? Fu Ziong probably saw her absent-mindedness and opened his mouth lightly. Yu Qing just smiled faintly. You are the boss. Didn't say I wanted to. Didn't say I didn't want to. But it was euphemistic enough for Fu Ziong to probably understand how she was feeling right now. She didn't really want to eat something here with him. She was just staying in the way of you being the boss. There was a flash of dismay under Fu Ziong's eyes before he laughed lightly. If you don't want to, then go. Yu Qing lowered her head and opened her cell phone to check the time. It was already around 10 o'clock. While looking at the time, she also saw that WeChat had a few unread messages. She clicked on it and it was sent by Yu Yenshin. Where? Yu Qing, speak. Yu Qing looked at these 2 messages and only felt that she sensed that Yu Yenshin was probably not in a very good mood. She thought it was probably because she hadn't seen him in the last few days? Or is he a little pissed off because she pigeonholed him today? Yu Qing thought for a moment. On the way home. It is indeed on its way home now. She kept her gaze on her cell phone as she descended the stairs, and Fu Ziong seemed to have noticed something, but didn't say anything about it. Walking to the entrance of the Western restaurant, she looked at the snow-filled sky, which had a tendency to get heavier and heavier. Looking sideways at Fu Ziong on one side. I'll take a taxi home by myself. I don't need you to send me. It's troublesome if we don't go by the same way. Fu Ziong nodded after a moment of thought. Be safe, and I'm glad to have you as a co-worker. Me too. As the words fell, Yu Qing swept a glance at her cell phone. Yu Yanchen still didn't reply to her. Her sixth sense made her feel that Yu Yanchen might be angry, but reason told her that he might be busy in his day-to-day life as well. After waiting for a while and still no news, Yu Qing simply didn't wait any longer. Chang'an Road. The black Cayenne was extraordinarily fast in the snowy sky, causing the cars around it to take turns avoiding it. The interior of the car was obscure, with only the light of a cell phone flickering on one side. His brow furrowed as the image of her and Fu Ziong eating together came to mind, and she told him he was on his way home. Tonight Secretary Su came back. He booked the Western restaurant as a sort of pick-me-up for Secretary Su. He's been with him for 4 years after all. What he didn't expect was that Secretary Su didn't wait for him. He first saw Yu Qing and Fu Ziong talking and laughing as they ate. It wasn't just Fu Ziong and Yu Qing that came to his mind, but even there was a scene from 4 years ago when he was at the airport. His cell phone vibrated and he swept a sideways glance at it. Fu Moichi's phone. A pang of frustration spread through his heart. He casually tapped to connect and put on his Bluetooth headset. Speak. Fu Moe should also be heard. Yu Yanshin mood is not good. Hesitation for a moment before slowly said, I have the media over here photographed Yu Qing and Fu Ziong dinner. They are ready to take this fired topic. I first stopped. You look at how to deal with this matter. Fu Moe's feelings with Yu Yanshin almost dropped to the freezing point because of the last incident. The only reason he stopped this thing was to ease his feelings. By the way, tell Yu Yanshin about this, so that he knows about it. He didn't force Yu Qing and Fu Ziong to have dinner, so he can't be held responsible for it when the time comes. Yu Yanshin's brows seemed to be furrowed even tighter. The road in front of him was empty, and he accelerated without moving. Even the soundproofed glass was hard to block the sound of the cold wind whistling past the window. Fu Moe's hesitant and nervous voice in his ear is still saying, Brother Shen, I told you before, Yu Qing this person, said you and said I said bad things about her. When has she ever had fewer men around her? Do you really think that she can't do without you? The man's eyes were cloudy as he fought against the back of his teeth, clutching the steering wheel with one hand, like he was thinking about something. He spoke half a dozen times. Yu Qing is an entertainer. Don't spread the news about her and Fu Ziong. Block them all. Don't post a single one. Fu Moichi, dare he say half a day is not useful at all. Yu Yanshin this is planted Yu Qing hands is it? Without waiting for him to continue saying something, the man's cold and indifferent voice came again. And don't badmouth her in front of me. You're not qualified. Then again, the call was simply hung up. Fu Moe gritted his teeth and looked at his cell phone. He was so willing to give him a lowdown in exchange for this? After hanging up Fu Moe's phone, the next second, the cell phone rang again. Yu Yanshin thought it was Fu Moe on the head, just ready to hang up. Fixed his mind to see. The caller is Yu Xiao Princess. Yu Qing called Yu Yanshin twice but no one answered. She simply sent a WeChat to Secretary Su asking about Yu Yanshin's schedule, and got the news that Yu Yanshin had pigeonholed him for the night. Secretary Su even spat at her, but as a result of asking around, he didn't know where Yu Yanshin had gone. Yu Qing stood by the window and saw that a thin layer of snow had already spread on the road. Why didn't Yu Yanshin answer the phone on such a snowy day? She sent him a few more messages, and they were still stone cold. Yu Yanshin would be so angry because she didn't meet with him that he wouldn't answer his phone or return messages. And even his secretary didn't know about the disappearance of the trip? Yu Qing found this unreasonable and impossible. But right now, there really wasn't any way she could reach him. After almost another hour, Yu Qing still hadn't gotten any news from Yu Yanshin. It was at this point that she also developed a sense of foreboding, and women's senses have always been accurate. Secretary Su's phone call came in succession at this time, and Yu Qing gazed at the phone for a few seconds before connecting it. Secretary Su's breathless voice came this way. You, Miss Yu, come to the Central Hospital. Mr. Yu has been in a car accident. Car accident. The phone was cut off and Yu Qing froze for a few seconds, and then immediately stood up. Didn't even change his clothes, changed his shoes and directly pulled open the door. The door had just opened to see a man standing in front of it. Fu Ziong's expression was a bit difficult to say. Miss Yu, after thinking about it, I still have something to tell you. Chapter 276, Sudden Car Accident, Death. Yu Qing now had the word car accident left in his head. It's not impossible to get into a car accident on a snowy day like this, But it's snowy days like this that make car accidents worse. Wait until I come back. She pushed Fu Ziong away and turned around. Fu Ziong frowned and reached out to tug on Yu Qing's arm. This matter cannot be delayed. Yu Yinxin's character, he asked himself that although he wasn't exactly in depth, he did understand it. Men like him are either unfaithful 100 times over or bottomless in their favoritism. In case he was the former to Yu Qing, then wouldn't he be spoiling someone's marriage like this? Yu Qing was a bit annoyed, and her anger got the better of her and she flung Fu Ziong's hand away with a backhand. I said, wait for me to come back. Caught off guard and thrown off, Fu Ziong froze, not yet having reacted from Yu Qing's previous, albeit detached but gentle mood, as the woman turned around in her thin clothes and walked away. Almost subconsciously, he reached out and took her arm again. Before Yu Qing could get angry again, he immediately opened his mouth. There are almost no cars outside. You can't get a cab, and it's slow to call a drop now. If your matter is urgent, I can give you a ride. When they arrived at the hospital, Yu Qing had just gotten out of the car when Fu Ziong threw a suit jacket on her. Cover up first, you'll freeze to death like that. Yu Qing hadn't actually been feeling cold, and it was only when Fu Ziong said so that she noticed a little chill. She had come out in a hurry. That is, she had come out in a layer of fall pajamas, and it was still snowing. Thanks. Yu Qing thanked him, turned around and went into the hospital. Fu Ziong stood silent for a moment before following. Following the information sent by Secretary Su, Yu Qing went directly to the 24th floor. But I don't know if she was late or what, but there was no one on the 24th floor. She smoothly pulled the nurse on the side. Excuse me, is there a patient here with the name Yu? Car accident? Last name Yu? I can't remember the last name. The patient from the car accident died from resuscitation. Passed away? Yes. Are you a member of his family? Go now and you should still be able to see the last of him. Yu Qing almost subconsciously disengaged and let go of the hand pulling on the nurse. Passed away. Her mind went blank almost the instant she heard those two words. It was quiet all around, and so was she. When Fu Ziong followed him up, what he saw was Yu Qing standing in place, her slim shoulders draped in his suit. The whole person was fragile as if a gust of wind could blow it down. You, what's wrong with you? He took 2 steps forward and his suit fell to the floor. He was stunned for a moment and happened to meet Yu Qing's line of sight. The nurse said Yu Yinxin is dead. Her eyes were red, perhaps from the wind. Fu Ziong's pupils shrunk dramatically. You came to the hospital just to see him? Almost subconsciously, he associated it with the series of events in which Yu Yinxin saw him eating with Yu Qing, left in anger and then had a car accident that resulted in his untimely death. Looking at the pale little face of the woman in front of him, dryness surged to his heart. What I'm going to tell you before is that I seem to have seen Yu Yinxin's car downstairs when I was eating with you, and then the car disappeared. He should have seen me eating with you so dash. Before Fu Ziong could finish his words, Yu Qing turned around and ran towards the elevator. With a low curse, he picked up his suit from the floor and followed. If Yu Yinxin really dies, he'll be responsible, whether it's to him or to Yu Qing. The reason why he didn't tell Yu Qing in the first place was mainly because, last time, Yu Yinxin's bucket of water in the end still made him unhappy. He didn't tell Yu Qing that he saw Yu Yinxin there, but also held the intention to let Yu Yinxin misunderstand and let him be angry for a while. He didn't expect so much to follow, and he ended up finding Yu Qing's house to try to go and explain things to her. The elevator door opened. Yu Qing had just gone in on the front foot, and Fu Ziong followed on the back foot. I'm sorry for not telling you the truth about what happened first. I know it's too late to say anything now, and I don't have the words to express how sorry I am, but I want you to be strong now. Tough what? Mr. Fu, why are you with you? It was only at this moment that Fu Ziong realized that there was another person inside the elevator besides Yu Qing. He looked at this person and felt familiar, and after thinking for half a day, he remembered that this seemed to be Yu Yinxin's secretary. Secretary Su looked at the two people in front of her with a confused expression. Miss Yu, Mr. Yu is in the hospitalization department. What are you still doing here? If Yu Qing's mind was blank before, it was now instantly filled with countless contents. She looked at the person in front of her with red eyes. Hospitalization? And then as if she realized something, she said in a hoarse voice, I know you're trying to comfort me. Secretary Su had a question mark on her face. You, it's not you who had a car accident with Mr. Yu, so what am I comforting you for? Fu Ziong was an onlooker, and at this moment gradually realized that something was wrong. Secretary Su, Yu Yinxin isn't dead, is he? Secretary Su's eyes changed in a flash as she looked at him. Who the hell are you cursing? Mr. Yu, will definitely live longer than you. Fu Ziong frowned. I didn't curse him, it's Miss Yu who just ran into a nurse. The nurse said that Mr. Yu is gone, but now that you're saying this, I think we need to sort things out first now. Yu Qing hadn't said a word the whole time, and was uncharacteristically quiet. It was also at this time that Secretary Sue realized that Yu Qing was wearing a sleepy, bloodless face. He was silent for 2 seconds, silently opened his mouth. Miss Yu, I'm really sorry, I seem to have given you the wrong floor before. Mr. Yu is on the 14th floor. Now it has been transferred to the inpatient department. He's not much of a problem. It's just a small bruise. You know, the harm will be left behind for 1,000 years. Yu Qing was still in a bit of a trance as she stood in front of Yu Yenshin's hospital room door. It went from being fine to an inexplicable car accident. From dead to not dead. Fu Ziong couldn't look away, but still draped the suit over her. This time it's his fault. Yu Qing didn't pay attention to the movement behind him and reached out to push open the door to the hospital room. The ward was bright, but empty. Yu Yenshin was half sitting on the hospital bed, his white shirt cufflinks pulled up, his arm wrapped in a layer of white gauze. There were also some marks on his neck, not clear or shallow, but extraordinarily clear. Seeing the door of the room suddenly pushed open and touching her pale face, his expression sank. Who sent you? As the words fell out of his mouth, he seemed to notice that his tone was a bit fierce, and hesitated for a moment or didn't explain. Yu Qing's eyes were red and tight, but no tears ever fell. She bit her lip and looked at the man in the hospital room. Can I come when you're dead? Chapter 277. Yu Qing, don't cry. Yu Yenshin fell into a short silence. You want me dead so bad? Yu Qing didn't say a word. Her lips pursed tightly. Half a dozen times, she turned directly from the front of the ward. The suit jacket draped casually over his shoulder fell to the floor, and the man's eyes paused on it for a moment in a ghostly, inscrutable way. He didn't have the intention of chasing out, but only looked at Fu Ziong, who was still standing in the same place, with obscure eyes. The voice was a little low and moony, and it clearly reached Fu Ziong's ears. Mr. Fu, people can't come back from the dead. Fu Ziong's face changed almost instantly. He didn't want to get into a head-on conflict with Yu Yenshin, which is why he went back to Yu Qing afterward to tell her the truth about what happened. Yu Yenshin, this person, he usually lazy to take care of you. Once you do something to make him upset, he will directly out of that kind of isolated posture, with absolute suppression, insight into your psychology, and then a little bit of crushing you. It's a common trick he uses in the mall, and he's almost undefeated. I just bought her dinner. Although he really intended to want to find the shadow of the lost person in Yu Qing's body, he also knew that a person could not come back from the dead. Yu Yenshin, even in a sitting position, the momentum is enough to oppress Fu Ziong. His eyebrows swept over his face. 1 meal or 2 meals, I'm not interested. Yu Qing is my woman. A little bit of crooked thinking you are not qualified to save. Understand? Fu Ziong frowned. Also, being a man, he disliked this feeling of being oppressed, but he remained silent and didn't say anything after all. Yu Qing actually didn't really understand why he suddenly ran out. Obviously she should have been at his side at that point. She actually heard the words he passed away in a state of near daze throughout, but at the sight of him alive and well, with a tone of indifference dash who sent you? Of the moment, she couldn't hold back her emotions right then and there. It was as if he didn't actually need her attention and all her nervousness was superfluous. The wind outside is very cold, probably blowing for a long time. Rather than feeling anything, she was just sitting quietly on the edge of the flower bed downstairs from the hospital in a set of off-white pajamas. People passing by looked at her with some suspicion, and even more thought that this might have been a runaway from the mental hospital in the back, who's dressed like this in the cold to goof off. Yu Qing really can't feel the cold, probably because she has been frozen more. This kind of weather is nothing. She just came out to get some air and relieve her mood. Sitting on the edge of the flower bed with her knees hugged, her presence bordered on the possibility of being ignored. Snowflakes were falling on her hair, and Yu Qing blinked, her vision blurring a little before her eyes. She reached up to try and flick the snow off her eyelashes, and just as she lifted her hand, her whole body suddenly lifted off into the air. You're out in the snow dressed like that to get wet. Are you trying to get into the same hospital room as me? She was swept into a still warm embrace, and there was a dense vibrating sound at her chest. She raised her eyes almost instantly to his angular jaw. Why did you come out dash before the words left her mouth? Her gaze went to his arm wrapped in gauze, and she subconsciously had to go down from his arms, only to be encircled even tighter by him. You're hurt and you're still hugging me. Don't you want your arm? Her slender willow eyebrows suddenly frowned tightly as she looked at the man in front of her, her eyes blooming with anger. Yu Yenshin ignored her protests and carried her towards the hospital. Yu Qing subconsciously tried to struggle in protest, and before he could move twice, Yu Yenshin stopped his steps. You want to rip the fresh stitches out of my hand? His voice was low. 8 stitches and the anesthetic is just wearing off. Don't move if you want me to have less pain. She didn't know how she could describe what she was feeling right now. Looking down at the gauze on his arm, it looked as if it would burst through and bleed the next second. Yu Qing subconsciously lightened his body, though it didn't help. Entering the elevator. The elevator was originally sort of crowded with people, and I don't know what happened, but seeing this scene in front of them, many people got off the elevator. Yu Qing buried her face in front of his chest. His dull heartbeat rang in his ears just then. A sound. Half a dozen times, the elevator arrives at the station. Only then did she raise her eyes to the side of his face that had little warmth. Here we are. You put me down. Yu Yenshin ignored Yu Qing's protests, and Yu Qing didn't quite dare to struggle because of what he had said before, for fear of actually ripping open his wounds. Secretary Su had just come back from getting anti-inflammatory medication or something, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she braked in place, turned around and went straight back to the elevator. Stretching out a head, he waved towards Yu Qing. "Ms. You, if it's inconvenient for Mr. You to eat or drink, remember to shout at me." It was as if he intentionally aggravated that word sprinkle. Yu Yenshin's eyes swept over, and Secretary Su disappeared in place. "You put me down, ah." Yu Yenshin carried Yu Qing into the hospital room and casually used his other uninjured arm to push the door shut. Before Yu Qing realized what he was up to, he threw her onto the hospital bed. The hospital bed was soft in winter, and it seemed to be soaked with his scent. Before Yu Qing could sit up, the man leaned down and leaned in. One arm was braced against her side, the other injured arm dangling in the air. "Just run what? Feeling aggrieved by my tone? Is not." Yu Yenshin frowned, yanking the cup on one side with one hand, covering her thin body in it before stopping. "So it was worrying about me, running out the door without any clothes on. Sad to see me hurt and hide and cry?" The temperature in the room rose, and Yu Qing's bloodless face gradually regained some color. She bit her lip. "I was pretty worried about you, but I didn't cry." She hadn't even cried before when she thought he was really dead. What was there to cry about when she saw him safe and sound? Yu Yenshin's expression was very light. His warm fingers tickled the messy hair on her face. "Your eyes were very red at that time when you just pushed the door in." "That's the wind blowing," Yu Qing explained with hardly any hesitation. Yu Yenshin's expression didn't have many ripples, and it was only after a few seconds that he let out a low and deep "hmm." "I didn't mean to be mean to you before. I just didn't want you to come to the hospital in the middle of the night." Yu Qing's fingertips pinched the quilt, suddenly not knowing what to say. She looked down at the thick layer of gauze at his elbow, reached out and touched it carefully, then immediately withdrew it. 8 stitches. "Does it hurt?" Yu Yenshin pursed his thin lips and didn't say anything. The line of sight looking at her was ethereal. It took half a minute for his mellow, low voice to slowly ring out. "Would it upset you to say it hurts? If it does, it doesn't." Chapter 278. Yu Yenshin, are you crazy? Yu Qing blinked. The snowflakes on her eyelashes seemed to have melted at that moment, turning heavy, making her unable to open her eyes and meet the man in front of her. There was a moment of tingling in the bottom of her heart, like when her previous roommate in a foreign country had a small milk cat, and that small milk cat's paw touched the palm of her hand with that kind of itchy feeling. She was a bit at a loss for words, and after a moment of silence she casually pulled up a conversation. "Where's Fu Zion?" As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she felt as if it didn't seem right to mention another man at this point, but there was nothing she couldn't mention. She was just asking where he was going. Yu Yenshin's complexion didn't seem to change much. He pursed his slim lips and pulled them in a fine, unnoticeable way. "You don't care about my car accident. You care about Fu Ziang? Like him?" Yu Qing frowned. "What are you saying? How could I possibly like him?" Yu Yenshin reached out and broke her face upright, raising it slightly so that he could see all the expressions on her face. He moved closer, his forehead almost against her bangs. "You don't like him, and you're still sitting in a box with him and eating for two. Even by the paparazzi secretly photographed do not know. And he ate with him too. Fascinated, is it?" He actually encapsulated a lot in that statement. Yu Qing suddenly recalled that Fu Ziang seemed to have stopped her and said something when she was on the 24th floor earlier, but she only had words like resuscitation failure, passed away, and so on in her head at that time, and didn't even listen to Fu Ziang's words. Now that Yu Yenshin mentioned it, she then recalled what the content of Fu Ziang's words were. "You saw me eating with him?" Yu Yenshin looked at her with cold eyes. "Didn't see it. You see it directly come up. Ah. I send you a message, you do not return me. How do I know you see it?" Yu Qing did not think too much. She and Fu Ziang has nothing to do. A meal only. Yu Yenshin came up when he saw it. "Isn't that normal? Doesn't he and Fu Ziang know each other? I'm going up to watch you eat with another man?" "Yu Qing, are you trying to make me catch up with the fashion and have a frown of green on my head like the young kids nowadays?" Was something she couldn't pick up on. It was only after half a minute that Yu Qing whispered, "You didn't get into a car accident because you saw me having dinner with Fu Ziang and got angry, right?" The man's face only suddenly sank at this point, almost without giving Yu Qing time to react. He directly got up and stood. "You get out." 3 cold, hard words slammed right down. Yu Qing was still lying on the hospital bed, and all she could smell was his scent. Blinking at the man in front of him who suddenly changed his face, as if realizing something. "I signed with Starbuns and I'm now a new employee of Fu Ziang. He wanted to get acquainted with the new employee, that's why he called me out for dinner. I don't like him, We don't have any other relationship. She reached out and tugged on Yu Yenshin's coat corner as if she was showing softness when she spoke. I don't like him. It's just a meal. What kind of jealousy are you eating? It was fine if Yu Qing didn't mention the dinner, but Yu Yenshin sneered when he did. He looked at your eyes almost in the face to mark a few words. I'm looking at my dead white moonlight. Star burns under the stars less than a few hundred. Go to him to sign a call people to eat a meal. He is to do CEO or accompanied by the meal? He's my new boss. It would be too disrespectful for me to refuse outright. So you can stand me up in the afternoon? Yu Yenshin's eyes looked at her askance. Is KR no better than Starburns? Or am I no better than that fake man? Fake men. Well, Fu Ziong is pretty fake looking. Prettier than women. Yu Qing stood up from the bed, half kneeling and reaching out to pinch Yu Yenshin's cuffs. Then it's my fault this time. I definitely won't stand you up next time. Oh, and I won't eat with Fu Ziong in the future either. The attitude of admitting mistakes is stale, and the expressions and gestures are all quite soft. Yu Qing gave himself 99 points. However, the man didn't seem to have the intention to eat her this way, brushing down her hand, tugging at his clothes with one hand, and coldly said, Fu Ziong is downstairs. He shouldn't have left at this moment. If you care about him, go with him. Yu Qing ignored him, just tilting his head at the bruised scar on his neck. He subconsciously reached out and touched it. Does it hurt? Yu Yenshin's body subconsciously stiffened. His first reaction was to set aside her hand, but the reaction seemed to be far less real than the physical acceptance. Yu Qing's fingers were soft, and she only lightly touched the wound at his neck, and he subconsciously rolled his throat. His eyes darkened. I'll give you one more chance. If you want to go to Fu Ziong, you can leave now. I'm not going. The next second, the man caught her hand at his neck. He leaned down and picked her jaw up as if to kiss it, and instantly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The movement was too big and involved the wound on his arm, and a dense pain swept over him, causing him to instantly frown. Blood seeped out through the thick gauze just like that, and the look on Yu Qing's face instantly tightened. I'll call the nurse. She had just gotten out of the hospital bed when Yu Yenshin clasped her arm. No need. Yu Qing raised her eyes and frowned at him. The blood is seeping out. Don't you? I mean, you handle it. Yu Qing looked at him in dismay. Are you crazy? Not crazy. Even with the blood gushing from his arm, he looked as if he was still pale, and turned to take the medical kit out from under the bed and set it on a side table. You do it. Let Yu Qing see his injuries with his own eyes and deal with them personally. It was only then that she would realize the seriousness of the matter, thereby refusing to pay Zion's next invitation. Yu Qing didn't know what Yu Yenshin was thinking, but the decision he made was almost impossible to change. She finished treating his wounds, her back drenched in sweat on a day like this. 8 stitches in the wound, all in one burst. Blood is dripping. Yu Yenshin wiped the remnants of medicine and some blood from her hands with alcohol gauze. He said nothing, more like everything. I had someone stop the photos of Fu Ziong and you. It's too much of an influence on you to rumor with the company's owner when you just signed up for a new company. Next time, be vigilant and careful in everything you do. Yu Qing pursed her lips. There is no next time. The man's movement was a beat. He looked at the woman in front of him lightly. I don't have the right to hinder you from having dinner with anyone. Besides, it's actually nothing for you to have dinner with Fu Ziong. Indeed, you're right. He's your superior. I just want to tell you that you are a star now, and many people are staring at you behind your back. I stopped them this time, but not next time. Obviously guessing that he was probably backing down as a way to advance. Yu Qing still softened her heart. She was silent for a few seconds before she spoke. Actually, the reason I was so adamant about signing Starburner was because, Chapter 279, he needs a response, and she can give it to him. Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes minutely and unnoticeably. Suddenly, he interrupted Yu Qing as she tried to tell him everything. Needless to say, Yu Qing froze for a moment, then frowned. It's not because I see you as pitiful or because of any guilt that I want to tell you. It's that I don't think there's a need to hide it now. You can know something about me? Her willingness to tell him what she had been keeping close to her heart was her reward for his emotional devotion. She remembers the words he said in her house. Nothing in this world is unrequited. He needed a response and she could give it to him. She was careful about relationships, especially broken ones like this. She could respond to him little by little, but not too much at once, because she was afraid of him pulling out at any moment. If he did pull out, at that point she could still retain the leeway to withdraw without breaking down. Yu Yenshin's complexion looked less clear under the hospital's warm light. Yu Qing only saw the deep color of his eyes, and then he wrapped his arms around her surplus waist. Even the closest people in this world need privacy. I'll give you privacy, and likewise give you space and time. You don't have to rush to respond to me. At least for now. I'm ready for a long-lasting war. In this world, the more rich and powerful men are the more their minds turn 1,000 times, and no one seems to be able to see through what they are thinking. But, what's so special about them if they're no different than ordinary people? In the evening, Yu Qing received an apology letter from Fu Ziong. Starbuns's president personally apologized and promised to give her and Yu Yenshin some compensation, and he had already prepaid all the medical bills, which was an atonement for his short-lived despicable mentality. Yu Qing was silent for a while before he returned a sentence over. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to, and I have no right to forgive you, paymaster. Fu Ziong didn't reply to Yu Qing's message, and shortly afterward, Yu Yenshin's cell phone rang. She narrowed her eyes sideways. The caller on her cell phone had no notes, but the string of numbers was the same as she remembered Fu Ziong's should be. Not answering? She glanced sideways at the man who was taking care of business. You're dying for me to pick it up? In one sentence, Yu Qing was blocked to death. She puffed her cheeks and didn't say anything as Yu Yenshin reached for his cell phone and hung up, adding it to his blacklist in the process. Witnessing this entire process, Yu Qing fell into silence. Kinda careful. Think I'm being careful? Yu Qing, is this man minoring in mind reading? It's not impossible to fly all the airplanes and have studied psychology on the side. Yu Yenshin casually threw the phone on the bed. His deep brows narrowed furtively. He's still chasing after you under the premise that I've sworn sovereignty over you. It's a provocation to my ability and self-respect. Things between men. You don't care. Yu Qing was silent for 2 seconds, resting her cheeks. Which one of your eyes saw that I wanted to meddle in this of yours? The result of her talking back was that she was almost fished over and kissed by Yu Yenshin. But luckily, the disabled person couldn't turn over a storm. Yu Yenshin needs 8 stitches to be hospitalized for observation for a small week. Fu Ziong is also embarrassed to let Yu Qing this directly start working. Simply give Yu Qing 7 days off. This was comparable to a 7-day vacation right after school started, and Yu Qing suddenly felt kinda cool. 4 days have passed since the 7-day vacation, and the news of Yu Yenshin's car accident has been dealt with by the Public Relations Department to calm down after a storm on the internet. But there was a line of people coming to the door to see the doctor, all of whom were turned away by Secretary Su, and gradually became fewer. On this day, Yu Qing had just gone downstairs to buy breakfast and came up, and when she walked to the door of the ward, she realized that the door of the ward was not closed. She frowned, thinking to herself that Yu Yenshin wasn't cold, and in the next second, she saw the shadow of a woman through the gap where the door hadn't fully closed. The bag of soy milk cupped in her hand wobbled, and the next second, she pushed the door open and walked right in. Mr. Yu, your arm, does it still hurt? I heard that you were in a car accident for Miss Yu. Miss Yu, how come she is not accompanying you at this moment? Or, I heard that she signed Star Scorch and is busy working, but work, also can't forget you ah. The woman's soft voice then reached her ears. This kind of as long as a woman can hear the obvious catty words she probably just took advantage of Yu Qing's absence and chewed her tongue towards Yu Yenshin. Yu Qing took 2 steps forward. She has always taken care of her appearance, wearing long silk pajamas at home and black boots with long inky tweeds in the winter, and walking with her own aura. Setting the double breakfast weighing in her hand on the table, she swept her eyes ghostly to the face of the woman sitting on the stool. It's really not to be seen, but to be seen. Surprisingly, Miss N. Yu Qing ruffled her hair that had been somewhat messed up by the wind when she left the house, and carelessly leaned against the edge of the bed. Why are you here? Is your body alright? And Ru had originally been white when she saw Yu Qing, but not so white that she was shaken, and now after hearing her words, which seemed to be casual but made her think deeply about them, her entire being became a broken little white flower, fragile as if she would fall down in the next second. I'm in much better health now. She forced a smile. It was just a momentary thought at the time. Miss Yu doesn't have to bring it up to taunt me. People all have a past, and they all think about doing the wrong thing. Yu Qing lowered her head and pulled the bag of soy milk, suddenly heard what she said and raised her eyebrows. When did I taunt you? The last time I went to see you. You were still lying in the hospital bed and couldn't wake up, but now that you're alive and well, you're able to come and see another patient, so I thought it was rare to offer a word of sympathy in passing. So that's a mockery? Anju pursed her lips and didn't say anything, only her face became even more bloodless. It's like it's going to be crooked the next second. Still, she had no intention of leaving, just a pair of eyes that fell higgledy-piggledy on the man in the hospital bed. Mr. Yu, is it okay if I want to talk to you alone? Yu Yenshin gazed down at the MacBook, as if he suddenly noticed the external line of sight, and only then did he raise his eyes. The first thing his eyes touched was Anju in front of him, and he frowned. Then, under Anju's glittering gaze, he removed an invisible Bluetooth headset tucked into his ear. Just in a meeting. What brings you here? Anju. She forced a smile. Mr. Yu, didn't you hear any of what I said to you before? Yu Yenshin frowned in a fine, unrecognizable frown, and habitually reached out to pinch his brow. There's a need to hear it? What Anju said didn't mean anything to him in terms of listening, and it wasn't important to him whether he heard it or not. Chapter 280 The Woman I Like. I don't even feel tired of being around me for 48 hours. The expression on Anju's face stiffened in a flash. Although Yu Yenshin had been so cold to her before, Even she knew that he was probably using her. No, just using her. But he was kind of conciliatory to her at that point, which, of course, was conciliatory in her eyes. The sudden change in Yu Yenshin's attitude. Was it Yu Qing's doing? They're together? But judging by the attitude of getting along, it doesn't look like they're together either. Her gaze went to the woman to the side, who had her head bowed down as she sorted out her breakfast, gazing at the beautiful side of her face, only to feel uncomfortably tight. Half a month's worth of time and light had passed, and the two of them had actually switched places. It's nothing necessary. I just happened to have changed this hospital to recuperate as well, so I came to see you on the way. The smile she forcefully held up was rather pathetic. Mr. You, then you continue to recuperate at ease. I'll leave first. Yu Yenshin looked at her faintly and didn't say anything. There's such a thing as empathy, and he doesn't have it. After Anju went out, her face instantly changed color. She took a few steps forward and looked down to see that her nail had unintentionally snapped off on its own, and she was surprised that she didn't feel an ounce of pain. Also, can there be heartache? She turned to walk forward, bumping into someone as she rounded the corner. Subconsciously frowning, he looked up with a scowl. Mr. Pei, Starbanner's chief Fu Ziong, who doesn't know anyone in this circle? Fu Ziong looked down at his phone and inadvertently bumped into her, raising his eyes. Sorry. The words fell from his lips and he turned to leave. Before he could take a few steps, the corner of his shirt was tugged. He frowned at the strange woman tugging at his shirt. Excuse me, what else? Born into his beautiful peach eyes, Anju swallowed hard, nervously, and uneasily. He said carefully, Mr. Fu, I'm Kr Zunju. Nice to meet you. Fu Ziong spent a few seconds recalling the name Enru, finally finding it inside some nook or cranny. Kr Enru. He had heard from the people below, the only artist Yu Yenshin had signed so far. With Yu Yenshin involved, he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Xingxiu was considered clean, but compared to a heavily colored beauty like Yu Qing, she subconsciously felt that she was bland. When he came back to his senses, he still hadn't figured out that there were so many beautiful women. Why would he subconsciously use Yu Qing as a comparison? Oh, Anju, I've heard your name. Are you feeling better? He had meant it as a casual greeting, but it turned out that Anju instantly looked as if she had been poked, at which point, and her tears fell straight down her face. I'm fine. I heard that mess. You signed up with your company, right? That's great. She's getting better and better now. Fu Ziong roughly do not know what this woman is going to express. Not waiting for him to say something, Enru huffed and opened his mouth again. If when I first signed is also Starban's, probably now, I will not be in the hospital. Fu Zion narrowed his eyes. Enru said this half-truth. When she first woke up, she did regret that she had signed KR and suffered everything that followed. But now that she's saying these words, there's a lot of deeper meaning contained within. Fu Ziong didn't say anything. Rather, it was as if he was suddenly interested. So what Missin is implying is that she wants to continue to be a colleague with Miss Yu? He hooked his lips. I just watched that Yu Qing livestream not long ago, and I kind of know a little bit about the conflict between you and her. What? You want to come to Star Scorch to engage in infighting? Anju bit her lip and shook her head. How dare I expect to sign Starburns? Just a moment of aggression. The heart of the indignation is difficult to vent. Just casually pull a passerby want to vent their inner emotions. The results of that person also happens to be the Starburns CEO. Clear, cold, indifferent woman's voice rang suddenly, in the quiet hospital, extraordinarily clear. Yu Qing walked carelessly to Enru's eyes and stopped. Her slender fingers pressed on the elevator. You don't have the luxury of being able to sign Starburns. You just want to sell your aggravation and make Mr. Fu's impression of me worse, don't you? The sound of high heels kicking stopped in the summer. She stood in front of Enru, born half a head taller than her, her aura directly pressed ahead. Anju's tears stopped at the same time. She bit her lip again. Miss Yu, how can you think of others like this? Your mind is too complicated. I just happened to meet Mr. Fu and admired him inwardly, so I wanted to talk to him more. Really? Why do you have to involve me when you're talking to Mr. Fu? There's no topic without me? Fu Zion lifted his eyes to cast a sidelong glance at Yu Qing. This was the first time he had seen this woman dislike someone. Really? No mercy even in front of him as the boss. Just happened to mention you. No other meaning. And Ru's aggrieved tears were about to fall again, looking helpfully at Fu Zion, who was standing as a backdrop. Mr. Fu, I really didn't mean that. MS. You is a very good actress. Before it was me who was young and unintelligent. Now I admire her from the bottom of my heart, and at the same time I hope she can get better and better. As she spoke, tears fell from her eyes. Fu Zion stared at the falling tears. 2 seconds later, there was a sound. Anju froze in place. The elevator door opened at this time. She hastily tried to open her mouth to explain something. Fu Zion didn't seem to have the intention of listening to her explanation. Seeing Yu Qing walk in, he He followed, and Ru realized at this moment that Fu Ziang was here to find Yu Qing, and then remembering everything that had just happened, her face went straight to red. Exasperated and unable, he glared at the closed elevators, so angry that he turned and went straight for the stairs. In the elevator, Yu Qing leaned her back against the elevator door and locked eyes with Fu Ziang for a few seconds. After a few seconds, she chose not to bring up what had happened before. Mr. Fu, what can I do for you? There are still about 10 hours left in my 7-day vacation, and I should still be on vacation. Fu Ziang gazed at her beautiful eyebrows and retracted his gaze after a few seconds. What are you doing downstairs right now if you're not in the hospital room with your man? I'm a human being. He's busy working inside the hospital room. I can't just stand around and watch him. He'd be uncomfortable too. Really? I don't get tired of having the woman I like around me 48 hours a day. Fu Ziang casually picked up the words, causing Yu Qing's eyes to fall back on his face. So, the color of her eyes was penetrating, as if she could read people's minds. Fu Ziang missed her glance and coughed. The moment the elevator door opened and Yu Qing headed out, he reached out and handed her a piece of information. The company is giving you compensation. Chen Jinxiu is back in China. Arrange for her to take you to a dinner party. A lot of big names are there. Yu Qing looked at the cover of the information. Eiffel Jewelry Ball invites Miss Yu to a banquet. Oh, she remembered. A party in the form of a ball with a star-studded aristocracy. Chapter 281. Beware of her backstabbing you in the end. Calmly curling down and stowing it in her hand, she took a few steps back and stepped out of the elevator. Then thank you Mr. Fu, I won't let you down. Where Chen Jinxiu was, she wouldn't let her down. Close to 10 seconds or so after Yu Qing left, Fu Ziang hadn't even regained his senses from that laugh. Signing Yu Qing was not because of her beauty, the oppressive power of Yu Yanchen, but her live broadcasting scene, as well as her overall personal strength and the ambition that could be seen. Perhaps more or less, there was some element of his dead wife in it. Ask yourself, does Yu Qing resemble his dead wife? The facial features, unlike Yu Qing, was even more gorgeous, and she was much more lackluster in comparison. The only similarity was probably the vague aura. Even that laugh was even more drastically different. But there was just that moment of awesomeness. Secretary Su is actually very strange. Although the car accident of Mr. Yu was blocked from the news, but many people in the circle know about it. And those big men in the upper family shouldn't have been so quiet for so long. He scratched his head inexplicably, pawing at the wastebasket and opening the door just before. On the back foot, his head almost fell into the trash basket. You, Master Yu. To say that Secretary Su hadn't actually been afraid of anyone, but the first time he saw the head of the Yu family, that is, Yu Yanchen's father, Yu Guji, he was almost trembling. He has never seen such a fierce person. They say that the old man is kind. He is full of hostility than anyone else. Yu Gusi looked at Secretary Su with cold eyes, as if he felt irritated to see him still in this unprofessional appearance, and coldly grunted, "Where's Yu Yanchen?" Secretary Su skimmed the balcony of the ward. Mr. Yu is over there talking about work? Yugushi didn't say anything, just heavily pounded the ground with the cane in his hand. Secretary Su mentally sked. It's not your own floor in the end and you're not afraid to poke a hole in it. When Yu Yanchen came in from outside the balcony, the first thing that caught his eye was the extra person in the hospital room. The wound on his arm, which hadn't hurt too much, instantly loomed large, and he frowned. Yugushi looked at him with cold eyes. With 4 eyes, he grunted coldly, not reporting something as big as a car accident to the family. Grow wings and think you can fly out of the Yu family? Yu Yanchen rubbed the cold, temperature-less cell phone in his hand, and at the end of the day, he casually threw the phone onto the table. You weren't responsible for my accident? His low voice was calm with no audible emotions, but it made Yugushi's eyes go cold. You are the future heir of the Yu family, whether I did it or not, whether you were in a car accident or murdered. It has to be reported to the family, at least if I am the first to know besides you. It's an ironclad rule. Secretary Su had never really seen such a father. I don't care about my son. I'll just come straight to the iron law. Iron law is more important than human life? Started with black hands. Really think that the Yu family is from the military faction? Yu Yanshin's eyes were deep, and what seemed like a flash of thin mockery in the depths of his dark eyes quickly faded away. Almost impossible to capture. Even if I was a black starter, do you think there'd be a present for you without me? Without you, Remote City would just be my territory. His words barely left any room for maneuver. Bratty and arrogant. But on the contrary, it seemed as if he just had the ability to do so. Yugushi clutched the cane in his hand. Su's secretary at this time went up to doggedly hand a cup of warm tea. Master Yu, drink a cup of tea to calm down a bit. General Yu this is also injured in a bad mood. You put in the past days to come to him. His attitude will certainly not be like this now. The tea had just been handed over, and in the next second, it was spilled by Yugushi's backhand. Luckily the tea was warm. otherwise Secretary Sue's hands would be considered ruined. The sound of the tea set breaking was extraordinarily clear in the hospital room, and Yuguchi almost forcefully did not wait for Yu Yenshin to open his mouth to say something, and directly said in a cold voice, "Fix those hands of yours, and if KR's monthly quarterly totals fluctuate in any way this year, you must bear all the consequences. If KR has only one hand in Yao Chang, you is the other hand on the hand. If there was anyone in remote city who could shake Yu Yenshin's position one-on-one, it would be this Yu family's powerhouse who had withdrawn from the Jianghu but was secretly observing everything." Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes, his dark eyes overflowing with anger that could not be hidden. There are some people who tend to get calmer the angrier they get. He didn't say anything, but Yuguchi opened his mouth again. "I heard that little starlet you bagged. Signed to Starburns?" Yu Yenshin lifted his eyes to look at him somberly. The complexion under his eyes seemed to have changed heaven and earth in an instant, while in reality, it was not possible to see any clues. "You spied on her?" Yuguchi sneered. "The circle of Yao Chang is this big. If I want to know, do I still need to spy? Don't you dare touch her. Try. I move her?" A bit of disdain spilled out from the bottom of Yuguchi's eyes. "I'm afraid she'll leave you on her own before I can move her. You should have guessed why she wanted to sign Starburns, right? Now that you know, don't waste your time on her. Beware of paying a lot of yourself and in the end she backstabs you, neither getting what you want nor wasting time. Then stop in time. See what I mean?" After Yuguchi left, the hospital room was even more silent than before. Secretary Sue felt as if she had heard something she shouldn't have, and rationally suspected that she was going to be dispatched to Africa again. "In that case, Mr. Yu, we should need an executive for Southeast Asia. I think I can." Yu Yenshin swept his cold eyes over him, and that glance was colder than winter. "Don't say what you shouldn't say, and pretend you didn't hear what you shouldn't hear, and you know it in your heart." Secretary Sue, in fact, he'd still prefer to go, although he only heard a few words. He inexplicably felt that this matter would cause General Manager Yu and Miss Yu to turn against each other. Half a dozen times, he still responded, "Mr. Yu, I'll go call the nurse to change your medicine." Yu Yenshin lowered his eyes to the blood spilling from his arm, and his thin lips pursed. When Yu Qing re-entered the hospital at night, Yu Yenshin's ward was already empty. She was a bit stunned. Yu Yenshin hadn't told her about this when he left. Reaching out, he pulled the nurse on the side. "Who said the people here had left 4 hours ago?" Yu Qing opened her cell phone, and there wasn't any text message from Yu Yenshin inside the phone. She frowned, saying she was ever so slightly offended but not showing it. A call to his was quickly answered. "Yu Yenshin, where did you go if you didn't stay in the hospital to get better? Your arm removed the stitches, and you're just wandering off?" As soon as the phone was connected, Yu Qing frowned, although the tone was not very good, but the content of the exposition can easily hear the meaning of concern. 4,000 over. Stuck. 6,000 more tomorrow. Chapter 282. There was a wavering fire in his eyes, and her, and only her. On the other end of the phone, the man's voice was low and deep, spreading a few points of shallow laughter, vague and indistinguishable. "What are you nervous about? Afraid I'll run away?" On the phone, a good voice always sounded even better. Yu Qing didn't know what this principle was, but his low voice with a bit of a smile instantly made her ears glow. But the thought of the mind-numbing 8 stitches in his arm. "If you want to become a one-armed warrior, of course I won't care about you. Secretary Sue didn't look after you a bit either. And you didn't call me when you got out of the hospital?" Before Yu Qing could finish her words, out of nowhere the person on the other end of the phone interrupted her. Still the same careless accent. 4 hours to go, and I'm 25. "Yu Qing, tomorrow is my birthday." Yu Qing subconsciously moved the phone away from his ear and tapped on the calendar to take a look. It really is his birthday. I don't know if it was because her memory was too good or what, but the date of his birth came to mind in an instant, and also recalled at the same time was the surly messy affair in his car on his birthday, that no longer came in its prime. That had to be the boldest thing she'd done in those 18 years. "I don't want to be inside a hospital on my birthday. Tedious." The man's voice rang in her ears, pulling her memories into reality. "I'm at your door. Come find me." "Ha!" That trailing sound at the end of his words picked up in a low, deep voice, inexplicably causing Yu Qing's fingertips to tremble. On his birthday 4 years ago, he introduced her to all his friends. At that time Yu Yenshin, as if born with an unruly strength, but also biased with a leadership ability. He was surrounded by small followers and the so-called brothers, and the teenagers at that time all felt that playing with him and recognizing him was very dignified. So his birthday banquet was a big row, so big that Yu Qing wasn't quite able to talk when he arrived. There are too many people. Vanity? Ask yourself. He did fulfill her teenage vanity and her missing sense of security to such an extent that her feelings for him ran deep. She still remembers to this day the wavering fire in his eyes behind the 18 layers of cake, and her, and only her. It was late in the day when the little BMW returned to the neighborhood. Yu Qing exhaled a mouthful of hot air, rising a white mist in front of his eyes. In the darkness Mose turned on his cell phone and looked at the time. 22 o'clock sharp, 2 hours to go. Hard autumn, I won't go back if Mr. Yu's birthday is tonight. I wish you guys a good time. But remember to remember it by all means. Take good measures. You are now a starlet in need of a big hit. With more than 3 million Weibo fans, you can't get pregnant. Looking at the WeChat sent by Ruan Xiao, the exclamation mark alone took up a large portion of the screen. Yu Qing snorted and didn't bother, picking up the box of cake sitting in the passenger seat and walking off. It was much colder outside than inside the car, and she shivered all over, but her heart was still warm. When she came, she contacted Yu Yenshin and asked him not to wait outside. After all, he was an injured patient, and troubled the management of the neighborhood to open the door for him, so he should be good and stay home now, right? He had no place to run on a cold day like this. Yu Qing, thinking like this, had already walked to the door of the house. Fingerprints were pressed, there was a drip, and the door this opened. It was dark inside the door and she reached out to hold down the light. It's not lit. Is it broken? Yu Qing thought so and pressed it again, but it still didn't light up. The light showed signs of breaking a couple days ago, so now it's completely broken, I guess. She didn't think much of it and took out her cell phone and turned on her flashlight, illuminating the side of light in front of her. Carefully holding the cake in her hands, she took a few steps forward. Yu Yenshin? The response to her was quiet all around. Yu Qing looked towards the surroundings uncertainly and was about to call him when the message popped up. You, meet me on the roof. Yu Qing was stunned for a moment, realizing that he, an injury victim who could get a fever at any time and whose resistance was currently low, had actually run to the roof of the building on such a cold day. She frowned and walked up with the cake in hand. Because it is an independent cottage, so the roof is very useful. Flowers and plants, and hanging baskets, table and so on. But Yu Qing recently did not come back, also did not take care of. She pushed open the heavy door, and the sight that met her eyes stopped her in her tracks. The darkened sky was dotted with stars, not many, but precious and burning. The curved moon was high in the sky, and in the moonlight the man sat in a chair at the side of the flower basket. I don't know how he did it, but he shifted the little table next to the planter. On the table were scattered flowers and dinners? So is this a candlelight dinner? The sound of Yu Qing pushing the door caught Yu Yenshin's attention, and he swept his sideways eyes over the person standing in front of the door, and then without any hesitation he rose and walked towards her. Coming in late? Traffic? Voice a little husky. He smoothly draped the suit he was wearing over her. It's all so natural. Yu Qing felt the sudden warmth on her shoulder and subconsciously frowned at his thin clothing. Put your clothes on. Aren't you afraid that you'll die suddenly here tonight? The word sudden death had barely escaped her lips when he reached out and gagged her. The words that followed were vaguely pronounced. Yu Qing's brows furrowed even tighter. I'm not cold. Yu Yenshin lifted Yu Qing's hand and lowered it in front of his chest. It was pretty hot. Are all men this fired up? She lowered her eyes and swept the cake in her hand. There was no traffic, and I thought it would be more or less ceremonial for my birthday, so I bought you a cake. Made by hand? Actually, you could be less smart. Yu Yenshin let out a low, muffled laugh and took the cake in her hand. Follow me. Yu Qing was rarely well behaved today and was willing to listen to him, allowing him to take the initiative. Followed him to the table. The steak on the table or something has been cold. Yu Qing has not said anything. Yu Yenshin raised his hand to pour inside the wastebasket. It's getting cold, so I won't eat it. I'll go down and make you something else later. Oh, the rooftop was too cold, but luckily the suit was enough to keep out the cold, and Yu Qing was just about to sit down when her back foot was brought into her arms. That low, husky voice also came into the ears right along with the wind. It's too cold. Let me hold it. Luckily it was in the dark. Yu Qing was glad that Yu Yenshin couldn't see her ears that were so sensitive that they reddened to a circle. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything, relaxing her body and nestling into his arms obediently. What a rare moment of quiet and warmth. At the beginning of the year someone asked me what I was going to do for my birthday this year. What I envisioned was to set up a banquet, still inviting some unfamiliar but named various old bosses, ostensibly celebrating birthdays, but in reality it was pure exchange of interests and information. It sounds pretty boring, but it didn't seem wrong at the time. Then you came back, and the other day someone asked me where my birthday party was, and I thought, without you, it's dull and boring everywhere. Chapter 283 Fireworks bloomed at the highest point. She was under his eyes. Yu Qing felt that there should be another implication in his words. With her there, even on the rooftop, it was kind of nice to have the wind blowing on a cold day. She figured this out, and with her eyes downcast and stirring her hands pursed her lips and didn't say anything. But really, even with me here, it's kind of pointless. She had never denied that she was an uninteresting person, and she couldn't bring herself to be interested in many things, probably because of her previous depression. She didn't even want to lift her chopsticks to eat for a while. Even if this situation got better, she wouldn't be like an ordinary woman who loved traveling and buying bags and playing the piano and dancing to give her man all sorts of surprises. Even if she could do all of these, but she couldn't raise her interest. Yu Yenchen faintly hummed, his angular jaw gently resting against the side of her face. He dipped his head, his burning breath rolling into her collarbone and straight to her heart. At least it's enough that you're real now. That touch behind the wall of the heart was extraordinarily obvious. Yu Qing tilted her head and happened to crash into his line of sight. 4 eyes, surrounded by this all appear extraordinarily silent. 25 years old. Happy birthday. Any birthday wishes? Yu Yenchen touched her forehead. It won't work if you say it, but if you don't say it, it won't come true. Yu Qing's clear eyes were extraordinarily translucent at this time, as if they had encompassed all the stars in the sky as if they were beautiful. There are no fairies in this world, and there is no so-called messy luck. There is only the real you and me. So what you're saying is that you're here to grant me my wish? A slight smirk spilled from the bottom of the man's eyes, and his voice was a little teasing. Yu Qing's expression changed at once. You think I can't? Of course not. Yu Yenchen reached out and pinched her soft side face. I don't need you to fulfill my wish. You just need to be happy and pretty every day. Of course, if you're willing to be a vase it's fine. There's nothing wrong with a beautiful and delicate vase except that it's fragile. Yu Qing puffed out her cheeks. There's probably no one who doesn't want to be a vase. Let's talk about it after a while. At least not now. For now, she'd settle what she had to settle. And after that, she'd talk about what came after that. The color of the man's eyes darkened in hidden obscurity after she said that, but he didn't say anything. Only the hand holding her tightened. It was half a second before he opened his mouth in a low, husky voice. My birthday wish is that you stay with me all the time. Time has come to gain and lose. It was only then that Yu Yenchen suddenly realized that he needed her. Even if his life is busy enough that every day-to-day thing is overwhelmingly difficult to cope with. But he still needed her. It doesn't matter if she's soft or hard. He needed someone to fill the void within him. And after Yu Qing left, there was no one else who could not fill that void. He sometimes wondered if perhaps no one but Yu Qing would do. The dense touch within his chest transformed into warmth, and Yu Qing tilted his face to look at him. The corner of her lips hooked, although still not kissed, but the look is gentle. People have to live in the moment. You live too tired, thinking about the far side of the courtyard all the time. There will be near worries. At least now I'm still by your side. At least you're the president of KR. At least you're still you now. That's enough. Yu Yenchen didn't say anything. Half a dozen times, he lifted her jaw and kissed her directly. It is not like a lingering against death, shallow but with unspeakable affection. Yu Qing closed his eyes, and it was at this instant. Glorious fireworks began to bloom at the edges of the darkened canopy, spreading from the sky all the way behind them. Yu Yenchen opened his eyes, his dark eyes illuminated by the fireworks. In front of him were colors more brilliant than those fireworks. The fireworks went off at 12 o'clock, lighting up half the sky of the distant city. Roadside passers-by stopped to watch. Couples embracing the same warm water bag in winter sitting on the bus lying on the glass. The bottom of the eyes bloomed with surprise and amazement. And few people know that this is a feast without a banquet table specially arranged by the remote city's general manager Yu, who can only be seen from afar. He nibbled on her ear. Qing, open your eyes. When Yu Qing opened her eyes, before her was the most beautiful light she had ever seen in the past 4 years. The fireworks bloomed at their highest point, her red lips dainty, and though she did not say a word, all was unspoken. After this silent feast came to an end, Yu Yenchen hugged, or one could say carried Yu Qing down to the roof of the building, because he really can't exert himself against his physiology with that hand. But Yu Qing sat for too long with numb legs. He simply held her with one hand, and hooked the satin on the cake box with his other hand and went downstairs. Some people said that a man's manliest time was when he was in that what, but Yu Qing felt that it should be now, and the moment she just opened her eyes and saw him. Downstairs, Yu Qing sat on the sofa, and Yu Yenchen didn't say anything before he first helped her rub her calves. You're too skinny. Before Yu Qing could say anything, he opened his mouth when he pinched his calf. I'm still getting ready to lose weight. Actresses have such demanding bodies. She's a bit chubby all at the moment. The man lifted his eyebrows and swept them toward her. Don't you dare cut back. Try it? He said this rather as if he might just have someone inject fat towards her body if she did lose weight. The birthday girl was the eldest. Yu Qing just skimmed his lips and didn't say anything. The warm dim yellow light is on and it's 12:05. Being attracted by the fireworks to too many eyes in time, Yu Yenchen did not blow out the candles first. Yu Qing felt that it was actually quite regrettable. She opened the cake box and inside was the cake she had rushed out in 2 hours. The shape was pretty good, just a little skimpy, plain black forest mousse cake, plugging in the candle. She looked up at him. Blow? Yu Yenchen recalled that he had a birthday, and he hadn't actually blown out the candles or even seen a cake in the past 4 years. Upper class. Mingling only requires highball glasses and wine or cocktails. No need for things like cake. He lowered his eyes to the flickering candle, and after half a second, gently blew over it. Yu Qing hooked her lips. Made a wish? Aha! His wishes are the same as those on the rooftop, but perhaps it is precisely because it is difficult to realize that it is called a wish. In this moment of his brief moment of disorientation, Yu Qing picked up a bit of cream and rubbed it towards his cheek. Then before he could react, he got up and pressed up and kissed the cream off. Happy birthday, birthday girl. The color under Yu Yanshan's eyes grew thicker, but it was especially hot in such a dark night. Half a dozen times, he leaned down against her body and kissed her. It was supposed to be a single cramped little couch that was too crowded for two people. Such crowding is especially ambiguous. Yu Qing was already panting when he finally released her. Looking at the man in front of her, she suddenly thought, he wasn't going to try to do to her what he did to her in the car 4 years ago, was he? Chapter 284, Yu Qing, stay with me. And in fact Yu Yanshan probably didn't have this in mind, but Yu Qing's eyes, which looked quite a bit like they were rejecting and welcoming, saw him raise his eyebrows in a fine and unnoticeable manner. Obviously normal words, but on the contrary, he said them with a special feeling. Tease me again and next time it won't be so easy. Yu Qing, what did she do to him? After dinner, it was after 2 o'clock at night. There were occasional clusters of scattered fireworks rising, but they mostly subsided. She looked out the window at the darkening sky and felt warm peace for the first time in a long time. Flashbacks to a few months ago when she hadn't returned home yet, and also thought the days were going to go on like this. Now it suddenly feels like living, not simmering anymore. It's not just sour and bitter. It's also got that little bit of sweetness. When Yu Yanshan finished organizing everything and came out of the kitchen, Yu Qing had already fallen asleep on the table. She was born quiet, and has her own self-made atmosphere, quietly sleeping like a woman on a masterpiece of oil painting. He gazed down at her for half a second, his thin lips covering her pretty side, hands thrust under her knees, and she was easily picked up, laying her down on the bed. He looked at her pretty face up close and half a dozen times before he got up, came out and stood by the window and smoked a cigarette in silence. He narrowed his eyes as the smoke curled up. Tonight Yu Qing opened up a bit to him. That's a good thing. But his mood seemed heavier than before. Colored clouds are easily dispersed and the glass is broken. And the good things in this world never seem to be firm. The next day, Yu Qing woke up a little late, and it was already 2 in the morning when he rested last night. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, she lifted the covers and prepared to get out of bed as usual. But then suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his head lowered and his gaze swept down towards his body. Clothing switched. She carefully recalled what happened last night, only to realize that she seemed to be disconnected, and couldn't recall anything at all after dinner. But she remembers that Yu Yanshan was at her house before she broke off. She fell asleep and her clothes were changed. That leaves only one conclusion. He changed her clothes? Yu Qing was a bit disorganized and sat on the bed for half a day before reaching up and lifting the collar of her nightgown to look inside. The clothes inside hadn't been changed. Half a dozen times, she reached up and rubbed a hand through her hair with some annoyance, getting up and putting on her shoes to go wash up first, pushing the bedroom door open afterward. Outside the door, Nguyen was sitting on the sofa wearing glasses and hugging his computer, supposedly working on his job. The glasses collapsed across them when he saw her out in the open, but he wasn't much surprised. Wake up, boy? You're the only one at home. Yu Qing rubbed her eyes, which were still a bit astringent, and smoothly touched the eye drops on the table and ordered them down. Ruan Xiao nodded. Isn't today Mr. Yu's birthday? I thought you guys were definitely going to do something last night, so I wasn't prepared to come back and disturb you. As a result, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Yu called me and said that he wanted me to come back to accompany you. I thought there was something big going on. After rushing back, he said that he was afraid that you would be afraid of sleeping alone at night, so he asked me to come back to accompany you. Ego, I guess my face was black at that time. The beginning of the year and I were discussing our future life, but then he shouted back like this. This is a hard way to stuff dog food into the mouth of a non-single person like me? Yu Qing rubbed her eyes. What big deal can there be? Yu Qing looked at her with cold eyes. I really should let Wen Xuanqiu give you an all-night chant to wash away those messy things inside your head. Nguyen deflated in aggravation. Did you change the clothes on me too? She nodded her head. Then what else? You fell asleep. Mister, you can still take off your clothes while you're asleep, ah? In the end, he's also the top one single man in Yao Chang. Can he do this? But speaking of the list, shouldn't you be struck off? I see you're all peachy cheeks. Tell me, how did Mr. Yu confess? Yu Qing, she grabbed a pillow from the couch in her hand and smashed it. Shut the up. I'm not about to discuss men's hobbies with an agent. Nguyen made a face as she took the pillow. Yu Qing then remembered something. Does she count as single now? Or non-single? The vibe didn't seem right when it came to being single. He'd kissed himself so many times, and she hadn't felt visibly repulsed. Saying non-single, He didn't say he wanted to be with her said I liked it backwards a couple of times, and talked about getting married once, but proper Yu Qing, with me. He didn't say anything like that once. Did he mean that he wanted her to take the initiative? In fact, feelings were all mutual, and it wasn't impossible for her to take the initiative, but it always felt like there was something missing, a feeling she couldn't quite put her finger on. Standing and thinking for a while, Yu Qing felt that he could not figure out feelings of such a thing, since inexplicably come to this point, then continue to inexplicably go on. She ruffled her bangs, which were still a little damp, and reached out to knock on the couch. That jewelry ball at the Eiffel. When does it start? Nguyen glanced down at the computer. I was just about to tell you. The company called me this morning and sent over a team of designers, stylists just for you, so we'll be a team from now on. Also, the work trucks, private camera equipment, etc. are all in place. I have to say, it's really unbelievable to me that you've unknowingly hooked up with Starbuns. Starbuns is also treating you very well, probably wanting to promote you as the next Chen Jinsho? The Eiffel Jewelry Ball, tonight at 8 o'clock. But you're not going as an independent individual, you're going as Chen Jinsho's female companion. Chen Jinsho is a person I did a survey for you. Her character should be okay. No one on the internet said that she plays big names and bullies her juniors. But looking at Star Scorch's stance towards you, she probably can't help but be jealous. You still need to be careful. Author's note, lately it's been 2,000 words a chapter, so 6 turns into 3 and then that's how the plot goes. As for the price, each of my chapters is 1,000 words or more than others, but it's just 5 cents more, plus the plot. I feel like each chapter is progressing quite a bit. It's only 300,000 or so and I'm getting ready to almost get to the big climax coming up. But of course there's more than just this one big climactic point. Also, I don't think I want to anymore because my chapter was deleted again, so many words I'm already crying. It's obvious that I just wrote some random content. Then there was the readers group, created 867151891. You can come in and chat and make friends and play games and so on. And later on you will also post a little bit of content that the site does not allow to be uploaded, such as small theater ship drama shrimp, and occasionally send red envelopes for the holidays, if I'm not so poor that I eat dirt. You can also scan the QR code to come and smiling face with hearts. Chapter 285, Burgundy Sheath Dress vs. Chen Jinsho. Yu Qing listened absently, casually tying all of her wet hair to the top of her head. Nguyen raised his head and all he saw was her shaky white side and neck, while sighing in his heart, my female goose, how so beautiful, how so white. Mister, you really picked up a piece of treasure, he is really blessed. While pretending to be serious, he coughed, you can't be so hung up on this, it has to be taken seriously. Good. Yu Qing casually walked forward, absently lengthening his accent. Emphasis. Do you value Chen Jinsho? She certainly valued her well. Chen Jinsho, 28. She debuted at the age of 24, and has won a grand slam of awards since her debut. On her 27th birthday, she chose to go abroad to develop her career. Perhaps it was bad luck that her work abroad was not that good, so this year she chose to return home. Chen Jinsho has many diehard fans in the circle, and she has almost no black material, except for the strong woman case 4 years ago. And as a victim, not only did she not fall and wallow in hell, but with her excellent appearance conditions, she made her debut in the circle and rose higher and higher after signing Star Scorch. It was said that no one inside or outside the circle had her hostility, and even those who were in competition with her couldn't raise any ill will towards her. Knowledgeable, gentle, storytelling, it's her persona. Yu Qing closed her eyes, and that was all that came to her mind. It was information she had read countless times and even memorized in her head. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes to a large floor-to-ceiling mirror. Nah, Ms. Kiyoshi, are you still satisfied? With the careful voice of the stylist at her side, Yu Qing spun around in front of the mirror, the hem of her skirt tracing a brilliant color in the air as she moved. Pretty good. A burgundy sheath dress with a light veil of fairly simple style draped over it. She had snow-white skin, so the burgundy color set off the more gorgeous. Yes, because you are attending with Ms. Jinsho today, so, chose this simple veil outside. Otherwise it's always bad to overpower the host. The stylist is new in the afternoon. Circle name Data. He is also regarded as the company stylist in the top. Suddenly received the instruction parachuted to the Yu Qing. He was anxious about the miss you in the end. What identity is worthy of the top of so much publicity? And at the same time, afraid of the top of the publicity of the miss you is a bad temperament, love to play tantrums tossing people. So the way are careful. But after the styling, he didn't see this miss you say anything. So he relaxed. And coupled with the fact that this miss you is really beautiful and exquisite to the point where he sometimes loses concentration, his favoritism towards her is also rising. Yu Qing reached out and ruffled this veil on her shoulder, and after a moment of thoughtful silence, she spoke faintly. What should the outwear be paired with if we don't consider Chen Jinsho? Dada turned to the rack and pulled out a delicate white sable. It's this one. Wrap it around the ends of your upper arms. But it does seem too boisterous to go with that. And I don't mind if you do dash. Before Dada could finish his words, he saw the woman in front of him suddenly raise her hand and pull the soft sable out of his grasp. Then lightly, he drew the veil off his body and placed it in his hand, turning to wrap the sable around his arms. Does it look good? Yu Qing looked at herself inside the mirror. It is not without reason that rich wives have always liked mink. Reserve not to mention, alone temperament can directly rise 2 grades. Saying it didn't look good was too much against the grain. And Dada smiled. Of course it looks good, but it really doesn't look right on you like that. Just look good. Yu Qing calmly turned around, the high heels under her feet 7 or 8 centimeters high. She walked with a steady and elegant pace, and I do not know if it is an illusion. It seems to be even more than before. There is a typhoon some? Dada looked at the woman's back, looked down at the satin in her hands, and fell into silence. As expected, this new master still had a bit of a temper, directly stealing Chen Jinxiu's limelight in a dignified manner. Has guts. When you come out of the check room and go downstairs, outside is the work van. Fu Xiang is also considered to be atmospheric. The work car is equipped with more than $1 million. Yu Qing got into the car, and the heater inside the car was already on. There were also a number of accompanying staff members who draped her in thick clothing the moment she came in, applying makeup and fixing her hair. Yu Qing also only really realized from now on that she was currently considered a traffic star. What she's getting now is what she deserves. Miss Yu, movie queen Chen is waiting for you at the ball site. Yu Qing looked at the dappled scenery outside the window and nodded. The silence of the car was broken when Wan Xiu came over to show Yu Qing the process. The small assistants in the back were somewhat envious of Wan Xiu and Yu Qing's familiarity, because even though this Ms. Yu doesn't look like the difficult type to get along with, she doesn't feel like she's getting along well either. Just like the kind of beautiful and delicate rich lady. If she hadn't seen her live broadcast, she might really mistake her for a lady from a luxurious family out to experience life. The Eiffel Jewelry Ball, although a jewelry presentation, invited countless celebrities and opened a live broadcast. Ruanxiu felt that Yu Qing was not easy to understand, so he simply described it as a form like the iPhone launch, but the jewelry that was released was introduced by the stars on stage. One is for the sake of sales volume, and the other is to directly use the celebrity's worth to set off the magnificence of the jewelry. And at the same time, the magnificence of the jewelry can also reflect the celebrity's status and position in the opposite direction. The two of them, Yu Qing and Chen Jinxiu, were introduced to a hair accessory on their heads, a crown inlaid with countless pink crystals. On the way Yu Qing briefly looked at the introduction of this crown. She wasn't going to memorize the lines on it. Too much, too dry. The small assistant behind him watched and didn't dare to say anything, but prayed that this newly healed master could never make any scandal that shouldn't be made out at the conference. A 20-minute ride to your destination. Yu Qing bent down and prepared to get out of the car when the screen of his cell phone flashed twice. 2 messages popped up at the same time. You, 3 days on a business trip. Country Z. Remember to say what you want. Paymaster, I'm at the venue now, and Chen Jinxiu has arrived. There's no rush. There's plenty of time to spare. Yu Qing's movement to get out of the car paused for a moment and first texted Yu Yenshin back. The wine in Z is very good. Bring some back? She didn't answer back to Fu Xiang. She was already at the door. There was no need to return. At the boarding gate, Yu Yenshin looked down at Yu Qing's reply. His expression was faint, but the corners of his lips seemed to have a fine and unnoticeable hook. So it was. VIP boarding gate. Assistants with a stunned face stopped their pace to look at the president in front of them. Low hair message. Drinking together. The implication is, he drinks. Yu Qing can't. Author's word, 4 more. Chapter 286. Hello, I'm Chen Jinxiu. 3 simple words. Yet Yu Qing seemed to be able to conjure up the expression on his face when he posted those 3 words. Nguyen came over with his head. 1. Up. Drink. Is it going to be childish after drinking it? Mr. Yu's mind is not in the right place? Yu Qing calmly turned off her cell phone and stuffed it into her delicate handbag. An assistant on one side of the car helped her out of the car, and a cold wind swept over her as she tightened the sable cloak around her and followed the ushers into the venue. As soon as he stepped in on the front foot, on the back foot, someone else stepped forward. Mr. Fu and Jinxiu have been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you so slow? Hurry up and follow me. The banquet will start in a few minutes. Hurry up. It was a woman, with a black eyeglass frame and mediocre posture. The kind you wouldn't recognize if you put someone in a crowd. But Yu Qing recognized her at a glance. How could she not recognize Chen Jinxiu's agent? Yu Qing raised her eyes and swept a glance at the clock hanging on one of the sidewalls. The invitation said it would start at 8:30. It's only 7 o'clock sharp now. There should still be plenty of time. The woman moved and reached up to lift her glasses upwards. Is this your way of saying that I'm lying? It says it starts at 8:30, but don't you need to do some preparation? What were you thinking? The little assistant on Yu Qing's side reddened, probably feeling that being humiliated in such a public place was tantamount to being slapped in the face. But Yu Qing didn't seem to have any waves. She was silent for 2 seconds and then gave an "oh so quiet. Let's go then. Women." She thought Yu Qing was going to continue arguing with her. Looking at her earlier picture of defiance, it suddenly came to an abrupt end, causing her to hold back the anger in her heart and not be able to let it out. After hesitating for a while, she still snorted coldly. "Your name is Yu Qing, right? I know, the newcomer that Mr. Fu likes. Nowadays, most of the newcomers are impatient and think that they are capable and pretty and can catch fire. But in this circle, it's not as simple as you think. Luckily you ran into me. Just now you have that attitude. In exchange for any other person, you may now be directly kicked out of the know?" Yu Qing pursed her lips. Other than that she didn't have much extra expression. Her face was exquisitely beautifully made up, flirtatious and soulful, so you couldn't take your eyes off of her. Her voice trailed off. "Okay, I know time is running out. Don't you think it's a waste of time for you to be here talking about it now?" The woman choked and gave a cold grunt without another word. Turning around, he walked forward to the front lounge, number 209, and knocked on the door, from which came a woman's voice. It was a very quiet and gentle tone of voice, and Yu Qing's eyes darkened. The door was opened, and Fu Ziong sat on the sofa idly sipping his tea. On the opposite side of the couch was the woman in a white dress over a short black suit with short brown hair. It was a very simple attire, but she had a pretty good temperament, and wore a different kind of gentle and quiet demeanor with her simple attire. She was looking down at the line book in her hand when the door was opened and didn't look up. Instead, it was Fu Ziong's eyes that looked over, and when his gaze stopped on Yu Qing, his pupils narrowed in a fine, unnoticeable manner, before he frowned slightly. "Beautiful. Ask yourself is beautiful. The whole field is probably not even one can overwhelm today's Yu Qing. But pretty is too much. Doesn't Dada know what he's doing with her? Missing this day?" Fu Ziong's mind turned over with thoughts, but his face didn't show any particular color. "Qing Cheng is here? Come sit down. Movie Queen Chen has been waiting for you for a while." In a few seconds' time, Yu Qing had retrieved the fluctuating ups and downs of his eyes. She came in schlepping her skirt across the threshold, the sound of her heels touching the floor seeming extraordinarily clear at the moment. As a result, before she could speak, the woman with the black-framed glasses suddenly opened her mouth. "Mr. Fu, the artists you've signed recently are getting more temperamental than one another. I just said at the door that she came too late. A moment to open the live broadcast. She directly rushed me, said what time is abundant tight. Alas, I'm not angry. Just think the young people now cannot be down to earth and slowly come well, at least respect the seniors." Fu Zion raised his eyebrows in a thin, unnoticeable manner. In his perception, Yu Qing didn't look like the type to dislike people indiscriminately. "Xingqing, is Yao Lan telling the truth?" Yu Qing looked over at Fu Zion, and as the four eyes met, she looked down and fished out the somewhat slippery sable cloak. "What really not really, is not pay total you let me take my time not in a hurry. This, Miss Yao, just saw me and said that it was too late. I have not yet figured out how you two lines do not coincide, and this she came to sue to come?" Yao Lan frowned. "What do you mean by suing? I clearly just..." Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Zion interrupted her. "I'm the one who told her to take her time. It's probably her first time attending a party like this and nervousness is inevitable. Take your time and don't put pressure on her." Fu Ziong had always had a cordial relationship with the employees underneath, which was probably why Yao Lan dared to see Yu Qing directly like this. At this moment, suddenly disliked by Fu Ziong, her face changed. This was more than just a remark. In her eyes, this was Fu Ziong slapping her face in public for a newly signed starlet. "Okay, my bad." After she dropped a sentence, she turned around and walked to Chen Jinxiu's side. As for Chen Jinxiu, it was only at this time that she lifted her eyes to look at Yu Qing. She raised her eyes, but suddenly realized that Yu Qing was also looking at her. She was briefly stunned for a few seconds when she met those clear and brimming eyes, and then smiled slightly. "MS, you is it? Hello, I'm Chen Jinxiu," still sitting in a posture that invariably emphasized her status and position. Yu Qing stood in place for half a second before she took a step forward, with one hand wrapped around the cloaked sable. He bent down slightly and stretched out his other hand in front of Chen Jinxiu's eyes. "Hello Queen Chen, I'm Yu Qing. It's a pleasure to meet you here, and likewise, it's a pleasure to be able to work with you." She looked at the seated Chen Jinxiu with a condescending stance, the smile that curled up at the corner of her lips becoming more and more radiant under the light. Even Chen Jinxiu was shaken by her poise, but there were countless beautiful women in this circle, and she had never cared who was prettier than her. She knew she wasn't pretty, but she was unique, and the ones that were prettier than her one by one, where are they now? She reached out and shook Yu Qing's hand briefly. "Hello, we'll cheer together from now on." Yu Qing withdrew her hand and Yao Lan looked at her from the side. The disdain overflowing from the bottom of her eyes seemed to say, no matter how tugging you are. In front of Chen Jinxiu's eyes, you still have to grovel and bend down to shout, "Hello Chen Jinxiu?" Yu Qing fixed his eyes on her for a few seconds before turning to look at Fu Xiang. Mr. Fu, your company doesn't seem to care much about the personal health of your employees. This MS. Yao's cockeye should be cured, right? Or else how much will it lose face for movie Queen Chen? Chapter 287, This is My Life. Yao Lan's pupils shrank as she sucked in a breath. It was normal for newcomers to be arrogant because they hadn't yet realized the cruelty of this circle. But arrogant and rude into this way, she so many years for the first time to see. She laughed back in anger and reached out to take off her glasses. Yu Qing, right? Do you know who you are talking to? In front of your boss and movie Queen Chen's face you have no sense of proportion at all? Your emotional intelligence is really low. I've never seen a newcomer like you before. If you really think you're good enough, and don't respect your seniors by not obeying them, then why don't you just go out and create your own company before it's too late and become your own boss? Chen Jinxiu raised her eyes to Yu Qing. There was no fluctuation of color on her face, but she seemed to have frowned if anything. The agent was disliked by a newcomer, and it didn't look good hanging on to anyone's face. But Chen Jinxiu didn't say anything, she just looked at Fu Xiang. Fu Xiang frowned unconsciously as he met her calm, wave-free line of sight and turned to Yu Qing. Yu Qing, stop it. Today's Yu Qing really had an inexplicable sense of eccentricity to him. In days gone by, I thought she was calm beyond words. Looking at the contract she was only 21, but living as a 34 or 35-year-old, even more so. But now, it seems to have suddenly become 18 again, blatantly disliking her seniors. It wasn't like something she could do. Yu Qing upsetly turned around and found a sofa to sit down. Behind her, the assistant and Wan Shou didn't dare to speak too much and just stood behind her. Add to that the clothes and makeup and grooming she's wearing today, and now the picture is like the female mogul of finance is negotiating tens of billions of dollars in contracts with the people below her. A natural sense of condescension. Alright then, it just so happens that I'm also a bit tired and don't want to talk. As the words fell out, she cast a glance at Yao Lan with a raised eyebrow, her gaze skimming over Chen Jinxiu's face without pause. MS. Yao, you take a break as well. Yao Lan is really going to be pissed off. Smooth sailing for so many years, disliked by a new employee? The man also looked like, I don't care to argue with you, shut up, and she got even angrier. Quickly reattaching her eyeglass frames, she opened her mouth to continue saying something, but was held down by the seated Chen Jinxiu's arm. The newcomer doesn't know any better? Make an example of her. There's nothing to count. Her voice was lowered, but the box was just a little bit bigger, and it carried clearly into the ears of everyone present. Yu Qing faintly lifted his eyebrows to look at her. Is that what makes you angry? The corners of his lips hooked, and he looked down as he fished his line book off the table. Looking down without another word, Fu Xiang swept his cold eyes over these two people, always feeling that tonight's jewelry presentation would not be too peaceful. It was mainly Yu Qing that gave him the feeling that she seemed to be up to something. He reached out and knocked on the corner of the table with the bone knuckle of his index finger. Yu Qing, memorize the lines, read them according to the above, and it's best not to make a single mistake. Do you understand? Oh, Fu Xiang's frown tightened. The awards party starts at 8:30, and you have to be in at 8:20. Yu Qing stood up, and her sable cloak slipped off her white arm, which happened to brush against the arm of Chen Jinxiu, who had also stood up and walked out on one side. The soft touch made her frown in displeasure. Chen Jinxiu had never liked mink as a match. Cheesy tight, she thought. Chen Jinxiu frowned minutely and unnoticeably, and faintly opened her mouth. Miss Yu, put your clothes in order. After entering the venue in a while, many media are taking pictures, and perhaps there will be a live broadcast. If you're not dressed properly from time to time like this, it will make people gossip. Yu Qing lowered his eyes to look at her. Thank you, movie Queen Chen. Your jacket is also a bit messy. Remember to organize it before entering as well. Chen Jinxiu's eyebrows sank. She thought Yu Qing was provoking her. She then wanted to say something, but the stylist behind her suddenly stepped forward and reached out to gather up her suit jacket that was hanging down to her upper arm. This jacket size is a bit too big. Queen Chen, remember to be careful, it falls off again in a while. Chen Jinxiu. She frowned at her clothes for a few seconds before raising her eyes to her side. The figure of the woman beside him, who revealed the tone of an aristocratic and delicate young lady, was already in the distance. She had always felt at peace with herself, but for some reason, this girl seemed to ruffle her feathers easily. Maybe it was the lack of rest, or maybe it was the fact that she looked and dressed the way she did was the reason she was in her least favorite faction. Walking around the corner, Enru supported the little assistant before quietly lying on Yu Qing's side and biting her ear. Didn't you just go a bit too far with your attitude towards movie Queen Chen and her agent? You're not usually like this. Are you involved with them? Ruan Xiu had stayed with Yu Qing for a few years and more or less understood her character. A sixth sense told her that there was definitely something going on here. Yu Qing leaned her back against the cold tiled wall, and under the obscure light, Her eyes were radiant and eye-catching. "Do you remember what I told you before I came back home?" Nguyen thought for a moment. "It's that line, it's your life to go back to your country? What does that have to do with the two of them?" Yu Qing's eyes deepened. An unfamiliar light was reflected in front of him. She lowered her voice over Nguyen's ear. "Going back to China, receiving scripts, live broadcasting, establishing a persona. This series of behaviors are actually all to make me have a card in front of Fu Ziong, so that he will feel that I have value and be willing to sign me. Got it?" Her voice was clear and low, and Ruan Xiao was in a trance for a moment after hearing it. All to get Starburns to sign her? So why is she so adamant about signing Starburns? Is it because Chen Jinxiu is here? Or is Yao Lan here? Her inquiry had just popped up when, from the back, the voices of Chen Jinxiu and Yao Lan appeared abruptly. Nguyen blanched, realizing that they hadn't heard her, before quietly stepping to the side to make way for them. Because of what had happened earlier, the four had barely exchanged any words, but had walked to the venue together. In the center of the venue were rows of seats in the shape of a ladder, and Starbuns, being a big company in the circle, was naturally at the front. Yu Qing glanced towards the back after taking his seat. There were about 7 or 8 rows of seats behind him, enough to project how many stars and high rollers should come tonight, and how many karmic meetings will take place at this venue. "Miss Yu, Movie Queen Chen, the two of you are in charge of the finale tonight, so please be patient." The staff hand delivered a diamond bracelet labeled with a serial number, but there was only one diamond bracelet, and they were for Chen Jinxiu. Chen Jinxiu hesitated for a moment and looked sideways at Yu Qing. "Give it to Miss Yu. I don't like this kind of mundane thing. Miss Yu should like it. It goes quite well with her." The staff member's face changed. "If you don't like it, you still come to participate. What do you mean by kitsch?" Chapter 288. The most beautiful red rose in the light of diamonds. Although his heart was slandering, his expression on his face remained unchanged, and he did not beg for Chen Jinxiu to put on the bracelet. Turning to Yu Qing with a smile, "Miss Yu, look at this bracelet." He thought Yu Qing would squirm and act for a while because of Chen Jinxiu's words, but he didn't expect her to directly reach out and pick up the bracelet and bring it on without hesitation. Her skin is white as snow, and even the diamond bracelet looks like it has a layer of glowing buffs on it. "This earth, this is the world. Want not vulgar. 100 years into the incinerator into the ash after the natural heaven is not vulgar. However, MS, Yu is also considered to be the best in our vulgar. I am Designer Song. Nice to meet you." The staff was busy and he was bored in the background, so he came out to do a little work. "I didn't expect that." Just in time to hear someone say that diamonds are vulgar. Nor do they look at their own temperament, thinking that simplicity is out of the world? "I'm afraid I can't even find it if I drown in a sea of people." Song's mind was full of thoughts, smiling and shaking hands towards Yu Qing, who did the same. Chen Jinxiu's face had a momentary whitening. She looked down at her phone, but her thin lips were tightly pursed. After Song left, she switched places with Yao Lan on one side and moved away from Yu Qing. Yu Qing's body leaned over towards the back of the chair, a little if any smile on her brows, looking at the glowing stage surface in front of her like it was soft and boneless. Behind her, the camera of the photographer in charge of capturing the scene was soundlessly on the side of her face. Zooming in, the set of photos, which will be released after the banquet. The name is The Most Beautiful Red Rose in the Light of Diamonds. Everything quickly came to a head. The host opened the show with the curtain call, after which the presentation of the jewelry began with hardly any delay. The first is a ring, a couple's ring. It was a couple of well-known artists in the circle who came to introduce the show. With a good stage presence and a decent introduction, the following noblewoman wife bid 2 million starting auction. The price was coaxed after the final speculation to 8 million 3 hammer. It was only then that Yu Qing understood that this was not just a jewelry conference, but also a charity bidding model. I have to say, businesses are really good at marketing these days. The heat was on and charity was done. She rested her cheeks on her head as she watched what was happening in front of her, the sable cloak on her arm falling off again. Chen Jinxiu unintentionally glanced sideways at Yu Qing while she was watching the stage, and this glance, in its raw form, left her half awake. It's one thing to be amazed at her beauty. It was another thing to somehow feel a sense of familiarity from the way she held her cheeks. Time passed by minute by minute. Chen Jinxiu was so engrossed in her own thoughts that she didn't even notice that the host on the stage had called out her name, until Yu Qing stood up and walked past her eyes, stopping his pace and extending his hand towards her elegantly and graciously. "Maybe Empress Chen's legs are a bit numb from sitting for too long? Come, take my hand and I'll assist you." The camera panned to Yu Qing's face, and the outline of her holding a few smiles surrendered to the big screen. Without knowing where a wow sound came from, Chen Jinxiu didn't even hold Yu Qing's hand and directly stood up. "I'm sorry guys, I think you can understand being surprised by the sparkle of diamonds and not coming back to your senses. No woman doesn't love diamonds." Yu Qing didn't break down her lie and just stood behind her, calmly withdrawing her hand. The two walked onto the stage together. stopping his pace when he reached the stage and taking a general view of the entire hall from above. Yu Qing realized how many people were here, not to mention the business aristocrats and rich wives. There are not a few celebrities who can be named just by looking at their faces. Chen Jinxiu held the microphone and swept a sideways glance at Yu Qing. Seeing her poise, she withdrew her gaze and took a deep breath. The spotlight refracts into the center and the tray rises slowly from below the stage. As previously notified, this is a crown. Chen Jinxiu snatched the crown and held it in her hand. Her voice was good since, gurgling like a small stream. This crown, which is a limited edition addition to Alio's collection this year, is centered on a translucent floral charm gemstone embedded with platinum accents. The collision with the dazzling brilliance of the gemstone gives new life to the floral gesture. As I just said, there is no woman who doesn't love diamond jewelry. Diamond rings, bracelets, or earrings, these must be here. Everyone also see a lot. But the crown, probably everyone has seen is very little. Especially this kind of exquisite workmanship. To do exquisite woman, naturally is to start from the beginning, we think. Just as her words fell, there was a thunderous applause underneath. Chen Jinxiu finally broke out of her cage from the oppressive feeling that she had just succeeded in being suppressed by Yu Qing 3 times in a row. Confident women were often the most beautiful, and her charisma was only now presenting itself. Her command of the stage and her calm and gentle demeanor were also a highlight. As for Yu Qing, the crowd seemed to have gradually forgotten about her from the initial amazement and freshness. Next, start the bidding dash. $5 million, $6.5 million. The previous luxury goods all started at $2 million. A crown, obviously the most mediocre in terms of utility as well as design and so on, favors the highest starting price. This undoubtedly, in disguise, proved Chen Jinxiu's personal charm. Yaolan quietly watched all of this from the stage, glancing sideways at Ruan Qiu, whose presence on his side was almost zero. See, what does it mean to be a movie queen? You are Yu Qing's agent, right? Haven't heard your name in the circle. See, you should be quite young in the future and your master. All put modestly, the thing I fear most about being a human being is that one's eyes are too big for one's mouth. You don't have such a big mouth, but you want to eat such a big pie. Look at what is the artist. What is the temperament? Miss you, such a vase showbiz is a lot. In fact, in the look is not in. Ruan Qiu's face flushed red, and before she could retort, on the stage, another ethereal yet clear voice came over. In Roman mythology, when Cupid met the mortal Psyche, he was meant to shoot Psyche, but the beauty of love often comes from this, and he fell deeply in love with Psyche. The designers used this as an inspiration to tell the story of the eternal and marvelous connection between diamonds and love, and in this way interpreted the concept of toi and moi, you and me. At first glance, the floral rhythm gemstone at the center of the crown appears to be a simple gemstone. Of course, it really is a beautiful gemstone. Yu Qing's gaze went towards the photographer, and without moving, she easily took the crown with the tray from Chen Jinxiu's hand, bringing the camera close to the gemstone at the center of the crown. But in addition to it being a beautiful gemstone, the designer also designed, in the center, a juxtaposed lotus. The enlarged jewel is reflected on the large screen, and the juxtaposition in the center stands out more clearly. A burst of exclamations came from the scene, a surprise that Chen Jinxiu had not introduced. Chapter 289, Mr. Yu, bidding $50 million, inspired by Roman mythology while blending into the national style. It's a marvelous collision of inspiration and reality. And this crown, a number 13, is bidding $8 million. Before Yu Qing could finish his words, he heard a gasp of surprise coming from the host. Such a luxury item is actually expensive in terms of the designer's design, and the quality of the diamonds used may not be that good. He thought that after Chen Jinxiu had just said something, this crown would be sold for $6 million at most, but he didn't expect Yu Qing's words to fall just now, and someone directly smashed $8 million down. $8 million is not much in the hands of this group, but far more than the crown was originally worth. Row B number 2, $10 million. $10 million a time. Row A, seat 18, $11 million. The stage was a blur of light and shadows, and every time someone made a bid, a spotlight loomed over whoever's head it was. Yu Qing gently held the tray in her hands, and the crown gave off a streaming glow under the light. The sable cloak she was wearing fell over the edge of the crown, setting off another unspeakably extravagant beauty. Combined with the story she had just told, and the presence of the juxtaposition lotus, the heat in the arena was almost at its peak for a moment. Off stage, the designer of this crown looked at Yu Qing almost incredulously. The design of the juxtaposition of the lotus was not added to the line book, perhaps because the organizers feel that the diamond is to be extravagant enough, and the juxtaposition of the lotus is said to be unavoidable to pull down the grade. But now Yu Qing didn't just say it, she gave it a wonderful story. Song passed him by and muttered sourly, if she had introduced me to my necklace as well, I guess it wouldn't have sold for $7 million, more or less doubled. The camera kept aiming and shooting on the stage. Yu Qing's stage style and posture was uncharacteristically steady. On the contrary, Chen Jinxiu's face was trending more and more somber. She's the queen of the movie, getting punched in the face like that by a newcomer. Taking a deep breath and looking at the lights, he just felt blindingly tight. The auction on the stage was in full swing. A family selling home furnishings of the rich and powerful wife has bid $18 million. No one is currently competing for it. Just as 18 million was ready to triple hammer it, off stage, a spotlight suddenly lit up on Starbanner's spot. Mr. Fu bid $20 million. Star Scorch Mutual Entertainment's Mr. Fu Ziong bid $20 million, the highest in the room. The host's voice amplified through the microphone into everyone's ears, tugging at the illusion of a vibration. Fu Ziong held up the sign in his hand, and he didn't look too good. Yu Qing looked at the host the moment he spoke out, and with 4 eyes, she probably understood what Fu Ziong meant. Can't have the Queen of Shadows getting punched in the face. She pursed the corners of her lips minutely and imperceptibly, her brows dropping slightly to hide all the obscurity under her eyes. What to do? When she came, she was not prepared to let Chen Jinxiu have a little light. She was all about taking away all of her. All. Even if you take it away, it's still hard to get rid of it. It seems that Movie Queen Chen is really still Movie Queen Chen. This title of Queen of Carrying Goods really lives up to its name. The host saw the wind and immediately began to change sides. From 2 million to 20 million. Movie Queen Chen is truly as powerful as ever. Chen Jinxiu's eyes erupted with a faint light, and her voice trembled a bit that she didn't even notice. Thank you, Mr. Fu of Starburn. I'm really quite surprised that this crown sold for such a good price, but that's probably my own new. Before she could finish her words, she saw that the second floor box was suddenly selected by a spotlight. Mr. Yu of KR Group, bid $50 million. Mr. Yu of KR Group, bid $50 million. Mr. Yu of KR Group, bidding $50 million. 3 beeps that resounded throughout the venue. 50 million. Even compared to the $50 million, the crowd was even more surprised by the prefix KR Group. Mr. Yu, is it the Mr. Yu they're thinking of? That Mr. Yu, who basically only attends KR's events and can't be hired at any price by any brand? When they came, no one told them that Mr. Yu would be here too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it really Yu Yenchen? Did I hear you wrong? It seems like everyone is hearing the same thing. KR, Mr. Yu, yes, it's KR Yu Yenchen. My god, why is he here? Quickly help me to see if there are any problems with my makeup. Yu Yenchen, oh my god. $50 million. $50 million to buy a crown. Are so light and airy. This man is really attractive. Who did he buy the crown for? Isn't he? Roll. You're the clamor of the scene boiled over to a high point for a time. The spotlight, however, never lit up again after $20 million. Not to mention the $50 million. Let's just say that Mr. KRU, who dares to steal the crown that Yu Yenchen has his eye on? Fu Ziong clenched the sign in his hand, his eyes looking towards the mysterious box on the second floor. Yu Yenchen was there? No one told him Yu Yenchen would be attending. His eyes went to the 2 women on the stage, and he didn't raise his sign again. With $50 million, he's still under a bit of pressure to afford it. Moreover, Chen Jinxiu wasn't worth the $50 million he had to pay. Thinking this way, he couldn't help but have another thought. Is Yu Qing? It is worth Yu Yenchen how smashed 50 million, but also just a small crown worth at most 2 or 3 million. Does he like Yu Qing that much? To the tune of $50 million just to buy her happiness? The host seemed to have not even regained his senses. No one had told him that Mr. Yu would actually appear here as well. He rolled his throat as the voice of a backstage conductor came over his headset. He immediately came back to his senses. Mr. Yu of KR has bid $50 million. This is undoubtedly the highest bid of the auction. Mr. Yu's appearance has really made the entire venue fluffy. It's not bad for Mr. Yu to choose such a cool way to make a grand finale appearance. It seems like Mr. Yu must have liked MS. Chen Jinxiu's introduction so much that he would auction it off in such a grandiose manner. Chen Jinxiu is the queen of the movie, who is now slammed. The host still has a number in mind. Just as his words fell, he saw the second floor box once again illuminated by a spotlight. A voice came from inside. Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Yu's assistant. I'm sorry, but our general manager Yu just said that what he liked was Miss Yu's introduction. Vivid and interesting, and introducing many hidden designs that Empress Chen didn't even say. Miss Yu must have done a lot of homework. Our Mr. Yu said that what the entertainment industry needs nowadays is such hard-working artists who take everything seriously. This $50 million, Mr. Yu said, was auctioned off for Miss Yu's sake. Naturally, after this crown is over, please ask the organizer to give it directly to Miss Yu as well. There was a long silence close to 5 seconds, and then came an even more violent clamor. It was the first time they had heard Yu Yenshin himself speak out on matters outside of the business world of finance. And is it really okay for Mr. Yu to even say lines like that? What does it mean to give it directly to Ms. Yu Ching? This is also too lucky. Oh. Chapter 290. Yu Ching stood on the stage in silence, his eyes looking towards the hidden box on the second floor. Yu Yenshin? Didn't he say he went abroad and came back? Or was it actually just his assistant in there? Although Yu Ching had a lot of ideas right now, there was no way to take evidence to determine it for a while. She calmly clutched the microphone, listening to the clamor in her ears and the sound of the triple hammer. This crown in her hand, that is, was auctioned off for $50 million. $50 million, not to mention one of these mid-range crowns. Even a whole set of head-to-toe decorations can be bought. Miss Manners didn't come up to the stage to take away the crown, simply because, as Mr. Yu said, the crown was for Miss Yu. Chen Jinxiu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Under the spotlight, half of her body and half of her face were silently shrouded in darkness. She just went abroad for a few years. A newcomer nowadays is arrogant like this? Taking a deep breath, he glanced sideways and locked eyes with Fu Ziong, who was seated in the audience. However, he realized that Fu Ziong wasn't even looking at her at this time. He was also looking at Yu Qing, his expression appearing less genuine in the obscure light. Chen Jinxiu's breath caught in her throat as an unspeakable emotion instantly surged through her heart, causing her entire being to fall into icy thoughts. Once again, the host's voice rings in the ears. At a sky-high price of $50 million, this is the highest auction price for an Eiffel in the last 10 years. Let's give our applause warmly and excitedly to Ms. Yu Qing, as well as Mr. Yu, who is unable to show up for some reason. The deafening applause made her feel even more wretched at the moment. Taking a deep breath, he raised his eyes to the spotlight overhead. When she came back to her senses again, she was noticeably calmer than before. Before Yu Qing could say anything, Chen Jinxiu suddenly opened her mouth. She wasn't sure if she had figured something out or thought of something else, and her tone actually had a slight chuckle to it. Ms. Yu is the new artist signed by Starscorch, and the first time I saw her, I felt that her future must be unlimited. Sure enough, she gave me a big surprise so quickly. Nowadays, it's rare to see such a spiritual and down-to-earth entertainer inside the entertainment circle. Yu Qing counts as one. How about I make a bold prediction here? Within 5 years, the one standing in my position will definitely be her. Yu Qing's eyes flickered. The host took over the conversation. Queen Chen is too modest. Your position is not something that anyone can stand on. I didn't believe you when you said Miss Yu, but after seeing this scene today, I'm a bit skeptical. Maybe this Miss Yu can really become a legend like this auction? After all, outside of Starscorch, who she looked up to behind her, there might be Yu Yenshin, but this was something the host didn't say out loud. It was only when the words came to pass that Yu Qing realized Chen Jinxiu's true purpose. Cajoling. She just signed with Starburns and she said she could be a movie queen in 5 years. And there are so many female artists on the scene in the same cohort, same age, same genre as her. She swept her eyes downward, and there was a group of 11 women at the bottom who were already whispering and looking at her with extra bright and dark eyes. Yu Qing sneered in his heart. Thanks for the love from movie queen Chen. There are so many excellent seniors that juniors in the circle. I just want to be a Buddhist actor. She spoke in a relaxed joke-like tone as she spoke, so that one could not feel a hint of hostility. On the contrary, the movie queen is just under 30 this year, and I heard that she is not going to go back after returning to China this time. Perhaps she wants to take a few more grand slams in the country? Of course, with Queen Chen's strength these are probably no problem. After all, you can even predict who the next movie queen will be. Chen Jinxiu's face changed slightly. I'm also living a Buddhist life, so let all of this be as it is. As soon as she said this, the first row underneath her, an actress who didn't see eye to eye with her, laughed. The sound was not too loud or too small to reach her ears. Buddhist? TSK? I don't know who ran their asses off to Hollywood and came back, couldn't hang out abroad and came to hang out at home, but also Buddhist. Chen Jinxiu subconsciously wanted to argue something with her, but when the words came out of her mouth, she couldn't say anything. Only a deeply hidden but shallow chill spilled from the bottom of his eyes. It took half a second before she spoke again. In any case, please look forward to the strength of my junior, Ms. Yu. I'm sure she won't let everyone down, and with her strength, she's perfectly capable of standing out in the circle. Fu Ziong just frowned silently as he listened to what she said. The cudgeling is too obvious. Yu Qing gave her a sideways glance, and before she could think of anything to say, she saw the lights gradually turn progressively darker, which signaled the end of this auction. She, on the other hand, might become a thorn in the side of the group below because of Chen Jinxiu's words. After all, this is showbiz and everyone is trying to step on the head of the line to get to the top. She pursed her lips and lowered the microphone without another word. If she said more now, it would only give people clues and make them think that she and Chen Jinxiu did not get along. Gradient blue lights shone from the audience to the second tier of boxes. The curtains on the stage were about to fall, and at that very moment, the spotlight looms over the third level. The presenter was packing up his desk when his movements suddenly lurched. Third level, Eiffel organizer's turf. What's the fuss about? Aren't we going into phase 2? Hi, ladies and gentlemen. This is the organizer. Added. So please wait a moment. There is an announcement to be made here. I'm sure it's something everyone wants to hear. The added was a foreign woman, probably not very old, with a bit of a dainty end to her voice. There was a lot I wanted to say, but everyone's time is valuable. Plus I'm hungry, so let's keep it short. As you may know, Eiffel created this gala not only to auction off as well as put on sale new products, but also with the intention of finding a new spokesperson. At this point in the conversation, she paused. Sorry, I forgot my lines. Wait for me to read my line book. There was a low chuckle from the bottom, but no one's heart was free of nervous apprehension. Yu Qing's line of sight did not look towards the third floor. His gaze instead looked towards Chen Jinxiu at his side. She looked tense, by and large. Suddenly, Yu Qing skimmed the microphone and said towards the side of Chen Jinxiu's ear, Movie Queen Chen, you just held me in such high esteem. Added won't pick me as a spokesperson, right? Chen Jinxiu subconsciously frowned at Yu Qing, although she subconsciously wanted to deny it, but inevitably her heart was still flustered. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything, taking a deep breath, forcing up a calm expression. Who knows? That being said, she was still afraid of lifting a rock and hitting herself in the foot. Yu Qing smiled wanly. The third floor made another noise at that moment. Sorry, darlings, I found the manuscript. Excuse me, where is Chen Jinxiu? Please have the spotlight shrouded over her head so we can see her. Chapter 291 added looks to Yu Yenshin. Tonight, with me, Chen Jinxiu has been on the biggest runway in the country so far, but at the moment, it was inexplicably tense. Is she? She's the spokesperson? But Mr. Fu didn't mention this to her. Could it be that ADID saw her and chose her all of a sudden? The moment the spotlight enveloped her head, she subconsciously glanced sideways at Yu Qing. Seeing her look pale, but an inexplicable sense of pleasure rose up in her heart. Reaching out, he raised the microphone. Hello, MS, ADID, I'm Chen Jinxiu. Off stage, the actress who had taunted her earlier now had an ugly look on her face. Added's voice proceeded to spread around through the stereo. MS, Chen Jinxiu is the highest-priced female celebrity invited to this auction. Oh, please don't record or send out this segment. As we all know, MS, Chen Jinxiu's value is not normally high, and inviting her to attend has left us mentally and financially exhausted. Chen Jinxiu's face gradually produced a subtle change in color. MS, added, it's not very nice of you to say that here, is it? That's why I told the cameraman to stop recording ya. Chen Jinxiu, she endured. It's nothing to hold back as long as it ends well. Added is notoriously difficult to work with in the biz and doesn't take anyone seriously. Presumably she's looking at her as well to say that about her. The added looked like he didn't notice Chen Jinxiu's displeasure at all and proceeded to speak. So, MS, Chen Jinxiu, would you please step forward now and put on the crown for the new spokesperson of Eiffel 2019? MS, Yu Qing, please, MS, Chen Jinxiu? The added ignored the silence around him and repeated again. Crouch down. Does added have a grudge against Chen Jinxiu? Fixing her up like this? You see when she just held up Yu Qing didn't she also show no mercy? Added this is payback for payback. This is way different. So, the spokesperson, Yu Qing? Yu Qing had not yet recovered from the incident of Chen Jinxiu being selected by the spotlight, which caught her off guard and the spotlight once again fell on her head. The lashes were blooming with the light of an understandable color, and for 2 seconds, Yu Qing quickly sorted herself out in those 2 seconds. The corners of her lips curled into a smile, not too open, so naturally there was no smug gesture. Looking calmly at the position at the third floor box, as if through the box, he saw the people behind him. MS, added, is that me? Sure, a simple conversation, but it flooded with shock waves. Chen Jinxiu cupped her, and ADID directly followed her words and cupped Yu Qing directly. Now they couldn't say they were jealous of Yu Qing, they only felt that this was a fight between gods. Mr. Yu, added, are both important figures. Mr. Yu can be said to be a coincidence, but who would believe that there is another added who has nothing to do with Yu Qing himself? This is where jealousy doesn't come in, only envy and shock. Chen Jinxiu looked at that crown in the tray in front of her, and her complexion seemed to twist for a moment. She didn't say anything, but her lower lip tightened. Fu Ziong watched it all from below, for half a second, before anyone could recover from the shock. Woody went up to the stage, lifted the crown, and placed it directly on top of Yu Qing's head, with 4 eyes facing each other. Yu Qing could see some anger under Fu Ziong's eyes. Angry? Because Chen Jinxiu was constantly slapped in the face, so he's protective of his shortcomings? Fu Ziong took the microphone from Yu Qing's hands and looked towards the third floor box. I'm Fu Ziong. I've come to grant Yu Qing the crown. Does Ms. Added have a problem with that? Added lapsed into a brief silence. Half a dozen times she laughed softly. Sure, no problem. After a brief pause, thunderous applause erupted at the command of the host. Third floor box. The Russian woman with big wavy light pink hair stood in front of the door, her body hot and her eyes naked. Mr. You, going to all this trouble just to have your little canary punch that what's her name? Movie Queen Chen in the face? Is that necessary? The Added looked at the man seated on the soft, toffee purple couch, and a glow reflected in his heterochromatic pupils. Bossy man. Men with money. Men who are good to women and protective. Who doesn't love it? Yu Yenchen faintly swept a glance at her, not even pausing for a second more. It's necessary. 3 simple words that made Added smile. 50 million crowns, 100 million investment, TSK, Mr. Yu was really angry and rich. Her tone was seductive as she spoke of that gas, a vague sense of color coming out hard. Yu Yenchen acted as if he hadn't heard anything as he knocked the ashes of the half-cigarette in his hand. The low voice was seductively husky. Money not for my woman to spend for you? Added smiled appositely. I wouldn't mind giving me flowers. I could actually be your woman. And I don't want your money. I have plenty of it. The words fell out of her mouth and she stomped her way to the man's eyes with a catwalk. Bending down low, she reveals a tantalizing figure. Mr. You, what do you say? Yu Yenchen raised his eyes to her, for eyes met, and Added's smile deepened. Reaching for his arm, she wrapped it around him like a boneless snake. Stay with me, tonight? In 4 simple words, she uttered seductive charm. On one side, Secretary Su had goosebumps all over her body. Yu Yenchen's complexion seems to have not changed much from the beginning to the end, but just because it is so Added feel that he is seductive. She just likes what she can't have. Thoughts shifted slightly and she raised her head to kiss it. Yu Yenchen reached out and pressed his hand against her head in this moment. The color of his eyes was like a cool mist enveloping them, making people want to explore them, but they were afraid of falling into the abyss of them. Only he leaned over and spoke in her ear. Added's face changed in shock at the comment and he stood up instantly, his pupils dilated with shock or annoyance. Yu Yenchen did not move and annihilated the cigarette in his hand, calmly looking at her. His voice was still light, with a cool undertone. Annoyed? Secretary Su was even more embarrassed on the side, because he heard what Mr. Yu said, and what Mr. Yu said was, ADID, the silicone in your body is resting on my arm. Get away from me, I'm allergic to silicone. Mr. Yu, this is also too direct, although he also saw that Added's that is fake. But how to lose face of other girls by saying it directly like this? You're such a pervert. You actually insult girls like that. Aren't you Chinese men all very introverted? Added's face turned red with anger. She almost fell when she stepped on her high heels and turned around. She forced herself to stabilize herself to look at Yu Yenchen. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. A man like you, absolutely no girl will love. Chapter 292, Yu Qing definitely won't bow down, and Yu Yenchen shouldn't either. The corner of Yu Yenchen's lips pulled out an arc if any. Is that so? 2 simple words directly blocked Added full of anger. Added is white. Her angry face is red, looking at the looming man in front of her, only to feel that she just really actually feel that he is particularly handsome? What's handsome about a man like that who isn't a bit of a gentleman? I'm going to tell everyone down there right now that it was you who forced me to make Yu Qing my spokesperson. I'm also going to tell them about your adulterous affair with Yu Qing. Just you wait. As the words fell out of her mouth, she reached directly for the amplified microphone on the side. She made a gesture to open her mouth to speak, but in the end, her mouth was open for half a day, and there was no one behind her to stop her. Added was furious and couldn't express it, so she turned her back to Yu Yenchen for a long time in silence before turning around. Forget it, it's no fun. Yu Yenchen looked at her with cold words and didn't bother to break down her lies. $100 million of investment, she dared to say out directly fizzled. Forgive her and not have the courage. He stood up, slender, and stood in front of Added's eyes. More than a head taller than she was. Xingxing is now the spokesperson for your family. Treat her better and keep up with the resources, advertisements and whatnot. Understand? The implication is that if he finds out that it's half bad, the $100 million will be gone straight away. How could Added say otherwise? She gritted her teeth and half a dozen words didn't pop out. It was only under the man's icy stare that she finally squeezed a good word from inside her throat. And the moment her words fell, Yu Yenchen turned around and walked out, without any thoughts of continuing in this room. Added gazed at the direction Yu Yenchen had left, and Yu Qing's beautiful and delicate face could not help but appear in his mind. It kinda goes with it. Both were giving off a feeling of indifference and detachment. Added suddenly wondered curiously, when Yu Yenchen and Yu Qing were together, did neither one of them pay attention to the other? Yu Qing definitely wouldn't bow down, and Yu Yenchen shouldn't either. The thought made her depressed mood a little better. On the other side, Yu Qing got off the stage and many people approached her for VX and contact information. The ones who came were all familiar faces to her. And there was also an 8-member boy band, all young and handsome 18-year-olds, who surrounded her and called out to her sister. The feeling. Yu Qing reached out and gathered her sable cloak, only to think, it's good to be young. Young flesh is good too. She carelessly walked forward, rounding the corner, and was suddenly blocked from going forward. She fixed her eyes on the person in front of her. Paymaster. I don't know why, but before Fu Ziyan came, she seemed to have guessed that he was coming. It's really coming. Fu Ziyan looked at Yu Qing coldly, with almost no temperature under his eyes. There's one thing to say, Yu Qing. I'm sincere with you. Sincerely treating you as a seedling that can become a success in the future to cultivate. Aren't you afraid that I'll be disappointed in you if you do this? Don't think about arguing first. First tell me why you provoked Chen Jinxiu again and again. Do you know that her life was already miserable enough? It was hard to get to this point. She's not the same as you, do you understand? The tone of Fu Ziyan's words had gotten heavier towards the end. Even the eyes that looked at Yu Qing were filled with anger. And even a little bit of remorse? Remorse for what? Signing her? Yu Qing stepped on her 7-centimeter high heels and could almost drink Fu Ziyan on all fours. The bottom of her eyes were ripple-less, temperature less quiet, like a dead sea. She's miserable. Is it hard? Difficult? What do you mean by difficult? Is this even hard? She's only going to have harder ones in the future. In this life, people are always responsible for the mistakes they make. Chen Jinxiu has been on the loose for 4 years and it's time to end it. Fu Ziyan laughed out coldly. She is not difficult. You are difficult. Behind you stands one of Remote City's top big shots, and when he speaks out, the endorsements are all yours. Yu Qing, I really can't figure out. Why do you still want to sign Star Scorch when you have Mr. Yu at your back? Yu Qing looked at Fu Ziyan. You signed me. Fu Ziyan was already getting angrier and angrier as he looked at this face of hers. Okay, just think of it as me signing you. Yes, I'm the one who signed you, but why don't you be a good person and have to toss Chen Jinxiu? What can you get out of it? Yu Qing was silent for a few seconds before she faintly opened her mouth. You're sheltering her like this now because you feel sorry for her? No? Yu Qing laughed. The smile at the corner of her lips was abrupt, even like a sneer. Almost without any hesitation, she stepped on her high heels and turned around Fu Ziyan and walked away. Fu Ziyan frowned and pulled her back by the arm. Looking at the face in front of him that looked like his late wife's, Fu Ziyan only felt anger. Yu Qing, how about this? I don't think Starscorch can really tolerate a big Buddha like you. Or why don't you just leave? I won't ask you for the termination fee. You sign your KR. I think I really can't tolerate a person like you. Count me as blind. I couldn't tell if I was a human or a ghost before. Pei Zion. It's time to shut up. Before Fu Ziyan could finish his words, a child's male voice came from behind him. He heard almost instantly who the owner of the voice was, and gathered his hair in annoyance. Yu Yenchen stepped out from the corner. His sight first landed on Yu Qing's face, his 4 eyes facing each other. He took a few steps forward and easily hooked his arm around hers and swept her into his arms. Ignore him. His voice fell low and deep in her ear. Yu Qing frowned. The smoke from Yu Yenchen's body was too heavy, so heavy that it rushed his nose a little, only to hear him then opened his mouth. Accent some lazy horse? Mixed with a little mockery. Fu Ziyong, to sign is you, to cancel the contract is also you. A big man thing so much? She's the one who tossed Chen Jinxiu first. You're going to stick your nose in between women? Didn't you intervene as well? $100 million endorsement. You think I don't know? Yu Yenchen's brows swept over his face in a deep voice. I can't see my woman being wronged. What? Chen Jinxiu is your new love? Of course not. Fu Ziyong subconsciously retorted. It's me who signed her up for so many years. Yu Qing came up and directly disliked her like this. I can't stand to watch you know? Yu Yenchen's eyes flickered with obscurity. His thin lips pursed as he looked down at the woman in his arms. Why would she do this to Chen Jinxiu? He knows, so it's not her fault. If he was Yu Qing, Chen Jinxiu would have died a much worse death. Yu Qing was silent for a while, leaning on Yu Yenchen's shoulder before opening her mouth faintly. If I tell you that Chen Jinxiu is not as good as she seems and has done quite a bit of harm, would you believe me? Fu Ziyong didn't hesitate. Don't believe it. He had been with Chen Jinxiu for 4 years, and he knew in his heart what kind of person Chen Jinxiu was, so he didn't need to be told by others. Yu Qing didn't say anything else. Chapter 293 Reaching Out. He tugged on his tie. He had been with Chen Jinxiu for 4 years, and he knew in his heart what kind of person Chen Jinxiu was, so he didn't need to be told by others. Yu Qing didn't say anything else. Half a dozen times, she let out a breath. It wasn't like the venue, and she subconsciously rubbed her arms as a chilly breeze slipped in through the cracks in the windows. The next second, a warmth on his shoulders. Yu Qing raised her eyes and Yu Yenchen had already draped his suit over her. She didn't say anything and withdrew her eyes, looking to Fu Ziyan. In that case, if Mr. Fu really thinks that I don't get along with you and Chen Jinxiu, then please list the termination contract on your side. I can sign it. Plus not many people know about me signing Star Scorch right now. Terminating the contract. It's not a very troublesome thing, right? Her voice was light, but thumping. The words fell out of her mouth and she smoothly took the arm of the man at her side. Looking up at him, shall we go? Yu Yenshin didn't say anything else and hummed. He swept a glance at Fu Ziyang's dismayed expression, and his complexion was thick as ink. Back in the lounge, the heat inside was turned up to 28 degrees. As soon as Yu Qing entered, he felt the sizzling sensation. She reached down and removed the shawl and the man's suit, hanging them casually on the couch to one side. She herself sat down smoothly on the couch, her burgundy skirt reflecting beautifully against the white sofa. Mr. Yu, back from your business trip? She reached up and rested her hand on her cheek. Her eyes were bright, but her expression was faint, like a question, more like a faint displeasure. Yu Yenshin was silent for a few seconds, stepped forward and motionlessly draped the suit back over her shoulders. Don't you fear rheumatism when you wear such thin clothes? The distance was so close that Yu Qing's other hand, which was resting on her cheek, suddenly moved. Reaching out, he tugged on his tie, then a little bit down, to the point where he was sufficiently level with his own shot. I'm asking you, are you done with your business trip? Ha? Her voice was soft and often nasal. That rhyming. Yu Yenshin hooked his lips in a fine, unnoticeable manner and reached out to cover her face, only to be photographed in the next second. Don't touch, there's foundation. Don't rub my makeup off. The man snorted. Yu Qing, do you know what you're thinking right now? Yu Qing looked at him uncertainly, like a cat that gets an inch after bullying. First it was high-strung, then arrogant after you became familiar with it. Now it's reserved pouting, tickling you every now and then. Yu Qing swept her cold eyes over him. I'm a living human being. Where did you see that I look like a cat? Well, not like that. Yu Yenshin didn't retort anymore, pestling the sofa with one hand. Such a posture, coupled with the current ambiguous and inexplicable atmosphere and sentiment between the two people. It's always bursting with different emotions, and a hotter, more somber vibe. Yu Qing looked up at him with his tie still clutched in her hand. Yu Yenshin's eyes sank, picking up her jaw to kiss, and the next second, Yu Qing raised his hand and put the tie over his mouth. His hot kisses landed directly on the tie, and subconsciously tried to pull it away, being held down by Yu Qing's hand. No explanation to explain your whereabouts? No explanation. No kiss? Yu Qing raised her eyebrows at him. Without explaining why I should give you a kiss. Mr. Yu, do you think every day is your birthday? 365 days a year? Yu Yenshin was silent for 2 seconds and let out a low laugh. He stood up, the tie slipping out of Yu Qing's hand as he did so, only to see him reach out and take out his cell phone, unlock it, and tap on the chat with Secretary Su. From the time he was about to board the plane to the time he suddenly changed his ticket at the end, there was only one sentence in between. Mr. Yu, I just learned that Miss Yu is going to the ball at the Eiffel tonight. I seriously doubt Miss Yu will be bullied. She's going with that Chen movie queen. Should I send someone to keep an eye on her? Yu Yenshin didn't reply afterward. He went straight for the jugular, changed signatures and came straight to the venue. Yu Qing's heart and mind moved slightly as she raised her eyes to look at him. So you would show up here because you're afraid I'll be bullied? Not really. Yu Yenshin's voice suddenly paused. He turned to look at her with hooked lips, an obscure look rising from the bottom of his eyes. I heard that for this meeting, there are quite a lot of male troops and male celebrities coming. I've come to see how many of them will be put into the eyes of my princess, and then I'm going to snap them out of theirs. Get it? Too bloody much. Yes? The boy band that approached you for contact information earlier. All their cell phones are now being taken away by the company manager. Want to go take a look? Yu Qing, she turned her face sideways, hiding the slight blush at the base of her ears. This man is so bullying and dictatorial. Yu Yenshin seemed to like to see her shy and pouting. Originally he wanted to say something. Now he didn't have that state of mind. His eyes gradually sank. I came all the way here for you and bought your crown for $50 million. Qing Cheng, aren't you going to treat me? How can I treat? Before Yu Qing could finish his words, the door to the lounge was suddenly opened. A cold wind rustled through the door. With 4 eyes, Chen Jinxiu stood frozen in front of the door. She looked at the 2 men in the lounge in dismay, opening her mouth but forgetting to speak for a moment. Movie Queen Chen. Yu Qing's voice went cold, and there was no intention to stand up, just coldly looking at the woman, with a temperature-less olfaction under her eyes. Yu Yenshin faintly swept her a glance. The hidden darkness under his eyes seemed to be like the clamor of a raging wind and rain, but it was strangely silent. Chen Jinxiu. It was only then that Chen Jinxiu came back to her senses from her dismay. Her hand clenched the doorknob, her gaze traced over the man's back, and she bit her lip. It took half a second to raise a smile that had a few stiff spots in it. MS. You, is it inconvenient for me to come in? Yu Qing looked at her in silence. like a silent inquiry, what do you think? This is the lounge we both share. I just got off stage and had to come here. As the words fell, she didn't care what Yu Qing wanted to say or do, and even walked straight in. Perhaps she wanted to maintain her dignity as a movie queen and was unwilling to give in. Or perhaps, it is because of other reasons. Yu Qing's eyes crossed over Yu Yenshin's face as the latter walked straight to the seat beside her and sat down. Then, draped tightly over the suit that shifted around her shoulders, Chen Jinxiu witnessed the whole process from the side. Her eyes paused on Yu Yenshin's face for a while before she silently opened her mouth. Mr. Yu, earlier at the auction, I thought that when they said you were there it was just a gimmick. Unexpectedly, you turned out to be really here? There's really nothing to see in this show, and there aren't any big names. Are you here for Adid's sake? I heard that you and Adid were classmates in college, and it's rumored all over the internet that you're very close to her. Chapter 294, If you want a face, you can chase you? Yu Yenshin's expression was ghostly as he swept over Chen Jinxiu's face, and out of nowhere, it looked like a deep emotion flashed under his eyes. But this emotion came suddenly and left so quickly that no one caught it. No, his voice was scanty and thin, revealing detachment at every turn. The expression on Chen Jinxiu's face stiffened before she smiled as if she didn't notice anything. Is that so? When I saw you come out of Adid's lounge earlier, I thought that you were really with Adid. As the words fell out of her mouth, she guffawed. But now it seems that a flamingo like Adid isn't Mr. Yu's dish. Miss Yu's kind of surface iceberg that's actually fiery is your cup of tea? The atmosphere in the lounge was solemn for a few more seconds. Only after half a minute did Yu Yenshin speak. What are you trying to express? Chen Jinxiu's face suddenly turned red and white when he was questioned by this rhetorical question. Yu Yenshin had always been considered a gentleman to the outside world, and although he was mysterious and unattainable, he was all right as written in the circular. Just a few words and he dislikes me like this. Is it because of Yu Qing? No, I'm just saying. Yu Yenshin's attitude had always been icy cold. I don't know if it was an illusion or a psychological effect. How did Yu Qing feel that his attitude towards Chen Jinxiu seemed to be even more ruthless than towards other women, and even carried an unspeakable hostility in his body? She glanced at him suspiciously and happened to bump into his line of sight. Going home? Yu Qing froze. What? Yu Yenshin repeated himself. It's 10 o'clock, time to go home. But later, there's the dance. The auction at the front was just a warm-up. The ball at the back was the highlight. That's when the real hobnobbing scene takes place. Yu Yenshin didn't say anything, his thin lips tightly pursed. It took half a second before he spoke again. You want to go to the prom? You'll be my date for the next CPA's prom. He paused before looking at Yu Qing. Now, come home with me. Ha? Yu Qing didn't understand why Yu Yenshin was so strong about having the intention of going home now. She glanced at Chen Jinxiu on one side. Her face was ugly and tight. Yes, she was fine when she didn't come in. As a result, once she came in, she hadn't even said a few words yet, and the big man was about to leave. So could she be comfortable? Yu Qing also didn't want to brush off Yu Yenshin's face, and he had changed his visa to appear here for her sake. She thought about it and stood up. Go home then. Looking sideways at Chen Jinxiu. Movie Queen Chen. Then we'll leave first. You have a good rest. Chen Jinxiu felt like there was a piece of cotton in her throat. She couldn't spit it out or swallow it. She didn't know for a moment what word she should say right now. Looking at these two people who were inexplicably deeply hostile towards her, a humiliating rage gradually welled up in the bottom of her heart. No one would ever do that to her. No one had dared to treat her like that since she had been reborn in the fire 4 years ago. These two, Yu Yenshin even, Yu Qing dared to. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden slamming of the door, and she looked at the empty lounge in front of her. The man's icy scent and the woman's petulance and arrogance seemingly still lingering in the air. 2 seconds later, she stood up in vain, reaching out and jerking everything on the table to the floor, glass shattering all over the place. Fu Ziong had just pushed the door open and came in when a glass smashed directly in front of his feet and shattered into flowers. He looked at the woman in front of him with what seemed like dismay, more like disbelief. Jinxiu, what are you doing? Chen Jinxiu's emotions hadn't recovered from her agitation and she looked at the man in front of her who pushed the door open and came in, the fire in the bottom of her eyes still burning. Mr. Fu, you signed her just to diabolize me on purpose, didn't you? Fu Zion walked in around the pile of debris and closed the door to the room. Jinxiu, what are you talking about? Chen Jinxiu let out a cold laugh and reached out to hold her head down, as if trying to calm her agitated feelings. Just because I wasn't willing to listen to you before to develop at home and insisted on going abroad, and as a result, I came back with a loss of money. You signed a woman like this to screw me over, is that it? Mr. Fu, why didn't I see that you were such a person before? Fu Ziong couldn't believe what he was hearing inside his ears. Chen Jinxiu, I've been with you for 4 years and this is how you look at me? He had just directly torn his face off with Yu Qing for her, and was even really thinking about terminating his contract. In this turn of events, Chen Jinxiu directly smashed her with such a big surprise. Chen Jinxiu looked at him coldly. The bottom of her eyes were all mockery. The originally soft person's face was now repulsive. And she lost that cloudy temperament all of a sudden. Or else, how do you want me to look at you? Didn't you see how that Yu Qing hit me in the face? What kind of a thing is she? She deserves to treat me like this? If it wasn't for your indulgence, she would dare to be like this. Fu Ziyan fell into silence. He would have killed to think that Chen Jinxiu would say something like this. If Yu Qing's dislike was like a little girl's playfulness in his eyes, the way Chen Jinxiu was acting now was like a needlepoint against a thorn between adults. A wave of disgust came over him almost instantly. He was kind to Chen Jinxiu because of her past and her cloudy temperament. Now that skin was directly torn from her. Fu Ziyan took a step back and reopened the door. Chen Jinxiu, calm yourself down and calm down. I'll wait for you at the dance venue. Calm yourself down. As the words fell, he turned and walked straight out. Behind him, the sound of shattering was still continuous. Fu Ziyang frowned and called his assistant. Cancel Yu Qing's termination contract. No more. Yu Qing didn't know what was going on over here. She directly got into Yu Yenshin's limousine after coming out. The last time that car accident was hit by her, this person directly replaced a limited. Then the last car price directly doubled. She sat up and compared her little BMW again. Just think, how can people be so different from each other? Just as he was thinking about it, the man's voice came over. Sour? Sort of. Then there was the sound of his low, soft laugh. If you like it, I'll transfer this car to you tomorrow. Big star, you can't keep driving a small BMW. Yu Qing froze for a few seconds before realizing that this man had actually decided to give this car directly to her in 2 sentences. Tens of millions. Send, in return, when you get home. The rest of his words were said in a lowered voice in the crook of her ear. It caused Yu Qing to blush for a while. Do you want a face? To have a face and be able to chase you? Yu Qing snorted, but the corners of his lips curved up a bit. The driver of the car in front of him was tossed out of his mind by these 2 people behind him. Who could tell him that the ruthless and cold Yu always wasn't dropped? This bottomless molestation of a little girl, is it his Mr. Yu? Chapter 295. Then she heard Yu Yenshin nibbling at her ear. It's not like I agreed to be with you, Yu Qing muttered as she was about to get out of the car. As if she was trying to explain something about her constantly collapsing bottom line so that she could retain some dignity in front of him. Yu Yenshin didn't know if he heard or not. His movement to get out of the car was hesitant for a second, but he quickly returned to his normal self. Back at home, Yu Qing pressed the fingerprint unlock. I hadn't seen Wing Gwyn since earlier at the venue, and it was only when I turned on my phone that I saw she'd gone to handle the signing for her. It was then that Yu Qing remembered that he had inexplicably become the spokesperson. Sitting on the couch, she reached up and removed the long, cream-colored sable, revealing her slender arms and delicate collarbone. She didn't think there was anything to avoid Yu Yenshin. He had seen himself in everything anyway. Yu Yenshin, the fact that I somehow became a spokesperson has something to do with you, right? She wouldn't believe it if she said there wasn't. When the words came to this point, she suddenly remembered what Chen Jinxiu had said about Adid and Yu Yenshin's relationship, and something about him walking out from inside Adid's lounge. All at once, she looked at him differently. Yu Yenshin poured 2 cups of warm water and raised his eyes to look at her. To his eyes, there was the white body. His eyes sank, and then he frowned and turned the room air conditioner on, heating up the room instantly. Adid and I went to college together, and I spent $100 million on an equity injection with only one additional requirement, to make you the spokesperson. Yu Qing hadn't even had a chance to question him yet, and Yu Yenshin just said it outright like that? She had originally wanted to make use of the topic, but now the words were stuck in her throat and she couldn't even say them. And, what did he just say? $100 million? She subconsciously had a meaty pain and frowned. Do you have too much money to spend? $100 million in exchange for me being the spokesperson? Before the family did not go bankrupt when $100 million is actually not so far away. And then the family went bankrupt. Not to mention $100 million. Is the door parked in the hundreds of thousands of the beginning of the small BMW? She did not feel the need to buy. Neat pain. Why spend so much money on a car when you can take the bus and subway? What if she ran out of money again later? She kinda didn't want to relive those days of working 5 jobs a day. Yu Qing, you are my person. $100 million is nothing. I'll give you KR's shares if you want them. Yu Qing was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously ruffled her hair behind her ears. Yu Yenshin is saying something. I don't want shares. I just don't think it's cost effective for you to do that. It's not worth it. Even King Yu of Zhou can beacon fire play the vassals. Do you think it's cost effective? Yu Yenshin looked at him. Under the dark color of the window and the warm color of the room, his entire person seemed to be enveloped in a layer of inconspicuous but existent aperture, making people feel that he had a few more points of warmth than he did in the daytime. Pleasing a woman's smile is originally a thing that has no cost-effective value, but when you smile, I feel it's worth it. Yu Qing has always felt insecure. At this moment, she suddenly had the feeling that the emptiness in her heart was being filled a little bit. Thinking back to what she had told him earlier, that she was insecure. Subconsciously now, it felt like he was giving her the security she wanted. In this way, and he'd managed to do it, as evidenced by the sound of her heartbeat. Yu Qing's sight was probably too naked, showing straightly what was going on inside her heart at the moment. Yu Yenshin walked forward in silence and leaned down to drop a kiss. Tonight, his voice was low and raspy. In an atmosphere like this, it's really easy for little girls who haven't experienced things to just account for them. But Yu Qing subconsciously retreated towards the back the moment he uttered the words tonight, directly exiting his encirclement. No, not now, Yu Yenshin. He straightened up and gave a low, deep chuckle. I asked you what you want to eat tonight. What? Don't you want to eat tonight, you big star? When he said the words you big star, it was supposed to have a derisive connotation, but saying it just like that was inexplicably seductive. Under the light, Yu Qing's face instantly turned red. Why did she somehow brainstorm so much when she heard him say the word tonight? After getting annoyed, it looked like he had smashed a pillow on him like a pout. Go make your dinner. It's annoying to see you. Yu Yenshin laughed lowly as he took the pillow in his hand and turned to throw it onto the couch on the other side. He leaned down, his fingers digging into her beautiful dark hair, and against her struggling will placed a kiss on her lips. Unlike the previous shallow taste, this one lasted almost 2 minutes. When he let go of Yu Qing's blush had spread to his neck. Off to cook. Good boy. Yu Qing pursed her lips and didn't say anything, and Yu Yenshin's mood got better and better. It's never been better. Even the remaining wounds on his arms looked as if they had healed. He now no longer had any intention of teaching Yu Qing how to cook. Since he couldn't do it, then there was no point in learning. It's nice to keep her fingers out of the water. He does it when he's around. And naturally there's a nanny chef or something when he's not. That's how his little girl should be spoiled. He had been getting more and more desperate lately, wanting Yu Qing to return to the state he was in 4 years ago. Laugh when you're happy, cry when you're not. No pressure. Continue to be the princess of the remote city. Dinner was relatively light, and Yu Qing hadn't forgotten to sulk with him while she was eating. The whole time, he gave her food, she just pushed it to the side and didn't eat it, and when she saw that he frowned, she ate it, tossing and turning until the end. Yu Yenshin simply didn't move. Yu Qing, do you want me to feed you mouth to mouth? Yu Qing put down her chopsticks. I didn't. I just didn't want to eat it at that moment. Can't I eat it later? Yu Yenshin was silent for 2 seconds. Okay. Yu Qing was in a good mood and finished a whole bowl of millet porridge for dinner. After dinner, she was on the couch looking at her phone. Yu Yenshin couldn't help but come over and give her a deep French kiss. Only after releasing her did Yu Qing gasp and stare at him. I just finished eating and haven't brushed my teeth yet. You belong to a dog, don't you? Always thinking of biting me. Don't mind dash. No sooner had the words left her mouth than her lips were gagged again. Then she heard Yu Yenshin nibbling at her ear, his low voice raspy and inexplicable. You talk too much. Poof. After a bit of tangling, the phone landed on the carpet. Yu Yenshin almost stepped on it as he lowered his eyes just in time to see the content of the message that was still lit up on his cell phone screen. Smoothly, he picked it up and read the contents directly from it. Mr. Fu, Yu Qing, I was too impulsive in tonight's matter. After deep thought, I think it's better to stay away from the current employment relationship for the time being. Neither of us can find partners that are more compatible than each other. Author's note, if you're jealous, then just hold it down on the couch. Thousands of words omitted below. Good night, everyone. 6,000 finished. Chapter 296. Every encounter after her return home was a deep conspiracy on his part. His low voice pronounced the words clearly just like that. And then, without hiding the mockery and contempt in his eyes, a snort of laughter and an unabashed tap on the sign in the upper right corner. Leahy. Yu Qing, witnessing this, she sat on the couch for half a minute before she recovered. After coming back to his senses, he snatched the phone right out of his hands. What are you doing? Yu Yenshin did not have the slightest bit of humility or blush after doing something bad or wrong, and looked at her as if he had just donated $80 million to the children in the mountains, and she seems to be the mountain child to whom the donation was made. Fu Zian treated you so badly before. Don't you feel choked up leaving him on WeChat? He's my boss. The disdain that spilled out from the bottom of Yu Yenshin's eyes grew thicker. He tugged at his lips. Really? I'm still you dash. The words came to a sudden pause. He raised his eyes to look at Yu Qing and did not follow up with his next words. It was just a careless change of subject. If he is sincere, he will naturally contact you in a different way. If you don't contact you after deleting WeChat, that means you're not that important to him and can be discarded at any time. Then it's fine if this boss doesn't want it. Didn't you decide to terminate your contract with him before? His words are light, but when you think about it, there are potholes and details everywhere. It was just that Yu Qing had never liked to think carefully about close people. Yu Qing tossed and turned for a while, but suddenly received another application to add a friend from Fu Zian. The note is, you're the first woman I've ever seen with an exclamation point. Yu Qing. She decided to go through Fu Xian's application later. Dropping his cell phone casually on the couch, he sat down himself. Yu Yanchen smoothly swept her into his arms. You insisted on signing up for Fu Xian's company because of Chen Jinxiu? Yu Qing paused, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he hummed. What's the cover-up? There's really nothing to cover up. She felt that she could open up a little to him as well. Yu Yanchen narrowed his eyes in a fine, unnoticeable manner. He suddenly didn't feel much like talking, didn't want to continue the next conversation, and had a strong, very strong urge to smoke. Seeing that Yu Yanchen didn't say anything for half a day, Yu Qing's idea of holding on to the idea of confessing everything was interrupted. She looked up at him. Why aren't you talking? Say what? Just, continue where you left off. Ha? Yu Yanchen looked at her somewhat slightly stagnant appearance, and his deep eyes seemed to ghost. His hand circling her shoulder patted at her arm. Your man isn't that stupid. That's all that's been said, so you don't have to say the rest. I think I've got it. Chen Jinxiu. The name is inextricably linked to the forced J case 4 years ago, and where there are so many rape J cases in the remote city. Yu Qing's father, who was also imprisoned 4 years ago in a forced J case. There are not so many coincidences in this world. All the coincidences. It's all ulterior motives. Yu Yanchen suddenly thought of the beauty village where he and Yu Qing first met after 4 years. No, that was what she thought was her first meeting, and he, been waiting for her for 4 hours. Although he didn't insist on sending people to spy on her after she left the country, Yao Chang was dotted with his eyes. When Yu Qing returned to China, when the plane landed, all of this would be communicated to his cell phone in the first instance. Or maybe it can be interpreted like this. Every encounter she has had since her return has been the depth of his conspiracy. Chapter 297 Prisons. He looked down at the woman in his arms. She's here, yet it seems like she'll be gone in the next second. Yu Qing. He suddenly had a slight change of heart and lowered his head to her ear. Will you leave me? The hot breath she exhaled as she spoke sprayed Yu Qing's ears, and she subconsciously ducked back, his long arms behind her. Why are you suddenly talking about this? She frowned at him, her eyes thick with disbelief and blush. Such close proximity, and it was her home, or a space for two people to be alone. Yu Yanchen loves to kiss her. The subconscious drive of instinct is one thing, the beautiful softness of her lips is another, but at such a close distance, even Yu Qing thought he was going to kiss over, but the bottom of his eyes seemed to be clear, yet blurred without seeing the light. If you ever leave me, he leaned in close to whisper in her ear, I'll tie you up and hide you in my house, day and night. You'll only have me, obviously is a hostile words. He said a kind of ambiguous and loving in deep meaning. Yu Qing raised his eyebrows at him. Probably most women like a man who is so devoted to you that he can only have you and only wants you to have his exclusivity. It means he's really got you on his mind, at least for now. Yu Qing thought seriously about this question. Yu Yanchen assumed, based on this performance you've been giving so far, I think, I shouldn't leave you. Oh? Half a dozen breaths mingled afterward. She opened her mouth in a thin but clear voice. There was also a slight tremor. Tomorrow, accompany me to see my father in prison. The man didn't say anything, just circled her arm a little tighter. As we approach the Chinese New Year, the city of teleportation seems to have warmed up, even though it's been a little less than a couple months. There are already people on the street tying lanterns and selling couplets and whatnot. There are also people who go to buy them. I think they want to take advantage of the fact that there aren't many people buying them at this time of the year to get a bargain. Yu Yanchen had never felt much about these things. Chinese New Year or Qingming Festival. It even made no difference to him. The Spring Festival was back to the Golden Tomb in the villa area, and the Qingming Festival, to the cemetery. Yu Qing was sitting on the passenger side, leaning on the window and looking around, rather like he was interested. Yu Yanchen couldn't help but look at her with a sideways glance, at her freshness and spirituality. Want to buy something? Finally, he stopped the car. Yu Qing pondered for a while before shaking his head. The prisons in remote city had always been very, very strict, and the only thing that could be brought in legally should be one's own body. Besides, the prison that held Yu Huai was different from the ordinary ones. He's considered a high-tech, high-IQ offender, and even though he's 60 years old this year, there's no way for the prison to look after him like a common criminal. Yu Yanchen saw what she was thinking and quietly looked at the road ahead. Half a dozen times, he suddenly got up and got out of the car. Yu Qing gave him a dismayed look. You. Before he could say his next words, he saw that his figure had disappeared. Cold air rushed in as he opened the door, and was quickly dissipated by the warmth of the car. Yu Qing fell into silence. Chapter 298 Between the Four Eyes. Tears raged down inside her eyes. When Yu Yanchen came back again, he carried a cold air from outside. He quickly opened the door and got in and closed it again very quickly, like he was afraid of the cold air coming in. Yu Qing noticed this small detail and his heart moved slightly. Blinking at the man in front of him, what did you go down there for? Yu Yanchen took out a book. Prisons don't allow some food and drink. Books are allowed. You bring books for my dad? Yu Qing frowned in confusion. Her dad wasn't much of a reader and made his fortune through his own tenacity and God's reward. Bringing a book. That's weird. Yu Yenchen reached out and pointed to the title of the book. Uncle is a genius in the financial world. Even if I entered the profession a few years late, I know how the Yu family swept away a hostile group of people in remote city back then. Uncle went in for 4 years. These 4 years the outside world society turned upside down. The financial world naturally. I've read this book. The nuances and big data of the financial world in recent years are written more thoroughly. Although a lot of things can only be truly integrated in the real world, but it is also necessary to lay a good foundation first. Yu Qing reached for the book and flipped through it briefly. She couldn't quite read it, but his heart was still warm, and the tip of his nose was a little sore when he looked down. She raised her eyes to the man at her side who was still his in circles, and she was willing to give him a chance, even if he had done things that made her miserable. Who in this life didn't make some mistakes? How about living in the moment? Thanks. It took half a second before she whispered in a muffled voice. Yu Yenchen stared at her for a moment before restarting the car. Thanks for nothing. East Side Prison. This is the strictest prison in the surveillance area of Remote City, surrounded by 3 layers of fences, all of which are electrified. There are 24-hour patrols outside the fence day and night, and no one has ever escaped in 30 years. Yu Qing got down from the car, the cold wind whistling towards her face, scraping her features raw and painful. Tears were blown out of her eyes. She lowered her head and rubbed her eyes, and when she raised her eyes again, Yu Yenchen was already standing in front of her, blocking the direction of the outgoing wind. She naturally took his arm, and Yu Yenchen looked down without saying anything. 2 minutes later, a couple of guards came out of the prison. There was supposed to be a manager inside, but he bent over first the moment he saw Yu Yenchen. Mr. Yu, you're here. It's ready. Yu Qing looked at Yu Yenchen in disbelief. Ready for what? Didn't she decide on the spur of the moment to bring him to prison? What did he prepare? As if he could see her confusion, the warden came up to explain. Ms. Yu, Mr. Yu spoke with his superiors on the phone this morning. We know about your matter, and at the same time, we have already arranged a receiving room where you can spend half an hour alone with your father. But beyond half an hour, it is necessary to come out, and you can only go in alone. That she could understand. She clutched the book in her hand and raised her eyes to the person in front of her. I'll just take one book in. Is that okay? The warden took the book from her and flipped through it to inspect it before handing it back to her. It's okay if it's a book, but nothing else. Yu Qing didn't say anything, pursing her lips and looking sideways at the man at her side. So I'm going in? Yu Yenchen gave a low humph and reached out to rub her hair in a soothing manner. It's fine. Don't worry. Go at ease. Beneath STH. Is it possible? She hasn't been back in 4 years. She hasn't seen her father in 4 years. She'd thought about coming back when she'd been tossing and turning late at night with tears streaming down her face. But coming back was never that easy. The pervert wasn't in jail then, and her daily life was watched. At that point, she simply couldn't afford to come back. Now that she's back, she suddenly realizes that she's hardly going to have the courage to go see her father. Would he blame her? She was the only person he'd ever spoiled in his life. Everyone says that Mr. Yu of the remote city has had an iron hand all his life, but only in front of his daughter did he become soft around the finger. That's true. It was a pity that he had given her all this winding up, and she had only dared to come and see him until now. Standing at the entrance of the room, Yu Qing stopped his pace. The sound of a man coughing came from inside the door. The sound was louder than one. The tip of her nose was sore, and tears flowed directly and uncontrollably. Her hand covered the cold doorknob, and the cold irritated her nerves, but the pain that permeated the tip of her heart wouldn't go away. It's a pain she'll always have. She didn't say anything for half a second, calming herself before she clutched the book and pushed the door open and walked in. The room was pitch black, and there were no windows to prevent the prisoner from escaping while he was meeting his relatives. A 4-square dark room with only one light on. Tempered glass isolates the room, dividing the narrow room directly into 2 worlds. Yes, it is indeed 2 worlds, in prison and outside. Yu Qing had just walked in with his front foot, and to his eyes, there was the man with his back to the door, bent over and coughing. Her father had always been in good health. Always. Yu Huai heard a sound behind the door, and his body stiffened with a gesture visible to the naked eye, and then he clenched his fists without moving and slowly moved his body. Yu Qing did not go any further. Between the 4 eyes, tears raged down inside her eyes. In these 4 years, no matter what pain she had suffered, no matter what difficult dark nights she had suffered, she had never cried as much as she was crying now. Like he wanted to cry out all the pain and aggravation of the past 4 years, and even more so for his own father's pain. Yu Huai instantly reddened his eyes. Yu Huai, The older generation of famous women in Yao Chang might know him, divorced in the early years, with Yu Qing a drag with $100 to $100 million, with her outstanding figure and face. I don't know how many celebrities are attracted to her. And now the man who has made millions of women swoon can no longer straighten his back after life's ferocious and inhumane carving. More than 1 meter 8 tall, now looks at most 1 meter 7 out of the head. Cheeks thin, more than 50 years old but white, the back of the head of a piece of black hair. Only out of this thin silhouette vaguely see as 4 years ago. Excellent style. Ching. Yu Huai trembled and took a few steps forward, pressing his hands against the glass. Yu Qing was shaking from crying. She had thought about her father's appearance 4 years later, but when she actually saw him, it still tore her heart and lungs apart. He was perhaps her only anchor in the world, her only belief in living for the past 4 years. 3 or 2 steps rushed to his eyes, his hand over the glass, through the glass, fitting his hand. I'm late, I'm sorry, Daddy, I'm sorry. She huffed and spat out words that were almost hard to form. Yu Huai could hardly cry out, but both of his eyeballs were already red. He couldn't cry, but his whole body, every cell, screamed with pain and thoughts of the girl beyond the glass. Chapter 299, spending 15 years to raise a like this Lian Jinchang. Don't cry, Xingxing, don't cry. Yu Huai treasured this girl the most in his life. He had written a will when she was 10 years old that all his inheritance would go to Yu Qing after his death. In other words, he hadn't wanted to remarry since the year she turned 10, and he was all about her. He had vowed to spoil Yu Qing into the envy of all, and she would definitely be the little princess of Yao Chang. But looking at his once precious princess now, it almost tore him apart. He didn't dare to think how Yu Qing had lived these 4 years. She was 18 the year he went in, tears raging straight down. Yu Qing's eyes traced Yu Huai's silhouette through the glass, and every time she looked down, she suffered more. Daddy is having a good time in here, and Daddy is obeying the prison administration, and soon Daddy will be out. Baby girl, don't cry, Daddy is sad too. Yu Qing didn't say anything. Having a good time? How can you call it having a good time when you're barely human? Xingxing, why are you so thin now? Did you have a bad time abroad? Why did you return home? Why didn't you develop abroad? Is Lian Jinchang treating you badly? Where is he? Yu Huai's face was full of heartache, and he couldn't wait to break this glass and rush over. But he also knew that he couldn't. There was too much in the world for him to do anything about. Too much. When he was young, he thought he was full of passion and kept working hard to always get rewarded. But now he realizes, the world is not black and white. He lives too white. It is impossible to be alone in this circle, and he can only end up in prison, and making his baby girl suffer. Yu Qing shook her head as she covered her mouth. Because her emotions were fluctuating too much, she couldn't help but tremble all over, and the words that came out of her mouth were barely words. Yu Huai is really dying. He's going to be heartbroken. This is the daughter he's babied for 18 years. Outside the door, there was a sudden, subtle knock. Then it was the prison guard who pushed open the door and walked in, and he handed Yu Qing a clean satin without looking away. Then he whispered, "Mister, you asked me to send it in. He said that it's good for fathers and daughters to see each other, so don't feel too bad. There will be many more opportunities to meet in the future." As the words fell, he took a watch out of his hand. "You watch the time. There are still 20 minutes left. This is Mr. Yu's watch. He asked me to bring it along." The delicate surface reflected her downcast appearance at the moment. Yu Qing clutched the watch, which seemed to still have his temperature on it, hot and rolling. Another wave of emotion wrapped around her pain, taking a little of the chill off her heart. Half a dozen times, Yu Qing wiped her tears with silk and stopped her sobbing. Her eyes were red and swollen as she looked at the old man in front of her. "Dad, I've had a good time these 4 years. I graduated from the directing department I took abroad, and when I graduated and returned home, I came to see you. I didn't come to see you these 4 years because I've been busy with various things and haven't been able to. Dad, I'm sorry." Yu Huai were willing to blame Yu Qing. He blamed only himself. "Graduation is abroad. Ah, did you come back for Dad? Listen to Dad. Go back. Dad is fine. I'm fine." Yu Huai didn't want Yu Qing to return home. He wanted to see his baby girl taunted by all those celebrities and aristocrats that she was a sparrow who had fallen off the pedestal. More than that, I don't want to make her feel that the world is a different place. There's always something to hide from when you're abroad. Yu Qing shook her head. "Foreign countries don't suit me. I've been back home for a while now. I'll stay in the country. I won't go back. I'll wait until you get out of prison." Yu Huai knew she was stubborn inside, not knowing how to say it and what to say. Although father and daughter, but 4 years have not seen. In the end, things are still different. Want to talk about tears first? Right, Dad. This is the book Yu Yanchen asked me to bring you. Yu Qing suddenly thought of the book he brought at this time and handed it to Yu Huai through a small gap on one side. Yu Huai was first stunned for a moment when he heard the name Yu Yanchen, the color under his eyes flipping and changing. but Yu Qing failed to notice this. He lowered his head when Yu Qing looked at him, curbing the color and waves of the eyes. Looking at this book handed over by Yu Qing, he was first silent and then bitterly smiled. Every year for the past 4 years, he's wanted to go over and die. His dignity didn't allow him to stay in prison for unknown reasons, but he supported himself until now for Yu Qing. Just being alive has taken all of my strength, so where is the heart and strength to fight again? Good girl. Daddy got it. You're saying this is what Yu Yenshin gave me? Where is Lian Jinchang? You now, how are you with you? Together, what did Lian Jinchang do? When he was young, he helped an orphanage, and Lian Jinchang was an orphan in it. He accepted the help and eventually went to college, went abroad for his doctorate, studied law and became a lawyer. Because of this, he trusted Lian Jinchang and didn't choose to run away when he was about to be arrested, but instead called Lian Jinchang and asked him to take Yu Qing out of Yaochang. Yu Qing didn't want to mention that pervert in front of her father. She was afraid that her father would be sad and regret that he actually spent 15 years to raise such a wolfish thing. He's busy with a lot of things abroad. I'm also an adult. I can take care of myself. I'll come back first. Yu Qing was saying this, cover it up for as long as you can first. When dad gets out of jail, all that talk, then you and Yu Yenshin. I like him. Yu Huai's heart and mind tightened, and he was almost shaking, supporting himself to stand and not show any difference. You like him? You're together? Yu Qing blinked. Tears flowed too much in front of her eyes a blur, but she desperately wanted to see her father. Hastily rubbing, the more she rubbed her eyes the more it hurt, the more blurred in front of her eyes. She couldn't stop the tears from falling. Sort of. He's been good to me, Dad. He's been really good to me. Yu Huai took a step back and shuddered. That's good, isn't it? Yu Qing hummed. So with him around, Dad, you don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself and he can take good care of me. We will wait together for you to come out. You have to be good and come out, okay? Yu Huai had mixed feelings. He looked at the daughter, who had come out beautiful and moving and heartbreaking, and half a dozen times, sighed silently. As long as she liked it, as long as Yu Yenshin didn't hold any other thoughts and was really good to her, he could take it. Even if he was standing here at the moment, it was all because of Yu Gushi. Good. This word is a mixture of 100 feelings, melting away countless pains, countless obscurities, countless unspeakable things. Yu Qing was about to say something when the prison guards walked in outside the door. Yu, it's time. Mr. Yu is waiting for you outside, so go out early. Author's words, good night, 6000. Writing cried, father's love is great, but there are people, there is no father's love. For example, a certain you. Chapter 300 Qingqing. You can rely on me, even depend on me, that's what I'm willing to do. Yu Qing looked at the prison guard in dismay. This half hour was so fast, it was like the blink of an eye. After today passes, I don't know when I'll be able to see Yu Huai again. Yu, hurry up. That prison guard wasn't very tolerant looking at Yu Qing like this. The vulnerability of a beauty shedding tears is always heartbreaking, but the reality is this. Even for a person of Yu Yenshin's status, he could only lengthen the 10-minute visit into just 30 minutes. Yu Qing huffed and wiped her tears before looking at the person in front of her. Sorry, I'll be right out. Outside the glass, Yu Huai's tears also fell. Go on, Daddy will be out looking for you soon. Everyone knows that Yu Huai's forced J case because of his identity. Countless opposite family took the opportunity to step on him to suppress and retaliate against him. The original 3 years was stiffly sentenced to 10 years. Now 4 years later, even if he does well, he can't get out at the moment. Yu Qing took a deep breath and tilted his head to look at the dark ceiling. After coming out of it, her eyes were raw from the cold wind outside. The wind was blocked from his eyes as his vision blurred. Her body stiffened. And then, with open arms, he flung himself into those warm, generous arms. She'd never needed him more. Yu Yenshin subconsciously and steadily caught Yu Qing when he lunged at him. Then he heard the woman's subtle but clear sobbing. His body stiffened, and subconsciously his heart softened, uncontrollably wanting to soothe her, but unable to lift his hand. He was to blame for her being so upset and sad. Yu Yenshin, I miss my father so much, said Yu Qing nestled in his arms, her broken voice coming out dully. Yu Yenshin's eyes sank. It was half a second before he circled her waist. Just asked the guards. He's doing okay in there, behaving well and will be out soon. He's not very good at placating lets and does it directly most of the time. Reaching out, he stroked his hand across her jaw, a gentleness in his eyes that he could hardly detect in himself. Don't cry. It's not pretty to cry. Yu Qing didn't want to cry either. She had always felt strong. And the truth is, being strong is only on the surface. And once she's comforted, she sobs uncontrollably. Nestled in his arms for almost 10 minutes, Yu Yenshin stood in the wind to maintain this movement without moving. After half a minute, Yu Qing cried until there were no more tears left, and only then did she peek out of his arms. Yu Yenshin obediently wiped the tears on her face, his voice faint, becoming a little flower cat. Yu Qing pursed her lips as he bent over so she could look straight at him. Four eyes met, and she dropped her eyes. In the future, you're going to come with me to get my dad out. Then, I'll buy him a new house and a car, so he can live in peace. The reason why Yu Yenshin came, she thought that dad would have liked to see her find him a man she could count on for the rest of her life. He'll make dad happy. Yu Yenshin was silent for 2 seconds before he squeezed the word "him" out of his throat. Good. As the words fell from his lips, he stood up and gathered her back into his arms. Go to the car. It's too cold in here. Yu Qing didn't struggle and went forward by his movements. Prison. Yu Huai looked at the brand new book and briefly glanced through it. It was really hard to have the interest and motivation to read on. He hadn't wanted to rise again for a long time, and now he just wanted to get out alive to take care of Qingqing. Putting the book aside, suddenly, he paused as if he saw something, took that book back out and turned to the last page. In the margin of the last page, there is a line. Uncle, I'm sorry, I'll help you out, and I'll take good care of Qingqing. What happened 4 years ago was the Yu family's fault, and I'll spend my whole life making up for it. He was baffled for a moment. Out of breath, he looked at the line, half a dozen times before losing the book. It was written by Yu Yenshin. The boy was as he remembered him from 4 years ago, unruly and untamed, yet covered in glitter. Such a person would never be a pool animal, nor would he remain unenlightened for the rest of his life. Sure enough, 4 years had passed and he had changed his appearance. He and Qing. Yu Huai let out a long sigh. 4 years ago, a business battle. He couldn't remember the exact details and didn't want to recall them. I only remembered that he had almost subverted the entire financial world of Yao Chang by himself in that business war, touching the interests of many people. Then later, he was drugged and woke up with a woman lying next to him. He had lived an innocent life, and even when he stood on the heights of remote city there was nothing obscure about him, much less any official connections. So when he stood in the courtroom, he had almost no ability to argue or turn the tables. He remembers that the woman's name was Chen Jinxiu, and even more so, he remembers that before he was imprisoned, his secretary risked coming to tell him that it was all a joint effort between the Yu family and a couple of black-handed upstarts. Even if he knew the truth, there was nothing he could do about it. The wood has been turned. The wood has been turned. Never in a million years did he expect that after 4 years, his daughter would get involved with the Yu family. He had made a decision at the moment to swallow everything. If Qingqing really liked that lad from the Yu family, he would pretend that he hadn't heard what the secretary had said back then. Looking at the book, he closed his eyes. Yu Qing sat in the car before realizing that her entire body was cold and almost temperatureless. Yu Yenshin put her hand inside his clothes and warmed it. It still couldn't be warmed. To the hospital? Yu Qing was stunned for a moment. Go to what hospital? I'm just too cold from the wind. The air conditioning will be fine if I turn it on and slow down a bit. Her hands were cold like ice, and Yu Yenshin forced her hands inside his clothes to feel the piercing cold even more. After half a day of warming up and not seeing any warmth, he simply lifted the last layer of clothes and directly placed Yu Qing's hand on his chest. The cold made him tingle for a moment, and he subconsciously frowned, but still maintained his original movements unchanged. Yu Qing watched his movements with dismay, and when she touched the furnace-like temperature under her hand, she subconsciously withdrew her hand, but he held it down so tightly that she couldn't yank it out. What are you doing? Aren't you cold? Don't move. 2 words that instantly stuffed back all the words Yu Qing wanted to say. Just hear him continue to open his mouth, extraordinarily clear in the quiet car. Before Uncle came out, how he treated you before. I will only be more than Uncle. Qingqing, you can rely on me, even depend on me. That's what I'm willing to do. Whether his father did what he did 4 years ago or he did it, in essence it doesn't really make a difference. The father's debt is paid by the son, not to mention that the debt is owed to the Yu family, Yu Qing, and Yu Huai. For the first time, Yu Yenshin felt that things were tricky to this point. He could only be good to her, better to her. Perhaps in order to keep Yu Qing's heart slightly mindful of the past when things were on the verge of breaking out, and not to part ways like he did 4 years ago. Chapter 301 Yu Yenshin. I'm going to overturn the case of that year for my father. Yu Qing looked at the man in front of her and only felt invisible as if she actually had a hard time leaving him. He'd infiltrated her life, too. At the same time, she needed him. Needing someone to lead her out of the piece of darkness she was stuck in. She felt that she wasn't repulsed if Yu Yenshin was that person. Her hands were almost warm enough, the warmth spreading from her heart into her entire body, and the stiff, tight skin on her body was soothed. Yu Yenshin took her hand out from inside her clothes only after noticing this. The moment he raised his eyes, he crashed into her beautiful, clear eyes. In an intimate relationship, only each other knows best whether or not the other person is in love with you. Love and coughing can't be hidden. Cover your mouth and you'll see it inside your eyes too. Yu Yenshin pursed his lips in a fine, unnoticeable manner the moment he saw the color of her eyes. From the prison, It was getting dark outside. It was too cold outside. Yu Qing thought about it and decided to go home. But Yu Yanchen seemed to have other ideas, so Yu Qing went along with him. She didn't really have much of an opinion as a person, and she was willing to follow without thinking if someone else had things all set up. And this person, too, had been able to give her enough security. Yu Yanchen's car parked in the Riverside Villa area. This piece of living are rich children of the rich and powerful. I heard that a lot of stars get home also bought here. She got out of the car. Her eyes and nose were still red. Yu Yanchen pinched her face. It was out of subconscious action, causing Yu Qing to frown and bite back. The man's eyes sank. Don't bite outside. Come home. Yu Qing hadn't regained her senses from within those words at first, and only rolled her eyes when she realized what was going on. Why is it that men's minds are so? It's like they can think on those messed up things anytime, anywhere. Got on the elevator and went back to his house. Inside so many of his villas, Yu Qing liked that warm one the most, followed by this one. Standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the dark and dreary river was just outside, and behind the river was the thriving city of Telemundo. It was as if one could see all of Remote City at a glance, which opened one's mind for a few moments. There was underfloor heating inside the home, so it was fine for Yu Qing to go barefoot. Yu Yanchen took off his jacket when he got home, and inside was a white shirt. He pulled up his shirt and looked at the wound on his arm, frowning slightly. Qing, help me get the medical kit. He had felt the fiery pain of this wound before, but being outside, plus in the middle of clearing Yu's hand, he didn't have time to worry about that. Now that I'm home, I realize the wound is red and tight. Yu Qing was looking at Jiang Jing when he was suddenly called over to him, and his expression tightened when he saw the wound on his arm. Her brow tightened and she followed where he said she was going to get the medical kit. The medical kit was placed inside a box in his bedroom, and when Yu Qing flipped it open, there was a thick layer of information matted underneath it. She picked up the medical kit and could see the words on the cover of that report, psychiatric appraisal. Yu Qing was stunned for a moment, minutely out of breath, and then closed the case with little hesitation. Out with the medical kit. The man was sitting on the brown couch in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. One hand fiddled with the cell phone, the other injured hand splayed out on the couch. Yu Qing frowned. It's all red like this, you don't know to call out a pain outside, and you still have the leisure to play with your cell phone? Yu Yanchen's eyes moved away from the phone, hooked his lips, and took the medical kit from her. I'll do it. It was probably because of the youthfulness and exuberant vitality. With such a wound, in such a short period of time, Yu Yanchen had actually recovered a great deal. Young men. Yu Yanchen finished applying a layer of medicine and wrapped it briefly with gauze. When he raised his eyes, he happened to bump into Yu Qing's naked line of sight. He raised a silent eyebrow. Still want to bite me? Yu Qing. She turned and walked away. The man let out a laugh, his other uninjured arm pulling her back easily. Yu Qing struggled unsuccessfully. Look out the window. Yu Yanchen's low and deep voice then traveled along her ear. Yu Qing followed his line of sight to look out the window, and the full moon was reflected on the sparkling river. The moon was high in the sky, surrounded by stars. Such beautiful night colors can only be seen here. After all, it's the legendary $80 million house. You brought me here to see the scenery? Yu Qing obediently nestled into his arms and looked at him with raised eyebrows. Yu Yanchen looked down at her. Why? Doesn't it look good? He had been to many places, but he still found the scenery here to be the best. Quiet. Yu Qing shook her head. It's quite pretty. Yu Yanchen didn't answer, quietly looking out the window at the color of the river. It was only after half a minute that Yu Qing opened his mouth. Yu Yanchen, I'm going to overturn the case of that year for my father. There's no way my dad could have forced Chen Jinxiu. Chen Jinxiu, she's lying, she asked her father. Before he went in, father said it. He'd die before he'd do anything like that. Later, on the day of the trial, she quietly went to the scene. She was in the last row, looking at Chen Jinxiu's high and mighty and arrogant and sharp look. A person can see the cat's meow. It's like she's the abuser and not the victim. As a victim, she spent the whole time interpreting one sentence, I don't care if I lose my innocence. I just want Yu Hui to go to jail, and for the Yu family to never be able to turn around. Yu Qing didn't know what kind of enmity the Yu family had with this woman, but she wasn't small anymore, and she could vaguely guess that it wasn't that simple. It seems like there's always been a hand behind the scenes pushing the story along, until Yu Hui is pushed to prison. She couldn't move those hands against the odds then, and she might not be able to now, but she wanted to try. She was hating Chen Jinxiu. During her stint in the slums, Chen Jinxiu made her debut by capitalizing on the public's compassion for victims. Her debut was a breakout hit, and it was smooth sailing all the way. She stood at the top of her game when she was still fighting people for a rancid pie. That intense hatred supported her return to her country, supported her entry into the entertainment industry, and supported her in casting her net. Compared to those things, the ones she was doing to Chen Jinxiu now, what was it worth? Yu Yanchen looked at the river outside the window in silence. and the coldness surged into his heart. It was only after half a minute that he lowered his eyes and said faintly, "I'm sure Uncle wouldn't do something like that. I'll help you however and whatever you want." Yu Qing nestled inside his arm, her eyebrows arched. "I didn't figure out exactly how I was going to do it. Anyway, I was just thinking about getting into Starburns and becoming a co-worker with her first. After spending more time together, I'll naturally have plenty of opportunities to get under her skin, like at the ball. But making her suffer isn't my goal. I'll pull her down from her current position. After I pull her down, that's when I'll know who's really behind all this." Chapter 302, Women are probably naturally sensitive and hostile to women. Yu Yinshan's complexion perhaps did not have too many ripples from the beginning to the end. Only the arm circling Yu Qing tightened. Half a dozen times, he let out a low lament. The view of the river was so beautiful that an ineffable sense of emptiness stretched across his heart. In fact, he knew 4 years ago that the Yu family was behind Yu Huai's affair, and he knew full well that Yu Qing would not accept the truth when she knew it. With his rationality and logical thinking ability, he should separate himself from Yu Qing and never contact him again. That way the two of them don't get entangled, which extends to a whole host of negativity and messiness. But Yu Qing had always been the point in his life where he was out of control, and he had never been able to control his feelings for her. Then drag it on, drag it out until the day she can't get away from him. After watching the night scene for a while, Yu Qing was a bit sleepy. She reached up and tugged at the man's collar. "I'm sleepy," yawning as she spoke, probably because she had wasted too much energy during the day due to her mood swings. Her eyes were a little blue and she looked like a very tired person. Yu Yinshan's line of sight slowly retracted from the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the moonlight falling faintly on his deep brows. Carry you to the shower?" Yu Qing only felt her eyes fighting, but she wasn't without a brain. Grunting, "Can I still let you bathe me? Help me put the water down. I'll be there in a minute." Yu Yinshan's lips hooked as he looked at her in this commanding manner. "As you wish." And then he stood up and went to the bathroom. And after he left, Yu Qing's mind still automatically replayed the word obey several times, closed his eyes and snorted. "This man is teasing and titillating and quite sultry. I don't know how he held back from getting a woman for the 4 years she was gone." Yu Yinshan put the water. Yu Qing half squinted her eyes to sit up. She had cried too much before. Her eyes were sore at the sight of the wind, and it was hard to bear. The man's warm hand covered her eyes, and I don't know if it was psychological or what, but I only instantly felt a wave of warmth injected into my eyelids, and it was comfortable for a while. "Don't open your eyes. I'll carry you," Yu Qing lazily answered. The water was already running inside the bathroom and it was just the right temperature. "You go out first. How can I wash with you here?" When she reached the bathtub, Yu Yinshan still had no intention of letting go of her. Yu Qing muttered in a small voice, "I'll help you undress?" Yu Qing was silent for 2 seconds, then reached out and slammed his shoulder. "Why are you so pushy? You approached me just to be with me." She skipped a couple of words that were savagely embarrassing to say. Yu Yinshan gazed down at her for 2 seconds and let out a low laugh. "If I wanted to do something with you, would I have waited until now?" Yu Qing has always been sort of open about this. Something that happens when the water is right. But that doesn't mean she's casual at all. The moment Yu Yinshan's words came out, her complexion changed. "What do you mean? Calling me random?" The man instantly realized that he had made a mistake in the expression of his words, and he instantly chose to lower his stance directly. "My bad. I mean, if I was really with you just to do something with you, then I wouldn't even have to be here around you for a bit or anything. Just tie up and go to the hotel." Yu Qing was sleepy as hell and was too lazy to bother with these literal things. Reaching out, he pushed and easily jumped from his arms. "Get out." That chivalrous tone. Yu Yinshan raised his eyebrows, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Bringing her a bath towel and shower cap and such, he walked right out. Soon the sound of pattering water came from inside. Yu Yinshan's eyes fell on the nearly transparent glass wall. Because it was his bedroom alone, privacy need not be too strong. So almost everything inside the bathroom was visible from the outside. He looked at the woman in the bathroom with a haunted expression. She took off her heavy blouse. Almost instantly, Yu Yinshan withdrew his gaze, turned around, and heavily brought the door with him. It was already 22:30 when Yu came out after cleaning his bath and wearing a thick bathrobe around him. She was bubbling with sleepiness and wanted to zip right into bed when she got out. But this was Yu Yinshan's bed, and considering that she was covered in water and her hair hadn't been blown, she resisted the temptation to push the door and walk out. There was a small light on in the living room just before she came in the shower, dark and yellow but warm. The living room was now blindingly bright with the headlights on. Her eyes were stinging and sore again. Not waiting for her to slow down, a woman's voice suddenly came to her ears. The abruptness of the woman's voice made her stiffen. The unexpectedness of it was one thing, the awkwardness of her still in her toweled robe was another. "Mr. Yu, there were other people in your family originally?" The woman's voice also penetrated a few points of embarrassment. Like unexpected. More surprised Yu Yenshin's home will actually have a woman like. Looking down to where the sound was coming from, the woman stood where she had been in the doorway, not changing her shoes or coming in, just standing still. She was wearing exquisite makeup in the middle of the night, but she was only wearing a long black halter dress with a layer of clothes draped over it. Her collarbones and breasts were exposed on the outside. It's cold and shivering just looking at it. Yu Qing looked at the unfamiliar face and stared for a few seconds before her eyes fell on the man to the side. Your guest? Yu Yenshin pursed his slim lips and frowned in a fine, unnoticeable manner. Half a dozen times, he explained, neighbors, neighborhood, neighbors? Yu Qing suddenly remembered that she had also run into a neighbor when she first came to Yu Yenshin's house. That neighbor was also a woman. She frowned slightly, looking at the woman in front of her again with a futile sense of familiarity. It's really that woman. Did I see you inside the elevator before? She frowned and inquired. The woman nodded with a stiff and embarrassed expression on her face. I can't believe you remember me. It is indeed me. Women are probably naturally sensitive and hostile to women. And with just a few glances and a few words, Yu Qing almost instantly concluded that this woman was either interested in Yu Yenshin or ready to be interested in him. Otherwise, no woman would want to come to her so-called neighbor's house in sub-zero weather and stand still instead of leaving when she sees another woman in a bathrobe in the collage. Yu Yenshin looked at the woman in front of him, his brows still slightly furrowed. What are you here for? The woman's expression was incredibly awkward, but there was no point in leaving. Can I come in and say? No. Her words had just fallen, when she heard the man at her side directly and mercilessly veto her thoughts. Not the slightest. No regard for that meager bit of old affection. Chapter 303 Mr. You and Xiao Yi are very close to each other. She subconsciously looked at Yu Qing, not knowing what expression she wanted to see on Yu Qing's face, but Yu Qing had always been happy and angry. Her complexion barely fluctuated and she just quietly watched everything here. The woman gritted her teeth. Actually, it's just that I was just cooking and realized that I ran out of ingredients at home, and since we live relatively close to each other, I wanted to come to General Manager Yu's house to rub some ingredients and stuff. But I didn't expect that there was someone else in Mr. Yu's house. I'm sorry about that, but we're all neighbors, so it should be a matter of time before we meet. You guys shouldn't be angry, right? Yu Yan's deeply furrowed brows seemed to have never loosened since she came in. Mind. Before Yu Qing could say anything, he directly spat out two words coldly. So, you can go now? The woman's face went white. She bit her lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say anything, and she gave Yu Yenshin a pitiful look before looking at Yu Qing with the same eyes. After a few seconds she lowered her head. I'm sorry for intruding. Please forgive me. It won't happen again. As the words fell, she turned around and was about to leave, but she gave off a feeling of being in love with the idea of taking one step and turning back 3 times. Yu Qing's eyes circled around Yu Yenshin's face and the back of this strange female neighbor. She cleared her throat the moment the woman pushed the door open and was about to walk out. Wait a minute. In the stillness of the night, her voice seemed extraordinarily clear. Yu Yenshin's eyes looked toward her, obscure and inexplicable. Ching Ching? Yu Qing didn't look at her, just took a few steps forward, gathered the bathrobe on his body, and casually put on a pair of slippers, walked up to the door and looked at the woman in front of him. Wait a moment. Not at home, no ingredients. Should not have eaten, right? It just so happens that we have not eaten. Together? The woman looked back at Yu Qing in dismay. This consternation contained several layers. The first layer was because of what she said. The second layer was astonished at her unpowdered but such a beautiful face and skin. And the third layer was the fact that she shouted at her but Yu Yenshin didn't say anything. Was this proof that Yu Yenshin really favored her? So much so that she is so bullying and arrogant. And also Yu Yenshin is spoiled and spoiled? The dismay lasted only a moment, and she carefully raised her eyes to the man standing beside her, looking at Yu Qing again with a bit of a blush. This is Mr. Yu's home. Mr. You asked me to leave, so it's better for me to leave. Just as her words fell, Yu Yenshin directly turned around. Xing Qing told you to come in, so cut the crap. Yu Qing didn't look at him, just continued to look at the woman in front of him. A faint smile appeared. He's like that in character. They're all neighbors. A meal is nothing. By the way, no need to change your shoes. Come in? Oh, just call me Yu Qing. The woman looked at her a little out of her mind, in a bit of a trance at this full-on hostess pose she was taking. It was only a few seconds later that she looked down and blinked, hiding the obscure look under her eyes. Just call me Night Hazy. MS. Night. Yes, MS. You. Night Hazy walked in, but his eyes didn't dare wander. Standing in the living room rather hastily, it was only when Yu Qing told her to sit down that she did so. Yu Qing brought over 2 cups of warm water, then sat down across from her as well. MS. Night, drink water. Night Hazy uneasily picked up his teacup, but didn't drink. MS. You. do you have something to say? Yu Qing removed his shower cap, took a gentle sip of water, and smiled faintly. But Li Howie always felt that Yu Qing's smile wasn't that simple, and even had a sense of condescending directness. There's nothing I want to say. I just think Yu Yinxin's attitude towards you is quite strange. In her memory, although Yu Yinxin's attitude towards women was not considered cordial, but those most basic manners of the upper-class nobles were still there. It was kinda weird for her that he was treating a female neighbor like that. Li Howie smiled blushingly. There's nothing to hide. Actually, it's probably because of Tang Yi. He and Xiaoyi are very close. Before Xiaoyi and I became besties, we were rivals in a violin competition, and I did some bad things. So mister, you shouldn't have had a good impression of me from then on, but I've apologized and become good BFFs with Xiaoyi after that. It's just that mister Yu's attitude towards me is still like this, and I can't do anything about it. Yu Qing took a big gulp of water. Half a dozen times, she smiled faintly. Sure enough, a woman's sixth sense still needs to be trusted a bit. She just felt that Yu Yinxin's attitude towards this woman was weirdly strange, and for some reason, just wanted to keep her, and as it turned out, it really did ask that much. Her eyes moved slightly, all hidden under thick, slender lashes. You sit here and wait. I'll go help Yu Yinxin in the kitchen. Knight Hazy didn't say anything, smiling and nodding. Only his eyes followed Yu Qing to the kitchen. Mr. Yu, cooking? Would a man like him actually cook for a woman? It's incredible. Not even he was treated like this. Not even once. Yu Qing went into the kitchen. Just as he entered with one foot, he was pulled by the arm and pressed directly against the wall with the other. Letting her in to diabolize me on purpose? The hot breath spread out. Yu Qing looked at the man in front of her and she blinked. She's a neighbor. Shouldn't she be let in? It's just one meal. What's the difference between 3 people eating and 2 people eating? Yu Yinxin's brow sank. You want me to cook for her? You don't have to do it if you don't want to. I didn't say you couldn't order takeout. The man narrowed his eyes minutely and imperceptibly. What did you talk about? What else is there to talk about? Have you eaten? Have I eaten? Are you drinking water? Am I drinking water? Other than that, what else can I talk about with a strange woman? Yu Qing's expression was calm, and Yu Yinxin couldn't see any traces of dissimilarity from it. It took half a second for him to let go of the arm he was pulling on her. I don't like her. Don't get too close to her. She's not a nice person. Yu Qing leaned against the cold wall, her vision swaying with the man's movements. You had a bad time with her? Yu Yinxin was fiddling with a box of frozen dumplings. He wasn't interested in cooking for anyone else. Yu Qing's question didn't make him hesitate. No. So, why did you say that about her? The man lifted an eyebrow at her, silent for a few seconds before opening his mouth lightly. A friend of mine was in competition with her before, and she went to very dirty lengths. I don't want her to have anything to do with you. Understand? Yu Qing did not immediately pick up his words. The sight dropped soundlessly. Half a dozen times, she let out an "oh," walked up behind him and looked at him with a sideways glance. Who is that friend of yours? Fu Moe or those good brothers of yours? Those good brothers of yours are quite naive to be cheated by a woman. Chapter 304 Yu Qing, you'd better tell me directly what you talked to her about. Yu Yinxin's movements that were handling the food paused. He lowered his eyes to Yu Qing, still in a light and slow accent. Why are you asking this? Yu Qing raised her eyebrows and stood quietly under his eyes. Curious, which one of your friends could be victimized by that woman out there by the so-called dirty means? Yu Yinxin withdrew his gaze. You don't recognize it. It's not in Yao Chang anymore. Half a dozen times, Yu Qing let out an "oh." I'll be out then. You're busy. As the words fell, Yu Qing turned around and was about to go out. The moment she turned around, the expression on her face produced a subtle change. Before she could take a few steps, the man behind her reached out and clutched her arm. Come stay with me. I'm not fit to be in the kitchen. Have you forgotten? Yu Yinxin pulled her towards him and looked at her with downcast eyes. So, it's to accompany me. Yu Qing locked eyes with him for a moment and let out an "oh so sweet." Fine. Then I'll stand here. Yu Yinxin didn't say anything either, as if it was indeed enough for her to stand here. Indeed, he really didn't do much of anything either. Just got some instant food. Something Yu Qing could easily handle. Li Howie waited impatiently outside the door, but she wasn't really a guest, and Yu Yinxin knew in the bottom of her heart that she had come by no means to borrow the ingredients. So she just sat on the sofa nor dared to go to the kitchen to see what these two people were doing. By the time Yu Yinxin came out, 20 minutes had passed. She subconsciously stood up and unintentionally met the man's eyes, only to feel coldness behind her. Mr. Yu, after thinking about it, I'd better not disturb your meal. Plus I see that Miss Yu's hair hasn't even been blown out yet. It's just too much trouble for me to be here. I'm sorry, it's better if I go first. As the words fell, she bent down and picked up her handbag, very apologetically showing a helpless expression towards Yu Qing. Yu Qing quietly contemplated for a few seconds and reached out to undo the shower cap. Thick, dark hair curled waterily to her waist. and her expression was muted as she reached up and gathered her hair. In that case I won't stop you. Come back often when you have time? Li Howie subconsciously glanced at Yu Yenshin, whose eyes fell on the woman at his side. That kind of depth was another world she had never seen before. A momentary sourness rushed up his throat, and Night Hazy smiled. Good. Yu Qing sent Li Howie to the door of her house. This was basic etiquette for a guest. She probably couldn't forget it in her life. Even if it was Tang Yi himself, she would still give a ride like this. Closing the door, Yu Yenshin was pouring those instant foods. When he saw Yu Qing come back, he explained, "No more of this junk food for you. I'll go make you new ones." These so-called junk foods were randomly made by him for the guests left behind by that so-called Yu Qing. Now that the guests are gone, it's pouring. Yu Qing's interest was not high, and his complexion was also of a faint appearance. There's no need. It's the middle of the night and anything you eat is crap. Don't do it and go to bed. She walked over to a side table and grabbed the hairdryer, sitting down on the couch with a light, skillful hand and plugging it in to start blow-drying her hair. Yu Yenshin stood still for half a second, swept the table and casually threw the ones in his hand on the table. Then he took a big step and walked behind Yu Qing, reaching out to take the hairdryer in Yu Qing's hand. Yu Qing had no intention of snatching it from him and gave him back the hairdryer in his hand with a glance at him. Keep it down. It hurts when you pull your hair. The man hooked his lips faintly. It won't hurt you. Yu Qing didn't say anything, looking down and playing with her hair strands. The sound of the hairdryer resounded in the quiet chamber. Half dry. Yu Qing touched her hair before speaking. You go clear the rest of the stuff on the table. I'll just blow myself. A bellhop will come by in the morning without me. Oh, I'll do it myself then. As the words fell, Yu Qing was about to snatch the hairdryer from Yu Yenshin's hands, but he raised his hand and lifted the hairdryer to a position out of Yu Qing's reach. I said I'll do it. For words that reveal the implication of paranoia that cannot be rebelled against, Yu Qing raised her eyes to meet his for a few seconds. When Yu Yenshin thought she was going to obediently sit down and let him blow, she directly stood up from the sofa. I'm going to bed. Is the guest room still the same? The man clutched the hair dryer in his hand, and with a tug on her wrist he pinned her back down on the couch. What exactly did you and Night Hazy say? From that moment in the kitchen he had felt that she was not in the right mood, so he had not let her out to be alone with Night Hazy. Now that Night Hazy was gone, her mood was even more off. Yu Qing was half lying on the sofa, his wet hair sticking to his face from the movement. She frowned subconsciously and ran her other hand through her hair. What else could I say to her? Didn't I tell you before? She turned sideways to look at the man standing behind her. Suddenly seeing his expression, her mind moved slightly. Are you afraid of what she might say to me? Are there any other untold secrets between the two of you that you're so afraid I'll find out? Nothing. Yu Yenshin denied it almost instantly. Yu Qing looked at his pursed up slim, cold lips and snorted 2 seconds later. Look in the mirror and see the look on your face right now. No? How scared should you be that I'm going to find out something from Night Hazy to be like this? As soon as Yu Qing's words came out, Yu Yenshin subconsciously relaxed his tense demeanor. It wasn't that it was tight, just that it was significantly more solemn now compared to the previous ease. He clutched the hairdryer in his hand and set Yu Qing's shoulders straight. I'm going to dry your hair first, and if there's anything to be done, the hair is dry. The warm wind then brushed up. Yu Qing frowned, but did not struggle any further. It's just a blow dry. 5 minutes later, she touched her hair and it was dry, regardless of the fact that the man behind her was maintaining his hold on the hairdryer. She slipped on her shoes and stood straight up. I'm going to bed. Yu Qing, you'd better tell me directly what you talked to her about. Before she could finish her words, Yu Yenshin interrupted in vain. I wouldn't mind having someone go up and fetch her from the house now, when I can know just as much as I want to know. Yu Qing's movements froze in place. Her back was turned to him, so Yu Yenshin couldn't see her expression at the moment either. He waited quietly for a while. There's no need to be annoyed with me over this kind of thing. Qing, have you not realized that you hold a lot of things in your heart? Choosing to deal with them alone and digest them alone and face them alone. Of course, I don't know what you've been through in the last 4 years to develop such a character, and I can't accuse you of doing it, but there are a lot of things that always need to be said in order to be resolved. It's undeniable that what he's saying is right. The logic is right. Everything seems to be right. But Yu Qing just felt her heart grow even more stuffy. Chapter 305 Insanity plus Moderate Hypochondria and Bipolar Disorder. After the silence, Yu Qing stood up. Her hair was freshly washed and curled to her waist like satin. I'm going to bed. Yu Yenshin frowned. He didn't stop Yu Qing and watched her go to the guest room, then closed the door. Some headache pinched his brow. Often he avoids arguing with her because it seems inevitable that arguing with a woman will lead to a Cold War. He does not understand the woman's thoughts and logic, but knows that this Cold War process she will think a lot, and even more will think about whether the relationship has the meaning of existence. Bending over the couch, he touched the cigarette on the tabletop and lit one. Eyes cast out the window. The large river is still sparkling, and it is mostly quiet. harmless and appreciative, but people who lose their footing in the water never survive. Night Hazy was awakened at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night by a loud noise. She fell asleep at 12 and had just gone into a deep sleep. She was suddenly awakened, and before she could open her eyes, she was grabbed by her shoulder blades and scooped right out of bed. Her first thought was that there was a burglar in the house, and her second thought was that she was very glad she was wearing pajamas at this time. Living room, brightly lit. She watched the man she had seen just a few hours ago sitting lazily on the couch. His long, slender legs were slightly open, and the tips of his fingers were lit with a cigarette that was almost burned to the tip. Stunned, flustered, and at a loss for words, "Mr. You, Night Hazy, you're really not afraid of death?" Seeing her being pulled out by the bodyguard, he lifted an icy brow to look at her. The low and indifferent man's voice should have been very nice to listen to, but Li Howie was surprised by this voice and a cold sweat directly exploded out. "Mr. You, I didn't do anything, really." Li Howie think through the mind also do not know what she recently this is what she did again touched Yu Yenshin's scales. She also do not know what in the end she did to deserve him so loud and angry. Yu Yenshin swept his cold eyes over her and cut straight to the chase. "What did you say to Yu Qing when you were at my house?" The moment his words came out, Night Hazy's body was directly jolted. So Yu Yenshin was talking about this matter. She didn't say anything to Yu Qing either? No? Night Hazy's face instantly went white. It wasn't like she hadn't seen Yu Yenshin's angry face before, which was why she was even more scared now. The thing she regretted most in her life was stuffing a dozen tacks inside Tang Yi's shoes during that competition. Tang Yi was injured and she almost lost one of her legs. "I didn't say anything to MS. You, I just said that you don't like me probably because of what happened between me and Xiaoyi before. Really, that's all I said. Nothing else. You can go ask Miss Yu, or I can confront her directly." Her disorientation and fear didn't look like an act. Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes minutely and unnoticeably, annihilating the heart of the cigarette in his hand. "Is that all?" Night Hazy nodded in a panicked, unimaginative manner. "Really, that's all?" Yu Yenshin didn't answer, as if he was scrutinizing the truthfulness of her words. 3 seconds later, he opened his mouth. "I don't want to see you in this neighborhood starting tomorrow morning." Even when he was angry, there was little ripple in his vocal cadence, but this lack of waves only made Night Hazy more panicked. "Yes, I do come here to stay once in a while, and from now on I'll go back to the nights. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I said the wrong thing." She put herself in a humble manner, to the point where her head was too low to raise it. Half a minute later, Night Hazy looked at the open door and slid to the floor. She finally cried out uncontrollably, but then clenched her fists in death. First it was Tang Yi, and now that Tang Yi was half dead, there was Yu Qing. She couldn't figure out why Yu Yenshin just couldn't see her. She's the first lady of the Night family, and outsiders say she's sick for falling for a man who will never look her in the eye in her life, and only she knows. Yu Yenshin was unique, no matter how he treated her. That couldn't rub off the uniqueness of this man. How could she fall in love with the vulgar when she had seen such people? Yu Qing lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. As much as she didn't want to admit it, she really was losing sleep again. Lying on the bed and tossing and turning for a long time, he finally simply nestled in the bed and didn't move, instead extending a bit of sleepiness. Dazed and confused, he had just closed his eyes when a strange, icy aura suddenly flooded in behind him. She opened her eyes almost instantly, and reflexively made to sit up. Yu Yenshin didn't know when he came in, and before Yu Qing's reflex, his long arm wrapped around her waist through the thick bedding. Yu Qing subconsciously pushed him. "What are you doing? Who let you in?" Yu Yenshin rubbed the nape of her neck, and his hot breath spilled in with it. His accent slowed down a bit, intentionally, and he said in a low, husky voice, "I have insomnia." Yu Qing almost blurted out a sentence that "I also have insomnia," and forced herself to hold it back. "You have insomnia and you come to toss me? I don't want to sleep?" Yu Yenshin was silent for 2 seconds before he circled her tightly. "Don't be angry. This darkness makes one more emotionally vulnerable, but it also makes one more lonely." Yu Qing's eyes were still the same snow-white ceiling, but it didn't seem to be the same as what she had seen before. The heart inside his chest beat restlessly. Yu Yenshin was beside her, a quilt away. "I'm not mad, just take your hands off me for a second." Shelving, Yu Yenshin didn't let go of his hand, just muffled. "I just went to find Night Hazy." Yu Qing fell into a short silence. Yu Yenshin also did not have the intention of forcing her to open her mouth, but only said in a wooden voice, "I also know what she said to you, but in fact, it was all inconsequential words. I probably know what you're angry about." "Qing Qing, there's no need. Why is it unnecessary?" Yu Qing didn't struggle anymore. His voice seemed extraordinarily clear in the silence of the room. "I hate her simply because I hate people who possess such character and personality. It has nothing to do with any external conditions. Even if Night Hazy had laid hands on any person, I would still loathe and hate her for it, purely and simply, nothing else." Yu Qing's eyes dropped slightly to his hands. The world has always been unfair, and perfect people even have long, beautifully boned hands. Oh, and then what? That's not the point. And then, Yu Yanchen paused, as if weighing his words. He took a moment before speaking again. Li Haoyi and Tang Yi turned into bosom friends shortly after that incident. Of course, this is what I know from Secretary Su's mouth. I don't care about the process of this, and it has nothing to do with me. As for Tang Yi, she is now in a foreign sanatorium and has been there for more than 2 years. If we go by the doctor's prediction, it will take at least 4 more 2 years. It's insanity plus moderate hypochondria and bipolar disorder. Chapter 306. I don't like Tang Yi, but I will help her. Yu Yanchen's vocal cadence had a faint huskiness to it. Yu Yanchen knew that she cared not for Li Haoyi, but for Tang Yi. It wasn't that Yu Qing hadn't heard the name Tang Yi in other people's mouths. Instead, she had just returned to China when she heard about her and Yu Yanchen from Fu Moyi's mouth. Similarly, he knew about Tang Yi's recuperation abroad. The only thing he had never thought of was that she would actually have such a mental illness. Perhaps it was because the illnesses she had had were somewhat similar. Yu Qing subconsciously compared herself to her. She is because of the slum days and Lian Jincheng's imprisonment. What about Tang Yi? Her illness? It has something to do with you? I don't know if it was a woman's sixth sense, but this inexplicable thought surfaced directly and abruptly in her mind. Yu Yanchen didn't deny it. KR did not start out as a success story, at best a dark horse. I had nothing to do with the skyrocketing, but rather numerous bumps in the early stage, and all kinds of business competition and intrigue emerged in the middle stage. Now it seems to be calm but also hides a lot of danger. Tang Yi was close to me for a while 2 years ago because KR had some cooperation with the Tang family, and she was a collaborator dispatched by Tang. Someone recognized her as my girlfriend and tied her up. This seemed to be the first time Yu Yanchen had brought up these 4 years that he had founded KR on his own, and Yu Qing was mesmerized as she listened. His words, however, stopped at the juncture, and Yu Qing could not help but turn around to look at him. That turn landed him right in his arms. Some strong smell of smoke. He just smoked. And then what? She inquired in a low voice. You know, I don't like to reminisce about the past too much. Yu Yanchen's tone of voice was still the same, but there were inexplicably a few more unspeakable others. People need to look forward, and turn back more just because they're not living well enough right now. Yu Qing was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. But I'm curious. Curious to know? Yu Qing nodded. Yu Yanchen suddenly smiled, his thin cold lips slightly hooked. Kiss me. What do you want to know? I'll tell you. He didn't like to smile, and usually had a sultry look about him. Even when he was at his most intimate, there was a sense of reserved superiority. The hook of the corner of his lips caught Yu Qing off guard and stunned him for a moment. In fact, Yu Yanchen hadn't envisioned that Yu Qing would actually kiss up when he said this, so he froze for a moment when she came up. And then, almost subconsciously, the anticlimax. After 2 long minutes, Yu Qing was panting and nestled on the bed. Told you it was a kiss. What's with you? Indeed, for a moment. The lips didn't part for a second time before kissing up again either. It just lasted 2 minutes. Yu Qing was blocked by his words and at once didn't know what to say back, wrinkling her eyebrows as she was about to turn away. And then the next second, the man stopped her from doing so. Later, Yu Qing heard his voice floating in his ears again. She was injected with something unclean by my hostility. She couldn't quit, smoked it repeatedly, and crashed repeatedly. She was then a famous and talented girl in remote city, a proud peacock, couldn't accept the reality, but had to. The Tang family knew about her and came to trouble me. She went to stop and got into a car accident on the way. Although she wasn't hurt, she's been in a trance ever since. The doctor said that she was subconsciously rejecting facing life, so she subconsciously went into a trance while in the car accident. And since the domestic treatment for her disease is not deep enough, I had to send her abroad, with the Tang family's consent. The famous talented girl of the Tang family inexplicably disappeared from the remote city, taking with her not only the bright future that belonged to her, but also the scandalous rumors about her and Yu Yanchen. The few who knew what was going on inside just sighed. How did this Tang family's young lady get into such an unlucky situation? And the man she paid for didn't seem to have any major fluctuations because of it. So naturally, the name of his cold-faced Yan Wang spread, and many people in the circle began to fear his cold-bloodedness. Yu Yanchen even moved up a level in his career as a result. Most of the feelings on this earth, other than two lovers, are sinful. Yu Qing listened quietly, and after listening, he was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something. Then, before speaking faintly, quite a pity, she should have had a great future and a beautiful life. Then what? How is she now? Much better, and like I just said, she may still be fully recovered by the age of 35. If it does come to that, I'll help her. I don't like her, but I will help her. Yu Yanchen's vocal cadence had a faint huskiness as he hugged Yu Qing tightly. This is what I owe her. Yu Qing didn't pick up immediately. After a while of relative silence, When Yu Yanchen thought that she wasn't going to open her mouth, she suddenly said, "She is fond of you. You really don't like her? Even if there is that tiny bit of liking, there isn't? Ask yourself if she is Yu Yanchen, a woman who was so good, who had given so much, who had even rolled out a thick blood-stained red carpet of achievement for his career. Even if she couldn't love, because she was touched, she would love that woman." Her mind turned 1,000 times while Yu Yanchen's complexion didn't half change, almost without hesitation. No. For some reason, a passage came to Yu Qing's mind. Yu Yanchen is a 24-year-old young man with a lot to offer. It is said that before the age of 19, he was still a second generation, but after the age of 19, he somehow got the hang of things, and in only 4 years, he dominated half of the business world in Yaochang. Mysterious and dangerous, treating everything as if it were calmly frightening. Almost everyone who had dealt with him felt that way. "You're pretty cold-blooded." The moment Yu Qing's words came out, Yu Yanchen's face instantly changed. "You think I'm cold-blooded?" His originally fairly easygoing voice instantly turned cold and hard, as if Yu Qing's comment was very important to him. Yu Qing was stunned for a moment by his sudden change of face. She didn't say anything, she just buried her face in the spot at his collarbone. "Ms. Tang is so good to you and landed in such a situation. You didn't give her a bit of liking. Isn't that cold-blooded enough?" He was the most cold-blooded person she'd ever met, by far. Lian Jinchang is also cold-blooded, but he at least really has real feelings present. He's just too paranoid. He's sick. Yu Yanchen was different. Before there were no specific instances and she didn't feel much of his cold-bloodedness. Now that this was said, she instantly felt it. The man's face was stinky, but the arms circling her still didn't let go. Don't like it means don't like it. How come you haven't seen you like him when Feng Yi treats you so well? It's not like Feng Yi likes me. Yu Qing opened his mouth almost without any thought. Yu Yanchen snorted. Even if the whole world knew that Feng Yi liked Yu Qing would never know. I don't know if she really doesn't know, or if she's just lying to herself. Chapter 307. Tang Yi might be able to return home by this time next year. Yu Qing didn't argue something with him on this. Kazuno was getting married, and whether she knew it or not, it made no difference. She didn't move and pulled away. "I saw a psychiatric report underneath the medical kit when I brought it to you earlier. Is it Miss Tang's? HM? Yu Yanchen raised an eyebrow. Seemingly he had put that report behind him. Yu Qing mentioned it at this moment before he remembered. It was probably sent over by her attending physician a few days ago. I had Secretary Su put it there. I haven't read it yet. If Yu Qing was quite skeptical about the authenticity of that dislike in Yu Yanchen's mouth before, she sort of believed his words at this moment. As cold-blooded as she thought he was, this feeling of being favored, well, all she could say was that shameless wasn't bad. She nestled in his arms and felt too uncomfortable through the thick bedding, so she simply lifted the quilt and covered Yu Yanchen directly. Caught off guard by her like this, Yu Yanchen's body stiffened. He was still a little unexpectedly out of it until the warmth and softness reached his arms. "Throwing in the towel? Didn't you come to me to sleep with me? Is it hard for you to keep cuddling under the covers all night? I'm too hot for you if you're not uncomfortable." Yu Qing's explanation was righteous, but instead, it showed that his mind was not so bright and straightforward. The man hooked his lips in a thin, unnoticeable manner, a shallow smile spilling out from under his eyes. "There's no use in hurrying, miss you. I haven't bathed yet. Before Yu Yanchen finished saying this, Yu Qing directly rolled over and went around to the other side of the bed. "You didn't take a shower and you went to bed? Why are you so sloppy? Go take a shower. Don't get into my bed without a shower." Yu Yanchen's shallow smile disappeared directly onto his face. He rolled over and took off his white shirt directly in front of Yu Qing, as if he did it on purpose. However, Yu Qing didn't seem to have any intention of eating his tofu, and directly buried her face in the pillow before he reached out to undo the last button. She's just so not a man lover. Yu Yanchen finished his shower and took a bath towel to wipe his somewhat wet hair. Yu Qing was asleep. The hairdryer was more or less loud, and he didn't really want to go outside. After rubbing himself 7 or 8 times dry, he rolled over and got into bed. Under the dim bedside lamp, Yu Qing's small and delicate features were softened by the warm color of the light. Looking as gentle as the years, Yu Yanchen swept her body that was about to fall off the bed towards the inside a bit. What he didn't expect was that he had only just moved her a bit, and she directly rolled her entire body into his arms. The man raised a thin, unnoticeable eyebrow and lowered his eyes at the surprise that had caught him off guard. Yu Qing, perhaps sensing something, frowned. Yu Yanchen reached out and stroked the crease in her brow, and in the bottom of his eyes was a gentleness that he himself could hardly notice. A lot of the time, no, 80% of the time, he felt equally cold-blooded and heartless. His father hadn't taught him to love people, but he had taught him about survival, and how to pinpoint business opportunities, and to shed what should be shed when necessary. So he had always felt that he was indeed cold-blooded, that he seemed to lack the ability to love people. It was the year he met Yu Qing at the age of 18, and she taught him a lot while putting his life on track. Then she left. And he also felt that his life was still long, and sooner or later he would meet a second Yuqing. There were quite a few women circling him, and he only felt annoyed by the chatter. Then a Tang Yi appeared. Ask himself. He didn't feel the same way about Tang Yi as he did about those women. He had once thought that it was liking, but behind Tang Yi's dedication, Tang Yi's pain and struggle he had seen in his eyes, but hardly any mental fluctuation. And that's when he realized that he was only appreciating Tang Yi. He's cold-blooded, he admits. As his thoughts drifted away, he unconsciously reached out and touched the delicate face of the woman in his arms. There was only one woman who could keep him from going cold-blooded. Bending over and preparing to turn out the lights, he suddenly remembered the report Yuqing had said. He paused in his movements, and after 2 seconds, he still reached out and extinguished the light. Only he turned and eased his way from inside the room. The report was still in the back of the medical kit, and he held down the light and reached down to lift it. Very thick report, over 30 pages, much of it specialized vocabulary. Yu Yenshin seemed to understand all of it, and he read it quickly, finishing it in less than 10 minutes. To summarize, this report is just one sentence. Tang Yi is doing surprisingly well, and she may be able to return home by this time next year. Even everything is 2 years ago. She has begun to touch the piano with even more penetrating dexterity than before. Is this a blessing in disguise? Yu Yenshin put down the report in his hand, picked up his cell phone and sent a text message to a person, and after a few words of back and forth, he didn't continue. Dark, black eyes gazed at the statue directly in front of him, his expression inexplicably mysterious. Today, next year? He had clearly been talking to Yuqing a few minutes ago, saying that it would be more or less a few years before Tang Yi could return. Back in the bedroom, he gingerly touched the bed. First, he kissed her forehead, and in the darkness, Yuqing seemed to detect a familiar scent and consciously nestled over. The man chuckled lowly. It was just that the smile was more or less meaningful. He was a normal man in his prime and had tasted fragrance at the age of 18. He laughed out loud now that the fragrance was soft in his arms, but he probably wouldn't be able to sleep for the rest of the night. I was too young to think that doing that was love, that I belonged to each other completely. But now he didn't want to be that easy and casual anymore. He was sorry that Yuqing's first time was in a place like that, with no ceremony, and it was one of the few things he regretted most in his life. It was only after embracing her in his arms that he felt the empty piece of his heart gradually being filled. It can't just be that God created man at the same time as he created woman, just because he wanted to reproduce. Perhaps it is because the centuries are so long that it is always necessary for the souls of men and women to intermingle with each other in order to make people less lonely. A good night's sleep. Yu awake to come, opened his eyes to see. He did not know when lying in Yu Yenshin's arms to go, and his head is buried in his collarbone position, legs also unconsciously wrapped around his body. With some hazy shame, she rushed back to her normal sleeping position. It was just some very small movements that woke Yu Yenshin straight up. He slept later than Yuqing, having been tossed around by her all night. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, it was only a little after 6. It's early. Without waiting for Yuqing to say something, to explain something, he directly reached out and pulled her back into his arms. Good boy, sleep some more. Early morning voice, low and husky enough to make you blush. At least now Yuqing had clearly felt the sound of his heartbeat. Did I not let you sleep soundly last night? Chapter 308, before the New Year's Eve, Shoei even brought Mr. Yu home for the New Year's Eve. Yu Yenshin was silent for a while, as if he had entered a shallow sleep. Yuqing didn't speak again either until he said in a very low, muffled voice, "You're very good." It's that he has so little self-control. She's being good and he's acting like he hasn't slept all night? Yuqing wanted to ask him if he had gone to steal someone in the middle of the night, but seeing that he was sleepy like this, he didn't open his mouth again. It was still early, and she nestled in his arms for a bit of sleep. It would actually be nice if time was frozen in this moment. The nest fell asleep, a sleep that lasted almost 2 hours. Got up and dressed at 9 o'clock. Breakfast was already on the table when I came out. The floor-to-ceiling windows let in harsh light, and she reached up to shield herself. The man's figure had come into view as he lowered the arm that was shielding his eyes. Is fully dressed. Going out? Yuqing looked at him in disbelief. The company has a bit of an emergency to deal with. Yu Yenshin leaned over and kissed her on the cheek very familiarly. His lips were cold. After breakfast I'll let Secretary Su take you to play. The vice card is next to the bowl. There's no password. Yuqing subconsciously looked at the table. The black card was particularly eye-catching on the white desktop. She didn't move to raise an eyebrow at the man in front of her. What? Are you trying to adopt me? He smiled, his obscure black eyes burning. An honor. Having just woken up from a nap, Yuqing was shaken by these Su's smiles. She rubbed her hair and pushed his back. If you have something to do, go ahead. I have to report to the office today as well. As much as it would be nice to be the noble lady who mopes around, the current situation doesn't allow it. Yu Yenshin was pushed a few times by her. His body shape didn't move. like a passionate couple in love. He kissed her face again with fondness, and only after half a minute did he say in a low voice, "Let's go." Yu Qing had always known who he was, and it was more like a constant wake-up call that this wasn't that time in high school, so she wasn't really all that attached to his departure. It's not like we won't see each other again, but the moment the door actually closed, there was something about how she couldn't help but feel empty and sad again. After breakfast, she looked around the large, empty home, walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river, taking a sip of the warm water. I wondered if it was because I was alone. The river didn't even look as good as it did yesterday. She was out of her mind when there was a knock at the door. Yu Yenshin is back again? This was Yu Qing's first thought, but when she actually walked up to the door and saw it through the camera, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It wasn't him at the door though. She hesitated for a few seconds, but reached out and opened the door. Sighting to the door, he casually ruffled the hair that fell over his shoulder. "Ms. Knight, is something wrong?" Knight Hazy was dragging a very large designer suitcase in his hand. The expression on her face was nervous, but it turned into shock the moment she saw Yu Qing. "Ms. You're still here? Where else should I be? Away from home in the middle of the night?" Li Haoyi looked at Yu Qing in shock. She thought that Yu Yenshin wouldn't let a woman stay over. Equally subconsciously, she defaulted to the idea that he must have met with a breakup or something big like that with Yu Qing when he went looking for her so angrily yesterday. She hastily organized her expression and smiled awkwardly. "No, I'm just a little surprised that General Manager you would actually bring a girl home to stay over. This is the first time I've seen a woman spend the night at Mr. Yu's home. It seems that Mr. Yu must be sincere to you, Miss Yu, to have a man like this treating you wholeheartedly. I'm so envious." Yu Qing very calmly and quietly watched Li Haoyi's face change, and only after she finished her explanation did she faintly let out an "oh." Knight Hazy's smile awkwardly reached the corners of his lips. Following that, he heard Yu Qing open his mouth. "You will also meet that right person. Did you come here today for something?" Li Haoyi's hand dragging the suitcase tightened. "It's like this. I'm going to sell that upstairs floor of the house starting today, and I won't be coming here in the future. So I'm going to come and say hello to Mr. Yu, and then, there's this." As the words fell, she passed an ink-colored lighter from her hand to Yu Qing. "It was left behind when Mr. Yu came to my house last night. My main purpose was to return this lighter. Although I know that Mr. Yu doesn't lack the money for this one lighter, but after all, it's also a six-figure sum, so I don't think it's too good for me to keep it private." Yu Qing looked at that lighter in Li Haoyi's hand and reached out to take it. The lighters Yu Yenshin used were all customized versions, and she looked at the letter Y at the bottom and clutched the lighter in her hand. "It is indeed his." Yu Qing raised her eyes to look at Li Haoyi. "He had something to deal with at the company earlier and is not at home right now. If you don't worry, you can leave the lighter here with me, and I will repeat your words to him when I see him. If you feel uneasy, the lighter can be given to you and you return it to her yourself." That being said, Li Haoyi's line of sight couldn't help but fall on Yu Qing's hand that was pinching the lighter. She didn't seem to be giving her the lighter either. She lowered her eyes slightly and smiled a little blushingly. "It's ridiculous to say that Mr. Yu came looking for me and had his bodyguard fish me out of bed late at night for the purpose of asking me what I said to you. This lighter, that's when it fell. Since Mr. Yu came over for you, it's all the same if you come and return it." Her tone was calm. Not a hint of jealousy could be heard. At best some envy. "Really, I don't know." Yu Qing thought Yu Yenshin had guessed it on his own. After all, Li Haoyi had a direct relationship with Tang Yi, and she could only say something about Tang Yi to her to provoke her emotional resistance. "I didn't expect him to go straight to Knight Hazy's house in the middle of the night. Really, I'm sorry, I didn't know about this. If I knew, I would have stopped him." It would be like she was bullying and being petulant and rude, and she even got someone else's little girl fished out in the middle of the night. Li Haoyi smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing. Yesterday was also my fault. I shouldn't have talked about Xiaoyi in front of you. No current person would like to hear about their boyfriend's ex. It's me who was out of line." Yu Qing lifted her eyes to look at her. "As far as I know, Miss Tang and Yu Yenshin have not been together." Knight Hazy blinked, his eyes intense with disbelief and innocence. "Yeah, I thought they'd been together? Before, during the New Year's Eve, Xiaoyi even brought Mr. Yu home for the New Year's Eve. To be honest, I thought they were both getting engaged." Li Haoyi unintentionally smiled. The words came straight out like a slanted flood. She hastily covered her mouth. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said more about these things. It's all in the past. Mr. Yu can be hundreds of times nicer to you than he is to Xiaoyi." Chapter 309, Your First Task, Stay Alive. Yu Qing looked at her calmly, as if he wanted to see something from her face. Such a look made Knight Hazy feel some chills behind her back, and even began to ponder whether she had said too much too quickly today. What if Yu Qing told Yu Yenshin everything? She waited for half a second before getting a reply from Yu Qing. Yu Qing was born beautiful. Not powdered skin but also good like translucent general. When she speaks without expression, she looks like the first daughter of a high-powered family in ancient times. Really? And I know he's been pretty good to me. Night Hazy waited half a day in a panic, only to end up waiting for this sentence. She blanched slightly and took a few steps backward, dragging her suitcase with her. Then I'll leave now. I'll see you in the future. Bye. Bye. After Li Howie left, Yu Qing closed the door, casually dropping the lighter on the couch. She hooked her lips in mocking disbelief. Night haze is low enough to stir up trouble based on the fact that feelings come first. In vain, she thought this was a segmented opponent when she met her yesterday, and it's only been a few hours, and her true nature is revealed. As Li Howie said, Tang Yi and Yu Yenshin are in the past tense. Yu Yenshin couldn't possibly keep her body for a woman she didn't like for the rest of her life. Although she was compassionate towards this woman, it didn't mean she would surrender her man. Sitting on the sofa, he took out his cell phone and sent a voice over to Yu Yenshin. She felt like Hua Fei in Legend of Zhenhua now. Bullying bad. But so what? The voice was sent, and she reached over and clicked on it to listen to it. In there, her voice was delicate as if she could pinch water, and her voice was subdued. Mr. Yu, I heard you went home with Ms. Tang on New Year's Eve. How's the threshold of the Tang family high? Can you cross it? If you can't, Ms. Tang will probably call someone to carry you in. Resting his cheeks and looking at his cell phone, he was content. Although it is an ex-girlfriend, Yu Yenshin also explained to her thoroughly last night. But women, of course, are uncomfortable when it comes to this kind of thing. She was uncomfortable and couldn't quarrel with Yu Yenshin as Li Howie wished, so let him be upset as well. He's got a couple of sisters, and they're all over the place. I don't know where so many women like him. The more Yu Qing thought about it, the more uncomfortable she became, and she had just put down her cell phone when it dinged. She unlocked it to see that Yu Yenshin had transferred $20,000 over. Yu Qing, Mr. Yu, I don't know if the threshold of the Tang family is high or not, but the threshold of entering the heart of Miss Yu is indeed high. I was just there to talk and cooperate that year. Don't listen to the nonsense. Go to the mall if you're bored at home. Talk to a retard and you'll lose class. Your cell phone is still old. Go buy a new one. Good boy. Yu Qing looked at Yu Yenshin's reply and damned if she didn't feel that this man had handled things in a really good way this time. She hadn't meant to argue with him, she was just upset. This sweet words and money attack must have been taught by Secretary Su. A person like Yu Yenshin, he would deal with this kind of thing by directly tying Li Howie over again to let her explain things clearly in person, not even considering whether she and Li Howie would be embarrassed. It was taught by Secretary Su, but she was satisfied. Without replying again, she changed her clothes and actually carried her bag to the mall. Not a lot of shopping for 2 hours long. I changed my cell phone, bought some earrings and jewelry and such, and bought a tie for Yu Yenshin. Of course, she paid for all of these with her own money. Standing on the long street, she was contemplating whether or not to get a cup of milk tea when her cell phone suddenly rang. She wasn't too used to her new cell phone and almost hung up. After connecting, Nguyen gave a wild blast. Go home and organize your clothes and luggage. Quickly, quickly, quickly. I've got good news for you. The time has come to raise your profile. The time has come to become an overnight sensation. What are you talking about without a clue? Nguyen gasped on the other end of the phone. There's a wilderness survival variety show that invited you for 3 days. This program is usually attended by first-tier young flowers. I don't know how, but this time, Fu Ziong should have spent a lot of money to stuff you in. And of course, there's a Chen movie queen attached. There are some other vegetarian guests. I heard that the vegetarian seems to be a group CEO. Fu, MOE? Oops, I can't remember clearly. There is also the movie star Resignation Master also went. You perform well. Absolutely is a one-night burst of fire. And after the variety show is over, your East Palace will also be released. A one-stop service. Strong or not? Into the group tonight? Yeah, the flight's tonight and the shoot starts in the morning. So I'm telling you to hurry home and get ready. When can't a man sleep? It's not too late to wait for you to come back. Yu Qing found that Ruanqiu this person and when early in the year such a weak scholar day-to-day together for so long. How people are getting more and more impetuous. At any time and place to open the yellow mouth? She said yes back and hung up, calling Yu Yenshin on the way he didn't answer. He should be busy. Her mind was in a bit of turmoil. The variety show had come just too suddenly. It was fine for Chen Jinxiu to go. Why would Fu Moe also go to such a program? Besides, Fu Moe and her don't see eye to eye. Isn't she on both sides of the fence? In fact, Yu Qing subconsciously wanted to push it away. But on second thought, it is indeed a dragon exploding on the road to fire. And incidentally can set up a persona in front of the audience. And incidentally give the East Palace to go to publicity. Donggong went too. She was trying to get an award. Not necessarily get it, but the nomination has to be there. So, then go. It's the best option. Go home, pack your bags, and get on the plane. The program was filmed in the country as well. but it required a trip to the virgin forest. Because it's important to highlight the focus of the program, wilderness survival. The airplane journey was 6 hours long. Yu Qing called Yu Yenshin before getting on the plane, but the result was that no one still picked up. She could only send a message over, and then her cell phone turned off. It was so rushed that it still felt a little surreal for her to get on the plane. It's as if she's shopping at the mall 1 second, and the next she's flashing straight to an airplane and having to face her 2 biggest enemies in remote city. The invisible pressure came right up, and she put on the blindfold Wan Xiao had sent over and closed her eyes. It's taking a break and thinking about how this show is going to progress down the road. 6 hours later, airport. Yu Qing removed the blindfold, and Wan Xiao pulled her luggage and followed her off the plane. The moment she stepped down, she was flashed directly by the blinding light, and she subconsciously reached out to block it. And the moment she closed her eyes, an amplified man's voice rang in her ears. Welcome MS. You to Wilderness Survival 2019 as the first survivor of the 3rd installment. The program lasts for 3 days, and your first task, survive. When Yu Qing heard this, she was very skeptical that Fu Ziyan didn't fix her up on this show just to show her kindness and apologize. Rather, it's a personal vendetta to try to screw her over. Author's note, getting comfortable. Some people let him off the hook for a while. It's time to settle scores. Chapter 310. Is this the ing smell of love? It smells so good. It was a 6-hour-long flight, and it was 6 o'clock sharp in the morning when we arrived. Yu Qing barely slept on the plane. The things inside her head were many and chaotic. She hadn't made too clear ahead of it until now, so she waited to take one step at a time. So much so that she is now less radiant on camera than she used to be, though still pretty, just a little olfactory. Stepping down the ladder, she reached inside her pocket and pulled out her mask and brought it on. 3 crew members, 2 carrying cameras and equipment, and 1 with a speaker and a folder in his hand. Seeing Yu Qing coming down, he greeted him. MS. You, did you just hear about your mission up there? It's not still alive. It's being finished. Yu Qing, this person, had a sense of proportion, but her getup seems to be overcoming the sense of proportion at this moment. Her eyes are cold, and even her tone is not so kind. The person holding the manuscript instantly gave Yu Qing a definition in his heart, not so nice and bad-tempered 18 lines. Yes, please receive the mission card. Then, take our special car to the shooting location. Behind me are your exclusive cameramen. Just address them as Big One too. Yu Qing took the mission card, and what was written on it was a bit of a mess. This sunlight was blinding, so she briefly read it and slipped it into her pocket. Can I get in the car now? Her voice was cool. The person in charge immediately nodded. Of course, you get in. A smile lifted on his face, only it was oozing with a bit of oddity. The car was parked right outside the airport hall, and Yu Qing started walking towards the outside at a fast pace. Halfway there, she glanced back at the 3 panting people behind her who couldn't keep up, frowned, but still slowed her pace. There was a van parked outside the airport that looked a little old, but Yu Qing didn't think much about it and got into the van. The moment she sat down, she reached up and rubbed her temples. He was just about to close his eyes for a short nap when, suddenly, the car shook violently. Then Yu Qing heard Wan Xiao yell, "Holy, how did the wheels fall off? 1 2 3 4, damn it, 4 wheels have fallen off and still drive the hell out of it. What kind of broken car are you guys?" Yu Qing took a deep breath. She finally understood why the man's smile was so odd. Turns out the wilderness quest began as soon as she got out of the car. Without any hesitation, he got out of the car and opened the door, dragging his suitcase from inside the trunk. I'm glad the shoes I'm wearing today aren't hateful. Putting on her sunglasses, she looked behind her at the photographer. Hi, how long is the walk to the set? It's not long. A day and night's walk will certainly get us there. Yu Qing directly turned around and fumbled for his cell phone before preparing to call a taxi. The cameraman spoke up quickly. You can't take a cab. You're breaking the rules. It says so on the card. So, you're saying I'm going to have to walk all day and night to get to the site? In theory. Yu Qing was even more certain that Fu Ziyan had gotten her here on purpose to screw her over. But her demeanor didn't change much. She just seemed a little indifferent. Looking down at his cell phone, he called Yu Yenshin, but the result was still unanswered. Where the hell has this man been? She frowned subconsciously, contemplating how she was going to get to the set, without waiting for her to continue thinking further. In front of her, a car suddenly stopped. Yu Qing recognized the brand of this car. Before Yu Yenshin that one she knocked off the lights and this car belongs to the same family. The window slowly pulled down, revealing the face of a man who looked somewhat familiar, but was seeing it for the first time. Is it, MS, you? Yu Qing looked stunned as she removed her sunglasses, her face a little weakly pale. Master Resignation? He debuted at the age of 3 and won the Golden Horse Award at the age of 14. The legendary chosen one in the entertainment industry and the youngest movie star. Muja hooked his lips and smiled evilly, the bottom of his eyes revealing shallow teasing, and there was almost no difference between it and what the outside world described. He similarly moved down his sunglasses and hung them on the high bridge of his nose. MS. You unloaded the car? Can't see it. Not too famous. Not too short-tempered? Yu Qing, this person is really like what the network said that his mouth is a. I heard that his last old boss was pissed off by his broken mouth, so he didn't even pay the liquidated damages when he jumped ship. She sneered. Yes, afraid? Muji raised his eyebrows, his thin lips pursed tightly. Because of Yu Qing's words, the eyes that looked at her suddenly had a qualitative change. Looking at the photos before entering the group, this woman was pretty but looked soft and weak like a white lotus flower, and he super hated white lotuses. Now listening to her tone of voice, quite interesting. What am I afraid of? Since you don't have a car, I'll be merciful and let you get in mine. Bring your brothers and sisters up here. No thanks. Yu Qing hadn't wanted to thank him in the first place. Greeting Gwyn and the photographer in the car. She pulled open the passenger seat and slid in. Muji's sideways glance intentionally skimmed her, and realized that this woman actually had a veiled face, which was really energetic enough. A thin, unnoticeable hook of the lips, a thin smile spilling out from under his eyes. Ah, like this trip wasn't so boring after all. It was a 3-hour drive and it was ringing noon when we reached our destination. The blazing winter sun was warm, but it still caused Yu Qing to break out in a thin layer of sweat. There were already a lot of cars and staff at the gathering place, and Yu Qing intentionally or unintentionally swept over and saw several familiar figures. She gathered herself and handed her bags to the staff. Hey, why did you participate in the program without makeup? Behind her, Muji appeared out of nowhere and pushed her shoulder with his jaw, and dressed so plainly. Are you from the countryside? Yu Qing subconsciously sidestepped her body because of his movement. Her sight looked around and no one was paying attention to this place before she wordlessly took a few steps backward to divide the boundary with him. A wilderness survival program? Makeup or no makeup isn't the same. At the end of the day it's all about removing it. Also, Master Rhetoric, you are a big flow. I am an 18th line. We are not familiar with each other either. It's better to keep a distance for now. I don't want to be scolded by your fans for the city civ. As the words fell, she put on a hairband and erected a head of thick black hair, like an instant change of a person, from a soft and weak flower bone all of a sudden into a pale tree. Valiant 4 words to describe it is more appropriate. As she turned around, her hair unintentionally raked across Muju's face. Muru's expression gave a lurch. Then, his agent came over to explain things, and seeing that he was still lost in thought, he reached out and poked him in the face. Master Resignation. Which beautiful woman are you thinking about that you're so lost in thought? It was then that Muju came back to his senses and grabbed the agent's hand. Is that what love smells like? It smells so good. Chapter 311, Survival in the Wilderness, 1. Muju's agent was a man, and the information in his hand fell off in shock when his own ancestor was caught off guard by this move. Resignation. Master Resignation. People are straight. Don't scare people. Muji coldly swept her eyes over him and let go of him as soon as she could. You're thinking about fart eating. I'm going to be grouped with that 18th line Yu Qing. If I don't get one, you'll have to eat your words. The agent shivered and looked at Yu Qing's back. He seemed to remember that the 18th line was not that simple. The big man behind her is Mr. Yu. If this is true, then in terms of seniority, Master Chiu still has to call out to his uncle, and the biggest investor in this variety show seems to be Mr. Yu. Can't afford to mess with it. Yu Qing followed the staff and walked to the center of the recording venue. She actually liked this kind of forest. It was quiet, even though most people found it spooky. So what if it was spooky when you could get some inner peace? A clearing was left at the front of the large forest, and a few people were already standing in the center, only to hear the front crew chime in, also disguised as character introductions. Mr. Fu Moe of Fu's Group, Miss Chen Jinxiu of Star Scorch Mutual Entertainment, Mr. Mu Ru of Ren Ren Entertainment and Film, and Ru, the top of the class of 2019 list of the Beiying, Tang Qianqiu of Tangqiu Group, Shuei Mu Mu, the CEO of Shuei's Entertainment, and Star Scorch Mutual Entertainments. When I read Yu Qing's name, I don't know if that Yu character was haloed or what, but I didn't read it out for half a day. Yu Qing happened to be about to come in, and opened his mouth almost without any hesitation. Starburn Mutual Entertainment. Yu Qing. Her voice wasn't loud, but it inexplicably made people's eyes fall on her. Yu Qing's expression remained unchanged. Walked into the crowd and before anyone could react, straight into a respectful 90-degree perfect bow. Then before anyone could get back to their senses within that bow, she had stood up. Crowd. She had no makeup on her face, and she was pale and somewhat pathetic. I'm sorry I'm late because of the car problem. I'm sorry for delaying everyone. Sorry. And thank you Master Rhetoric for being willing to look at me in pity and bring me to the shooting location. Thank you everyone, for the big trouble. She spoke in a little bit of a rushed tone, and seemed like a nervous and shy newcomer. Where have the staff met such a star? This attitude is too modest. The staff member who just reported the screen but didn't call out Yu Qing's name's face directly turned red. You're too polite. Hurry up and get ready for the shooting to start soon. That's right, hurry up and get up. What Miss Yu is wearing is also too thin. Where are the logistics? Hurry up and get some thicker clothes over here. Where the hell is the logistics guy? And send some hot water. Does you want to put on makeup? I can see that your face is a bit dry, and it's also veiled. I don't know where such a sentence came from. And the crowd realized that Yu Qing hadn't even put on any makeup. To come to a show that's bursting at the seams like this and not put on makeup, that's a lot of heart. While sighing, the staff felt that Yu Qing was a rare and true artist. And then look at the heavily made up ones. Oh wow. The makeup artist came and put a beansan-colored lipstick on Yu Qing, and her whole temperament and bright lightness skyrocketed. Thanks. Yu Qing smiled. Muji looked at Yu Qing from the side with his arms circled. His face darkened as he watched this woman's double-faced behavior. The few remaining guests were as good as dead. A large portion of the guests in this installment were Yu Qing's acquaintances, and they couldn't be more clear about what kind of person Yu Qing was. But now with the camera in front of them, it's not a good idea to poke holes in her behavior. It's too hard. It's time to get inside the line of guests and get everything ready. The cameras are on and it's official. I've heard that this edition has adopted a live mode, and most variety shows are now live. The director was forced to cater to the live mode because the viewers in this edition were just too hard to take and kept yelling that the show was scripted. In other words, viewers can watch the 3 days of artists' escapades from a god's perspective in real time. You can also send pop-ups, and the artist sends a cell phone that can call and see pop-ups, but nothing else, and the cell phone wallet is just taken away. It's exciting to think about. Yu Qing had tried the live mode variety show long ago, so he was not surprised. All these artists around them were not too comfortable, feeling that they had no privacy. They couldn't even play big even if they wanted to. The audience was all glancing at them. But the program is such a rule that it can't be disobeyed. The staff began to talk about the rules, and the win-slash-lose model. Simply put, it's a model where you start with a bottle of water and the rest is up for grabs. Only give you a bottle of water, a sleeping bag, to live in the forest inside 3 days. Divided into 2 camps, black and white. Draw lots to decide, and you need to look for the coins hidden in the forest. After 3 days to find the most people for the win. The crew actually had a waiver signed before actually entering the show. That is to say, it is truly life and death in there. Yu Qing reached for his phone, and the pop-up screen had already exploded. It was basically all Muji's fans swiping the screen, with some of Chen Jinxiu's fans bubbling away. I resign that today is also a day of beauty? What kind of stinky fish and shrimp is this batch coming? Is it that the program group ran out of funds after spending money on Mu Jue and found a bunch of 18 lines? Shut up upstairs. The movie queen is here. You said Chen Jinxiu is 18th grade. You deserve it too. Where there are pop-ups, there must be battles, which Yu Qing has already known and gotten used to in his heart. She closed her phone and drew the black. She raised her eyes toward the people around her. Coincidence. Mu Zhu, Yu Qing, Chen Jinxiu, and Ru, black. The remaining 4 white. If Yu Qing didn't really not have a script in her hand, she really thought that this program was scripted. It was so coincidental that she found it a little baffling. The grouping had just been finalized when Anju's face darkened as she cupped the black ball in her hand. Raise your hand directly to the director's office. I'm requesting a change of group. I don't want to be on the black side. The director raised an eyebrow at Anju. You can't change the group once it's 1 point. It's not fair to others. And Ru was really pissed off. When she heard that Yu Qing was coming to this program, she begged Sister Hong to find contacts to get her up here as well. It turned out that she was in a group with Yu Qing. How else could a group give her a hard time? But it's not fair to me to be grouped like that either. Everyone knows I don't get along with certain people. What if she harms me again? Anju was so aggravated that she was about to cry, unintentionally revealing the scars on her hands as she spoke. It was as if she was announcing that with a group of Yu Qing, she could commit suicide again at any time. But I don't know if it was her bad acting skills or what. The director just didn't even look at her. I don't care what you do. It's your business. Don't look for me. Anju. Chapter 312, Why does this woman smile so cute? Wasteland 2. So the grouping couldn't be redistributed. Anju could only follow the team into the forest with a black face. Fu Moe didn't say anything, only occasionally sweeping a glance at Yu Qing. Other than that there was no other expression. As if he was worried about something, it was more like a silent disdain. As for Chen Jinxiu, she more directly ignored Yu Qing, occasionally saying a few words to Mu Ji, who was flanking her in the same curiosity, and spending the rest of the time talking to the cameraman behind her. It was actually interacting with the audience to the camera. Chen Jinxiu's wave of maneuvering, just after entering the forest, swiped up a wave of goodwill in the pop-up screen. The movie queen is also very friendly today. Even at ringing noon, the forest was still chilly and oozing. The lush trees covered the sky, and the cold winter wind was blowing harshly. It was everyone's first time participating in this kind of program, and no one knew what to do with it. Plus, they didn't know each other well either, so no one knew what to say. After walking aimlessly like a headless fly like this for a while, Anju at the end of the line called out. Her feet stepped inside a mud puddle and splashed out. Standing stiffly in place, he raised his eyes and looked straight ahead of the group, raising his voice. Yu Qing, where are you going with the team just like that? We can't even see the entrance now. Do you want to wear us all out? And Ru and Yu Qing had never been on the same page, and with her online persona all but ruined, she simply didn't bother to hide her hostility and just badmouthed them in front of the camera. Awkwardness permeated the entire group. Yu Qing didn't feel like she was leading the group. The one walking in front was obviously Fu Moe. She paused in her steps and glanced back at Anju. It's not that I'm leading. You're misunderstanding. I don't know where I'm going. Let's just walk forward first. The road is out. Before Yu Qing could finish her sentence, and Ru interrupted her angrily. Stop shirking your responsibility. Look around. A place where birds don't. You brought everyone here. Not a single coin shadow in sight. You ask me what to do? The originally calm atmosphere exploded with gunpowder because of these few words. The program was being broadcast live, but the cameraman only had one to follow. The footage he took was limited, and Ru said it was Yu Qing leading the team in a disorderly manner, and the pop-ups couldn't see the front, so they naturally assumed it was Yu Qing leading the team in a disorderly manner. The last installment also had an 18-line female artist, also leading the team, but led the team in a well-organized way, directly the fastest speed to find all the coins. Yu Qing's wave of maneuvers like this directly caused the pop-ups to explode. What on earth qualifies an actress who got up by selling her misery live on air to be on this show? Yu Qing is also here for the first time. Isn't it normal that she doesn't know the way? Why did you scold her? So if you don't know the way, don't be vain and explode to show yourself. Isn't it good to obediently follow the group? Ha 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 ha, exciting. I just love it when women tear each other apart. Yu Qing frowned and subconsciously raised her eyes, her sight looking ahead to Fu Moe, who clearly had no intention of explaining. His favorite thing to see was Yu Qing being defeated and unlucky. He leaned against the tree with interest and laughed. You, she's right. Where are you trying to take us when you lead us aimlessly like this? Fu Moe is really still Fu Moe, still the same billet. Chen Jinxiu looked ahead with her sideways eyes. Her complexion was light to the beginning. Only the corners of her eyes could hardly hide the sneer revealed. She looked at the camera behind her as if she was pointing a finger. Evil has its own way of rubbing off on me. I, for one, am just here to see the sights, so don't worry about me. I'll take care of myself. The phrase, the wicked have their own way, certainly set off a furor. At the beginning of the program, the two actresses point their swords at Yu Qing. Yu Qing has a pretty good online persona, but is called evil by the movie queen. Thought-provoking. Yu Qing looked down at the pop-ups on his phone, and his expression didn't change much. The members of this crew are basically on their own. She is the one who has made the most enemies. Hell of a level of difficulty to stand out and succeed in sucking up to this show. A little tricky, but not insurmountable. Her eyes looked through the crowd to Muji at the end. Master Rhetoric, please come over here. Muji was suddenly named, and his entire body froze. He had just been immersed in how quickly Yu Qing changed her face. He was even musing on why Yu Qing's attitude was so bad when he faced him. Could it be that he still couldn't resist this program? Yu Qing, in the end, do you know he is a movie star? Hold on to his thighs, 100 of these programs can be on. This is the first woman who looks down on him. He will play a cat and mouse chasing game with her. As a result, before his brainstorming could continue, he was directly interrupted by the heroine in his brainstorming. Song Tian, for the sake of seeing, Muji was trying to be high and cold not to go over, but couldn't control his legs, and when he came back to his senses, he had already stood by Yu Qing's side. Anju looked at Muju in shock. He blushed a little. You're looking for me? Yu Qing nodded her head, her attitude extremely stale on camera. And then, out of nowhere, came the words, Master Rhetoric, are you tired? Mujik. He was a 5'8" 20-year-old youth. How could he be tired without taking 2 steps? He lowered his head and clasped his fists and coughed a few times. The question of whether one is tired or not as well. Actually not that. Master Rhetoric, since you're tired, then why don't you just station in camp in place? Plus, Missin and Shadow Empress Chen don't seem to be very comfortable either. It's not a good idea to force everyone to continue onward. Alright, then it's decided. Before Muji could finish his words, Yu Qing directly interrupted him. She looked at the crowd behind her. Master Rhetoric said that we should first set up camp in place and rest for a while, since they are all dissatisfied with the route. Let's all prepare to set up camp first. Cooperate with Master Rhetoric as well. He told me he hasn't slept in 48 hours. Muzzy, the cell phone in his hand began to vibrate. He looked down. Why have you been up for so long? Egu, it hurts me to death. Why isn't the camera pointed at the front? I want to see Master Rhetoric. Who wants to see Chin Jinxiu? Really not quickly encamp this group of people in what want to let me resignation Master died young? Well, thank you Ching Ching for speaking up for Master R. Love it. Thank you MS. You, love it. Is Yu Ching a fan of our Master Rhetoric too? The pop-ups at the bottom directly opened up to thank MS. You, and in the blink of an eye topped those pop-ups above that scolded Yu Ching for being vain and not knowing the way but also for leading the way. Muzzy, he obeyed. The line of sight looked behind him. Chen Jinxiu and Enru were both still not moving. He clenched his teeth and walked forward. Set up camp first Sister Chen. And Miss In. If you're not satisfied with the route, just camp here first and rest for a while. Plus I did not rest for 48 hours. As the words fell, he looked at Yu Qing with a resentful sight. Yu Qing smiled at him. For a moment, Muji only felt that his heart had been struck. Why does this woman have such a cute smile? Chapter 313, Survival in the Wilderness, 3, bowing his head. He stopped looking at her and settled down in silence. Yu Qing also collected her smile, and the moment she turned around, she bumped into Fu Moe. Fu Mo1 on the program dyed a head of red hair. He looked at Yu Qing's look as mocking. Line just into the group to hook up with cattle. Admire you. Yu Qing's complexion remained unchanged as she gazed at the man in front of her. Before a few seconds passed, he suddenly took a few steps forward and leaned down. Fu Mo took a few conscious steps back before Yu Qing deepened the smile at the corner of his lips. Her lips were a delicate red, spitting out seductive words between opening and closing. Fu Gongzi, paying so much attention to me, liking me? Fu Moichi, he didn't know how Yu Qing could how shamelessly say such words, but he still inevitably avoided her eyes for a moment. Rarely some panicked vision to the camera not far away. See, the camera did not shine this way. He reached out, threw an object into Yu Qing's arms. Have some face. The words fell out of his mouth and he turned around as if he was running away. Yu Qing feels that some men are really itchy in their bones. If you don't take care of him, the more he gets on top of it, and with a little bit of tactics, he directly flees. With a mocking smile, he looked down at what Fu Moe had thrown in his arms. Looks like an ear clip? She looked at it with a fixed color, and suddenly it was as if she had thought of something. She lowered her eyes and the camera just shone through, as calmly as if nothing had happened. She reached up and brought the earrings to her ears, smiling naturally toward the camera. He waved his hand. And at the moment, she was the only one who knew that a sound that only she could hear was coming from the ear clip to her ear bone. Miss me. Yu Qing's heart thumped, her dismayed expression surfacing as the camera turned to someone else. The man's low voice just rang in her ears as she turned and walked behind the tree. She was not sure if Yu Yenshin could hear her, so Yu Qing gave a tentative hello. What I got was a low, soft chuckle from the man's side. Don't feed it. I can hear it. What are you up to again? Yu Qing didn't expect Yu Yenshin to come up with this at all. This man either surprises her or scares her. What else can I engage in? Yu Yenshin's voice was faint, tinged with a few moments of laughter. I'm your hangover. Get it? Yu Qing, for the first time in her life, she felt that her brain was not enough. She seemed to never be able to guess what Yu Yenshin was really thinking. Yu Qing was still about to say something when someone was already calling out to her over there. The man in his ear was still talking. There's a coin under this tree. Pick it up and go over. Don't be nervous. I'm here. Yu Qing wasn't actually very nervous. And when he said that, she got nervous instead, bent down and plowed out the coin, and there it was. Re-entered the campground, already set up. Anju's face darkened when she saw her coming. Certain people are also really shameless. They said they'd set up camp, but they ended up running off and slacking off on their own while we were in the middle of the action. Chen Jinxiu's tired forehead was sweating a bit. She looked at Yu Qing with cold eyes. Miss Yu, since you've come to participate in this program, don't think about being lazy anymore. Yu Qing's complexion was slightly stagnant, looking somewhat confused and pathetic under the camera, only to see her reach down and pull out a coin out of her hand as the two women pinched her. The legendary coins, of which there were only 3 in the entire Great Forest, were taken out lightly by her. It's not like anyone has ever found the first one in such a quick time within past roundups. It's usually the next day before they fumble around to find it. The whole room was silent. Muzzy, Anju, Chen Jinxiu pinched off her fingernails. Muzha took 3 or 2 steps forward. Where did you find the coin? Didn't you say it was hard to find? Find 3 and we can go out early. Yu Qing tilted her head to look at the camera. I went behind a tree to try and find some rocks for everyone to pad their tents, but the rocks were just moved out of the way when I saw this coin. I'm sorry for not helping everyone set up camp. I'll be in charge of finding food for everyone later. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 the chosen one? This script isn't right. So fast? Even the search and rescue dog in the first installment couldn't find it that fast, and she found it in passing by going to look for a rock. What luck? Maybe it's just a coincidence? I also think it's a coincidence. There's no such thing as luck. It's just a coincidence. Enru stunned to look at Yuqing. She came before watching the previous installments of the program. Coins other people looking for a day and night cannot find. She took it out directly? She immediately stood up and rushed to Yuqing's side, reaching out to pick up the coin. This is fake. Right. How is it possible? The words just popped up inside her head, and without thinking, she just said them. The program's coins all carry a lightning bolt. Why doesn't this one? Enru frowned, looking contemptuous. Yuqing, you shouldn't be like this even if you want to find presents. You fooled us, but you can't fool the program team. Chen Jinxiu passed by her side and took the coin and pretended to look at it unintentionally. Indeed, there was no lightning. You, give us an explanation. The audience just felt like it was a real up and down experience watching this episode. It's true that 3 women are one. Only Yuqing in front of the camera had a calm face. After waiting half a day, she opened her mouth in silence. You're holding it backwards. Chen Jinxiu turned the coin, and sure enough, it was a lightning bolt logo. Chen Jinxiu and Enru seem like vicious female counterparts. Oh, but it's inexplicably cool to watch them get punched in the face. Enru, even if Chen Jinxiu is not the legendary gentle goddess without any fighting ability, now it seems that she also has jealousy. Why target Yuqing? And he himself has been hit in the face. Yuqing is really lucky and has a pretty good personality, but she just doesn't have any masterpieces. Upstairs, I'm a Yuqing fan. Welcome to follow her microblogging. Yuqing, you can watch the East Palace to go to the film. Her acting is amazing. Love it, love it. Yuqing is so cute. Chen Jinxiu looked at the words on the pop-up screen and her face turned red with anger. Someone at the pop-up asked her to apologize, and she pretended not to see it as she turned around and went back into the tent. Enru had already shamelessly reached her realm. She indifferently snorted coldly, threw the coins to Yuqing, turned around and squatted on the ground to continue to settle her tent. Muzha only felt as if he had fallen into a pit, but let him say what kind of pit. He couldn't say. Staring straight at Yuqing, he didn't stare. He hesitated to go, then turned and folded back, whispering, "Hey, are you turned on? Is there someone in the show's crew with you? Are you the daughter of one of the investors?" Chapter 314, Survival in the Wilderness. For, as long as she wanted to win, then she wouldn't lose. Yuqing raised her eyes to him. A man's mocking low laugh came from the ear clip of his ear, and then, with not the slightest hint of mockery, "My cerebral palsy nephew came to see you? Nephew? What?" Muji looked at her. "You're the director's nephew?" Yuqing paused. "I'm female." Muji then slowed down. "Oh, that's probably me overthinking it. But your luck is really good. Oh, TSK, it's worthy of being the woman I have my eye on." A chill ran down Yuqing's spine. Once again, she heard an icy voice in her ear. "Even dare to touch his uncle's woman. He's tired of living." For some reason, she inexplicably pitied Muju. Yuqing kept his promise and went to look for food. In fact, it was very troublesome to find food inside the forest. Everyone was resting inside the tent, and the photographer had nothing to shoot, so he naturally followed Yuqing. Enru was enviously tight, because she wanted the camera, and followed Yuqing and jogged all the way up. Primitive forest. Many things in it have never been seen outside. Anju's expression was strong, talking all the way, and the pop-ups were attracted by the amount of words she said, thinking that she was quite straightforward, and actually sucked in a wave of fans for a while. She looked provocatively at Yuqing, who knew that Yuqing didn't even look at her. She was picking fruit from a tree and struggling a bit, and Ru hooked her lips and snatched the fruit from Yuqing's hands with a small jump. Then to the camera. "Sisters off camera. This apple looks delicate and just a little oddly colored, but that's okay, let's just pick a little bit over to them." Yuqing frowned, but didn't say anything and just picked the second one. It was snatched by Enru again. She smiled provocatively. "Miss Yu's height doesn't seem to have much of an advantage. Ha, the primitive forest is all about the weak and the strong. If you can't get it, don't look at me with such eyes." As the words fell, she directly stuffed the fruit inside her mouth, not minding the dirt, and looked at Yuqing provocatively and smiled. Yuqing's face changed in shock at the camera, and Anju's smile grew even wider. The next second, however, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, and then, a flow of air that she couldn't hold back at all. Plop, 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 plop. Yuqing frowned with some disgust. Reaching out, he took the other fruit she hadn't eaten from her hand and turned to the camera. "Hello everyone. This fruit is similar in appearance to an apple, but it's not the same family as an apple. It belongs to a kind of poisonous fruit, and after eating it, you will be like Missin. I didn't pick it to eat it. I just wanted to give you all a popularization to prevent you from recognizing it like Missin did. I can smell it through the screen. The fart smell is strong. I'm eating. I'm gonna be sick." How does Yuqing even know this? Treasure girl, welcome to Qingqing's microblog to discover more treasures. Yu Qing looked at the pop-ups and smiled, and didn't fall on his sword, receiving unanimous praise. Anju was a girl, and she still had to have a face. The gas couldn't be held back, so she could only run behind a tree and crouch down. Yu Qing didn't care about her as she continued to walk forward. This is red curtain grass, which can be eaten, but has a sour taste, and can also be used in medicine for coughs. This is sugar ball leaf. It's sweet when you eat it, but as you know, the better it tastes the more toxic it is, and this one is very toxic when you eat it and it directly damages your lungs. This is a green silk fruit, a green colored fruit. You can eat it. A lot of birds eat this. It's very watery. Oh, this is important. Everyone take notes. This mushroom because the color is not bright so it will appear on the market, but it is highly toxic and corrosive to the intestines. The specific way to distinguish it is to see if there is a red bottom underneath. If there is, don't eat it. And this. I feel like I'm watching a science program, and the important thing is that I actually did start taking notes. Yu Qing knows really a lot. I all Baidu. All true. Treasure girl, there is no harm without comparison. Look at Anju and Chen Jinxiu. Upstairs, don't bring Queen Chen out thanks. Our queen is beautiful alone. Upstairs, your shadow queen was just taunting Yu Qing, without saying a word of apology. She's not even saying sorry. Yu Qing watched the pop-up clamor and squinted his eyes without saying anything. She got up and wrapped what she had gathered that was edible in her coat. Without taking 2 steps, the pace suddenly paused. What is Yu Qing doing? Digging a hole. Bury Chen Jinxiu and in ruin there. I just want to watch science fiction. I don't want to watch adventure and survival anymore. Yu Qing dug his fingers into the drowsy dirt on the ground and unearthed a small budding flower. This flower is quite pretty. Why is it buried here? Yu Qing said suspiciously. The camera teacher got close to the flower at this point, so everyone realized that the next second Yu Qing pinched the bud. It suddenly cracked and a coin fell out of it. I'm shocked. The pop-up swiped a minute-long succession of ellipses. No wonder they were stunned. It was the fact that no one had ever found coins so quickly before, and by the same person, 2 within an hour. At this rate, the show will be over straight away in a while? What is this koi girl? Koi Ben Koi? Holy, I was a materialist. Now I've changed. The program group absolutely no script. Yu Qing completely rely on their own luck. Sisters, do not forget that this is a live broadcast. I'm going to follow Yu Qing's microblogging, share some of my luck. I'm going, 2+1. Yu Qing couldn't reach her cell phone right now, so naturally she couldn't see that the show's huge traffic had increased the number of her Weibo followers directly to 2 million. You have to know that Chen Jinxiu is only 6 million and Muji as a traffic movie star is only 30 million. She squeezed the coin, fuming at first, then smiling faintly. My friends in the audience, I'm really quite lucky. I didn't expect it myself. In the ear clip, the man's voice came out faintly. Good acting. Yu Qing's face was slightly red. Those contents were all told to her by Yu Yenchen. She picked up a plant and he narrated it inside the headset. Coins too. The man behind the real humanoid hangout, Mr. Yu. At this moment, the 3 hot searches about Yu Qing, hashtag Koi Yu Qing, hashtag Schoolmaster Yu Qing, and hashtag Science Angel, were directly brought to the top by the program team. Yu Yenchen looked at the screen in front of him with a pale expression, which reflected everything inside the forest. The director served a cup of coffee behind him. Mr. Yu, the hot searches are all bought. Yu Yenchen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly took a sip. As long as she wants to win, then she won't lose. Chapter 315, Surviving in the Wilderness, 5, Anju's Disappearance, Twist. Mr. Yu, otherwise I'll find a secretary to do the job for you. There's really no need for you to go in person. The director cold sweat. He has charged a little Pei Ziang's money promise to let Chen Movie Queen with a newcomer on the show. Who could think of buy 1 get 3? This newcomer background amazing, but also attached to a Yama King over. Your wife is being bullied and you can get your secretary to save the day? Isn't Miss Yu not being bullied here? The tweets, the pop-ups, they're all praising her. Yu Yenchen's eyes swept over him grimly. Still not bullied? Director, did get bullied. Mister, you did the right thing. I'll go prepare some more food for you. Yu Yenchen withdrew his eyes and reopened the conversation function of his headset. I am. The forest. Yu Qing came back a little late with the food, and Chen Jinxiu's hungry face was not very pretty. It was only when she saw Yu Qing return that she pursed her lips. As a result, Yu Qing poured out a bunch of fruits and grasses or something like that in the next second, and she suddenly laughed. A cold laugh. MS. You went for an hour and a half and brought back this much? If you couldn't find it, you could have come back and informed us and we would have gone looking for it ourselves, instead of waiting here foolishly and ending up with these rotten fruits. Chen Jinxiu's tone was extremely bad, and Yu Qing's movements that were pouring the fruit paused for a moment as a result. Shadow Queen Chen, there's nothing else to eat inside the forest. Wasn't the last installment of Hares and Birds stolen? Muji frowned. Sister Chen, Yu Qing is also doing us a favor by finding something for us to eat. She did her best. You can't ask her, a little girl, to hunt rabbit birds for you. Think differently. Can you do that? Fu Moe was just eating the fruit with his head down, not saying a word. He endured. Yu Yanchen forced him to come to protect Yu Qing, and he couldn't follow Chen Jinxiu's words to pick up the story, or Fu would be bought out. He can endure. Chen Jinxiu looked almost incredulously at her still familiar movie star brother. Xiaoru, do you know what you're saying to yourself? Mu Jie frowned. Of course I know. Chen Jinxiu slammed his hand and turned around to enter the tent. 3 people were left outside, and Fu Moe ate a few fruits and went into his tent as well. Mu Jie wanted to comfort Yu Qing, but as a result, Yu Qing just smiled faintly and handed him a fruit. Mu Jie felt himself falling again. Too gentle this laugh. The photographer mindfully captured the scene, and Mu Jie's scowling expression. My little rhetorics really sue. Is Muka interested in Yu Qing? It's quite a match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Chen Jinxiu was possessed by a ghost inside the forest? How did she become like this? Give her to get the fruit there is wrong. Want to eat good their own not to go to fight, but also blame Yu Qing. Off the powder goodbye. Get out of here. You're not a fan of the movie queen. See, this is the quality of Chen Jinxiu's fans. It's true that fans follow their masters. Sisters, remember the last auction, where Chen Jinxiu held up Yu Qing in various ways. They're all from the same company. Why do you bother? Movie queen? I don't think Yu Qing is a good person either, but she's also too lucky to be envied. Oh, exempt. Qing is a koi, the chosen one. Of course she's lucky. Chen Jinxiu hid inside the tent and watched these pop-ups, almost biting her mouthful of silver teeth. Yu Qing. Whenever the two of them appeared in the same frame, she would definitely be crushed. She couldn't figure out where in the world a newcomer got such good tact and heart. Yu Qing. She suddenly thought of a man with the surname Yu, froze, and then immediately ruled it out. Yu Huai is still inside the prison, not to mention that daughter of his seems to be hiding like a rat abroad. It's impossible for her to return home. Yu Qing was outside talking to the camera, taking out 2 coins and placing them on the table. We've already found 2 today. Is it possible that if I find 1 more, the show will just end? The cameraman holds the camera and lets it pan up and down in a sort of nod. Yu Qing smiled. This issue won't be the fastest one to end. Is the director watching? I'm sorry, or you can add a little more difficulty now? The pop-ups were all ha ha ha, and there were compliments on Yu Qing's cuteness. Yu Qing just smiled, under his thick eyelashes, but there was little laughter in the depths of his eyes. The program wasn't really that difficult, mainly because the ones that were difficult were all done by Yu Qing. For example, the poisonous plants and fruits, and the search for coins are all difficult, but the show is not so interesting when she does it straight away. The director was anxious and burning, and Yu Yanchen sat down and he didn't dare to do anything. Finally, things ended early the next morning when Yu came to his senses and went out to find water to wash his face, picking up the last coin at the bottom of the lake. This time the director didn't buy the hot search. The netizens themselves disliked up a hashtag fastest end of wilderness survival ever. He looked at the headline and just felt like crying. Yu Qing's Weibo had a profile added to it by the Weibo official without her knowledge. The koi carp living in the forest himself really didn't mean to do it. I just went to wash my face and I found it unscripted. No cheating. I don't know how the show is going to progress on. Can I go home now? Everyone pay attention to my new drama Donggang going to. Well, I'm the second female. Now the camera uncle basically follows Yu Qing throughout the whole process. Don't ask. Ask, is he also want to dip some koi luck? You, my daughter is about to take the college entrance exam. Can you wish her well on the exam? The camera uncle silently interjected while Yu Qing was chatting with the netizens. The pop-ups were reimbursed again. Hashtag the most joyous wilderness survival ever hashtag. Yu Qing completely gave this adventure thriller a cheerful twist, but everyone actually thought it was much better than the depressing one before. Yu Qing smiled. Then I wish uncle's daughter the best of luck in the golden rankings. I was also the top student in arts in Yaocheng back then. If I hadn't gone abroad. Yu Qing had originally just said it casually, but it turned out that some netizens had really gone deep and raked out her transcripts. Strangely enough, the transcripts are out, and there's not a peep on the internet about her being Yu Huai's daughter. It's like it's blocked off. Yu Qing washed up and hung up the ear clip on the side of her ear as she stood up. She left without noticing. Back at the place where we camped, everyone was here waiting to go back. Who would have thought that only came less than 24 hours to go? A good program with the highest domestic popularity was directly played by Yu Qing into a reality show. This is something that is probably going to be hot for a long time after it goes out. Yu Qing can almost be among the second tier. Nowadays, popularity determines the status of an actor, not his work. Fu Moe feels nothing, just come to see the scenery. Mu Ji also thinks nothing, the camera is a little less. It does not matter. On the contrary, Chen Jinxiu, these years are abroad, Not much popularity in the country. Originally wanted to take advantage of this program to suck some popularity. The result is before the beginning of the end. No one on the pop-up screen to mention her. To mention her also scolded her. Most of them are around Yu Qing development. What bad luck. It was only when she was almost gone that Chen Jinxiu suddenly frowned. Yu Qing, and Ru went out with you. Where is she? She didn't seem to come back last night either. Where did you get her? Chapter 316. It was pain and humiliation that could have been immersed through the screen. And Ru's presence in this program wasn't very high in the first place, and her staying out all night didn't make anyone pay attention. What's more, everyone was harboring all sorts of hidden thoughts. Who had the time to care about someone who was nothing? Only after Chen Jinxiu said this did the rest of the group notice that Enru had disappeared, and it seemed like they hadn't seen her since last night. A little girl, disappearing into a forest like this, disappeared all night long, and still hasn't returned. It goes without saying that the jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards are more afraid of all kinds of hidden dangers and her psychological trepidation. Chen Jinxiu and Anju didn't have much pretense, limited to the fact that she knew her name, but at this moment, her expression was extraordinarily serious, and all that showed between her eyebrows was her concern for Anju. Yesterday, Enru didn't come back after going out with you. She obviously went out with you to look for food. Why were you the only one who came back? Her eyes crossed the camera. Her eyes seemed to suddenly firm up. Yu Qing, I know that Enru and you don't get along, but this is a primitive forest, and there are many places in here that even professionals haven't ventured into yet. You can't throw her away even if you don't get along with her. Do you know what will happen this night? You? Movie Queen Chen, I think you should calm down first. Miss, you shouldn't be that kind of person. Besides, I remember Enru followed her up afterward, and probably didn't come together with her. Muji was at first on the side with his dog's tail grass not much present. Seeing that the state of affairs seemed to have been sidetracked by Chen Jinxiu, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Chen Jinxiu looked at him coldly. Then wouldn't it be better to ask Miss Yu if she's with Enru? She had been following the pop-up developments at all times before, and the pop-ups had all said that Yu Qing and Enru were together. Muji didn't care about pop-up swipes or anything, and it was only when Chen Jinxiu asked this that he looked at Yu Qing. MS. You didn't run into Anju, did you? He felt that Yu Qing was not that kind of person. Even after less than 48 hours of meeting, he asked himself if he could read people. Okay, Yu Qing's vision was calm, like dew hanging on a clear branch. She hadn't put any makeup on her face until now, and the water stains were still on her face after she had just cleaned it, making her more and more fresh and bright. Wordlessly, he locked eyes with Muji. 2 seconds later, she withdrew it again without fluctuation. I think it's more important to find someone quickly now. Muji's heart thumped. You really saw Enru? You really? Before his words fell, Yu Qing interrupted. It's a waste of time to explain what happened yesterday, plus the audience should have seen the whole thing. I did see Enru, but I didn't intentionally throw Enru away like Empress Chen said. I couldn't do something like that, but it's true that Enru and I separated and walked away after reaching a tree. That, I admit, was poorly taken care of, and I should not have let her go alone. Anju disappeared overnight. Should we call the police? I guess something happened. I just wanted to powder Yu Qing. Epsilon Sadface Omicron asterisk, ugh. How did this happen again? What she did was really not right. It's probably arranged by the program team, or else this is going to end when Yu Qing is done with all this. Enru has been targeting Yu Qing. Why should Yu Qing take care of Enru? Enru is a self-inflicted wound. Does it make sense that if she goes behind a tree to fart, Yu Qing has to follow her? Upstairs, we're all on the same team. Did you do the right thing by abandoning your teammates? It was Enru who left on her own, and Yu Qing was out looking for food. Enru is dragging her feet and still looking for trouble, and Yu Qing has to go along with her. The fireworks spreading from the heated debates of the pop-up spawned all the way to reality. Chen Jinxiu looked at Yu Qing with cold eyes, truly looking like a picture of extreme disappointment. Chen Jinxiu is really humane. She is really worried about Anju. The queen of the movie has always been so kind, thank you. It's chilling to contrast someone who has no concern for anything. Chen Jinxiu's eyes reddened slightly. Okay, I believe you. Right now, it's still important to find Enru first. First contact the side of the program to let people in to look for them. We'll start looking now as well. Be sure to find her. Yu Qing gave her a deep look. I just felt that if I looked at it again, the thick hatred in my chest was going to overflow. She had seen with her own eyes the videotape of the court session, in which Chen Jinxiu cried in the same stoic manner. Yu Hui was hit on the shoulder with a brick by an angry man in the jury box for those few tears. It was pain and humiliation that you could feel through the screen. She wouldn't forget. Not for the rest of her life. Cut the crap and find someone first. Yu Qing, lead the way. Go around that tree first. Fu Moe stood up with his backpack on only at this time, gathered his messy hair, and looked at Yu Qing with temperatureless cool eyes. Yu Qing didn't say anything else, took the flashlight and led the way to the tree. The night passed, and there was no longer any trace of it on the other side of the tree. Yu Qing turned back to the people behind him. Either we split up and look for them, or the 5 of us will look for them together down one road. The program team will also send some people in, and call the police if we can't find them in 24 hours. It's easy to scatter and all get lost. It's better to look for them together. Chen Jinxiu opened her mouth with red eyes, as Fu Moe stood by her side. He hesitated for a moment or reached out and handed her the few tissues he carried inside his clothes. Chen Jinxiu looked at him in surprise, then politely took it. Thank you. Yu Qing did not argue with Chen Jinxiu about something in this regard. That Enru would stray was something she had never thought of. If the 5 people were to split up again, they could easily be in a situation where they couldn't find each other. She reached out and touched her ears, without Yu Yenshin's voice, and wondered where the ear clips had fallen before. 5 men began a carpet search. The ratings of this program were already high, and moreover, it was still a live broadcast, and the number of people broadcasting live was constantly increasing. The microblogging is also a mess of various topics. The rival company's water army at this time to black Yu Qing. Fu Ziong sent temporary public relations all stopped. He looked at the screen. On one side there was Weibo and on the other side there was a live broadcast of Yu Qing's program. The bottom man knocks on the door and comes up, delivering a data analysis. We can't do nothing when both of Starbund's artists are on the show. These 2 artists are hostile to each other. Then one has to be a stepping stone for the other. Wanting a win-win situation is impossible. Our data department operations and PR department unified analysis. Think it's best to take advantage of the opportunity of Enru's disappearance. Give up Yu Qing. Protect Chen Jinxiu. In the microblogging to create Yu Qing cold-blooded ruthless abandonment of teammates' momentum. Reflecting Chen Jinxiu to teammates' incomparable caring care about the goodness of the persona. The audience is now very ate this set, because Chen Jinxiu has a high starting point and she can act, and Yu Qing isn't very controllable. It's best to give her up for now. Chapter 317. What a painstaking effort. Yu Yenshin likes her that much? Fu Ziong reached up and rested his heavy head, subconsciously frowning. Reaching out, he flipped through the so-called analysis, and his expression immediately went cold. Who gave you permission to get this kind of messy data analysis? One company's got to be held up as one? Is this your pig brain? But there's a contrast that brings out the highlights, and one of the 2 female artists of the same genre always has to be overshadowed. The company didn't send the 2 of them on the show simply to send them on an adventure. We are the ones who need to capitalize on the huge traffic of this variety show to seek to take a certain artist to the next level in terms of traffic and fanbase, so as to seize the benefits. So give up Yu Qing? It's the best. Before his words fell, Fu Ziong suddenly snorted. It was full of mockery and contempt. His big hand directly smashed the document onto the man's head. Go back and tell that group of old shareholders who don't have brains that only Chen Jinxiu was invited to this program, and it was Yu Yenshin who invested $50 million to stuff Yu Qing into it. You really think I'm capable of getting both of them in? Wipe your eyes and see who you should be courting. The man was almost in a sorry state as he fled. Fu Ziong didn't know why, but the inside of his chest was full of fire, smothered to the extreme. Yu Yenshin got Yu Qing in there and her performance was bizarrely outstanding. It's nothing more than him helping Yu Qing become famous and incidentally helping her step on Chen Jinxiu. He knew it all, and he wasn't even prepared to help Chen Jinxiu. The entertainment industry was just like that, with newcomers changing by the day and a cruel reality. Chen Jinxiu is not the same person she was back then, and he doesn't have much of a deep revolutionary friendship for her, so it's not impossible to become an outcast. But he was just angry. When he saw Yu Qing's microblogging fan base growing, he became more and more angry. He was in the middle of his anger when his cell phone suddenly rang. He saw the caller and snorted, paddling across the screen. Mr. Yu, what are the orders for calling me at this hour? He put it on speakerphone and the man's low voice came through that way on the other end of the line. All the same, Yu Yenshin seemed to always be calm, and incidentally had a sense of arrogance as a superior. All men have the desire to climb and win, and he was really upset with Yu Yenshin. Is your company trying to use the situation to make Chen Jinxiu step on Yu Qing to get hot again? The man on the other end of the line had an indifferent, yet unruffled voice. Fu Zion froze for a moment. How did you know? How do I know is not important. You now put a wave of water army. Go to the live broadcasting room to brush Yu Qing is right. It is Enru's self-eating this carelessness. Let your company's public relations wake up. Yu Qing is worth 100 Chen Jinxiu. Do as I say. After the program is over, you want to get a foothold in the financial world. I agree. Fu Ziong is sick of showbiz and has long been dabbling in other fields. There is nothing more lucrative than finance. But then there is a Yu Yenshin who only has his hands in the air. Fu Ziong stared blankly at the program being played on the computer, which reflected Yu Qing's face. What a pain in the ass. You like her that much? His words had just dropped, and before he could get a reply, the phone on the other end had hung up. Exasperating. Continuing to look at the screen. Hashtag Yuqing. Koi hashtag Yuqing. Dongdong went to hashtag Yuqing, the top scholar in arts in Yaochang. These positive topics about Yuqing continued to climb. Anyone in the entertainment industry can see that there must be a push behind such a big momentum. On the contrary, Chen Jinxiu, a movie queen, has no heat and is basically a cooler. Yu Yenshin had actually paved the way for Yuqing to go, and the reason why he called him was that he wanted to play it safe. Are all men in finance like this? Fu Ziyan frowned. The outside world was unknown to Yuqing, and the five of them were basically isolated inside the forest. The 3-hour-long search yielded nothing but Anju's ring inside a haystack. The program group even also sent people close to look for. 24 hours if you cannot find. The program is to be directly terminated. The police intervened. No one expected things to suddenly get this big. It was also far beyond Yuqing's expectations. Chen Jinxiu was sweating from exhaustion, and her already pale face became paler and paler. I still haven't found it after all this time. I don't know how MS.N is doing. After not eating for so long, she may have already weakened. Not probably. Fumoichi picked up on the side. Such weather, and in a damp and chilly forest. Half a night and half a day without food. The double stress of psychophysiology will definitely make you weak. It's not possible. He glanced sideways at Yuqing on one side. Yuqing, do you know where Enru is or not? If she knew, she would have taken us there. Why would she have to go around in circles with us? Muji's brows frowned tightly, looking at Fu Moe with hidden anger in his eyes. He and Yuqing walked very closely together, and he was the one who witnessed Yuqing's face turn white at the end of the walk, and she almost fell over from exhaustion, but she avoided the camera and didn't let it see. And then look at these two people in front of him, singing in unison and saying some nonsense. It really annoyed him to no end. Miss Yu, if you know Miss Anne's whereabouts, you should speak up quickly. Chen Jinxiu reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes red. The sense of anxiousness and affection made some of the actors watching the live broadcast outside the screen somewhat skeptical as to whether she was really worried or acting. Yuqing rested against a tree. Her head was lowered and everyone couldn't quite see her complexion. After a few seconds, she spoke. I don't know. Chen Jinxiu bit her lip, and the scene fell into a stony silence. It was only after about 5 minutes or so that Chen Jinxiu suddenly stood up. She looked at the camera uncle behind Yuqing. I'll go check somewhere else first. You guys rest here now. I know the way. I have a good memory. Don't worry about me. The cameraman had wanted to follow, but he couldn't keep up with the heavy camera he was carrying. Chen Jinxiu disappeared from his view almost in the blink of an eye. There are only 4 left. Fu Moe actually wasn't in that much of a hurry, turned around and laid down on the ground, taking a few deep breaths. Tell me if you really know. You have nothing to gain by her death. He lowered his voice, which couldn't be recorded on the camera side. Yuqing lowered her eyes to look at him, and Fu Moe then realized that Yuqing's face was frighteningly pale, practically bloodless. Did he really think wrong? Yuqing didn't harm Anju? Yuqing didn't open his mouth. More like he didn't have much strength left to open his mouth. Fu Moe didn't speak again, raised his eyes, and happened to meet the line of sight with Muji, who was squatting on one side. 2 seconds of staring. Muji squeezed a few words from inside his throat. See your mom? Chen Jinxiu looked back behind her and no one followed before she nervously looked left and right. Make your way towards the trail on the left, which has a small, very hidden cave in it. She took a nervous deep breath and peeled back the stray grass. Anju was lying on the haystack. Chapter 318. You're sad that I'm not dead, aren't you? And Ru's face was green. Not as white as Yuqing's weak white. She was green and scary. Chen Jinxiu carefully walked in. The dirt on the ground stuck to the side of her shoes, and she frowned with some disgust. Walking over to Anju's side, he reached out and patted her face. Anju, can you hear me? Anju could hear. She's just too scared. She's too terrified. Trembling, he opened his eyes to a familiar and unfamiliar face. She didn't expect, no matter what, that the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes would actually be Chen Jinxiu. But whoever it was, if it was a person, she wanted to meet. Trembling, he grabbed Chen Jinxiu's hand, tears pooling in his eyes. Movie Queen Chen. I know I'm wrong. Shadow Empress Chen. I'll never hide and let everyone find me again. I just wanted to make everyone nervous. I wanted everyone to scold Yuqing. I didn't think I would actually get lost. Tears rolled down to her parched lips. Her fear and trepidation from the night temporarily overcame the evil in her heart, and she also realized at this moment that she was wrong. She was angry and jealous when she was disliked by Yuqing in front of so many netizens earlier, thinking of hiding so that they couldn't find her. She drove around in circles and came to this small cave, waiting for a long time for no one to find her. Although she had her cell phone with her, it suddenly ran out of battery at that moment. She had gone out to find her way many times and ended up hearing the roar of the beasts, and finally had to re-hide inside this cave. She thought she was going to die here. A violent death in the wilderness kind of thing. There were no cameras here, and Chen Jinxiu's eyes were cold, and Ru curled up and lowered her head, so naturally she couldn't see Chen Jinxiu's expression. Chen Jinxiu slowly patted her on the back. She was almost 9 years older than Anju, and her means of thinking was also much more mature than Anju. Only her voice was gentle with a soothing tone. It's alright, MS. You did nothing wrong. I searched for you an hour or so after you disappeared, but it was hard for me to find you inside the forest with my meager power alone. Luckily, though, I was able to find you. Are you hurt? Anju shook her head. No, I'm thirsty. Chen Jinxiu gave Ru the little bit of water she had with her. Not much of a thirst quencher, but something is better than nothing. Thank you, movie queen Chen. Where are they? Chen Jinxiu narrowed her eyes. They're still over there. We all came to look for you. We searched for a long time. They were sitting and resting over there. I wasn't assured, so I continued to come and look. Anju huffed and nodded. Thank you. I won't do that again. Today had really been the stupidest thing she'd ever done. Why had she thought to hide when she was clearly the one suffering? Yu Qing, on the other hand, might be secretly rejoicing in his heart right now. Just thinking about it made her breath go up and down in her heart. Did people blame you after I disappeared? She inquired out loud as she slowed down. Chen Jinxiu shook his head. Anju looked stiff and didn't say anything else. After a moment, she braced herself to get up. However, he was suddenly pulled by Chen Jinxiu's arm. Don't be in a hurry. And Ru watched as Chen Jinxiu smiled towards her. A smile that was as obscure as it was deep. How are you going to explain why you disappeared when you go out there now? Anju froze. I don't know. She hadn't thought of that. Say lost? Couldn't always be honest anyway. Chen Jinxiu's eyes deepened. You've suffered so much. Yu Qing is out there like a fish in water, and the audience is still saying that it's you dragging your feet. This is really too unjust. I think what you did was actually right. She was so selfish and left you behind to go straight away. She deserves to be taught a lesson. Anju's eyes moved slightly. What you mean is, Yu Qing rested in place for about 20 minutes, finally slowing down a bit. Some of the roots of her body's illness had fallen, and she was very weak and cold. Inside this extremely cold forest, walking felt like the soles of her feet were freezing and stinging with pain. Yesterday was fine with not much exercise, but today, after walking for 3 hours straight and shouting while searching, she was long past her strength. Easing up a bit, she stood up ready to continue her search. Just as he raised his eyes, he heard the cameraman's uncle shout, "Yeah, isn't that movie queen Chen? She's found missing." Yu Qing's eyes looked towards where he was pointing, and sure enough, he saw Chen Jinxiu helping Ru over. Anju was in pretty good shape, no visible injuries, and smiled a greeting when she saw the camera. I'm sorry for causing trouble. I'm sorry. Just as she walked over, she bent down and apologized as Chen Jinxiu supported her. Fu Moe gave her a seat, but didn't say anything. Does he have anything to do with it? Muji, although this man was tugging, he was also considered a gentleman. He took 2 steps forward and opened his mouth to inquire. Finally found you. Are you injured? Do you need an emergency pause? It's still the body that matters. And Ru waved her hand. She knew that Muji's fans had a strong fighting spirit within the circle. Everyone knew that the actresses who got involved with Muji either had chicken dogs or were scolded for the rest of their lives and couldn't raise their heads in the circle. She pushed away Muji's kindness, but her eyes went to Yu Qing. That gaze sharpened in a moment. I feel like Anju is going to zoom in? Why is she looking at Yu Qing like that? Is there something wrong? Eating melon. Yu Qing looked at her and also just looked at her quietly. No matter how fierce her eyes were, she didn't seem half as misplaced. Anne, how are you? Her voice was light, sort of gentle. Anju smiled, and that smile fell on this face of hers now, extraordinarily strange, making people's backs hairy. Am I good? Since you asked. Of course I'm good. If I say I'm not good, won't you be pleased? Yu Qing narrowed her eyes in a fine and unnoticeable manner. Miss An, has it been too long since you've eaten, or have you mistakenly eaten something again causing you to be a bit emotionally unstable? And Ru broke away from Chen Jinxiu's support and stumbled step by step towards Yu Qing. Her eyes were from sincere mischief, hatred for Yu Qing spreading from the bottom of her heart. She walked to Yu Qing's eyes and stood still. The body is flanked by the camera. She said, word for word, you're sad that I'm not dead, aren't you? The pop-up instantly exploded. Yu Qing looked at her in silence, raising his jaw slightly. How so? At that time, I waited for you in the same place for a long time and you didn't come back. When I was going to look for you, you returned the same way, followed by a photographer, as if you didn't see me. That's okay, I put up with it. I followed you up, not ready to talk again, just ready to go back to the camp with you. But the result is that you do not even head back to the fast pace with the photographer to go forward. I waited for you for a long time. My legs were numb, and it was hard for me to keep up with your pace and not lose you. Then I saw one of your earrings fall on the ground and I picked it up for you. I looked up again, there was no one in front of me. Do you want to throw me away so badly? What good would it do you to let me die in this deserted forest? I know I've offended you in the past when I wasn't doing anything more. Do you have to be like this? No. 319 A serious illness. A catastrophe. Hard to escape. Anju has too much volume in that statement. Let me smooth it out. It means Yu Qing intentionally lost her. Trying to get her lost, get it? I'm stunned, but it seems like it's really true. When Yu Qing was looking for food before, he hasn't seen Anju since then. Calmly eat melon. Is not Anju own guilty of ing to follow up? Is not also her own grabfruit results farting it? At most self-eating bad results. She's just vain. Yu Qing is trying to get people killed. Forget it. I don't think Yu Qing is like that. There might be a misunderstanding. The biggest contrast from before is this. The pop-ups began to tend to believe Yu Qing instead of hurling unwarranted abuse. All hearts are made of flesh, and the audience is full of people who will know exactly how a person is. Yu Qing's eyes looked through en route to Chen Jinxiu behind her. She narrowed her eyes imperceptibly toward her. The color of her eyes as dark as they were deep. Chen Jinxiu did not anticipate that Yu Qing would think of her so quickly, and her face briefly reflected shock before she did her best to maintain her calm demeanor. Yu Qing's stare-off with her didn't last very long. Instead, it was like she was just looking at her unintentionally. But only Chen Jinxiu knew that she definitely did not look at it unintentionally. She already guessed it was her. This woman is so. Yu Qing faintly reached out and ruffled his hair, fixing his eyes on Enru. Bloodless lips calmly opened and closed. Acting is not like this. Making up stories isn't like this either. First of all, your persona is not that of a mere little white flower. Something like picking up my earrings for me is not something that your persona can do. You would only stomp my earrings into the mud instead of picking them up. Secondly, don't look back at Empress Chen's shadow with your afterglow when you speak. You don't know Empress Chen well, and unless she told you the outline of this story, why are you so unsteady at the bottom? She spoke, even slightly pale face still hang these widowed smile. This smile fell in the eyes of people who have the intention to more or less seem to have a little bit of mocking meaning. A flash of dismay passed through Enru's eyes as she subconsciously turned back to Chen Jinxiu, and it was only at this time that she realized that she hadn't actually looked at Chen Jinxiu when she had just said those words, and it was after Yu Qing said it that she subconsciously looked back. She realized this too late as the camera caught it all on tape. The audience is not blind. Large-scale palace fighting serial drama Neo Cobalt Loot Yu Qing. Fruity 3 women in one drama. Really no script? Female celebrities playing mind games online or something. This is too wonderful. 8. Yu Qing is really a treasure. With cuteness and calmness and ICAC, why isn't she on fire yet? Upstairs, go to Twitter. The popular 4 are all her. And Ru hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. No, it's you who misled me. I'm the one who will look at Queen Chen of the movie. This is between me and you. There's absolutely no half-truth in what I said. So where are the earrings? Anju, I forgot where I threw it to. Chen Jinxiu closed her eyes. What a ing pig. Even if it was a real pig, it shouldn't be this stupid. When she opened her eyes again, she had changed her look a few times. The expression on his face as he stepped forward was tender. The earrings are here. She had an earring hanging from her index finger and stepped forward. And left in too much of a hurry and left it on the ground. I picked it up. Fu Moe narrowed his eyes. He stepped forward, reached out and snatched the earring, rubbed it twice, frowning, looking at Yu Qing's eyes as if they had abruptly gone cold. He really thought the woman had some redeeming qualities. What a mockery. Yu Qing, these earrings are yours. Or he gave it to her with his own hands. Yu Qing remembered that she had dropped her earrings, not realizing that they had been picked up by Chen Jinxiu after they fell. But Fu Moe barely waited for her to say anything before he simply reached out and ferociously threw the earrings into the small lake to one side. No one expected him to make such a move. Chen Jinxiu hooked her lips. Fu Moe looked towards Yu Qing. The bottom of his eyes was a chilling one. He looked angry. Perhaps not at Yu Qing, but at himself for actually being shaky for a few moments. He was sorry for Xiaoyi and felt even more foolish. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out the icy words. Yu Qing, you don't deserve to carry it. She didn't deserve to enjoy any good from Yu Yenshin. She wasn't qualified. A piercing cold wind rolled in, and Yu Qing coughed the instant his words fell. Her face became even paler, bloodless and miserable. Intuition told her that right now she was in a bad way. She opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly there was a momentary blur before her eyes. His voice felt like it was pinched, and he couldn't speak for an instant. Muji wanted to come forward to assist him, but Chen Jinxiu stopped him. Let's give Miss Yu a space to ease up. She shouldn't have done it on purpose either. Just like Missin. Occasionally she's young and impetuous and does something wrong. Calm down and she'll figure it out. Muji frowned. Do you still think I'm not a sister? Muji didn't say anything else. Yu Qing lowered her head, her hair hiding her complexion, and only her pale cheeks could be seen vaguely. In full view of the crowd, she walked over to the tree and sat down. Things went into a frozen solemnity. It ended with everyone leaving first, leaving Yu Qing here to cool off on his own. Yu Qing sat behind a tree. She reached out and touched her head, and for a moment, it burned her skin. His throat was also too sore to speak, as if he had suddenly come down with a serious illness. Fever? It should be. Her vision was in a somewhat blurry trance, the small lake in front of her. She reached down and took the earring out of the lake and wondered if it was broken. The lake is piercingly cold. She put the earrings to her ears, reached up and squeezed her throat, squeezing out a few words. Yu Yinshan? There was no answer on the earring side. Yu Qing tilted his head to look at the trees overhead, blackened. The dizziness grew worse, and between spots she saw a man standing right in front of her. She reached out and became unreal again. She couldn't figure out why she was suddenly sick all of a sudden, but there were actually signs. When she looked for Anju, she was already starting to walk unsteadily. It's just that it's entering a serious phase now. She closed her eyes, her already thin and slender bones curling into a ball. It's actually still pretty tiring. If she could have chosen an easier life, she definitely wouldn't have chosen this. Disturbed, trembling, ready to fall into the abyss, Yu Qing's hand rubbed the earring. Out of nowhere, she heard a voice coming from inside. Yu Qing, stay where you are. I'll go find you. Chapter 320, Cancer? Yu Qing was actually not sure right now if she was hallucinating or if she really heard Yu Yinshan's voice. What a headache. She finally understood why a roommate suddenly passed out due to fever when she was in school abroad before. It wasn't that she really didn't move because she heard Yu Yinshan's voice, but she was now experiencing a wave of pain all over her body from the tugging of her skin. The light in front of me was dappled. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, before Yu Qing passed out. She wasn't sure if she had actually fallen into a warm embrace. Hospitals. Dean Lin had never seen Yu Yinshan so nervous about a woman before. A frosty cold personally carry her over. I do not know how far to carry or how nervous, although his face is not too exaggerated expression, but the knuckles of his fingers are tense green. Just came and kicked in his office door straight away. Without saying a word, he threatened, if anything happens to her, I'll blow up your hospital. Dean Lin, he really thought the girl was near death, and urgently summoned the hospital's most sophisticated medical team. Emergency room, all kinds of first aid supplies are used. When he was finally about to push in, he inquired about the situation and it didn't seem right. Wasn't this a simple fever? Mr. Yu, this little girl seems to just have a fever, right? The implication is that you're scaring people with a fever that's like a line between life and death. The man looked at him with cold eyes, perhaps because of his mood. He looked more hostile than usual, like the hidden side of the lazy cover, directly openly declared out. Just a fever? Dean Lin, thankfully it's just a fever. The 17th floor VIP ward hadn't been used in a few years, and I didn't expect to be hosting a woman with a fever after a few years. The inside and outside were all thoroughly examined, and no major problems were found that could be directly detected. The fever was too high, and the reason for the coma was still due to low blood sugar. A bit of glucose was added and saline was hooked up, with Dean Lin always taking a hands-on approach. He stood up and raised his eyes to those around him. Just when he wanted to say something, he saw Yu Yinshan reach out and squeeze the slender and thin hand of the woman on the bed. The look was serious and deep and loving. As for love and deep affection and whatnot, he had already shown it with his actual actions. Dean Lin waited for a moment before whispering, "Come out with me. There's something I need to talk to you about." Yu Qing grew up in relatively good health. Her mother had said she was the body of a princess's life maid. It seems that no matter what I do, no matter how I toss and turn, I never get too sick. Small colds occasionally. Fever, this kind of problem is never unique. Other little girls walk 2 steps coughing 2 steps. She is good. Cold when their own summer quietly take a shower are fine. The next day on the contrary, the disease is cured. Yu Qing had always been proud of his physical fitness and had always felt that he would be like this for the rest of his life. Until the change of heart 4 years ago. In the last 4 years, the illnesses that hadn't come in the previous 10 years seemed to come, one after the other. She also had times when she burned unbearably and hallucinated. Seeing her father at her bedside, he didn't go to jail, and her mother didn't inexplicably abandon her and leave. The disappointment and emptiness of waking up from the dream nearly broke her. Since then, she has become the body of a princess in the name of a maid. Deadly pain when her period comes, sickness even when the seasons change, and gastrointestinal discomfort even when she eats a mouthful of ice in the summer. A lot of the time she couldn't figure out why she was suddenly so unlucky. Was it because she had enjoyed the overwhelming favoritism of those 2 men for the first 18 years of her life? After all, karma might actually have a cycle. When she awoke from a deep dream, she was shaken by a blinding glare. Closing his eyes for a moment to slow down, thoughts gradually filled the inside of his blank mind. After a minute, She opened her eyes and stared at the snowy white top of her head as she frowned slightly. She remembered that she seemed to vaguely feel that she was picked up by someone. She didn't open her eyes at that time, but Yu Yenshin's temperature was too unique and she was too familiar with it, so she instantly felt that it was him. He told her to wake up, in a very nervous tone. Does she think she's dead if she closes her eyes? Yu Qing thought quietly, inexplicably hooking his lips, struggling to get up to hook a glass of water sitting on the table. She had only just gotten to her feet when the door to the hospital room suddenly opened. Caught off guard, her arms supporting her body suddenly lost their strength and her entire body fell heavily onto the bed, her black hair spreading out on one side. Before she could get back up, the hair on her face was suddenly pushed aside by a pair of cold hands. The black hair that was covering his vision was ruffled, and as his four eyes met, Yu Qing huffed. Yu Yenshin's heart jumped at the tip of his heart, and hidden in the depths of his dark black eyes was an obscure and deep ocean. Resisting the urge to hug her, he covered her tightly with the bedding, and in the midst of all this action, the two were the ones who never exchanged any words, until, when he had tucked his cup and was ready to straighten up, Yu Qing suddenly probed his hand and pulled him back. Yu Yenshin's movements paused slightly, his four eyes facing each other. I don't know why, but people with fever always have clearer eyes than usual, like untutored deer in the forest. Yu Qing's plain white fingers that were pinching his wrist shrunk, her voice was low. Don't go. Yu Yenshin's eyes seemed to have tumbling boiling emotions in the bottom. He cupped her hand in a backhanded grip and flourished around to interlock his fingers. It fell to a kiss on thin lips. Good girl. I'm not leaving. Hands back, covers up. Yu Qing didn't say anything, just obediently tucked her hand back into the bedding. She looked up at him again, wanting to say something about asking something. Before the words came out, I heard Yu Yenshin suddenly open his mouth, and three words emerged. Sorry, what are you talking about? Yu Qing subconsciously frowned and didn't know why. Because his heart stuttered at those inexplicable three words. She felt like a heroine in one of those new media novels now. The hero digs out her kidney and gives it to the heroine, then stands at her bedside and says, I'm sorry. What's the point of being sorry when you've lost your kidneys? Almost subconsciously, she used her hand to touch her abdomen inside the quilt, although she felt that Yu Yenshin was not the male lead in the novel, and the reality wasn't as dogmatic as that. But the fact that the skin her hand touched didn't have any scars or pain still made her feel slightly more at ease. So the second question came up. What did he say he was sorry for? When the events before and after were associated, the look on Yu Qing's face had a subtle and unnoticeable change. Cancer? Serious illness? Acute illness? She pursed her lips, which were a little dry from the prolonged lack of water, and there was still a tingling sensation in her throat. You can just say what you have to say. I'm probably a lot more receptive than you think. Chapter 321 There is warmth in the human world. In Yu Qing's silence, Yu Yenshin opened his mouth. It was my fault for shoving you inside the show. I shouldn't have bounded you with my thinking. I didn't take into account the bumpiness of the show's environment, and your physical factors. There are plenty of ways to help you. It was too much. He kissed her arm once more. His lips were cold. I'm sorry, there won't be a next time. Yu Qing's eyes flashed with dismay as she looked at the man in front of her. No wonder. Inexplicably Fu Moe had stuffed her with an earpiece. So, is he sort of hearing all those words and those things she said to him before in his heart to help her like this? It was just an accident, said Yu Qing. I didn't realize that my body was so delicate. Is it a fever? Yu Yenshin didn't deny it and gave a low and deep Just now the nurse came to take the temperature and said that it has already subsided, and there is still a bit of low fever. Don't go to the program, and take care of your body. Remembering that the dean had called him out earlier, saying that Yu Qing's body was too cold, and that if he didn't properly regulate it now, he might be infertile for the rest of his life. He restrained the expression under his eyes. It's better not to have to tell her about such things. At least he felt that Yu Qing still wanted to be a mom, and talking about it would only add to the pressure. Yu Qing let out an "Oh." Are they continuing to film? I don't know. He went over and just hugged her and walked away, whereby now he didn't care to still watch that show. As the words fell from his lips, he looked at the woman's pale, bloodless face and frowned. You can end them now if you want. What? Are you going to press with power? I'll instantly become the biggest investor in the show as soon as you say let them end it. Then, end this broadcast. Yu Qing was silent for a few seconds and said, I want water. Yu Yenshin didn't care about her pulling away from the topic, poured her a cup of warm water and carefully helped her up to drink it. Yu Qing finished her water and when she looked up, Yu Yenshin lowered his head and kissed her. She covered her mouth and frowned at the moment. What for? You're not afraid of contagion? The man's demeanor was as indifferent and calm as ever. Not afraid. Yu Qing skimmed him and lay down again to cover herself with the heavy quilt. I'm sleepy, so go ahead and get out. I'll sleep some more. Yu Yenshin saw that she looked like she was really sleepy, so he didn't dwell on it much and turned around and walked out. Only after Yu Yenshin walked out did Yu Qing take her cell phone off the bed, tapped on the live stream, which is still going on. It's just that the show added a line at the top of the screen. Due to special reasons, Yu Qing has temporarily withdrawn from the program. The rules of the program have been changed. The coins previously sought are invalid. And the program continues. On the screen happened to be Chen Jinxiu's face. She was saying something to Enru and smiled when she saw the camera coming. I also don't know if Miss Yu is watching the live broadcast from the camera side. I just talked to Miss An and she said that this matter should be considered in the past. I hope you don't get hung up on it either. Quitting the program is not something we want to see. MS. Yu is really a bit delicate. I haven't even quit yet. And Ru picked up a sentence from the side. But they all knew that Yu Qing was carried away by a man. Even they only saw the man's back. But how could the identity of a man who could break into the scene with bodyguards to carry her away during the shooting be simple? And Ru guessed that it was Yu Yanxian. And so did Chen Jinxiu. But so what if it's Yu Yanxian? Yu Qing hasn't disappeared yet. It's still her who wins. The camera gave Fu Moe and Mu Ji. The two men did not speak. Fu Moe's face was extremely ugly, while Mu Ji pursed his lips. But when he saw the camera coming, he still greeted towards the camera. Yu Qing clutched her cell phone. The cold surface of the phone smothered in a mist by the hot breath she exhaled under the covers. She reached out to rub off the mist, but unintentionally flicked the pop-up switch. Countless pop-ups came out all at once. Her sudden exit would be assumed by the audience to be weak-minded. Something Yu Qing thought of. She went in and just turned off the pop-ups because she thought the viewers would think that she had really harmed Anju, and now that she had fallen off the wagon, they would surely scold her. But I didn't expect that the pop-ups cursing her were there. But they couldn't be found at all without looking carefully. Mostly. I don't think Yu Qing is like that kind of person. And Ru and Chen Jinxiu are the two people who are like wolves. Look at the expressions of the two of them. What are they complacent about? When the camera was given to Yu Qing before, she looked very white. I thought at first it was weakness, but now that I think about it, the whiteness is a bit too much. It's a bit scary. She's not sick, is she? There's something going on here, and it's definitely not that simple. The truth of the matter is right here. How come all the pop-ups are giving you a clean slate? She has made it this far, and there are still a bunch of little cuties. You like her? Don't you see she's worthy of Queen Chen's efforts? A bunch of assholes. Chen Jinxiu fans upstairs. The quality is worrying. Yu Qing really didn't expect it. She had always felt that if she entered the entertainment industry, she would definitely be scolded. She was even mentally prepared that after this incident, she might go back to the time when she was blackballed by Anju. But the pop-ups made her watch the live stream in silence, then exit. Tapping on her Twitter feed, there was a lot of comforting her inside the private mind. The ones who cursed her were all from before, too, at a ratio of about 1,000 to 1. Yu Qing had always felt that people were born to suffer ever since she turned 18. This incident had subverted this intention of hers. I can't believe they didn't call her out on it, and no full internet blackout? She blinked and casually tapped on a private message. Sister, I just watched the live broadcast and liked you a lot. I always feel like you're not that kind of person. Is there an inside story to your sudden departure? Is this program scripted and shady? After all, Chen Jinxiu is the queen of the movie. You'll definitely suffer. Yu Qing had just finished reading it when he saw this person who had sent the message suddenly send an exclamation mark in excitement. Sister, you read my private message? I'm showing it as read here. Wah 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 wah. I'm so excited, I'm so excited, I'm so excited, sis, I'll always be there for you. Yu Qing thought she knew how to dislike people, but in the face of the current scene, she actually didn't know what she should say back. Thought about it, and returned a smiley face, tapped on the Twitter homepage and sent a tweet. Thank you. Peace out. She refreshed and the likes went straight through the thousands. I'll always be there for you. Trust you and wait for a result. It's enough to be well. Then heart heart heart. The next one, from the same girl she had just replied to. Sister, really too good. The first time to meet the star will also reply to people. Oh, I'm going to cry. I'm so excited about the class are jumping up. The teacher thought I want to answer the question. The result is that I simply do not know what to say. Oops. It's okay. Everyone see, sister replied to me with a super cute smile. Then below is a screenshot of the chat log. Yu Qing held his forehead and smiled helplessly. Chapter 322. I will not leave you unless I am separated from you in life and death. She dropped her eyes to look at her hand, still hooked up to the 4-needle, white and transparent, half a dozen times, and then a thin, unnoticeable hook of the lips. It's still a beautiful thing to be liked by kind people. WeChat and missed calls inside the Fu Zion's message, but Yu Qing only feel that he is now drowsy. Not so much effort in Fu Zion repeatedly clear and explain these things. She closed her eyes, ready to get some sleep before she got up to respond to his message. It was a 4 or 5 hour sleep, and when I woke up again, I was awakened by the pouring rain outside the window. It hadn't rained in remote city for a while. Mind you, it was called the rain capital. The infusion needle in her hand should have been removed by the nurse while she was sleeping. Yu Qing got up from the bed. Her body was still a little unsharp, but it was so much better than the previous feeling of feeling pain even when her muscles were pulled. Putting on his shoes, he snickered and pulled back the curtains of the hospital room. Being on the upper floors, I was able to enjoy the view of the pouring rain as it fell. The sky was dark and pedestrians were in a hurry. Her expression was haunted, as if she had thought of something, and she narrowed her eyes in a fine, unfathomable way. Reaching over, he unlocked his phone and opened the app for live streaming. The show actually went on, and the cameraman's side was so dimly lit that even the lens was epileptic. Such bad weather. No food, no drink, no shelter in the forest, but still live on air? Yu Qing remembers that there was such bad weather in the first period, and the program team directly decided to end the program temporarily and continue only after the weather got better. And in this installment, a movie star, a movie queen, a Fu Gongzi, and a bunch of vegetarians with unusual identities are actually on the air. That's weird. Yu Qing looked at the screen as pop-ups floated by. It's a good thing Yu Qing is gone, or else how much this would have to suffer. I heard that Yu Qing was picked up by her gold master. Do you think the program hasn't been suspended yet just because these guys bullied Yu Qing? Angered her gold master. And then the gold master didn't let the program be suspended? Have you read too many novels upstairs? Although it was just a pop-up guess, Yu Qing thought something more because of it. She drew the curtains and the room was draped in a dark atmosphere. Sitting on the bed, he thought about it and put on a shirt and walked out from inside the room. The long corridor was quiet, and Yu Qing walked forward somewhat aimlessly. Until, that is, the figure of the man on the end of the long corridor was seen. He stood in front of the large window, outside of which the rain was pouring down, and inside of which he was quietly smoking a cigarette. Yu Qing had actually always thought that it was cool for men to smoke. There was a kind of hormone that flourished out silently along with the cigarette burning, especially a man like Yu Yenshin, who smokes and drinks, indulges but doesn't generalize. She was so light on her feet that he didn't notice when she came up behind him. He was on the phone, and from Yu Qing's angle, he could hear him talking. His voice was slightly raspy, his vocals a rambunctious fade. The program ends in 2 days, and even if it's an earthquake, they'll have to stay in there for me. The person on the other end of the phone might be the director, or maybe Fu Moe's secretary or something. Though he was interspersed with diffidence, there was an irreverence in his voice. It's going to die? Really? I'm responsible for the deaths. What are you afraid of? I don't know what the person on the other end of the phone said, but I only heard Yu Yenshin snort. All mockery and coolness. You're asking me to show mercy when my woman is being bullied like that? Don't get them killed because the Constitution is on their heads. One more word of nonsense and I'll throw you in two. The words fell out of his mouth and he hung up with cold eyes. Casually, he slid his cell phone into his pocket and took one last drag on his cigarette before crushing it and tossing it into a side wastebasket. The moment he turned around, the woman's slender figure fell into his line of sight. He made a frowning motion almost subconsciously, without any verbal communication, more like an action done subconsciously. Reaching straight out, he scooped her up in a crossbody hug. The clothes draped over her shoulders fell to the ground, and Yu Yenshin picked them up with one hand and placed them on the small of her back. Doesn't your body want it, or are you afraid I'll run away? It's not easy to get the fever down. Are you really not taking your body seriously? He had just finished smoking, and his voice was still hoarse and low. The corridor was clear and empty. Yu Qing looked at him and blinked. Of course I'm afraid you'll run away. Yu Yenshin walked towards the hospital room, seemingly slowing down his movements slightly because of these words, but then his pace increased even more. If I wanted to run, you'd come out and stop me? He lowered his eyes to her. His legs were long and he walked fast. Yu Qing walked the promenade for a while. He recarried her back to the original point in the blink of an eye. After pushing open the door to the hospital room and bringing it with him, Yu Yenshin only gazed down at her. Just like I don't want to run unless it's a matter of life and death, and no one can stop you from having me by your side. Talk about life and death. Blah blah blah. Yu Yenshin hooked his lips and tucked her in to sit under the covers. The doctor told you to remember to drink the medicine when you wake up. He put her down and turned around to pour a cup of warm water, and familiarly snapped a few pills for Yu Qing. Drink slowly, the pills are too big. Be careful of getting stuck. You take me for a 3-year-old? Yu Qing glanced at him and calmly drank the medicine and water in one gulp. As the warm water entered her stomach, she only felt relieved physically and mentally. After getting comfortable, she then proceeded to speak. Who were you just talking to on the phone? Raw and hostile. Yu Yenshin also didn't have the intention of trying to hide anything. Perhaps it was just that he didn't think it was necessary to hide this kind of thing. Director. He paused. There was also a call from Fu Moe earlier. He wanted to come out. I refused. Didn't he lose his cell phone? How did he contact you? Yu Qing inquired with a frown. Yu Yenshin's eyes fell back on her face. Fever has burned your high IQ down, is it? His eyes were deep. You wouldn't really think that Fu Mo would go to participate in some boring program like wilderness survival. Yu Qing was still cupping the empty cup in his hand, and there was still residual warmth on the walls of the cup. She looked at Yu Yenshin, and only after about a minute did she suddenly let out an "Oh." No wonder he came to a show like this. I thought he wanted to debut as well. So you forced him to. Why him when you could have had so many candidates? Maybe it was because Fu Moe suddenly appeared when Yu Yenshin decided to have Secretary Su and Yu Qing on the program together. Or maybe it was because he said some more bad things about Yu Qing after he appeared. But Yu Yenshin just made a decision in that instant. I'm sure you'll make him change his mind about you. Although he had long ago made a choice between Yu Qing and Fu Moe was one of the few people in the world who was truly devoted to him. At least, the most lonely and secluded obscure 4 years. His side has and only one Fu Moe is loyal and unchanging position. Chapter 323, My Mouth Hurts. Yu Qing looked at him in silence for a few seconds before withdrawing his gaze. She silently opened her mouth. I can't remember which philosopher said that if you hate a person and go close to her, sooner or later you will become her and keep discovering the sparkling points in her. Mr. Yu is still Mr. Yu. He even understands this kind of human nature. Admire. Aren't you afraid that Fu Moe still hasn't changed his mind about me, and is still joining forces with that group of women who aren't right with me to bully me? He wouldn't dare to borrow 10 of his guts. Yu Yenshin spoke almost without any hesitation. There is no reason. You are my person. Yu Qing smashed his mouth. It's also true that Fu Moe didn't do anything to her and obediently gave her an ear clip. He's actually considered one of yours. So you're just going to let him live or die in the forest? The difference in treatment is too obvious. Yu Qing was still waiting for Yu Yenshin's reply, and the latter had already found out another medicine and brewed it as she spoke. Then again, the end was in front of her eyes. Open your mouth and drink your medicine. So concerned about him that it hurts to see him suffer? Yu Qing glanced at him and took the cup and opened her mouth to drink the medicine. You've got a mouth that's really either sugar-coated or pissed off as hell. After drinking the medicine in one gulp, she subconsciously wrinkled her brow at the bitterness. The next second, she was forced to lift her pale face by the man's not-so-gentle clamp on her jaw. Between the slightest opening and closing of his lips, he kissed, handing over a mint in the process. The kiss lasted for a while, and Yu Qing was a little short of oxygen when even her own breath seemed to smell of mint before he let her go and whispered in her ear, "Sugarcoating is coming." You're right. The bitterness in his mouth subsided considerably, and clouds of scarlet rose on his face. Yu Qing glanced at him as if she was pouting. In reality, this was just a change in a woman after being in love. She didn't really feel how delicate and watery her eyes were, but this glance almost broke Yu Yenshin's eyes. His eyes darkened in vain, and when he wanted to kiss over again, Yu Qing reached out and blocked him. My mouth hurts. Yu Yenshin then did not continue. Looked at her mouth, nothing wrong. Knew she was lying, also did not break it down. Before Yu Yenshin finished his words, a muffled thunder exploded outside the window. The curtains were pulled tightly closed, but Yu Yenshin raised his eyes toward the direction of the window. Similarly, Yu Qing tacitly glanced towards the window. Minds but each with their own. The continuous thunder sounded one after another, and only after it faded away did Yu Qing retract his sight. Do you think the forest is dangerous in a thunderstorm like this? Yu Yenshin was briefly silent for a moment before raising his eyes to look at her. You want to go? Yu Qing hooked her lips and smiled. Don't you want to as well? She wanted to go, not because she was really kind or because the Madonna passive was triggered. She just thought that on a rainy day like this, the forest must be more or less dangerous, and if she rushed over at this time, a lot of things might have changed. On the contrary, Yu Yenshin's mind was clearly different from hers. He might have questioned his decision because he had ordered those people not to go out. Or maybe it was because Fu Moe was still inside and he didn't want to really lose one of his only and sort of best brothers. But what he was thinking, he didn't honestly say. Yu Qing couldn't guess. The man's eyes were aloof, as if the complicated look he had just given the window had never happened. He reached out and tucked Yu Qing in. I was just wondering if the red roses I ordered for you would still be delivered to your bedside on time on a rainy day like this. Yu Qing's expression staggered briefly as the minty flavor rolled between the two men's breaths. You really don't care about Fu Moe? She thought about it and opened her mouth. You want me to control him? Yu Yenshin calmly asked back. He's always been a strong person at heart, as evidenced by the fact that all of his companies have a different system than the others, as well as a different ordering of positions. He would take everything into his own hands and everything would be answered in his mind. For example, now he's asking rhetorical questions to which he himself should have an answer. If he really didn't have an answer, what he would have said would have been Fu Moe's death has nothing to do with me, instead of a question. Yu Qing's thoughts in his heart were 1,000 turns, and his face did not change except for some subtle out of focus. Don't think too much. Yu Yenshin looked like he could see something. No matter what, you haven't done anything to wrong him, and it's already his fault that he's been making things difficult for you in every way from the beginning. He owes you, not you owe him. You're in front of me at this very moment, and I'm not going to upset you for him. Yu Qing pursed her lips and didn't say anything, and only after half a second did she whisper, You say this as if I'm like an unreasonable woman, and I'm not allowed to manage when people's lives are in danger. I wouldn't care even if you asked me to. He's hurt you, it's a matter of position. You're giving me a headache. I'm tired of talking to you. Yu Yenshin hooked his lips in a fine and unnoticeable manner, and said rather dotingly, then lie down and rest, and talk later if you don't want to talk to me. Yu Qing gave an "oh," but did not do any struggle, lying down, breathing steadily. 10 minutes later, there was still little conversation in the hospital room. Yu Yenshin's cell phone rang at this time, and he answered it, walking over to the bed and lowering his voice. I'm at the hospital. Why? Isn't that lot assigned? And he wants to default? Kazuno? Got it. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Stall them. The phone hung up and he retraced his steps to the hospital bed, gazing condescendingly at Yu Qing's serenely beautiful side face, a head of black hair spilling out onto the fair pillow in black and white. He couldn't help but lean in and ease his movements to kiss her forehead, then whispered, be a good girl and go to sleep when I get back. He knew Yu Qing was asleep, but maybe that's how it is with a hot love, making needs and having fun. A kiss fell and without further hesitation he turned and walked out of the hospital room. Yu Qing opened his eyes after he had left the hospital room for a while. The bottom of her eyes were clear, and her cherry lips, which were a light pink color, were tightly pursed. Yu Yenshin had gone to take care of things. Now was a good chance for her to get back into the forest. It was pouring rain outside the window. Yu Yenshin wouldn't let her go back, and if she goes back now, it's a snowball's chance in hell for the viewers. It goes without saying how much goodwill can be swiped. Similarly, the matter of Chen Jinxiu and Enru having wronged her before was still pending, and she could probably solve it by going over there now. And she could also go see Fu Moe. These dozens of days of understanding, she probably knew what kind of character Fu Moe was in comparison to Yu Yenshin, unable to discard it completely, but having a hard time choosing between her and him. It could actually be a win-win situation. If she goes over there now, if she manages to do something and Fu Moe changes her mind. Chapter 324, Back in the Forest, on fire. But there's actually a big gap between thinking about it and putting it into practice. Yu Qing thought about it and closed his eyes again. At this time, there was another muffled thunder in his ears. It was at this point that she sat straight up out of bed, lifted the heavy bedding off her body, and changed out of the hospital gown she was wearing as soon as she put on her shoes. Ask herself if she wasn't considered a purely good person, and the reason she wanted to go to the forest was purely self-serving. Pushing open the door of her hospital room, she would have thought that although Yu Yenshin had something to leave, he would more or less send someone to guard the door of her hospital room. Yet there was none. Without thinking much, Yu Qing put on the mask and headed towards the elevator entrance. She frowned thinly and unnoticeably, taking it in stride, not feeling that particularly weak feeling still in her body, and dropped her heart slightly, walking up to the elevator. I don't know if it's a weakness or what, but I look around a few times in all directions. As she looked around, the elevator doors had opened at some point. Yu Qing heard the voice and walked in with his sight still looking to the right. The result was that before he could take a few steps, he ran into something like a wall in the raw. MS. You're just a thief in the hospital? Yu Qing's face under the mask was expressionless. She knew it. She knew there was no way this Yu Yenshin person would leave her alone in the hospital. At the moment she didn't really know how to describe her feelings. Moved? Angry? She glanced deeply at Secretary Su, and the moment he was about to step out of the elevator, she covered his face, holding his entire body straight back into the elevator. Secretary Su was caught off guard and yelled, and Yu Qing directly closed the elevator door before he could come back to his senses. Secretary Su, what the? Mr. Yu, I've been kidnapped, and Yu Qing actually added at this time, don't scream if you don't want to die. Secretary Su only felt a layer of goosebumps running up her back. Is this Mr. Yu's woman? She talks with such a tug. Yu Qing saw that Secretary Su didn't have the intention of screaming randomly before he withdrew the hand covering his mouth. You, Miss you this for and what you do not properly recuperate out of acting what spy movie? Secretary Su bit his tongue when he spoke, is all said into the fore. Enough to see that he was Yu Qing's previous action to scare into what kind. Yu Qing felt that explaining the whole thing to him was not only a waste of time but also that he wouldn't necessarily understand. And when the elevator hadn't reached the first floor yet, she raised her eyes to look at the camera above. There was no point in covering it up. She knew that. She hadn't meant to keep it from him the whole time either. He would find out sooner or later. It was just that this was a rare opportunity. But there was definitely no way he was going to let her go to the forest now. She was just choosing to go about her business in her own way. And it wasn't much of a thing. Give me your cell phone. She looked to Secretary Su. Secretary Su's heart struggled violently for 3 seconds before she finally chose to give Yu Qing her cell phone. He didn't want to let go when Yu Qing reached out to take it, and only when he saw Yu Qing frowning did he let go of his hand fondly. MS. There are only 20 or 30 girls on my WeChat. You really don't need to do harm to the people. Or did I catch your good girlfriend? Impossible. These girls are playing quite openly, and you are not a picture at all. While Secretary Su was frantically brainstorming, Yu Qing then just reached out and turned off his cell phone. Secretary Su could not understand this series of tawdry maneuvers by Yu Qing at all. The elevator door opened. Yu Qing walked out, and Su's secret hurriedly followed. Your cell phone. Yu Qing took Secretary Su's cell phone and placed it behind the hospital's flower pot under his excited and apprehensive gaze. Watch it, but you're not allowed to take it away until I come back. Secretary Su was stunned. Why? There's no reason. What did Yu Yenshin send you here for? Here, to keep you company, in case you have something or other for me to help with. Yu Qing nodded. Very well, I have something coming up right now that I need you to take care of with me. So she tugged upwards on the mask hanging over her face, turned and walked out of the hospital. Secretary Su rushed to follow, and he hadn't even looked back until Yu Qing got into the passenger side of his car. Driving according to the coordinates given by Yu Qing, Secretary Su thought and thought, but still opened his mouth. You, dealing with things is dealing with things. Why do you still wanna hide my cell phone? You talk this much even when you're with Yu Yenshin? Secretary Su. That's not true. He said 2 more words and Mr. You killed him with his eyes, so how would he dare to say more? Think of me as Yu Yenshin and set yourself on mute. Okay. Yu Qing opened her phone after Secretary Su turned on the mute. The live stream was black and looked in bad shape. The pop-up Muji's fans were already screaming about why on earth the program wasn't over, and some were even already yelling for the police to be called. Yu Qing glanced at Secretary Su. Drive faster, please. Secretary Su didn't dare to speak. Originally an hour's journey. Because of the rain there weren't many people on this street. Half an hour to get there. Yu Qing also bought a lot of things in the nearby manga store, stuffed a backpack to Secretary Su, carried one himself, turned around and went into the forest around the trail. Secretary Su now felt like an abducted woman who had been pitched into the mountains to be sold as a young daughter-in-law to a man who couldn't get a wife. The rain inside the forest was actually quite a bit lighter compared to outside, but it was cold and biting. Yu Qing circled around and found the tree he had been staying in before, but there was no longer any sign of anyone around. This forest was so big, trying to find them was not an easy task. And just at this time, a thunderclap suddenly shook. I don't know if it was because she was outside, but this thunderclap sounded a lot more horrifying than the one she heard inside the hospital room. Secretary Su shivered in fear. Miss Yu, what exactly are you doing? My double 12 chanting has not yet finished. I can't have an accident. Yu Qing didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. She reached over and took out her cell phone, and the live feed came up, but the light was pitch black, and there was a delay in the live feed, and the thunder sounded once again inside the phone. Yu Qing had a blurry look at a few figures, and just at this moment, a lightning bolt suddenly exploded from overhead. It was as if it was going to rip this dark sky in half alive, almost lighting up half of the sky. A heavier downpour than before took hold in an instant at this time of the year. The Secretary Su's heart thumped in the bottom of his heart. In the end, he was also more than 1 meter 8, and had a broader vision than Yu Qing. He was heard to exclaim, "There's a fire over there." Chapter 325, the only one who can survive is Yu Qing. Mountain fires are especially prone to occur during thunderstorms in the mountains, where lightning strikes the back of a tree and the burn is a continuous swath. Not long ago, there was a mountain fire reported on the news. Countless firefighters died, the youngest being 19 years old. Yu Qing recalled a quote from a reporter at the time, "The mountain fire is as micro-powerless and daunting as the vast ocean, devouring countless living beings." And just then, a series of women's screams emanated from inside the cell phone. The next thing that happened was that the screen started shaking, and Yu Qing clearly heard Fu Mo and Muji's voices, and they were talking about running. Yu Qing didn't dare to imagine how many chain of events this mountain fire would set off, but the first thing that popped into her mind was that it was Yu Yenshin who had prevented them from coming out. If something irreparable does happen, and if he is found out, first public opinion will. She was someone who had experienced the horror of public opinion, not to mention that this matter was indeed done by Yu Yenshin. Yu Qing looked to her cell phone. The signal was intermittent, but that bolt of lightning had just briefly illuminated their surroundings. Yu Qing looked over to the side where the mountain fire was burning, and a bright yellow color had risen that was visible to the naked eye. "Give me the bag." She suddenly looked as if she had made up her mind about something and looked sideways at Secretary Su. Secretary Su was still a bit dazed outside of her situation, but subconsciously felt that what Yu Qing was about to do was definitely not something good. He looks towards the soaring fire. You, no matter what you're going to do, I hope you know in your heart that Mr. Yu is waiting for you. And this mountain fire? We must call the police for firefighting immediately. Of course I know. I told you to give me your bag. Then I'll give you my cell phone and you make the call. Yu Qing frowned and looked frequently to the side that was on fire. Secretary Su really didn't know what Yu Qing was going to do, and seeing her determined attitude, he handed her the bag. You, we'd better get out of the forest right now. Who knows if the fire will spread over here, and when it does dash. Before Secretary Su's words were finished, Yu Qing clutched her bag in her arms, one on her back, Throwing her cell phone to him, she turned around and ran straight towards the direction where the fire was. You, Secretary Su exclaimed in shock. This place was already dark. Yu Qing ran fast, almost disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. He wanted to go after her, but then all of a sudden he was lost as to where the hell she had gone. Anxious and exploding with sweat, he hurriedly took Yu Qing's cell phone and called the fire department, learning that the program team had already called before, and now the fire department was on its way, so he was slightly relieved. The fire didn't look like much because there wasn't much wind and it was raining a lot today and it had been burning for so long and still just that little piece. This is good, but if a strong wind comes in a while, then this fire. Secretary Su almost didn't dare to think about it. Immediately wanted to call Yu Yenshin over, but the phone automatically rested on the screen. He didn't know Yu Qing's cell phone password. 24F high level. Yu Yenshin is negotiating a contract. The tie was slightly torn loose by him, and in front of him was the elite from all walks of life warring at cross purposes for profit. His eyes were like ink as he swept the overcast weather outside the window, and he didn't know why, but his heart just seemed to skip a beat. Uneasy. After thinking about it, Yu Qing was still in the hospital. Secretary Su had gone over, and there were no phone calls, so nothing could have happened. He lowered his eyes and took a sip of his coffee. Go on. The worst time in Fu Moyi's life was probably now. He happened to be around that tree when the lightning struck, and his arm was instantly set ablaze, though extinguished in time to burn a large chunk of it. The two women behind him had been crying, unharmed and still crying, and it made his brain hurt. Turning back, he swept his cold eyes over. What's there to cry about? What do you have to cry about? Where had they ever seen such danger? That one bolt of lightning was as good as overhead. It was so close, they could have been struck by lightning. Just thinking about the previous image made Chen Jinxiu and Enru tremble with fear. You can't even cry? Who are you to tell me to shut up? Anju retorted through trembling teeth, looking back at the fire, only to feel still emboldened. Fu Moyi's arm was in huge pain. He didn't say anything else with a pale face and prepared to conserve his strength. In a group of 5, 3 men were covered in colors, and 2 women were unharmed, but they looked like they had suffered the most serious injuries. The cameraman could barely walk with his camera and rack in tow. Missin, movie queen Chen, can you help me dash? Chen Jinxiu directly circled around before he could even open his mouth. Let's run quickly. This mountain fire might ignite at some point. Anju also simply ignored it. In the end, it was Mu Ji, who had an injured shoulder, who took over the photographer's things and helped him along. They thought the camera had shut down a long time ago, but they didn't realize it was the best camera they had ever bought for the show. How could it shut down when the fire hadn't reached it? So both of their faces are reflected in front of the audience's eyes. Only they don't know it. A silent rush. Yet the fire seemed to be still behind them not far away. Finally, Chen Jinxiu paralyzed on the ground all of a sudden. I can't walk. I really can't walk. Anju gave her a disgusted look. Hurry up and go. It might burn over later. As the words fell, she reached out to pull Chen Jinxiu, but as a result, just as she touched her clothes, the latter's temper came up directly and threw her hand to the side. I said I can't walk anymore, can't understand human language, can I? She was tired, scared and angry. Where had she suffered such a crime all these years? We are in a line of life and death here. Miss Yu is afraid that she is having fun outside the screen, right? It's really a mockery. What a team. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. One reaches a boundary point where the line of the heart crumbles away. When Chen Jinxiu thought that she had sidelined Yu Qing and ended up sparing her from the ordeal, she felt like she couldn't get her breath up and was furious. No one picked up her words. Chen Jinxiu's face turned red all of a sudden. Am I wrong? We're suffering here. Yu Qing walks away directly. I've never seen such an actress. Still no one picked up her words. Chen Jinxiu wanted to say something, but was stopped by a look from Mu Ji. Let's just find the exit now. It's not far away, or it's too dangerous to remain here. When Chen Jinxiu saw that Mu Ji said something that was clearly pulling away from the topic, a ball of fire surged up in her heart all of a sudden. I said I can't walk anymore, I can't walk anymore. If you want to go, you guys can't just go? The fire burns over in fact everyone who can't survive. The only one who can survive is Yu Qing. Fu Moe frowned. His arm was still dripping blood, and his face grew paler. Along with what Chen Jinxiu said, his heart could not help but produce disgust and hatred towards Yu Qing. If it wasn't Yu Qing, he wouldn't be here. If it wasn't Yu Yenshin who wanted to take it out on Yu Qing, he would have gone out a long time ago. 326 Is he fond of Tang Yi? But honestly, a big man like him wouldn't say something messy even if he was angry. Like Chen Jinxiu. But he didn't stop Chen Jinxiu from saying it. Chen Jinxiu said something else in anger, and Enru didn't really want to pick up her words because of what happened before. Yu Qing didn't do anything. They kicked her out. What is she doing here with her shrewishness? Chen Jinxiu finally realized that she wouldn't even have anyone pay attention to her if she said these things here now. Instead, it would also pull her down. she finally chose not to say anything further. The air was inexplicably suffocating with an unpleasant smell of smoke mixed with the earthy and rainy scent of the forest. Fu Moe tore open the clothes inside and wrapped the wound, stood up and looked at the people behind him with cold eyes. Had enough rest yet? Or you want to die here? And I don't. Chen Jinxiu looked back at the fire. It was still the same as before. There was no intention to burn more passionately. There should be no danger. She had been running before, and her pampered body couldn't take it at all these past few years, and she couldn't stand up even if she wanted to. This is why long-distance runners who can't hold on in the middle of the race are not allowed to stop by their coaches even if they are told to jog. Because once you stop, it's hard to start again. This fire isn't about to burn over, so it's alright to rest for a little while longer. Chen Jinxiu slowly spoke, but in case the wind comes, we'll certainly be too late to run here. Are you that afraid of death? Afraid of death and still come to this kind of program? Chen Jinxiu looked at Enru with cold eyes. Anju was gagged and shut up all of a sudden. The scene fell into silence. Muji looked at the fire and always felt a sense of foreboding. He narrowed his light brown eyes, as if it dawned on him that the fire seemed to be a little too big. Master Rhetoric, is that fire coming through? The photographer sitting next to him suddenly opened his mouth. Muji didn't say anything, and when he raised his eyes again to look at the fire, his brown pupils shrunk dramatically, and a fire dragon was reflected in the bottom of his eyes. Burn over, he exclaimed, pulling up the cameraman beside him and immediately stood up. Move, the fire is coming. Move. Fu Moe's figure instantly tightened, and he subconsciously turned back to shout at those two women. As a result, he had just turned around when Chen Jinxiu suddenly rushed over from behind him. Before Fu Moe could return to his senses, his body was heavily knocked into a tree. The festering wound on his arm, covered only by a single layer of clothing, rubbed hard against the bark, and he shuddered in pain until he stifled a muffled grunt. Enru was at the back, and when she saw Chen Jinxiu running away, she couldn't care about anything and stepped on Fu Moe's leg directly. Double pain. Enru stepped on this foot. Fu Moe realized that his leg turned out to be injured as well. His forehead was drenched in sweat, and he raised his eyes to the fire mass that engulfed the sky. The only sound left in his ears was the violent beating of his heart. Muji had already walked away, and when he saw Fu Moe struggling in place for half a day without getting up, he turned around and went to help Fu Moe almost without any hesitation. But the weight of Fu Moe, a big man, was completely unloadable for him. The two took a few steps together, even feeling the searing heat behind them. In a cold sweat, Fu Moe reached out and pushed Muji away. You go, leave me alone. He had never liked losing money to others for anything. Xiaoyi had pulled him back when he had almost gone astray, and he was willing to spend the rest of his life repaying such a favor. And now that she was gone, he could bully people she didn't like for her, and he didn't like owing people. Now this situation, it might drag Muji down, and when the time comes, neither one of the two will be able to leave. Muji didn't want to go. Fu Moe slammed his fist directly over. Get lost, don't make me say it twice. I can walk by myself, I don't need you. Muji didn't say anything. His thin lips pursed tightly, and just ahead, Chen Jinxiu suddenly let out a cry of alarm. He subconsciously looked forward and frowned when he realized there were two other women ahead of him. Are you sure you can? Don't lie to me. Tell the truth. Fu Moe coldly hooked his lips. Why would I lie to you? As the words fell, he covered his shoulder and took a few steps forward, looking back at Muji. Still not leaving? Want to die? Muji was then sure that Fu Moe could still walk. He didn't hesitate and turned around to find Chen Jinxiu. In the moment Muji turned around, Fu Moe bit his tongue and slipped uncontrollably while holding onto the trunk of a tree on one side. Ouch! It hurts all over the ing body. He looked into the fire and just felt something absurdly ridiculous. Is he going to die here? If he dies, can he still repay the favor when he's dead? A young girl's gentle smile came to mind as she played the violin. It was her 18th bar mitzvah. At that time, the Tang family wasn't considered a famous family, and the Yu family was still in the limelight. Tang Yi's bar mitzvah was not ostentatious, just a simple feast. At that time, he didn't think Tang Yi was so attractive or pretty. It was only because she kept looking at Yu Yenchen beside him that he couldn't help but look at her twice more. At that point, he didn't expect all the developments that followed. He had nothing in his life of bone-deep love and hate, nothing to think about when he died, and he didn't know what he was doing after living for more than 20 years. Some of his empty brain looked across the trees in a daze, the unpleasant smell of something burning at the tip of his nose. He snorted out a sudden laugh. To actually die here because of Yu Qing? Really? Fu Moe appeared to be trying to say something, at least when Yu Qing rushed over. What he saw was a scene of him talking to himself. She subconsciously frowned and reached straight up to hold the dampened pad down on his face. If you want to die to make a gap between Yu Yenchen and me, that would be a big mistake. Fu Moe, I'm telling you, if you want to die today, Yama wouldn't dare to snatch someone from my hands. Her voice was low from the smoke, and even the words she spoke barely rose or fell. But in a split second, let Fu Moe ears that heartbeat sharpened into a muffled thunder explosion. Without waiting for him to continue thinking about something, he felt as if his upper body was suddenly bound. He hurriedly reached out and took the paddle off, and saw Yu Qing tie the other end of the rope around his wrists, while he was encircled by her with the rope. What are you doing? Yu Qing looked at him with cold eyes, one hand covering her mouth and nose. Those clear eyes looked as if they would glow at this moment. You want to go even though your legs are crippled? I'll drag you along. Cut the crap. Fu Mo actually didn't know what to say for a moment. It wasn't until he noticed that he was being pulled by Yu Qing that he moved his pace forward, cantering along with her strength. Chapter 327. Fu Moe suddenly felt that Yu Qing wasn't a princess anymore. She was a queen. What are you doing here at this hour? Where's Yu Yenchen? Weren't you taken away by him? How could he let you appear here? Did something happen to him? Aren't you sick? What the hell did you come back for? Yu Qing, aren't you? Yu Qing suddenly stopped in her tracks. She was covered in a weak sweat. This man didn't have much to say before, but now he was talking as much as a person who ate bad food and kept farting non-stop. Can you die if you don't talk a little? Where are all the reasons? I came to save you. Are you blind or heart blind? Her voice was low but loud. Yu Qing thought that according to Fu Moe's dog-like personality, he must be still rambling about something. As a result, her words fell for half a day without seeing Fu Moe open his mouth to say something. She turned back to glance at him. She could only see him lowering his head in contemplation of something. Yu Qing didn't think anything more carefully, and just walked forward with a bored head. Halfway there, she looked behind her at the fire that was gradually pulling away and stopped. Fu Moe didn't stop and directly hit Yu Qing's back. Yu Qing was staggered by him, and the water she just took out from inside her backpack spilled all over her face. She subconsciously coughed. Fu Moichi was stunned for a moment. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. What are you stopping for? You want me to die of exhaustion and thirst in the forest then so I can be cremated, right? Yu Qing realized that although Fu Moe before did not speak, he at least did not talk nonsense. Now at a time like this, he instead went against the norm and said a whole lot of nonsense out. Fu Moe's face blanched at her dislike, but he didn't say anything. Yu Qing rummaged through her bag for something to treat the wound in an emergency and told Fu Moe to sit down. Fu Moe seemed to understand as he sat down, and then he saw Yu Qing directly tear open the layer of clothes he had circled the wound with no qualms, tore off a layer of skin in the process. Fu Moe bit his tongue instantly in pain. Yu Qing's quick eyes and hands put the wet towel that he used to cover his mouth and nose before and blocked his mouth. There is something in your wound. I have to pull it out and sterilize it for you right now. It will hurt a lot, but after it hurts, it will be numb. Trust me. She recovered from her great illness and loosened the wet towel that covered her face, revealing a pale but stunning face. Everyone says that men are the most handsome when they are serious. No one says that women also attract the most attention when they are serious. Fu Moe unconsciously looked at her, and in a flash he seemed to understand why Yu Yenchen's 4-year window period was like a monk's, and he was annoyed when he saw a woman. But the thought had only been inside his own head for less than half a minute before he dispelled it. What's he thinking? A few blind thoughts. It was too late to think about why Yu Qing was able to treat the wound, even in the face of danger. A sharp pain came from his arm, and Fu Mo bit the pad in his mouth with a moment of realization, his body trembling violently. Asterisk 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 dash, he grunted out muffled. What the hell was he thinking just now? To actually find a woman like Yu Qing gentle. He looked down at his bloody wound. Yu Qing had already finished treating it and was wrapping the gauze. There was a piece of bark stained with his own flesh and blood on the ground. No wonder he had been feeling the pain and rise of the wound. It turned out that there was something else inside the wound. The bark of the tree was dirty and damp. If it was not treated in time, even if he walked out alive, this arm would be left behind if it was not ruined. Sweat dripped onto his eyelashes and his vision turned blurry. Because of such blurriness, he looked towards Yu Qing. Thanks. His voice slurred as he bit down on his pad. A lot of things he actually had in his heart. Love and hate were even more independent individuals to him. He should be thankful and grateful to Yu Qing now. He understood. Yu Qing didn't say anything and just treated Fu Moe's wound in silence. She lifted her eyes to look at him when she heard him speak. That's good to know. Fu Moe couldn't help but hook his lips. As a result, the next second he heard Yu Qing follow up with a cold voice. Yu Yenchen's vision is indeed good. Before I thought he was out of his mind for being friends with you. Fu Moichi coughed. He wanted to say something, but Yu Qing didn't even give him that chance. She reached out and yanked away the rag from his mouth, and with four eyes facing each other, Fu Moe suddenly felt that this little princess of the so-called Yao Chang, who was dainty in her memories, was now a queen who could hold up a city on her own. He seems to have been blinded by a leaf before. Yu Qing unscrewed a bottle of water, reached out and cupped his jaw, and poured it directly toward it. Fu Moe was choked with several mouthfuls of cold water, but he didn't say anything. After finishing organizing and replenishing, Yu Qing shouldered the 2 large backpacks and prepared to continue on the road when Fu Moe did not move and took one and carried it on his back. Yu Qing looked back and said nothing. Silence rushes forward. With the hot rolling heat behind me and the cold dampness in front of me, Chen Jinxiu and the girls were just ahead, seemingly unable to walk, and were sitting on the ground to rest. The cameraman's equipment was also on the ground now, and Muji stood without knowing what he was talking about. Yu Qing walked in before he heard some human voices. The fire may continue to burn over soon. If you turn back to that what's-his-name Fu Moe now you won't be able to come back you know? Chen Jinxiu looked at Muji with cold eyes. The bottom of her eyes were thick with annoyance and disgust. Muji pursed his lips tightly. Then abandon him like this? What do you mean by abandonment? It's only abandonment like Yu Qing's that's called abandonment. Do you understand? Her kind of direct escape is despicable abandonment. I'm weighing the pros and cons and taking the best way to keep the most people alive and safe. I'm the oldest here. You have to listen to me. What do you know? Chen Jinxiu's voice worsened in vain, directly standing up and walking to Muji's eyes, her aura becoming sharp all of a sudden. Chen Jinxiu's usual gentle and sensible persona completely collapses in Muji's mind because of a fire. And Chen Jinxiu knew her persona was falling apart, but the camera wasn't on, so she didn't care anymore. She didn't want to cover anything up now that it was at stake. Muji was said by Chen Jinxiu these few words all of a sudden he didn't know what should be said to be good. He is indeed not old enough. This point can't be refuted. Somewhat annoyed, he turned back towards the direction he came from, wanting to see if Fu Moe had come yet. As it turned out, he almost thought it was a nervous hallucination when he looked up. Yu Qing, you what you? She directly caused Enru to almost die in the cave and then fled. You still think of her? I don't believe it. She doesn't know that we have problems with the program. She doesn't hear about it and doesn't have any news at all. It's really human warmth and coldness. I must ask Fu Ziong properly when I get out. What kind of person did this sign in while I was away? Chapter 328, pounce on it, and you'll be saved. Muji looked at Chen Jinxiu and frowned. Movie Queen Chen, there's really no need for you to talk like this sometimes. The people in the circle who call you a movie queen are considered to admire and respect you, and it's really not good for you to consume other people's feelings for you like this. Chen Jinxiu's eyes went cold. Muji, what do you mean by that? I did not just say a few words of truth. I lied or splashed dirty water to Yu Qing you so protect her? Isn't she just running away? Oh, or was she carried away by the gold master man behind her? She is like this, what else do you have to favor her? Muji stared straight at Chen Jinxiu, and after about 2 seconds, he suddenly twisted his head to the right. Yu Qing, come talk to her yourself. Chen Jinxiu was stunned. Not only him, and Ru and the photographer were also in a spirit. They fixed their eyes on the 2 people who came out of the flames. Wasn't it Yu Qing and Fu Moe? Yu Qing listened to the conversation between Chen Jinxiu and Muji, obviously coming out from inside the rolling fire, but her body was like a layer of cold ice, and her eyes were also quenched ice cold. The line of sight was slightly raised, just as Chen Jinxiu looked over, with 4 eyes facing each other. Under this quiet yet choppy scene, Yu Qing suddenly hooked her lips. Movie Queen Chen, you did a pretty competent job as a paparazzo when I wasn't around, didn't you? Do you want me to go back and propose to Fu Ziong for you to work as a paparazzo in the entertainment department? I see that you're quite good at making up and twisting the facts. You're a good seedling. After so long, Fu Moe seemed to have gotten used to Yu Qing's mouth. You can dislike people so much that you can't breathe without even bringing a dirty word. It's pretty tough. Only Chen Jinxiu's face twisted for a moment, turning from red to white then gloomy. Who made it up? You just clearly. Why are you back? Wasn't she carried away by you? By you? When she thought of the scene before, she couldn't help but feel disgust spreading in the bottom of her heart. Originally, she was quite happy to see Yu Qing seem to have fainted, but as a result, Yu Yinshan didn't know where to come out and directly took people away. How could someone like Yu Yinshan look at Yu Qing? Is he blind? But this word Chen Jinxiu did not say out. Say it out to show that she is too sour. She does not care about men's favoritism. If I leave, won't I not see how you slandered and wronged me? Yu Qing swept his cold eyes over her. As the words fell, she didn't say anything else to Chen Jinxiu, turning back to Fu Moe behind him. Want to rest? Can you still endure? Fu Moe was suddenly named. He was stunned for a moment, and then he misplaced Yu Qing's eyes as if he was escaping. I've lost feeling in my arms from the pain. I don't need to rest. Actually, his arm hurt, but he didn't know why he suddenly wanted to say that. Yu Qing didn't say anything else, and the moment she turned around, a thunderous explosion exploded. The rain in the remote city never comes in small bursts, and the remote city is also called the rain capital, and it must rain continuously for a day and a night. As expected, the rain took over, and the tips of Yu Qing's hair soon began to drip. Don't waste time here. The exit is not far away. Go out first. She turned to look at Muju, sweeping over Anju and the photographer, who was quiet now. When her line of sight fell on Chen Jinxiu's body again, she paused in her expression. The rest of the matter, we'll count it when we go out. Chen Jinxiu opened her mouth, but it turned out that everyone didn't want to pay attention to her. In a scene like the present, nothing is as important as one's own safety, and besides, none of these men, except Anju, like these messy things between women. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Chen Jinxiu gritted her teeth and still followed her. The air was filled with the smell of burning and the pungent smell of grass and trees. It was said that they were close to the exit, but the forest was so big, and after walking for half a day, they didn't see the exit. It was also getting darker and darker, and when they stopped to fix things, Yuqing took out a flashlight from her bag and distributed it to a few people. Thanks. Muji froze for a moment when he received it before rushing to say thank you. Yuqing didn't say anything and distributed the last flashlight to Chen Jinxiu. Chen Jinxi repulsed and looked at the flashlight in her hand, and reluctantly, as if she was in the way of something she couldn't throw away. Fu Moe watched the scene from her right side. He reached out and took the flashlight from Chen Jinxiu's hand almost without the slightest hesitation. If you don't want to use it, give it to me. And you want to set up a house of chastity after being a cousin? A thank you won't even say your family education is eaten by dogs. Chen Jinxiu. She hadn't yet gotten out of the image of Fu Moe bullying Yuqing on the same side as her, and her entire body froze. It was only when she came back to her senses that she realized what was happening, and her face was the color of a pig's liver flushed red. The group had moved on, and she could only bear to follow without a flashlight. The roar of some police cars could be heard, but there was no trace to be seen, only that the fire should have arrived by now. The crowd's tense minds relaxed a little. After raking the third circle, Chen Jinxiu at the end of the group finally couldn't help but speak up. Just how many more circles are you going to take us around? We're tired if you're not tired yourself. We've been in the forest for so long without a sip of water. How can we compare to someone like you who goes out to eat and drink and then comes back at the most critical time to brush up on his character? Yuqing. Before Chen Jinxiu could finish her words, she heard two men's impatient and angry rebukes coming from her left and right sides. Can you shut up? Movie Queen Chen. Close your ing mouth. Chen Jinxiu's mind was blinded. You guys. She couldn't figure it out. Obviously Yuqing stole all the attention from the program. Obviously it was also Yuqing who left Enru behind. Obviously it was even more obvious that Yuqing was taken away and came back at a crucial time. His heart was punishable. Are these people all blind? She was angry and annoyed at that moment, pulling Enru by her side and turning around directly. I sort of understand. All these people have been bribed by Yuqing. Yuqing is really good at this. Enru was pulled to a standstill. As a result, just in the moment she turned around, a thunderclap exploded in her ears. At the same time she instantly flashed a bright yellow light in front of her eyes. She subconsciously retreated several steps backward, looking at the fire that instantly flared up in front of her eyes. For a moment she actually forgot to run away, and stood mute in her original position. A woman's scream came to her ears, so piercing that it felt like it could penetrate her eardrums. Anju turned around to see that Chen Jinxiu's clothes were set on fire, and that fire was burning right at her shoulders. Chen Jinxiu screamed in terror and slapped the fire on her body in panic. As a result, the fire not only didn't subside, but it burned more and more intensely. Her disoriented face paled and she looked around in panic. It was at this time that her gaze suddenly met Yuqing. Chen Jinxiu didn't remember afterward what she was thinking at this moment. All she knew was that she was thinking about it at this point. Pounce on it and be saved. Couldn't be saved and had someone to go in the water with her. Chapter 329, he felt he couldn't endure. In a very short time, Chen Jinxiu had burned into a blazing fire. She was almost half on fire, and no one could have imagined this would happen. Then look at that before the fire of the tree. By the rain has extinguished the fire heart. But instead of Chen Jinxiu on the fire, how the rainwater seems to water cannot be extinguished. Behind Muji and Fu Moe was the small lake, and they reacted almost instantly to hold Chen Jinxiu down. As a result, before she could even begin to act, she was seen pouncing towards Yuqing covered in fire. The speed was so fast that everyone didn't expect it. It should be. Everyone didn't expect that she wouldn't go jump in the lake and go jump in Yuqing. None of them had expected that Chen Jinxiu could be vicious to this extent. The camcorder that the photographer had placed on the ground was bumped by Chen Jinxiu, flickered, and turned on silently. Yuqing had two thoughts the moment Chen Jinxiu caught fire. 1. Save her. 2. Watch the fire from the other side of the river. If she dies, it's revenge. But she didn't expect that Chen Jinxiu would directly pounce towards her. Between them, didn't she hate her more? Doesn't Chen Jinxiu owe her? The moment Chen Jinxiu pounced, Yuqing knew that he might not be able to avoid it. The moment she was ready to meet the sizzling heat that was about to come, a silhouette suddenly swept in front of her eyes, directly carrying Chen Jinxiu and rolling into the small lake on one side. Yuqing raised his eyes in dismay. It was all reflected in the eyes of countless viewers. Hospitals. After Chen Jinxiu and Enru rolled inside the lake, the firefighters also rushed over directly at this time. But the two of them don't know whether they are really hurt or scared. From the lake inside, the wet was fished out when the two people, all covered in water, can't open their eyes. Yuqing didn't understand how Anju could pounce on him, but whoever was asked said they didn't know, so Yuqing simply stopped asking. These two, in fact, kind of deserved it, at least that's what she felt. The doctor said that Chen Jinxiu's burn area is a little large, but only the right arm, the rest is not a problem, and Ruin the flame contact area is very small. Shock unconscious. The program team also arranged a checkup for Yuqing, who didn't want to check it, but was directly held down by Yu Yinshan's bodyguards. It didn't really hold the body down, but with that tall man of theirs standing behind her, it wasn't quite possible for her not to go. After the last check was completed, Yuqing sat on the bed in the hospital room and looked at the two bodyguards standing on the left and right sides of her hospital bed. Big brothers, do you guys talk? It will. Yuqing let out an oh-so-quiet sound. Where is your Mr. You, right now? The bouncer shook his head. Yuqing dropped her eyes with some loss, only to hear that bodyguard open his mouth again once more. We're not exactly sure of Mr. Yu's exact coordinates right now, but before I left, Secretary Su pulled me back and asked me to bring you a message. Yuqing raised her eyes to him. What? He said that a big woman can bend and bend, and that he should not go head to head with Mr. Yu if he can solve things with his body. He also said that he's going to India this time, so he might not be able to meet you again until after the year. Thank you for pitting him. I know. Yuqing reached out and covered her face, not feeling how serious things were when she did it. Now by what this bodyguard and also Secretary Su said, she felt that Yu Yinshan might lynch her. Of course he definitely wouldn't want to give up. This Yuqing firmly believed. Yuqing didn't wait for Yu Yinshan inside the hospital room, but instead waited for Ruanqiu, who was wearing sunglasses, mask, and other equipment for being a thief. Ruanqiu quietly felt his way in and quietly removed the sunglasses from his face under Yuqing's unfluctuating line of sight. Asterisk. I'm really convinced. The outside of the hospital was surrounded by the media and fans, and it was hard for me to climb through the window and come in. How can you go on a show? How can? I don't know how to describe it. You're not hurt, are you? Yuqing shook her head. I'm not injured. It's not me who's injured. Ruanqiu nodded. I know. Movie Queen Chen got burned well. The discussion on Weibo is exploding. Yuqing hadn't had a chance to look at her cell phone or anything, and when Ruanqiu said that, she was still a little out of condition. How does the outside world know that Chen Jinxiu was burned? Didn't the program group say to keep it a secret? Secret a hammer live broadcast it. Chen Jinxiu on fire to pounce on you to the camera master Inc. Award master. 3 people worked together to throw and rue over the whole process have been recorded, but also confidential it. The program group to you a person confidential? Seeing that Yuqing had nothing to do, Ruanqiu's hanging heart was also put down, and his nature revealed itself and began to talk. Yuqing spent nearly a minute repeatedly clearing things up, looking out the window thoughtfully. That fan outside the window. Of course it's yours, you big star. My old lady made a wish 10 years ago to personally hold a big star out. The heavens do not disappoint. Now finally succeeded. You gave me your cell phone. Ruanqiu beautifully handed the phone to Yuqing. Yuqing looked at the microblogging popularity. The first one is the collapse of Chen Jinxiu's persona. The biggest low point ever in wilderness survival. She knew what it said without clicking on it, and held her phone, somewhat briefly out of focus. The persona is crumbling. The next step, then, would be to. Before Yuqing's thoughts could progress any further, he heard a knock on the door. Then again, the door to the hospital room was opened directly. Yuqing raised her eyes, but the one standing outside the door was not the one she had in mind. Her brightly lit eyes darkened all of a sudden, and it wasn't like Fu Moe didn't see it. The expression on his face has little fluctuation. The injured arm is fortunate that Yuqing dealt with in time. In the hospital after the anti-inflammatory stitches there is no big deal. He leaned against the door of the ward, his expression lacking. Yuqing, I have something to say to you. Straight to the point. My agent doesn't need to be evasive. Yuqing took a sip of water and didn't even look at his person. Fu Moe frowned as he took a deep look at Ruanqiu, thinking that this person looked like a cutie. Indoors with the sunglasses. Since it is a cutie, it's okay to say it straight. It's not much, just that I wanted to ask you why you went back to save me. And how did you know I was left over there? When you think about it, a lot of this is a little illogical. Yuqing saved him, perhaps not simply saving him, but had other intentions. He didn't think he could stand it. Yuqing raised her eyes and gave him a cold look. I'm saving you. I'm saving you. Why do I need a reason? I saved a dog on the road. You have to ask me why I saved it, don't you? If you don't want me to save you, you can tell me earlier. Why do you have to come to me after you survived? As the words fell out of her mouth, she stood up straight away and walked to the door without a fuss, slamming it shut with a bang. Fumoichi, he frowned and shouted at the door. Are you taking gun pills like Yu Yenshin? Both of you are giving me a door-shaking face for arguing? Chapter 330 to her, he was just an optional part. Yu Qing didn't ignore certain important parts of his words, but it's the lack of neglect that makes it all the more worrisome. Fu Moe touched a nose, but inexplicably feel that he put down his heart. Before is not uneasy, is always feel where some strange. Now by Yu Qing scolded, but suddenly feel nothing strange. As she said, a rescue was a rescue. No matter what Yu Qing had saved him, regardless of the reason, he should be thankful for her saving him. This is the nature of upbringing and being a human being. It has nothing to do with anything else. He stood outside the door, and only after half a second did he lower his head and cough lightly. Then I'll leave first. Yu Yenshin is in the dean's office, but there are quite a lot of people there. It's a bit chaotic, and in a moment he's probably going to come looking for you, and I see that he's quite angry, so be ready for that. This is already 2 people within an hour waking her up. Yu Yenshin is in a bad mood today. Yu Qing felt like running away a bit, but running away was not an option. Half a dozen times she leaned against the door and gave an oh-so-substantial sigh toward it. Fumo waited for her to return this oh before turning away somewhat sluggishly. It was like trying to say something but holding it back, like the words were airborne by the time they reached his lips. In the remote city, the Fu family's young master and the Yu family's young master were always the talk of the town after tea and dinner for many people. Some people bragged for a long time about being proud of having eaten with them, and some people used the point of competing with them for the same project to constantly inflate their vanity. Fu Xiao was arrogant, and Mr. Yu was deep and mysterious. Numerous people discussed among themselves what kind of woman would make these 2 men willingly become guests under their skirts. Is it Tang Yi? Someone thought so, and it was probably only her. In the near future, they will finally know. A man at the top of the food chain looks at a woman who can compete with him. Yu Qing waited for Yu Yenshin inside the ward for a long time without waiting for him to come. In the past, not waiting for Yu Qing to take the initiative to contact, Yu Yenshin must have called hundreds of phone calls. So he's really pissed off because of what she did. Yeah. Ruan Qiu receives a call from the company in the middle of the day. Yu Qing and Shen Jinxiu's matter is still a big deal for Starburns. Ruan Qiu is now affiliated with Starburns and naturally has to go back to the meeting to fight for Yu Qing's maximum interest. Yu Qing also received a call from Fu Ziang in the middle of the day, but he didn't say anything, nor did he comment on Shen Jinxiu and her affairs. He just asked if her body was any better, and prompted her that he had seen Yu Yenshin earlier, and he had just fired several people, and seemed to be in an extremely bad mood. There's a third one. Yu Qing stood outside the large window, looking at the traffic downstairs and the gradually darkening night, thinking about it. In fact, it is not a big deal. Yu Yenshin can do anything to her. At most, it is that chant. It wasn't like she hadn't had sex with him before, and it wasn't like she couldn't take it now. Having grown up abroad for a few years, she was still pretty open to these things. Yu Qing looked down at the clothes she was wearing. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside wrapped her into a bun. She thought about it, but called the designer the company had assigned to her. She gave an address, then paused for a few seconds before continuing. Send me something to wear inside, something more European or American. You know. Oh, and bring me that bottle of black opium perfume too, and the pajamas for me. The designer's mind was apprehensive to accept the task, and then began to ponder. Did this master with a calm and cold nature begin to change his nature because of this matter, and finally decided to accept the subterfuge and then a shot at the sky? It's exciting to think about. So the clothes he found for Yu Qing were exactly the type that men couldn't top, said flirtatious and mature seductive, paired with Yu Qing's uniquely gifted temperament. Perfect, the designer thought. Miss you put on, not to mention the men, even that Mr. You also have to honestly listen to her platoon. Of course, at the moment, he didn't know that man is the chief you imagined? Yu Qing got the clothes and looked at them briefly, thinking that although it was a bit excessive, she could still accept it. The line of sight swept around the ward. In fact, said the ward is just a name. This is actually completely a presidential suite. It's better than a car, and she can live with that. After the designer left, she changed into her dress and stood in front of the mirror to look at it, unconsciously blushing a little, hurriedly put on the hospital gown, felt out the somewhat cold cell phone, until she held the phone warm. She ended stumbling and called Yu Yenshin over. The call went through, but there was never an answer. Listening to the sound of the 2 voices just felt like it overlapped with the frequency of her heartbeat. What's he doing? Not even answering his phone? Was he really unavailable to answer the phone? Didn't see it? Or didn't want to take her call? Is it that serious? The phone hung up automatically when no one answered, and Yu Qing looked at the dark cell phone screen, which reflected her undressed hospital gown and the thought-provoking curves outside the door. The designer had just come out and was fished away by 2 large and thick bodyguards. He just tried to yell and was gagged directly. Tear up the ticket? It's not like he's some rich cockney. It wasn't until he was thrown into a room by the two big men that he covered his collar with a shutter and raised his eyes to the man behind the desk. He's quite handsome. Is it possible that he's taken a liking to him? His divergent thoughts didn't last long, because the man with his back to him had gotten up at that very moment, and looked to him. Yu Qing asked you to send her something. The man's voice was so indifferent that it barely rose and fell, as if he were speaking in a very ordinary manner, but it exuded an atmosphere of unspeakable danger. The designer's eyes widened in shock. This ing. Could it be that the master is going to hook the? Still really you? No, it's nothing. He would never be a traitor. Yu Yenshin narrowed his eyes minutely and unnoticeably, and between the light and shadows, his bony-timed fingers tapped the desktop. Dang. Miss Yu just asked me to send her some clothes to wear inside and some perfume, that's all. I don't know anything about her trying to seduce you. I don't know anything. Don't ask, really don't ask. Yu Yenshin's complexion didn't change much, except that the already dark and deep eyes looked like they were a few points deeper than before. The clothes you wear inside. The perfume? It was like he thought of something, but then he thought, Yu Qing's light nature like that wouldn't do something like that just to please him. In reality, Yu Qing actually really didn't do much of anything. It's always been one-sided for him, but in a relationship, the one who takes the initiative naturally has to give more. That much he understood. But Yu Qing's rash trip to the forest this time deeply made him suddenly realize that she probably didn't care what he thought at all. Or maybe, to her, he was just an optional part. Chapter 331. Yu Yenshin rarely speaks in this tone with a little mockery. The designer was still sweating after being let out, hesitant to tell Ms. Yu about this, still feeling that it was better to do more than less. Instead of offending Ms. Yu, let's not offend Mr. Yu anymore. After Yu Qing called Yu Yenshin and he didn't answer, she didn't call a second time. She had never been the type to be particularly proactive. Because of this incident she did feel like she hadn't done a perfect job. And with the accidental fire she felt sure he would rise to the occasion, and that's why she had taken the initiative to try to do something about it. Yu Yenshin didn't appreciate it, so she thought to forget about it. After sitting on her bed for a few minutes contemplating the situation, she finally decided to let it go. It's not good for a girl to be too proactive. There will be other solutions too. She got up and was ready to go change, and just then there was a knock at the door. Just one sound. Yu Qing's eyes looked towards the door. She just had a strong premonition in her heart right now. The man at the door. It must be him. Reaching out to reattach one of the buttons that had been twisted open, Yu Qing went to open the door. The moment the door opened, four eyes met. Yu Qing's grip on the door handle involuntarily tightened. Yu Yenshin was still wearing a suit, only he had taken off his suit jacket and casually draped it over his shoulders. When Yu Qing opened the door, he was looking down to straighten the cufflinks of his white shirt and the ink-colored watchband on his wrist. The moment the door opened, he looked up at it with a pale expression. The moment the four eyes met, after about half a minute, he dropped his hand. Planning to leave me standing outside the door? Yu Qing snapped back to his senses and sidestepped. Yu Yenshin walked in lightly, as if nothing had happened before. But there is inexplicably an, by extension, abnormal vibe because it's so normal. Yu Qing looked at his back, but in the end, she reached out and closed the door. She pursed her lips, her cell phone still on the bed, unable to help himself. He looked at the man standing in front of him. I just called you, why didn't you answer? It's not a question mark. Yu Yenshin's line of sight slid over the cell phone she had left on the bed. The snow-white sheets. That cell phone was extraordinarily obvious. He said, almost without hesitation. It's probably because my cell phone ran out of battery, and I'd been taking care of things this afternoon, so I didn't have time to look at my phone. Dealing with things. Actually, Yu Qing rather wanted to ask what things. So busy that he didn't have time to answer his phone. But when the words came to his lips, he didn't ask. Oh, she just dooed and awed. Yu Yenshin casually threw the suit on the bed and turned to sit on the soft sofa on one side. It was clearly Yu Qing who was towering over her, but she felt that she was being suppressed by his oppressive aura and found it difficult to speak. Only 1-0? Yu Yenshin raised his eyes to her. Or else, the man hooked his lips unexpectedly. Only there was little laughter in that expression. Not prepared to give me an explanation to explain why I went back to the hospital after negotiating the contract and couldn't find anyone. Why someone told me that you were inside the forest. Why Chen Jinxiu and Ru is still in a coma now. And why you rescued Fu Moe? There are so many whys. Yu Qing had actually organized her words before, but when he actually asked her in this careless questioning stance, she couldn't speak. Between the four eyes, she loosened her squeezing hand. You should have the answers to these whys in your own heart. Yu Yenshin was so smart that he could understand many things once he thought about them. What's more, the moral behind this matter was already obvious, and there was no need for her to explain it all over again. Really, you know again? His not-so-gentle and not-so-heavy sentence caused Yu Qing to purse her lips instantly. I went to save Fu Mochi because I was afraid he would die in there. and I went to the forest because I wanted to ease my relationship with him, which was always going to be between us. Before Yu Qing finished his words, Yu Yanchen stood up in vain. That originally acceptable oppressive force was suddenly amplified 100-fold. Yu Qing subconsciously took a few steps back, only to be stopped directly behind the man's grip on his waist. The distance was so close all of a sudden that it seemed as if he could even smell the tobacco odor that was if anything on him. Détente with Fu Moe? His tone had a few hints of mockery. Are you ready to kick me and Fu Mochi for a relationship drama anytime? Or are you ready to turn enemies into friends with him and then cast me as the sinful villain in your relationship drama? Yu Qing didn't know if he had really misunderstood or was just saying something backhanded, but there was always an explanation to be given. He's your best friend, and it's never good for me to have a hostile relationship with him. I don't mean anything by it, and I'm not interested in him. The purpose of easing up with him is still for you. Her voice was unconsciously softened, and the color of her eyes was sparkling in the obscure, soft light. So that's the reason for leaving without saying goodbye? After Yu Qing finished explaining, Yu Yanchen's expression remained the same as before. The indifference sent chills down her back. I'm afraid that you'll worry about me and that you won't let me go. I know this matter in my heart, and nothing will happen if I go. It's not those three. It's you who's lying unconscious in a hospital bed right now, and you're telling me you know that in your heart? Yu Qing opened his mouth, and only silence remained when the words reached his lips. Towards the end, she bit her lip, feeling sure she wouldn't have the advantage of arguing with him like that. But there are some things that she must have the advantage of. This matter is indeed something I did wrong. In the future I will definitely discuss with you about what I want to do, but this matter always ends well, right? I think it's worth it for me to give in exchange for such a reward. Measuring the matter in terms of worthiness, you do have a clear brain. Yu Yanchen seldom spoke in this tone with some mockery. Yu Qing was not used to it at once and only felt it was too strange. She raised her eyes to stare straight at him. So you're angry? Because I left without saying goodbye? Or are you worried about me? Or maybe angry that I saved Fu Moe? Yu Yanchen met her line of sight, and those dark black eyes narrowed in a fine, unnoticeable way. You still don't know why I'm angry? Yu Qing's throat stuttered. Why is this man so difficult to deal with when he's angry? Don't they all say that women are more troublesome when they're angry? And she feels that Yu Yanchen is much more difficult to deal with than her. After that, with hardly any hesitation, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed toward his thin lips, a tactless, rusty nibble. Yu Yanchen's body had a momentary stiffness, and he didn't even close his eyes. He just wrapped his arm around Yu Qing's waist, his eyes slightly drooping as he looked at her trembling eyelashes. A minute, or maybe close to 2 minutes later, Yu Qing opened her eyes and locked eyes with him. It's an amazing feeling, like you think he's sunk with you and in the end realize it's just you caught in a one-man show. Yu Qing's heart went cold almost instantly. Chapter 332. After you're done washing, it's time to talk about how to keep me from getting mad. No more kisses? The man's lips still had the teeth marks from her bite, and the color under his eyes seemed to be much thicker and deeper than before, revealing an unspeakable sexiness everywhere. His low voice hoarsely spat out 3 words. Yu Qing's heart, which had originally been a little chilled, instantly felt like it had been injected with hot lava. People are visual creatures, with a triple whammy of sight and hearing as well as senses. She misplaced her sight. Don't all men dislike dead fish, but do women? Yu Yanchen raised his eyebrows in a seemingly subtle and unnoticeable manner. When Yu Qing lowered her head, his gaze briefly landed on her reddened round earlobes. You mean you feel dissatisfied that I haven't responded to you? Of course she wasn't. How could she be happy with his reaction? But Yu Yanchen directly asked it like this. She couldn't directly answer instead. Some angry, turn around to reach out and push away his hand circling his waist, voice a little hard. Not willing to give me a response, you still hold me so tightly, hold for what? And when in stand, she reached out to push away, only to have him clasp her tighter and tighter. In the end, Yu Qing simply looked directly at him with her hands spread out. What do you want from me? She had envisioned it quite well before he came. That's all there was to it anyway. After he came, she didn't want to do that instead. If he was still in this position, she would have to look cheap and lowly for doing that. Yu Yanchen bound her tightly, his slender arms like a bundle of ropes. I went to all the trouble and expense because of you, and then to find out that you didn't see me as one of your own, and that you had to sneak off when you went to the forest. And that's the kind of attitude you have when I'm not happy or even mad at you for what you're doing? I was thinking you wouldn't let me go, so I snuck in. Now you've seen how it ended, and it proves that I did the right thing. The very right thing. The man's deep dark eyes gazed at her. Does it matter if it's right or wrong? Does it matter if it's right or wrong? Or if I'm happy or not? Yu Qing bit her lip. Your happiness is important. She is not a straight man. This moment, even if her heart feels that this matter is actually more important than the right or wrong, but her mouth still says the opposite of what she thinks in her heart. Yu Yanchen might have seen the reluctant thoughts in her heart, but didn't poke through. Since you also feel that my happy fulfillment is most important, is that your attitude? When you were angry before, I didn't just give you a kiss and you made up with me. Now you think that I'm going to just crouch down with a kiss? I didn't mean that. Although she really didn't mean it, but being spoken to by Yu Yenshin as if she really meant it. All of a sudden the bottom line was quite a bit less. She really didn't understand. Yu Yenshin usually didn't say much. As a result, every time they quarreled he always managed to pinpoint the point then cut off her back. Strange. The man's eyes looked at her slyly. I see that's what you mean. I just didn't respond to you. Who says I have to? Or maybe you're just really spoiled by me. He used an expository tone in this statement, as if he were telling a fact. Which you spoiled me. Yu Qing couldn't help but mutter. Not spoiling you. Kiss me and I don't respond and you're ready to throw your face in my face. It's not bullying to even think I'm going to respond to you when I'm angry? Yu Qing's half-face reddened at his words. Then what do you want from me? Wouldn't you just say it directly? She had always been sort of introverted about her feelings, and rarely spoke to him in such a soft, pinchable tone. Yu Yenshin wordlessly pursed the corners of his slim lips, but his complexion couldn't see any fluctuations of being seduced. Just as Yu Qing was repeatedly making small waves inside, she suddenly felt the arms circling behind her loosen. The cold air just pumped in. She looked up with undisguised disbelief and dismay in her eyes. What are you doing? The man didn't answer her words. Only his bony hand fell to the collar of his shirt. Yu Qing, even though she had done this vision before, she was still nervous to run away when it actually came. I think it's too soon, and I'm not physically done. Don't. There's plenty of opportunity later. Her voice was rushed and small. The man paused in the act of undoing his shirt, and his eyes fell on her face like that. After a few seconds, he leered and wordlessly hooked his lips. That smile made Yu Qing blush no matter how she looked at it. What do you think? I'm trying to be with you. Ha! He skipped the ambiguous part, but the words seemed to come out more loving. It's not that I think. Yu Qing pursed her lips. What else can you do with your clothes off? It's not like I can't take it. It's just not quite right now. Yu Yenshin looked at her with a smirk. When will it be? After the license is pulled? It doesn't say that it has to be that late. Aren't I still a bit unwell today? It's not quite right. Yu Qing's face was red and ears were dry, and it took half a day for her to finish a sentence with a whimper. It's not quite right. Yu Yenshin chewed on the words and hummed faintly. It's not quite right. Yu Qing had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard him continue. Taking off my clothes was just for the sake of bathing. I didn't think too much about it. On the contrary, you're really eager to impress me. A calm tone. A smirking look. Yu Qing, can it disappear? Yu Yenshin took off his clothes and went to take a shower. Listening to the pattering sound of water inside the bathroom, she sat down on that soft sofa at once. It was a little scary, even though I had envisioned it several times inside my head. Sitting on the couch for half a day, she reached for her cell phone. A WeChat message from the designer who had sent her earlier popped up on her cell phone screen. You Mailiner punch duck. Take care of him. Believe me, as a man, I absolutely believe in your personal charm. Don't be a wimp. Just go for it. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yu Qing. The designer replied almost in a second. Ms. You, how come you still have time to reply to my message? It's unbelievable. If you really can't, you can kiss his neck, understand? Trust me. Yu Qing turned his cell phone off, reaching up to cover his face. The bathroom door was pushed open at that moment. The scene that came into her eyes was so shaky that she averted her eyes before giving him the large bath towel on the couch and tossing it to him. It's cold. Dress tightly. Yu Yenshin reached out and took it. He was actually dressed tightly enough in the first place. Cage rubbed the wet hair over his head, then casually tossed it onto a side chair. Turning around, he walked over to Yu Qing and leaned down, pestling his hands on the soft back of the sofa. After you're done washing, it's time to talk about how to keep me from getting mad. Chapter 333. What? Yu Yenshin looked at Yu Qing's expression that was pretending to understand, and the corners of his lips ticked intentionally or unintentionally. What are you wearing under your clothes? A tightly taut string inside Yu Qing's brain felt like it had violently shaken, the aftermath piercing to the point of sending her into an unspeakably odd expression. Trying to seduce me? Yu Yenshin leaned down close to her, the faint scent of his body's shower gel swirling into the breath of the two. It's hard to tell them apart. Though dedicationism, though undesirable, works. Yu Qing instantly thought of what that designer had said to her. No wonder he was so attentive. So it was a direct ventilator to go? Then didn't Yu Yenshin know what she was thinking from the moment he first walked in the door? Yu Qing's blush didn't stop tonight. I did have this idea before, and you weren't the least bit impressed. So even if, before Yu Qing could finish her words, she saw Yu Yenshin suddenly reach out and pick her jaw. The mint-flavored kisses interspersed with the mint just took her breath away in a prolonged manner. It was a few minutes before she was released with difficulty breathing. In the four eyes, Yu Yenshin's eyes gradually deepened. What to do now that you've moved? Does it hurt? No guarantees. Yu Qing blinked and looked teary-eyed. Forget it then. I'm terrified of pain. Let's talk about it later. Yu Yenshin hadn't really wanted to turn her idea into reality ever since he found out about it, but he did have some trouble containing his inner thoughts at the moment, just looking at her as if she was genuinely scared, and remembering the way she had cried and gasped for air 4 years ago, he couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. With this hesitation, Yu Qing got through the gap between his shoulder and the sofa. I see you're sleepy tonight as well, and it just so happens that I'm a bit unwell as well. I'll go change first. It was as if she was afraid of being chased by Yu Yenshin, and she ran in extreme haste. Yu Yenshin slowly straightened up after a while and turned to sit on the sofa. The faint scent of warmth still lingered on the tip of his nose. He lowered his eyes, his deep dark eyes deeper than that. Walking over to the window and lighting a cigarette, he dropped his arm onto the windowsill and looked at the bright moon. The two feral cats downstairs were doing what they were supposed to do, and Yu Yenshin stared for half a second before snorting and closing the window. It's a damn sight worse than living as a cat. Yu Qing dares to tease him a little more, and he'll take her surname if he doesn't do it for her. When Yu Qing went to the bathroom to change her clothes, she found that the designer had taken away all the clothes she had changed out of before, so she couldn't do anything when she came to the bathroom. Looking at her inside the mirror, who was almost about to be vaporized by the heat inside her, she only felt that she was really legendary, talking like an old driver, but in reality, she was an elementary school chicken. He stayed inside the bathroom for a long time until Yu Yenshin reached outside and knocked on the bathroom door. Asleep? Nope, we'll be right out. Only then did Yu Qing wash his face with cool water and hurriedly walked out. Yu Yenshin's eyes barely lingered on her body. He had already taken out his laptop and put on his headphones as if he was about to start working. Do you want to eat? Before Yu Qing could finish his words, a mouthful of smooth English slipped out from Yu Yenshin's side, like in a video conference, talking about staff cuts in overseas branches. Yu Qing skimmed her lips and flopped down on the large soft bed, where she couldn't see. Yu Yenshin's eyes raked over her. The sight got darker and darker. This video call of his lasted for almost half an hour, and when it finally ended Yu Qing was already drowsily nestled in her bed, inertia causing her to kick away the heavy hospital bedding. Yu Yenshin reached out and pressed out the bright lights, leaving only a dim little one. Her sleeping posture wasn't exactly elegant, and even her clothes were disheveled. Amidst the mess, the things she had carefully prepared could be vaguely seen. Yu Yenshin's movement of leaning down was a little subtle and unnoticeable stiffness. It was only after half a minute that he reached out and pinched Yu Qing's face, his movements a bit vicious. Yu Qing was sleeping soundly and wasn't woken up. She just frowned and muttered and went back to sleep. There was not the slightest intention to care about Yu Yenshin, as if he had completely forgotten about him. Not changing your clothes? Yu Yenshin leaned down close to Yu Qing and nibbled on her ear by her ear. Yu Qing didn't say anything, but just reached out and rubbed his ears, perhaps feeling a little itchy in his sleep. Stalker, Yu Yenshin thought in his heart. He got up and looked at the empty space at the other end of the queen-sized bed, where he felt he couldn't lie down. Lying down, Yu Qing won't have to sleep this night. Maybe he won't have to get up tomorrow during the day. He has a very clear perception of himself. After half a second, as if he had slowed down, he turned and walked to the bathroom. The sound of pattering water resounded again inside the bathroom. It was accompanied by some sound so low as to be indiscernible. What seemed like a suppressed cough. Depressing. On the soft bed, Yu Qing, who was originally asleep, buried herself on the pillow with a red face. On what it's like to have a hormonal boyfriend every day. Half a dozen times, she heard the bathroom door open. Then there was Yu Yenshin, who drank a full glass of water and walked over to the bed, full of heat. Yu Qing closed her eyes nervously, feeling a dent in her side, which should be him lying down, afraid that he would hear his heartbeat, but luckily Yu Yenshin didn't seem to. He turned off the dim light over there, and the room was left with only the scanty light that came through the cracks in some of the not quite drawn curtains. Yu Qing felt him take a deep breath. She was a little guilty all of a sudden, so she didn't struggle when Yu Yenshin hugged her afterward, and sleepiness gradually filled her heart, as if lying in his arms is really reassuring. Before no sleepiness, this moment unconsciously fell asleep. Only after she had fallen into a deep sleep did Yu Yenshin soundlessly open his eyes. Looking down at the person in his arms in the darkness, he reached up and rubbed her earlobe. Leaning down, he said in a low husky voice, "Really think I'm a cutie, eh?" At least he'd seen her fall asleep quite a few times, and he still knew in his heart that she'd pretended to be asleep before. Who blushed like a ripe peach when he slept, and the sound of his heartbeat seemed to be faintly audible to him from a distance. What a? He kissed Yu Qing's forehead. It's just a matter of willingness to fight. He's willing to put up with it now, but when the time comes, he'll get it all back. For Yu Qing, it was a good night's sleep. Yu Yenshin didn't sleep all night and only managed to close his eyes in the early hours of the morning. So when Yu Qing opened her eyes in his arms, what she saw was the unignorable ebony blue under his eyes. Ah, what if the guilt gets worse? Forget it, it's already a guilty pleasure. A little more won't hurt. Yu Qing thought so, and it was really much better. Adjusting to a comfortable position, he reached up and gently poked the knot in his throat. Chapter 334, In all things in this world, there are causes and effects. The cycle of cause and effect. Retribution. Didn't really want to do anything? The action was completely subconscious. It's like a couple in love, always wanting to see each other all the time. And it's hard to separate from each other all the time. Though she didn't think her feelings were there yet, touching him like that was, well, still there. The rounded fingertips just poked up, and the next second, they were wrapped around the man's hot palm. Yuqing was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously raised her eyes, which happened to crash into the deep light of his hazy and drowsy eyes. Yu Yanchen lowered his head nestled inside the nape of her neck. Yuqing felt like he was like some sort of large pet at the moment. Hot breath then sprayed into the nape of her neck. Yu Yanchen's voice was low. It should be because he hadn't woken up yet. Be good and don't toss me. Where did I toss you? Didn't she sleep quite peacefully this night? She didn't even move the pit when she looked at her. Yu Yanchen didn't say anything for half a second, as if he was asleep. Yuqing waited for a while, thinking whether she should get up first, when Yu Yanchen suddenly opened his mouth again. Well, it didn't fold. It was as if she had obviously fallen asleep so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open, but subconsciously she still knew that she hadn't answered her words, so in the blur of consciousness, she still opened her mouth. Yuqing half smiled, lowering her head to kiss the bridge of his high nose. She stayed with him for a while longer, sensing that Yu Yanchen had fallen into a deep sleep before she slowed her movements and got up. After going to wash up first and coming out in a wide bathrobe, he went into the cubicle's small kitchen. Reaching over, she clicked on a tutorial for an omelette, the kind she still knew how to make. Then the hospital's inpatient department, actually the head of the department, came and delivered 2 hearty breakfasts. Yuqing thought about it and mixed in the eggs he had fried randomly. Having made breakfast, she climbed back into bed, reaching out to lift the bedding. The man's posture and demeanor were rare. Get up. She blew a cool breath in his ear. Yu Yanchen's eyes widened in an instant. Between the 4 eyes, Yuqing's arm was suddenly pulled heavily, and by the time her vision stopped flipping, she was already lying on the bed. Eat dinner? Well, another few moments of pestering. When the two sat at the dinner table, Yuqing was rather like the person who had just gotten up and hadn't woken up. Yu Yanchen was glowing and in a good mood as he took a sip of water. You made this? He asked subconsciously in return, looking at the sumptuous boxed lunch. You think it's possible? There was still a wave of anger in her heart that she had just been pissed off by him, and the words came out with an air of petulant resentment and boredom. The man raised a thin, unnoticeable eyebrow. Actually, I knew it wasn't you at first glance, but I always had to ask, in case you blamed me for not caring. What a great desire to survive. Mr. Yu, the process of eating breakfast was kind of smooth. Yu Yanchen even casually commented when he finished eating. The omelette is delicious, the rest is average. Yuqing's movements as she was drinking soybean milk lurched, and the straw was deflated by her bite. Say that again? Her eyes looked like they had suddenly lit up. It's actually like the expression of an elementary school student who has always gotten zeros on tests suddenly getting a compliment from a strict teacher. Yu Yanchen's face didn't fluctuate much. The omelette is good. What's wrong? Yuqing held back the little snicker in her heart. It's nothing. Yu Yanchen pretended not to see the smile on her face and faintly asked back. You did this? Yuqing coughed, and the little leaps in her heart were about to float out from inside her eyes. The kitchen still has eggshells now. The hospital sent them without eggs. You can ask. Yu Yanchen was silent for a few seconds, and while straightening his buttons, he walked to her eyes, as if praising and seemingly touching her head. Yummy. Great. Yuqing's pursed lips couldn't help but hook up into a smile when she heard the man ask again, Where's the water? Yuqing smoothly replied back that she was in the kitchen, and then looked down beautifully at the eggs in her lunchbox. She hasn't eaten it yet for fear that it won't be good. Happily eating into her mouth. The moment she bit through, her face instantly changed. The next second he spit the egg right out and turned around and went to the kitchen. Yu Yanchen was drinking water and glanced at her with little fluctuation in his expression. Next time don't do it. I'll do it. Yuqing. According to the nurse's station, the lady from the Yu family inside the ward recently asked for 4 eggs every day. They are not sure what exactly they are going to do. But anyway, after 3 days, Mr. Yu seems to have mouth ulcers. But this kind of thing they don't dare to ask too much. Probably know as Miss Yu fried eggs to salt as oil like sprinkle. So eat. Who can top O? But on the 4th day Ms. You didn't ask for any more eggs, but start asking for duck eggs. And on the 4th day of the day, the movie queen who was still in a coma inside the hospital woke up. Chen Jinxia was the latest to wake up, and Enru woke up 3 hours after she was hospitalized, but she had been keeping her door closed, so everyone didn't know the situation. Chen Jinxia was different. After she woke up, she first frantically asked the nurse for a mirror. Her face instantly changed at the sight of the gauze on her neck and the varying degrees of wrapping on her arms and legs reflected inside the mirror. Regardless of the doctor's obstruction, he forced the scissors to cut the gauze from his neck. At the sight of the ugly and sickening burn marks on her neck, she almost instantly looked as if she had collapsed, yelled hysterically and stabbed her assistant in the neck in a frenzy. It's a good thing this is a hospital and those scissors only hurt the epidermis. But the assistant, who was only 22 years old and had just graduated from college, was inexplicably stabbed, leaving injuries that would be difficult to heal in a short period of time and scars that could follow for decades. After this matter spread out, there was another uproar. Some people said that Chen Jinxiu was in bad luck abroad and started to have bad luck after returning to China. Others say that Yu Qing sucked away Chen Jinxiu's good luck. In short, the story is getting more and more outrageous. When Yu Qing saw these remarks, he just said this to Ruan Xiu: "It's nothing but karma." Ruan Xiu didn't quite understand the kind of words Yu Qing was saying, literally, but thinking deeper was confusing. Karma? Chen Jinxiu didn't seem to have done anything particularly bad for so many years after her debut, except to you. And Yu Qing wasn't hurt, but instead flourished. Yu Qing and Ruan Xiu couldn't explain too much, so they didn't say anything, but she mentally gave herself an answer. Chen Jinxiu's debut was the cause, and to this day it is the effect. The cause and effect of this incident is sort of out of the way, but her father's, not yet fruitful, changed a piece of black winter clothes, outside the cloak of a white mink small shawl. Yu Qing looked in the mirror, rubbed a layer of lipstick, lining the posture of the shaking eyes like the sun. Let's go. Go and check on movie Queen Chen. Chapter 335. There is never empathy in this world. You and I are just lonely individuals. Ah, good. Walking out of the door of the ward, Ruan Xiu more and more look at Yu Qing more and more like the ancient kind of palace inside the pampered crown raised out of the reserved princess to go to the bat to beat the shameless green tea look, by the way, but also to wear the gesture of gorgeous so that the green tea jealousy of the scratching of the heart and lungs. And in fact, what Yu Qing did wasn't too far off from what she thought. Chen Jinxiu, because of offending the assistant Sake, coupled with these days she often for no reason want to let others with her injured bad luck of the mischievous mind. No one dares to come to be an assistant anymore. The company was kind enough to send someone over to her, and they stood right in front of the hospital room. But when she saw Yu Qing coming over, she immediately covered her stomach and pretended to have a stomachache, and opened the door of the hospital room, afraid that Yu Qing wouldn't go in. TSK, this person are really. I still remember before I participated in this program, Chen Jinxiu was still a goddess that many people knelt down to lick. How come now, once something happens, she turns into a plague? Ruan Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Yu Qing lowered her eyes to look at her. Don't try to find warmth in the entertainment industry, let alone think that people should be kind. Chen Jinxiu is like this. Do others owe her and still come to serve her? Ruan Xiu puffed out her cheeks. I was wrong. Yu Qing withdrew her gaze, feeling as if she had changed somewhere after being with one early in the year. But specifically she couldn't say. More stupid? A woman in love? Pushing the door open, a glass slammed out of it just as he stepped inside with his front foot. Full strength, not at all like a patient. There was still water inside the cup, and some of it splashed onto Yu Qing's black skirt, a dark-colored spot disappearing in a flash. Get out, all of you. The woman's hysterical voice came out from the hospital room. Chen Jinxiu since entering the entertainment industry has been smooth sailing, taking awards a rare grand slam. In fact, she debuted 4 or 5 years, just made 2 complete plays, the rest all rely on the company operation. She, herself, went abroad to try to break into Hollywood, but it turned out that Hollywood didn't need actresses who had no power and had to be stunt doubles for simple fight scenes. It has been said that her life, with the Force J case being a big bump in the road and the Hollywood eviction being another big twist, has not been easy for her, but the J rape was plotted by her. She was one of the masterminds. That's not a bump in the road. The Hollywood eviction wasn't a bumpy ride either. It was her own eyes, God's perspective to see her. Her life is actually a perfect score answer sheet. Smooth cannot be smooth again. Parochial outsiders still think she really was strong. Think she this quilt is also too unlucky too hard. All kinds of heartache her. Awards no strength also give her. It's pretty ridiculous to say the least. The truly unlucky ones are climbing up from the abyss on their own, step by step. Now that Chen Jinxiu was considered to have suffered the first big twist in her life, she naturally couldn't bear it. Everyone thought that she didn't care about her appearance because she acted very scenic, but in fact, it was because Chen Jinxiu knew that her appearance was at the bottom of the list in the entertainment industry, so she could only hold on and show that she didn't care in order to maintain her dignity. Don't care? She's the one who cares the most. Even the care of her nails on her hands costs tens of thousands of dollars a month, so it kind of makes sense that she's broken down and hysterical right now. Yu Qing stepped over the pile of broken glass slag and reached up to ruffle the hair that fell to the side of her eyes. The hospital room, even in broad daylight, was dark. The curtains were tightly drawn so that not a single bit of light could penetrate. The floor was cluttered with all kinds of objects and all kinds of glass shards, and she had smashed almost everything she could. Most notably, each private ward had a large floor mirror, which she smashed, and smashed more than that. She bent the frame of the mirror before throwing it on the floor like rags. It really made Yu Qing not expect her to be so extreme. Chen Jinxiu was sitting on the hospital bed, her back facing Yu Qing. Hair was disheveled and clothes were loose. When she heard no footsteps coming from the other side of the door, she slammed the phone in her hand in indignation. I said get out. Get out. Get thee out. I heard she hadn't eaten for 2 days, hadn't taken in a drop of water, and had little strength to throw things. The cell phone slid over just as it reached the bottom of Yu Qing's feet, not hurting her at all. Yu Qing lowered her eyes. Her black high heels lifted and stepped on that cell phone, and then as if he had stepped on a piece of garbage, the sole of his foot gently exerted force and kicked it directly to the opposite bank. She looked up absently, her eyes brimming, her blush and lipstick extraordinarily eye-catching. Movie Queen Chen, you really have a big temper. With 4 eyes facing each other, Chen Jinxiu's eyes flashed with dismay, and then a raging, suffocating and repulsive thick viciousness. Yu Qing, you still dare to come. You actually dare to come. Her voice was hoarse and hoarse like she couldn't catch her breath. Ruanxiu subconsciously frowned and raised her eyes to look at Yu Qing, somewhat pitying Chen Jinxiu's appearance. You go out first. Yu Qing looked sideways at Ruanxiu and said indifferently, okay. Ruanxiu hesitated for a moment, but turned around and walked out, but left the door open and stood behind it. It's as if whoever it is in this world has never empathized with you without being in your shoes and experiencing the pain you are experiencing. Just like when she looked at Chen Jinxi like this, she only felt no fluctuation, and even some coolness after repression. But Nguyen Nguyen would only feel sorry for her. Retracting her scattered thoughts, Yu Qing pulled on her slightly draped sable cloak. Movie Queen Chen, if I didn't know you were just burned, I would have thought this was a mental area. You can hear your hysteria from 3 buildings away. What? Are you trying to show everyone how ugly you are right now? The darkness of her eyes instead gave Chen Jinxiu the feeling that she had nothing to hide. 5 fingers pinched raw into the fabric of the quilt, and the ruthlessness under his eyes increased by another 3 points. Ugly. Ha, I only hurt my neck, not my face. It's the one with the ugly heart that's even uglier and more disgusting than my injury, right? The calmness that he was trying so hard to maintain was more like insanity. Yes. Yu Qing absently pulled a chair and sat down, his slender legs folded. At this moment, she was clearly at eye level with Chen Jinxiu, but her aura seemed to be directly overpowering Chen Jinxiu, compared to the wound on your neck. Perhaps the scene where you pounced on me was even uglier. It turns out that you, too, are somewhat self-aware? Slightly curly hair fell down because of her movements. Her features were 3-dimensional and delicate, and her slender neck was white. The curtains moved noiselessly, and the light from outside the window refracted in and happened to fall on Yu Qing's face, and her eyes were instantly illuminated, as if all the darkness would have nothing to hide in them. Chen Jinxiu coughed violently a few times, uncontrollable jealousy exploding inside her chest. She covered her mouth and sneered. Chapter 336, The Yu family killed Yu Qing's father. Yu Qing, in fact, I've always been puzzled as to why exactly your hostility towards me is so heavy. Over the past few days, as she carefully recalled the events of the past few days, the timeline running all the way back to the present, she noticed a number of oddities. For example, Yu Qing on the company's other artists almost do not care. On this ground Tuanru's attitude is also considered to ease. People do not offend me, I do not offend nature. But in her case, she was sharp, needling her at every turn until the mask was forced off her face, and her heart's boredom and hatred of her was transformed into actual action, pouncing on her. This was all too strange. So strange that Chen Jinxiu felt that this was a revenge with ulterior motives, as if she and Yu Qing had had such a strong and deep hatred before. I have, before, offended you? Chen Jinxiu clutched the bedsheet, bending her body to look sideways at Yu Qing, her dark hair messily covering half of her face. No, it wasn't offense. It was original sin, the beginning of all sin. Then why the hell did you drive me to this? There was another sound of glass breaking, and Chen Jinxiu stood up from the bed, trembling for a moment before stepping towards Yu Qing. Why? I've had such a hard time in my life. Why on earth would you want to? Chen Jinxi's words have just been exported. See that the original sitting on the sofa expression indifferent woman in vain to get up, raised his hand as a slap, hit her instantly in front of the eyes of a black. Back to God after. Ears are buzzing tonight as sound. You hit me? Chen Jinxiu shrieked in shock and raised her arm to return the favor, only to have Yu Qing hold down her arm in the next second and directly pull her hair, forcing her to lower her head to meet her eyes. For eyes met, and a look of horror spilled from her eyes. Yu Qing's face was almost devoid of any expression, and in such a dark room, all emotions were amplified. She looked coldly at the familiar yet unfamiliar face of Chen Jinxiu, this one every time she couldn't hold out. She opened her cell phone and searched out her recent history, so she'd seen her picture 1,000 times. The better Chen Jinxiu lived, the more motivated she was to hold on, and in this way, for 4 long years. If I could, I'd love to flay you and bury your bones in the most foul-smelling mud puddle, skin left to fester for the wild dogs to pick up, but alas, no. Her ethereal voice clumped into a deep, lurid moment. Chen Jinxiu, are you really miserable? Chen Jinxiu's lips trembled unconsciously. Is she really miserable? Yu Qing reached out and brushed over her eyes, which were still particularly memorable to her after the passage of time. Uncontrollable coldness spilled out from the bottom of her eyes, violently loosening the hand that was pinching her hair. Chen Jinxiu lost her support and fell onto the bed in one fell swoop. You stay back. Yu Qing ignored her words, and her complexion seemed to have regained its calm. She leaned over and her long hair like satin fell on Chen Jinxi's gauze-wrapped neck, between her red lips slightly opening. She protruded words that made Chen Jinxiu's pupils quake in shock. Ruanqiu waited outside for Yu Qing for 10 minutes, during which time she heard some talking and the sound of smashing glass. She didn't care. He only felt that Yu Qing was a little too targeted towards Chen Jinxiu in this matter. She thought she was familiar with Yu Qing, a man who generally did not deal with people and did not often get angry, and was even considered half a believer in Buddhism. What she had done to Chen Jinxiu lately? No, or rather, it was as if she had changed a bit since returning to China. It's good to say yes, and it's not good to say no. The door to the hospital room opened and Ruanqiu was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Yu Qing. There seemed to be an extra chill about her that wasn't there before, making her feel less daring to approach. Go. It wasn't until Yu Qing spoke that Ruanqiu carefully nodded. Inside, she had just opened her mouth when a scream came from inside the hospital room. She was startled by the ear-piercing scream and shuddered, looking at Yu Qing in horror. Chen Jinxiu, what happened to her? Yu Qing didn't even drop a single glance back, only repeating what he had said before. Go. She thought Chen Jinxiu had a strong heart capacity. After all, after doing something like that and still looming over it, stepping on human bones to ascend to the throne of the movie queen. But it was just a remark about Yu Huai being her father, and this was too much for her to accept. Surprisingly fragile. It's just getting started. Evening. Wingwin was getting more and more uneasy because of what happened during the day. Chen Jinxiu's piercing scream seemed to still be echoing in her ears. She wanted to forget it, but it kept spinning inside her head. After she left Yu Qing's ward, she unconsciously walked to the door of Chen Jinxiu's ward. It just so happened that the hospital's caretaker came to deliver the meals, and when she saw her she thought she was Chen Jinxiu's assistant or something, so she directly gave her the meals and asked her to bring them in. Before Ruanqiu had a chance to refuse, the caretaker turned and slipped away as if he had seen the plague. Chen Jinxiu's recent incident of going crazy and stabbing people had more or less gotten out, and everyone was in danger. Ruanqiu was also a bit flustered. Looking at the hot meal in her hands, she gritted her teeth, and in the end, she reached out and knocked on the door. Hello, food delivery. There was no answer inside the door for half a second, and the uneasy feeling in Ruanqiu's heart went up even more. She hesitantly reached out and pushed the door open, and inside it, instead, came a woman's voice, subtle, yet clear. Yu Yenshin, you can't not help me. Just this one sentence alone caused Ruanqiu's heart to set off a huge wave. She didn't know exactly why she was here right now, and at the moment she just felt a dilemma. Your girlfriend is going to drive me to my death. She just came in this afternoon and threatened me, saying she would make my life worse than death. What happened back then was all arranged by your father. I was just a secretary under him. I could only do what he told me to do. There was nothing I could do. I had no power to resist. Although Yu Huai was framed by me to go in. If he doesn't go in, I'm going in. People are selfish. I really had no choice. I know you know about this matter, and I also know that you are helping Yu Qing to fix me. I don't want to go back to the old days, and I know it's hard for me to go back to the old days. I only hope that you can help me, so that I can continue to live safely in this circle. Safely, without being threatened by Yu Qing. If before Chen Jinxiu was still furious because of her neck injury and felt that she couldn't live on, at this moment she was instead stimulated mentally by this obscure past event. What was a little wound on her neck compared to the unbearable reality that would come to her if this matter were revealed? Ruanqiu listened in the back, only feeling as if she was dreaming. She pinched herself so hard the pain almost made her yelp. It's true. It's all true. Chapter 337, she'd rather not have been here. And even more so, she'd rather not know about it. Mr. Yu's father caused Yu Qing's father to go to prison. And Mr. Yu knew about it. Even he was hiding it from Yu Qing. Ruanqiu was a witness to Yu Qing's life in those 4 years, and saw Yu Qing go from a little girl whose fingers were not touched by spring water and who would be frightened by hooligans blocking her to ask for her cell phone number, to such a seemingly invulnerable appearance now. Her heart ached for her and admired her at the same time, and at the moment, she suddenly felt pity for her. Yes, a mercy that was never there before. With 1,000 thoughts going through her mind, Chen Jinxiu currently hadn't realized that Ruanqiu was eavesdropping right behind her. She sat down on the floor and reached up on her back to cover her face. Yes, I know this is all my fault, but you have to help me. You have to keep me safe and my future. It's also your father's fault. Don't they say that a father pays his debts to his son? I came to call you now because I don't want to tear my face apart. If I call your father, someone like him, knowing that Yu Qing knows the truth about what happened back then, guess what he will do? How dare I threaten you? Chen Jinxiu's voice suddenly interrupted at this time, and Ruanxiu took a step back in fear, thinking that she knew of her presence. Turns out it wasn't. It was Chen Jinxiu's phone that got hung up on. She looked at her cell phone and after 3 seconds, reached out in vain and smashed it to the ground. Angrily, she rose, and the moment she did, she heard what seemed to be a small noise from behind her. Chen Jinxiu glanced back. The door was tightly closed and there was nothing unusual. Looking at it for a moment before she withdrew her eyes. Yu Qing, Yu Yanshun. If Yu Yanshun didn't help her, big deal. The fish died. Yu Qing hated her like this, but only because she had hurt her. Why? If she knew that she was just a puppet on a string in all of this, then her hatred would naturally be transferred to the so-called closest person around her. The closest people. The deepest deceptions. She suddenly burst out laughing at the thought. Indeed, she is not the worst off. The worst of the worst, otherwise known. Nguyen exited from inside the hospital room so hastily that her meal spilled all over her. She couldn't get organized in time and hurried into the elevator. Before she came she was feeling pity for Chen Jinxiu, thinking that what Yu Qing did might be a bit desperate. After coming she realized that she was wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong. She'd rather not have been here. And even more so, she'd rather not know about it. Yu Qing liked Yu Yanshun, even a few points deeper than that. She didn't know if she wanted to tell her or not, or even what would happen if she did, or what would happen if she didn't. Almost lost in thought, he walked out of the hospital, not even noticing the car parked in front of him. It wasn't until he almost crashed himself that the man inside the car honked his horn. Nguyen came back to her senses as if in a dream, pulling open the door and getting into the car. When did not hurry to drive at the beginning of the year. The gold wire-framed glasses hanging on the bridge of his nose were refracted by the street lights on the roadside to reflect the exquisite light. He narrowed his narrow eyes minutely and unnoticeably, flashing with a strange light. Reaching out, he picked up Ruanxiu's chin and asked lightly, "What are you thinking about? You can't even see an obstacle in front of you." Nguyen reached up and pushed his fingers away, clutching them in his hand. Nothing. Nguyen did not say anything at the beginning of the year, just looked at her in silence, looking at Ruanxiu's heart. And she had been forced and vainly accepted so much content that she shouldn't know before. At this moment when she saw one early in the year, this man that she believed and felt she could trust, it was like she had found a haven and her own dependence. Not saying is it, "You have a secret from me?" When early in the year suddenly opened his mouth. Nguyen shook his head and hesitated for a long time before giving those things and some of his own opinions. Having said it, she felt a sense of relief, carefully looking at one early years. Early years, do you think? Should I tell Chang Cheng? To tell. It's too cruel to her. If I don't tell, I feel guilty again. When early in the year raised his hand to touch the corners of his glasses, and his slim lips pursed. A few seconds later, he hooked his lips in a thin, unnoticeable hook. Why tell? Nguyen was stunned for a moment, because she's my best friend. Even best friends need to have some sense of boundaries before each other. If you tell her, she might even blame you. If you don't tell her, she'll find out sooner or later. Yeah, according to Mr. Yu's character like that, it's almost impossible for Chen Jinxiu to pin him down. And if it's impossible, there's bound to be an argument. Regardless of how the argument goes, the truth of the matter will always come out in the end. But, no buts, you don't need to bother yourself about other people. Other people are other people, no matter who they are. It's your right to tell or not tell, and you didn't mean to hear it. Since you feel torn, just pretend you never heard it. Ruanxiu was always unable to rebel against Wen's thoughts at the beginning of the year, and always felt that he would be incapable of thinking in front of his eyes. When early in the year thoughtful and sweet and gentle, Ruanxiu felt that the big stone weighing on her heart was finally a little lighter. Well, let's just go with God's will then. After all, it's between Qing and Mr. Yu. I'm just an outsider. Wen started the car early in the year, the lenses refracting the dappled light. Yu Qing and Yu Yanshun have a good relationship? Yeah, Mr. Yu favors her a lot and she's slowly accepting it. She was quite miserable before, but now that she's met Mr. Yu, it's kind of like having a little bit of luck in her life. It's like, I'm lucky to have met you. Wen hooked his lips at the beginning of the year. I'm also lucky to have met you. Remote City Newscast, recent extended. On the television, the news was reporting on the fire in the forest and the recent trend of gradually improving weather. The fire was intense but not extensive. Coupled with the fire came in time. It was quickly brought under control, so it did not make any waves. A natural disaster. It's just unavoidable. Jumping to the entertainment channel, which was playing news about her and Chen Jinxiu. Yu Qing glanced at it and simply turned off the TV. After spending a week in the hospital, she was discharged, and the company was sympathetic to the fact that she had just been discharged from the hospital and gave her time to rest. In fact, when it was said to be resting, it was nothing more than the company was dealing with the online matter about Chen Jinxiu and her, and had no time to care about her, and didn't want her to make waves again. Listening to Fu Xian's tone, the company is going to give up on Chen Jinxiu for the time being. That is to say, such a black material cannot be washed white, can only rely on time to fade the audience's memory. After a few years to find a good time may also be able to fire again. However, Yu Qing felt that Chen Jinxiu would definitely not be willing. Raising her eyes to the bedroom, Yu Yanchen still had to hide from her to make a phone call, and hadn't come out after a long time. She called out, and only then did the man come out from inside the bedroom. The look was unchanged as he reached over and dropped the phone on the table. Yu Qing, come here, and I'll tell you something. Chapter 338. The word love is not something you say or love. Yu Qing raised her eyes to look at him. Just say it directly. You have to go over just this distance? That being said, she got up anyway, but the moment she got up, the cell phone she had placed on the couch suddenly rang. Yu Qing's pace paused for a moment. Looking down at her cell phone, touching the name on the screen, she froze for a moment, bending down in silence to pick up the phone. I'm going to take a call as well, so if you have anything to say wait until I'm done with my call. As the words fell, she picked up her cell phone and sidestepped around Yu Yanchen before walking to her room. Yu Yanchen saw the string of cell phone numbers through the gap in her fingers when Yu Qing walked to his side. A familiar cell phone number, as he had just picked it up. Subconsciously, he reached out and caught her elbow. Whose call do you have to answer to avoid me? His eyes were dark and deep, and they looked like they contained a dead sea. Yu Qing frowned. Didn't you just answer the phone to avoid me as well? People need more or less privacy. I respect you and hope you do the same. What if I don't? Yu Yanchen couldn't say what was on his mind, but he was certain that he didn't really want Yu Qing to know the truth. At least not yet. Consider him selfish. He had just rejected Chen Jinxiu's threat. Who knew if Chen Jinxiu would now just make a fish out of water and tell Yu Qing the whole story? Yu Qing's brows knit tighter. She looked at the man in front of her, and after half a second of staring at him, she raised her hand, her wrist still being pulled by him. It's Chen Jinxiu's call. Can't I answer it? Why did she call you? Yu Qing looked at Yu Yanchen in silence. She was naturally sensitive to other people's emotions, especially those close to her. Yu Yanchen's mood changes were very observable to her. What's wrong with you? It's just answering the phone. Why do you look like you're scared? Yu Yanchen didn't feel that this was fear on his part. There was nothing to be afraid of. He just felt the possibility of things getting out of control, and he wanted to crush that possibility. The color of his eyes seemed to be a few points deeper than that, with more feelings that Yu Qing could not understand. Half a dozen times, he let go of his hand. Go on. Yu Qing glanced at him suspiciously. The phone was still ready to be answered, just hesitated for so long that it had automatically hung up. She reached over and dialed back, and there was a cold female voice announcing that it was off. Yu Qing looked down at his cell phone, always feeling that there was something odd somewhere. Where was it that she had overlooked? As if it wasn't there. She knew that Chen Jinxiu would still contact her. She was her only point of opportunity to turn the tide, and Chen Jinxiu wouldn't be willing to go on like this. But if you want something, you have to give something. She wanted to know why Chen Jinxiu really did that. She had no grudge against her father, and there must be someone behind the scenes pushing her. It was the Chen family, the Lin family, or the Nandong family, etc. No matter who it was, no matter what the reason was, she had to know. Walking out from inside the room, Yu Yanchen was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette. Since she and he had been together, they rarely smoked with each other. Yu Yanchen intended for her to quit, and Yu Qing's inner emptiness had the feeling of being filled, no longer needing to rely on tobacco in particular. But lately, Yu Yanchen seems to be smoking more and more often. She pursed her lips and took a few steps up to him, reaching inside the crack of his lips and pulling the cigarette out. Before Yu Yanchen could say anything, it was clipped inside the crack of his hand and handed over towards his lips. The man's eyes darkened, and Yu Qing didn't move as she exhaled a puff of smoke in his face. Does it smell good? Yu Yanchen frowned, snatched the cigarette and crushed it out in the ashtray. I asked you if it smelled good. The tone of her voice rose, rather provocatively. Yu Yanchen's vision lifted slightly, meeting her clear eyes. After a few seconds, he reached over and wiped her unblemished lips. No more smoking at home. It was just that something was bothering him too much, and he needed a temporary outlet to at least calm him down. Yu Qing gazed at him for a moment before opening his mouth faintly. How do I feel that your mood is a little off these days? Is there a problem with the company? Or is your father putting pressure on you again? Yu Yanchen denied almost without any hesitation. No. Then why have you been making me feel weird lately? Yu Yanchen stared at her for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in an accent that meant something inexplicable. Yu Qing, do you think you love me? Yu Qing was stunned for a moment. Yu Yenshin has always been out of suppressed initiative for this relationship. He rarely asked her about her feelings for him. She even thought for a while that this man only needed her to be by his side, which was enough. He suddenly asked this, causing Yu Qing to fall back with no small amount of hesitation and consternation. And her hesitation and consternation gradually tended to obscure the man's expression to the point of obscurity. Love and no love. One word or two. Hard to answer? No. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? What's wrong you? No matter what. Yu Qing's reply was not what Yu Yenshin wanted to hear. He did not reply to Yu Qing's words. He was just silent, wordlessly rolling over the thoughts under his eyes. It was half a minute before he spoke. It's just that I suddenly wondered how much I weighed in your heart. And you've never said the word love to me. Love. And he told her all about it. If you don't love it, then keep dragging it out. Drag it out until she falls in love with him. He admitted it. Some moments he is indeed cold-blooded and selfish. Love is not a word. It's not a word for love. I can't give you a definite answer if you ask me now. However, it's something that will happen sooner or later, isn't it? Yu Yenshin wordlessly pinched the cold corner of the table, and the small glass on the tabletop reflected the color of his eyes. Sooner or later? Indeed. It was only a matter of time. Yu Yenshin tells Yu Qing that there are things to take care of at the company and goes out of her house. Outside the door, Secretary Su was already waiting in her car. Yu Yenshin had just gotten into the car when he heard him start to report on the evening's schedule. Not hearing Yu Yenshin's reply for half a second, he glanced sideways towards the back and was seeing Yu Yenshin's line of sight fall on Yu Qing's doorstep. Mr. Yu, if you can't let go of Miss Yu, then just give Miss Yu a carry along with you. Yu Yenshin's line of sight slowly retracted. Put off the evening work. Secretary Su scared in the bottom of her heart. It's really beauty in the head. Even a man like Mr. Yu would have to leave his career behind for a beautiful woman. And the next second, the man's voice came back from behind. To the hospital. Hospital? Miss Yu is not already discharged from the hospital. Go to the hospital to find Hua General Yu? Secretary Su couldn't quite figure it out when he thought about it. Chen Jinxiu was left inside the hospital, right? Yu Yenshin closed his eyes. A little tired. More like he was contemplating something. Chen Jinxiu, Chapter 339, Mr. Yu has an additional request. Yu, get out of the country. Hospitals. The sky had completely sunk, and Chen Jinxiu should have been discharged from the hospital today. But for some reason, she applied for an extension of her hospitalization, saying that her body was still very uncomfortable. It's just an escape. Such an impotent way. Yu Yenshin didn't actually want to come to see her, even to the point that seeing her reminded him of another person who had dominated his life for over a decade. But no. More annoying, when she pushed open the door of the hospital room, Chen Jinxiu was on the phone with someone. Caught off guard by the door being opened, she frowned and was about to say something, but the moment she saw Yu Yenshin, not only was she unable to say what she wanted to say, but her cell phone almost fell off. Hastily, he hung up his cell phone and stood up with some nervousness and urgency. Yu Yenshin? Why are you here at this moment? She nervously looked behind Yu Yenshin and didn't see anyone, so she was slightly relieved. The fact that she was still afraid of being killed and silenced wasn't hard for the man in front of her. Yu Yenshin gave her a wordless look, swept the sofa behind her and sat down. Casually, he smoked a cigarette, picked up the lighter on the nightstand and lit it. Bared, like an announcement that some story is about to begin. What you want? Ethereal smoke exhaled from between his thin lips, making his whole person look somewhat obscure and unreal. Chen Jinxiu looked at Yu Yenshin and in a flash seemed to recall that Yu Qing had also sat in this position of Yu Yenshin a few days ago. Didn't Mr. You categorically reject me before. How come now? He changed his mind again? The man's eyes were dark and cold, without any semblance of another emotion. Isn't it normal to talk about a deal and change your mind? Chen Jinxiu anxiously bit her lip. Mr. You also know that I was forced by your father to do what happened back then, and it wasn't really my fault. And now Miss Yu. I know in my heart if he forced you or if you volunteered. So cut the crap and cut to the chase. What do you need to keep your mouth shut? The lie was directly punctured, and Chen Jinxiu blushed. It's not about what I want anymore, is it? It's MS. You who's stepping up to the plate, not me. As long as you keep your mouth shut, her side is my business. Chen Jinxiu's restless heart settled a little. Actually, I want very little, always very little. I want money, enough money to live on for the rest of my life. Also, I want a steady job, which is what I'm currently doing. And I want you to keep the public opinion of this thing down online. As long as Mr. Yu promises me these, I'll make a clear distinction between myself and Miss Yu from now on, and take a detour when I see her. Even if she forces me, I definitely won't tell half of what happened back then. I will only say that I was the one who got carried away. Both of these conditions were not difficult for Yu Yenshin. He lowered his eyes and stared at the scribbled cloud of smoke in the air. That's it. How can I trust you not to tell? I can write you a pledge. A lousy piece of paper. Chen Jinxiu was a bit embarrassed. Then what do you want me to do to believe me? Yu Yanchen raised his eyes under her gaze, and the coldness under his eyes made Chen Jinxiu's heart stutter. Reaching out, he snapped his fingers and the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A group of men in black instantly poured through the door. Chen Jinxiu subconsciously took several consecutive steps back towards the back, looking at the person in front of her in shock. Mister, you, what the hell are you doing? I said I only need these, just these, and I'll rot the matter in my stomach. I won't tell anyone. Yu Yanchen lowered his eyes as if he didn't hear Chen Jinxiu's terrified screams. He casually dropped that cigarette on the bedspread, which instantly burned a hole out of it. Do it! Yu Yanchen didn't even come out. His eyes were calm as he watched the figure and the hysterical woman in front of him. Noisy. 20 minutes later, the men in black neatly exited the boundaries of the room and re-entered the door. During these 20 minutes, Chen Jinxiu was almost going crazy. She shuddered as she looked at her hands. 10 needles poked into the inside of her fingernails. Blood spilled. The pain was almost numbing and her voice was hoarse to the point of screaming. Her eyes traced over her own hands to the man who hadn't looked the least bit out of sorts to this point. It just felt like he was an evil spirit that had come to lock up souls inside of hell. Why would anyone be so horrible and cruel? He watched it all, not even a bit of pity appearing, like he was looking at a pool of water with no ripples. Remember this kind of pain, if I know that you have revealed any. Is any mere word to you, Qing? The consequences, you cannot afford it. Chen Jinxiu's hands trembled as she nestled in the corner and stared at Yu Yanchen dead in the face. You crazy bastard. Pervert. Why are you being like this? I don't owe you anything. Why are you dash? This is what you owe you, Qing. Chen Jinxiu's hysterical voice sounded like it was squeezed out one word at a time from inside his lungs, and before he could finish, he was directly interrupted. Her eyes reddened as she stared at Yu Yanchen, no longer able to utter a single word. Until Yu Yanchen went out, Chen Jinxiu was never able to say a word again. She looked at the empty room, and her red, swollen, raw hands, and went limp in a pool of blood. Soon the door was pushed open. A contract was dropped in front of her. Your request, Mr. You agreed, but Mr. You has an additional demand. You, get out of the country. That's it. Only when she left the country and disappeared into the distant city, into this territory, could the truth of the matter truly be covered up? Chen Jinxiu sneered. Contract? Look at my hands. She raised her own hands, 10 silver needles. No one helped her pull them down. How do I sign? How do I sign? Secretary Su looked at her in silence, as Yu Yanchen did, without any fluctuations. In the past, he could be Secretary Su, but in the process of completing his work, he only had one identity, Mr. Yu's secretary. He will not have any personal feelings and will only fulfill his mission. Your fingerprints are undamaged. Just take a handprint. Chen Jinxiu had always felt that she would be graceful for the rest of her life. Yes, she had been convinced. Secretary Su took the contract, which had been fingerprinted, and re-entered the car. Mr. Yu, Chen Jinxiu has already agreed to your request and agreed to go abroad, and she has signed this contract as well. Yu Yanchen hummed. Drive. Secretary Su's expression was calm, like he was already used to seeing that bloody scene just now. And actually, he did get sick to his stomach when he first saw it 3 years ago, but then, more often than not, you get used to it. After so many years and many trips through the darkness, apart from the first time, only that incident with Tang Yi had caused a slight ripple in his heart. At the same time, more fear, and admiration for the young, and carving the word cold-blooded into his bones, man sitting behind him. Chapter 340. After that, the remote city went into hibernation. The so-called hibernation period is the coldest stage after the winter solstice. It seems that people have been eaten up by this cold winter, and even many of the things that are openly and secretly fought are much less. East Palace to go to the audience's field of vision officially. The editing group is very literate color. C, who is currently in the circle of the flow, is relatively large, and decisively chose to cut out a lot of female one's drama. The weight of the female second drama than all of them are a lot higher. But Anju went into hiding after she went into the hospital. Not on Twitter, not appearing in person, and she's fine with herself, and the audience is even more fine with that. This drama swept out of the current status quo of mediocre Chinese TV dramas, clearly considered a web series, but the ratings were #1 for half a month, and Yu Qing in the male lead, naturally, rose countless fans and curiosity because of this amazingly huge traffic. What's even more amazing is that a lot of CP fans have appeared online about her and the male lead. This is getting worse and worse, and Fu Ziong tells her it's all run by the cast and crew side, solely for the sake of the drama's popularity. Yu Qingqi has no idea about this. She doesn't care. This status quo lasted for nearly half a month until the male lead's love affair was revealed. The CP fans exploded. Their favorite couple turned out to be fake and it was all an illusory bubble. On Yu Qing's side, There weren't many people cursing, but on the male lead's side, many people said he cheated on his feelings. Yu Qing thought to himself, what kind of feelings is this cheating? She was just thinking about it when her cell phone suddenly popped up with a WeChat message. Request to add a friend request, emoji. Yu Qing hesitated for a few seconds before going through, and without waiting for her to open her mouth to ask anything, Muji sent a string of voice-over first. Auntie. Yu Qing's cell phone almost fell to the ground. It was still a clear and refined teenage voice, with a few unspeakable feelings of aggrieved indignation. Uncle. Mom, so Yu Yenshin is his uncle? What a complicated kinship it is. If you had said that my uncle is your boyfriend, I wouldn't have made a move on you. Mushi's voice paused, and then his tone became even more aggravated. No wonder the last time in the forest I see how the back of the person who hugged you away looks so familiar. You have my uncle still into what showbiz ah? Forget it, I'm not talking to you about this today either. The male lead of that drama of yours is in the same company as me, and is also considered a good brother of mine. He asked me to push your WeChat to him and talk to you about something. Also, I asked my uncle's secretary for your WeChat. Don't tell my uncle that I added you. Mushi didn't say anything else after saying this. He had always been considered to dare to love and hate. It's not just falling in love with your aunt and uncle. It's not like you're your own mom. On Yu Qing's side, it didn't take more than a minute for another request to add a friend box to pop up. It was like she guessed who the friend request was. Lu Ziyin, MS. You, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Please add me. Thank you. Yu Qing's mind recalled the man's appearance and, Lu Ziyin. The East Palace went to the male lead. Beautiful boy. Little puppy. This is the persona that the company has packaged for him. And indeed it is. She passed, and Lu Ziyin popped in with a phone call. A plain white finger traced the screen and the call was answered. The person on the other end was silent for a short while before he coughed softly and spoke. MS. You, I think you're aware of what's going on online. I'm very sorry that my company joined forces with the crew to hype up my CP scandal with you online. The exposure of my romance has also more or less affected you. And for that, I apologize. Isn't that how things have always been inside the circle? There's no need for you to apologize. And if you want to apologize, it's between the company and the company. There's nothing to apologize for between me and you. Besides, I'm not affected by anything. Her string of words had left Lu Ziyin silent for a long time. Yu Qing lowered her eyes and glanced at her cell phone. It turned out that she hadn't hung up yet. So Mr. Lu, you went to all this trouble just to apologize to me? And something else. Yu Qing reached out and twirled his pen. Speak. This time the exposure of the romance thing has a big impact on me. Mainly because the viewers and friends think that I'm with you. Thinking that I'm in love with another girl in between flirting with you. And they can't accept it. That's why I'm making this call. I just want you to help me clarify that I'm not flirting with you. The words just fell. Lu Ziyin, as if he was afraid of Yu Qing's refusal, hastily picked up the next sentence. Of course this is something that I definitely won't let you do for nothing. You help me to clarify. I'll give you Chen Jinxiu's news. I know that you and her don't get along. She terminated her contract with Star Scorch some time ago, and someone compensated her with $50 million in termination fees. You still don't know about this matter, do you? Yu Qing's movements in his hand suddenly stopped, slowly stood up straight, and turned off the speakerphone. Chen Jinxiu was inexplicably discharged from the hospital late at night, and could not be found after that. She didn't believe that Chen Jinxiu would hide in the dirt like this. Within a month, she would definitely reappear. Yu Qing just had this feeling. I just didn't expect it to be like this when I heard from her again. No. Lu Ziyin heard Yu Qing's strong interest in this matter from within these few short words, and he slightly lowered his heart. That's why I said, as long as you help me make a statement on the internet, just say the word, and everything I know about Chen Jinxiu will all be told to you. Why should I believe your information? $50 million. Chen Jinxiu's savings in her life is only this much, right? She is now in disrepute, and Star Scorch can still give her some shelter and a chance to rise again. She would terminate her contract for $50 million. Give me a reason to believe it. Lu Ziyin was a bit anxious. I don't know how I can say it for you to believe me, but as long as you say a word for me, I will definitely know everything. I don't really know much, but if you want to know, it can only come from me. Although there were many unreliable elements, it was undeniable that Yu Qing felt that he was really moved by what he said. Her obsession with Chen Jinxiu was that deep. Half a dozen times, she spoke. I'm going to send out the article now. Keep the phone on hold, and have your PR team over there start getting ready. Thanks. It was just a simple matter of clarifying that Lu Ziyin wasn't hanging on to her or in love with her. After sending it out, Lu Ziyin took a look at it and said several thank yous in a hurry. Still a little boy after all. Now, tell me all you know, Kanal. Lu Ziyin hurriedly spoke. Actually, I don't know much, but when I passed by the high-level conference room today, I saw Chen Jinxiu. Yu Qing's eyes flashed. Continue. I was curious as to why Chen Jinxiu came here. so I stood outside the door and listened for a while. I heard talk in there about the $50 million termination fee, and the fact that she's now signing to our company instead. $50 million from whoever heard that? No. But I heard our boss say something about how you're really good at getting him to spend $50 million to fish you out of Starburns. 2. Chapter 341. Who is he? I don't know. But there should only be a few people in Remote City who can pay up to $50 million in termination fees to Chen Jinxiu, right? For the specifics, miss, you can check for herself. Chen Jinxiu's matter is not simple, and the people behind her are even less simple. Miss you, I hope you're careful. Also, thank you for today. As the words fell, Lu Ziying cut off the phone. Yu Qing's eyes stared straight ahead at the white wall, pondering. $50 million in termination fees. These are the only big names in Remote City. It suddenly occurred to her that Muji was also in Lu Ziyin's company. These are the only big names in Remote City. She was overthinking how it could be Yu Yanchen. A subtle sound came from outside the door, and Yu Qing's thoughts came to a summary halt here. She turned and walked to the door, reaching out as if telepathically to pull it open. And outside the door, the man's hand hung in the air, as if he was about to open the door. 10 days gone. Yu Yanchen went on a business trip for 10 days. It was impossible to say you didn't want him, despite the short time spent together. His scent seemed to have become pervasive. Yu Qing's body brushed past his hand hanging in the air, and in 3 or 2 steps, she jumped up and hugged him. Yu Yanchen's reaction was even faster, and he had already embraced Yu Qing's slender waist the moment she leaned over. Secretary Su was still sitting inside the car, looking at this scene and shifting her eyes thoughtfully. In fact, after spending so much time together, he quite liked Yu Qing as a person. It's not that kind of like, it's an appreciation. Thinking of all the things he had done before, he really felt a bit sorry for MS. Yu Yanchen carried Yu Qing into the room and smoothly closed the door. After all this time, it's as if they've acquiesced to each other that this room is a place where both of them can exist together. The door had just closed on the front foot, and on the back foot, Yu Qing was pressed against the wall. Dense kisses just suffocated her as they fell. The familiar scent of a man lingered at the tip of his nose. A kiss fell, and her cheeks blushed without pointing. Do you miss me? Yu Yanchen asked in a low voice as he didn't let go of her, still in the same position of encircling her in his arms. Yu Qing blinked. No, well, couples were supposed to have some playful jokes to regulate their feelings, and Yu Qing was just casually saying the opposite, and as a result, she was almost kissed into a coma. The man's domineering and authoritarian words came to his ears. Then kiss until you want to. If she doesn't want to, no amount of kissing is going to help. Unfortunately, she was partial to the idea, so it didn't last long before Yu Qing whispered and spat out loving words in his ear. Thinking of you every day, every idle hour. This answer satisfied Yu Yanchen, so he couldn't contain himself and leaned in again. He hadn't been seen for 10 days, and it was like he was trying to make up for all 10 days. It was a long, tangled mess before he released her with insatiable gusto, but Yu Qing's mouth was red and sore at this moment. Looking in the mirror, she felt that she couldn't go to the banquet tonight. She turned to look at the man behind her, who had just taken off his suit and ripped open the first 2 buttons of his shirt. In fact, Yu Yanchen's clothes are basically a suit inside a suit inside a suit inside a suit. Obviously every set is almost the same, but he is matched with a good skin and this 10,000 people standout temperament, than other people's colorful change of the more absorbent. Never get tired of looking at. While Yu Qing was lost in thought, Yu Yanchen had already walked up to her. The trip was to France. Oh, what's wrong? The capital of romance. France, by its name alone, is romantic. Yu Qing wanted to say something next, and before the words could come out of his mouth, he suddenly suppressed them, because right in front of him, the man took out a dark purple brocade box from nowhere. It just so happened that I met a certain top French master jeweler, and it just so happened again that he had a freshly created diamond ring for women in his hand. Yu Yanchen opened that box in between speaking. Someone once said that a diamond ring isn't about carats. Too big would just be tacky. However, few people have actually seen a large carat diamond ring. The light it reflects is the kind that most women would fall for, not because of its size, but because the person who gave the diamond ring chose it, instead of gouging a tiny bit. No? Seeing Yu Qing looking at that ring out of his mind, and not being able to see any obvious hint of joy on his face, Yu Yanchen subconsciously frowned. It's not really that much of a coincidence. It's just that he suddenly took a liking to the ring, then a series of strong-arming it and finally bought it from the designer for double the price. Yu Qing's eyes moved away from the ring. No, it's just a bit sudden. Suddenly giving me a ring. Are you trying to tie me down? Or such a big style? What if I'm seen and photographed at an event? Without hearing an obvious hint of dislike from Yu Qing, Yu Yanchen took the ring out from inside the box, casually dropping the box onto the couch. He reached out and squeezed her slim wrist. Before Yu Qing could react, he directly put the ring on his ring finger. The movement was smooth and the ring still rarely matched her finger size. The sudden coldness on her fingers caused Yu Qing to subconsciously curl up her hand, and her eyes fell on it, only half a second later lifting her eyes to look at the man in front of her. You haven't answered my question. Yu Yenshin's vision was deep. I'm not at the end of my rope to the point where I have to use an external object to trap you. Besides, without it you weren't holding me at the door as well? Also, as for whether it will be seen, so what if it is? Those reporters are all like human beings. If they look for clues through the ring and then find you, it won't look good for you. Yu Yenshin hooked his lips unexpectedly after hearing Yu Qing's words. If something like this did happen, the reporter must have been arranged by me. Yu Qing was stunned for a moment, and it took nearly a minute to ponder and understand what he meant by this sentence. Citing him with some slight anger. Word up front, I have the ring on, but that doesn't mean anything. Of course, it's not a pair of rings. Yu Qing looked at him and stifled a grunt, his fingers covering the slightly cool ring. Yu Yenshin brought more than just a diamond ring to Yu Qing on this trip to France. There were also a lot of messy trinkets. Yu Qing liked it so much that she sat on the sofa and admired and played with it for half a day. So much so that she even ignored the person who was talking about thinking about it every day before. After Yu Yenshin noticed this, he went to cook a meal by himself. Never compare yourself to makeup and jewelry, unless your woman doesn't like the gossip. By the time he finished eating and came out, Yu Qing had also gotten tired of playing. She looked at her cell phone, quietly thinking about something. You say, what other old bosses with lots of money in remote city can drop $50 million on Chen Jinxiu as a hit? Chapter 342. Yu Yenshin looked like he didn't hear Yu Qing's words as he lowered his head and brewed black tea. Yu Qing didn't get an answer for half a day and raised his eyes to look at him. Yu Yenshin? Yu Yenshin seemed to have just heard Yu Qing speak. He reached out and picked up the teacup. The temperature of the tea that had just been brewed was scorching hot. He didn't drink it, he just held it quietly. What did you say? I was thinking about something and didn't hear you. Yu Qing gave him a suspicious look. What was he thinking at such a close distance that he could not even hear her words? Someone just called me to tell me that someone has ransomed Chen Jinxiu for $50 million. I'm very curious. Who could be willing to drop $50 million on Chen Jinxiu as a defeated chess piece? Her backer? Shouldn't be either. If she really had someone behind her, that incident in the forest before wouldn't have sparked such a public outcry. So, do you know any rich people who walk closely with Chen Jinxiu? Yu Yenshin did not immediately answer Yu Qing's question. He took a sip of his tea with a bland look and rolled it. I don't know. I'll have someone look into it if you need it. Yu Qing let out an oh-so-quiet sound. Help me check it out. Although it might not be of much use if I find out, but I always need to know who my opponent is. Yu Yenshin still didn't reply. After Chen Jinxiu signed the contract, Secretary Su sent her directly to the airport. Yu Yenshin guessed that this woman would not be willing, but the current status quo Chen Jinxiu also had a number in her heart, and there was little use for her even if she stayed in Yaochang. However, 1 minute before she was about to board the plane, she took a phone call from somewhere, after which she suddenly changed her tone and yelled that she wasn't leaving. If Yu Yenshin didn't agree, she asked her agent to tell Yu Qing all that she said she had kept a hand. The truth or falsity of this matter Yu Yenshin was not clear. Likewise, he was not afraid of Chen Jinxiu's threats, but Chen Jinxiu's choice to make a scene at the boarding house was indeed a good tactic. The airport is crowded, and at that time, someone had already recognized Chen Jinxiu took out his cell phone and began to record video. The power of the internet he could not ignore. If Chen Jinxiu's previous behavior was like a woman who didn't take half of her brain out of the house, her change after the airport was like picking up for her brain. First, he told Yu Yenshin that if her person appeared to be safe, there would be a lot of people submitting recordings of the two of them to Yu Qing. What follows is a series of clauses for their own benefit. If it wasn't for the fact that the phone call she answered was only from her own secretary, Yu Yenshin would have thought that she had been instructed by someone. But she seems to know that she can't push Yu Yenshin too far. She says that she will be clear with Yu Qing and will never have anything to do with her. She only wants fame and fortune. Yu Yenshin wasn't sure if Chen Jinxiu had told anyone else about this matter, but even a 1 in a million chance couldn't exist. So say yes first, and then work on alienating her social circle behind the scenes. Eliminate all the hidden dangers, and then settle Chen Jinxiu before she was whitewashed or even allowed Yu Qing to notice anything. But he hadn't counted on Yu Qing knowing about the $50 million. The thought ended and the tea inside the cup reached the bottom. He put down the cup and raised his eyes to Yu Qing. Regardless of who smashed that $50 million, Chen Jinxiu will have a hard time completely turning over. He smashed $50 million. I'll use $500 million to pave the way for you. Yu Qing was turning her head down to play with the diamond ring on her hand, when she suddenly heard Yu Yenshin say these words, and was somewhat stunned in surprise. Soon, though, she snapped out of this dismay and shallow surprise. 500 million won't be necessary, but I'll let you know if I need you. As she said, her knowledge of her abilities is very apt. In the remaining half of November, Yu Qing contacted Chen Jinxiu's agent through the company's contacts. In fact, it didn't do anything. It was just to give her agent some money and let her agent reveal Chen Jinxiu's whereabouts. Chen Jinxiu seems to know that she has no chance with the big screen, so she goes to audition for cold movies in an attempt to gain favor in the hearts of the audience with this behavior. But people tend to drink cold water when they are unlucky. Chen Jinxiu realized that all the roles she auditioned for, the director felt good on the first day and was even expected to hire her. As a result, the next day, I got the call that I was eliminated. Once or twice she thought it was an accident, but too many times she really had to suspect that someone was working against her. So after one of her interviews, she reappeared on the set in the afternoon. Sure enough, she saw a woman in a red dress inside. She only needed to see a back to know who she was. Chen Jinxiu understood that she would definitely not be in less trouble if she stayed at home. But, she couldn't let go of what she had put in these 4 years. And she was even more unwilling to go abroad to start over and be some kind of bumbling old drama queen. She had just returned from Hollywood and knew that everything was too hard over there in Hollywood for her to possibly stand out. What she didn't expect was that Yu Qing cut off her front path directly from the interview level. There had been no announcements for half a consecutive month, and Chen Jinxiu never went for another interview after that. The company side had given several orders for her not to be idle and be a loser. Chen Jinxiu knew that, but she was clueless. It wasn't until mid-December that she received a phone call. Unfamiliar phone number. But somehow, she seemed to know who was on the other end of the line. The call was answered and she nervously opened her mouth. Hello, I heard that Yu Qing cut off all of your theater. The man's voice on the other end of the phone was extremely ordinary, and even had a bit of a dialect accent, so Chen Jinxiu couldn't even conjure up what he looked like. But it was this ordinary man who showed her the way at the airport. That was the first time she had an advantage under Yu Qing and Yu Yanchen. Yes, I haven't had a drama for almost a month. You told me not to go abroad and taught me how to negotiate with Yu Yanchen. But what now? I might as well go abroad, and I won't. It's you who doesn't want to go abroad, and being cut off from theater is also because you're a waste of time. Don't put the blame on me. Is it because you think I will be guilty? Chen Jinxiu? Being named in her mind. Through the screen Chen Jinxiu felt herself blush a little. Who the hell are you? And what is your intention in calling me? Just to remind me of a fact that I already know? Oh, of course not. Chen Jinxiu actually unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief because of these words. Even she didn't know that she had mentally given this man as her only saving grace. Saving her life from almost hitting rock bottom and then turning it around against the wind. Maybe this man on the other end of the phone, one of her biggest fans, who just happened to be powerful and not in a good position to step in and help her, had to resort to this to help her. That's what she thought. Chapter 343. Then are you here to teach me how to deal with what's going on right now? Chen Jinxiu opened her mouth carefully. Yeah, well, I helped you once anyway, so it doesn't matter if I do it again. Then please tell me what the hell I have to do now to. You know, Yu Qing did this and I almost broke down. The man didn't seem to care about her misery. He was like a player manipulating an NPC, and she was the NPC. Yu Qing's reason for making things difficult for you is nothing more than a purpose, wanting to drive you to the bottom and then have you take the initiative to contact her, thus allowing you to tell the truth about the wrongful accusation against her father back then, and returning her father's innocence on earth. I seem to have said some well-known nonsense again. Since Yu Qing's purpose is this, it's not impossible for you to obey her. You want me to tell the truth? Then I can't just stay in the entertainment industry. I can't even stay in the circle of life. The man seemed to laugh at her stupid comment. When did I ask you to tell the truth? Doesn't Yu Qing just want to force you to meet with her? Then you can just go and meet. You don't need to tell the truth. You just need to throw a little hook out. By then, Yu Qing naturally won't have the time to play games with you in circles here. Chen Jinxiu looked like she was stuck. The agent had just pushed the door in to deliver the coffee, and all he saw was the way her eyes suddenly glowed and looked straight ahead, and he was instantly shocked with goosebumps, and turned around in haste to leave. You're right. At that time Yu Qing and Yu Yanchen couldn't even get entangled. How would they still have time to take me into consideration? And I was forced by her to meet her. I didn't tell the truth. I was only forced to say some ambiguous words. Everything was guessed by Yu Qing, and Yu Yanchen couldn't blame me for it. Okay, I'll contact her now. Thank you. May I ask your last name? I'll be sure to pay a visit some other time. Chen Jinxiu was determined to devote her precious body by saying such words, and if the one on the other end of the phone was really her fanatical crush, she wouldn't mind fulfilling him. But before she could finish her words, the person on the other end of the line simply hung up. Chen Jinxiu was a little embarrassed, but excitement left her no time to estimate this. The man on the other end of the line, looking playful, pulled back from the phone and turned off the voice changer. The thin, angular lips hooked up in a fine, unnoticeable manner and spat out two icy words. Stupid, but it's also only better manipulated by stupid people. Such a dumbass. Still thinking that she threw out the hook to get Yu Qing and Yu Yanchen to fight only she would be able to get out in one piece. Stupidly ridiculous. He stood up and looked down at the skyscrapers of the swarming ants that lined the court below him. He had always loved this feeling, the feeling of control. Even more, he liked the feeling that the earth was a chessboard and he was just a pair of hands manipulating the pieces, a feeling that made him instantly excited. The woman's slender form came to mind and he closed his eyes, shaking the goblet in his hand. The liquid inside the transparent walls of the cup was scarlet, resembling blood, yet more viscous. Suddenly, he let go of the cup in his hand and let it fall. The red liquid splattered all over the floor, eerie to the point of unspeakable beauty. Black leather shoes trampled over the red liquid, the corners of his lips always hooked. Chen Jinxiu contacted Yu Qing, through his agent. This stupid agent thought that she hadn't found out about her contact with Yu Qing. Unbeknownst to her, she had found out from the moment she realized that Yu Qing had cut off her rolls time and time again. After a little coercion, the agent gave her Yu Qing's contact information. Chen Jinxiu wasn't stupid enough to go directly to see Yu Qing. She knew that she had many eyes and ears around her, so she chose to have her agent contact Yu Qing and set the location to be over at the theater, so that if she went over there, no one would think it was strange that she was still in the mood to go to a place like a cafe when she wasn't driving red for a month. Yu Qing didn't realize anything at first when she received the message from Chen Jinxiu's agent, but after a few seconds, she instantly saw some strange information in these ordinary and mundane words. Chen Jinxiu was asking her out, and the moment the thought appeared in her head, she returned a yes. Yu Yanchen was still very busy after he returned home, probably because it was the end of the year and there were a lot of things going on in whatever company, especially him. Yu Qing thought it was better not to tell Yu Yanchen about this kind of small matter. It was really unnecessary. She put on her sunglasses, called out to Nguyen Nguyen, and went to the appointed place. There are a lot of small stores around the shooting location, i.e., they are hidden from view. When Yu Qing found the small store and went inside, he realized that Chen Jinxiu had already arrived. She was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and Yu Qing walked over and knocked on the table, and the sunglasses on her face shook a little. Yu Qing playfully hooked his lips, sat down, and reached out to remove the large sunglasses frames from his face. So afraid of me? Chen Jinxiu, however, had no intention of removing anything from her face, but Yu Qing had already associated her eyes under the frame. Indignation, shame, disgrace, the same look in her eyes when she corrected her 4 years ago. Yu Qing, I know you bribed my agent and cut off all the roles I auditioned for. Pretty fast. Chen Jinxiu wordlessly clenched her fists. Are you doing this to get back at me for what happened back then? Simply venting your resentment? You could say the same thing. The waiter came forward. Chen Jinxiu subconsciously dodged a bit. Yu Qing graciously took the water handed over by the waiter. Thank you. And then she quietly looked at the woman in front of her. I've recently taken on a good script for a female first, and I have to control my body. The kind you're drinking, I can't touch. Chen Jinxiu looked down at the milkshake in front of her. An unspeakable pain swelled in his chest. It seemed like once upon a time, when she was sitting on the couch talking about the script with Fu Ziang, Yu Qing was still just an unknown little person that she didn't put in her eyes. Holding down the stifled hatred inside her chest, she said in a muffled voice, there are many ways for you to vent your resentment. Why do you need to do it a little bit at a time like this? I know you have an ulterior motive. Tell me, what is your purpose? Is it to make me tell the truth about that year? To return your father's innocence? Yu Qing cupped the cup with both hands and calmly took a sip of water. There's no shortage of purposes for that. Why? Do you want to do that? Chen Jinxiu gazed at the woman's face in front of her, but what surfaced in her ears was that man's ordinary to the extreme voice. To be honest, I've been living in pain for so many years. Yu Qing, don't you think that I haven't thought about telling the truth? But do you really think that this matter is so simple? Your father was at the tip of the pyramid in Yaocheng back then. So easy to be framed by a woman like me? Let's not talk about what happened back then. I've thought about telling the truth for so many years. But no, I can't, and even if I do, it's useless. Chapter 344. Useless? The corner of Yu Qing's lips pulled out a seemingly mocking smile, cool and icy. My father is in prison, and I'm just a notorious commoner, with connections and power that have nothing to do with our Yu family. As long as you dare to open your mouth and say it, who can't believe it? As long as you say it, as long as you admit it, who won't believe it? These 4 years in prison were 4 years that could not be undone. Yu Qing knew this. Time passes in a hurry. She doesn't want to memorialize the past, but to return Yu Huai's innocence. This is a point that she has never wavered from since the incident. Can't be 100 years later? Yellow earth and white bones in the 9 springs. Yu Huai also have to top the unfounded crime. Be used as a lively atmosphere after dinner as a talking point. Chen Jinxiu pursed her lips tightly for half a second before she reached out and removed the sunglasses from her face. She had been under a lot of pressure for a month, and she had not rested well, and there was a circle of dark circles under her eyes that she could not hide, and the whole person looked 5 or 6 years older all of a sudden. She took a deep breath before looking up at her. Yu Qing, You're thinking things too simply. Four eyes met, and pity overflowed from her eyes. It was like self-pity, and it was like to Yu Qing, sometimes I feel really sorry for you too. That's the truth. You don't really think I was the total chip in what happened back then, do you? Yu Qing's expression remained unchanged, and upon closer inspection, he felt that this unchanged expression was actually already a change. There's something you can say to make it clear, and if it's said to my satisfaction, maybe I'll let you off the hook. Chen Jinxiu smiled bitterly, picking up the spoon and stirring the milkshake in front of her that she hadn't taken a sip of. I don't mean that I'm not willing to explain, but even if I did, my explanation would not be seen by anyone. All the same, my explanation doesn't really help. Think about it, there are countless cases of vicious murders that happen all over the country in a day. But why? Is it that only 1 or 2 cases a year break out? Why? Because of the power. Because the people who cover the sky are not willing to let such things come to light, and as long as they are not, they don't care about the yellow earth and white bones, or the lives of the people. Yu Qing fixed his eyes on Chen Jinxiu, as if he wanted to see through her as a person. It's the Gu family. Back then, the Gu family and the Yu family fought the hardest, and although the Gu family inexplicably incurred a disaster a few years ago and went bankrupt with millions of dollars in debt, this was now, not before. Chen Jinxiu pulled out a smile, as if she had suddenly found her home base at this time. Her smile grew even wider as the man's words swirled in her mind. The Gu family? The Gu family doesn't have such tactics. You, for the sake of your pity, I can only tell you one more thing. Although these powerful people in Yaochang fight hard in secret, they are all thin-skinned and good at face-saving, so they fight openly and honestly. Think about it. Who would use such despicable means? It's not really a wide range. You're so smart. Think carefully and make bold assumptions. You'll surely know who it is, and as long as you know who that person is, I'm sure with your means, you'll be able to achieve your goal. When the time comes, I won't refuse whatever you ask me to do. I hope you'll remember one thing. It's not that I won't do it, it's that it's no use. Chen Jinxiu's acting skills had always been good. What's more, what she had to say was originally just the truth. Yu Qing couldn't see any traces of disguise from her face. Plus she said things she had actually made assumptions about. With Chen Jinxiu simply cannot get close to her father's body, not to mention a series of public opinion, police, ZF pressure after. It was like a big net, and Chen Jinxiu was just one of the rings, the most important middle ring. Yu Qing snapped back from this conversation with the unplugged TV in front of him. Her expressionless face was reflected in the darkened screen. Chen Jinxiu was right about one thing, the powerful people with roots in Yaochang had one thing in common. To put it bluntly, they wanted to save face. Even if it is a commercial war, it should be fought on the battlefield in an honorable way. Not playing field rest this kind of drug. They do not care. And it's not as if no one has ever used such underhanded tactics. For example, a small sound came from outside the door. Yu Qing's thoughts stopped in their summer as she stood up from the sofa. She wasn't in her own home and came straight to Yu Yenshin's house by the river after finishing the conversation. Yu Yenshin had previously given her all the keys to his property. It was with the intention of thinking that the floor-to-ceiling windows here were suitable for a person to get rid of their worries, but it dawned on her that she had been sitting on the couch ever since she arrived and hadn't even touched the edge of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yu Yenshin pushed the door in and his sight instantly caught Yu Qing. Qing, why do you want to come over here today? In fact, Yu Yenshin hadn't been coming over here very often lately, and the frequent visits before were only because he was in a bad mood. The house was a relaxing emotional presence for him. Yu Qing gazed at his face, and before he realized that something was wrong, Yu Qing had already withdrawn his gaze. No, just suddenly wanted to come over here and see the night. What's wrong with work? Yu Yenshin had already walked to her side. These days in fact did not meet much, but Yu Yenshin still every day will make a special trip home to eat a meal. Yu Qing has heard Secretary Su complained. The end of the year a few companies are busy in a row. You always insisted on going home every day. The time wasted on the road can buy a building. Of course, there's certainly no shortage of exaggeration, but that's pretty much it. Yu Qing looked at his face. It was still the same familiar one. Even a few days of brief encounters have the effect of a small farewell. Her mood sank a bit as she stepped forward and reached out to encircle his waist. Yu Yenshin's body obviously stiffened, and after a few seconds, he still put his hand over the surface of Yu Qing's cold hand, and the other one tenderly rubbed the top of her hair. Who bullied you? Ha! A low man's voice cut across his ears. Tell me and I'll get him. Yu Qing snorted out a laugh. No one's bullying me. It's probably just that my period is coming up in the last few days and I'm inexplicably a little moody. That's it? The two of them hadn't been together for long, and with the previous understanding, Yu Yenshin would have a very clear measure in his heart for Yu Qing's change in mood, even if she replied with a or oh. It's normal when it's back to oh, either in a bad mood or he's upset her. Yu Qing returned. That's it. Yu Yenshin hugged her. His height had an inherent advantage, and standing where he was, he could see the sparkling river seen in the distance. Somehow the day was coming to a close. Have you eaten? He reached out and pinched Yu Qing's ear. It was a little cold, and he frowned minutely. Yu Qing hummed. I already ate before you came. I don't want to eat. Good. Between close people, once one person is not in the right mood, the other will be quickly colored by the same mood. Silence. Chapter 345. Yu Qing looked at Yu Yenshin. I've spent time in the slums, and the silence, more often than not, is broken by the one whose mood is first off. For example, right now, Yu Qing had already let go of Yu Yenshin and just wanted to walk out of his embrace, but realized that he had instead encircled her very tightly, not allowing her to leave by an inch. Yu Qing's movement stiffened, and she did not struggle, just looking at him calmly. Do you have any wine at home? Yu Yenshin's vision was low and obscure, and Yu Qing also read so much displeasure from the bottom of his eyes. In fact, she knew that he had been very busy lately, and getting 4 hours of sleep a day was already tops. It wasn't good for her to give him another distraction by giving him external pressure now. But emotions, how to control them around the people she relied on most, she had never learned. You want a drink? The phrase is calmly articulated. Yu Qing nodded. Just a little? With 4 eyes, Yu Qing was chilled at the back by this penetrating look in his eyes. When she had the thought of wanting to retreat, Yu Yenshin suddenly opened his mouth. Could be. Yu Qing was little surprised for a moment, but the latter picked up again. Tell me why first, and I'll drink with you. Wine is never good. Most people just like the feeling they get after drinking. Yu Qing hadn't drank in front of him, and now he suddenly wanted to drink. What was going on here? He needed to know. In particular, in this kind of time frame, he doesn't allow for accidents. Yu Qing lowered her eyes and spoke slowly after a while. I played a role in a movie today, and my father was also in prison. The days inside the play specifically described the days inside the prison and the father's mood, and I felt bad after reading it. Moreover, it's almost the new year. Yu Yenshin gazed at her, and Yu Qing felt that this look was a kind of scrutiny. She didn't like it and didn't say much. It took half a second for the man to release her. Just this once. He understood her emotions, but only this once. No man likes his woman to be sad and grieving. It's a man's incompetence. They just need to be happy and cheerful. With the curved moon reflected in the river and no messy lights decorating the side of the bridge, it was a very quiet night scene. On the soft sofa, Yu Qing had felt the heat before and had already changed her clothes. Yu Yenshin had the clothes she wore at home. It was a cream-colored nightgown with a light veil on the top half and a long fringed skirt on the bottom half. She was lying on her side, and that white, wobbly waist was exposed to the air. The bottle of red wine had bottomed out, and her eyes had gotten a little hazy and confused. Reaching out and pinching the corner of the man's coat at his side, Yu Qing murmured in a small voice in the silence. Yu Yenshin, the role I'm playing is a tragedy. There's a line that even the closest people in this world will have the deepest secrets. Don't try to explore human nature. It's already best to live in confusion. Yu Yenshin didn't answer. There were a few spicy aftertastes in the alcohol sourness. Yu Qing's vision blurred as he looked at everything in front of him, as if the only thing in his eyes was the moon. I was wondering what secrets you would have. Would you lie to me? Yu Yenshin almost subconsciously reached out and clutched her slender arm. People have secrets, and so do you. Yu Qing looked like she hadn't heard what he was saying in that sentence in her haze, half a dozen times, but suddenly she spoke. You mean when I was in the slums? Yu Yenshin's pupils shrunk dramatically almost instantly, and the hand he had originally placed on her arm futilely increased in strength, a strength he couldn't control. Yu Qing let out a cry of pain before Yu Yenshin loosened the strength in his hands as if he had woken up from a dream. He lifted Yu Qing's body, which was soft as cotton, and pressed his hand down on her shoulder, forcing her to meet him eye to eye. What did you just say about the ghetto? He did find out something about Yu Qing's previous 4 years, knowing that she had suffered, and speculating that maybe she had been in the slums for a while. Just speculating, but his forces were already at home, and it was too complicated to try to probe abroad, especially since those 4 years of hers had been intentionally erased, almost without trace. If it was in the slums, it would be too normal for him not to be able to find out about Yu Qing's 4 years. That place is not under any authority. Before it was speculation, but really listening to her, it was still like there was an invisible hand pinching his heart, so that even his breath had a moment of dull pain. Yu Qing's vision flared, hazy and unclear. What? Good boy, tell me what you just said. More carefully. You've been in the slums, haven't you? Even he didn't gap to realize that wasn't 3 words, trailing off with a little undetectable quiver. If it's true, everything he's doing right now, Yu Yenshin didn't think any further and subconsciously terminated it. Yu Qing looked at him blankly. Looking at the familiar face in front of him overflowed with unfamiliarity. Nervous, flustered, overwhelmed, and even seemingly guilty. She reached up and touched his face, and it was cold and prickly. Suddenly, Yu Qing smiled at his sight. That smile chilled him to the bone more than any other smile ever had, and he would have preferred her to be cold and unfamiliar at this point. And don't laugh. It's okay. It's over. It's okay. One sound was lighter than the other, and Yu Yenshin's breathing became much heavier in vain. Unable to contain it, he reached out and heaved her into his arms. All people make mistakes, so what if she chose to get on a plane with someone else in the first place? He shouldn't be a bystander. She was only 17, but he liked her that intensely. If he had stopped it then, would these 4 years have been different? Yu Qing leaned on his shoulder, her eyes looking at the moon outside the window. It's not really a secret. If you'd asked me, I probably would have told you, but you didn't ask. Though, you shouldn't have guessed. You must have thought that I finished college in style abroad, didn't you? Yu Yenshin didn't say anything. He had thought that more than once in his life. The feelings as a teenager were strong and hot, but the experience was too shallow and the fiery nature burned with extra pride. He had dreamed of her countless times in his midnight dreams, but not once had he gone to her. He keeps having more and more power, all the while fantasizing about whether she'll see this and regret going with someone else. I'm afraid this is a dream. Yu Yen kissed Yu Qing's neck deeply. Yu Qing stifled a grunt, but didn't say anything, just out of breath. He angled his head up to the snowy white ceiling. As her thoughts speckled oddly around her head like a walking light, she heard the man in her ear suddenly open his mouth. The voice was raspy and low, like ancient gears turning, lifting the dusty obscurity and gloom. Qing Chang, do you want to know my secret? Yu Qing seemed to have heard the strings of these words. As long as she wanted to know and knew she asked, he would tell her his secrets. Chapter 346. Perhaps there is no pure love in this world. Yu Qing narrowed her eyes at him, the bottom of her eyes swirling with a shallow light intent, like the dark night and stars outside that window. Would I be unhappy to hear your secret? Yu Yenshin gazed at her in silence. It's up to you. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if she put herself in his shoes, but Yu Yenshin himself didn't think it was possible, and she had taken her father's affairs far more seriously than he had ever imagined. Yu Qing just smiled carelessly. How that smile made people feel chilled. Oh, so, is it about my father? The hazy line of sight she had originally looked out the window had retracted at some point, lightly landing on Yu Yenshin's shoulder, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. Yu Yenshin stared at her, not speaking for half a second. A small firework bloomed outside the window. Maybe it was one of the kids having a birthday today and playing with the fireworks by the river, but it just happened to break the silence of it all. Fireworks faintly illuminated the darkness of the room. The man bent slightly on one knee in front of her as she leaned softly against the couch. How it looks. How it's mesmerizingly beautiful. Qing, are you really drunk, or are you pretending to be drunk? It took half a second for the man to collect everything under his eyes and speak faintly. Yu Qing was stunned for a moment, and the hand clutching the bottle of red wine curled up minutely and unnoticeably. When she and he first met at the beauty village, she drank many glasses of white wine still sober and rational. Yu Yenshin may have found out about this matter. So much white wine hadn't gotten her drunk, and this low-grade red wine. Not to mention, thoughts danced in her head, but the hazy drunkenness on her face deepened. Leaning down and reaching out to touch Yu Yenshin's face, it was cold and prickly. Of course I'm not drunk. I'm a good drinker. Yu Yenshin's eyes gazed deeply at her. She did look like a drunk in every way. Drunk people won't admit that you're drunk yourself, and there's no fault to be found with that. But he had always been sensitive in his thoughts, and he always felt that there was something strange about the present. For example, Yu Qing was pretending to be drunk as a way to soften his defenses so that she could get what she wanted from him. Yu Yenshin's thoughts did not continue, and in the next second, he only saw Yu Qing suddenly cover her mouth and vomit directly. The strong odor of red wine stung his nose and he subconsciously frowned. When she went to check on her again, she had fallen asleep in a drunken stupor. Really drunk. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, Yu Yenshin had already reached out and picked Yu Qing up from the sofa. Pushing the bathroom door open with one hand, he let her in after filling it with hot water. The heat rose and the color of her face grew scarlet. Yu Yenshin had never wanted to have her so badly in such a moment, to have her belong to him completely and utterly. Along with this idea came some very clear perceptions. It's ridiculous that he would try to resort to this method of locking up a woman. The clothes on Yu Qing's body tugged away the rope behind her and the whole thing fell apart. The man's hands slid over her skin. Yu Qing seemed to open her eyes for a moment, then closed them again. You threw up a lot of red wine on you, and since you're too drunk to wash yourself, I'll help you. Yu Qing might not have been able to hear what Yu Yenshin was saying, but he still spoke. As he said, when he said cleaning, it was just a simple cleaning. Yu Qing didn't even open his eyes the entire time except for a few muffled grunts. The man's eyes paused for a moment on her face as he wrapped her up and pulled her out of the water. Really drunk. So what she said tonight wasn't a pretended drunken tryst, it was heartfelt. She's already guessing whether or not the Yu Huai thing has something to do with the Yu family. Why would she guess that? Yu Yenshin's thoughts didn't extend any further when he saw Yu Qing frown with some discomfort. He curbed all thoughts and laid her down on the bed. Then a hot and intense kiss. Ching, don't leave me. People who are lonely to the core often have a harder time than normal finding a soul to fit in with. And once they do, letting them off the hook again is tantamount to skinning them. The most timeless of relationships is the relationship of needing and being needed. Perhaps there is no such thing as pure love in this world. The door to the room was closed. 10 minutes later, Yu-Ching opened his eyes. The bottom of his eyes was clear. She looked at the darkness in front of her. The words he had said before he left reflected in her ears. Closing his eyes, the pale figure came back to him. Sometimes she didn't like her overly sensitive nature. And even without leaving the cafe, a vision arose in her mind. The remote city nobles are bright and open. And those who are not are naturally of dishonorable origin. The Yu family is black to white. The Yu family never cares about the way. They only look at the results. And even this extends all the way to Yu Yenshin. She had heard some rumors before that Yu Yenshin's path hadn't been glamorous in the past few years either. In short, it was much darker than the other few families. As if thinking about something deeper, Yu-Ching closed his eyes again. When it looked like she was asleep, she suddenly opened her eyes and reached out to pick up the cell phone sitting on the nightstand. Sent a text message to a phone number he hadn't contacted in a long time. Then deleted the text message history and closed his eyes again. Not long after she closed her eyes, the door to her room was opened. And then she became aware of the sudden warmth that descended on her side, and the body that was embraced. There was no reason for her heart to be empty after such an intimate gesture. She wanted to. It's all just because she's so sensitive. It was all in her head. Yes, a dreamless night. Early in the morning, when you came to his senses, he only felt a terrible headache. It's true that you won't get drunk if you drink well, but that doesn't mean you won't have the discomfort that comes with a hangover. There was no longer anyone beside her, and she looked away for a few seconds before getting up and going inside the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he pushed open the door and happened to bump into Yu Yenshin preparing to come in. She was stunned for a moment. You haven't left yet? Go back later. It's a morning off. Rest? Yesterday you were so busy that you were cutting out mealtimes, and today you're free to take a break? Got a headache? Before Yu-Ching's thoughts could progress any further, he heard with Yu Yenshin faintly ask, kind of. Drink it, it will ease it a bit. Yu-Ching drank the sobering soup and felt slightly more comfortable. At least the intestines were. She clutched the warm cup and looked at the person in front of her. Was I drunk yesterday? What do you think? Yu-Ching lowered her head, hiding some of the overflowing color under those eyes that would be seen. So the Yu-Ching in Yu Yenshin's eyes was just a bowed head and somewhat chagrined look. It was meant to be a little bit of a drink, and I didn't expect to get drunk. Did I say any nonsense when I was drunk? It's all nonsense. Just don't believe it. There was little temperature under Yu Yenshin's eyes as he quietly looked at her. You said you spent time in the ghetto. Chapter 347. This suffocating feeling almost enveloped her entire body. Yesterday, when pretending to be drunk and saying this thing, the intention was to make his heart feel more compassionate towards himself. That way, what she wanted to ask out, he might answer her because of that emotion. As a result, Yu Yenshin did not answer, and even she blurted out this matter that had been hidden in her heart for nothing. Yu-Ching subconsciously tightened his hand. A few wisps of a smile propped up on his face. Slums? I did stay there, but it was just when I went abroad with no money and no friends, so I went to find a cheap house to live in around the slums. It was a bit of a mess, but the good thing was that I was basically in school, so it didn't really matter. It was just a bit scary when I slept at night. Yu Yenshin looked at her as if he wanted to see any unusual emotions on her face, but she was so normal that even the little blush when she spoke was so apt and realistic. Is that all? Yu-Ching looked at him. What else? You don't think I'll come out alive after being thrown into the slums, do you? It was because of this that Yu Yenshin felt that the truthfulness of what she said was high. Slums, or abroad, riots, poverty, squalor. It's almost impossible for a woman to survive 24 hours over there. Not to mention the fact that she was a princess at the time. Maybe deep down he doesn't want to think of things in a bad direction either. Not in the future. You will not be allowed to go to a place like that again, and you will always live in the golden house I wrought for you. The heart seemed to stop beating for a moment. Then there was a sharp feedback. No wonder he gave her the keys to all the properties. Yu Yenshin stayed at home for the morning and had to go to the company in the afternoon to deal with a series of things. No one had mentioned anything about that question last night, like as the alcohol had been dissolved in the body. That break in the memory had likewise dissolved. Yu-Ching picked up her cell phone to answer a call after Yu Yenshin left. It wasn't long before she was out the door. A coffee shop located in the commercial center of remote city, where most of the clients received were here to negotiate cooperation. Quiet, upscale, and confidential. After Yu-Ching went in, she was already greeted by a man in a black suit. She didn't recognize him, but he knew her. MS. You is it? Yu-Ching reached up and removed the sunglasses from his face. Hello, mister. Phone is waiting for you in the second floor private room. I'm his secretary. Yu-Ching nodded. Following the secretary up to the second floor, The door to the box opened and Kazuno was already standing by the window. A voice from the doorway made him glance back. It seems like it's been so long, like a century. Fengyi felt as if Yuqing was even more beautiful. In the past, it was like a slightly dusty pearl, which was already bright and magnificent enough. Now it's like the layer of dust on top has been wiped away, revealing 1,000 splendors inside. He smiled faintly. Big star you. Yuqing sat down at a side table and looked at the cigarette butts inside the ashtray. There were already many of them. Been here long? She raised her eyes to the man who was gradually walking toward her by the window. Kazuno shook his head. No, just got here. She reached over and tapped the ashtray. Just got here? Windwild didn't feel embarrassed when the lie was broken. You can count on one hand the number of times you've asked me out in the few years we've known each other. And every time it's because you have something to ask me for. I figured that if everything was going well for you, you'd never reach out to me in your life. Isn't a true friend a friend in the snow? And do you still need me to share your joy with you? The one at home permitting it? Fengyi didn't say anything. His eyes looked like they had sunk in an instant. He reached behind his back and pulled out a sealed document. You know how to find people too. Luckily I've always been dishonorable in my methods and know people who are messed up. Otherwise I'd have to let you down with what you're looking for. Yuqing narrowed her eyes and smiled. Only that smile. How it looked like it had no temperature. The document was sealed tightly and had the words archival material written on it. What do you want Qin Jinxiu's file for? It's something that's hard to get. Not that simple anyway. I know it's hard. Thank you. Whatever request you have, just ask. It's not like I can't agree to let me give your group a free endorsement. Kazuno snorted. You know I've been exploring the high-end lighter market lately, so you're purposely making things difficult for me, right? I'm not. Yuqing reached out and tore open the document. Qin Jinxiu's resume was actually very simple and ordinary. The twist in everything was that one case. Qin Jinxiu was employed by a company that produced tobacco at the time of the QJ case? Kazuno hummed. A small company that went bankrupt a long time ago. Yuqing fell into silence. It was like he refused to let go of every word on the document. Time passed by in this way, and Fengyi's eyes unconsciously fell on her face. To be able to sit across from her like this, quietly, and fulfill her requests, he would have traded millions of dollars in contracts for. I had spent a lot of time with her before, and didn't really appreciate it. Remembering the past after the fact took his breath away with every frame. Maybe he had a chance once upon a time. Fatsia stopped as Yuqing raised her eyes to look at him. Qin Jinxiu has worked for 3 companies. The tobacco company went bankrupt and the remaining 2 are some small companies, right? Yes. What is it? Yuqing paused, many images floating in his mind. So those 3 companies, is there one that's related to the Yu family? As the 4 eyes met, Fengyi saw a different and unfamiliar emotion in Yuqing's eyes. Yu Yanchen cheated on you? Yuqing subconsciously frowned. No, what are you thinking? I just want to know if she had any involvement with the Yu family in these 30 years. It's the Yu family, not Yu Yanchen as a person. Kazuno mused, lighting a cigarette. He had just actually expected something. Expect Yu Yanchen to cheat. Actually, so what if he cheats? He's getting married. Actually, she's kind of an ordinary person as a person. Her parents, working class, are both dead now as well. And she's just a small star, having nothing to do with a family like the Yu family, which was dark in the first few decades and then peaked in the next few decades. On the surface, yes, that's what I thought. After the words fell out of her mouth, she suddenly realized that Kazuno was speaking on the surface. Yuqing's pupils narrowed in a fine, unnoticeable manner. You said, on the surface? Does that mean that on a deeper level, she is related to the Yu family? She had always been a firm believer in her sixth sense because it was so accurate. During the conversation with Qin Jinxiu, she just kept on and on having an unspeakable suffocating feeling floating in her mind. Finally she thought of the Yu family, and this suffocating feeling almost enveloped her whole body. Fengyi looked at Yuqing. Her face looked like a patient suffering from a serious illness compared to when she first came in. Yes, deep down, the last tobacco company she worked for, the legal representative, was Yu Gushi.